Where is this? Opening his eyes, what greeted him was a vast, blue ocean. Chenhua was lying on a simple wooden raft, swaying with the water. The waves from the ocean crashing against the raft splashed water, soaking his calves, which finally woke him from his slumber. Damn! Wasn't I sleeping at home? How did I end up here? Is this still Earth? Chenhua stood up and gazed into the distance. Unfortunately, all he could see was blue, with no end in sight. But before he could think further, a cold, indifferent voice suddenly sounded in his ear. All players have been detected to be awake. The following rules are hereby announced. First, congratulations to all players for becoming captains and participating in the survival game for all. Please, all captains, listen carefully to the following rules, or survival in the endless sea will be difficult. Rule 1, this is a brand new world, and in this world, there is only the ocean, no land. Rule 2, the ocean is polluted, and polluted sea beasts will attack all rafts and humans. Please protect yourself and your raft. If you fall into the sea and cannot be rescued, you will lose all chance of survival. Rule 3, apart from some non-polluted fish, there will also be floating treasure chests in the sea, which may contain anything you want, including food and weapons. Rule 4, everyone has their own raft, but the raft can be upgraded. It can also be destroyed. Rule 5, everyone can recruit people who have fallen into the water to become crew members. Once recruited, they will permanently become part of the captain's crew and cannot resist. Rule 6, this place is full of dangers and opportunities. As pollution increases, the danger will rise. However, the first half of the month is the beginner phase, where the danger is the lowest. During this half month, pollution will increase slowly. After half a month, the pollution will accelerate, and the sea will no longer be calm. Rule 7, everyone will awaken their own talent. That will be your guarantee for survival. Captains, try to gather enough resources within half a month to face the real crisis after the half-month mark. Rule 8, beginner items will be distributed after talent awakening. Are you ready, captains? As the voice faded away, 8 major rules and a "Are you ready?" prompt appeared in front of Chenhua. These things formed in front of him as a virtual panel, moving as well. Especially the choice under "Are you ready?" Option 1, ready, start awakening. Option 2, not ready yet, I want to be left alone. But no matter which option, both had a 60-second countdown. It seemed that even if he didn't choose, the options would disappear after 60 seconds. Seeing this, Chenhua didn't dare to make a hasty decision. He studied the virtual panel and finally discovered the tips at the bottom of the screen. Captain. Vehicle. Chat. Mall. There were 4 pages in total at the bottom of the panel. The page in front of Chenhua was the 4th page, Mall. Seeing this, he didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly tapped on the other pages. First was the Captain page. Captain, Chenhua. Spirit, not displayed. Stamina, not displayed. Strength, not displayed. Defense, not displayed. Talent, not displayed. Clearly, he had not activated his talent yet, so all the information was not displayed. Chenhua glanced at it and then tapped on Vehicle. Vehicle, raft, a simple floating tool made from wood. Comment, it is easy to destroy, but also easy to upgrade. Below the comment, a projection of the raft was clearly visible. Chenhua turned and glanced at the raft beneath his feet. The same prompt that appeared on the page also appeared in front of him. Obviously, the raft beneath him matched the data on the page. Thus, Chenhua didn't study it further and instead opened the chat panel. The chat panel had 3 channels. World channel, region channel, private channel. 3 channels, each with different frequencies of speech. The world channel remains silent. Only the region channel constantly bursts with various messages. Region channel 1000000/100000. Is anyone there? Does anyone know where this place is? Wow, I actually crossed over. No, we all crossed over. This wooden raft is just too old and worn out. Are all of you on wooden rafts too? What if the raft breaks? Help me, is there anyone who can help me? I lost my phone, can someone call the police for me? I'm still a college student. Wow, I awakened a B-level talent, a 10-fold strength enhancement talent. Have you all awakened your talents? The starter items are so basic, just a fishing rod, a box of earthworms, and 2 bottles of mineral water. Damn! I awakened B-level Eagle Eye. I awakened Eagle Eye, I can see people from 10 miles away. Shit! I awakened a sea-level talent, swimming. It's totally useless. Hey, what's that? I awakened a sea-level breath-holding skill, I can hold my breath for half an hour in the water. And remember, this is the sea. Even holding my breath for 3 days wouldn't help. Countless messages scroll through the virtual page. Chenhua also learned about other situations: breath holding and swimming, strength enhancement and eagle eye, B-level talent and C-level talent. He didn't know what talent he would awaken. Chenhua returned to the rules page, looked at the countdown above, took a deep breath, and gently touched the first option. Talent awakening begins. Ding! Congratulations, you have awakened the unique SSS-level talent, God-level woman rescue. God-level woman rescue, unique talent. As long as you rescue women with a score of 90 or above onto the ship, you can randomly unlock a special reward. For each day a woman survives, the captain will earn a 10-coin reward. Note, the number of coins increases with the vessel's level. The higher the vessel's level, the more coins generated by the women. Damn! God-level woman rescue? And it's a unique talent? Seeing the prompt, Chenhua immediately widened his eyes, shocked. Because he had thought about better talents, and he had thought about worse ones. But he never imagined that rescuing women would also be a talent. Moreover, every time a woman is rescued, not only will he receive a special reward, but he could also earn 10 coins every day. Holy shit! If he rescues a bunch of women, wouldn't he be able to get rich without doing anything? Chenhua was extremely excited. But after a moment, he calmed down again. After all, the survival game had only just begun. Looking around, there was no one in sight. Where would he go to rescue God-level women? Even if he did meet some, why would they board someone else's ship? Unless those God-level women lost their own vessels. Thinking of this, Chenhua couldn't help but feel a headache. But before he could feel too frustrated, the sound of an item being received echoed. Ding! Beginner items have been distributed. Please, Captain, fish as soon as possible to obtain food to survive. Chapter 002, Fishing, Mental Attack. Plop! A light sound. Chenhua saw a fishing rod, some bait, and initial mineral water appear at his feet. Mineral water, collected from mountain springs, can quench thirst, be used for cooking and washing. Fishing rod, it can be used for fishing. Bait, one of the fish's favorite foods. Eating it will cause stomach cramps and diarrhea. Comment, the fishing rod and bait can help you obtain food, allowing you to have a hearty meal. But mineral water must be used sparingly, or you will die of thirst in the sea. Forget it. I'll fish first. The system said the beginner phase lasts half a month, and the danger level isn't too high. After half a month, the sea won't be calm anymore. Only by surviving can I search for treasure chests to get resources. Chenhua didn't want to think too much. He sat on the wooden raft, started rolling the bait, then hooked it onto the fishing line and tossed it heavily into the sea. The bait wasn't much. He had to use it sparingly. It might take several days. So Chenhua didn't feel too heartbroken. However, the fishing process was not going smoothly. After fishing for 2 full hours, he still hadn't caught a single fish. This made Chenhua a little anxious. After all, there was nothing on the raft. And the sky was already entering the afternoon. If he didn't catch any fish soon, he would really go hungry today. With this in mind, Chenhua had no choice but to open the chat panel again and look at other situations. The regional channel was becoming more and more lively. But most of it was pitiful. I'm so tired of cutting grass. This fish is way too hard to catch. It's been 2 hours, and I haven't caught anything. Can't they just let me live? Ah, I caught a sardine. Finally, I can eat. Damn, after fishing for 2 hours, I caught 2 salmon, but my stamina dropped by 18, and eating them won't even recover it. I'm really done with this. Bro, after you kill the fish, do you get any gold coins? I just killed 3 fish and got 0.3 gold coins. I got some too. I caught a ribbonfish and got 0.2 gold coins. This is way too little. By the way, what exactly are gold coins for? No one would sell food just to collect them, right? Holy shit. Someone selling food in the shop, 1 salmon for 0.5 gold coins. Wow, someone really is collecting gold coins. Buying gold coins in bulk. Buying gold coins in bulk. Anyone selling gold coins? High price paid. Brothers, whatever you do, don't waste gold coins. They are very useful, you can open treasure chests with them. Without gold coins, you can't open the treasure chests. One message after another made Chenhua understand the ocean a little more clearly. Killing fish gives food and gold coins. Gold coins are used to open treasure chests. Otherwise, even if you find a treasure chest, you can't open it. Also, someone had already started selling food, maybe they had already found a treasure chest and were selling resources to gather money. Chenhua smacked his lips, which were a bit dry, took the mineral water given by the system, and took a small sip reluctantly. Then he opened the trading interface. Sardine, 0.3 gold coins each. salmon, 0.5 gold coins each. Magic pattern fish, 0.1 gold coins each. 3-eye fish, 0.1 gold coins each. Wood from the raft, 1 gold coin each. Damn! Who is this master, dismantling the raft and selling wood? Don't they care about their life? When Chen Hua saw the wood information, he was momentarily shocked. After all, this was the most basic resource every captain relied on to survive. And the raft could still be upgraded. To dismantle the raft and sell it, are they not afraid of danger? Chen Hua watched helplessly as the items in the shop kept disappearing and reappearing, disappearing and reappearing. He shook his head and closed it. I'll fish for a little longer. If I still don't catch anything, I'll change places. He secretly made up his mind. Chen Hua continued fishing at the same spot. But this time, it didn't take long before the float on the sea suddenly plunged downward. Chen Hua's eyes lit up, and he immediately grabbed the fishing rod excitedly, pulling it up forcefully. Whoosh! The sound of the fishing line breaking the air rang out, and a black fish with a few magic patterns on its body was pulled onto the raft. Magic pattern fish, a polluted fish, unusable, causes spiritual pollution to all living beings. Your spirit has been polluted, spirit -1. Your spirit has been polluted, spirit -1. Just by looking at the magic pattern fish for a moment, Chen Hua's head began to spin. He quickly closed his eyes and stepped on the magic pattern fish to kill it. The cold, heartless system voice sounded again. You killed a magic pattern fish, you earn 0.01 gold coins. Then, the sound of gold coins clinking rang out. Chen Hua finally opened his eyes and looked at the magic pattern fish on the raft. Your spirit has been polluted, spirit -1. Damn! It came again. Chen Hua was furious, kicked the magic pattern fish into the sea, took a breath, and opened his personal information panel. Chen Hua, Captain. Spirit, 32.38, can be restored by resting. Stamina, 29.40, can be restored by food and rest. Strength, 30.35, can be restored by rest and food. Defense, 19.19, can be improved through supplements and exercise. Talent, Supreme Goddess Shelter, current shelter count, 0. On the panel. Chen Hua's spirit, endurance, and strength all declined. His condition was a bit off. It was caused by irritation and environmental factors. Especially without the boost from talents, his starting point was pulled down. He slightly adjusted his state, cursing the captain selling magic-marked fish in the store, then continued fishing. After all, a guy who was lowering his mental strength and still trying to trick others with magic-marked fish deserved to be cursed by anyone. He fished again. Still no fish. Helplessly. Chen Hua could only wedge the fishing rod on the raft and then slide the wooden oar to explore farther. He couldn't catch any fish at the spot, so he had to change locations. Maybe he would even encounter a treasure chest of his own. And so, Chen Hua's raft drifted further and further, and he kept changing fishing spots. But he kept at it until nightfall. His float moved again. Whoosh! The fishing line tightened, and Chen Hua pulled up another black fish. Your spirit is contaminated, mental strength -1. Your spirit is contaminated, mental strength -1. Chen Hua's spirit was a bit uncontrollable, and he lifted his foot to stop it to death. He then earned another 0.1 coin. However, after stomping the magic-marked fish to death, he didn't immediately throw it away. Instead, he closed his eyes and hesitated in his mind for a moment. Should he also list the magic-marked fish for sale? Maybe he would meet someone unlucky? But on the other hand, what if no one buys it? Wouldn't that be a waste of mental strength? Chen Hua glanced at the 1.5 bottles of mineral water he had left, and finally gritted his teeth, opened his eyes, and started to list the magic-marked fish. Your spirit is contaminated, mental strength -1. Your spirit is contaminated, mental strength -1. Your spirit is contaminated, mental strength -1. Chen Hua placed one hand on the magic-marked fish and the other hand quickly set up the listing details, setting the selling price. The mental strength in his brain began to drop rapidly. The irritation in his heart rose even faster. But luckily, his operation was fast. In just a few seconds, he had listed the magic-marked fish in the system store. Then, he calmed his slightly fluctuating emotions and opened the chat panel to check. Chapter 003, A Decision Against the Ancestors, it actually sold. Help, help. Is anyone out there? My fishing rod fell into the sea. A half-gene sardine has been listed, priced at 0.3 coins, come quickly. Anyone selling mineral water? I've run out of mine. Will buy at a high price. Help! A weird fish attacked me in the sea. Is there anyone nearby to help me? I will be greatly grateful and give them 1,000,000 when I get back. Looking for weapons at a high price. Price negotiable, private message if interested. Damn it, who the hell listed black-marked fish again? This thing is not edible. Can we stop with this? No one is falling for it. Why can't the treasure chest be listed in the store? I found a wooden treasure chest, anyone want to buy it? Looking at the chat messages on the page, Chen Hua's heart sank again. Because he received two important pieces of information from these messages. First, someone had already encountered the weird fish in the sea, and it would attack the raft. Second, everyone knew black-marked fish were not edible. Upon hearing these two pieces of news, Chen Hua felt even more difficult. He had nothing right now. Not even his talents could be used. He didn't know how many times harder his situation was compared to others. If he didn't replenish some energy soon, he would probably not even have the strength to slide the oar when the weird fish attacked him at night. Helplessly, Chen Hua had to actively post a purchase request in the chat. There were 2 requests in total. First, looking to buy food at a low price, I only have 0.2 coins, hoping to trade for a fish I can eat, even a small one is fine. Second, I hope that there are beautiful women who don't want to work hard or women who can't protect themselves to join my team, and I can offer them the position of deputy captain. And we can share the profits from the ship together. 2 messages were sent out. The regional channel immediately fell into a brief silence. Then, countless messages started scrolling quickly on the page as if they didn't cost a thing. Holy crap, holy crap. Who are you, some kind of god? How dare you dream like this in the channel? Bro, these 2 messages are insane. I wouldn't even dare to dream about this. Ha ha ha. The lowest fish price is 0.3 gold coins, and some have even risen to 0.4 gold coins. And you still want to buy at 0.2 gold coins. Where did you get the guts to post this? Exactly. You want beautiful women to join your ship? Big brother, you can't even afford fish, are you starving and talking nonsense? Bro, you're the one selling black-striped fish in the marketplace, right? You're this messed up and still daring to recruit beautiful women? Did a donkey kick your head? That's right. Once you join someone else's ship, you become their property and can never rebel. Some people can't even find crew members after opening treasure chests, and you still dare to recruit beauties. Come on, tell us, who is Liang Jingru to you? What gives her the courage to support you? Countless messages appeared one after another, all mocking Chen Hua. Chen Hua was speechless, but he could only remain speechless. Because he knew his demands were a bit outrageous. Especially the second one. All captains have their own rafts. Once they join another, it's like abandoning their own raft. And once you join another raft, you can't betray them, nor can you cause any harm to the captain. This is basically the last option when a captain is out of luck. Now everyone is fine, not to mention Chen Hua, who can't even afford fish. Even those who have gathered several treasure chests, set up tents on their rafts, and even obtained weapons, don't have the confidence to recruit people. So, the overwhelming mockery from everyone is actually normal. Chen Hua didn't respond. After sending the message, he silently watched the screen and occasionally checked the marketplace, hoping to pick up a bargain, or to see if his magic striped fish had sold. But unfortunately, no bargain, and no one bought his magic striped fish. Hunger, like a nightmare, quietly started to take its toll on Chen Hua's body. Guliolu. He glanced at the remaining half bottle of mineral water. He licked his cracked lips, but chose not to drink it. After all, this was his only remaining survival resource. Before new supplies arrived, he had to keep it as long as possible. Sigh, I hope tomorrow brings some harvest. Chen Hua closed the message panel, curled up at the center of the raft, and fell into a drowsy sleep. Although the raft was drifting with the seawater, it was fortunate that the novice area was very calm. That night, there was no crisis at all. The next day, the sun rose. Chen Hua was awakened by hunger. He looked up at the sky. A line of information appeared. Today's weather, clear. Today's temperature, 22 to 30 degrees. Today's wind strength, light breeze. Comment, a beautiful day, perfect for treasure hunting and fishing. Guliolu. The sound of his growling stomach echoed. Chen Hua got up from the raft, first glancing at the remaining half of the mineral water beside him, then picked it up and drank it all. After drinking, he unzipped his pants, aimed at the bottle mouth, and started peeing. In no time, half a bottle of yellow liquid appeared in the mineral bottle. Sigh. Looks like I'm the most miserable one, huh? I clearly got a very powerful talent, but it's useless. He put the bottle filled with yellow liquid away, then baited the hook with bait, and only then did he open the chat panel again. Regional channel 98677/100000. The moment he opened the regional channel, the number of people online gave Chen Hua a huge shock. In a region of 100,000 people, after a night of development, more than 1,300 people had disappeared. Clearly, it was a calm night. The result disappeared, so many people. This gave Chen Hua an uneasy sense of crisis in his heart. Damn! How come so many people are gone? Crap! Over 1,000 unlucky souls died overnight? It didn't seem dangerous last night, right? Not everyone had no danger, some encountered sea monsters. I also encountered sea monsters. Those sea monsters were slow, and their attack power didn't seem too strong. As long as you row hard, you can avoid them. Unless you're really unlucky and encounter several sea monsters. Maybe it's because of poor talent, so they couldn't deal with it. By the way, my bottled water is finished. Does anyone know how to get more bottled water? Bottled water is from the treasure chest. A wooden chest, it takes 2 gold coins to open. Bro, can you lend me some gold coins? Later, when I open the chest, I'll share some rewards with you? Damn! Damn! When I opened my eyes, a treasure chest was floating next to me. And it's made of iron. Damn! Is it really that awesome? Crap! You're so lucky! Whoa, my black striped fish sold. Someone bought my black striped fish. Ha ha ha. No way. Someone actually bought black striped fish? Damn. My black striped fish sold too. Damn. Why hasn't anyone bought my black striped fish? It's so unfair. Maybe it's less needed. He. The messages on the panel kept refreshing. When Chen Hua saw the news about the black striped fish, his heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively glanced at the gold coins in the upper right corner. Gold coins, 0.3. The number actually went up. Chen Hua was overjoyed and immediately couldn't wait to open the store and check. Sure enough, the black striped fish sold. Someone really bought the black striped fish. Seeing this, Chen Hua was so excited that he couldn't stop swallowing, and casually clicked on a salmon worth 0.3 gold coins and bought it. Soon, the transaction was successful. A palm-sized salmon appeared in front of Chen Hua. Without hesitation, he broke open the salmon and began to bite into the fish meat. Although this wasn't very hygienic. But since the Japanese eat raw salmon, why would he be afraid of it? In just a few bites, he finished the fish completely, but he was only half full. But that was enough. His stamina increased a little. Enough for his next work. And since someone bought the black striped fish, he could now go fishing with peace of mind. Whoosh! Whoosh! 1 hour later, a 2-pound black striped fish was caught by him. The powerful mental pollution quickly consumed Chen Hua's mental energy. Your mind is polluted, mental energy -2. Your mind is polluted, mental energy -2. Damn! I will kill you sooner or later. Chen Hua didn't dare to delay, and immediately stomped the fish to death after catching it, then sent it to the system store. But even so, it still consumed 4 points of mental energy. But fortunately, a bigger black striped fish gave more gold coins, a full 0.2. Chen Hua, Captain. Mental energy, 34.38, can be restored by resting. Stamina, 35.40, can be restored by eating and resting. Strength, 32.35, can be restored by resting and eating. Defense, 19.19, can be improved by supplementation and exercise. Talent, Ultimate Goddess's Shelter, current shelter quantity, 0. After glancing at his stats, Chen Hua took a deep breath, hooked another bait, and continued fishing while vigorously rowing the wooden oar, searching for treasure chests. After all, fishing could fill his stomach. Only opening treasure chests could get fresh water, wood, and other upgrade resources. Since his talent couldn't be used, the difficulty in finding treasure chests had been unintentionally raised. You should know, last night, some people had already started opening treasure chests. By today, many people had already gotten treasure chests. If he couldn't find any treasure chests, he might end up like those who consume too much, dying at sea. Or maybe he would have to join other ships and become an inescapable slave. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon. After another hour of searching, Chen Hua caught another small black striped fish. With his mental energy once again decreasing by 2 points. Hang it in the mall. At the same time, he glanced at the bigger black striped fish he had put up, still hanging there. He hesitated for a moment and changed the original price of 0.02 to 0.01. The number of black striped fish is very large. So many that everyone can catch one. Without enough price advantage, it would be hard for him to sell them. Just like that, Chen Hua fished while waiting for the black striped fish to sell. But fate is always a bitch. Just when Chen Hua finally caught another black striped fish and accumulated his coins back to 0.4. None of his 3 black striped fish had sold. He opened them all to check, good heavens. For black striped fish, price 0.1 coins. 7-pound black striped fish, price 0.1 coins. It turned out that someone had opened a bundle. No wonder no one bought his. Chenhua cursed, put his 3 black-striped fish together, and set them to the lowest level before quickly going to the business main page. Sure enough, the sardines, salmon, and the instant-sold mineral water were still in the forefront on the homepage. What surprised Chenhua, however, was that the sea fish, which was only sold for 0.3 the day before, had now increased to 0.5 coins each. This left Chenhua dumbfounded. Because he had just gathered 0.4 coins. The speed of making money could never keep up with the rising prices. Chenhua, stunned, scrolled through the page, trying to find some cheap food. But again and again, the prices were ridiculously high. Especially the mineral water, which was priced at 2 coins a bottle. It was enough to make anyone give up. Damn! Are you trying to kill me? Chenhua was furious. No longer paying attention to the fishing rod, he grabbed the wooden raft and started paddling with all his might. He had to find a treasure chest, otherwise, the speed of price inflation would make him unable to survive. So, Chenhua paddled the raft with his head down, beginning his search for a treasure chest. Maybe when a person is at the lowest point, luck will reverse. After half a day of searching, Chenhua finally found his first treasure chest, wooden treasure chest. Wooden treasure chest, the lowest level treasure chest, requires 2 coins to open. Treasure chest levels: wood, iron, copper, silver, gold, purple, crystal, diamond, legendary, epic. Note, the higher the treasure chest level, the better the items inside. Seeing the wooden treasure chest floating on the sea, Chenhua was shaken even from a kilometer away. Without hesitation, he paddled with all his strength toward the chest. However, as he got closer to the chest, a figure hidden behind the chest suddenly came into his sight. The drowned captain. Comment, overall rating 91, can be rescued. Yes, it was a drowned captain, and a goddess with a perfect body. She was completely submerged in the sea, gripping the wooden chest with both hands, her body sinking and rising, almost too exhausted to go on. Seeing this, Chenhua suddenly burst into excited laughter. Ha! I knew that when a person reaches the extreme of bad luck, there must be a reversal. Goddess from the treasure chest, turn the situation around. Chenhua shouted the last sentence almost at the top of his lungs. Then, he paddled with all his strength. At the same moment, the noise of his shout startled the goddess, who was struggling to survive behind the chest. The goddess raised her head, her eyes blurry. When she saw that the person approaching was just a simple wooden raft, she was overjoyed. Finally, someone. Help, help me. She tilted her head and shouted with all her strength. This made Chenhua, who was getting closer, see her face clearly. It was a pure and adorable face. But her face was pale, and she looked shockingly weak. But even so, Chenhua recognized her identity. It seemed to be a campus beauty from his university. Thinking of this, Chenhua accelerated again, quickly reaching her side. And as he got closer, her information appeared again in panel form. Suyajing, captain who lost her vessel. Mentality, 16/25, can be restored through rest. Stamina, 8/23, can be restored through food and rest. Strength, 6/20, can be restored through rest and food. Defense, 8/13, can be improved through supplementation and exercise. Detailed information appeared. Chenhua directly confirmed the other party's identity. It is the campus beauty from my university, Suyajing. Upon seeing this, Chenhua immediately recalled her past, high and mighty, unapproachable look. Chapter 005, Capturing the First Goddess, Crazy Shopping. I never expected it. The once high and mighty campus goddess ended up in my hands. TSK TSK TSK. Chenhua grinned and squatted down, watching the other party struggle without immediately helping. Because in his mind, the image of the goddess, once high and untouchable, had already appeared. Help me, help me. Suyajing struggled in the water, calling out to Chenhua for help, but she didn't recognize his identity. And right now, she looked completely disheveled. Only her head was above water, her hair and makeup completely soaked, filled with panic and fear. This was also why Chenhua didn't recognize her at first. But Chenhua didn't mind, only giving a faint smile and saying, "Big campus goddess, what a coincidence, didn't expect to meet you here." You. Hearing the words "big campus goddess," Suyajing was stunned for a moment, unable to react, staring at Chenhua, trying to recall his identity. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recognize him. Chenhua had to remind her, "Su big campus goddess, it's normal you don't recognize me, after all, I was just an ordinary student. But you should still remember, in the school cafeteria, there was only one seat left, and when I sat down, you immediately left with disdain. It's you." Suyajing's mind immediately recalled that day's scene. That day, she had argued with her family, feeling bad, and was eating alone in the cafeteria. Just as she started eating, a very simple-looking man sat beside her. Because she was in a bad mood that day, she remembered it very clearly. The man was not only dressed simply, but his food was also terrible, just the cheapest stuff. So she felt a little disgusted, and when she left, she muttered, ruining my mood. But what she never expected was the man, whom she had once looked down upon, was now her only hope for survival. Su Yajing quickly smiled bitterly and said, "So it's you. I was in a bad mood back then. I didn't really dislike you, you know, I'm not that kind of person." "Ha! Let's not talk about the past." Chenhua smiled lightly, not wanting to recall his poor past life, and started to care for Su Yajing. Seeing this, Su Yajing's heart brightened, and she quickly begged, "Yes, I can't hold on much longer. Can you save me and let me board your vehicle? I will repay you." "Of course, no problem." Chenhua nodded, raised his hand and swiped, creating a virtual panel. Crew recruitment contract. Once you become a crew member, you will be permanently bound and unable to leave the bound vehicle. You cannot harm the captain. Do you want to sign the crew contract? Yes, no. A contract appeared in front of Su Yajing. Her extremely weak spirit immediately trembled. CC contract. She panicked, looking at Chenhua and saying, I don't want to join someone else's ship yet. Can you let me board your ship to rest first? Once I open this treasure chest, I'll give you half of what's inside, okay? Chenhua? Do you want to see what you're saying? Chenhua stared at Su Yajing like she was a fool, directly laughing in anger, his tone teasing. Su Campus Goddess, did you forget your situation? In this sea area, there's only my raft, the treasure chest is mine, and you are mine. Why should I let you board the ship for free and give you half? What? I'm yours? Hearing these words, Su Yajing's heart suddenly shook, and she understood what Chenhua had in mind. But joining someone else's ship and becoming someone else's slave. And absolutely not something she could accept. So, Su Yajing hurriedly and nervously said, What? What do you want to do? Fine, I won't board your ship then. You won't board my ship, huh? Fine. Then just float in the sea. Chenhua no longer hesitated and immediately reached out to grab her treasure chest, pulling it onto the raft. In an instant, Su Yajing, who lost the support of the floating object, sank straight to the bottom of the sea. She quickly flailed her arms, struggling. However, the strength that had already been exhausted left her unable to continue holding on. Glub glub glub. She swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater. She struggled upwards again. But this struggle couldn't last much longer. Seeing that Chenhua really didn't seem to plan on saving her, she completely panicked. Help me, help me, help me. Then sign the contract. Become my crew member, and I will save you. Chenhua remained calm, watching her continuously sink, gulping down water, then struggling back up. Sink again, gulp more water, struggle again, without any sign of sympathy. At this point, Su Yajing was thoroughly terrified. The word demon kept flashing in her mind. He took her treasure chest. Now, he wanted to take her too. How detestable, truly despicable. Though she resisted in her heart. The fear of sinking into the sea surged in her mind like a nightmare. After swallowing half a pound of seawater, Su Yajing struggled and chose to compromise. I'll sign. Pull me up. That's more like it. A person who knows the times is a true hero. Chenhua smiled faintly and extended the oar to pull her up. Splash. A sound of water splashing echoed as a slender, curvy body, dripping wet, lay on the raft. And because her clothes were soaked, her figure was fully visible. Her rounded areas, tightly pressed by her pants, were extremely eye-catching. However, Chenhua didn't look much. He swiped his hand again, sending the crew member contract over. Su Yajing, exhausted, held it up, staring at the contract that seemed like a nightmare she couldn't shake off, almost crying. She looked up at Chenhua, her face full of grievance, saying, Big brother, can't I not sign? I can work for you for free. Changed your mind? Chenhua was momentarily stunned, then immediately grabbed her arm and was about to throw her into the sea. In that instant, Su Yajing was completely terrified. No, don't pull me, I'll sign. Su Yajing anxiously explained, signing the contract. Contract signed successfully. Ding. The captain has successfully recruited an extraordinary goddess, triggering a talent reward. Ding. Congratulations to the captain for receiving a talent reward, a fishing rod that can always catch salmon. Ding. Detecting that the captain's vehicle is level 1, the goddess currently generates a gold income of 10. Today's income has been generated, please check, captain. Clink. Splash. The sound of gold coins and a fishing rod dropping echoed in Chenhua's mind. Chenhua's face finally showed an excited smile. Finally, I've succeeded. Chenhua was extremely excited, not bothering to check the extra fishing rod, and eagerly opened the shop to buy food. Mineral water, 1 bottle first. Gold -2, balance 8.4. 3 salmon, I'll take 3. Gold minus 1.5, balance 6.9. 2 dry buns, please. Gold minus 1, balance 5.9. Chapter 006, The Meaning of Work, first opening the treasure chest. After a flurry of hasty shopping, Chenhua's gold quickly dropped to 5.9 coins. But that was enough. Time for a good meal. He placed the purchased items neatly. Chenhua immediately sat down on the raft and took the first bite of the bun. Crunch! The crisp sound of the bun breaking echoed in his mouth. Chenhua immediately grimaced, pulling the hard bun back. As expected, the bun was tough. Really hard to bite through. Chenhua put down the bun and turned to eat the salmon. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. He ate with such joy. It tasted so good. Su Yajing, weak by the side, could only hear her stomach growling, and her mouth was burning with hunger. Captain, could you give me something to eat? I'm so hungry. Su Yajing, captain without a vehicle. Spirit, 14:25, can be restored by resting. Endurance, 7:23, can be restored through food and rest. Strength, 5:20, can be restored through rest and eating food. Defense, 8:13, can be improved through nourishment and training. Only now did Chenhua notice that all the stats of his first goddess slave had dropped to the lowest point. If he didn't give her something soon, she might not last any longer. After all, this was his treasure chest of fortune. She could bring him profit every single day. If she starved to death, that would be a loss too big to bear. So Chenhua immediately threw over a steamed bun. Hurry up and eat, and then work. Work? Su Yajing's face turned even whiter in an instant, and she cursed him silently in her heart, beast. She was already this weak, and he still wanted to make her work with him. Sure enough, a man who had never been with a woman was truly an animal. Even if he really wanted to. Now was not the time. Of course. Even though she cursed in her heart, Su Yajing still held the bun and started biting it. After all, she had already signed the contract. At this moment, she completely belonged to the captain. Unless she jumped into the sea, she could never leave. Even knowing he wanted to make her work later, she could only endure it. Who told her to be afraid of death and sign that unfair contract? So, while cursing him inside, Su Yajing bit the bun hard. But after a few bites, her teeth started to hurt. Helpless, she reached for a bottle of mineral water nearby, ready to drink while eating. But when Chenhua saw her action, he was startled at once. Don't move. Give me that water. Ah. This water, is there something wrong with it? Su Yajing was startled too and quickly handed the bottle to him. But Chenhua's next move completely wiped away the little bit of goodwill she had just felt. This bottle hasn't been opened yet, don't waste it. Drink the one I've already used first. As he spoke, Chenhua handed her his own bottle, with about 1/5 of the water left. Su Yajing couldn't hold it in anymore, one hand clutching the bun, the other forming a fist, her eyes filled with mist, and she said in a wrong voice, I don't want your leftover, I just want the unopened one. Chenhua? What? Are you out of your mind? You're actually bargaining with me? Chenhua took back the bottle at once, tightened the cap, and said coldly, drink it or don't. You. Seeing him take away the water, Su Yajing completely lost control. He really wasn't going to give her even a bottle of water. How could he be so heartless? She was already his person. She would still have to work for him later. Did signing that contract really mean she had no human rights left? Holding back her tears, Su Yajing turned her back to Chenhua, pouring all her anger into biting the bun. Fine, don't give it to me then. A woof a woof a woof a woof. Woo, my teeth. Yo, still pretty tough. That saves me trouble. Watching her silently biting the bun with her back to him, Chenhua grinned and lowered his head to study the treasure chest. The wooden chest was big, sitting on the raft like a stone block. There was no lock on it, only a coin slot. Chenhua examined it for a while, then put in 2 gold coins. Click. Right after, the sound of unlocking came, and with a bang, the wooden box popped open. Wood 10 units. Crude iron 10 units. Mineral water 3 bottles. Dagger 1. Fishing bait 1 box. 10-1. Dry buns 5. Parts 5. Candles 10. Lighters 2. The wooden box vanished. The supplies from the box appeared directly in Chenhua's system space. Beside him, Su Yajing turned her head curiously, wanting to know what Chenhua had gotten. But Chenhua didn't say, and she didn't dare to ask. After all, she was still angry. If she spoke now, who knew how he'd bully her later? Not bad, not bad. So many good things. Chenhua checked the items in his backpack, then placed that unopened bottle of mineral water in front of Su Yajing. Drink. Humph. Su Yajing snorted in her heart, not reaching out to take it. Clearly still angry at Chenhua's heartless behavior just now. But Chenhua had no time to argue with her because he didn't see her as an equal person at all. He placed the bottle of water at her feet and took out the tent, starting to set it up on the raft. While setting up, he reminded her, "You have half an hour to rest, after half an hour, start working." "Humph, beast, can't wait, huh? I definitely won't make a sound later." Su Yajing didn't answer, just silently cursed in her heart. She glanced at the tent and felt a bit better. After all, although she was the school beauty with many admirers, her family was strict, and she'd never been in a relationship. If she had to sleep under the sky on the ground, she really wouldn't be able to accept it. With the tent as a cover, it wasn't so embarrassing. As for the bottle of water, he gave it as a gesture of softening, and if she didn't drink it, it would be a waste. Thinking this, Su Yajing bit into the steamed bun and tried to twist the bottle cap. But after twisting for a long time, she just couldn't open it. Helpless, she went behind Chenhua and coldly said, "I can't open it." Chenhua, squatting on the ground, glanced back. In an instant, the flat area stretching all the way to the towering peak gave Chenhua a good visual feast. However, due to the current survival situation, he didn't pay much attention to it. After opening the bottle cap, he continued with his work. This made Su Yajing very angry. She moved to one side and began chewing on the dry steamed bun. Soon, the bun was finished, and the bottle of water was downed. Su Yajing's physical and mental strength began to recover. When Chenhua finished setting up the tent, her physical attributes had also recovered by more than half. Her clothes, also half-dried from the sun and sea breeze, no longer showed the enticing curves from earlier. Rested? If you're done resting, start working. Chenhua, exhausted from setting up the tent, sat down and began making fishing bait. Seeing this, Su Yajing's heart tightened. But she still walked directly to the outside of the tent, then lifted the tent flap and bent down to enter. Hey, what are you doing? I told you to work, not to go inside." Chenhua was stunned and quickly reminded her. Su Yajing was taken aback, her face instantly turning red, gritting her teeth and spitting out 2 words, "pervert." She then lay down beside Chenhua and closed her eyes. "Chenhua? No. Why are you lying down? Go fish." "Huh? Fish?" Su Yajing was stunned, instinctively sitting up. When she saw Chenhua picking up the fishing rod, explaining the method of fishing while hooking the bait, only then did she understand that the work he meant was fishing. "What? You can't do it, or you just don't want to?" Seeing her disbelief, Chenhua frowned, his attitude becoming a bit cold. He didn't keep useless freeloaders on his boat. "Do it." Su Yajing understood and took the fishing rod. After all, fishing was much better than lying with someone. After getting ready, she raised her hand, flicked the rod, and cast the line far out. Her fishing posture looked like that of an expert. "So you do know how to fish?" Chenhua shook his head, then bought a water bucket from the store for her to store the fish. He then picked up the wood paste and continued searching for other treasure chests. But just as Chenhua had barely paddled the raft a short distance, a whoosh sound suddenly came from beside him. Turning his head to look, a palm-sized salmon appeared on the raft. It hopped a few times before falling silent. Crew member Su Wenjing killed a salmon, captain's gold plus 0.1. She really caught a salmon. Chenhua was pleased in his heart, knowing that the fishing rod was working. With this fishing rod on his boat, he would never go hungry again. Thinking this, Chenhua paddled the raft a bit faster. After all, now that he didn't have to worry about food, there was no need to save energy. Finding treasure chests and obtaining supplies to upgrade the raft is the most important thing. On the other side, Su Yajing stared at the dead salmon in front of her, a little dazed. Wait a minute. When did salmon become this easy to catch? Didn't they only appear once every few hours? It's barely been half an hour, and I already caught one. Am I this lucky? Su Yajing couldn't believe her eyes. Because her luck seemed to be really good, but it also seemed really bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had her raft shattered by a sea monster and fallen into the sea. If she hadn't fallen into the sea, she wouldn't have lost her freedom and become someone else's slave. Yes, the crew members are slaves. Because on someone else's ship, the crew has no voice, they can only follow orders. Otherwise, they would be abandoned by the captain, and the result would also be death. This was also why she didn't think about rejecting when she found out the captain wanted her to work. Because rejecting would be courting death. Living has more value. Although she didn't want to admit it. But deep inside, she had already accepted the rules of this world. Plop. She reached out to toss the salmon into the barrel, then hooked a new bait and cast the line again, continuing her official work as a crew member. The raft sailed in the boundless sea. Su Yajing caught fish one after another at a rate of one every half hour. And they were all salmon. This left her feeling utterly baffled. Until she stared carefully at the fishing rod. Then she realized. The fishing rod in her hand wasn't the beginner's fishing rod the system gave her. It was a rod that could catch salmon continuously. This made Su Yajing feel speechless inside. She never expected that Chen Hua would have such a good item. And it had fallen into her hands. She must be really unlucky. And so, one salmon after another was caught by her. Her stamina was quickly depleting. Soon, she felt her arms shaking from exhaustion. Of course. That wasn't the most frustrating thing. The most frustrating thing was that she suddenly felt the urge to pee. "Captain, can I take a break for a moment?" Looking at Chen Hua, who was reading messages in the chat channel, Su Yajing couldn't help but ask. "Already tired so soon? Let me see how many you caught." Chen Hua turned off the chat channel and looked at the water bucket. There were about a dozen fish. Among them, there were several large ones. They could probably be sold for 7 or 8 gold coins. This made Chen Hua very satisfied, nodding and saying, "All right, go ahead. You have half an hour to rest. After half an hour, continue fishing, work until dark." "What? Work until dark?" Su Yajing's pupils contracted, almost throwing down her fishing rod. She had already been fishing for several hours straight. And she hadn't even had enough to eat. Heavens! Even a sweatshop wouldn't be this bad. You might as well be a beast. Now you're even worse than a beast, you're a total scoundrel. Su Yajing was furious. But she was helpless. After a moment of anger, she grabbed a bottle of mineral water and moved to the side. "Drink sparingly. This bottle of water is your water for today and tomorrow. If you drink it all now, there won't be any left." Chen Hua reminded her again. Su Yajing angrily huffed again. Then opened the bottle and drank it all in one go. It seemed like she was trying to go against Chen Hua. Chen Hua ignored her, instead using his break time to take out a dagger and slice the salmon into pieces, preparing to sell them. Seeing this, Su Yajing cursed silently in her heart. She began to rest at her spot. But not long after, the urge to pee came again. Su Yajing saw that Chen Hua was still lazily cutting the sashimi and couldn't hold it in anymore. She said, "Captain, I need to use the bathroom." "Go ahead. By the way, go a little further, try to pee into the sea," Chen Hua said without even raising his head. "Su Yajing, why aren't you going?" Seeing her not moving, Chen Hua finally raised his head and asked. But when he looked up, she was still sitting in the same spot. Not moved at all. And Su Yajing's face was full of embarrassment, staring at Chen Hua for a long time before she finally spoke. "Aren't you going to look away?" "Not looking away." Chen Hua shook his head, then added, "I won't peek." Seeing that the other person seemed to really not care and even swore an oath, Su Yajing was even more speechless. Although it could be said that once on the boat, she was already his, even so, she still didn't want to do anything embarrassing or humiliating. After hesitating slightly, she turned around and jumped into the sea. "What the hell? What are you doing?" Chen Hua was startled, thinking he had pushed too hard and the other had jumped into the sea. He quickly went to grab her. After all, he had only used the tool for one day, and if it died, that would be such a loss for him. But fortunately, when Su Yajing jumped into the sea, she grabbed the raft with both hands and didn't let go. Seeing this, Chen Hua finally let out a sigh of relief, then straightened his face and said, "If you're tired, I can let you rest for another half an hour. But if you want to force me to stop you from dying, I won't stop you." "Who said I want to die? I just need to go to the bathroom in the sea." Su Yajing, seeing that the other person didn't care at all about her life or death, responded with a cold and indifferent attitude. Chapter 008, Selling Sashimi, the Second Night. Seeing that the other person only went to the bathroom, Chen Hua finally relaxed. At the same time, he guessed that the other person's talent was swimming. Otherwise, who would dare jump into the sea to go to the bathroom? And could even hold onto the treasure chest and float for so long? He nodded and said, "In the future, you don't have to jump into the sea to go to the bathroom. Even if you pee on the raft, it's fine, just don't do it in my tent. Mind your own business." Su Yajing snorted coldly, then turned her head and let her eyes go. Seeing this, Chen Hua turned around and returned to his original position to continue cutting sashimi. After gathering information from the chat channel earlier, he knew that someone had already upgraded their raft to level 2. And level 2 vehicles would undergo a qualitative change, turning into a wooden ship. Whether it was stability or safety, it would be greatly improved. Especially after half a month, the sea would no longer be calm. By then, if there was still only a raft, it might be difficult to face the surging sea. So, he had to save money to buy upgrade resources. Cutting sashimi was his current way of making money. A whole fish was only worth 0.5 gold at market price. But after being cut into sashimi, it could be sliced into 7 pieces. Each piece sold for 0.1 gold, making 0.7 gold in total, 0.2 gold more than selling the whole fish. Of course, this extra 0.2 gold wasn't free. It was the processing fee. Because after cutting it into sashimi, the fish needed to be bled, and the bones had to be removed, so that it would taste better when eaten. Chenhua worked so hard cutting sashimi. He just wanted to quickly save enough resources to upgrade the wooden ship. After all, the resources needed for upgrading to a level 2 vehicle were quite a lot. Splash! After finishing the bathroom break, Su Yajing returned to the raft, first wrung out her clothes and let the water drip, then lay flat on the raft to rest. Chenhua didn't disturb her right away. He waited for a few minutes, and seeing that she still hadn't gotten up, he couldn't help but say, "Su Yajing, it's time to get up and fish." "Half an hour more. You said it earlier." Su Yajing replied without raising her head. Chenhua then remembered that, in order to prevent her from truly seeking death, he had told her to rest for another half an hour earlier. Thinking of this, Chenhua almost wanted to go back in time and take back what he said. After all, time is money. If she rests for half an hour more, at least one less salmon will be caught. But since the words had already been spoken, they couldn't be taken back. If he pushed her too hard, and she really tried to find death, it would be a huge loss for him. So, Chenhua stopped speaking and continued to focus on cutting the fish. Soon, he finished cutting all the fish fillets and put them on the marketplace. At this point, Su Yajing also got up and continued fishing. "At least you have some self-awareness." Chenhua nodded and turned his attention back to the marketplace. However, before he could look closely, a series of gold coin falling sounds rang out one after another. Then, looking at the sashimi he had hung, it was all gone in a flash. And the number of gold coins had increased from 5 to 14. Damn! Is it really that easy to sell after cutting it? Chenhua was overjoyed. He then started to shop for himself. Since the survival mode had just opened on the second day, there weren't many things in the store. And many of the new and strange items were priced outrageously. For example, a big machete was priced at 7 gold coins. And a revolver, even more expensive, costing 50 gold coins, with an additional 20 rounds of ammunition. Unfortunately, although these items were very eye-catching, the high prices meant no one could afford them. But this also showed some lucky sailors may have already opened iron chests, or even better chests. This made Chenhua sigh, saying that there is indeed a gap between people. He shook his head. Chenhua began searching the store for cheap food and essential parts to upgrade his vehicle. But unfortunately, cheap parts would be sold out in an instant. He never had a chance to get them. In the end, helpless, he bought 2 bottles of 8 treasure porridge and a sheet. Spent 2 gold coins. After all, eating raw sashimi and dry buns all the time was really hard on his stomach. Also, the sea at night was a bit chilly, he couldn't sleep well without the sheet. After all this was done, Chenhua was left with only 11 gold coins. He didn't buy wood and iron with the remaining gold coins. Because the prices of those items were unclear, buying them could easily result in a loss. It was better to hoard them for now. When he couldn't gather enough, then he would buy the rest. Thinking this, Chenhua opened the regional channel. The regional channel was still lively. The online number had dropped from 98,777 this morning to 98,112. It was obvious that, in just half a day, several hundred people had already lost their lives. Seeing this, Chenhua couldn't help but feel that he was really lucky to have met the goddess on the second day of survival. Although compared to those who had already opened iron chests, even silver chests, there was still a big gap. But it was enough to crush most people. Buying parts at high prices. Private message me if you have parts, if nearby, I can trade goods. Can the food in the store be cheaper? It's really too expensive. I can't afford it. Is there anyone nearby who wants a treasure chest? 20 gold coins each, I now have 2, no money to open them. Willing to trade face to face, come over according to the coordinates. Help, help, is there anyone near me? My raft was smashed by a sea monster. Selling sports pants at a low price. 2 gold coins each, the products are on the shelves, hurry up if you want them. Shark rescue team, accepting rescue tasks across the region. Also recruiting team members to explore the Starry Sea together. Flying ship team recruiting, also buying crew members at high prices. Both men and women, good prices. One message after another appeared in the regional channel. In less than 2 days. Some people had already formed their own fleets and started their own businesses. This surprised Chenhua. But he didn't pay too much attention, quietly observing the changes in others. Until he couldn't get any more updated news, he closed the panel and continued drifting on the sea, searching for treasure chests. Unfortunately, on the following journey, until nightfall, Chenhua didn't find the second treasure chest. Instead, he encountered a sea monster bigger than his vehicle. Fortunately, the sea monster was not very aggressive, and Chenhua managed to drive it away with his dagger after a few slashes. But for safety, Chenhua still rode hard to move away from the area where the sea monster appeared. When he stopped, it was already completely dark. Su Yajing finally finished her fishing work for the day, lying on the raft and resting her eyes. Clearly, after a whole day of fishing, her waist was sore, and she felt some weakness. Even her physical and mental strength had dropped by half. Her condition was, "It's not much better than that time I soaked in the sea." Seeing this, Chenhua didn't shout at the other person. Instead, he quietly sliced up all the salmon and hung it in the shop, then took out the reserved salmon, a dry bun, and a third of a bottle of mineral water he had poured in advance, placing them beside the other person. "Here's dinner for tonight, eat up. Rest early after eating, we'll continue tomorrow." After putting down the things, Chenhua turned and crawled into the tent, leaving Su Yajing alone to watch his back, grinding her teeth non-stop. "Joe Papai, how dare you not let me in the tent to eat? Beast, no, even worse than a beast. One day, I will make you experience this kind of taste." Su Yajing gritted her teeth, grabbing the food and eating it in big mouthfuls. Chapter 009, Killing the Sea Monster, Repairing the Raft. Although the food was not tasty, under the dual pressure of weakness and hunger, she still quickly finished eating it. Looking at the dim light coming from the tent, then glancing at the narrow spot on the raft and the pitch-black sea, Su Yajing steeled herself and lifted the tent curtain, bending down to walk in. However, at the moment she stepped inside, a jar of 8 treasure porridge appeared before her eyes. Especially on Chenhua, who was covered with a sheet. The sight of him looking so comfortable drove Su Yajing crazy. "Damn it, drinking 8 treasure porridge behind my back. And a sheet too. He's simply worse than Joe Papai." Su Yajing angrily sat down next to Chenhua, then lay down to sleep. Chenhua did not stop her. He glanced at her, then closed his eyes. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. After all, crew members cannot harm the captain. Chenhua felt very reassured about her. And also, if you want the horse to run, you must give it some grass to eat. If she wants to come to the tent to rest, then let her rest. As long as she can help him fish well, that's all that matters. Listening to Chenhua's steady breathing, Su Yajing simply could not fall asleep. After a while, she shot up and sat up. Then she picked up the jar of 8 treasure porridge that Chenhua had left behind and quietly added some. As the remnants of 8 treasure porridge entered her mouth, a long-lost flavor instantly assaulted her taste buds. In that moment, Su Yajing felt as if she had ascended, revealing an expression of ultimate enjoyment. "Awoo awoo awoo." Soon, she licked the remnants in the jar clean. Then she lay back down, pulled over a section of the sheet from Chenhua, and fell into a deep sleep. Bang! 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 Not knowing how much time had passed, the candle had burned out. In the dim space, the tremors from the ongoing impacts caused the raft to shake irregularly. What noise? Su Yajing drowsily opened her eyes, instinctively wanting to go out and check. However, just as she was crawling over to get up, Chenhua, who was beside her, had also sat up at some point, grabbing her wrist and whispering, "Don't move." "Ha!" Su Yajing instantly woke up, realizing that there might be danger outside. Turning back to look at Chenhua, she saw his serious expression as he pulled out a dagger, then directly stepped past her and walked toward the tent's exit. Seeing this, Su Yajing's heart instantly warmed. So he still cares about my safety. Su Yajing didn't want to hide inside and accept her fate, so she also crouched down and poked her head out. Outside the tent, the raft was rising and falling with the sea. A monster fish bigger than a human was ramming its head against the raft. LV1 Sea Monster, Big Head Fish. Comment: It has no teeth, won't harm you, but will destroy your vessel. Sea Monster. Su Yajing's heart trembled as she recognized the monster fish's identity. Because it was exactly this kind of monster fish that had shattered her raft before, causing her to drift into the sea. If she hadn't found the treasure chest in advance and couldn't open it due to lack of coins, she might have already died in the ocean. At this moment, the terror in Su Yajing's heart was instantly magnified, and instinctively she shouted at Chenhua in alarm, "Captain! It's a sea monster, it's a sea monster!" "I know." Chenhua's face was calm, and he didn't seem overly distracted. In the past 2 days, he had already learned about sea monsters from the chat channel. Sea monsters come in good and bad varieties. A sea monster without teeth will only attack vehicles and will not harm humans. Only sea monsters with teeth will eat people. For example, the one they encountered during the day, though not large, had teeth. So Chen Hua chose to stay away. But the sea monster in front of them clearly belonged to the toothless kind. So, they weren't in any danger. Only at risk of falling into the water. Other than that, killing a sea monster also brings rewards. Not only can you get a lot of gold coins, but there's also a chance of getting resources. Some people in the chat channel had already used the weapons they obtained to level up their vehicles to level 2 using sea monsters. Now that they finally encountered a harmless sea monster, Chen Hua wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He approached the edge of the raft, grabbed a dagger, and slashed at the sea monster. Put! The dagger made a cut on the sea monster's head. In an instant, black blood poured out, splashing all over Chen Hua's hand. But Chen Hua wasn't afraid. When the sea monster charged again, he thrust the dagger directly into its eye. Put! The sea monster was blinded, and its fury doubled. It immediately increased the speed of its charge against the raft. Bang! 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 Put! 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 Each crash was met with a vicious stab. Time passed, though how long, Chen Hua wasn't sure. Chen Hua lay on the raft, soaked through, his stamina almost gone. The big-headed fish sea monster was finally defeated. You killed a LV1 big-headed fish, gained 1 gold coin, 1 fish skin, 1 part. The sea monster slowly sank and disappeared. A row of prompts appeared before Chen Hua. Hiss, it only gave me 1 gold coin? That's so stingy. Feeling the soreness in his arms, Chen Hua was speechless. Because at this moment, not only had he used up a lot of strength, but the raft had also been knocked out by half a meter. The whole raft was even tilted because it lost its balance. Vehicle, damaged, can be repaired. Comment, it is your pillar of survival on the sea, please repair it. Captain, are you okay? At this moment, Su Yajing also stood at the 10 entrance, her face full of worry. Because she felt that if she didn't stand here, the vehicle might sink. I'm fine, just need to repair the raft. Chen Hua shook his head, looking at the damaged part of the raft, and chose to repair it. Please add repair materials, 2 units of wood, 1 part, labor cost 0.5 gold coins. With Chen Hua's action, the repair materials list appeared before him. But when he saw the labor cost, Chen Hua almost lost his composure. Damn, it even needs a labor cost? He glanced at the gap in the raft, then thought about the cost of buying tools. Chen Hua finally chose the system repair. After all, his strength was almost exhausted, and he didn't have the tools. Repairing it himself would take even more energy. Ding! The gap in the raft has been repaired. At the gap in the raft, some transparent rolling logs and nails first appeared. Then the virtual items solidified. The original gap was also repaired. Seeing this, Chen Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief. He decided he had to buy weapons. Otherwise, relying on just his dagger, he couldn't deal with these sea monsters. Back in the tent, he reignited the candle and instinctively reached for the leftover 8 treasure porridge. But the bottle was already empty. Then he looked at Su Yajing. Her face was red, not daring to make eye contact. Without even thinking, he knew she had secretly drunk it. Thinking back to how Su Yajing had hurriedly warned him earlier, Chen Hua suddenly felt that this former, cold, unapproachable campus beauty didn't seem so unbearable after all. So, he took out the fish skin that had just dropped and tossed it to her. It's chilly at night, use this. He said this and then opened the system store on his own. Semi-automatic crossbow, big-head fish and shark-toothed fish. Fish skin. Touching the fish skin on her lap, Su Yajing's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but lift her head. However, at this moment, Chen Hua was browsing the system mall, barely creating a virtual panel that blocked part of Su Yajing's sight. Even so, it seemed she could see the improvement in Chen Hua's attitude towards her. He doesn't seem that bad. The reason he makes me fish so hard is actually for both our survival. Thinking this way, Su Yajing's heart suddenly warmed. She immediately lay on the wooden raft, hugging the fish skin, watching Chen Hua's profile through the virtual screen. Chen Hua had no idea of her thoughts and was calculating things in the mall. In half a month of the novice period, the sea was calm and peaceful. After half a month, a crisis would appear. So, the equipment must be upgraded. But before gathering enough parts to upgrade the equipment, defensive weapons must be added first. Otherwise, if encountering a man-eating sea monster, the danger level would soar. Moreover, even if they didn't encounter a man-eating sea monster, they still had to guard against other captains. After all, you can never know what's in someone's heart. Between captains, there is both competition and resources. Revolver, 30 gold coins. Too expensive. Double-barrel shotgun, 55 gold coins. Too expensive. Bow and arrow, comes with 5 arrows, 3 gold coins. Power is a bit small. but it can defend me, so I'll buy it. Semi-automatic crossbow, 12 gold coins. Hiss. This crossbow seems good. Soon. After buying a defensive bow and arrow, Chen Hua set his sights on a semi-automatic crossbow. After a slight hesitation, he directly purchased it. Semi-automatic crossbow, a long-range weapon weighing 80 pounds, can easily penetrate wooden ships with a force of 300 meters, needs to be set up for use. Large crossbow arrow, thick as a wrist, made entirely from solid wood, with a head made of fine iron, extremely powerful. The information about the semi-automatic crossbow appeared. It made Chen Hua's eyes widen. It's worth 12 gold coins without a doubt. With this on the wooden raft, who wouldn't be afraid? Chen Hua glanced at his gold coin balance. Only 3.7 left. But it didn't matter. After midnight, he would receive another 10. So, without thinking too much, Chen Hua used all 3 of his remaining gold coins to buy the advanced bait that he just found in the mall. Advanced bait can catch larger fish, but is not limited to normal fish. With advanced bait, I'm sure Su Yajing can catch more fish. Chen Hua closed the panel, bent down to get up, startling Su Yajing. But before she could react, Chen Hua raised his leg and stepped over her, came to the wooden raft, and then found a suitable place to set up the semi-automatic crossbow. Bang! The semi-automatic crossbow landed, making the wooden raft shudder slightly. A new prompt appeared before Chen Hua. Detected semi-automatic crossbow, upgrade base? Upgrading crossbow base requires wood 2, parts 2, labor cost 0.5. Damn! Everything costs money. Good thing I saved a bit of gold. Chen Hua cursed softly and chose to upgrade. Otherwise, if he left it on the raft, he was genuinely afraid that when he woke up, the crossbow would fall into the sea. Upgrading base, please wait. Virtual wood appeared and assembled on the spot, showcasing complex craftsmanship. When all the structures were successfully connected, the base solidified and materialized. The semi-automatic crossbow, like a large cannon, was set on top of the base, and Chen Hua only needed to rotate the winch to pull the crossbow and launch. This made Chen Hua satisfied, and after some research, he returned to the tent to rest. But just as he was about to enter the tent to rest, a white figure appeared again on the sea surface in front of Chen Hua. LV1 sea monster, big head fish. Comment, it has no teeth, won't hurt you, but it will destroy your vehicle. The sea monster is coming again. Before Chen Hua could react, Su Yajing, who had been secretly watching him install the semi-automatic crossbow, screamed softly again. Chen Hua just smiled calmly, the previous tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. It must be attracted by the blood. But, it's just a good time to test the power of my crossbow. Chen Hua immediately turned the winch, placing an arrow almost as thick as his wrist, then held the handle with both hands, adjusting the direction to aim at the giant fish swimming swiftly. He did not shoot immediately, afraid of misfiring and wasting arrows. Because these large arrows sell for 1 gold coin in the shop. Only by hitting the target can he break even. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Su Yajing was extremely nervous, fearing Chen Hua would miss. Meanwhile, Chen Hua kept his eyes locked on the giant fish. Only when the fish was about 10 meters away did he suddenly step down on the launch pedal of the crossbow. Whoosh! The massive arrow suddenly soared into the air. Puff! A clear penetrating sound echoed. The giant fish was instantly pierced through the top of its head. You have killed a level 1 giant fish, gaining 1 gold coin, 1 fish skin, and 1 part. The sound of rewards rang out. Chen Hua grinned, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Wow! What a powerful weapon! Beside him, Su Yajing felt a shiver down her spine, utterly shocked. After all, as a woman, her knowledge of weapons was extremely limited. Seeing Chen Hua operate so skillfully and kill the giant fish in 1 hit, she found it hard to believe. But before she could praise him, in the distance, 3 sea monsters surfaced again. Chen Hua quickly opened the shop, purchased large arrows. Then he aimed and shot. Whoosh! You have killed a level 1 giant fish, gaining 1 gold coin, and 1 part. Whoosh! You have killed a level 1 giant fish, gaining 1 gold coin, 1 fish skin, and 1 part. Whoosh! You have killed a level 1 giant fish, gaining 1 gold coin, 1 part, and 2 large arrows. 1 shot, 1 giant fish. In no time, all 3 giant fish had perished. In addition, Chen Hua earned 3 parts and 2 large arrows. However, before he could feel happy, in the distance, another wave of sea monsters appeared. It was a group of half-black, half-white sea monsters, lined up neatly with a total of 10. Level 1 sea monster, fang-tooth fish. Evaluation, it has sharp teeth that can bite your vessel. Ordinary wood is as fragile as tofu in front of it. Wow! Captain, it's the fangtooth fish, so many fangtooth fish. Suya Jing seemed to transform into an NPC, nervously shouting from the side. She thought Chen Hua would continue shooting. But she never expected. Chen Hua merely glanced at the group of fangtooth fish and suddenly shouted at her, "Row the paddle quickly." Ha! Suya Jing was momentarily at a loss, frozen in place. Chen Hua immediately impatiently said, "Row quickly. Otherwise, I can't hold off 10 fangtooth fish alone. If I can't hold them off, I'll be the first to throw you overboard to feed the fish." Ah! I will row. Suya Jing finally reacted. Looking at the fangtooth fish with their gaping bloody mouths, she felt a wave of chills, hurriedly sitting in the middle of the raft, paddling with all her strength. And the raft began to accelerate slowly, moving towards the distance with her effort. Seeing this scene, Chen Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief, spending all his gold coins to buy large arrows before aiming at the fangtooth fish and starting the kite plan. Chapter 011, 10 in a row, installing the diesel engine. Although Chen Hua was not afraid of these fangtooth fish. But with 10 fangtooth fish attacking together, he still didn't dare to confront them head-on. After all, the raft was very fragile, and he couldn't kill all the fangtooth fish alone. Once they got too close, there would be a danger of falling into the sea. So, kiting was the wisest choice. After all, these sea monsters didn't swim fast. And so, Suya Jing paddled with all her might. Chen Hua began shooting them one by one. Even if the distance was still far and his aim was lacking, he didn't feel regret. Whoosh! An arrow flew out, hitting one of the fangtooth fish. Whoosh! Another arrow flew out, hitting the forehead of the fangtooth fish. You have killed a level 1 fangtooth fish, gaining. You got 2 gold coins, 1 fish skin, and 1 part. Although it took 2 arrows to kill one. But the harvest has improved. Seeing this, Chen Hua was completely relieved. He was initially afraid that using several arrows to kill one would lead to running out of arrows. But 1 fangtooth fish can provide 2 gold coins, so that's good. Whoosh! Whoosh! You killed a LV1 fangtooth fish, you gain 2 gold coins. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! You killed a LV1 fangtooth fish, you gain 2 gold coins. 1 giant arrow. In no time, Chen Hua shot out more than 10 giant arrows. Fortunately, the number of fangtooth fish was also decreasing. However, as time went by, Suya Jing, who had been paddling with all her strength, was starting to struggle. Her attributes were low, and now her arms were shaking, but she kept gritting her teeth and paddling. "Captain, I'm almost out of strength, why don't you take over for me? Just hang on a bit longer, we're almost done." Chen Hua didn't look back and shot another arrow. Unable to do anything else, Suya Jing could only grit her teeth and hold on. At last, after several more minutes, she went limp all over and lay directly on the wooden raft. At this moment, she was extremely weak. Her stamina had dropped to 5. Not to mention continuing to paddle. Right now, she didn't even have the strength to stand up. In her heart, the thought emerged, "I'd rather be eaten by fish than exhausted to death." Keep paddling. Don't stop. On the other side, Chen Hua urged without looking back. Suya Jing rolled her eyes, panting heavily, and said pitifully, "I really can't paddle anymore." Huff huff huff. Chen Hua turned to take a look at her. Seeing that it was indeed the case, he could only speed up drawing his bow and shooting. Whoosh! 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 You killed a LV1 fangtooth fish, you gain 2 gold coins. 1 giant arrow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! You killed a LV1 fangtooth fish, you gain 2 gold coins. 1 fish skin, 1 part. Whoosh whoosh! Ding! After Chen Hua killed the last fangtooth fish, a prompt sounded in his ear. Chen Hua's expression shook. Knowing something good had come, he immediately held his breath and listened attentively. You killed a mutated fangtooth fish, triggering item drop, 1 diesel engine. Saying this, a diesel engine appeared in Chen Hua's backpack. But when he took a closer look, an ear-splitting sound of gingling gold coins rang out. It was Suya Jing's daily income coming in. Watching the gold coin balance surge instantly by 10 coins. Then looking at the engine in his backpack, Chen Hua's mood couldn't be better. Sure enough, having a goddess on board is great. Just sitting there counting money every day. If he could take in a few more in the future, then he wouldn't have to worry about gold coins at all. Excited, Chen Hua quickly took out the engine. The prompt appeared again in front of him. Diesel engine, LV1, can produce 100 horsepower, requires diesel to use. Detected a diesel engine, would you like to install it on the wooden raft? Installation cost, 2 units of coarse iron, 2 units of wood, 5 parts, 2 gold coins for labor. A series of prompts appeared. Chen did not hesitate and chose to proceed. In an instant, Chen, Suyajing, and everything on the wooden raft all soared into the air, floating. Then, the wooden raft began to transform, as the diesel engine automatically adjusted its position, and the steering wheel began to construct itself. But a confused Su Wenjing instantly got nervous and quickly looked up at Chen, panicking. "Captain, what's happening? Captain, why are we all floating?" "Don't panic. I just got an engine and I'm installing it on the wooden raft." Chen expression was calm, watching the wooden raft transform itself, his eyes filled with curiosity. "What? An engine?" Hearing Chen explanation, Suyajing was shocked and immediately looked at the wooden raft. Sure enough, it really was an engine. But can this thing be dropped by killing sea monsters? Chen luck was just too good. Suyajing was both surprised and delighted. Surprised that Chen could actually get an engine. Delighted that her future days seemed to be getting better. After all, with vehicle upgrades, their safety and happiness would. Everyone in the city will get a boost. Swish, 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 swish. The speed of the wood raft's transformation is getting faster. In just a few seconds, the engine was installed on the wood raft. Moreover, in front of the wood raft, a wooden steering wheel and accelerator brake pedals appeared, along with a wooden seat. Overall, it already looks quite like a driver's seat. Especially as Chen looked at the steering wheel. In front of him popped up the upgrade option for the steering wheel. Steering wheel can add fish skin, fabric, and other materials, freely upgrade and transform. Evaluation: the upgraded steering wheel is prettier. Chen did not continue the upgrade. Because this expenditure had already left him with less than half of his coins, very little remaining. After landing, Chen went directly to the driver's seat to test it out. It felt great. The only flaw was that there was no diesel. So Chen glanced at the 9.2 coins he had left and searched for diesel in the shop. Diesel, 1 coin per liter. The price was reasonable. Without hesitation, Chen bought 5 liters. Looking back at his engine, another layer of information appeared. LV1 engine, 100 horsepower, current maximum speed 80 kilometers. Turning to look at the fuel tank. LV1 fuel tank can hold 30 liters of diesel, currently 5 liters remaining, can travel 50 kilometers. One detailed panel after another appeared, representing that all of these things can be upgraded and transformed. Of course, the rules already stated that the wood raft can be upgraded. Of course, it also includes modification and upgrade. The reason Chen didn't upgrade the wood raft, mainly because the resources needed for upgrading the wood raft were just too much. For example, upgrading from a level 1 wood raft to a level 2 wooden ship. It requires at least 50 units of wood, 50 units of iron, 50 parts, and 10 coins. It may not seem like a lot, but a normal captain would really need several days to collect. Unless it's one of those lucky ones who can gather the resources needed for the upgrade in just one day. This is also why Chen had been saving the resources he opened from the treasure chest without using them. As for the expenditures in between, they were all unavoidable. After all, his talents are different from others. Not suitable for early stages. He must buy weapons for self-defense and food to fill his stomach. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive to the later stages. Chapter 012, Survival Day 3, The Good Little White. Although his start wasn't very good. Since he got his first goddess, Chen life has improved a lot. Now he doesn't have to be anxious. He just needs to slowly look for the solitary goddess and take her in. Life on the boat will only get better, not worse. Moreover, his wood raft with an engine is no worse than those wooden ships with sails. Just in terms of speed, it crushes them. After studying all this, Chen started the engine and steered the wood raft away from the battle site. After all, the battle was too bloody. What if it attracted more advanced sea beasts? That would be trouble. After traveling a few kilometers, Chen turned off the engine. Su Yajing slightly recovered and sat on the board, leaning against the tent, feeling weak. Seeing Chen come down from the driver's seat, she didn't even want to bother talking. Why are you still lying there? Go inside and rest. As Chen passed by her, he reminded her. However, Su Yajing had no strength to argue back. Her feeble voice responded, I can't move. Chen is it really that outrageous? So he opened her personal attributes to take a look. Su Yajing, crew member. Mental, 19, 25, can recover through rest. Stamina, 6, 23, can recover through food and rest. Strength, 4, 20, can recover through rest and food. Defense, 7, 13, can be improved through nourishment and exercise. Holy cow! Only 6 stamina left. She won't die on my boat, will she? Seeing Su Yajing's stats, Chenhua was shocked. After all, this stamina is really low. If a storm or rain hits, it's easy for her to get sick. Helplessly, Chenhua bent down and picked her up. Hey, what are you doing? Su Yajing was startled and immediately struggled to refuse. Unfortunately, her strength now was like that of a paper cutout. It had no effect on Chenhua. Don't move, you are too weak, I will carry you into the tent. Otherwise, if you get sick, I have no money to buy you medicine. Medicine, there's plenty in the store. There are many lucky people or strong folks selling all kinds of things. But the rarer the items, the more expensive they are. So after Chenhua finished speaking, Su Yajing stopped struggling. She just closed her eyes and lay in Chenhua's arms. At this moment, she suddenly felt that this chest seemed quite warm. If only the other person didn't speak so harshly. Soon, Su Yajing was placed on the fish skin in the tent. A layer of fish skin was draped over her legs. Next, Chenhua spent big and bought 2 bottles of 8 treasure porridge for Su Yajing. Su Yajing felt even more touched. After resting for a while, she drank the 8 treasure porridge in one go. Then she lay there, feeling drowsy and fell asleep. Her stamina began to slowly recover as she replenished with food and rested. Seeing this, Chenhua finally felt relieved. 10 gold coins a day. If she died, that'd be a huge loss. He would rather suffer a bit than waste such a treasure. Of course, this secret shouldn't be revealed to the other party. Otherwise, the other party would definitely become arrogant. Thinking this, Chenhua also fell into a sleepy state. The second half of the night was very dense. When Chenhua opened his eyes, a faint light had already entered the tent. However, when he looked beside him, he found that Su Yajing was actually gone. Chenhua's heart tightened, fearing something happened to her. He quickly lifted the curtain to look outside. However, this sudden action instantly scared Su Yajing, who was squatting not far from the curtain, peeing by the wood raft. She was squatting by the edge of the wood raft, holding a corner torn from the fish skin, directly facing the curtain to pee. And as Chenhua lifted the curtain and poked his head out, she let out a sharp scream in an instant. Ah! Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Chenhua, _. He momentarily entered a daze. The scream sounded like delightful music. Until Su Yajing anxiously shouted, he finally came back to his senses. You, don't look, you are not allowed to look. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Ah. Sorry, I thought you fell into the sea. After Chenhua said the last word, he withdrew back into the tent. His mind was filled with the image of sizzle sizzle sizzle. Wow. Turns out she was still a little white girl. Chenhua couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Soon, Su Yajing finished her business and picked up a fishing rod to fish. Chenhua came out of the tent and, seeing how understanding she was, immediately showed a satisfied smile. Little white, let's change the bait today. What did you call me? Upon hearing this title, Su Yajing seemed to think of something. Her face instantly turned red, and she glared at Chenhua angrily. Chenhua felt a bit embarrassed. But thinking that she was already his, he immediately replied seriously, Little white, you are so white. You are shameless. Su Yajing was furious, grabbed the bait that Chenhua gave her, and turned away to ignore him. It was clear that she was angry. But was she really angry? Chenhua didn't care. Chenhua took out the food and water for today and handed it to her, then smiled and said, Little white, eat more, today might be a bit tough. Don't call me little white. Su Yajing responded angrily. Okay, got it, little white. My name is Su Yajing. Okay, little white. Su Yajing. Seeing that he couldn't change the title, Su Yajing got angry and stopped responding. She just fished and ate. However, she hadn't finished the food in her hand. The bobber suddenly sank down. This startled Su Yajing, who hurriedly bit the steamed bun in her mouth and tightly grabbed the fishing rod to pull up. But as soon as she pulled up, she immediately noticed something was wrong. The feeling in her hands was off. It seemed very heavy. Su Yajing immediately grabbed the fish line winding device and quickly wound it. In no time at all, a big fish hung on the hook surfaced in front of the two. Hiss. Why is the fish so big today? Looking at the fish weighing at least 5 pounds, Su Yajing was stunned. She turned to Chenhua. The other party seemed to have already anticipated this, continuing to mix the bait for her. Su Yajing focused her eyes on the bait again. Detailed information appeared immediately. Advanced bait, it can catch bigger fish. Sure enough, it was again the captain's trick. But thinking about Chenhua's disrespect towards her, she felt even angrier. Without asking, she took off the salmon and buried her head back into fishing. At this moment, a system prompt echoed in Chenhua's ears. Your crew killed a 5-pound salmon, earning 0.3 gold coins. Chenhua smiled lightly. He quickly finished mixing the bait, then opened his personal backpack to take a look. Wood 6 units, rough iron 6 units, fish skin 13 sheets, parts 9 pieces, giant arrows 3, gold coin 6.8. Chapter 013 The second treasure chest, out of order, no rules. The items in the backpack were not many. With a long way to go to upgrade the wooden ship, he still needed many resources. However, with the engine now, he was no longer in a hurry. Moreover, the reason for his lack of resources was mainly because he had only obtained one treasure chest. If he had gotten a few more, maybe the resources would have been enough. Now, he was neither worried about food nor about water. Defense weapons were also in place. Then, he could seriously look for treasure chests. Thinking this way, Chenhua put all the extra fish skins on the shelf in the shop and listed each at a price of 0.1 gold coins. After carefully checking his unsold items, only the 3 black-striped fish he had previously listed remained. Sure enough, there were particularly few people buying black-striped fish. Probably because they had acquired related talents, they needed black-striped fish. Chenhua didn't think much of it, took out the black-striped fish listed for sale and threw it away, then sat down at the driver's seat and turned on the engine. Boom! 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 The engine's throttle pressed down, and the simple propeller in the water spun rapidly. The wooden raft instantly surged forward at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, headed deep into the sea. At this moment, although many people upgraded to the level 2 wooden ship, but very few had engines. With the support of the engine, Chenhua could go farther and scavenge a larger area of sea in a short time. The opportunity to find treasure chests also increased invisibly. Just like that, Chenhua drove the wooden raft while Su Yajing silently fished. Only as the salmon grew bigger, it became more difficult for her to fish. Especially seeing Chenhua so carefree driving the raft, her heart couldn't help but grumble. Clearly, she was the girl. The job of driving the raft should belong to her. If this were before, many people would have rushed to fish for her. Damn! Men who are clueless about romance. So annoying. While Su Yajing was suffering, she grumbled, and not long after, she began to feel some fatigue from fishing. She secretly glanced at Chenhua driving the boat. At this moment, Chenhua slowed down and excitedly turned back to say, "Little White." Su Yajing's heart leaped with joy, thinking he was going to switch places with her. But the proud her immediately hid the joy on her face, saying with indifference, "Speak. There's a treasure chest ahead, I'll drive the raft over, you use the fishing rod to hook it." Su Yajing. What the heck? He didn't want to switch places with her. This made a beauty so mad. Su Yajing responded unhappily, "Got it." After speaking, Chenhua drove the raft to the edge of the treasure chest. But due to the waves, Chenhua couldn't leave the driver's seat. So, fetching the treasure chest relied entirely on Su Yajing. Quickly, a wooden treasure chest as tall as a person and a half was dragged onto the raft. Chenhua excitedly put in 2 gold coins to open it. In an instant, numerous resources appeared in front of him. Wood 10 units, rough iron 10 units. Small universal arrows, 10, large arrows, 3, beef cans, 2, diesel, 5 liters, premium fish bait, 1 large box. Parts, 8. The names and quantities of the supplies appeared in front of Chenhua in the form of virtual text and shapes, then automatically drilled into Chenhua's backpack space. Su Yajing watched the whole process, but due to her position, she could only see part of it. But even so, she was very excited. Because from the virtual text and the shapes of the supplies, she saw the canned food. "Captain, can we eat canned food today?" she asked, a bit eagerly. Chenhua looked at her weakened energy and nodded, saying, "Then let's have canned food." Yay! Just as Su Yajing was about to get excited, Chenhua suddenly added, "But it's not time yet. We still need to keep working." Okay. Su Yajing felt a bit disappointed, and the smile on her face instantly disappeared. Seeing this, Chenhua thought for a moment and continued, "Shabai, starting today, I'll pay you a salary. 1 gold coin a day. Do a good job, and there will be rewards." What? A salary? Su Yajing was momentarily stunned, instinctively ready to be excited. But when she thought of Chenhua's stingy appearance, she immediately calmed down and looked at Chenhua, saying, "You won't deduct food expenses from my salary, right?" Chenhua? Goodness. What do you think I am? Am I someone who would exploit you? Chenhua said helplessly, "Room and board are included. You can save your salary and let me buy you things." Yay! That's great. Su Yajing was overjoyed, then excitedly saluted Chenhua, "Captain, don't worry, I will fish well." Go ahead. Chenhua smiled knowingly and turned to continue working on the raft. Even though giving 1 gold coin as salary every day seemed a bit of a loss. But there was no other choice. To foster healthy development, one cannot always suppress their subordinates. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Getting everything for free every day, resentment would accumulate day and night, which is not good for long-term development. Even if the crew cannot harm the captain, one shouldn't act this way. After all, he still needs to recruit more goddesses in the future. Without rules, nothing is stable. Moreover, after recruiting more goddesses, he can then have greater prestige in the crowd, discarding those who don't listen. For now, he can only ensure every single goddess. And so it was. With Chen Hua's salary boost, Su Yajing fully accepted life on his boat. And during the following fishing work, she worked even harder. One salmon after another, she kept reeling them in. At the same time, she quietly calculated what to buy with her saved money in the future. Of course, she definitely needed to buy underwear and other essentials. When the boat is upgraded later, she also wants to buy a room of her own. With beautiful fantasies. By the end of the day, she had managed to catch 21 5-pound salmon. Additionally, with the support of the engine, Chen Hua traveled far in the afternoon, not only finding another wooden treasure chest but also encountering other rafts and wooden boats. However, adhering to the dark forest principle, these rafts and wooden boats kept their distance from each other. Especially since there was a conspicuous large crossbow on Chen Hua's raft. With the bolts reflecting light, the arrows looked like a child's arm. They sent quite a shock to the surrounding boats and rafts. Therefore, by the end of the day, Chen Hua's raft was calm, and he was well rewarded. Soon, it was time for the night break, and Chen Hua took out a gold coin and food for Su Yajing, while he went to the mall to sell and purchase supplies. First, he dealt with the supplies obtained during the day. Aside from keeping essential upgrades and some food, he put all the extra items up for sale in the mall. For example, fish skins, small arrows, and the salmon caught by Su Yajing. Before long, he earned another 28 gold coins. With the 28 gold coins plus the earnings from killing salmon and what was left before, Chen Hua's savings now reached 38.8 gold coins. It was the first time he had ever saved so much money. Even Chen Hua couldn't help but be a little astonished. Currently, naturally, Su Yajing's contribution cannot be overlooked. Because more than half of these savings were provided by Su Yajing. After selling the goods, Chen Hua didn't stop. He first spent 5 gold coins to replenish supplies. Then he spent 3 gold coins to buy a pair of underwear and a piece of clothing for both himself and Su Yajing. Only then did he crawl into the tent to rest. Chapter 014, Promotion to Level 2 Vehicle, Heaven on Earth. With her brand new underwear, Su Yajing worked even harder the next day. Not only did she catch more salmon than the day before, but her complaints also decreased. Her attitude towards Chen Hua improved a lot. This allowed Chen Hua to free up a lot of management time and find 2 wooden treasure chests on the sea. However, the wood and rough iron from these 2 wooden chests were relatively few. But they did yield a small telescope and a second diesel engine. He didn't sell the engine. It could be fused and upgraded to enhance vehicle horsepower. With the telescope, he could not only spot sea beasts early but also see treasure chests from afar. Because the second treasure chest with the engine was found with the telescope. Just like that. 3 days blinked by. Chen Hua could harvest 30 to 40 gold coins in savings every day. After 3 days, his savings reached 130 coins. The supplies on the raft were even more numerous. Not only were there boxes of mineral water, but also iron pots, buckets of instant noodles, bedding, and some external injury medicines. As for the resources to upgrade the vehicle, not only had he gathered enough, but he even had some extra. 74 units of wood, 74 units of rough iron, and 59 parts. The reason he didn't upgrade immediately after gathering was mainly that Chen Hua was afraid that after the upgrade, he would need something and couldn't take it out in time. Seeing that he had plenty of resources for the upgrade, Chen Hua no longer hesitated and directly chose to upgrade the vehicle. At that moment, the blazing sun was shining. Chen Hua and Su Yajing sat outside the tent, both extremely excited. Especially Su Yajing. When she learned that Chen Hua was upgrading the raft, she was ecstatic. Because after upgrading to a level 2 vehicle, she wouldn't have to get her entire lower half wet while fishing anymore. So she was quite excited at that moment. Please add upgrade materials. 50 units of wood, 50 units of rough iron, 50 parts, labor cost 10 gold coins. Once added, the upgrade can proceed. Add. Chen Hua glanced at the prompt panel in front of him and unhesitatingly added the upgrade resources. In an instant, the raft instantly disintegrated. Everyone and everything on the raft was suspended in midair. Then, the raft automatically began to construct itself into the shape of a wooden boat. First was the bottom of the boat, formed in an oval shape, with parts embedded in rough iron secured. Next were the engine, fuel tank, wiring, and bed crossbow. Then came the deck, rooms, bow, driving position, and stern. In no time at all, a small wooden boat was completely formed. However, after it was formed, the boat did not solidify immediately. Because the only weapon on the boat, the bed crossbow, hadn't found a suitable place yet. After receiving the system prompt, Chen-Hua thought for a moment and placed the bed crossbow at the back of the wooden boat. After all, the boat was small, only having gangways at the bow and stern. Also, placing a large weapon at the stern could also deter enemies coming from behind. Otherwise, running away would be difficult, and he wouldn't be able to fight back. Of course, while this wouldn't address enemies at the bow. The bow was where the driving position was, easily allowing for direction adjustments. Moreover, as he developed, he would eventually fill every position on the boat with weapons, creating a comprehensive and seamless defense. With this thought, Chen-Hua finished placing the weapon. The sound of vehicle upgrade completion followed. Vehicle upgrade completed. Clap. Chen-Hua and Su Yajing landed perfectly on the deck. Especially Su Yajing, looking at the clean and tidy wooden boat, was extremely excited, as if this place had already become her home. Excitedly said, "Wow, such a beautiful little boat." After finishing, she couldn't wait to enter the cabin and opened the only room on the boat. The room was not big, it was a built-in structure. The bottom half was in the deck, while the upper half protruded. On the surface it looked small, but inside the deck, she could stand up straight completely. Moreover, the room's door was no longer a curtain, but a wooden sliding door leading to the front and back of the boat. This made Su Yajing extremely excited. Wow, so big. So tidy. Su Yajing's voice came from the room. Chen-Hua was just about to follow to check it out. Suddenly, a prompt appeared in front of him. "Congratulations, Captain, you have upgraded to a level 2 vehicle. Please name your vehicle." Name it? Chen-Hua was slightly startled, thinking of the names written on the sides of the ships he had encountered earlier. At first, he thought those were written by the captain himself. Now it seems, they were given by the system. So he directly filled in the blank with 3 characters, dominance. Notice, this name is already taken. Chen-Hua? Then how about fate? Notice, this name is already taken. Invincible. Carefree. Ethereal. One name after another was already taken. Chen-Hua was stunned. But this also showed, there must be countless people who have upgraded to level 2 rafts across the sea. Otherwise, the duplication rate wouldn't be so high. After trying over a dozen names with no success, Chen-Hua had an idea and filled in 4 characters, heaven on earth. Then clicked confirm. Ding. Name input successfully. The vehicle has been renamed to Heaven on Earth. Chen-Hua? I can't believe it, now this name isn't taken? In confusion, Chen-Hua hurriedly leaned over the edge of the boat and peeked at the sides of the boat. Sure enough, on both sides of the boat, he found Heaven on Earth had appeared out of nowhere. This name, lacked a bit of dominance, appeared somewhat mismatched. But it didn't matter, Chen-Hua would eventually develop this broken boat into a true heaven on earth. After the renovation was complete, Chen-Hua took a glance at his vehicle. Detailed information immediately emerged. Heaven on Earth, Level 2 vehicle. Material of the hull, ordinary wood. Material of the deck, ordinary wood. Number of rooms, 1. Number of weapons, 1 semi-automatic crossbow. Maximum load, 1200 gene. Fuel tank capacity, 30 liters. Engine, level 1 engine, current maximum speed 60 kilometers. Remark, a higher level vehicle can bear greater gravity, and has a larger area. Notice, you can upgrade anything on the boat to meet your usage needs. But before upgrading the entire vehicle, you must first upgrade the hull material. Because only better materials can build larger boats. Detailed information appeared, especially at the very bottom, a prompt appeared. Seeing this, Chen-Hua curiously clicked on Material Upgrade to take a look. Material upgrading is divided into 2 directions. One is to add more wood, synthesize a harder hardwood, and create an all-hardwood hull. For a complete replacement, it would require about 70 units of wood and 50 parts. The second option is to use iron-wrapped wood, wrapping ordinary wood or hardwood with iron. This not only increases defense but also enhances the stability of the boat. It requires 50 units of iron and 20 parts. Of course, these 2 methods are not mutually exclusive. You can choose one for upgrade, and later upgrade materials. Or you can fully upgrade everything and then enhance the vehicle. This means these 2 options are actually mandatory questions. Chen-Hua took a look and closed the panel. Because no matter how he chose, he currently didn't have enough materials. So, right now he's still focused on collecting materials. Especially the engine. If he could level it up again, that would be great. After all, the current engine could only run at 60 kilometers per hour because the boat was heavier. If someone targeted him, it would be hard to escape. Thinking this, Chenhua sat on the deck at the front of the boat, opened the regional channel, and wanted to see the real-time information about the sea. Chapter 015. By Power Fruit, discover Black Iron Treasure Chest. Chenhua just clicked on the card channel and was attracted by the number of people in the channel. Because originally in the area, there were 100,000 people, after these days of elimination, only 85,846 people were left. In just a few days, more than 10,000 people have disappeared. Of course. After observing these days, Chenhua found that these missing people might not necessarily be dead. Many people who joined other ships also would disappear. This indirectly shows that many ships have recruited different numbers of crew members. And the more crew members, the stronger the ship's combat power. This could be a potential threat to Chenhua. Because wherever there are people, there will be conflict. Especially on the lawless sea. If there is a crushing combat power, then after that, the crisis of the weak being preyed upon will definitely appear. So, he must develop quickly. As the saying goes, it's not the thief that scares you, but the thief that covets. Only a more powerful vehicle can better protect his safety. Chenhua slowly shifted his gaze to the chat channel page. Level 2 Vehicles Recruiting. If you can't make it, feel free to contact us. Food and accommodation provided, salary guaranteed. Absolutely no difficulty. Level 1 Wooden Raft Recruiting. Although it's still a wooden raft, we have enough materials to upgrade to level 2. Just need to find an engine, and it can be upgraded anytime. Brothers who want to join, do not go to those level 2 vehicles without engines. Otherwise, you'll row until you drop. Looking to buy food at low prices. Please help, I'm so hungry. Does anyone have fever medicine for sale? Buying arrows without limit, contact privately if you have some. Everyone beware of the fire ship. This ship does not follow martial ethics, attacking sneakily, destroying others' vehicles, and forcibly capturing people. Anyone selling crew members, high price paid for crew members. Contact me if you have, willing to pay high prices or trade. Message after message appeared. Unconsciously expressing their own needs. When Chenhua saw that someone was willing to exchange an engine for crew members, he froze for a moment. Although crew members were indeed precious items at sea. But the engine was equally valuable. The other party was actually willing to spend such a large capital, things must not be so simple. Although he also wanted an engine, Chenhua did not contact the other party. After all, a bad transaction could easily trap him. So Chenhua continued to scroll down. Soon he saw a message that piqued his interest. Selling power fruit. Only 5 gold coins each, eat one to increase a bit of strength. Come quickly, already on the shelf. Power fruit? Chenhua's eyes lit up, immediately clicking open the other person's message, arriving at their showcase. Li Zixuan's showcase. Power fruit 5 pieces, sale price 5 gold coins each. Introduction, special fruit, eat one to increase a bit of strength. Comment, this is a good thing. Sure enough. It is indeed a good thing. Chenhua's eyes brightened, immediately buying all 5 fruits. Gold coins decreased by 25. The fruit appeared crystal clear. Chenhua stuffed one into his mouth. Strength attribute instantly increased by 1. All 5 were consumed. His original strength of 35 directly rose to 40. Wow, such a good thing, yet no one bought it. Chenhua was overjoyed and immediately opened a private message to Li Zixuan, sending a message to the other party. Are you there? Do you still have power fruits? I will buy them all. At the same time, on another unknown sea area, Li Zixuan was sitting on a wooden raft fishing. At her feet, there were 2 flower pots lying around. In the pots grew 2 vines. On the vines, each bore an immature fruit. And beneath the roots of the vines, buried not in soil, but in magic pattern fish. It was clear that this Li Zixuan used magic pattern fish to grow power fruits. However, although the power fruit was extraordinary, it was not enough to fill her stomach. Surviving for several days, she produced 2 power fruits every day. However, the high costs make it very difficult for her to sell. Especially when everyone is short on supplies. No one is willing to buy fruits that only increase a bit of strength. Even if they are sold occasionally. 5 gold coins in income, after deducting costs. She can't even get enough to eat. If it weren't for her good luck finding a treasure chest on the first day of survival, she might have starved to death long ago. Sigh. I don't want to sell it so expensively. But buying seeds and trying out different things really wastes a lot of money. Rubbing her hungry, flat stomach, Li Zixuan only felt a bit dizzy. She knew it was the contact with the magic pattern fish that caused her mental decline. But this method cannot be avoided. To cultivate extraordinary fruits, she must encounter those magical creatures. Her only hope now is that someone can buy the strength fruit she has accumulated over 2.5 days, allowing her to have a hearty meal. While imagining this, Li Zixuan stared at the sea surface, hoping she could catch an edible sea fish again. Otherwise, she might be hungry again today. Ding dong! Just as she was worried about her next meal, a sudden notification of receiving a message came to her ears. Li Zixuan thought it was those seed sellers contacting her again. With a helpless expression, she opened the panel, preparing to refuse this supplier. However, once the chat panel opened, she suddenly realized that the message was not from a seed supplier, but from someone named Chen Hua. Are you there? Do you still have strength fruits? I'll take them all. Seeing this, Li Zixuan's heart jolted, and she instinctively glanced at her gold coin balance. 25.9. Looking again at the strength fruits hanging in her display. It was already sold out. It was clear that all those strength fruits were bought by this man. And he still wanted to buy more from her. Oh my god. Has heaven finally opened its eyes and let me meet a big client? Li Zixuan was extremely excited, quickly replying, yes, I'm here. But I can only provide 2 fruits a day. Is that okay? Ding dong. Chen Hua quickly received the response. Seeing the text in the message, he felt a bit disappointed. But thinking that one cannot become fat in one bite, he decided not to be too demanding. So he replied, no problem. From now on, when you have fruits, trade directly with me, don't put them on display. Okay. The fruits for today will mature by tonight. I will contact you then. Alright. After finishing the communication, Chen Hua glanced at his remaining 95 gold coins, then sat back down at the helm, calling out to Su Yajing in the cabin, Xiaobai, let's get to work. Boom, boom, boom. After that, the engine started. The wooden boat sailed through the waters. Su Yajing felt the boat start and obediently came out to work. In a short while, the two disappeared into the vast sea. Soon, night fell. The barrel of salmon was once again filled. However, just as the two were preparing to finish their work, a group of black shadows suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. Chen Hua picked up the binoculars and took a look. His entire being suddenly jolted, revealing an excited expression. Captain, did you find something? Su Yajing, who was stretching beside him, noticed the anomaly and curiously asked. At this moment, Chen Hua also handed the binoculars to her and smiled, saying, our luck is good, there's a black iron treasure chest ahead. But, there are many fong fish around the chest. Chapter 16, Kill the level 2 fong fish, obtain the Zhuge crossbow blueprint. Black iron treasure chest? Fong fish? Su Yajing was stunned, picking up the binoculars to look. Sure enough, a black treasure chest floated on the sea surface. However, surrounding the chest, a group of at least a dozen fong fish were swimming in circles. And these fong fish were larger than the ones they had encountered before. Captain, should we still go? Su Yajing looked at Chen Hua with a bit of fear. But Chen Hua turned around and walked toward the stern. He took out the large arrows he had stocked up in advance, placing them on the board, using actions to inform Su Yajing. Su Yajing saw this and understood Chen Hua's determination to obtain the black treasure chest. Although she felt some resistance in her heart, afraid of being hurt by these sharp-toothed fish, she could only obediently walk towards the driver's seat. In these days of survival, the two had already developed some tacit understanding in their actions. But driving the boat, she still didn't quite know how to do it. Captain, I might not be very skilled at driving. You hold on tight. She grasped the steering wheel and turned back to remind Chen Hua. Chen Hua did not respond, just waved his hand to her, letting her do as she wished. Seeing this, Su Yajing secretly pumped herself up, then stepped hard on the gas. Vroom vroom vroom. The wooden raft suddenly soared into the sky, instantly shooting out. Chen Hua almost lost his balance and was thrown into the water. Fortunately, the starting speed of the boat was not very fast. And since he handed over the steering wheel to her, then he would leave it to her how to drive. What he needed to do was to hunt those sharp-toothed fish. Soon, Su Yajing steered the wooden boat to the vicinity of the sharp-toothed fish, then began to circle around them. The information about the sharp-toothed fish appeared before their eyes. LV2 sea monster, mutated sharp-toothed fish. Evaluation, it has a larger body and thicker defense. Ordinary wood is as weak as tofu in front of it. All of them were level 2 sea monsters. Seeing this scene, Su Yajing and Chen Hua became serious. After all, it was the first time facing such a large number of level 2 sea monsters. Even Chen Hua became a bit more serious. But fortunately, their boat was fast. They could continue to fly the kite. Control the speed well, I'm going to start shooting. After Chen Hua reminded her, he held the crossbow and began his first shot. Whoosh! An arrow as thick as a child's wrist instantly tore through the air, hitting one sharp-toothed fish. However, the sharp-toothed fish did not slow down but instead sped up, charging towards the wooden boat. Chen Hua quickly filled another arrow, rotating the winch. He launched the second arrow. Although the crossbow was semi-automatic, but it still took time to operate. Whoosh! Another arrow hit the sharp-toothed fish. But the level 2 sharp-toothed fish had thicker defenses. If he didn't hit a critical spot, even hitting it twice had no effect on the sharp-toothed fish's movement. Helpless, Chen Hua could only hold his breath and continue shooting. Finally, after the third arrow was fired, it hit the head of the level 2 sharp-toothed fish. You killed a level 2 sharp-toothed fish, earning 3 gold coins, 1 part, and 4 common arrows. With the first sharp-toothed fish crashing down, the kill reward arrived. Moreover, the exploded supplies were also quite valuable, worth 4.4 gold coins. Of course, Chen Hua also consumed quite a bit. 3 large arrows had cost him 3 gold coins. He only made a profit of 1.4. However, Chen Hua believed that one day, his aim would get better. Just like that, Chen Hua fought monsters with all his might. More than an hour later, dozens of level 2 sharp-toothed fish were all killed by him. In addition to the fixed gold coins and some parts, several large arrows and dozens of small general arrows were dropped, as well as a box of Sprite, 5 bottles of mineral water, 2 packs of salt, and 2 bottles of seasoning. But Chen Hua did not look too closely, because in front of him was an iron treasure chest. In comparison, he was more excited about what would come out of the iron treasure chest. Iron treasure chest requires 4 gold coins to open. Comment, it will yield more and better items than the wooden treasure chest. Rubbing his hands together, under Su Yajing's guidance, Chen Hua put in 4 gold coins to open it. In an instant, countless virtual images and text appeared before him. 15 units of wood, 15 units of rough iron, 2 steel plates, 16 parts, 1 crossbow modification blueprint, 1 box of toilet paper, 10 packs of steak, a large box of ultra-thin Durex, 12 pieces, 20 large arrows, and 1 handheld crossbow. A series of supplies. In front of Chen Hua, everything was neatly arranged, then like a lottery, each item was magnified a few times in the center, paused for half a second to display, and then shrank and passed by. Until all the supplies had been displayed. Only then did a complete picture appear before him in a small square format, automatically collected into the system backpack space. Very soon, the reward prompt screen disappeared. But Chen Hua was excited. Beside him, Su Yajing suddenly rushed toward the driver's seat. I will drive the boat, otherwise, the bloody smell here might attract stronger sea monsters. Her voice carried a hint of embarrassment. Chen Hua was confused, not understanding why she had turned into this state. Was he that terrifying? It seemed he hadn't done anything at all. Just as he was thinking this, Chen Hua suddenly reopened the backpack and looked at the large box of ultra-thin Durex. It was obvious. She must have turned awkward because of this box of Durex. But they were trying to survive. A box of Durex didn't matter at all. Chen Hua shook his head and took out the Zhuge crossbow blueprint and the crossbow. After all, these 2 items were the most useful things drawn from this iron treasure chest. Zhuge crossbow blueprint can be used to upgrade a bed crossbow, promoting it to a large combat weapon capable of continuous fire. Evaluation eliminates the tedious steps of loading arrows and pulling the bow, allowing 10 large arrows to be launched in one shot. Crossbow, more powerful than a bow and arrow, easier to draw the bow. Evaluation, this is a lightweight and easy-to-use ranged melee weapon. Chen Hua first picked up the crossbow and tried it. Indeed, pulling the bowstring required no effort at all. Moreover, there was a sight, greatly improving the accuracy. After storing it properly, Chen Hua eagerly took the Zhuge crossbow blueprint and placed it on the bed crossbow. An upgrade prompt appeared. Bed crossbow can be upgraded to Zhuge crossbow. Upgrade materials needed: Zhuge crossbow blueprint, core, 2 units of wood, 5 parts, labor cost of 2 gold coins. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Chen Hua added the wooden parts and proceeded with the upgrade. In an instant, the bed crossbow automatically took over and assembled itself in midair. In no time, a brand new crossbow appeared in the original position. Besides the different shape, the new crossbow also had an additional arrow box. It looked like an oversized wooden heavy machine gun in the cold weapon version. Zhuge crossbow, effective range of 400 meters, can load 10 large arrows at once, capable of 10 shots in a single loading. Not bad. It's not a winch but a pressing load, this is truly convenient. Chen Hua looked at the Zhuge crossbow, his face full of smiles. He turned back to the front of the boat. Su Yajing had already driven the wooden boat away from the area of the sharp-toothed fish, arriving at a calm spot, now sitting at the bow resting. When she saw Chen Hua, her face flushed red again, silently casting her gaze towards the sea. Chapter 017, Night Rescue Message, Save Xiao Biluo. Xiao Bai, it's time to eat. Chen Hua sat down, taking out 2 bottles of 8 treasure porridge and 2 pieces of filled bread. With the increase in their income, their food had become better. Humph. Seeing the food appear, Xiao Bai still refused to give face, snorting and then grabbing something to eat. Seeing this, Chen Hua could only silently shake his head, sighing at the strange temperament of women. Then he also picked up the food, eating while opening the system mall, putting up the extra resources in his hands. Of course. He wouldn't sell scarce supplies. He only sold surplus or continuously harvestable items. For example, salmon, discarded bows, fish skins, and other unimportant things. After all, he didn't lack these now. But many others were still in urgent need of these materials. Very soon, all the extra items were listed. Chen Hua's gold coins rose above 100 again. Of course. After finishing his meal, he did not forget to distribute Su Yajing's salary for today. Every day, Su Yajing received a gold coin as salary, seemingly experiencing the joy of saving money. After getting the coin, she quietly drilled into her room and put the coin into a small jar. That was the piggy bank Chen Hua bought for her with 0.1 gold coins. Seeing this, Chen Hua did not interfere in her private matters. He only silently opened the regional channel and checked the latest news. Help! Is there anyone to save me? I'm being targeted by 2 sharp-toothed fish. Coordinates. If you can save me, I will reward you generously. Large quantity of common arrows for sale, private message me if interested. Selling female crew members for 10 gold coins each, come quickly if you want. Iron treasure chest discovered near coordinates with sea beasts guarding it. Anyone nearby willing to team up to get the treasure chest and split it? Message after message appeared on the screen. Although it looked no different from before. There was a hint of helplessness in the chat. Especially, the number of online players was decreasing at all times. As the days of survival stretched on, especially at night, the number of online players was dropping visibly fast. Chen Hua silently replenished some diesel for himself. As he took one last look at the regional channel, preparing to close it, a suddenly appeared coordinate and a cry for help caught his attention. Coordinates, I am surrounded by sea monsters, is there anyone to save me? I am the female anchor Xiao Biluo, only 20 years old. I don't want to die. This message quickly scrolled off the screen. But Chen Hua quickly slid the chat page back to that message and began to calculate. He had seen the female anchor Xiao Biluo before. She was indeed very beautiful. She was goddess level. If he could take her in, his life would cross another level. Moreover, this female anchor was very close to his coordinates. Should he go take a look? Thinking of this, Chen Hua was completely moved. After all, after these days of survival, he knew that his talent could only be pursued actively. If he just waited, he feared he might be waiting for a long time. Now that a goddess-level anchor was asking for help, if he missed it, he would probably regret it to death. So, Chen Hua clicked on the coordinates and calculated the distance between them. When he found that they were only over 20 kilometers apart, he immediately sent a message to her. I'm near you, I can come to save you. Are you willing to join my ship? Whoosh. The message was sent. Chen Hua quickly received a reply. I am willing, I am willing. As long as you can save me, I will do anything you say. I also have gold coins, I can give them to you. Seeing Xiao Biluo's reply, Chen Hua immediately responded, okay. Wait, I will arrive in about 20 minutes. After speaking, Chen Hua closed the chat panel, and while walking towards the driver's seat, shouted to Su Yajing in the room, Xiao Bai, it's time to work. Boom. 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 Su Yajing hurriedly ran out of the room. The engine suddenly started. The wooden boat, weighing less than a ton, instantly soared across the sea. Su Yajing clumsily steadied herself against the doorframe and came to Chen Hua's side, confused. Captain, what happened? Where are we going? I accepted a rescue mission, you will have one more sister. Chen Hua replied without looking back. His voice was filled with joy. However, after hearing this answer, Su Yajing's heart suddenly sank and became uneasy. Rescuing someone means she would have more sisters. It sounded like a good thing. Someone could share her work. But why did she suddenly feel a bit uncomfortable? What if her position would be threatened? What if the captain disliked her low attributes and sold her to another ship? Thinking back on these days, Chen Hua hadn't made any extreme moves toward her. imagining the messages in the chat channel about trading female crew members so blatantly. Su Yajing only felt that her position was under great threat. Crew. It is the captain who has lost his own vessel. Once you become a crew member, you cannot harm the captain at all. You become the captain's personal property and will no longer be free. And the rights that once belonged to the captain will disappear after becoming a crew member. For example, the system transaction function is turned off, the chat page cannot send messages, and private chat is closed, etc. Of course, the crew can still see other people's discoveries through the chat channel. They can also enter the shop to view the items and prices for sale. But they lose the ability to participate, completely becoming an observer. This is also the reason why Su Yajing did not want to sign the crew contract back then. Because once she signs the contract, she becomes someone else's personal property. But not signing is not an option. Because the captain who has lost the vessel has no way out. Stand to die, or kneel to live. Most people often choose the latter. After all, living brings hope. When dead, there is nothing left. Whoosh. 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 The night sea is not calm. One wooden boat after another, one raft after another, is sailing on the sea, participating in rescue missions. Or fleeing from the pursuit of sea beasts. However, most vessels, whether they are level 1 or level 2, basically have no engine. Many vessels rely still on human power and the sails raised on the vessels. At this moment, seeing Chen Hua's ship sailing quickly, the people on countless vessels all showed envious eyes. Whoosh. 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 In an empty sea region, arrows shot from the raft, piercing the sea surface. Above the sea, dozens of sharp-toothed fish are attacking a raft. They are tearing apart the edges of the raft, even exposing the hidden engine below the raft. Seeing that the engine was about to be knocked off, the area of the raft is getting smaller. The woman on the raft is utterly hopeless. Her aching arms prevent her from continuing to draw the bow. She can only fearfully crawl into the tent and open the chat panel to call for help. Good person, have you arrived? Where are you? I can't hold on much longer. Good person, can you hurry up? I'm about to fall into the sea. Woo woo. Good person, why aren't you replying? Are you not coming? Chapter 018, Beauty Kills, using the engine to make up for it. Messages continuously sent to Chen Hua's system. But Chen Hua is focused on steering the ship, having no time to respond. He quietly watches the coordinates, adjusting the direction. Finally, after 20 minutes, he arrived at the coordinates. Captain, are we going to rescue that raft? At this moment, Su Yajing, who had been observing with binoculars, spotted the raft attacked by the sharp-toothed fish several miles away. Exactly. You come steer the ship, and I will deal with those sharp-toothed fish. Chen Hua stepped down from the driver's seat, instructing Su Yajing while walking to the stern, and sent a message to Qiao Biluo. I have arrived. Hold on a little longer. Whoosh. The message was sent. Chen Hua also grasped the Zhuge crossbow tightly. Just right, after upgrading, he hadn't tested its power yet. Today, let the Zhuge crossbow show its might. Boom. 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 The wooden boat flew towards the place surrounded by sharp-toothed fish. Qiao Biluo finally saw the wooden boat appearing under the moonlight in the distance. In an instant, she was filled with excitement. She didn't know where the strength came from, picked up the longbow again, opened the tent flap, and started shooting at the sea again. Whoosh. 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 The impact of the small arrows is not great. Even if they hit the sharp-toothed fish, it's hard to cause substantial damage. But this will at least buy her a little time. Finally, the rescue wooden boat got closer. With a drift, it positioned itself outside the encirclement, circling her raft in a clockwise direction. And revealed the tall figure of a man standing at the stern, holding the Zhuge crossbow. Oh my! So handsome! Qiao Biluo crouched in the tent, staring blankly. And at this moment, Chen Hua began to shoot. Boom! The launch pad was pressed down. An arrow as thick as a child's wrist instantly broke through and dove into the sea. Splash! In an instant, a large pool of black blood bubbled up from the sea. You killed a LV1 razor-tooth fish and gained 2 gold coins, 1 fish skin, and 1 part. 1 shot, 1 kill. The surrounding razor-tooth fish immediately scattered, some chasing after Chen Hua. But Chen Hua's boat was faster than the razor-tooth fish. No matter how the razor-tooth fish chased, they could never catch up. So, Chen Hua remained unflustered, took aim, and pressed the launch pad again and again. Whoosh 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 whoosh. With each press, a large arrow was released. Plus, with the constant shooting lately, Chen Hua's accuracy had increased dramatically. Basically, every 1 or 2 arrows could take down a razor-tooth fish. In no time, dozens of razor-tooth fish had been completely eliminated. And he earned more than 20 extra gold coins. Of course, most of the large arrows were consumed. Get close to the raft. After dealing with the razor-tooth fish, Chenhua instructed Suya to approach the raft while he steadied the Zhuge crossbow, aiming at the raft to prevent any tricks from the other side. Come out. The razor-tooth fish are all dealt with. When the wooden boat got close, Chenhua shouted loudly at the raft. Hiding in the tent, Xiao Biluo excitedly stepped out of the raft. However, when Chenhua saw her appearance, his mind instantly shook. Of course, he was dumbfounded. Outside the tent stood a middle-aged woman in her 40s, raising her hands and shouting at Chenhua. Good person, I'm out now, don't attack me. Chenhua. This is Xiao Biluo? No. This is clearly a middle-aged woman. There's definitely a mistake here. Chenhua immediately aimed the crossbow at her and said angrily, don't you trick me. Let Xiao Biluo come out. Good person, I am Xiao Biluo. Xiao Biluo looked wronged, standing by the raft, defending herself. Hearing her explanation, both Chenhua and Suya were puzzled. What? You are Xiao Biluo? Chenhua was stunned. Suya burst out laughing, covering her mouth. Then she looked at Chenhua at the back of the boat, her eyes filled with schadenfreude. Her heart secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A middle-aged woman. That's great. It shouldn't affect her position in bed. Suya also reminded, Captain, she doesn't seem to be lying. Damn. Who knows better if she's lying than me? Chenhua glared at Suya, then reluctantly added, you better not be tricking me. I've seen Xiao Biluo's livestream. I really am Xiao Biluo. Good person. It's just that I don't have beauty filters now. Then you said you were only 20 years old? Chenhua still wasn't convinced. After all, he had traveled such a long way. After deducting expenses on the way and arrow consumption, he hadn't earned much. And the result was running into an old pigeon. He felt so annoyed. However, Xiao Biluo's next answer left him completely helpless. I'm only 20 years old, no one came to rescue me. Good person. Please let me on your boat. I will work for you. After this crisis, Xiao Biluo didn't dare to level up alone anymore and requested to come on board. But Chenhua's talent was to gather top goddesses. How could this old pigeon meet his standards? Letting her on board. Not only would he gain no rewards, but it would also waste his resources. Even if she could work, he didn't need it. After all, there was limited space on the boat. More mouths meant more waste. But at this moment, if he just left, he felt it would be a huge loss. He also felt like he was being made a fool of. Thinking of this, Chenhua said irritably, just getting on board is fine. But you have to give me some compensation. Compensation? Xiao Biluo shrugged her shoulders, saying, good person, I want to give you compensation too. But I have nothing. I don't even have food left. Let me on your boat. As she spoke, she picked up a paddle and was about to row towards Chenhua. Chenhua's head instantly felt heavy. He immediately fired a large arrow at the sea in front of her. Whoosh! A large arrow plunged into the water, creating a splash that scared it away. Good man, the most valuable thing is myself. I can sing and dance. Let me on your boat, and I will serve you well. Chenhua. Su Yajing smiled with malicious delight, suggesting inappropriately, Captain, why not let her come aboard? She has many talents. Shut up. Chenhua scolded her irritably, then helplessly examined the raft. Sure enough, it looked a bit shabby. So he immediately pointed at the exposed engine on the raft and said, give me your engine. Ah. Xiao Biluo was taken aback, never expecting the other side to target her engine. You should know that this is the most precious thing on a vehicle. Although her engine was damaged by too much water, she still didn't want to give it away. So she hurriedly explained, good man, if you let me on your boat, I will give you the engine. Are you bargaining with me? Furrowing his brow fiercely, he raised the Zhuge crossbow, aiming at her feet, and coldly said, you have 3 seconds. If you don't hand it over, you and your raft will sink to the sea. 3. Seeing that Chenhua was serious, Xiao Biluo didn't dare to continue to quibble. She quickly detached the engine and placed it on the raft. Chenhua instructed Su Yajing to steer the wooden boat closer, then took the crossbow aboard her raft, secured the engine in his backpack, and without hesitation returned to his own boat. Immediately, the wooden boat roared and accelerated away, leaving Xiao Biluo on the spot, cursing furiously. Chapter 019 Continued Upgrades, LV2 Engine and Hardwood Hull. The wooden boat sped for more than 10 kilometers without stopping. Only then did Chen Hua bring it to a halt. Seeing Chen Hua's not-so-good expression, Su Yajing felt incredibly pleased inside. At the same time, her confidence also rose a bit. After all, she had thought Chen Hua was a bit cold-blooded. But now it seemed looks were also something he cared about. And she, the stunning school flower, was the only and most beautiful woman by his side. She believed it would be hard to be replaced. "Captain, are we going to rescue anyone?" Su Yajing approached at the wrong time, grinning mischievously. Chen Hua, already in a bad mood, immediately darkened his face. "Are you provoking me? Where's the provocation?" Seeing the situation, Su Yajing didn't dare to tease further and quickly explained, "I'm just asking. If we're not going to rescue anyone, I'm going to rest. I'm exhausted from the big fish I caught these days, and I have to accompany you on missions at night. If you're tired, go rest." Chen Hua didn't continue to respond. After scolding once, he went to repair the engine. The engine he got from Xiao Biluo was in a damaged state. Chen Hua didn't know how she broke it, but he could guess. She must have been unable to escape because her engine was broken. Otherwise, ordinary toothed fish couldn't catch up to an engine's speed. Engine repair, 1 steel plate, 5 parts, labor cost 2 gold coins. The price was not expensive. He received 2 steel plates today. Chen Hua directly chose to repair it. Then, he took out another engine from his backpack. LV1 engine, can be upgraded. Upgrade materials, 2 engines, 1 steel plate, 10 parts, labor cost 5 gold coins. The price was still not expensive. Chen Hua continued to choose to upgrade. In an instant, the engine was dismantled, and 3 basic engines combined to form a brand new LV2 engine. Looking back at the engine, new information appeared. LV2 engine can produce 200 horsepower, maximum speed 90 kilometers. Current fuel consumption 0.15 liters per kilometer. The second-level engine had increased power, but fuel consumption also rose. However, Chen Hua didn't care. Because on the sea, speed was also very important. So he turned and upgraded the fuel tank. Upgraded the LV1 fuel tank to level 3. It consumed 20 units of rough iron and 8 parts, as well as 5 gold coins. The diesel capacity increased from the original 50 liters to 200 liters. Of course, the level also reached its limit. To continue upgrading the fuel tank, I can only upgrade the vehicle. Otherwise, the wooden boat has no more room to increase fuel tank capacity. Although I didn't receive a new goddess, it wasn't a wasted trip. Looking at the modified wooden boat, Chen Hua finally showed a satisfied smile, and the gloom in his mind was swept away. With this thought, he opened the system panel again, preparing to make purchases for the vacant spots on the ship. However, as soon as the page opened, an unread message appeared. Upon entering, Chen Hua realized that the message was from Li Zixuan, who sells the power fruits. "Boss, the power fruits are ripe. Are you there?" "Boss, reply when you see this message, I saved some for you." "Boss, do you think the price isn't right? If it's not, I can give you a discount of 0.5 gold coins." Boss. Li Zixuan's messages were filled with desperation. Chen Hua glanced at the time the message was sent. It was when he was rescuing Xiao Biluo. So he immediately replied, "I'm here." Ding dong. As soon as the message was sent, Li Zixuan's reply popped up on the panel right away. "Boss, you finally replied. I thought you didn't want it anymore." After the message appeared, a trade request immediately popped up on the panel. And in the trade slot, there were 2 power fruits. As for the other slot, it was set at the price of 9 gold coins. She really is an honest girl. To say a discount and actually give one. Seeing this, Chen Hua felt a bit emotional and generously put 10 gold coins into the slot. He replied, "I'll still buy it at the original price. In the future, sell all these fruits to me." Hiss. 10 gold coins. On the other side, Li Zixuan's eyes widened instantly. She had originally felt regret for taking the initiative to lower the price. After all, each fruit dropped by 0.5 was already very close to the edge of losing money. Yet the other party still offered the original price. This is a good person. Li Zixuan was extremely excited and quickly replied, Okay. After saying that, she happily took the gold coins to the mall to buy seeds and food. As for Chen Hua, after the trade was done, he first ate 2 power fruits. Then he opened the mall, cleared out excess fish skins, and started a new round of purchases. First was diesel. If the price was right, he bought it instantly. Also the large arrows, he bought them directly. In addition, there were parts in wood. He bought one as soon as he saw it. In no time at all, his gold coins quickly decreased, leaving him with just over 50. and the disappearing gold coins exchanged for him more than 20 liters of diesel, 20 units of wood, and 9 parts. Buying wood for the first time. Chen Hua still felt a bit heartbroken. After all, this stuff can be found in treasure chests. As long as you open it, it will appear. The only waste is time. As long as you diligently search, it will eventually increase. But after having the engine, his sailing direction expanded, and he encountered more other survivors. Moreover, he learned that many survivors had bows and arrows, or even pistols. To guard against deceivers among the survivors, he must reinforce his ship's materials. After all, ordinary wood cannot withstand large arrows. If he does encounter a ship with a crossbow, one shot could penetrate his ship's structure, which is still dangerous. Thus, Chen Hua chose to spend some gold coins on purchasing wood. After the supplies were purchased, the wood in Chen Hua's backpack reached 58 units, crude iron 24 units, and parts reached 11. Fortunately, defeating sea monsters occasionally drops parts. Otherwise, with parts being needed everywhere, it would indeed be hard to gather. Current vehicle, Level 2 wooden boat. Boat material upgrade options: 1. Hardwood. 2. Ironclad wood. Chen Hua directly chose the first one. The information before him switched again. Boat material upgrade requires 50 units of wood. 5 parts, labor fee of 5 gold coins. Comment: after upgrading the ship's material, all replaced with hardwood. Hardwoods are tougher, offer stronger defense. But they will also be heavier. Chen Hua did not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade. However, this time the ship did not break apart. Instead, 50 units of wood turned transparent and then fused into the original hull. When it reappeared, the material of the ship's body had already changed. From the outside, it looked much sturdier. Upgrade complete. Chen Hua touched the ship's body and found it indeed much sturdier. Especially the hint coming from the engine position made his eyes light up. LV2 engine can produce 200 horsepower, maximum speed 90 km per hour. Current fuel consumption 0.15 liters per kilometer. Chapter 020, Today's light rain, absolutely thrilling. LV2 engine can produce 200 horsepower, maximum speed 90 km per hour. Current fuel consumption 0.15 liters per kilometer. The LV2 engine did not reduce speed or increase fuel consumption because the ship got heavier. This shows that the LV2 engine is still quite powerful. After finishing all this, Chen Hua's backpack had only a single digit left of wood and parts. And his gold coins dropped to 43 pieces. But he was not worried at all. Because the vehicle had already upgraded to level 2. He only needed to wait until the next day. The goddess on the ship would bring him a higher collection profit than the level 1 vehicle. Thinking this way, Chen Hua put the large arrows into the crossbow's arrow box, then organized the large arrows and general arrows stacked in his backpack before returning to his room to rest. In the room, Suya was quietly watching the regional channel chat. Seeing Chen Hua return, she immediately turned off the panel and pretended to be asleep. Chen Hua didn't expose her, lying down in the cabin and closing his eyes. One night, in the blink of an eye, passed. Today's goddess generated income, 20 gold coins, source Suya. Early the next morning, Chen Hua looked first at the extra 20 gold coins and revealed a joyful expression. A level 2 vehicle, a goddess can generate 20 gold coins. Then a level 3 vehicle will probably be more. If he really found 10 or 8. Estimating the daily goddess income would never run out. With a happy mood, he walked out of the cabin. The sky was a bit gloomy. Today's weather, light rain. Today's temperature, 18 to 22 degrees. Today's wind speed, light breeze. Comment: although the sea is polluted, the rainwater is still very clean. Seeing that it would rain today. After breakfast, Chen Hua and Suya worked together to fold the fish skins into the shape of a collector, placing it on the ship to prepare to collect rainwater, then split up, one fishing, one sailing to find treasure chests. After all, this was the first rain since their survival began. In these days, no one had the ability to take a bath. Today's rainy weather was, for survivors, a kind of survival benefit. Those lacking water could refill their resources. Those not lacking water could collect water to wash themselves. As a result, wherever Chen Hua sailed with his level 2 vehicle, he could see everyone using fish skins to collect water. Treasure chest detected ahead. Treasure chest detected ahead again. By noon, Chen Hua had continuously opened 2 wooden treasure chests. Although the items he got weren't the best, they were not too bad either. He harvested a lot of wood, rough iron, and arrows, among other basic resources. Of course, Chen Hua did not think his luck had improved. But because of the change in his vehicle, he found so many treasure chests. After all, the sailing speed of 80 km per hour was enough to allow him to cover a lot of ground in just one morning. The farther he traveled, the more treasure chests there naturally were. Splash, splash, splash. Just after opening the second treasure chest, the sky suddenly started to drizzle. "Captain, it's raining." Sitting there fishing, Suya quickly called out to remind him. Chenhua, however, was calm and smiled, just in time for a bath. Saying this, he took out 2 towels and gave one to Suya. "Suya! No! Exploiting employees shouldn't be like this." Seeing that Chenhua was serious, Su Yajing was completely stunned. But due to the difference in their identities, she could only drape the towel over her shoulder and then loosen her sleeves, revealing her pure white arms. Especially since Chenhua was standing while she was sitting. A deep chasm, straight to the abyss. It made it hard for Chenhua to look away. "Captain, after I finish my bath, can I go rest?" At that moment, Su Yajing was just wiping her neck with the towel and turned her head to look up at Chenhua. In an instant, their eyes met. Chenhua's eyes lit up, and he shifted his gaze, automatically moving it beyond the chasm, then grinning slightly, said, "Sure." "Humph, little pervert, can I not handle you?" A glint of cunning flashed in Su Yajing's eyes as she wiped her clothes with the towel, saying, "Then I can rest today." "You can only rest for a bit." Chenhua, fearing that he might not be able to restrain himself if he looked too much, turned and walked to the driving position, picking up the binoculars to observe. On the sea surface, he could see the shadows of 1 or 2 wooden rafts. After looking, he lowered his head and started working on the fish skin. On the other side, seeing Chenhua actually starting to work, Su Yajing had no choice but to put away her flirtatious actions. To be honest, as time for survival lengthened and her understanding of life on other ships grew, she had come to recognize Chenhua in her heart. After all, this captain beside her, though quite harsh, was actually trying to survive. Moreover, during this time, he hadn't done anything outrageous to her. As for the other ships, those crew members had long become goods traded back and forth. Having lost her means of transport, her best outcome was to depend on one ship and become an existence that couldn't be traded. Otherwise, the outcome was unimaginable. Thus, Su Yajing had mentally prepared to take a step further with Chenhua. It's just a pity that this wooden captain, it seemed, had not thought of it yet. This made her feel a bit impatient inside. Which is why she would occasionally show off a little. The light rain fell continuously. Raindrops hit the surface of the sea, creating ripples. In no time, Su Yajing and Chenhua were drenched. And Su Yajing, with no regard, directly unbuttoned all her clothes on the wooden boat, using the rainwater to wipe her body. As a gentle breeze came, the garment flew. Endless spring light exposed to the air. Before long, she finished wiping and dove into the cabin to rest. On the other side, Chenhua had not stopped yet. One piece after another of fish skin, under his manipulation, formed 2 simple rain shelters. One was over the driving position, and the other next to the cabin, where Su Yajing liked to fish. After finishing these, he opened the shop, spent a few gold coins to buy 2 sets of fabric-saving clothes, and after rinsing himself off in the light rain, he put on a pair of shorts before diving into the cabin. Inside the cabin, Su Yajing, wearing a brand new set of underwear, was lying on the wooden plank looking at chat messages. Seeing Chenhua suddenly come in, only wearing shorts, she instinctively jumped in shock, pulling up the fish skin and curling up. But then she thought, if this kept hiding, it would take ages. So she boldly pulled the fish skin down a bit, staring directly at Chenhua. "Chenhua, wait, you're the girl. What are you staring at me for?" Chenhua was a bit confused, tossing over a set of clothes, then turning to remind, "Put on the clothes, prepare to work." Saying this, he wore simple shorts and a top for himself. Work? Su Yajing thought Chenhua wanted her to brave the rain to fish. But when she opened the clothes in her hand and found it was a JK outfit, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. Wow, turns out he likes uniforms. But isn't that a waste of gold coins? Actually, she could have wrapped herself in fish skin, definitely more exciting than a JK. Chapter 021, Power Core Device, Crazy Money Making. Su Yajing changed her clothes quickly. In the next second, Chenhua called her out. She thought he wanted to play something more thrilling, in the rain. But when she arrived outside the cabin, she found he had actually set up a fishing canopy for her. "Go fish. Remember to wash my dirty clothes after you fill the water." Su Yajing. This is truly a miser. Helpless, Su Yajing could only crawl under the canopy and continue fishing. Chenhua returned to the driver's seat, restarted the boat, and sailed towards the boundless sea. On the vast ocean, only in the wild would the sea beasts increase dramatically. During the day, the number of sea beasts was extremely sparse. Because Chenhua's ship had been modified and had powerful weapons like the Zhuge crossbow. So when he encountered sea beasts, he basically never escaped, always choosing to attack. Just like that. A day went by in the blink of an eye. Chenhua completed the day's work with the achievement of killing 7 sea beasts. Unfortunately, although his aim was getting more accurate, the waste of diesel from aimless searching was also enormous. Chenhua couldn't help but be curious about the sea after the novice period. After the novice period ended, how many more sea beasts and treasure chests would there be on the sea? At night, the rain continued. The fish skin rainwater collector on the wooden boat was filled to the brim. Chenhua asked Su Yajing to store the water resources, then bought a stove and placed it in the cabin to dry the clothes. However, since the stove was too hot, even at night on the sea, it still made people sweat. Helpless, he could only use the stove at the entrance. Opening the mall. A subtle tip popped up on the mall page. Continuous rain, water resource prices plummet, please beware of commercial risks, captains. Upon entering the mall, the first item to appear was mineral water. It had already dropped from 2 gold coins to 0.2 gold coins per bottle, a tenfold decrease. And this price already included most of the bottle's cost. Ha! Everyone is struggling to survive, and they still pull this. First, the fish skin price skyrockets, then mineral water crashes. Truly, commerce is like a battlefield. Chenhua shook his head, feeling deeply. He then organized the day's supplies. From the 2 treasure chests, besides basic materials like wooden parts, he also opened many small arrows, 2 pairs of shoes, and a bag of wheat seeds. Additionally, from the sea beasts he hunted, besides fish skins and parts, he also got some daily necessities, like toothbrushes, toothpaste, shower gel, fishing nets, and other supplies. Chenhua chose not to sell these items. After organizing, he stored them on the boat. After all, the backpack space was limited, he couldn't keep carrying them around or store anything else. Soon, all supplies were organized. Details are as follows. Backpack supplies, 27 units of wood, 45 units of rough iron, 21 parts, 36 large arrows, 56 small arrows, 4 fish skins, 18 liters of diesel, 1 dagger, 51 gold coins. After occasional purchases, Chenhua's gold coins weren't increasing at all. But that was not surprising. After all, opening treasure chests, buying diesel, resupplying large arrows, occasionally getting parts and such all needed gold coins. Looking again at the supplies organized on the boat. Boat supplies, high-grade bait, toothbrush, toothpaste, 8 treasure porridge, shower gel, mineral water, steamed bun, wheat seeds, fishing nets, instant noodles, shoes, condom, bread, canned food. There were many types of items, but not much quantity. Chenhua took a look and then put some small arrows, hard steamed buns, and the 20 pounds of salmon he caught today up for sale in the mall. First, the small arrows, he rarely used them and didn't need to keep that many. He put 31 small arrows for 0.1 gold coin each. Then, the hard steamed buns, selling 15 for 0.3 gold coins each. Finally, the 20 pounds of salmon he caught today, after filleting, he put up over 140 slices. Of course. Since Chenhua started selling fish slices, many fish slices have appeared in the mall. It's not that selling slices can earn more money. Mainly, some people sell little at a time. After slicing, they sell even better. Basically, it's sold out in seconds. Moreover, some slices are not cut well, leading to a decline in reputation. Chenhua's fish are cleaned up quite well, making them more competitive in the market. Very soon, all excess materials were put up for sale. Chenhua earned more than 20 gold coins, bringing his savings to 73 gold coins. Ding dong. At the same time, a notification came in the private messages. Chenhua opened it. He found that Li Zixuan was looking for him, indicating that today's 2 power fruits have ripened. Without hesitation, Chenhua spent 10 gold coins to buy them again. Boss, I opened a treasure chest today and got a set of electric core devices, do you want it? Just after completing the transaction, Li Zixuan immediately sent a heavy message. Seeing this message, even Chenhua couldn't help but feel a jump in his heart. A set of electric core devices? Wow! She is so lucky, isn't she? This is much better than an engine. Although it's not a necessity. But if my ship could install such a thing, it would directly electrify the entire ship. The hope of a better life. Just thinking about it is enough to make one excited. Thinking of this, Chenhua immediately replied excitedly, how many gold coins do you want? Someone offered me 200 gold coins. I want to keep it for you. 200? Chenhua's finger paused slightly. Because he doesn't have that much money right now. So after a moment of thought, he replied, I don't have that much money now, can you keep it for me first? Of course. After all, 200 gold coins is a large amount, not many people can take it out at once. Li Zishuang quickly replied. It seems that she trusts Chen Hua more now. Chen Hua replied, okay. In 3 days, I will trade with you. All right. The chat ended. Seeing the small rain outside the cabin getting heavier, Chen Hua couldn't help but take a deep breath. Surviving at sea is like this. Strength and luck are completely two different things. Electric core devices. I'm afraid even those top ships don't have them yet. Chen Hua silently planned his work schedule for tomorrow. Even if it rains heavily, he cannot continue to rest. Find treasure chests, fish, and kill monsters. The more the better. The next morning, Chen Hua woke Su Yajing up, asking her to fish. Looking at the increasingly heavy rain outside, Su Yajing was dumbfounded. No. Heavy rain is one thing. Why get up so early? Even a donkey wouldn't be used like this. Due to Chen Hua's captain identity. Although Su Yajing felt clouded, she could only obediently go to the fishing platform, eating breakfast while fishing. Chen Hua added the excess diesel to the fuel tank, and then set off in the wooden boat to search for sea monsters and treasure chests. It was also on this day. A famous fast ship appeared on the sea. It was darting everywhere. Wherever it passed, sea beasts all perished, causing quite a stir within hundreds of miles. And Chen Hua continued to scavenge the sea surface all day. Finally, after a day's work, he harvested goods worth 50 gold coins. Chapter 022, Never Soft-Hearted, Secure Su Yajing. Listing all the materials. Chen Hua didn't rest at night. He even took the initiative to accept rescue missions in the channel. Within 100 kilometers. As long as there's payment, he will go for rescue. However, some people also tell lies to seek help. For this, Chen Hua did not indulge. As long as he arrived at the place, he would surely collect the commission. Can't pay? That's easy. If they have an engine, dismantle the engine. If they don't have the engine, dismantle the weapon. Thus, in the middle of the night, he also earned more than 20 gold coins and goods worth more than 30 gold coins. However, when it was the latter half of the night, belonging to low attributes, Su Yajing was completely exhausted. She lay in the cabin, her mouth full of the words so tired. Even when Chen Hua asked her to move inside, she didn't want to move. Helpless, Chen Hua had no choice but to lie down beside her and silently sell off his excess supplies. At this moment, beside him, Su Yajing, who was squeezed in, saw that Chen Hua still had the energy to study the system shop. Angrily, she rolled over and hugged Chen Hua tightly. In an instant, a soft warmth caused Chen Hua's whole body to tremble. Xiaobai, what are you doing? Chen Hua's body stiffened, feeling a bit impulsive. However, Su Yajing had no strength to answer, only closing her eyes with a look of enjoyment. It seemed as if Chen Hua had turned into a pillow. Seeing this, Chen Hua wanted to look away. But the pressure of survival made him feel an unbearable urge to release. Suddenly, images of Su Yajing going to the bathroom flashed in his mind. That place. It became a huge temptation for him, making him unable to resist wanting to explore. After all, although his theoretical knowledge was strong, his practical experience was still zero. In an instant, Chen Hua, driven by an unknown force, reached out his hand. Ah! Su Yajing instantly straightened like a spring, blocking Chen Hua's hand outside her body, nervously saying, "Captain, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Chen Hua's eyes lit with fire, breathing heavily as he stared. "What do you think I should do?" "Do me?" Su Yajing replied nervously. And this question, it directly became the last straw that broke Chen Hua's rationality. To hell with human morals. We are surviving here. And it has already been many days. So many people have undoubtedly died at sea. Rules. There is no need to uphold them. If I don't eat the juicy meat before me now, when will I wait? Anyway, this is a world of survival. On this ship, I am the king. Chen Hua no longer maintained his rationality, rolling over and pinning her beneath him. Then he began to explore her body. Woo woo. Su Yajing was taken by surprise. She didn't expect Chen Hua to come on so suddenly. She wanted to slow him down. But it was too late. With her strength already exhausted, she could only let out playful struggles. This only made Chen Hua's movements bolder. The next day at dawn, Su Yajing opened her eyes. Chen Hua was not in the room. But beside her was a more plentiful breakfast than usual. Seeing this, she did not feel lost for having lost her virginity, but rather felt sweet in her heart, as if eating a date. After all, in this world full of danger, if she could really gain the favor of a captain, her future days would definitely be smooth sailing. Thinking of this, Su Yajing, in a pleasant mood, got dressed and had breakfast. Although she was tossed around 3 times yesterday. But compared to today's change, she felt it was worth it. After finishing her meal, Su Yajing opened the door. The light rain outside had turned into a moderate rain. And Chen Hua was sitting in her original fishing spot, earnestly fishing. Hearing the noise, Chen Hua turned around. His previously childish face now bore a hint of maturity. This was the transformation of a man. "You're awake." Su Yajing nodded obediently and said, "I saw the food you left me, thank you." After saying that, she blinked her long eyelashes, revealing a charm exclusive to women. However, just when she thought the other party would feel her tenderness, Chen Hua's next words once again made her mind go blank, giving her the illusion of being given something for free. "No need to thank me. Your task today remains the same, still 20 fish. Come over to fish." "What? Still 20 fish?" Su Yajing's mind went blank, stunned. "No way. Dude. I slept with you. And it was 3 times under the first circumstances. Even if I have to continue working, shouldn't the workload be appropriately reduced? Have you considered my feelings?" Su Yajing was stunned, almost petrified on the spot. But Chen Hua seemed to understand her thoughts. Standing up indifferently, he said, "Don't forget your identity, you are my crew member. Since you got up a bit late, I've already caught 5 fish for you. So, your workload hasn't increased." After saying that, Chen Hua walked directly toward the steering position of the wooden boat, leaving Su Yajing with a king-like backview. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the man in front of her seemed to radiate a powerful aura. What he said was undeniably overbearing. But it was hard to make anyone angry. "Humph. At least you have a bit of conscience." Su Yajing pouted and went to her fishing platform, starting her new day of work. Meanwhile, Chen Hua sat in the driving seat, steering the wooden boat while firmly deciding on his actions in his mind. In the past, he was just a poor student. He had never seen big scenes or gone through brutal tests. Back then, he understood nothing and had so many concerns. So since he came to this survival ocean, there was no difference from before. But from now on, he wanted to completely change in this survival world. He no longer wanted to be an ordinary person. In times of chaos, heavy punishments are needed. From today onward, he would always maintain the posture of someone in power. Crew members are just crew members. The captain is just the captain. Even if the crew has that kind of relationship with him, they are never allowed to stand on equal footing with him. A day passed swiftly. On this day, Chen Hua struck gold. He found 2 wooden treasure chests and 1 iron treasure chest. And it was an iron chest without sea beasts guarding it. After opening it, he not only gathered enough rough iron to upgrade the wooden boat, but he also found a battery and an air conditioner inside. During the dinner break, Chen Hua carefully kept all these good things. He hung the excess supplies in the mall. Then he prepared to take on the night's rescue mission. After all, the more tasks he did, the sooner he could buy the power core device. A better life awaited. However, just as Chen Hua had just accepted a rescue task in the channel and was about to call Su Yajing to set off, Su Yajing suddenly put her hand into Chen Hua's clothes. "Captain, can we skip it today? I am so tired." She lay on Chen Hua's chest, her eyes enchanting, in a weak posture. Watching this, Chen Hua felt a rush of heat to his forehead, flipped over, and pinned her down, speaking in a low tone, "You little fool. You dare to stop me from making money. Today, I will show you the consequences of defying me." Chapter 023, A Turbulent Night, Plunder at Sea. Su Yajing truly experienced the consequences of defying Chen Hua. Her stamina dropped directly from 20 to 3 points. She was so weak, even more than on the day she was soaked in the sea. At this moment, she lay in the cabin, almost fainting. On the other side, Chen Hua still had plenty of stamina. But when he looked at the time, it turned out 2 hours had passed. Good heavens! No need to go rescue now. The guy waiting for the rescue was either dead or had been taken by someone else. Opening the private message chat to take a look. As expected, many messages had completely frozen on the chat panel. "Big bro, have you arrived yet? Can you hurry up? Big bro, I really can't hold on. When will you get here? Damn, are you coming or not? The appointment time is up. Woo woo. Save me, save me. I can't take it anymore. I was wrong, big bro, please come quick. I'm really going to die." The last message froze on the final line. And the time was from an hour and a half ago. looking again at the other person's name. It had already turned gray. It was obvious. The other party was done for. This made Chenhua feel a bit embarrassed and apologetic. After all, he had promised to go rescue. But because of Su Yajing's temptation, he was delayed. He felt truly sorry for the person. This was a rescue task worth 10 gold coins. Chenhua glanced at Su Yajing, feeling a bit stifled, wishing he could pin her down again. But looking at her stamina, he dismissed the thought. After all, if he did it again, she might die. He got up and took the soaked sheets away, changing to a new set, and completely gave up the idea of continuing on the rescue mission for money. After all, the wind and rain at sea were getting stronger. It would be hard for him to control the boat alone and save anyone. Forget it, I won't go for the rescue today. Let's go see it tomorrow. With this thought, Chenhua closed his eyes and entered into rest. He completely did not notice. On this calm sea, there was a similar wooden boat quietly approaching him. Furthermore, the sound of rain covered the noise of the boat's engine. Shut off the engine, paddle over. As the boat drew nearer, the words on the hull became clearly visible. It was a boat named Just Pick a Name. At this moment, 3 people stood on the boat. One was the captain, and the other 2 were crew members. The sentence above was the captain's order. Captain, isn't it too far to paddle over? How about getting a bit closer? No way. If we get too close, the noise of the engine will wake them up. Such a fat sheep, if it gets away, just ask yourselves what will happen, paddle over for me. The captain seemed to have already noticed the presence of the heavenly boat, and his words were sharp. The 2 crew members saw this and didn't dare to say much. After all, they were also goods that had lost their freedom. Remember, there are 2 people on the boat, 1 man and 1 woman. And that woman is a goddess level. When you go up, control the man first. As for the woman, once successful, the 3 of us will enjoy together. I will treat you well. Seemingly realizing his words were a bit heavy, the captain of Just Pick a Name then spoke in a friendly tone about the benefits. And when the 2 crew members heard this, their hearts instantly burned with excitement. They had seen the woman on the heavenly boat before. To be honest, before coming to this survival world, they wouldn't have dared to dream of being close to such a high-level woman. Now seeing that they could enjoy like the captain, they instantly became excited. Yes, Captain, don't worry. We will definitely capture the other boat's captain alive. Be sure to be careful, otherwise, if the captain dies, the vessel will sink too. Then it will really be a wasted effort. After the arrangements were completed, the captain of Just Pick a Name also joined the paddling team. Soon, they slid their wooden boat beside the heavenly boat. But the sea surface was not calm. Although the waves were small, every movement kept the 2 wooden boats from completely getting close. In helplessness, the 2 crew members could only bring ropes and machetes for self-defense, jump into the sea, and then stealthily grab the edge of the heavenly boat, climbing in. The captain of Just Pick a Name hid in the cabin, holding a crossbow, peeked out half his head, and prepared for an unexpected attack upon being discovered. After all, they weren't doing this for the first time. The 2 crew members were slaves he had captured through sneak attacks. Of course, there were also times of failure. Otherwise, he would have more crew members. Ha ha ha. Heavenly boat. I will send you to the sky. The engine is mine, the crossbow is mine, the supplies are mine, the woman is also mine. Splash. As the 2 crew members surfaced, their soaked clothes dripped a puddle of water. The water on their upper bodies splashed onto the deck, creating an unavoidable splashing sound. This made the 2 of them tense up, quickly stiffening their bodies. They prepared to dry their clothes a bit more before continuing to climb up. Otherwise, they feared that too much noise would draw attention inside the cabin. However, just as they were hanging on the edge of the wooden boat and controlling the water, completely unaware, in the pitch-dark cabin, Chenhua's eyes had unknowingly opened at some point. Next to him, Su Yajing was still sound asleep. The fish skin covered her key areas. The rest was a snowy white, casually stretching outside the fish skin. Seeing this, Chenhua slowly picked up the crossbow that was on the head of the bed and quietly turned over to cover most of the exposed fish skin back onto Su Yajing. And just as Chenhua turned over to pull the fish skin, 2 wooden little rollers were rolling in the depression where he had just lain. Although the small rolling wood was embedded in the groove, sharp spikes were carved on the rolling wood. It was obvious. It was these 2 small rolling woods moving in the groove that startled the sleeping Chenhua. This was the alarm he had set in advance, formed by the black fishing line wrapped around the wooden boat. As long as someone touched the wooden boat, the fishing line would tremble, causing the 2 wooden pieces embedded in the groove to roll. In this way, not only could it remind him without making any noise, but it could wake him up from sleep immediately. So with this rolling wood reminder, Chenhua no longer had to stand watch at night. Otherwise, he really wouldn't dare to sleep soundly with Suyajing. But unexpectedly, the trap hadn't moved for so many days. At this moment, it suddenly moved. Chenhua grabbed the crossbow, observing and listening carefully to the movements on the wooden boat. The wooden boat was not big. Although it was raining, he could still clearly hear the actions at the outer door if he listened closely. Especially since the cabin window was slightly open, allowing him to see clearly the figure of the wooden boat parked more than 10 meters away from him. Since you are here, then all of you stay. Chenhua felt no fear, only a kind of ruthless determination he had never felt before. Thinking this way, Chenhua silently moved to the rear of the boat, then raised the crossbow, aiming at the door. Because at this moment, the two figures that boarded the boat from the rear had completely turned over. Chapter 024 The first kill, it is at this moment. Splash! Two soaking wet sailors had just flipped onto the boat, and the seawater splashed all over the deck. But fortunately, the sound of the rain was also very loud. Plus they had hung around on the boat for a while. So after getting on the boat, they didn't pay much attention to that sound. Instead, they looked around. One of them set his gaze on the crossbow at the rear of the boat. Wow, this crossbow is so big. There's even a quiver. Shoo! Don't worry about the crossbow. Let's take down the captain of this ship first, and the stuff will be ours. Maybe if we perform well, we can even redeem ourselves. Right. First, take down the captain. And that female crew member. Let's get on first. After that, we'll call the captain. Sure. That Joe Poppy doesn't even let us eat our fill. Let him deal with our leftovers, hee. The two exchanged greedy glances, their eyes gleaming with desire. Then, they crouched low, with ropes tied around their waists, creeping stealthily towards the cabin door. Unbeknownst to them, behind the cabin door, a hunter holding a crossbow had already locked onto them. Whoosh! As the two drew near the cabin door, a sudden sound of breaking the door pierced through the fabric on the door, echoing in the rain-soaked night. Not good. The two sneaking toward the cabin immediately felt a prickling sensation on their scalps and instinctively rushed toward the cabin. Although they had not undergone any combat training before seeking survival, a few battles had already given them an extremely high reaction ability. The sound of an arrow slicing through the air indicated that someone had launched a surprise attack. A close-range sneak attack would definitely result in someone dying. But they didn't know who would die. Regardless of who it was, the remaining person could not continue to sit and wait death. Otherwise, the next arrow would surely kill them. Only by rushing into the cabin at the first moment, taking advantage of the enemy's time to reload, could they have a slim chance of survival. So, upon hearing the sound of the arrow, the two instinctively charged towards the cabin door. Thud! Boom! The sound of flesh piercing and the sound of the door crashing echoed at the same time. It was clear. One boarding sailor had been shot. The remaining one seized the chance to burst through the cabin door and rolled into the cabin. Inside the cabin, it was darker, but after entering, he could still clearly see a blurred figure. The surviving boarder landed and immediately saw a man holding a crossbow. For a moment, he felt a surge of excitement inside. Because he knew, I might survive. There's no time for thought. He pulled out the machete at his waist, clearly aiming to deliver a vicious blow to Chenhua. Although Chenhua didn't expect these two to be so decisive, he was already prepared. At the moment the opponent landed, he tossed aside the crossbow and drew out a dagger. In that instant, as the other's hand moved to swing the machete, he sprang into action, grabbing the dagger, and plunged it directly into the opponent's neck. Puff! The blade slashed through. Blood splattered everywhere. But this didn't immediately cause the person to die. Because Chenhua also had no combat skills, leading to a missed strike that only broke the skin. However, fortunately, Chenhua pinned him down. Realizing the opponent still had strength, he instantly drove the dagger down again, forcefully cutting across the throat. Puff! This time, the opponent's body went completely stiff, convulsing on the spot. Although still alive, there was no way to save him. Captain, what are you doing? Meanwhile, Sophie, who had been sleeping, sat up in panic, covering her chest. After all, the cabin was very small. Chenhua's strange movements next to her made her mistakenly think she had a nightmare. But just as she sat up, before she could fully straighten her body, Chenhua suddenly pounced, pressing heavily on her. You! Before Sophie could call out, the sound of a sharp arrow suddenly pierced through the fabric of the window above them, whizzing past. Whoosh! Be careful! Chenhua pressed her down, whispering a warning. Only then did Sophie react. Something happened on the ship. Especially the overwhelming scent of blood from Chenhua, which made her feel nauseous. Oh my god. Did he just kill someone? Sophie's eyes shook, glancing at the spot where Chenhua had just pinned down. Due to just waking up, her vision was blurry. Now she could see more clearly. At that spot, a man's figure lay silently, covered in blood on the floor. Looking up the body, a pair of unblinking dead eyes gazed at her, head tilted. Ah! Sophie gasped in shock and quickly covered her mouth. Shoo! There are still others outside. Stay down. Their arrows can't penetrate the hardwood walls. Chenhua softly warned again, then grabbed the crossbow and stealthily crawled toward the back of the ship. Seeing this, Sophie seemed to understand something. Her inner fear and terror skyrocketed. But thinking of the world now, it was already not the same as before. She could only grit her teeth, staying strong, suppressing her shivers, putting on her clothes while watching Chenhua's back as he crouched by the door. In this moment, only Chenhua's figure could give her a bit of comfort. But Chenhua didn't move. Neither did she dare to move. Curled up in the cabin, her heartbeat raced to its limit. Meanwhile, the captain of the wooden boat, who had chosen a random name, also shot an arrow and hid under the ship's deck, exposing only half of his head, staring intently at the wooden boat above, not daring to act recklessly. After all, losing 2 crew members at once. His heart bled. But now, wanting to run wouldn't be appropriate. First, losing 2 crew members, he was unwilling to leave. Second, he feared the opponent was also hiding in the cabin, waiting for him to show himself, then deliver a fatal blow. So, in this moment, both were hiding, neither daring to make the first move. However, Chenhua was waiting for the ship's angle to adjust. What were you waiting for? In the next moment, as the ship rocked with the waves, forming a wedge shape, Chenhua finally spotted the captain, whose head was only half exposed. Now's the time. Chenhua raised his hand and shot the crossbow. Whoosh! The long sword sliced through, instantly grazing the captain's scalp. The man was shocked. The head was withdrawn in an instant. Seeing this, Chenhua shot another arrow, aiming at the hull of the opponent's ship. Whoosh! The long sword instantly pierced the wood just a few meters away, striking the opponent's shoulder. Ah! The randomly named captain let out a miserable scream on the spot. Looking back, only then did he realize that the arrow shot from the wooden ship of heaven and earth had actually pierced through his ship's hull and struck him. Chapter 025, 2 arrows explode the engine, news of the silver treasure chest. Hiss! The opponent must be using crossbow arrows. This person inhaled sharply, fear rising in his heart. After all, only crossbow arrows could easily penetrate the material of a wooden ship. Of course, there were also crossbow arrows being cleaned up. Because he had his eyes on the opponent's bed crossbow, but then felt pity. After all, anyone with a bed crossbow would definitely have arrows. Unfortunately, the midnight sneak attack plan he thought was foolproof had failed. Damn it! This time I really messed up. But one day, I will come back. The randomly named captain grit his teeth and broke the arrow stuck in his shoulder and the ship's hull. Then he stealthily approached the driving position. Next, taking advantage of the movement of the seawater, he adjusted the angle when Chenhua couldn't see clearly. He jumped up and entered the cockpit. Then, without looking back, he started the engine and stepped on the gas. Boom boom boom. The wooden ship instantly started, racing away into the distance. Seeing this, Chenhua no longer hid, getting up to the deck at the ship's stern, then using both hands to support the Juga crossbow. You want to sneak attack me and still think you can escape? How can there be such good things in the world? Chenhua aimed and then pressed down on the launch pedal. Whoosh! The massive arrow was instantly launched. The powerful impact even made the wooden ship shake a little. Boom! The large arrow shot through the engine compartment of the wooden ship that was speeding away. In an instant, the randomly named wooden ship lost its power, sliding for 100 meters before coming to a stop on the sea. And to prevent the other side from repairing the engine. After shooting one arrow, Chenhua shot another, completely destroying the other side's engine. Although this would reduce his gains. But being foolproof was the priority. Xiao Bai, get up and get to work. He called out to Su Yajing. Su Yajing immediately came out to drive the ship. And Chenhua supported the Juga crossbow all the way. When they got close to the ship that had lost its engine, the other party had already raised their hands in surrender. Don't kill me, I surrender. I am willing to join your ship, obey your orders. That person shouted with fear on his face, holding his hands up under the arrowhead of the Juga crossbow. But does Chen Hua need such a person? Of course, he didn't need them. So Chen Hua continued to let Su Yajing get closer. Then continued to point the Zhuge crossbow at the other party, saying, "Hand over all the supplies on your ship." Yes, yes, yes. The other party dared not resist and immediately sent a chat request to Chen Hua. This is one of the ways captains communicate at close range at sea. There is no need to search for the other party in a vast area channel, just face-to-face can initiate a chat request. Once the other party accepts, they will enter private messages for trading or chatting. Very convenient for communication between ships. After receiving the request information, the chat panel opened up between the two parties. Chen Hua's backpack began to add various supplies. Wu Chang transferred you 1 box of mineral water, 1 rice cooker, 1 box of universal bullets, 1 box of ibuprofen. Wu Chang transferred you 35 units of wood, 12 units of rough iron, 5 parts. Wu Chang transferred you 20 small arrows, 17 gold coins. Wu Chang transferred you 1 abandoned engine, 3 packs of table salt, 1 pack of corn seeds, 1 pack of vegetable seeds. In an instant, various transfer messages appeared on the panel. Before long, Chen Hua's backpack was full. So he took out the excess items and received the transfer again. Soon he harvested a large pile of supplies. But most of these supplies were food and seeds. Among them, the largest item was, it's just a discarded engine and a washing machine. Only these electrical things. Currently, almost no one can afford them. After everything was handed over, Chen Hua glanced around, then aimed the Zhuge crossbow at the other side again. Seeing this scene, sitting in the driver's seat, Su Yajing and Wu Chang were both startled. After all, the things were already in hand. Logically, they should recruit the other party as a crew member. Why was Chen Hua not following the normal routine? For a moment, Wu Chang was terrified, quickly shouting, "Big brother, big brother. I've given everything to you, you promised not to kill me. And I'm willing to join your ship and work for you." Work for me? Ha! I'm afraid you'll dirty my ship. Chen Hua sneered, his heart filled with murderous intent. As the saying goes, cut the grass and remove the roots. Although he didn't want to kill people casually. But the other party had boarded his ship in the middle of the night. People like that only bring trouble if kept alive. Moreover, his ship only accepts top-notch goddesses, not such useless people. As for catching them and selling them to other ships, it wasn't something he couldn't consider. But right now, he had only taken in 1 goddess, and his strength wasn't very strong. And crew member trading required offline transactions. Before he grew stronger, he didn't want to add that many troubles for himself. Seeing that Chen Hua really had the intention to kill, Wu Chang regretted deeply, his intestines turning green. Because he never expected the other party would leave no survivors. You have to know, every person is both a competitor and a resource. As long as they aren't eaten by sea monsters, they have certain value wherever they go. Even if there's a big grudge between both sides, you still wouldn't waste such a scarce human resource. He didn't understand what this man's heart was planning for the future. So he quickly shouted, "Don't kill me, I have something good. It will definitely satisfy you." What good thing? Chen Hua's face didn't change, his expression indifferent. It's a treasure chest, the news of a silver treasure chest. Boom. As soon as Wu Chang spoke, not only did Chen Hua's eyes sharpen, but even Su Yajing was shocked. Silver treasure chest. The other party actually knew the news of the silver treasure chest? This was the highest level treasure chest found so far since it was discovered. Even in the regional channel, there hadn't been many people who obtained it. And those few people all opened good things. For example, a set of level 2 engines. Or an AK-47. There was even one person who opened a rocket launcher from it, shaking the entire chat channel. After all, the power of this thing had absolute authority in the whole ocean. So when hearing the news of the silver treasure chest, Chen Hua stopped his actions, his face serious as he said, "Since you know about the silver treasure chest, why not open it yourself?" Because the silver treasure chest is guarded by level 3 sea monsters, sea serpents. I'm too weak to approach. So I wanted to use your resources to get it. Wu Chang's explanation made Chen Hua believe a little. So Chen Hua's face became serious as he said, "Sign the contract, then get on the ship." Yes, yes, yes. Wu Chang was overjoyed, quickly signing the crew contract Chen Hua had thrown over. Then he swam onto the ship, until he appeared on the Heavenly Man's ship. His heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed. Finally, became the other party's person. Now, he shouldn't die, right? After he boarded the ship, the randomly named wooden ship not far away also slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Vehicles are like this. Once the bound person is lost, it will sink into the sea. This was also the reason he had sent 2 people to Chen Hua's ship, to capture him alive. Chapter 026, This person cannot be left alive, encountering familiar faces again. After all, if the captain was accidentally killed, the entire ship would sink. The materials on the ship, nothing would be obtained. Only by capturing the captain alive, could one obtain more items from that ship. This setup not only indirectly protected many captains, but also gave those who took risks a layer of opportunity. If they succeeded, they would still be the boss. Failed. At worst, I'll become a slave. Without the threat of life, some people become bolder. After getting on the boat, Wu Chang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze towards Chen Hua was a bit more relaxed. Especially when he looked at the helmsman, Su Yajing, a hint of desire flashed in his eyes. All of this fell in Chen Hua's eyes. However, Chen Hua didn't say much. Because the silver treasure chest was his current goal. Xiao Bai, go into the cabin. You, come over and guide me. Chen Hua led Wu Chang to the driving seat. Su Yajing, wearing a JK uniform, stood up and returned to the cabin. Although she hadn't completely recovered from the killing yet. After going through such a battle, she obviously had more trust in Chen Hua. Even though Chen Hua looked terrifying when he killed. But the days of being together made her trust him inexplicably. Instead, the way Wu Chang looked at her made her more alert. Even though he had already become a crew member, it was still the same. Although the rules at sea clearly state that crew members cannot harm the captain, it doesn't say they can't harm other crew members. Because of that Wu Chang. He looked more like a desperate criminal. Captain, do we need to throw the body outside? As soon as she entered the cabin, Su Yajing stuck her head out again. No need. Let's see if it can be of use later. Chen Hua didn't look back, driving the wooden boat towards the coordinates provided by Wu Chang. And Wu Chang sat beside Chen Hua. He gritted his teeth and forcefully pulled out the arrowhead from his shoulder. The cruelty of it far exceeded Chen Hua's imagination. Chen Hua quietly glanced at him, knowing this person couldn't stay for long. But on the surface, he didn't show anything, just silently tossed out 2 painkillers. It seemed caring. But in reality, he was already preparing a burial place for the other. Thank you. Captain, is that girl in the cabin your woman? She's really beautiful. Captain, what did you do before? Your sailing skills are so proficient. Captain, my talent is 3 times strength, what's your talent? Captain. Wu Chang was beside Chen Hua, giving directions and asking non-stop. He looked like an honest person without schemes. But Chen Hua knew. He was gathering information through his words. So he ignored him the whole time, and after feeling annoyed, he said in a cold tone, ask one more question, and I'll feed you to the fish. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang finally stopped talking. However, after stopping his incessant chatter, he didn't seem overly afraid. He seemed to think of himself as a talent. Or perhaps he felt he had certain assets that could make Chen Hua accept his personality. So he raised his head and began to probe around the various positions on the boat without restraint. Seeing this, Chen Hua's killing intent grew stronger. But he still said nothing, just silently piloting the boat. Soon, after sailing for half an hour, heaven and earth finally arrived at the sea area Wu Chang mentioned. However, under this dim night sky, there were already other boats. From a distance, that boat was moving quickly. And behind the boat, a group of sea serpents, several dozen meters long, was following. The sea serpents swam extremely fast. Even with the roar of the engine, they closely pursued, occasionally biting at the wooden boat. But fortunately, the stern of the wooden boat was mounted with a ballista, which was shooting rapidly. Damn! We're late. This place has been discovered by others. Seeing the battle on the sea from afar, Wu Chang slammed his fist, seemingly very annoyed. Chen Hua remained silent, at a safe distance, picked up the binoculars. Ruthless. The name of the ship came into view. It was an ordinary secondary vessel. However, although it was ordinary, it was well equipped. The engine and the ballista, 2 important devices, were all present. Moreover, the woman controlling the ballista to shoot the sea serpents at the stern looked somewhat familiar. Chen Hua frowned, unable to recall who she was. So he looked back at the driving seat. In an instant, a beautiful face appeared in the telescope. It shocked Chen Hua's mind, leaving him dumbfounded. So it's her. No wonder she looks so familiar. Chen Hua held the telescope, feeling that the world was a bit small. Because the woman driving the boat was the female manager Yun Mengyao, who was in charge of interviewing him for the internship. Back then, Yun Mengyao came to their university to recruit on behalf of a big company. He couldn't wait to sign up for the recruitment. After all, it was a big company looking for people. The requirements were quite high. But for him, it wasn't completely hopeless. Because his part-time experience was unmatched. However, just when he had carefully prepared and walked into the interview room, this stunning interviewer, however, looked down on him, a country boy. Crossing her legs while flipping through his resume, she didn't even glance at Chen Hua. Only because Chen Hua wore a full outfit of street market clothes, and his resume was filled with experiences like restaurant waiter, delivery worker, and such. Even when Chen Hua tried to explain himself, she directly interrupted him, stating that their company does not accept trash. This hit Chen Hua hard. He started to doubt if he really was trash. Moreover, how could an interviewer be so arrogant? Feeling frustrated, Chen Hua searched online and found out. This female interviewer was indeed extraordinary. A graduate from a top-tier university, she entered a big company through a family connection right after graduation. She only dealt with elite individuals, rich young heirs. In her eyes, someone like Chen Hua was indeed plain to the extreme. But since she looked down on their school, why come to recruit? Later, Chen Hua finally learned. This was a collaboration between their school and the company. It was just to have the big company come and go through the motions, boost the school's reputation. As for recruiting, it entirely depended on the interviewer's mood. But this young Mangyao did have some skills. She was actually doing well at sea. Even taking in a colleague as crew. And she indeed had guts. She dared to deal with a group of level 3 sea snakes with just an ordinary level 2 vessel and a bed crossbow. But out at sea, it was not a company. Courage often comes with huge risks. Chen Hua put away the telescope, ready to rush over and grab the silver treasure chest. However, at that moment, a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Detecting 94-point goddess Yun Mengyao, can be contained. Can be contained? Chen Hua was taken aback, revealing a thoughtful gaze. Just now, the talent had been silent, and he was curious why such a beautiful person did not qualify for talent containment. But now, it finally came. Since it can be contained, it can't be wasted. As the saying goes, do not let good women down, do not waste bad ones. The worse, the more he liked. Because it's easier to use, no need to feel pity. Of course. Too cruel of a person won't do. With such thoughts, Chen Hua discreetly glanced at Wu Chang beside him. Chapter 027, Believe It or Not, Setting Off to Save People. Captain, did you see how many people are on the other side? It seems they might be no match for that group of sea snakes. Should we take the opportunity to grab the treasure chest? When Chen Hua looked at Wu Chang immediately gave his suggestion. However, Chen Hua just silently shook his head and said, the real show has just started. At this moment, Su Yajing also came out from the cabin. She was a bit scared being alone in the cabin with the corpse. Seeing the boat stop, she thought they had reached their destination. Unexpectedly, there was another boat at the destination. So, she had to come to Chen Hua's side, squeezing with Chen Hua at the steering position, half sitting on the raised board, her legs tightly pressed against Chen Hua. As the sea breeze blew up, her short and enticing JK skirt couldn't help but flutter in the wind, revealing a touch of snowy white. This made Wu Chang on the other side. The eyes sparkled a bit more. Unconsciously glanced down at Su Yajing's legs. Wu Chang, go to the stern and control the Zhuge crossbow. Chen Hua felt a bit uncomfortable and spoke to drive him away. Only then did Wu Chang reluctantly get up and walk towards the stern. Once he was far away, Chen Hua then reached his hand into her skirt without any hesitation. Su Yajing was caught off guard and let out a soft grunt. Seeing this, Chen Hua finally vented the dissatisfaction in his heart, staring at Su Yajing, and coldly said, the skirt has flown up, can't you see it? As he spoke, he exerted more force, pushing in another 2 inches. Su Yajing shivered all over, immediately pressed against Chen Hua's hand from under the skirt, stammering, how would I know? Pay attention in the future. After carefully feeling for a moment, Chen Hua finally withdrew his hand solemnly. He wiped his hand on the skirt and looked back at the nearby wooden boat engaged in fierce battle with the water snake. Looking at the residue on the skirt, Su Yajing's face turned red, strangely feeling a sense of reassurance. In the distance, Yun Mengyao and Sun Shanshan were still fighting. But after the tugging from both sides, their boat was already riddled with holes. Especially the third-level sea monster water snake, which actually leaped onto their boat and directly attacked their bodies, forcing them to put down what they were doing and deal with the water snakes on the boat. Mengyao, hurry, and drive the boat, don't stop. At the stern, Sun Shanshan was forced to let go of the bed crossbow and quickly shot at the water snakes that had jumped onto the boat with a crossbow. As the speed of the boat nearly came to a halt, more and more water snakes were rushing towards her. In no time, she was surrounded on all sides. Even the wooden planks beneath her feet were bitten off by the water snake, exposing the engine. Shanshan, hold on a little longer, I have a water snake here too. Wait for me to deal with it. Yun Mengyao, the captain, wearing a white shirt and a black tight skirt, her black stockings were already in a terrible state. Only because a water snake had crawled up from the position she was driving. She reluctantly stopped the boat, took up the crossbow to shoot. Shoo show. However, 2 arrows shot out, but caused no serious damage to the water snake. In despair, she could only take the knife personally, going up to chop off the water snake's head. Then quickly return to the driving position, slamming the accelerator. Shanshan, how are you? After finally escaping the area surrounded by water snakes, Yun Mengyao hurriedly looked back. However, when she turned around, she discovered her colleague, Sun Shanshan, had already been gnawed down to half of her body. 2 huge water snakes were gnawing at the boat's body behind her. The entire stern was a mess, almost taking on water. Especially the exposed engine, which had directly dragged a water snake in, causing the engine area to be a bloody mess, constantly shaking and malfunctioning. Hiss. Yun Mengyao was in a daze. Although she had survived for so many days and experienced several battles, but she had never seen such a bloody scene. Her friend was being eaten. The wooden boat was being gnawed. Even the engine was starting to have problems. It probably wouldn't be long, and she too would be buried at the bottom of the sea. Instantly, a huge fear sprouted in her heart. A strong feeling of regret surged to her mind. Sun Shanshan, it's all your fault. Why did you have to go for that silver treasure chest? My boat was developing so well. Now it's over. You're dead, I'll die too. Who can save me? Yun Mengyao was terrified and didn't dare to abandon the boat to escape. She could only frantically open the system panel, ready to send a distress signal in the regional channel. Although the outcome of asking for help wouldn't be much better. But compared to death, living had more possibilities. However, just as Yun Mengyao opened the chat panel and was rapidly typing a distress message on the page, the system panel suddenly trembled. Then, a request from nearby appeared in front of her. Captain Shen Hua of the heavenly human ship. Captain of heaven and earth? Nearby people? Yun Mengyao was taken aback and quickly looked up to scan her surroundings. Indeed. Several thousand meters away, there was indeed a ship. Although it was night, she could see 3 figures on the ship at a glance. Hiss. It's actually an all-hardwood hull. Plus, a Zhuge crossbow. Yun Mengyao was shocked and immediately accepted the chat request, quickly typing out, "Save me. I can give you everything on the ship." No problem. First, transfer the items. Shen Hua immediately responded. But upon seeing this request, Yun Mengyao was frozen. Transfer the items first. What if it was a trick? Yun Mengyao dared not take the risk and quickly replied, "How can I trust you? What if you run off after taking the stuff? You first help me escape. I promise I won't go back on my word." Whoosh. Message sent. However, while Yun Mengyao was pondering how to negotiate with the other party immediately replied with 4 words. Believe it or not. Seeing these 4 words, and looking again at the ship being rapidly devoured, the engine badly damaged, Yun Mengyao became anxious. But on the chat panel, the other side had stopped replying. It seemed they had no intention of giving her a second choice. Helpless. Then, without hesitation, she transferred all the supplies to the other party. Yun Mengyao transferred 2 cases of mineral water, 1 case of cola, 1 case of Sprite, 1 case of red wine. Yun Mengyao transferred 7 units of wood, 12 units of coarse iron, 7 pieces of parts. Yun Mengyao transferred 1 crossbow, 1 bed crossbow, 1 machete, 1 kitchen knife. Yun Mengyao transferred 2 sets of women's clothing, 2 bikinis, 4 pairs of stockings. Yun Mengyao transferred. On the chat page, a series of supplies began to enter Chen Hua's spatial backpack. Chen Hua received while pulling out the supplies and stacking them in the cabin. Before long, the cabin was filled with a lot of stuff. "Big brother, I have transferred everything on my ship to you, please come save me." After the transfer was complete, Yun Mengyao couldn't wait to send a message. Because at this moment, there were even more sea snakes on the ship. Although her penetration point was still safe, but the bottom and the tail of the ship were almost covered. In just a moment, her ship would be eaten away, and her life would be lost. "Stay at the bow and don't move." Chen Hua also replied with a message. Then let Su Yajing take the driver's seat, while he sat beside her, loading the crossbow and solemnly ordering, "Set off, save people. Set off, save people." With Chen Hua's command falling, At the stern, Wu Chang immediately revealed a fierce expression, gripping the Zhuge crossbow tightly and preparing to shoot. Su Yajing slammed the throttle all the way down, steering towards the unfeeling ship. This made Yun Mengyao, who had just sent out all the supplies, feel a sudden sense of relief. They finally came. They indeed kept their promise. Thinking of this, she quickly stood at the highest point of the bow, afraid of being mistakenly killed. And as she emerged from the cabin, her stunning figure suddenly caught the eyes of Chen Hua and the others. Black silk wrapping her curves. A slim waist and bountiful assets. Even placed in a survival world, she was an outstanding presence. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Finally, the heaven and earth wooden ship approached. Su Yajing swung the boat's tail gracefully. Then, the Zhuge crossbow suddenly launched, with one giant arrow after another shooting through the air, smashing the sea snake's head. Clank clank clank. As the distance closed, the large arrows, empowered by the Zhuge crossbow, had immense power. After hitting the sea snakes at the bow, they could even penetrate the wooden ship. After several shots, it made the already dilapidated stern even more ruined. Seeing this, Yun Mengyao felt her heart bleed. Because at this rate of destruction, her ship would sink. So she hurriedly shouted, "Big brother, watch the angle, don't damage my ship." Ha ha. Wu Chang silently laughed coldly, aimed at the key parts of the opponent's ship and started shooting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few more large arrows shot out. The Ruthless was instantly taking on water. Awesome. Looking at his masterpiece, Wu Chang felt incredibly thrilling inside. So he controlled the crossbow again, beginning to shoot in bursts. Damn it. Seeing Wang Chang's crazy look, Yun Mengyao couldn't help but curse. But she could only help with the crossbow in her hands. As for Chen Hua, he stood on the deck, expressionless, shooting at the sea snakes that got close to Yun Mengyao. Just like that. Before long, all the sea snakes on the Ruthless were cleared away. However, the Ruthless was also battered and full of holes. Yun Mengyao sank along with the Ruthless. Fortunately, there were no sea snakes in the water at this moment. After sinking, she swam to Chen Hua's ship as fast as she could, then flipped over, lying on the deck, gasping for breath. Huff, huff, huff. Finally, saved. At this moment, she felt a complete sigh of relief inside. But before she could fully relax, a JK girl and two men, one big and one small, came from two directions, looking down at her. Seeing this, she finally realized, although she was alive, but she was trapped on another ship. So she quickly sat up and said to Chen Hua and the others, "Thank you for saving me, I'm willing to join you." The awareness is good. Chen Hua didn't expect that this once high and mighty woman would understand so well. Without waiting for him to speak, she knew his purpose. This kind of awareness was much higher than his past self. No wonder she could do so well. So he raised his hand and drew the contract over. Then, while the other party was signing, he lightly raised the corner of his mouth, crouched down, and joked, "The awareness is good, no wonder you are a big company's interviewer. You understand right away." What? Interviewer? Yun Mengyao was stunned when her previous identity was revealed. She was a bit dumbfounded. He knows me? Did we have a conflict before? Or did I help him? No, it shouldn't be that I helped him. I never had the habit of helping others. He won't take revenge on me, right? Oh my god. How could I be so unlucky? After barely being saved, I end up on the enemy ship? In an instant, Yun Mengyao became nervous. She wanted to stop signing. But the name was already signed. The contract in front of her was also dissipating. Yun Mengyao showed a smile that was uglier than crying, helplessly testing, "Is there a misunderstanding between us, Captain?" "There is a bit of misunderstanding. 3 months ago, when you came to my school to recruit college students, I was interviewed by you. What did you say back then? You said your company doesn't take trash." When he said this, Chen Hua grinned again, showing a row of big white teeth. "Take a look again, am I trash?" Boom. As soon as these words came out, Yun Mengyao's whole body trembled in an instant. The identity of the person in front of her completely fused with her memory. She exclaimed in shock, "It's you." He. Chen Hua smiled faintly, not answering. Because at this moment, his containment reward had arrived. Detected: you have successfully contained a goddess-level crew member, gain special reward Infinite Bullet Core. Infinite Bullet Core can be applied to any weapon. The weapon after merging this core will have unlimited bullets. Can be freely disassembled. Ding dong. Today's containment gold from Yun Mengyao has been received. Gold coins plus 20. The continuous notifications made Chen Hua's heart tremble. Infinite Bullet Core. Goodness. Is this a reward that only a goddess can produce? That's too awesome. Just don't know if bows and crossbows can use it. After all, he still didn't have any firearms. Chen Hua was incredibly excited. In comparison, those 20 gold coins were completely unimportant. However, just as Chen Hua was checking the infinite bullet core, Yun Mengyao thought that Chen Hua was deliberately not answering, trying to give her some gifts. Her heart trembled. She regretted wanting to travel back. Take back what I said in that interview. But time cannot turn back, and life cannot start over. What's done is done. She could only bitterly explain to herself, Captain, I actually didn't mean to say that about you, you misunderstood. I was just in a bad mood at the time, you must forgive me. As she spoke, her hand could not help but climb up Chen Hua's thigh and extend upwards. Chen Hua jolted, exiting the information of the infinite bullet core, and looked back at Yun Mengyao. What are you doing? Captain, I really was just in a bad mood, I didn't mean to target you. Don't worry, I will definitely listen to you from now on. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. By the way, my talent is Eagle Eye, I can find many treasure chests for you. Yun Mengyao became increasingly anxious, even kneeling in front of Chen Hua, her face full of remorse. This made Chen Hua feel secretly pleased. Who said the apocalypse was bad, who said survival was miserable? Although it was a bit tragic. But it was also the beginning of the bottom-level people's counterattack. If it was in the past, no one would have thought that a destitute student would one day be on his knees begging for forgiveness from a goddess. Chen Hua looked down, seeing her ambition. But compared to the impact from her gaze, the contrast of his identity reversal in his heart was even more pleasing. So he calmly said, no need to rush to explain, I will give you a chance to prove yourself. After all, once you are on my ship, you are my people. Saying this, he pulled Yun Mengyao up. After Yun Mengyao got up, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As a woman who has fought in society, she knew that for now, she would be fine. But to live safely on this ship, she still had to see her performance. Thinking this, she cautiously stole a glance at Chen Hua. Chapter 029, Promoting to Iron Ship, the Power of Infinite Bullets, Born to Rebel. Chen Hua did not continue to trouble her. After getting up, he slowly walked to the stern of the ship. Under everyone's gaze, he took out the infinite bullet core. Infinite bullet core can be fused. No consumption. A line of big characters appeared. Everyone on the ship could see it. After seeing this line of text, everyone present had a sharp look in their eyes. Hiss. Infinite bullet core? Such an outrageous thing can be found at sea? The three were full of disbelief. Because this kind of thing is simply a heavenly existence, a conceptual existence. Didn't expect that Chen Hua actually had this. No wonder his ship upgrades quickly and has plenty of resources on board. Everything makes sense now. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Hua directly chose to fuse. In an instant, the Zhuge crossbow disintegrated. The infinite bullet core entered automatically. Then reassembled. Although the assembled Zhuge crossbow looked no different on the surface, but it could actually fire large arrows infinitely now. After finishing all this, Chen Hua was not idle. He immediately began a series of upgrades and modifications. First, the second bed crossbow was installed on the other side of the stern. Next was the upgrade of the ship's material, consuming 50 units of rough iron, 35 parts, and 10 gold coins for labor. The ship's outer hull was entirely wrapped in rough iron. Before long, a majestic iron ship with 2 bed crossbows appeared. Although it didn't look bigger, but the texture had changed tremendously. Hiss. Upgraded to iron ship. My goodness, he actually hoarded so many supplies. Wow, this captain is unfathomable. It seems I have to be more cautious. The three stood on the deck, each with different thoughts. After the upgrade was completed, the rough iron that Chen Hua had accumulated was directly cut in half. The engine fuel consumption also increased by 0.7, reaching the level of 0.2 liters per kilometer. But this fuel consumption was completely acceptable for Chen Hua now. And in order to obtain this silver treasure chest, he had to upgrade. Otherwise, he worried about rushing over. His hardwood boat suffered serious damage. Although he wasn't worried about it being like Yun Mengyao's ship. But repairs would definitely cost a lot. It would be better to upgrade early to avoid accidents. Thinking this, Chen Hua turned to the 3 people on the boat and ordered, everyone get ready, target, the silver treasure chest. Yes. The 3 immediately split up to take action. Su Yajing sat at the driving position to steer the boat. Wu Chang actively approached the semi-automatic crossbow and gripped it tightly. Yun Mengyao came to the highest position in front of the infinite bullet crossbow, controlling it. As for Chen Hua, he stood at the steps by the cabin door, behind the driving position, one hand holding onto the cabin's eaves and the other holding a crossbow, commanding like a king. Xiaobai, set off. Boom boom boom. The LV-2 engine, referred to as the V2 engine, roared within the deck. The propeller brought by the engine spun quickly, propelling the iron boat towards the sea serpent's lair. Prepare. 500 meters from the sea serpent. Chen Hua reminded once again. Fire. 300 meters from the sea serpent. The sea serpents rushed towards the heavenly boat with alarming speed. Chen Hua directly gave the firing order. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the Zhuge crossbow and the semi-automatic crossbow, two large launching devices, shot out several large arrows instantly. Especially with the Zhuge crossbow, having 10 consecutive shots in infinite auto, in Yun Mengyao's hands, it was almost like a toy. In a moment, 5 or 6 large arrows shot out, turning one sea serpent into a hedgehog. But thankfully, they didn't have to care about the arrows. Otherwise, it would be a complete waste. Additionally, compared to the infinite bullet crossbow, Wu Chang's semi-automatic crossbow was much more laborious. After firing one shot, he still had to load a new arrow, and then pull the winch before firing the second shot. But this was no problem for Wu Chang, whose talent was 3 times stronger. Pulling the winch was not a big deal for him, though it was slower. Crew member Yun Mengyao killed a LV-3 sea serpent and gained 3 gold coins, 1 snake skin, and 1 small arrow. Crew member Yun Mengyao killed a LV-3 sea serpent and gained 3 gold coins in 1 part. Crew member Yun Mengyao killed a LV-3 sea serpent and gained 3 gold coins, 1 snake skin, and 1 part. Crew member Wu Chang killed a LV-3 sea serpent and gained 3 gold coins in 1 part. You killed a LV-3 sea serpent and gained 3 gold coins, 1 part, and 1 bottle of sunscreen. As the 3 attacked simultaneously, ripples surged on the sea surface. Countless large arrows fell into the water, posing a huge threat to the sea serpents. However, the reason the LV-3 sea serpents were classified as level 3 was because they had slender bodies, fast swimming speeds, and were extremely agile. So, even though some sea serpents died, many more sea serpents rushed in to take advantage of the opportunity. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Chen Hua's crossbow came into play. As a versatile medium-range weapon, it was just right for clearing the approaching sea serpents. Thus, Su Yajing steered the wooden boat, while Chen Hua and the 2 crew members shot. In no time, the entangled sea serpents were completely swept away. The calm sea surface was no longer disturbed. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the power of great weapons and vehicles. After all, the defense of Chen Hua's iron boat had far exceeded the attacking strength of the sea serpents. Even if they were occasionally pursued while killing the sea serpents, it would be difficult to cause substantial damage to the iron boat in a short time. Especially the infinite bullet Zhuge crossbow. This time it fired at least 200 large arrows. If it weren't for the infinite bullets, this battle might have bankrupted Chen Hua. Before long, all the sea serpents around the silver treasure chest were cleared. The wooden boat finally arrived by the silver treasure chest. Captain, I'll go get the treasure chest. At this moment, Wu Chang volunteered. After getting Chen Hua's consent, he jumped and dived into the sea. Splash splash. He grasped the treasure chest and swam through the turbulent waters until he reached the edge of the iron boat. However, just as he excitedly held onto the treasure chest, at the moment when he wanted to take credit, on the ship, Chen Hua suddenly raised the crossbow in his hand and aimed it at Wu Chang. In that instant, Wu Chang was dumbfounded. Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao were also stunned. Each of them froze in place, not daring to make a sound. Only Wu Chang, with a nervous face, said, "Captain, what are you doing pointing at me? Is there some misunderstanding?" He. Misunderstanding? Perhaps there is. Chen Hua replied while pulling back the crossbow's mechanism to load it. Seeing this, Wu Chang became even more anxious and hurriedly explained, "My captain, misunderstandings can be resolved. If I did anything wrong, just tell me. I will definitely change." "Cannot change. I see you have a rebellious nature, you are not someone who lives under others." Chen Hua shook his head and then lightly pulled the trigger. Thud. An arrow pierced through the head. Wu Chang stared wide-eyed, his whole body floating in the sea, becoming a corpse. Chapter 030. Open the silver treasure chest, accelerate the sale, earn over 200 gold. Thud. Wu Chang was pierced in the head by an arrow and directly became a corpse. And this scene profoundly shocked the 2 goddesses on the ship. Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao never expected Chen Hua would kill him. Each of them stood frozen in place, nearly wetting themselves. Especially Yun Mengyao, who didn't even dare to speak, her calves trembling. Her mind was filled with Chen Hua's words before he killed, "I see you have a rebellious nature. Oh my god. How can one see this rebellious nature? Isn't this just an excuse to kill? He clearly wanted to kill him. Yun Mengyao thought about the conflict between her and Chen Hua. She couldn't help but feel anxious about her safety. He won't kill me too, right? Yun Mengyao panicked. However, at this moment, Chen Hua had no time to pay attention to them. After killing Wu Chang, he immediately brought the silver treasure chest from the surface of the water onto the ship cabin. Silver treasure chest. To open it, you need to spend 8 gold coins. Without a second thought, Chen Hua chose to open it. Click. The sound of unlocking attracted the attention of the two beauties beside him. Under the gaze of the three of them, the silver treasure chest opened automatically. Countless resources appeared before Chen Hua in a virtual panel. 1 blueprint for Juga crossbow modification, 1 set of ice silk 4-piece suit, 10 steel plates, 15 parts, 30 units of wood, 30 units of rough iron, 1 set of speed sails, 1 standing air conditioner, 1 large drum of diesel, 100 large arrows, 100 universal arrows, basic diesel engine. Quickly, a dense array of resources appeared before Chen Hua. Only to his regret, he had not obtained the AK-47 nor the red cannon. But thinking carefully, these 2 items must be extremely rare. Even opening the silver treasure chest would yield them at a very low probability, so he felt relieved. Thinking of this, Chen Hua set his sights on the speed sails. Because this speed sail was the largest item in the treasure chest. Speed sail, enchanted item, can be installed on any ship. After installation, it can increase the ship's speed limit. Accelerating 100 kilometers takes only 3 seconds. During acceleration, fuel consumption increases by 300%. The information about the speed sail made Chen Hua's eyes widen. A device to increase the ship's speed. Also an enchanted item. Accelerating 100 kilometers in just 3 seconds. This meant, if this thing is installed on a ship, its starting speed is comparable to a sports car? Chen Hua's eyes lit up, instantly knowing this item was something good. After all, it is well known that ships have slow starting speeds. If he had a fast starting ship, he could basically avoid all dangers at sea. Because no danger can be bigger than speed. As long as the speed is fast enough, no danger can catch up. As for the increased fuel consumption, if the speed increases, the fuel consumption will definitely increase. So, Chen Hua immediately took out the speed sail and installed it on the iron ship. Soon, the installation of the speed sail was completed. The iron ship welcomed its first sail. But just as the sail was installed, it was affected by the wind. The boat automatically drifted away into the distance. Not to mention, this thing can sometimes save fuel when used wisely. Of course. But not right now. Chen Hua let Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao lower the sails. Then he upgraded the second crossbow on the boat, turning it into a Juga crossbow. After renovating these important facilities, only then did Chen Hua allow Su Yajing to steer the boat away from this dangerous area. He himself sat on the deck organizing today's harvest. Wood, rough iron, steel plates, parts, large arrows, general arrows, food. After organizing everything, Chen Hua's wood had already reached 80 units, rough iron 74 units, 10 steel plates, and 41 parts. He was about to gather all 100 units needed to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle. However, even if he gathered them, Chen Hua had no intention of upgrading immediately. Because a bigger ship would affect the engine's horsepower, fuel consumption, speed, and more. Once upgraded, all aspects would decline. So, unless absolutely necessary, the vehicle upgrade could be postponed. Additionally, besides these resources needed for upgrades, Chen Hua also accumulated a large wave of arrows and food. They nearly filled the extra space in the ship's cabin. Chen Hua thought for a moment, then turned and dove into the cabin to organize the excess goods, getting ready to sell the extra items in the shop for money. General arrows, 0.1 gold each, putting up 100. Snake skin, putting up all. All extra bows and crossbows, putting up. Hard steamed buns, putting up. Otaku happy water, large arrows also selling some. And 2 bags of wheat and corn, selling all of them. Soon, Chen Hua listed one product after another. And all were listed in large quantities. Unlike other products, which were listed 1 or 2 at a time. This quickly caused quite a stir in the regional channel. Wow! Wow! Someone listed general arrows in the shop. Put up 100 at once. What? So many? This is strategic material. Hurry to grab it. Wah aha! I grabbed 13. Unfortunately, I don't have much money. Otherwise, I'd buy more. Someone listed a box, did you see, 0.5 gold a bottle. Wow! There's also wheat. It seems these things are all sold by the same person. Oh my. It really is the same person, named Chen Hua. Did this Chen Hua strike it rich? How come he listed so many goods? Could it be that he found family and boarded their ship? Tisk, that's possible. In the chat channel, news about Chen Hua kept appearing. After all, for these survivors, listing so many items at once undoubtedly made him a wealthy person. So many people quickly sent private messages to Chen Hua after chatting. In an instant, Chen Hua's private chat panel suddenly displayed dozens to hundreds of unread messages. Glancing over, all were useless messages. Either wanting to buy things at a low price or fancifully requesting specific items, or just idle chatter. To this, Chen Hua directly chose to block all. To stop these sounds from buzzing constantly. Gold balance, 216. Gold balance, 217/221/225/224. Glancing at the gold balance, it had already exceeded 200 and was rapidly rising. Once the items in the shop sold out, it could reach 250. This made Chen Hua feel secretly pleased, as if he was getting rich. After all, this 200 gold had a purchasing power far beyond what he had before survival. Before survival, even a month's salary was not enough for food. And now the money he earned could even allow him to indulge for 10 days half a month. As long as he wanted. This 200 gold could even buy at least dozens of women. Is this what it feels like to earn money? This is too exhilarating. Chen Hua smacked his lips, holding back from spending. Because he still needed to buy the power core. But just as Chen Hua was on the chat page, while searching for Li Zixuan's chat panel, Yun Mengyao suddenly walked in, bending over. Chapter 031, Take Down Yun Mengyao, by the Power Core, an unspeakable scene. Yun Mengyao's face still showed a hint of surprise. The incident of Chen Hua killing Wu Chang still fresh in her mind. She had once looked down on Chen Hua, and now she was very worried that Chen Hua wanted her life, or to torture her. After all, judging from Chen Hua's performance just now, he was not a magnanimous person. So, during the time Chen Hua entered the cabin, she felt anxious all the time. Seeing that Chen Hua was not coming out, she finally could not endure it anymore and actively entered the cabin. Because she recalled what Chen Hua had said to her before he killed Wu Chang. No need to rush to explain, I will give you the chance to prove yourself. The chance to prove herself. How else could she prove it? Unless. Like that. So. Yun Mengyao came in. She held her big belly, her face full of the fatigue after survival. Quietly sitting next to Chen Hua, she said weakly, Captain, I want to explain to you about our relationship. There's nothing to explain about the previous matters. In front of Chen Hua, the chat channel was still open. Seeing the other party come in just to say nonsense, he withdrew his gaze, ready to first find Li Zixuan's chat panel to complete the power core transaction. After all, the night is long and dreams are many. He wasn't worried that Li Zixuan would sell the items to someone else. But he was worried that Li Zixuan would be robbed. However, his indifferent attitude made Yun Mengyao mistakenly believe that Chen Hua still harbored resentment from the interview. She trembled inside. About to cry. Thinking about possibly being thrown into the sea, she dared not persist. She bent down and crawled. In an instant, Chen Hua only felt his pants loosen. Captain, I will definitely make you satisfied. In the next moment, Chen Hua's eyes were filled with emptiness. His whole body suddenly relaxed. This feeling was simply wonderful. Taking a deep breath. Looking down at the Yun Mengyao who was trying to please him. Chen Hua even wanted to close his eyes to feel it carefully. But thinking about his power core device, he shivered, immediately raising his focus, refocusing his gaze on the virtual panel, and then scrolling down to find Li Zixuan's chat history. Soon, the chat history was found. Chen Hua typed with both hands, "Are you there?" Whoosh. The message was sent. Chen Hua couldn't help but let out a light snort. However, after waiting for a moment, Li Zixuan did not respond. This made Chen Hua a bit worried. Although it was midnight, many boats had gone to rest. But he couldn't help but worry that something unexpected happened to Li Zixuan. So, Chen Hua quickly typed again and sent a second message. "Are you asleep? I have gathered enough gold coins. Please reply if you see this." Whoosh. The message was sent again. Chen Hua's toes instantly curled. But this time he didn't wait long. Just as his toes had not fully relaxed yet, Li Zixuan finally replied. "I'm here. How are you so quick?" Chen Hua, quick? It took me 2 days to gather these gold coins. Looking down at Yun Mengyao, Chen Hua couldn't help but lift the hair of the other person to see clearly, and then continued typing to reply, "A man cannot say quick. Let's start the transaction." Alright. Ding dong. Li Zixuang has initiated a trade with you. Trade amount, 200 gold coins. Soon. A power core device appeared on the chat page. To transfer it to his backpack, he needed to pay 200 gold. But thinking that the other party was not only willing to keep the good stuff for him but had not raised the price, Chen Hua directly paid 215 gold in the payment box. Transaction completed. The item has been automatically stored in your backpack, please check. With the transaction completed, Chen Hua's gold balance instantly became double digits. The power core device appeared in his backpack. And Li Zixuang received an extra 15 gold coins. Boss. You gave me 15 extra gold coins. I can't take it for free. Just these 2 days, I have saved 4 strength fruits for you, so I'll give them all to you. Li Zihao transfers 4 strength fruits to you. In the trading bar, 4 strength fruits appeared. Seeing this, Chen Hua didn't expect that the other party would be so generous too. Clearly, he was a poor guy who couldn't even afford a meal. Yet he pretended to be generous. But Chen Hua did not want to ruin the other person's good intentions. So he replied, Alright, thank you. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me. I will try my best to help you. After saying that, he took the strength fruits. Okay. Li Zixuang also replied and stopped talking. At this moment, Yun Mengyao was still continuing. Chen Hua stared blankly at the chat panel with Li Zixuang for a while. Then he opened the regional channel, pretending to be busy, and looked at others chatting. As a result, when he looked, there were only over 70,000 people left in the regional channel. The speed at which survivors decreased was alarming. It has been raining for 2 days already, when will it finally stop? Since it started raining, even sea monsters have decreased. I'm about to go bankrupt due to the lack of sea monsters. Yeah. It's inconvenient to fish with this rain. Resources have drastically decreased. Is there anyone forming a team? I found a copper treasure chest guarded by a sea monster. Private chat nearby, let's share the treasure resources together. Everyone be careful of the ironclad. This ship has upgraded to a level 3 vehicle. It's out there capturing crew members. Anyone targeted by it can hardly escape. Is there a fleet looking for people? No fighting, just looking for resources. The chat channel was still filled with all sorts of information. Chen Hua glanced at it and then closed it. Because at this moment, he was as solid as a rock. He pushed Yun Mengyao away, pulling out a half-wood line. Captain. Yun Mengyao thought she wasn't serving well, looking nervously at Chen Hua. However, Chen Hua didn't explain and just pounced. In no time, the sound reached Su Yajing's ears outside the cabin. At this moment, Su Yajing had just parked the ship and was about to go back into the cabin to see what the captain was doing. But before she reached the cabin door, her face turned red. Damn it! Stealing my man! Su Yajing's heart was filled with panic, fearing she would lose her value. So she directly rushed into the cabin. The two inside the cabin saw Su Yajing swagger in and were instantly dumbfounded. Especially Yun Mengyao, her face was crimson, wishing to find a cloth to cover her face. Ahem, I'm just a little hungry, looking for something to eat. You guys continue. Su Yajing, with her own little thoughts, bent down to rummage for supplies in front of the two. But the food was clearly in front of her. Yet she couldn't find it no matter what. And while looking for food, posing in a way, it looked more like she was flirting. Seeing this, Chen Hua understood. He immediately muttered little flirt, and then pulled her down. What are you doing? I'm hungry, I came to find food, not to do that with you. Su Yajing struggled slightly. Chen Hua, however, directly pulled her down. Thus, with Su Yajing's appearance, the cabin turned into an indescribable scene. Chapter 032, Division of Labor in Fishing Net Casting. Chen Hua's mentality had been changing. Especially with his personal experiences, his thoughts had become drastically different from before. It's no wonder that in a peaceful society, some people thrive while others struggle. It's all a matter of mentality. As long as the mentality is open, anything can be resolved smoothly. Like Chen Hua now. After a wild night, he had already undergone a second transformation. Looking at the two figures beside him, he no longer felt the inferiority and weakness of the past. Now, whatever he does, he is filled with confidence. Because he feels that the things that once made him weak, now thinking about it. Actually, it's nothing much. With Chen Hua's clarity. The two pretty ladies beside him also opened their eyes. When they saw the three of them sprawled out in such a way, they couldn't help but blush. However, what controlled them now was not morality, nor was it law, but the man before them. So, Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao just shyly twisted a little, then tangled back up. Of course. Chen Hua wasn't the kind of person who sought pleasure. Last night's 4 rounds of labor had already satisfied him. Especially since he had eaten 4 power fruits in between, allowing him to truly display his vigor. Both women were nearly falling apart. So at this moment, facing the two's entanglement, Chen Hua casually brushed them off. He commanded, "Let's get up and have breakfast first, I'll arrange work for you later." Okay. Seeing that Chen Hua had no intention of continuing, the 2 ladies secretly breathed a sigh of relief and got up to dress. After all, last night was really a bit terrifying. That tireless piling machine made them feel sore all over still. Although they had to work later. But compared to being worked on, this was somewhat easier. Today's weather, sunny. Today's temperature, 26 to 31 degrees. Today's wind, gentle breeze. Comment, the weather is not hot, the breeze is just right, it's a good day for fishing and treasure hunting. Outside the cabin, it was unclear when the heavy rain had stopped. At this moment, the sun was high, and the sky was clear. Chen Hua glanced at his savings, rising from single digits to almost triple digits. Gold balance, 86 coins. Among these, 40 coins were the earnings from Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao's collection. This made Chen Hua feel pretty good. Every day when he woke up, gold coins would arrive. Although it wasn't much. But compared to others who worked hard and could barely earn a few gold coins a day, it was a lot. Quickly. After the 3 finished breakfast, Chen Hua started to assign work to the 2. First, Su Yajing. She would continue fishing. Yun Mengyao would be in charge of steering the boat, searching for treasure chests and gathering places of sea monsters. As for Chen Hua, he would be responsible for commanding, controlling the Zhuge crossbow, clearing sea monsters, salvaging treasure chests, and scattering fish. To this, Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao had no objections. After all, everyone's talents were at play here. If they were to switch jobs, it wouldn't be suitable. And Su Yajing had been fishing for so many days, she already had the skill down. 20 fish a day was a piece of cake. If she really got serious, there was still time to slack off. So after assigning the roles, everyone had no objections. Since that's the case, let's raise the sails and set sail. After the division of labor, Chen Hua announced the departure. Upon hearing this, the 2 ladies immediately pulled the sail ropes to raise the sails. Although this acceleration device wasn't needed for now, it still had to be prepared in advance. Otherwise, if a crisis occurred and they needed it, they might not have enough time. Very soon, the sails were raised. Yun Mengyao sat at the steering wheel, started the engine, and set the boat in motion. Su Yajing then sat back at her fishing station, quietly fishing. Chen Hua watched for a moment and then began to scan the mall for power supplies. Although he had obtained the power core device, he still lacked many electrical items. Like plug boards, electrical wires, light bulbs, and switches. These things he hadn't obtained. But that didn't mean others couldn't find them. So, he planned to sweep for goods first, and once he had gathered enough electrical supplies, he would install the power core device. However, after sweeping around the mall, the items Chen Hua could buy were limited. Perhaps because not many people needed these, many weren't listed in the marketplace. But these basic items were enough for him. So after a simple sweep of some electrical supplies in the mall, Chen Hua took out the power core device and prepared for installation. When he bought this set of devices, he had been too busy with piling to install it. Now that the work on the ship was arranged, it was time to connect electricity to the whole ship. After all, only a ship powered with electricity, life will be much easier. But just as Chen Hua was taking out the core power device, suddenly, a prompt popped up in front of him, leaving Chen Hua stunned. Ding! Insufficient ship space detected, please upgrade before installation. I can't install it? Seeing this prompt, Chen Hua was shocked. Because he calculated everything, but he never expected there wasn't enough space on the ship. It can be seen. This power core device is definitely not small. It seems that I can only upgrade the vehicle to level 3 to use this power core device. Shaking his head, Chen Hua reluctantly gave up on the installation. But with the core in hand, it wasn't too urgent. After all, they would run into it sooner or later. Thinking this way, Chen Hua put away the power core device again, then found the previously recovered supplies, the fishing net, and prepared to stock up on some food. After all, today is already the 10th day of survival. The new player period is getting closer to ending in half a month. No one knows what will happen after the new player period. It's safer to stock up on food and gold. So, Chen Hua gave Yun Mengyao another order to carefully look for fish schools in the sea. After all, her eagle eye is much better than a telescope. After all, a telescope can only see far away, while eagle eye can see much clearer up close. And so, Chen Hua and his companions continued to drift in the vast sea. "Captain, fish schools have been spotted ahead." Whether by luck or not, Chen Hua's vehicle hadn't traveled far when he received Yun Mengyao's alert. Chen Hua hurriedly picked up the telescope to check. Sure enough, in the distance, there were indeed schools of salmon bobbing on the sea surface. But once the iron ship approached, the fish schools scattered and sank into the sea. Even though the fish schools scattered when they got closer, he still couldn't cast the net. But since he knew this was a gathering place for fish, it would be much easier. Chen Hua took out low-level fish bait and scattered it at the back of the boat. After a while, those scattered salmon quickly regrouped. Seeing this, Chen Hua immediately cast the net. Splash! In an instant, at least dozens of salmon were caught in his net and landed on the deck. Wow! So many salmon! After the salmon came ashore, they flopped around on the deck, immediately drawing gasps from the two goddesses. After all, it was their first time seeing someone catching fish with a net. However, fish coming ashore are quick to die too. By the time the two girls reached Chen Hua, all the fish were lying still on the deck. You killed a salmon, gains 0.1 gold. You killed a salmon, gains 0.1 gold. You killed a salmon, gains 0.1 gold. Chapter 033, Bountiful Harvest, Last Preparations. The deck was full of fish flopping around. Upon counting carefully, this net caught 32 fish. Although they were all small fish weighing half a pound or a pound. But they were many in number. Moreover, apart from food, the death of these salmon also brought Chen Hua a total of several gold pieces. Although not much. But it was an easy harvest. Indeed, those with eagle-eye talent are born with a better survival advantage than others. "Captain, let us help you with the fish." At this time, Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao had already arrived at the back of the ship. Each of them carrying a wooden bucket, bending over to help collect the fish. Though they looked quite tempting. But Chen Hua knew he needed to cast the bait quickly. Otherwise, if the bait he threw down was eaten up, he wouldn't be able to catch more. So he continued casting the net. Soon, he cast several nets again. He caught more than 20, then over 10, and then 7 or 8 more salmon. Seeing that the catch was getting smaller, Chen Hua finally stopped to check the harvest. "Captain, we caught a total of 117 fish. Approximately over 80 pounds. On the deck, the 2 wooden buckets were filled to the brim." The 2 girls stood straight like his soldiers, their fitted skirts and JK skirts fluttering in the wind. Fortunately, there was no one else at sea. That flash of spring light could only be seen by Chen Hua. Chen Hua nodded, letting Yun Mengyao keep steering the boat to search, while he and Su Yajing handled the salmon, slicing them for bloodletting, and then stored them in the system backpack space. After all, today was already the 10th day of survival. During this time, as the beginner period drew closer to its end, the weather at sea had also changed in various ways. A couple of days ago, it rained, and who knows what strange weather will be in 2 days. Moreover, with the changing weather, the prices of various supplies had been fluctuating. It's still better to hoard food. Anyway, he was not lacking gold coins, nor was he short of supplies in all aspects. In a few days, when the beginner period ended, if there was really a food crisis, the stored food could also replace what was needed. If food prices soared and gold coins became scarce, he could also sell them at a high price, earning more gold coins. With such thoughts, the 3 people on the boat worked harder and harder. When it got to the afternoon, Chen Hua's backpack had already piled up over 200 pounds of salmon, worth about 200 gold coins. Seeing that their half-day harvest could match the total of all the previous days combined, Chen Hua was beaming, excited and satisfied. And this was just the effect of having 2 goddesses with them. If he could truly gather 10 or 8, the daily harvest would be simply unimaginable. After casually eating something, Chen Hua continued to set sail with the boat. Yun Mengyao's eagle-eye continued to play its role. Before long, she spotted the first treasure chest after entering heaven on earth from a distance, and it was a copper one. "Captain, I found a copper treasure chest up ahead. There are no sea monsters guarding it." Yun Mengyao excitedly called back to Chen Hua, then increased the throttle herself. Soon, the copper treasure chest was pulled aboard. Chen Hua spent 4 gold coins to open it, and countless supplies burst out. 12 units of wood, 12 units of crude iron, 2 units of steel plates, 11 parts, large arrows, universal arrows made outfit, soy sauce batteries, hot water tanks, low-level seawater purifiers, bottled water. All kinds of supplies appeared before Chen Hua, just like a treasure chest exploding in a game. Chen Hua glanced around and quickly set his sights on one of the facilities, the low-level seawater purifier. Low-level seawater purifier can purify 90% of the salt and 70% of the pollutants from seawater. Comment: although purified seawater cannot be used for drinking, it can be used for bathing, washing clothes, mopping floors, and irrigation. It provides high nutrition for plant cultivation. Seeing the prompt above the purifier, Chen Hua's eyes lit up instantly. He felt he had gotten another treasure. Although the purified seawater could not be drunk, it still added another usable water source. Otherwise, if everything used bottled water, no matter how much he obtained, it wouldn't be enough. Now that he had this seawater purifier, no matter if it was for washing clothes or bathing, it would be much more convenient. And in the future, if there was an opportunity, he could even cultivate plants on the boat, completing an ecological cycle. Thinking like this, Chen Hua immediately carefully stored the purifier separately. Next, he glanced again at his backpack. Wooden boat 92 units, crude iron 86 units, steel plates 12 sheets, parts 52 pieces. It was obvious. After half a day's work, the resources needed to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle were almost all gathered. Only the parts that consumed the most were still half short. But he wasn't in a hurry. As long as he slowly accumulated, it wouldn't take long. So, Chen Hua organized the items from the treasure chest and continued to drift at sea searching for resources. An afternoon's time flashed by. And since Chen Hua had Yun Mangyao's help, his harvest continued to increase. In just one afternoon, he found not only 2 wooden treasure chests, 1 iron treasure chest, and 2 schools of fish, but also hunted down more than 10 sea monsters. Chen Hua gained over 100 pounds of salmon again. 31 units of wood, 29 units of rough iron, 3 steel plates, 31 parts, and more than 40 gold coins. As for arrows, the consumable items. Due to the existence of the infinite bullet device, overall, not only did Chen Hua not consume any arrows, but he also gained more arrows from the sea monster. As for other resources, like food and water, a lot of them were also obtained. Taking a glance at today's total harvest, Chen Hua couldn't help but show a satisfied smile again. After a day of hard work, the wood and rough iron for upgrading the vehicle were already enough. Only the parts were lacking. So, after Chen Hua finished dinner, he immediately sat in the cabin, opened the chat panel, and kept refreshing the shop to buy parts that were occasionally listed by others. You spent 1.2 gold coins to buy a part. You spent 1.4 gold coins to buy a part. You spent. The parts in Chen Hua's hands were increasing, one by one. It didn't take long before the number of parts in his hands reached 93. But this way of buying, one by one, was really too slow. And besides him, there were many others who were also buying parts. So, after a while, Chen Hua opened the regional channel, ready to buy parts through the channel. Regional channel 75489/100000. The regional channel just opened. Various messages were mixed together, appearing on the panel. Help, help. Anyone come save me, I'll pay 10 gold coins. Save me, just save me, I'm willing to be a crew member. And give all the supplies on the ship. Anyone selling steel plates? My engine is broken, need to keep repairing it. High price for steel plates. Coordinates discovered a LV-4 sea monster, great white shark. Everyone be careful. Large amounts of parts needed, fair price. Big quantity gets better deals. Large amounts of rainwater for sale. Private message if interested, absolutely cheap. Buying salmon, sardines, flour, and other basic ingredients. As long as the price is reasonable, I'll buy as much as you have. The messages were all mixed up, hard to distinguish. Chen Hua glanced through a few of them, then saw a message asking to buy parts. So he quickly edited his own buying message. Buying parts, fair price, if interested, private message. 1. As soon as Chen Hua's message was sent, the chat page trembled a few times instantly. Looking at the private message notifications, there were already 3 unread new messages. So fast? With confusion, Chen Hua clicked on each private message. Brother, would you buy parts for 1.6 gold coins each? Boss, how about 1.8 gold coins each? If you're interested, I can sell you 10. Boss, would 2 gold coins be okay? I can sell you 5. The 3 private messages, the price was higher and higher, but the number of parts for sale was smaller and smaller. Chen Hua replied first to the cheapest one. He found out that the other person had 50 parts, so he immediately agreed to the price. When the other person realized that Chen Hua was buying all 50 parts, he quickly sent a trade request. Soon, Chen Hua bought 50 parts at 1.6 gold coins each. The total cost for 50 parts was 80 gold coins. This amount was not a small number for anyone. The transaction was completed. The other person immediately sent a message of thanks and said they could continue doing business in the future. Chen Hua didn't respond to this. He refused the other 2 high-price buyers, then closed the chat panel and prepared to upgrade the iron ship officially. But at this moment, the two goddess crew members were not in the cabin. After they had finished eating, they left the cabin and went outside to wash up. Chen Hua was afraid that if he upgraded suddenly, it might startle the two women. So before upgrading, he also stepped out of the cabin, ready to remind them. However, as soon as he opened the wooden door and poked his head out of the cabin, the seductive scene outside the cabin instantly made Chen Hua's blood boil. He saw the two women naked, holding towels and wiping themselves down. Her clothes were tossed aside. The entire scene looked incredibly seductive. Especially Su Yajing, squatting by the water bucket, so fair and clean, she immediately caught Chen Hua's attention. Sure enough, the name Xiaobai was truly not given in vain. She was so clean. Chen Hua stared, mesmerized, completely forgetting about upgrading his vehicle. It wasn't until a moment later that Su Yajing looked up, only to notice that Chen Hua had his head stretched out, his eyes glowing. Ah! She instinctively screamed and immediately closed her legs. But after shouting, she remembered her situation and quickly covered her mouth. However, at this moment, Yun Mangyao was also startled and instinctively turned around. In an instant, a scene brighter than moonlight appeared. But Yun Mangyao, being older, understood more. After a brief moment of panic, she quickly relaxed. Not only did she not cover up at all, but she also looked down at Su Yajing, who was squatting on the ground, and smiled. I thought something happened, turns out the captain came up. You startled me. After speaking, she walked directly towards Chen Hua. Then she pressed her body against his, sweetly saying, Captain? You little flirt. Chen Hua glanced down at her, and lightly whispered these two words into her ear. Do you like it? Yun Mangyao shamelessly replied, wrapping her arms around Chen Hua's neck. In an instant, Chen Hua's anger exploded. Damn you, woman. You're so bold. You dare do this even outside the cabin. If I don't show you my power now, how will I ever command the whole ship in the future? Chen Hua immediately pulled Yun Mangyao into the cabin, leaving Su Yajing behind, still squatting there in confusion. But she wasn't confused for long. Soon, heavenly sounds could be heard coming from the cabin. Su Yajing's face turned red, and she stood on tiptoe, grabbed her clothes, and quickly went into the cabin. Here, over 3,000 words are omitted. 1 hour later, Chen Hua stood outside the cabin, silently opening the vehicle upgrade page. Upgrade to level 3 vehicle requires 100 units of wood, 100 units of rough iron, 100 parts, 10 gold coins in labor cost. Do you wish to upgrade? With the reminder appearing, Chen Hua immediately chose to upgrade. V-Room. In an instant, that heavenly earth ship soared. Then, the entire ship began to break down into countless fragments. And Chen Hua, along with the two women lying in the cabin, also floated up. Fortunately, when Chen Hua came out, he covered them with something. Although most of their bodies were still exposed, at least not everything was exposed. Swish, swish, swish. Under Chen Hua's gaze, the ship's body and the upgrade resources merged, reforming. In no time, a heavily armored ship at least 15 meters long was formed. And the armored ship's body was wrapped in countless iron sheets, looking tough and intact. The deck was wide and even. The exposed driving area at the bow of the ship was upgraded into a semi-enclosed cockpit. This not only made it easier to observe the sea conditions but also protected them from wind and rain. Looking at the deck, the central sunken ship tower was seated. Although it didn't look tall, the internal space was much larger, with a hall, a room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and many other areas. And inside the ship tower, there were beds, glass, wardrobes, sofas, and all the basic facilities. As for the rear of the ship, with the Zhuge crossbow on the back and one side, it remained in its original position. However, due to the ship's larger size, the spacing was adjusted. Level 3 vehicle construction completed. If the captain is dissatisfied, minor adjustments can be made. Soon, after the armored ship was formed, another prompt appeared in front of Chen Hua. But Chen Hua didn't understand these things, he just felt satisfied and chose to complete the upgrade. Level 3 vehicle upgrade successful. As the prompt continued to pop up, the armored ship instantly solidified into a real ship. Chen Hua and the two women lying in the air fell neatly onto the deck. Ouch! The two goddesses landed bare on the deck, although it didn't hurt, they felt a chill on their bottoms. They quickly hugged the bedsheets, propping themselves up to stand, and then hurriedly ran toward the cabin, their round bottoms swaying back and forth. Chen Hua watched, his eyes gleaming with excitement. However, considering he still needed to install the power core, he shook his head, not allowing his thoughts to linger on the two women. Instead, he took out the power core device and chose to install it. Power core device, installable. Installation resource consumption, 20 units of wood, 10 units of crude iron, detected lack of crude iron on the ship, can use 1 steel plate as a substitute, 1 set of power core device, can add additional batteries, 25 parts, labor cost 10 gold coins. Soon, a series of consumption lists appeared. Chenhua glanced at it and directly chose to confirm. In an instant, the ship came to a halt, and the engine section automatically disassembled. Next, the power core device connected with the engine, forming a layout of one room with 2 compartments. One room with 2 compartments consists of an engine compartment, split into 2 parts. One part was still the engine compartment, while the other was the generator compartment. At this moment, the engine and generator were linked together with parts in various pipes, utilizing the kinetic energy from the diesel-powered engine to convert electricity, which was stored in the battery next to the generator. Chapter 035 Day 11 of Survival, Fog arrives. The engine consumed diesel to produce energy, driving the generator to generate electricity, with some stored in the battery. The other part was laid out to the outside through the system-generated wiring, connecting and wrapping around the entire area of the ship. Before long, the wiring was completed. The installation of the power core device was done. It even comes with wiring, that's quite convenient. Chenhua surveyed the wiring and found it to be very well laid out. Next, he just needed to install various electrical appliances himself. This ironclad ship would completely transform into a fully equipped big ship. Let's start from the outside of the deck. After looking at the electric wires extending from the generator, Chenhua began to install electrical appliances on the ship one by one. First, in the cockpit, on the deck, on the sails, and at the bow, he installed light bulbs, large spotlights, and spare power strips. Next, in the cabin, he added an air conditioner, refrigerator, water heater, and all the kitchen appliances he had acquired over the past days. Lastly, he found a suitable spot in the corner of the deck to place a washing machine, water purifier, and other items. If anything was missing during installation, he would buy it from the store. When Chenhua finished all the installations on the ship, he realized it was already past midnight. At this moment, the 2 goddesses' collection money finally arrived. Today's collection money 80 gold coins has been credited, please check. Collection source, Suyajing 40 coins, Yun Mengyao 40 coins. The source of the gold coins was crystal clear. This allowed Chenhua, who had just spent almost half of his gold coins, to get a replenishment. His balance surged directly to 110 coins. Wow, a level 3 vehicle, each goddess can generate 40 collection coins. If I upgrade to level 4, wouldn't that be 80 every day? If I upgrade to level 5 or 6 later, wow, it would be simply amazing. Chenhua looked at his gold coin balance and couldn't help but laugh. Then, after rearranging the warnings on the ship, he took a shower and went to bed. The bedroom in the cabin wasn't big, but it was no problem for 3 to sleep. Chenhua entered the bedroom and dove between the 2 women. He glanced at the dark sea surface and then fell into a deep sleep. On the dark sea surface, the sails of the ironclad ship were already fully retracted. But the unanchored ship would continue to drift with the sea. However, with such a large ironclad ship, even if it swayed slightly, nearby passing ships even dare not approach. After all, it has the strength to develop the ship to such a size. Who knows how terrifying it is on the ship? Especially since there are 2 powerful crossbows mounted on it. It has directly become a heavy bomb that intimidates many small boats, making people dare not have any greedy thoughts. At this moment, in the darkness of the night, 2 wooden boats are facing each other. And from time to time, they launch a sharp arrow. It looks like a turn-based game. In no time, each side ship was already pierced by a dozen arrows. However, at this moment, that heaven on earth ship appeared. The 2 battling wooden boats instantly stopped fighting. They looked towards that big black shadow. What the hell? What is that? Could it be a sea monster? Wow. It's so big, if it's a sea monster, we don't need to run. It's not a sea monster, it's moving very slowly, it looks like a ship. A ship? The captains of the 2 wooden boats took out their binoculars. In an instant, a battleship covered with iron suddenly came into both parties' view. When they saw this 15-meter-long armored ship, the 2 wooden boats, only 7 meters long, were instantly scared stiff. One captain and his crew even had their pupils shrink fiercely, shocked on the spot. What the heck? It really is a ship. Wow. It looks like at least a level 3 vehicle. Wow. Has someone risen to a level 3 vehicle again? But why is it coming towards us? It's over, it wouldn't be trying to capture crew members, right? Run, run. That sharp-sensed captain immediately exclaimed to his crew. The crew, hearing the orders, dared not stay any longer, immediately stepped on the gas and fled. Seeing this scene, the other ship finally reacted. The captain jumped straight to the driving seat and floored the gas, running in the opposite direction. As for the enmity between the two? What enmity? Who has enmity? Just like that, the two ships ran away without looking back. And that armored ship named Heaven on Earth continued to drift leisurely on the sea. A night passed in the blink of an eye. Chenhua had no idea how many people his level 3 vehicle had frightened. At this moment, he had just woken up from his sleep, and before he even opened his eyes, he instinctively reached out to touch both sides. However, after feeling around for quite a distance, he actually touched nothing. This startled Chenhua, thinking something must have happened on the ship, and he immediately opened his eyes. However, he then noticed the two goddesses beside him were already nowhere to be seen. Chenhua immediately got up to search. Just as he got up, the kitchen door opened. Su Yajing, wearing an apron, came out looking for market supplies. When she saw that Chenhua was awake, she immediately said excitedly, "Captain, you're awake. This electric cooker is simply too good to use. Sister Mengyao and I are making breakfast." "Sister Mengyao? Are you already so familiar with each other?" Knowing that the two were busy and had become even closer, Chenhua couldn't help but show a gratified smile. It's really worth it for him to train them while he was gallivanting. So he nodded and said, "All right, then you continue cooking. I'll go up to the deck and take a look." After speaking, Chenhua turned to head towards the stairs. But just as he stepped on the first step, Su Yajing seemed to remember something and quickly turned back to remind him, "By the way, Captain, it's really foggy outside, you can't see anything. The weather also warns that foggy weather will make sea monsters more active, the sea surface will be more dangerous, you must be careful." "Oh? There's actually heavy fog at sea?" Chenhua was surprised inside. But he still nodded, picked up the crossbow that was at the stairway, and began to climb the stairs. When he reached the deck, indeed, around the armored ship was thick fog. Although it didn't look very exaggerated. But it was already inconvenient for ships to observe at sea. After all, sailing on the sea could only see a distance of over 100 meters, or even just tens of meters. It is undoubtedly very dangerous. It seems my idea of stocking up food yesterday was right. Such big fog will surely limit many ships' movements. Thinking this, Chenhua stretched on the deck and then opened the regional chat channel. Regional channel population 73698/100000. Why is there fog? Such thick fog. How can we find treasure like this? Ha, still looking for treasure. I advise you not to run around. The sea monsters are getting active. If you accidentally enter the monster area, that would be the end. That's right. It's better to stay still and wait. Maybe it will clear up by tomorrow. What if it doesn't clear up tomorrow? I don't have much food left. If you run out of food, just go to other ships. Haha, brother, come to my ship. I can be promoted to an iron ship soon. It will be enough to protect you. And you only need to do a little insignificant work for me. Chapter 036, Teaching Crew Archery, Cooperation Achieved. Is there any food coming in? Buy a lot. Help, help. A group of sea snakes appeared next to me, damn it, who will save me, I'm going over, coordinates. Collect parts, buy a lot of parts. Collect weapons, any weapons will do. Level 3 vehicles, very strong. A bounty for the coordinates of the magic star, 10 gold coins for those who provide accurate coordinates. One message after another refreshed and appeared. Chenhua looked for a while and then closed the panel. Nothing there interested him. Taking another look at the foggy sea, Chenhua shook his head and turned back to the cabin. The thick fog rose, and it was unknown how long it would last. Chenhua decided to stop searching for treasure, fish in place, and take a rest. After all, survival had already lasted 11 days. There had been no break in between. It was time to rest a bit. After all, he had stocked up a lot of food. He could also teach the two female captains to practice archery, to see their combat abilities, and then assign positions on the ship based on their abilities to face the ocean after the novice period. Returning to the cabin. The food had been served on the table one after another. Before getting close, the aroma wafted in. Following the aroma, there were several exquisite dishes displayed on the table. Although it was still not as good as life before survival. But compared to the days of eating raw fish and processed ingredients before, it was already excellent. Captain, is the fog outside very thick? Can we still sail? Seeing Chenhua return, Su Yajing hurriedly asked. It is very thick, we won't sail today. Chenhua sat down in the main seat, looking at the steaming food in front of him, his appetite instantly opened. Captain, what to drink? Snow White or maybe? At this moment, Yun Mengyao stood at the refrigerator door, opened the cabinet door, and turned to look at Chen Hua. At this moment, she had taken off her bodycon dress and was wearing a tight pair of jeans that outlined her body curve completely. Standing there, she looked like the sunny, mature neighbor sister on TV, beautiful yet pure. Ice cola. Chen Hua smiled faintly, suddenly feeling that life at sea seemed not too bad. Soon. The three were full and comfortable, leaning back in their chairs, enjoying the feeling of their taste buds being satisfied. After enough rest, the two women followed Chen Hua to the deck, beginning today's work. Today's work was very simple. No fishing. Just archery. But before practicing, Chen Hua first placed a practice target in the sea, a simple small raft made of wood. Then he steered the ion ship to a barely visible distance in the fog and began to let the two goddesses practice. Do you see that raft? Hit it, and you'll get a reward of 0.1 gold coins. Also, I will separately give you access to the shop so you can buy things there too. Pointing at the distant target, Chen Hua announced the reward for hitting it. The two women became instantly excited upon hearing this reward. After all, since losing their ship, they had lost any control system permissions. If we can unlock the mall privileges, that would be great. No matter what we need, we can buy it in the mall. So the two girls immediately swore that they would definitely train hard. Okay. Then let's start with you, little Bai. After the communication, Chen Hua handed the crossbow to Su Yajing. Su Yajing grabbed the crossbow handle, aimed, and started shooting. But as a woman with low overall attributes and no useful talents, her accuracy and strength were not just a little off. Even though the target was not very far, she needed to shoot several times to hit it once. And after shooting dozens of times, her stamina dropped severely. This made Chen Hua feel a bit helpless. He shook his head and let Yun Mengyao go up. As soon as Yun Mengyao came up, her first shot gave Chen Hua a big shock, hitting the center of the wooden raft. Then, the second and third shots, all arrows hit. In no time, she shot down the wooden raft item he made. Seeing this, Chen Hua couldn't help but marvel, the eagle eye is indeed awesome. Her accuracy was even better than his. From now on the boat, besides sailing, she could also be an excellent archer. At critical moments, she could give the enemy a severe blow. Captain, I hit all 17 shots, that's 1.7 gold coins. Looking at the target drifting away, Yun Mengyao turned back and winked at Chen Hua, feeling secretly proud. Not bad, not bad. I'll give it to you. Since you shoot so well, the task of hunting sea monsters on the ship will be up to you from now on. Also, you will have a salary of 1 gold coin a day just like little Bai. Thank you, Captain. I promise to repel all invading enemies. Yun Mengyao immediately stood up straight, mockingly saluted Chen Hua as a promise. Seeing this, Su Yajing quickly leaned over with a face full of grievance and said, Captain, what about me? Do I still have to keep fishing? Of course. Otherwise, what do you want to do? After learning that Su Yajing's stamina was consumed too quickly, Chen Hua directly dismissed the idea of training her. This made Su Yajing look helpless, her face full of grievance as she said, Can I do something else? As she spoke, she provocatively waved Chen Hua's arm. However, there were really no other tasks on the ship. Chen Hua shook his head seriously and said, No. Alright. Su Yajing helplessly went to grab the fishing rod to fish. Seeing this, Yun Mengyao also felt embarrassed to do nothing and voluntarily said, Captain, since there is no crisis now, can I go fish too? No need. There is only one fishing rod that can keep fishing on the ship, so if you go, it will just waste stamina. You can just keep watch on the ship. Besides that, do whatever you want. Alright. Facing Chen Hua's arrangement, Yun Mengyao felt surprised and a bit shy. After all, this job was just too idle. And Su Yajing, who was fishing on the side, felt a wave of jealousy upon hearing this. Why could the other person be so free when there was nothing to do? When she was on the bed, she wasn't idle at all. Although she didn't understand as much as Yun Mengyao, wasn't she also trying hard to show? It was so unfair. And the captain was so bad. He actually used this method to split her and Yun Mengyao's relationship. Although it was indeed effective. But it was simply too bad. Su Yajing angrily fished in silence, thinking about what she had done wrong that made the captain not give her special treatment. However, just when she kept recalling the scenes on the bed, Yun Mengyao suddenly walked over to interrupt her memories. Yajing, let me help you. She had a big smile and didn't seem at all proud. This made Su Yajing somewhat unclear about the other person's thoughts. But still, she huffily said, No, the captain didn't let you fish. But the captain didn't say I couldn't come help. I think we should get along well. Yun Mengyao was not angry at all, smiling as she explained, After all, on this ship, there will definitely be more than just the two of us women in the future. Do you understand? Chapter 037, RPG Rocket Launcher, Making Cooked Food. Swish. As soon as these words came out, Yajing instantly imagined the scene of women flocking in the future. Indeed. They have survived. The continent is gone. The captain's abilities are remarkable. In just 11 days, not only are there no shortages of food and clothing, but even the power core has been installed. If this continues, the number of women on the ship will definitely keep increasing. If they continue to fight alone, they might eventually be neglected by the captain. Thinking of this, Su Yajing hurriedly said, I understand. Can we help each other in the future? Of course. Yun Mengyao replied with a calm smile, then stretched out her arm. Do you still need me to help you fish? Of course. Thus, from this moment on, the two women formed a defensive line, advancing and retreating together. On the other side, Chen Hua returned to the cabin and was about to open the regional channel to continue checking information about the foggy weather when a notification came from the private message section. Li Zixuan unread message +1. Ha! It seems I forgot to buy her power fruit yesterday. Thinking about last night's busyness, Chen Hua couldn't help but smile and click on the other person's panel. Are you there, boss? Chen Hua directly replied, I'm here, go ahead and initiate the transaction. What transaction? Li Zixuan's reply made Chen Hua pause for a moment and type back. Didn't you come to sell the power fruit? Sorry boss. I ate yesterday's power fruit but I'm looking to sell other things. What things? Chen Hua continued typing, will power fruit still be sold in the future? Not planning to sell it anymore. Li Zixuan replied, I have money now, I want to keep the fruit for myself, after all, I'm a girl, and if I don't gain some strength, it's not very safe. Boss, can you understand me? Of course. Chen Hua said, feeling a little disappointed, what other things did you say you would sell to me? RPG, do you want it? And it comes with 7 shells. RPG? Seeing these 3 characters, Chen Hua's pupils shrank, and the image of a soldier shouldering a rocket launcher from the Black Fae side instantly flashed in his mind. Wow! She actually managed to get this thing? And 7 shells? Chen Hua was incredibly shocked and immediately asked, are you talking about the RPG rocket launcher? Yes. The other person replied quickly. At this moment, Chen Hua's heart uncontrollably began to race. He hurriedly asked, where did you get this thing? It came out of a golden treasure chest. What the heck? Where did you find a golden treasure chest? Wasn't it guarded by sea monsters? It was this morning, I encountered it near my ship. As for the sea monsters, I didn't see any. I just took the treasure chest and ran away quickly. Chen Hua. No, sister. Your luck is too good, right? Waking up next to a golden treasure chest and there were no sea monsters. What kind of reverse luck is this? Chen Hua felt a wave of envy in his heart but quickly replied, alright. How much are you planning to sell your RPG and shells for? I don't know the price either because there's nothing similar in the mall. But I think, together is 350 gold coins okay? Of course. Just as he was about to reply, Chen Hua glanced at his balance. Wow! He had just bought the power core from her and upgraded the vehicle, leaving only 110 gold coins. On the other hand, she continually obtained good items, and she probably had plenty of money to spend. So, Chen Hua hesitated for a moment, deleted the previously typed text, and replied anew, are you in urgent need of money? If you are not in a hurry, can you give me 3 days? I will gather the money in 3 days and then trade with you. No problem. I'll wait for you. Good. I'll give you 50 as a deposit, don't sell it to anyone else. After saying this, Chen Hua transferred 50 gold coins. After all, this thing absolutely cannot end up in someone else's hands. Otherwise, using it against him would definitely make him regret it deeply. He wasn't worried about money. Even without any income, he could easily generate over 200 gold coins in 3 days. After paying the deposit, Chen Hua glanced at the supplies in the room and the items in his backpack. Then he focused his gaze on the salmon. Currently, he had over 400 pounds of salmon, worth about 400 gold coins. However, he did not plan to sell it directly. The foggy weather had already started, and prices could fluctuate at any moment. He must maximize his profits. Among foods, the most expensive is cooked food. Although salmon is the easiest to obtain, eating it raw for a long time is extremely bad for the stomach. It must be paired with various cooked foods. Now, his ship had a little oil pot and some seasoning. He could completely process the salmon into cooked food for sale. By then, not only could he increase the price of the salmon, but he could also keep some salmon as food. Thinking of this, Chen Hua's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately walked onto the deck and asked the two girls, Xiao Bai, Yun Mengyao, which of you is better at cooking? The two girls were stunned, then looked at each other, seemingly confused. They also seemed to be asking each other. This made Chen Hua, who was already eager to make money, even more anxious, and he continued to ask, What? Can't you tell? It should be me. Seeing Chen Hua so anxious, Yun Mengyao reluctantly raised her hand. In response, Su Yajing did not compete, because she also thought Yun Mengyao's skills were better than hers. Okay. Then it's you. Come down with me. Chen Hua nodded, turned around, and returned to the cabin. Yun Mengyao looked back at Su Yajing, feeling a bit embarrassed. Su Yajing immediately pretended to be generous and said, It's okay, you go. My skills really aren't as good as yours. Even if I went, the captain would dislike it. I will find a chance to let you come down too. Yun Mengyao nodded, then bent down to enter the cabin. However, after entering the cabin, she suddenly discovered that Chen Hua was actually waiting in the kitchen. He also wore an apron made of oilskin, seemingly ready to handle the salmon. This made her completely bewildered. Captain, do we need to be in the kitchen? If not in the kitchen, then where? Chen Hua replied impatiently, Come over quickly. Okay. Although Yun Mengyao felt a bit awkward in this place. But since the captain liked it, then this place is fine. So she came in front of Chen Hua, knelt down, and then reached for his pants. Chen Hua was taken aback and immediately lifted his leg to push her arm away, bewildered. What are you doing? Didn't you want hand work? Yun Mengyao was slightly stunned, confused. Seeing this, Chen Hua finally realized that she misunderstood again. But he didn't say anything either. Why do these two women always think in the wrong direction? Chen Hua rolled his eyes in annoyance. I asked whose cooking skills are good. Not to let you do handwork. Saying this, Chen Hua took out more than 200 pounds of salmon, processing it while saying, Go steam the fish. Yun Mengyao. Chapter 038, The Woman Who Predicts the Weather, Taking a Big Gamble. Upon learning that Chen Hua meant cooking, it was actually steaming fish. Yun Mengyao felt numb all over, so she turned around and faced the kitchen counter, with her back to Chen Hua, and began the task of steaming fish. Not to mention, Yun Mengyao's figure was truly great. Chen Hua sat on the stool and watched. The way she moved was so perfectly fitted, creating a visually pleasing sight. For a moment, he felt a bit restless again. But Chen Hua shook his head, choosing not to continue. After all, he had just finished last night. Doing it too frequently would affect earning money. So, with an appreciative gaze, he watched while gutting the salmon. Just like that, a basin of fish was quickly gutted. Yun Mengyao also finished preparing the steamed fish, bending down to place the cleaned fish into the pot, starting to steam. But one pot could hardly steam a few fish. To quickly produce cooked food, Chen Hua also bought several large pots. This way, he could steam at least more than 20 fish at once. Of course. Actually, he could buy more. But even a few more, the kitchen wouldn't have enough space. Before long, the first batch of steamed fish came out. Yun Mengyao took it out, then began to steam the second batch. In this way, with the cooperation of the two, time passed little by little. One pot after another of steamed fish brought out, all placed in another wooden basin. Strange. Why haven't they come out for so long? At the same time, on the deck, Su Yajing, who was fishing, noticed that over 2 hours had passed and no one had come out. She couldn't wait any longer. Because based on her understanding of the captain couldn't hold out this long. Of course, that Yun Mengyao couldn't hold out either. Logically speaking, the captain should have come out to find her to solve it. Could something have happened? Su Yajing put away her fishing rod, bent down, and went into the deck to check. As a result, upon checking, she found that the captain and Yun Mengyao were actually steaming fish. This left Su Yajing completely confused. Wasn't it agreed to do some craft? Why are they steaming fish? Su Yajing, confused, said, Captain, why are you steaming so many fish? To sell. Seeing Su Yajing come back, Chen Hua replied with one word. But just after saying that, he stood up, took off the apron from his body, and said to Su Yajing, You came back just in time, come over and kill the fish. Su Yajing? No, I just came back, and I have to work again? Su Yajing said helplessly, Then should I continue fishing? No need. You kill the fish today. Chen Hua shook his head, then gathered all the more than 100 steamed fish and left the kitchen. Su Yajing pouted, even feeling a bit regretful for coming back. After all, compared to killing fish, fishing is much easier. It seems that the ship indeed needs to recruit more people. Otherwise, these tasks are simply impossible for the two of them to finish. Qianhua stored the steamed fish in the system backpack, then opened the mall, preparing to try to put the steamed fish up for sale. But just when the mall page appeared, a prompt about prices emerged again. Due to heavy fog, the speed of obtaining supplies has slowed down. Food-related prices are rising rapidly, please be aware of price risks, all captains. Upon seeing this news, Qianhua was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the heavy fog to cause a price increase in just half a day, and even trigger the system prompt. Wow! Should I sell or not sell? Qianhua, feeling conflicted, closed the prompt and checked the current supply prices. Sure enough, food-related items, except for water, had basically all risen in price. Salmon, 0.7 gold each, half a kilo. Salmon, 1.3 gold each, 1 kilo. Stale steamed bun, 0.4 gold each. 8 treasure porridge, 2.8 gold per can. Spicy strips, 0.5 gold per pack. Raw chicken leg, 1 gold each. All food prices had increased. Qianhua looked around and did not list his items for sale. After all, a heavy fog would definitely not cause prices to rise so quickly. Something must have happened. So after looking around, Qianhua opened the chat channel. Sure enough, in the chat channel, everyone was discussing the rising prices. Damn, the food prices are rising way too fast. Is there no way to live anymore? Yeah. Can't afford to eat at all. Those who stocked up on food will make a fortune this time. I exchanged my food for gold a long time ago and bought resources. When it rains, it pours, this damn foggy weather, getting supplies is already troublesome. Now, we might starve to death out here at sea. Bro, can I ask how the prices are rising so fast? The fog has just started for half a day, it shouldn't be causing prices to rise this quickly, right? Damn it, speaking of this makes me angry. Isn't it because of that woman named Jiyu? It said she has a talent for predicting the weather for 3 days in advance. Says all will be foggy for the next 3 days. Directly caused panic. No way. Is there such a talent? Must be fake, right? It's not fake. Her talent has long been known. She even predicted rainy days and sold all water sources in advance. Correct. I knew her back then. Originally thought this talent was useless, only could make a little money. I didn't expect this prediction to directly spark panic across the entire region. Exactly. She started shopping 2 days ago, probably waiting for the foggy day to arrive, then explode the news, driving prices up across the district, to sell a large amount of food. You shameless person, for your own selfish desires, you've put all of us in a precarious situation. Don't let me find out what ship she's on, or I will surely let her know why the flowers are so red. In the regional channel, news about Jiyu is spreading more and more. Countless people have started to condemn her in the channel. Unfortunately, Jiyu herself does not appear at all. No one knows how much food she has hoarded this time, to make a fortune in this fog. Seeing this, even Qianhua couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, people at sea have all kinds of talents, and they are bizarre. Predicting the weather, hoarding items in advance, exploding news to ignite the entire market, then earning huge profits in the fluctuating mall. Goodness! This talent is more ferocious than the gains he makes from collecting goddesses. If she has enough capital, she could probably make a fortune during each weather crisis. Of course. Actually, we shouldn't envy her completely. Because every talent has its own shortcomings. This woman who can predict the weather probably had a tough time at first. She just happened to push through. Though I don't know if the fog will last 3 days is true, but selling cooked food obviously is not a rational behavior. After reading the news, Qianhua quickly prepared to temporarily stop selling fish. Because he felt that if this news is true, the price of food will still rise. After all, 3 days of foggy weather. Many people's resources will be cut in half directly, and it would be hard to have any harvest. And after this news breaks, surely other captains will hoard food, holding onto it without selling, thus driving the price to continue to rise. As the saying goes, wealth and nobility are often found in danger. Might as well take a big gamble. Qianhua made up his mind, immediately turned off the regional channel, and joined the steaming fish team. Since he wants big profits, then he doesn't need to keep the food on hand. Process it all. Let's do this. Chapter 39, Price Rises Again, Large Sale of Salmon. Over 400 pounds of fish, all into the pot. But to steam it all in 1 day is obviously not enough time. First day of fog. Qianhua steamed over 260 pounds of salmon. That night, the price of all food rose again by 0.1. The next afternoon, The fog still lingers, showing no sign of clearing. Chen-Hua steamed another 120 pounds of salmon. The price of all food rose again by 0.1 gold coins. At this moment, during the lunch break, there are 3 captains, all staring blankly at the mall's prices. Damn! This rise is too fast. Chen-Hua looked at the fresh salmon, which had risen to 0.9 gold coins per half pound, and was dumbfounded. The 2 female crew members also saw such an outrageous spike for the first time, and are now all excited, urging Chen-Hua to put up the goods first and make a big profit. Especially Yun Mengyao, a former interviewer at a big company, quickly sensed something was wrong. Because based on her experience, unusual phenomena often mean something is off. The continuous madness of prices will definitely lead to unimaginable consequences. So she hurriedly reminded, "Captain, why don't we quickly sell all the salmon in hand? If the fog clears tomorrow, these things will be worthless." Yes. This price is too frightening. Many people with low talents won't be able to afford it. Su Yajing also expressed her views. And after hearing the 2 women, Chen-Hua also felt conflicted inside. But he always felt that things were not so simple. However, the 2 women are not wrong. Risk and profit coexist. If the fog clears, the price of these salmon will definitely plummet. To sell or not to sell? Chen-Hua closed his eyes and pondered for a while, finally staring at them all, calmly uttering 2 words, "Wait." Yes. Wait. He, Chen-Hua, has the confidence. Even if these salmon and water resources plummet, he is not afraid. Because his salmon is cooked food, it is hard currency. Even if it drops, it won't drop too much. Moreover, his ship still has electricity. If worse comes to worst, he can buy a batch of freezers at a high price, store the food, and sell it slowly. By the way, there is also the passage of time in the system backpack. Although it can be preserved longer than outside, the temperature and humidity in the backpack space are stable, but over time, things will still spoil. This is also the main reason for the fluctuation of food prices. Because excessive food storage will spoil over time. Unless it's sealed food. And Chen-Hua has some, so he doesn't need to consider these for now. This is also the reason and advantage for him to store a large amount of food. So, after making a decision, the 2 girls continued to steam the remaining salmon. And Chen-Hua opened the regional channel to continue observing relevant information. In the regional channel, many captains have tightly closed their pockets, no longer selling food to cope with the upcoming foggy weather. And those who have excess food are raising prices everywhere, continuing to sell in the channel, and spreading rumors that there is no time to waste, which makes those lower-level captains even more worried and tangled. Thus, time once again quickly passed by. That night, the price of fresh salmon finally soared to 1 gold coin per pound. This led to many speculators appearing frequently. Wow! Crazy profits, crazy profits. I bought 31 pounds of salmon at 0.7 gold coins per half pound yesterday, sold it tonight, and made a crazy profit of 18.6 gold coins. Wow, 31 pounds of salmon, just the procurement is probably more than 40 gold coins, you are really bold. That's right, the bolder a person is, the more they can gain. I used to work at a securities company. Woo woo. Impressive. I bought more than 10 pounds yesterday, but couldn't resist selling it at noon today, only making 0 gold coins per half pound. Damn. How can you all act so fast? How did you all think of this to make money? Indeed, all the money has been earned by people like you. Damn. You must have caused the food prices to soar. Speculators, you have ruined us. I weekly ask, if I buy now, can I still make money tomorrow? I don't know. Anyway, I don't dare to buy anymore. Don't worry about entering the market, I just bought 30 pounds, spending a total of 60 gold coins. I sold all my extra resources to gather this. Watch me turn my life around. Damn. You all are too bold. Enough said, I'm also going to enter the market. Damn, it's 1.1 gold coins now, this increase is too fast. Can I still get in? In the channel. Some speculators trading salmon and food are all boasting. In a short while, they forcibly pushed the market price of salmon up by another 0.1 gold coins. The speed of this increase is shocking, making people speechless. Even Chen-Hua feels his heart pounding. Because if this thing is not controlled properly, he could lose everything. In this endless sea, gold coins are the hope for survival. If he loses too much, he could never turn his life around. Sure enough, the world is never short of bold people. Chen-Hua shook his head secretly, preparing to sell the salmon. As the saying goes, everyone panics while I'm greedy, everyone is greedy while I panic. Although he doesn't understand the ins and outs. But he knows it's time to stop. So, taking advantage of the captain's high spirits, Chen-Hua directly got up and went to the kitchen. At this moment, in the kitchen, all the salmon has been taken off the stove. Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao are also washing their hands and finishing up. Seeing this, Xinhua immediately stored all the salmon in the system space, then sold them in batches at a price of 1.6 gold coins per half pound. After all, it is cooked food. The price is higher than fresh fish. And to avoid causing panic, Xinhua didn't dare to put everything on the shelf at once, but chose to sell in batches. He first stocked 35 pounds, and soon it was sold out. Next, he restocked 58 pounds, 40 pounds, 70 pounds, 30 pounds, and several batches. However, the large quantity of cooked food led to Xinhua waiting a moment before it was all sold. After all, it is cooked food, and the price is high. Many people are still reluctant to eat it. Or in other words, for many people, their food consists of a lot of raw fish, paired with a small amount of cooked food. So the demand for cooked food is far less than for raw fish. This resulted in Xinhua's cooked food not selling as quickly as the raw fish. Soon, when all the stocked cooked food was sold out, Xinhua put up all the remaining cooked food, over 180 pounds. Such a massive amount of cooked food. It directly shook the entire group of speculators in the area. Wow! Someone is dumping salmon, and it's steamed. Another person put up salmon again, why not rush to grab it? Who is it that is even selling this much salmon? Wow! Could there be some trouble? What's there to be afraid of? Hurry and buy, or you won't get it. Damn! I just bought 8 pounds, hope it won't go bad. The timid die of hunger, the bold die of excess. Go for it. And this is cooked food, which is worth more than raw, what's to fear? In the chat channel, all sorts of statements popped up. Xinhua's raw fish salmon decreased at a visible speed. Chapter 040, earned 1,520 gold coins, rocket launcher received. Of course, as the number of Xinhua's steamed fish quickly decreased. At the same time, more food appeared for sale on the page. This was some people with weak hearts selling off their savings, while others with strong mental quality directly ignored the market changes and continued to purchase. In no time, the salmon in the market was again bought out, and once more pushed the price of salmon to 1.2 gold coins per half pound. The price of cooked fish reached 1.7 gold coins. Damn! I just sold, how did it go up again? Damn it! Are you going against me? I just sold it at the normal price. Ha ha! Hurry and buy it back. Phew! It's good I was quick, I bought another 10 pounds of steamed fish. Ha ha! I bought it for 1 gold, bought it back for 1.1, now it's up to 1.2. Wah! I sold it for 0.9, 1 gold, just bought back at 1.2, made a point. I envy you all. Bro, awesome. It's definitely going to rise even more tomorrow. Keep it up. Various comments continued to flood the regional channel. But many people had no idea that some clever folks had already quietly listed their food in batches in the mall. After all, tomorrow is the 3rd day of the fog. No one knows if there will be fog on the 4th day. If not, the price will absolutely plummet. If so, the price will continue to rise. But clever people don't gamble, because gamblers only lose. Xinhua took a glance at the information in the mall, then moved his gaze away. When he saw his gold coin balance, he directly showed a satisfied smile. Gold coin balance, 1,520 coins. Goodness! 1,520 gold coins. I've become rich all of a sudden. Xinhua was extremely satisfied. He even felt a bit grateful to that woman named Jiyu. Otherwise, this over 1,000 gold coins would take him ages to earn. Now because of a single weather change, the income doubled, it couldn't be more satisfying. Captain, how is it? Did everything sell out? At this moment, Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao had finished washing up and changed into cool pajamas. They bought these with their wages in the mall. Because food prices have soared these past 2 days, other useless materials have seen a decline in price. And Xinhua had opened shopping permissions for them yesterday. At this moment, the 2 girls stood in front of Xinhua, looking quite excited. After all, they had been very busy these past 2 days. All sold. For the 2 girls' proud look, Xinhua did not criticize but smiled and praised, "You both did very well. You've worked hard these 2 days, each of you will get a reward of 5 gold coins." "Thank you, Captain." The captain is so great. As soon as the 2 heard about the reward of 5 gold coins, they immediately got excited and each hugged Xinhua's arm, rubbing against him. However, Xinhua had important matters to attend to and didn't have time to play with them. So he handed each girl 5 gold coins and waved his hand, sending them off to the side. Seeing that Xinhua still had things to finish, the 2 girls stopped their pursuit and took the gold coins to buy things they liked at the shop. Seeing this, Chenhua finally focused back and clicked on Li Zixuang's chat page. Are you there? Yes. Li Zixuang quickly replied, did you really earn 300 gold coins so fast? Boss, making money seems too easy for you. Ha ha. It's alright. Let's start the trade. Li Zixuang has initiated a trade with you. Soon, a pop-up window appeared on the chat page. On one side was a photo of an RPG rocket launcher and ammunition, and on the other side was the number of gold coins he needed to input. The amount was set to 300 gold coins. Chenhua waved his hand decisively and sent over 310 coins. After all, considering the price of the rocket launcher and the goodwill from the other side, those 10 gold coins were not a big deal. Wow! 310, the boss is so generous. I will come to you next time I have good stuff. After the trade was completed, Li Zixuang sent a message of surprise. Chenhua smiled lightly and replied, did you only get a rocket launcher and ammunition from your golden treasure chest? Do you have any other good things? Of course. There's also an AK-47 and 100 bullets. But I want to keep those for self-defense. Okay. Let me know next time you have good stuff. Chenhua felt a bit disappointed but could only accept it willingly. After all, it was already quite good that she was willing to buy the rocket head. If it were someone else who encountered this item, they wouldn't sell it at all. Closing the chat panel, Chenhua returned to the shop and searched for hot weapons. Like handguns, AKs, and so on. But there were none at all. Chenhua knew that it wasn't that no one got them, but that no one was willing to sell. As survival pressures increased, these items would not be easily sold unless the survivors reached the last moment. Chenhua shook his head, preparing to close the shop. However, at that moment, the last item at the bottom of the shop caught his attention. The items you searched for do not exist, but we recommend the following items. 1 Juga crossbow, 60 gold coins/unit. 1 bed crossbow, 45 gold coins/unit. 30 universal bullets, 2 gold coins/bullet. 3 RPG rockets, 40 gold coins/rocket. Wow! Someone is actually selling bullets and rockets. After just one glance, Chenhua immediately clicked to purchase all. 30 universal bullets, transaction successful. Deducting 60 gold coins. 3 RPG rockets, transaction successful. Deducting 120 gold coins. Soon, 2 new items appeared in his backpack. Although the universal bullets were currently useless, Chenhua knew that stockpiling them in advance wouldn't hurt. After all, he didn't lack gold coins. After handling these, Chenhua finally closed the system panel. Then he took out the RPG. In an instant, a thick and long rocket launcher appeared in Chenhua's arms. He rested it on his shoulder and posed as if to fire, which immediately shocked the 2 female crew members beside him. Hiss. RPG. Wow. A rocket launcher. Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao were stunned. After all, as 2 young people, they didn't understand weapons but knew about games. Wasn't this thing a powerful giant from the games? Their captain actually got his hands on it? In an instant, the 2 girls' expressions changed. They quickly sat beside Chenhua, excitedly examining it. Indeed. It was a real rocket launcher. Could their captain be the legendary chosen one? Was he destined to rule the seas? Otherwise, how could he be so amazing? Making money amazingly, powerful weapons, great vehicles, and wonderful comrades too. The way the 2 girls looked at Chenhua began to sparkle, filled with awe and admiration for a strong figure. Captain, you actually managed to get a rocket launcher. So amazing. Yun Mengyao's heart felt a wave of sweet excitement, wanting to immediately show her loyalty, speaking in a sweet and flattering tone. Ning Captain is so great. Being by the captain's side is full of a sense of security. Su Yajing also refused to be outdone, wrapping her arms around Chenhua's other arm and letting out a playful hum. Seeing this, Chenhua felt a rush of excitement in his heart too. After all, with 2 women in his embrace, who could understand this feeling? As for whether what they said was true or false, it no longer mattered. So Chenhua calmly put away the rocket launcher. Then he flipped over and began the night's journey in the living room. Chapter 041 Learn to Respect the Market, New Predictions by Jiyu. Chenhua's strength, after the enhancement from several strength fruits, had become extraordinary. With just a simple trick, he made the 2 female crew members unable to stand firm. In the end, it was only through their cooperation that they barely finished this battle. And when the battle was over, the time had already reached the early morning. Chenhua's gold coin balance increased by another 80, returning to 1410 coins. Chenhua moved the 2 from the living room to the bedroom. And he himself fell into a deep sleep. Moreover, since the vehicle upgraded to level 3, the cabin also became very sturdy. Once the door was locked, even if someone boarded the ship in the middle of the night, he didn't worry about it being broken in. Unless those boarding the ship could not only avoid the vigilant fishing lines surrounding the hull but also silently breach the iron-covered hardwood walls. At the same time, in the system mall, food prices had stopped rising. And due to the sudden drop in the number of transactions in the second half of the night, many captains who hoarded food, seeing prices stop rising, could not help but feel a bit anxious and began to tentatively sell some of the stocks they had. However, due to the decrease in the number of transactions, many listed food items were difficult to be sold in a short time. Gradually, the feeling of unease spread in many captains' hearts. Regional chat channel population 72156/100000. Strangely, have you all noticed that there seems to be more and more food in the mall? It is a bit much. And the prices aren't moving. Oh no, something bad might happen. I hung 15 pounds of salmon half an hour ago, and only 5 pounds have sold since then. Could it be because there are fewer people at night? I don't know. I just feel something is off. Those who shouted the loudest in the channel before are now silent. Damn, saying that makes me feel a bit anxious. What's there to fear? Even if tomorrow the fog clears, won't there still be a day left? There will always be people who need to eat. And with such heavy fog, everyone's food basically comes in but doesn't go out. True. Hearing you say that makes me feel relieved. Off to sleep. I'm gonna sleep too. Tomorrow when I wake up, the prices will definitely rise again. Exactly. Sleep soundly. Thus, many speculators in the channel closed the chat page and opened the system mall. They then listed their food at lower prices in the mall. If someone clears out stocks tomorrow, then those who buy first will be theirs. If the prices continue to rise, it's no big deal. Because they only listed part of it, they still have the rest to profit from the price difference. So, after finishing all this, many people fell asleep feeling at ease. Until early the next morning, when they entered the chat channel. Many people's worlds instantly collapsed. Because no captain, upon opening the chat channel, was not stunned by the flood of messages in the channel. For at this moment, the chat channel was filled with information about the plummeting food prices. The price of salmon dropped below 0.9. The speculators must be dumbfounded now. Hurry and throw your stocks. The prices will keep dropping. The price of salmon has dropped again. It's at 0.8. Wow, the mall is full of salmon. It's crazy, all crazy. Thank goodness I sold it yesterday. Ha. I sold yesterday too. In fact, many people sold yesterday. Only those greedy fools are still dreaming of a price surge. They deserve to be out of luck. Don't be fooled by the many who were shopping yesterday. I did a careful study, and many people were selling while buying. Left hand sells to the right hand, and they've long cleared their stock. Damn it. Can the store in the system be manipulated by people too? I present you in hashtag %% at hashtag of % and asterisk hashtag. Whoa, I'm so out of luck. I lost everything in the stock market before the survival game. After the survival game, I'm still losing my pants. I won't accept it. Brothers, goodbye. Don't hold me back, I'm going to rob. In the regional channel, countless whales swept across the entire chat page. Countless speculators, still holding a large amount of salmon and food, quickly opened the store with tear-filled eyes, racing to list all their excess food. But the drop in food prices far exceeded everyone's imagination. As soon as those just listed food on the other side, the price here fell by another 0.1 gold coins. As soon as the price was changed there, it fell by another 0.1 gold coins here. This directly shattered the hearts of countless speculators, already hanging by a thread. So, many people directly posted their prices at 0.5, just to sell quickly and reduce losses. However, with the appearance of the 0.5 gold coin price, the purchasing speed in the store remained sluggish. And some people even listed their prices at 0.4, breaking the previous low price before the foggy weather. This completely stunned countless stockpiling speculators. Immediately, everyone listed their prices at 0.4. Sure enough, with the price of fish everywhere at 0.4 in the store, some eager buyers began to show up. Then quickly devoured all the salmon at this price. Before long, they pushed the fish price back up to 0.5 gold coins and stabilized it. At this moment, Chenhua also woke up from his dream. While waiting for the 2 female crew members to cook, he witnessed the changes in the system store. However, he did not participate. Because he knew that selling salmon in time yesterday was luck. He does not have the relevant talent, so he cannot gamble. He just quietly watched the people in the regional channel sigh and complain about the heavens and the earth. Whoa whoa, so miserable, too miserable, I lost so much. The fog hasn't cleared yet, how can it drop now? Damn it, I won't sell, I won't sell. As long as I don't sell, I'll never lose. Ah. I lost half of my savings, who can understand this pain? The anger in the channel was still rising. However, just at this moment, a message from GU suddenly appeared on the panel, igniting the entire chat channel. The fog will last for another 2 days, until the end of the beginner period. Boom! As soon as this news came out, the entire chat panel exploded. What the hell, the great GU has sent a message. There are still 2 days of fog. Will prices go up? Great GU, what will the weather be like in 2 days? Is it sunny? Great 1, will food prices continue to rise? What the hell? Someone in the store has started buying. Hiss. Hurry to grab it. It's gone up, the price of salmon has risen. The information in the chat channel was all squeezed together, refreshing rapidly. Unless you have quick eyes and hands, you can't even see the content. And in the system store, the listed salmon began to decrease quickly. New price tags were relisted. Before long, all food prices had risen again by 0.2 gold coins. The speed of the rise was far greater than the day the fog appeared. Unfortunately, the person named GU did not continue to reply. Seeing this, Chenhua silently shook his head, choosing not to participate in this crazy market. Because he always felt that things might not be that simple. Captain, it's time to eat. At this moment, Yun Mengyao and Su Yajing brought steaming a treasure porridge, hot steamed buns, and 2 small dishes to the table. Chenhua turned off the chat channel and walked towards the dining table. Chapter 042, Shopping Spree at the Mall, The Wounded Iron Ship. A meal is finished. The prices in the mall are still rising. But Chenhua knows, this is the last crazy push. So after finishing his meal, Chenhua went back into the mall and allocated 300 gold coins each to Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao, asking them to join him in the mall to hunt for bargains, to clean up the goods that had hit rock bottom. Especially the hot weapons. No matter the price, as long as he found it, buy it with eyes closed. Just like that. The 3 of them sat in the cabin, like young people addicted to games, each staring intently at their panel mall, seriously refreshing the mall over and over, endlessly scrolling down, searching for what they wanted. Before long, various furniture, clothing, electric drills, parts, diesel, steel plates appeared in Chenhua's backpack space. They even managed to snag 2 engines. However, compared to food prices, these goods are very cheap. Even after buying many, Chenhua's gold coins did not significantly decrease. Then Su Yajing discovered high-priced universal bullets and excitedly said, "Captain, universal bullets are 3 gold coins, do you want them?" "Yes." Chenhua answered without hesitation. Just as he finished answering, Yun Mengyao also found something good and excitedly said, "Captain, do you want C4 bombs, 20 gold coins?" "Yes. We want it all." Hearing about the C4 bombs, Chenhua immediately leaned over. Sure enough, the mall had 2 for sale. After purchasing them, Chenhua finally breathed a sigh of relief, then continued to loot with the 2 women. Just like that, the 3 bought more and more. Even in the end, Chenhua found 2 electric batons, an electric net, and a desert eagle. Besides that, various living facilities were countless. Watching the gold coins become fewer, from over 1,000 to 800, and the mall was indeed hard to refresh good items. Then Chenhua stopped looting and organized the purchases. First, living supplies, all clothing, shoes, furniture, freezers, were handed over to the 2 crew members to sort out. Chenhua himself organized the valuable materials and set up the electric net. After all, with the expansion of the vehicle, if he continued to use fishing lines for warning, it would inevitably have shortcomings. Now that he had the electric net, he could fully replace it. Basic materials: 75 units of wood, 21 units of rough iron, 12 steel plates, 47 pieces, 170 liters of diesel. Weapon resources: 110 universal bullets, 10 rockets, 2 C4 bombs, 1 Desert Eagle, 1 rocket launcher, 2 electric batons, electric net. After categorizing and organizing everything, Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao also finished sorting the living supplies. Chenhua then took the 2 women to the deck to start setting up the electric net. Fortunately, the setup of the electric net could be completed through the system. Otherwise, climbing up and down on the ship would not only be dangerous, but the setup would also be slow. Are you sure you want to consume 20 parts, 3 steel plates, and 5 gold coins for labor costs for installation? Yes. With the choice made, the electric net instantly transformed with various parts and steel plates, sticking to the ship's body and wrapped around several circles. And after the setup was finished, the electric net was directly connected to the generator for power. Of course, The power is not great, it won't kill someone, it can only make a person feel tingly all over, with muscle spasms. The main reason for this setup is that Chen Hua worries about electric leakage. After all, this is at sea. Not to mention fighting sea monsters. In case of conflict with another ship, if the ship's body gets damaged and leaks electricity, high voltage would indiscriminately attack the ship and the people aboard. At that point, others only need to attack the ship's body, and his ship would lose combat capability, leaving all crew members helpless. So a small voltage was set up to prevent some sneaky people from climbing aboard. Whoosh! After the electric net was successfully set up, the three were peering over the edge of the ship looking down. A magic patterned fish suddenly crashed into the ship's body. Your spirit is attacked, mental power -2. In an instant, the mental power of the three collectively dropped. But that magical striped fish wasn't any better. The moment it touched the ship's electric net, it emitted white smoke and became charred. Your ship has killed a magical striped fish, earning 0.1 gold coins. Wow, it got electrocuted. Su Yajing excitedly pointed at the magical striped fish floating on the sea, hopping around in small steps. However, just as Chen Hua followed her gaze, he was hit by another mental attack. Clearly, the charred fish could still produce a mental attack. Slap. Chen Hua gave her a hard slap on the butt, saying irritably, "You did that on purpose, right?" "Yes. I'm feeling a bit irritable already." Yun Mengyao also turned her gaze away, her eyes showing slight annoyance. It was obvious that this was caused by a decrease in mental strength. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just too excited." Actually, Su Yajing had also become a bit irritable when she was first attacked. So she deliberately let the captain and Yun Mengyao take a second look. She covered her butt with her hands and lowered her head to explain. But Chen Hua knew that Su Yajing's mental strength was low and easily affected by the magical striped fish, so he didn't blame her. "All right. There's nothing going on today, you two continue your work." Shaking his head, Chen Hua turned and went back to the cabin. The two girls then started a new day of work fishing. Although Yun Mengyao didn't have a fishing task. But since the two had reached a partnership, they had to help each other. And so it went. Time passed little by little, and soon it was nearing noon. The two girls fished in turns and it didn't feel tiring. In just half a day, they caught 8 salmon. But just as the two were prepared to continue fishing, in the mist, a blurry outline of a ship suddenly appeared in Yun Mengyao's view. Little by, something's happening. She hurriedly tapped Su Yajing's shoulder to remind her. Su Yajing quickly looked up. Sure enough, it was indeed the outline of a ship. But she didn't have eagle eyes, her vision was far less clear than Yun Mengyao's. "What is that? Could someone be targeting us? Quickly notify the captain. I'll handle this here." Yun Mengyao didn't dare to be careless, and after giving a quick instruction, she immediately went to the back of the ship to the crossbow area, preparing for any enemy. Meanwhile, Su Yajing dropped her fishing rod and rushed back to report. "What? A ship is approaching us?" Upon hearing this from the cabin, Chen Hua immediately looked out the window. Sure enough, it was an iron ship. But the iron ship was full of holes, pierced by many large arrows. It looked like it had just returned from battle. Chen Hua didn't dare to be casual. He immediately initiated a chat request to the iron ship, then quickly went to the deck. However, when he reached the deck, the other side did not respond. Moreover, the iron ship seemed to have lost control and was slowly drifting towards them. Chen Hua frowned and immediately instructed Yun Mengyao to send a warning to the other side. Chapter 43, The Fallen Star, Did I Let You Go? Whoosh! The large arrow was fired. Instantly, it pierced through the iron ship. Yet there was still no movement from within the iron ship. Yun Mengyao wondered, "Captain, could it be an empty ship?" Impossible. Chen Hua firmly believed. Because a ship is the lifeline of every captain, it's impossible for someone to abandon their own ship. So he ordered again, "Continue shooting. There must be someone inside." Understood. Yun Mengyao nodded, then aimed at the protruding part of the iron ship and shot twice in a row. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 large arrows, one after the other, instantly penetrated the wooden walls. In no time, a woman ran out of the cabin, waving her hands and shouting, don't shoot, I'm coming out." The woman wore a dirty shirt and shorts. Her face was filled with panic, like a frightened rabbit, constantly waving her hands. However, despite that, Chen Hua and the others instantly felt that she looked very familiar. Especially the large fruits in front of her. There's an even stronger feeling that I've seen her somewhere before. Hiss, why does she feel so familiar? Yeah. She seems like some celebrity. Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao furrowed their brows in deep thought, one in front and the other behind. Of course, it's not because they rarely watch TV. It's just that after more than 10 days of survival, even the clearest person can't withstand the ravages of wind and frost. But after the two girls gave a hint, Chenhua, on the contrary, directly recognized that woman bearing fruits. Damn, Yang Mi. What? Yang Mi? With Chenhua's exclamation, Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao finally found the clue. Hiss, it really seems to be her. Oh my god, has she really turned into this? This is too shabby. The two girls were shocked. They never expected that the once lofty big star had fallen to this point. If she gets caught by a man, then the consequence. The two girls looked at Chenhua, as if they could already see Yang Mi's fate. Don't shoot, I will leave right now, right now. Yang Mi, in panic, grabbed the wooden oar on the edge of the boat and tried hard to paddle. But a level 2 vessel, how could one person paddle it away easily? No matter how hard she tried, the movement of the wooden boat couldn't match the impact of the sea waves. Just like that. After a flurry of chaotic movements, her level 2 wooden boat crashed into Chenhua's armored ship. Fortunately, she was still forcefully paddling the oar. The force cancelled each other out, so the crash was very light. Damn. If I had known, I wouldn't have upgraded to a level 2 vessel. Am I going to fall into a tiger's mouth right after escaping the wolf's den? Yang Mi felt frustrated, gripping the oar, her whole body swaying greatly. The fruits shook back and forth. The three people on the armored ship couldn't take their eyes off for a moment. But fortunately, Yang Mi had very strong talent. With her rapid movements, the place where the iron ship and the armored ship contacted finally separated. However, at that moment, Chenhua suddenly spoke, "You crashed into my ship and still want to leave? Did I let you go?" Swish. As soon as these words came out, Yang Mi's heart trembled, and she turned around to make a bitter melon face. This was both to hide her identity and to express her inner emotions. I really didn't mean to. Can you spare me? I promise I'll accompany you once I fix the boat. He. If you leave, where will I find you? Chenhua sneered, already preparing to take in the other party in his heart. After all, she came to his door, how could he not take her? And the earlier he takes one in, the sooner he can rise. Such simple logic, no need to mention it. So, Chenhua immediately took out a rope, tied it to a large arrow. Then shot the arrow through the tail of Yang Mi's boat, firmly pulling it, and continued to declare, "Pay up, or you won't be able to leave." Su Yajing. Yun Mengyao. The two girls looked at Chenhua, and all puffed their cheeks. Pay? You want to pay for a person, right? However, as members on the ship, they naturally wouldn't do anything to make Chenhua unhappy. Moreover, the more people on the ship, the better their future lives would be. So they all said, "That's right, you must pay. Without 3,000 gold coins, don't even think about leaving." 3,000 gold coins? Is that enough? At least 5,000 gold coins. The two girls cooperated, one word from each, directly making Yang Mi's eyes widen in shock. 5,000 gold coins? This is probably not even enough if she were sold. And which family's level 3 vessel could cost 5,000 gold coins? They're conning her. Blatantly conning her. Yang Mi was angry but dared not go wild, so she could only brave it and say, "I really don't have money. Can you give me some time?" Give you time? Who knows if you will run away? No money means working to pay off debts. Right. 5,000 gold coins, even if we give you time, you can't earn it. Hurry up and sign the crew contract. Otherwise, we'll smash your boat. The two girls continued to put pressure and turned the crossbow towards Yang Mi. Now Yang Mi was completely at a loss and could only look at Chenhua, hoping that this captain could show him some mercy. However, little did she know that Chenhua had already received the system's containment prompt. He was now dreaming about capturing the goddess. How could he let her go so easily? So, Chenhua directly threw out the crew contract, and then with a cold expression said, "I am a reasonable person, if it were anyone else, you would have already lost your freedom. Yet, I am still willing to give you a chance. Sign it, and in 10 years, I will return your freedom." This. For a moment, Yang Mi fell silent. Because she felt that what this person said was indeed true. If it were anyone else, they would have long coveted her beauty and body, capturing her. And the other party hadn't forced her right away. There was still a bottom line. Thinking about her own fate. Even if the other party really let her go, she couldn't survive with a damaged second-level vehicle. What's more, there were others around searching for her. Thinking of this, Yang Mi's heart softened a little, so she raised her head and asked, "If I sign the contract, will you still treat me like a person?" "Of course. My crew have human rights." Chenhua smiled lightly, revealing his white teeth. "If you don't believe it, ask them." "That's right. Join us." The captain is amazing, and he won't exploit us. Yeah. Didn't you see us? We're all clean, and there's water on the ship for showers. Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao spoke up, making Yang Mi's heart waver again. Has this third-level vehicle developed to such a great extent? It can even shower. Thinking of this, Yang Mi made one last demand. I have one more request. After I board the ship, you cannot force me to be with you, and you cannot sell me to others. Okay. Chen Hua raised his eyebrows but still agreed. Although he didn't think that Yang Mi was someone who feared death. But he still wanted to secure the reward first. However, he clearly underestimated the wisdom of a top star. Yang Mi pointed at the contract in front of her and said, then you need to add the 2 clauses I mentioned. Chapter 044, contain the third goddess, all attributes increase. Although Chen Hua was somewhat impatient with such a clever woman. For the sake of the reward, Chen Hua still did not refuse. After all, the newbie period was about to pass. Having one more goddess meant more self-defense power. As for whether he could sleep with them, it didn't really matter. After all, she was just a woman, what she had, others had too, and it didn't make much difference. Once things developed later on, there would be plenty everywhere. And as long as the other party boarded the ship, he had plenty of ways to make the other party compromise. It was just a matter of time. So, without further ado, Chen Hua added these 2 clauses to the contract. Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao were left stunned. What, the contract clauses can be changed? They had no idea. What a huge loss. The 2 girls were completely confused. But they had no regrets. Because they felt they didn't have particularly outstanding talents or intelligence. Perhaps only sticking to the captain was their greatest fortune. It's done. But before you sign, first transfer the valuables on your ship to me. After finishing the contract, Chen Hua, not wanting to waste the resources on the vehicle, said to Yang Mi. Yang Mi shook her head, made no movement, and began to sign the contract directly, saying at the same time, I'm being chased, there are no resources left on the ship. Chased? Who is chasing her? Before Chen Hua could think carefully. The other party had already finished signing. The containment reward arrived at that moment. You have successfully contained a supreme goddess, and received a special reward, invisibility radar. Evaluation, a radar that can become invisible, requires power to use. Once activated, it can change the visual perception of those around, producing a half-hour invisibility effect. But this function is extremely power-consuming and needs to be charged in advance. Containment gold 40 gold coins has been credited, please check. 2 rewards appeared. Chen Hua's pupils suddenly contracted, being shocked by the invisibility radar. But there was no time to take a close look. He suddenly felt that his body was filled with power. Even his mental strength and flesh had become even stronger. It was as if he had achieved a genetic breakthrough, creating an illusion of being able to punch through a thick template. So, Chen Hua immediately ignored the invisible radar reward and opened his personal attribute panel. Mental, 60, base 38 plus amplification 25, current total 62 points, can be restored by resting. Stamina, 62, base 40 plus amplification 25, current total 65 points, can be restored by food intake and resting. Strength, 69, base 44 plus amplification 25, current total 69 points, can be restored by resting and food intake. Defense, 44, base 19 plus amplification 25, current total 44 points, can be improved by supplementation and exercise. Talent, top goddess containment. Current containment number, 3 people. All attributes actually increased by 25 points? Hiss. At the moment he saw his attributes, Chen Hua's pupils constricted, and he gasped in shock. Especially the amplification added behind each base value. It sent a shock through Chen Hua's heart. It wasn't an illusion, his overall attributes really had been enhanced. But how could the amplification be so much out of nowhere? Could it be? He quickly looked up at Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao. Sure enough, these 2 women were also staring at their attribute panels, their eyes wide open. Oh my god. What happened? My attributes all increased by 25 points. I feel so strong now. Mine has increased too. The 2 women were extremely excited. Seeing that Chen Hua was looking at her, they were about to ask. But Chen Hua nodded first and said, all of our attributes have increased by 25 points, if I'm guessing correctly, it should be her talent that caused it. As he said this, Chen Hua's gaze slowly turned to Yang Mi on the iron ship. Yang Mi also noticed the changes in Chen Hua and the others and no longer hid it. After all, she had already joined the Heavenly Man ship and was considered part of the crew. So she volunteered to explain, you guessed it right, this is my talent to boost all attributes of everyone inside the vessel by 25 points. Hiss. Indeed. Although they were mentally prepared, hearing Yang Mi admit it in person, Chen Hua and the other 2 couldn't help but gasp. After all, 25 points to all attributes. It was even higher than a normal adult woman's base attributes. And it boosted the attributes of everyone on board. This was a walking, breathing amplifier. No wonder people were trying to hunt her down. Such a talent. Anyone who saw it would be envious. Captain, could you pull me up first before being shocked? My ship is sinking. Seeing Chen Hua and the others still in shock, Yang Mi secretly let out a sigh of relief. After all, she dared to tell Chen Hua not to force her because of this talent. No one would want to lose such a talent for a moment of enjoyment. Now, seeing Chen Hua and the others shock, she felt even more secure. If they wanted this amplification, they shouldn't go overboard. Otherwise, I would just commit suicide and see if you could bear the consequences of losing this amplification. She triumphantly extended her hand and was pulled up by Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao. Of course, before boarding, she cut the power. Otherwise, it would definitely make Yang Mi roll her eyes from the shock. After boarding the ship, Yang Mi tidied up her messy, dirty clothes slightly before actively introducing herself to Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao. My name is Yang Mi, I hope to be on good terms with you in the future. As she spoke, she also bowed slightly to the two, showing an extremely humble attitude. But no one noticed that at the moment she bent down, the corner of her mouth had already lifted. It seemed to be confidence in her own name. However, to her surprise, until she straightened up, the imagined exclamations did not come. The two women in front of her seemed to have already seen through her identity. They just smiled and shook hands with her. I know you. The big star, I've watched your TV before. By the way, my name is Su Yajing. My name is Yun Mengyao, and I really love listening to your songs. Please take care of me from now on. The two girls had an attitude that was neither humble nor arrogant, completely lacking the awe and excitement that ordinary people show when they meet a celebrity. This made Yang Mi feel a pang of disappointment inside. But upon thinking carefully, everyone had already fallen to the point of surviving at sea, so their previous identities naturally lost their significance. Not to mention she was just a star. Even a billionaire CEO would probably not cause a stir. Moreover, her current identity was merely a crew member under someone else's control. Of course. Even so, she couldn't completely let go of her pride, just forcing a smile and nodding, feeling bitter inside. All right. Since we are on the ship, from now on, you are all my people. Demini, is it okay if I call you that? At this moment, Chen Hua returned after opening the hatch, and at the last sentence, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Seeing Chen Hua's teasing expression, Yang Mi felt a wave of bitterness inside. Domini. Although this was her advantage. Many people call her that behind her back. But being called that directly made her feel uncomfortable. Because she always felt that the other person was constantly talking about her popularity. But what the other party said wasn't wrong. Once on the ship, she'd become that person's person. It was already enough that the other party could guarantee not to force her. So, she bitterly nodded and said, of course, that's fine. Good. Go clean yourself up and change your clothes. Come out later, and I'll arrange work for you. Chen Hua gave her his first order after boarding the ship with a light sniff of his nose. She had no resistance to this. Because she hadn't showered for a long time. So, she nodded in agreement. But before following Su Yajing to the cabin, she hesitated for a moment, turned around and stammered, Captain, can I ask you for a favor? Captain, can I ask you for a favor? Yang Mi stammered, seeming a bit hesitant to speak. But Chen Hua had already sensed through the earlier questions that Yang Mi wasn't a person easily afraid of death, so he felt quite good. Hearing that she had something to say, he immediately became interested. Speak. I would like you to help me open the chat permission. When she said this, she seemed to notice the change in Chen Hua's gaze and quickly explained, I have a friend who may not be in a good situation. She helped me escape from the bad guys. I want to send her a message to let her know I'm safe, so she won't worry. Friend? Chen Hua's gaze narrowed slightly. But as the captain, he had the authority to see the chat content from the other side. So after a moment of hesitation, he nodded, of course, no problem. But I'm curious, why were you being chased, and why would someone put themselves in danger to save you? Is that friend a family member? Kind of. Yang Mi hesitated for a moment but decided to say it. Because there was no point in hiding this anymore. So she continued, actually, I have a fiancé. The person who saved me is my future sister-in-law, Jiyu. You must have heard that name in the past few days, right? When she mentioned Jiyu, she unconsciously glanced at Chen Hua's expression. Sure enough, Chen Hua's pupils twitched slightly upon hearing this name. Because Jiyu was a name that had shaken the regional channel recently. A prediction, directly caused the prices in the entire region to rise and fall. Even he had been affected. So it was shocking that such a formidable woman turned out to be Yang Mi's future sister-in-law. Of course. Although it was surprising that Yang Mi had a fiancé, in the current situation at sea, this news was completely insignificant compared to Jiyu's news. After all, the fans here. I had long lost the motivation to chase stars. Maybe if I really met a fan, they would be even crazier about the stars they loved. And the craziness would be physical too. As for politeness and respect, no need to think about it. Because people's hearts turn to evil. Without the law to punish, any devil can appear. Compared to that, a boss who only exploits is so much better. Of course I have heard this name. But what does it have to do with you being hunted? Chenhua stared at Yang Mi, unblinking, like a high and mighty master inspecting their slave. It put a bit of pressure on Yang Mi's heart. Yang Mi pursed her lips and continued, it wasn't related at first, but when Jiyu predicted rain for the first time, I noticed her. I contacted her. Then we rushed towards each other, formed a team, supporting each other in searching for her brother, my fiancé. But her talent was hard to use in normal days. So our life wasn't very good. Later, to earn money and upgrade our vehicle, we kept hunting sea monsters for treasure. Until before the fog came, Jiyu predicted this was an opportunity to make money, and we started wildly stockpiling supplies. Preparing to sell the supplies at a high price. But we never expected that before the fog came, our news of gathering supplies was exposed. A fleet blocked us once, and although we defeated them, not long after, more ships appeared to look for us, trapping us in a sea area. Fortunately, the next day, the fog came, obscuring their sight. We successfully escaped from the encirclement. But the fog was so thick, when we got out, I was blocked by a sea monster and chased by those fleets. Jiyu knew she couldn't go back to save me, so after leaving, she hid and negotiated with that fleet. She said she could drive up the market prices, letting that fleet make a significant profit, but the condition was to release me. That fleet wanted the same thing, so they agreed, not forcibly taking me on board, fearing Jiyu wouldn't be able to contact me, losing their chance to make money. Then, on the day of the fog, Jiyu sent out the weather prediction in the chat channel, causing price fluctuations. But that gang did not follow the agreement to let me go. I thought I was really going to be taken on board. But unexpectedly, Jiyu was so bold, daring to threaten the fleet's leader while I was captured, making him not dare to act on me lightly. Moreover, to catch Jiyu, the fleet's leader did not act against me for the next few days. He just took all the supplies from my ship. It seemed he was waiting for Jiyu to come to him. Sure enough, on the third day of the fog, which is this morning, Jiyu appeared, first leading away some of the fleet's crew, then closely transferring a V2 engine to me. With the V2 engine, while that fleet went to chase Jiyu, I installed the engine and took the chance to escape. Moreover, since my ship was relatively fast, I soon broke free from the encirclement. Unfortunately, those people also made money during this price increase, upgrading the engines on some of their ships to hunt me down. Later, Jiyu appeared again to help me escape completely, attracting most of the firepower. I drove the heavily damaged iron ship all the way out. During this process, the damaged parts of the iron ship got sucked into the engine, causing my engine to be completely damaged and useless. I rode all the way, eventually exhausted and rested for a while. Then I met you all. Yang Mi slowly recounted, calmly detailing everything that had happened. The hardships of the journey, the ups and downs of the story, made Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao feel a chill down their spines. Unconsciously, I broke into a sweat for her. After all, she is Yang Mi. A big star, a super beauty. If it weren't for that little sister-in-law always pulling for her safety, she would have probably fallen into the tiger's mouth by now, tortured beyond recognition. Exciting. Too exciting. More exciting than both of their experiences combined. The two women looked at Yang Mi, still unable to recover, nervously saying, "What about your little sister-in-law, did she run out?" "I don't know. But before the thick fog, she stocked up on some supplies and upgraded the engine to V3. Otherwise, she would have been caught the first time she appeared to save me." "V3 engine? Then it should be fine," Yun Mengyao said seriously. "After all, the V3 engine is more powerful. Those boats wouldn't be able to catch up unless they upgrade." Yang Mi nodded in agreement and said, "That's what I think too. But there are more people in that fleet, with more than a dozen boats chasing us, so I still want to contact her. Tell her that I'm safe." After speaking, she looked at Chenhua, waiting for his response. And after hearing this, Chenhua's mind immediately became active. Jiyu. A woman who can predict the weather. Such a talent, even if not reaching the level of a top goddess, is still extremely useful. If he could control her, it would definitely bring him enormous benefits. Chapter 046, Contacting the Little Sister-in-Law, She's Really Useless. Yang Mi's little sister-in-law, logically, shouldn't be too bad looking, right? Chenhua thought this in his heart, but on the surface, he remained extremely calm, nodding and then opening the chat permissions. When joining another's vessel, the system's permissions are completely shut down. Only after reopening them will the original system functions be restored. But this feature is different from before. It's a downgraded subsystem, which can be easily seen. The reason Chen Hua agreed so readily. Naturally, he was extremely interested in Jiyu. Of course. Not only was he interested in Jiyu, he was also highly interested in Yang Mi's celebrity friends. After all, as a top-tier star, she must know other top stars. Then, through Yang Mi, he could bring them all aboard the ship. Soon, Yang Mi's subsystem chat permissions were successfully opened. The panel still displayed the people she had contacted before, but the previous chat history was no longer visible. However, Chen Hua had no intention of supervising the entire scene. He just reminded her, do not reveal our coordinates, otherwise it will be considered treason, and the consequences will be yours to bear. I understand. Yang Mi nodded and immediately typed a message to someone named Jiyu. Jiyu, how are you now? Did you run out? I'm safe now, but due to some issues, I joined another ship. The captain is a good person, don't worry about me. Please reply when you get this. Whoosh. The message was sent. But after a few seconds, no one replied. Yang Mi felt a little embarrassed and awkwardly said, Captain, she might not have time to check, why don't you turn it off for now and turn it back on later? No need. I'll keep the permission on for you, just turn it off once she replies. It'll save us the trouble of turning it on and off repeatedly. You can go take a shower. Chen Hua waved his hand, not caring about it. After all, she was already on his ship. He wasn't worried about anything going wrong. Moreover, he also wanted to learn more about this Jiyu. After waving his hand, Chen Hua asked Su Yajing to take Yang Mi to shower. As for himself, he stood on the deck, preparing to install the newly acquired stealth radar onto the V3 vehicle. Stealth radar. But this effect consumes a lot of electricity, and after every use, the radar needs to be recharged. Although it seems to have many flaws. But on the vast ocean, half an hour of stealth can often turn the whole situation around. Installation cost for the stealth radar, 5 units of wood, 2 steel plates, 18 parts, and 10 gold coins for labor. Confirm installation? Confirm. Chen Hua chose to install without hesitation. In an instant, the stealth radar and various materials assembled in mid-air, taking the form of a satellite dish. Next, the assembled radar flew to the top of the ship and extended a thick cable, connecting to the generator room. Stealth radar installation successful, current energy stored is 1%, can store 1% per hour, expected to complete full energy storage in 99 hours. Comment, the stealth radar must reach at least 10% energy to activate. Once activated, it consumes 3% of energy per minute and can remain invisible for 30 minutes on full power. After reading the detailed information, Chen Hua's eyes lit up again. 100 hours to fully charge. Not too bad. Anyway, he could just charge it when there was nothing to do. As for the ship, it probably couldn't be turned off casually in the future. He glanced at his diesel supply and felt relieved. He then walked to the cockpit. After the upgrades and installation of various devices, the cockpit now had new control buttons for the sails and stealth radar, as well as an LCD dashboard displaying their status. It clearly showed the current status of the sails, stealth radar, engine room, and ship's electrical grid. Captain, she's done showering. When he was getting a bit impatient after researching on the deck, Su Yajing finally came up with Yang Mi. At this moment, Yang Mi was clean and fresh, wearing a loose t-shirt on top and tight yoga shorts on the bottom, seemingly returning to her once glorious look. It's just a pity that the fitted shirt subtly revealed the reality. Especially her ill-fitting t-shirt, which was stretched high, making her curves look like they were stuck together. And those yoga shorts that were a size too small were even more exaggerated. Even just standing there, she could showcase her figure. Even she, who had seen so much, felt a bit shy and unsure. But she also knew. In fact, getting such a set of clothes was already great. Because supplies at sea were scarce, clothes could only be found from treasure chests or dropped by sea monsters. It was impossible to find something that fit just right. Not bad. Your figure is great. But you took too long to shower. Chen Hua looked her up and down, saying with a serious expression. Yes, I just felt a bit dirty, so I washed thoroughly. I won't take so long next time. Yang Mi dared not refute, nodding repeatedly to explain. Seeing this, Chen Hua waved his hand and did not continue the topic but pointed to the fishing net beside him and said, from now on, your basic job is fishing. That fishing net is your tool. Also, if there are no fish, do some other tasks. If those are done, help the other crew members just like them. There are no other strict requirements. Yes. Yang Mi looked at the fishing net on the ground and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was really afraid he would propose something excessive. Fishing? That's easy. Saying that, she picked up the fishing net. It's a bit heavy. But fortunately, her innate ability was good, so it wasn't a big problem. You don't need to cast the net now, there are no fish here. Seeing her about to start working, Shenhua shook his head and said, "You can go prepare lunch first, the ingredients are in the captain's cabin, just take what you need." Hearing about cooking, Yang Mi's finger suddenly tightened, feeling a bit awkward. I am not very good at cooking. You can't even cook? Shenhua raised his eyebrows, not expecting that. It's not that I can't, just that it doesn't taste good. Then that's still not being able to cook? Shenhua felt speechless. Although he knew that this big star had people to serve her in daily life, he still deliberately said one more thing. What a waste. As soon as these words were spoken. Sure enough, it made Yang Mi's heart twist with sorrow. Yes, this is a world where survival is key. If you can't do anything, aren't you just a waste? She bit her lip, finding it hard to accept. Then you go replace Xiao Bai. While she secretly doubted herself, Shenhua assigned her yet another task. But who is Xiao Bai? She looked at Su Yajing and Yun Mengya with a puzzled face. Chapter 047, A Letter from My Sister-in-Law, Men's Words Cannot Be Trusted. But who is Xiao Bai? Yang Mi looked at Su Yajing and Yun Mengya with a baffled expression. Until Su Yajing stood up voluntarily, she finally realized and hurried to take Su Yajing's place. But the other person's name doesn't have Bai in it either. Feeling helpless, she watched Su Yajing and Shenhua leave. The deck suddenly fell silent. Only Yun Mengyao beside her gazed at the sea. As a top star who had been in the entertainment industry for many years, Yang Mi knew she had to network on the ship. This Yun Mengyao made her want to befriend her. So she looked up at Yun Mengyao with a smile and approached her, saying, Miss Yun, do you know what our captain did before? Why do you ask this? Yun Mengyao was relatively polite to Yang Mi, but retorted back, you're not scheming, are you? No, of course not. Yang Mi's heart trembled, fearing a misunderstanding, and quickly explained. I just saw that our ship is developing so well. Not only is it a level 3 vessel, but it also has a power grid and crossbows, so I was just curious about what the captain did before survival. Oh. So that's it. Yun Mengyao said calmly, our captain was a student before survival. However, although he had an ordinary identity back then, he is no longer that way. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Yang Mi nodded repeatedly, feeling relieved inside. Since he is a student, then she could rest assured. After all, today's university students are so innocent. If she sold him, he would still count the money for her. Of course. She absolutely wouldn't have the thought of selling the captain, since this is a world of survival, rules restrict her identity. She just wanted to live a better life on the ship. Retracting her gaze, her worries dissipated somewhat. She reopened the system chat panel. Jiyu still had no response. This made her feel a bit more worried about him. Even though they had no relationship. And she hadn't completely become a part of her fiancé's family. Yet her fiancé had helped her countless times in the entertainment industry, saving her from peril. Plus, she had been getting along decently with Jiyu these days. She genuinely felt worried for Jiyu. If Jiyu got caught because of saving her, she would feel guilty for all the help her fiancé had given her over the years. And even more so for everything Jiyu had done for her. Sigh. Jiyu, please check your private messages, or I really won't be able to face your brother for all these years. Yang Mi silently prayed. Until the fishing line tightened and the bait was hooked, she had no choice but to close the chat panel and seriously catch fish. Time to eat. Just as she caught 2 fish, Su Yajing's voice came from the cabin. Yang Mi quickly put away the fishing rod and hurried to the cabin with Yun Mengyao to eat. She had already been to the cabin when she was washing up earlier and marveled at the setup on this level 3 ship. Not only was there every household appliance, but even the ingredients were piled up in every corner. Although it looked like those old folks who like to hoard trash in their homes before survival. But on the vast sea today, it counts as quite wealthy. At the dining table, 3 dishes and a soup, and everyone got a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. Yang Mi's pupils constricted as she continued to tremble inside. Oh my gosh. 3 dishes and a soup. This life is too good, right? Yang Mi was stunned, standing there in shock. The Adam's apple kept moving. Since the day she sought to survive, she had never eaten a hot meal. These 3 simplest dishes in front of her were undoubtedly as precious as delicacies from the mountains. Is this lunch? She looked at Shenhua in disbelief, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Seeing her dazed, Shenhua immediately said bluntly, what are you staring at? Hurry up and eat. Okay. Yang Mi hurriedly came to the empty seat, sitting down awkwardly to eat. Although she didn't want to show that she was greedy. But these dishes, they smelled so good. It was even more delicious than what she used to eat when she was a star. She just wanted to cry. The corners of Yang Mi's eyes ached as she ate, her mouth full of grease. Even the drool dripped from the corner of her mouth down to her chest, and she didn't notice. Like a starving wolf ravaging. Seeing this, Chenhua casually glanced over and a thought of greater disdain for her star status popped into his mind. A big star. It was nothing special. After the meal, everyone continued to work, each fulfilling their role. But the ship was still in thick fog, so the work was still limited. The three women quickly resolved most of the matters on the ship, then gathered at the fishing platform, chatting and laughing while fishing. After all, both Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao were quite interested in Yang Mi's past identity, especially her work and relationships in the entertainment industry. Thus, the three gradually became familiar with each other. However, as they chatted, Yang Mi's system suddenly sent an alert. Hearing the sound of the alert, Yang Mi's heart trembled. She felt excited. She immediately opened the panel to take a look. Sure enough, Ji Yue had replied to her message. So Yang Mi quickly apologized to Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao, then got up swiftly to walk to the other side of the deck, reopening the panel to take a careful look. What? You actually joined another ship? Is the captain a man or a woman? This was the message Ji Yue had sent. Although there were no emojis, one could sense the surprise and dissatisfaction in her words. Yang Mi, however, was not angry. Because her future in-laws were indeed a traditional family. As the daughter of the Ji family, she naturally had some supervising authority over her. So Yang Mi responded, I had no choice but to board this ship, or else I would have to pay him 5,000 gold coins. But the captain is quite nice, he even modified the contract terms, so you don't have to worry about me. What about you? Have you managed to shake off those fleets? In response to Yang Mi's inquiry, Ji Yue ignored it completely and instead noticed something amiss in Yang Mi's words, quickly replying with 2 messages in a row, seeming very anxious. Sister-in-law, you can't trust men. That guy didn't do anything to you, right? It's just 5,000 gold coins. Once I get free, I'll pay him double. You can't let him bully you, or how will you face my brother? Yan Mi. She felt somewhat speechless. But she still responded in a kind manner, I won't let him touch me, you can rest assured. And he doesn't want to do anything to me. What about you, do you need my help? After sending the message, there was no response from the other side. It seemed she had fallen into some trouble again. Yang Mi felt anxious and sent 2 more messages. However, the other party seemed truly too busy to respond. This made Yang Mi feel worried and concerned. After all, no matter what, she was already nominally the daughter-in-law of the Ji family. And this Ji Yue had even gotten herself into danger for her sake. If the other party really got caught because of her, she would really be unable to accept it. But since the other party kept not replying, she had no choice. She could only return to Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao with a heavy heart, silently praying for Ji Yue. Chapter 048, Is the Great Nimi coming? Don't tell anyone. Gradually, the time came to the evening. The 3 crew members finished work and returned to the cabin. Dinner was still very lavish. But Yang Mi had no appetite. Until finishing the meal, Chenhua took the 2 women to the deck to enjoy the evening breeze. She then reopened the chat panel and sent a message to Ji Yu. However, it wasn't long before this message was sent. Ji Yu replied, Sister-in-law, I'm running into some trouble right now. Once I'm free, I will definitely come to rescue you. You must hold on. What trouble? Oh, you have to tell me quickly, you are making me anxious. Seeing the reply, Yang Mi's heart jumped, and she immediately sent 2 more messages. But the other party seemed unwilling to trouble herself, replying with, You can't even protect yourself right now, so don't think about helping me. Just take care of yourself. Upon seeing this sentence, Yang Mi even considered finding the other person and kicking her hard on the backside. What time is it now? Still thinking of me? If you're captured by those men, how will I explain it to your brother? Grinding her teeth, Yang Mi anxiously and angrily said, There are abundant resources on this ship. There's even a generator. Tell me what you need, and I will think of a way to help you. A lot of things here aren't even precious on this ship. Really? Seeing her future sister-in-law's response, Ji Yu's heart stirred. After hesitating for a moment, she tentatively sent out a request she thought was not too ridiculous. Do you have steel plates? My engine has taken damage and needs steel plates for repair. How many do you need? Yang Mi immediately followed up with another question. 2, but I have no gold coins left. The gold coins I earned these days were all given to that fleet to save you. It's okay. I will think of a way. Seeing Ji Yu's reply, Yang Mi couldn't help but feel a twinge of heartache. After all, during this time, they had stockpiled quite a bit of supplies. She never expected Jiyu would throw everything away to save her. Now she couldn't even afford 2 steel plates. If she couldn't even help with this little bit, it would be truly inhumane. So, after agreeing, Yang Mi immediately stood up to find Chen. At the same time, Chen was sitting in a soft chair in the cockpit, enjoying the sea breeze and casually watching Yang Mi's chat content. When he saw Yang Mi was going to borrow steel plates from him, he quickly shut down the page and pretended to check the messages in the chat channel. Tap, tap, tap. Yang Mi carefully approached the doorway of the cockpit. After glancing at Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao on the side of the ship, who were whispering and hadn't noticed her, she quickly slipped into the cockpit. Captain. She stood by Chen, lowering her head and fidgeting with her hands, a bit hesitant about how to start. Chen was not in a rush, leaning back in his chair and looking down at Yang Mi, calmly saying, "Oh, is that Mimi coming?" Hearing her nickname again, Yang Mi didn't have time to think. She pursed her lips and said, I want to borrow some supplies from you." After finishing, as if afraid he would not understand, she continued to explain, "I contacted Jiyu, but she is still in danger, and her engine has been damaged and needs steel plates for repair." "Oh? Borrowing supplies from me?" Chen stared at her, smiling lightly. But just when Yang Mi thought this matter was settled, the corner of his mouth suddenly lifted, and he said in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, "Why should I?" Boom! As soon as those words came out, Yang Mi's heart trembled, realizing that he was not as easy to talk to as she had imagined. So she quickly explained, "I will repay you." "Repay? You belong to me, what do you have to repay with?" As he spoke, Chen Hua's gaze moved, looking up and down at her figure. Then his eyes fell on her name, and with a calm tone said, "Unless you can exchange it for something I'm interested in." "Something?" Yang Mi was stunned, and then followed Chen Hua's gaze, her eyes lowering. In an instant, she understood what he meant. But before boarding the ship, didn't they agree not to use force against her? No way. Absolutely no way. But she was also worried that she might have misunderstood him. So she pressed her lips together, gathered her courage, and asked softly, "What do you want in exchange?" "Come closer, let me whisper it to you." Chen Hua gave a wicked smile, then said a word that made her cheeks instantly turn red. "You." Yang Mi was furious, she stood straight up in anger and shouted, "No way. Don't even think about it. If you dare to force me, I'll jump into the sea." "Ha, I'm not forcing you. Since you don't want to, then go back." Chen Hua smiled faintly and waved his hand to dismiss her. This made Yang Mi instantly panic. She couldn't leave. Otherwise, Jiyu might not be able to hold on for long. But the condition he asked for was far too much. He actually wanted her to use her own name. How could that be? You know, even her fiancé hadn't had any real contact with her yet. Yang Mi stood there hesitating, her heart both angry and anxious. Seeing this, Chen Hua once again showed a scornful sneer. A star. But in the end, just another ordinary person with better conditions. Then he raised his voice coldly and said, "Since you don't want to, why are you still standing here?" Hearing that, Yang Mi's heart tightened again. She finally truly felt the helplessness that ordinary people faced before survival. So that's how it is. In the flood of society, the choices left for people at the bottom were always just two. And no matter which one you chose, the price was unbearable. Yang Mi's heart ached, she turned around silently. But just as she was about to leave quietly, a message from Jiyu came through the system again. "Sister-in-law, can you get it? If not, it's okay, I'll find another way. You must not suffer, and you must not betray my brother." Seeing that message, Yang Mi, who was about to leave, stopped in her tracks. In her mind, she thought of all the help that man, Jiyu's brother, had given her over the years. If it hadn't been for that man's protection, she would have drowned long ago in that filthy whirlpool of the entertainment world. So she quickly replied, "I can get it, I'm negotiating with the captain, wait a bit." After saying that, she made up her mind, then turned around, gathered her courage, and said to Chen Hua, "I can agree to your terms, but you must never tell anyone about this. And it's only this once." "Of course." Chen Hua tapped his chair, turned toward Yang Mi, and smiled faintly. "Come here then. The steel plates. I'll contact her myself." Chen Hua directly interrupted her. Yang Mi had no choice but to come in front of Chen Hua, then kneel down and remove her armor. "Mum." Chen Hua leaned back in his chair, eyes on the ceiling, letting out a long, comfortable sigh. Then, he opened the system panel, found the contact in the subsystem, turned off Yang Mi's chat permission, and sent Jiyu a temporary message. "I'm Yang Mi's captain. Tell me, how many steel plates do you need?" Chapter 049, a bit rusty, a strange way of thinking. In a thick fog. A level 2 iron ship was drifting. The whole body was wrapped in iron, marked with 2 large words, Magic Star, giving a feeling of heaviness and strength. Especially on the deck, where 2 giant repeating crossbows were set up, and several female crew members were repairing and studying facilities, all silently showing the ship's power. Captain, the engine has stopped. It won't be long before the pursuers find us. How about selling one of the crossbows? At that moment, the crew member left the steering seat, hurried into the cabin, and found Jiyu, who was frowning at the system panel. Jiyu had naturally heard the sound of the stopped engine. She looked up and saw that it was Xiao Xiaoer, her family's former company employee before the survival days, and her depressed mood eased a bit. After all, she never expected that after the apocalypse, not only did she meet her future sister-in-law, but also this loyal employee. And fortunately, with the addition of this employee. Otherwise, her plan to save her future sister-in-law would definitely encounter setbacks. Of course. Although she had previously looked down on ordinary people without backgrounds due to her family's influence for many years. But she also understood that times had changed. So her attitude towards this female employee had clearly changed a lot. When she saw her come over to report the situation and even suggested selling Zhuge crossbows, Ji simply explained in a gentle tone, Xiaojie, the Zhuge crossbow is a strategic weapon, we cannot sell it until the last moment. Besides, I have already contacted Sister Yang Mi, she will help me obtain the materials to repair the engine, and I'm currently waiting for her response. You all go to the border and be careful to row towards the thicker fog, absolutely don't let that fleet discover you. Yang Mi? Hearing that name, Xiao Xiaoer's eyes lit up, and her heart relaxed instantly. After all, as a member of the working class, she knew the abilities of top workers very well. Since Yang Mi was already safe, helping them escape should not be difficult. Yes. I'll go right away. So, Xiao Xiaoer immediately calmed her heart and turned to leave the cabin, heading to the deck to direct other crew members. It was also because of their previous employment relationship. At this moment, Xiao Xiaoer had significant authority on the ship. One word from her could mobilize the other 2 crew members. Of course. Actually, before rescuing Yang Mi, there were a total of 4 employees on their ship excluding her. They lost 2 after rescuing Yang Mi. This also caused them to lose the courage to negotiate with that fleet, and they could only hide and evade. Inside the cabin. After Xiao Xiaoer left, Jiyu stared at Yang Mi's chat messages, anxiously waiting for a reply. However, the reply did not come. Yang Mi's chat panel suddenly turned gray. This sudden scene startled her instantly. Because once the panel turns gray, it means either dead or permissions have been restricted. Just now it was perfectly fine, so why is it suddenly gray? Did Sister anger that captain? Thinking of this, Jiyu instantly became furious. She wished she could rush over and tear that captain apart whose sister had sought refuge with. But before she could think carefully, a temporary pop-up named Chen Hua suddenly appeared below her contacts. Jiyu frowned and clicked it open. Upon seeing a message in the panel, her whole body instantly tightened into a fist. I'm Yang Mi's captain. Tell me, how many steel plates do you want? Although she couldn't see the person, Jiyu could imagine that the other party was currently arrogant. So she immediately replied angrily, is it you who forced my sister-in-law onto your ship? Why is her panel gray? What have you done to her? I tell you, if you dare to touch a hair on her, I will chase you across the world and never let you go. Whoosh. The message was sent. It instantly reached Chen Hua's system panel. At this moment, Chen Hua, who was bowing his head admiring something, sensed a slight vibration from the panel. But he did not check it immediately. He shook his head, seemingly referring to something, and said, the technique is a little rusty. It shouldn't be like this. Hearing this, Yang Mi's grip instantly tightened even more. Does being a star really mean being a woman of no value? She wasn't unprotected. Yang Mi felt dissatisfied in her heart but did not respond. After all, at this point, responding would only add to her difficult situation. Seeing this, Chen Hua no longer paid attention and looked at the panel information in front of him. When he saw Jiyu's reply, the corners of his mouth instantly rose. How laughable. They are already in a tiger's den, and yet still dare to threaten me? What a pity. It's too late. Chen Hua didn't take Jiyu's message seriously and indifferently replied, just tell me your demands. So arrogant? Jiyu furrowed her brows, clearly shocked by Chen Hua's response. Although she rarely dealt with the family business, no one knows how many grand scenes there have been. Big figures are often encountered. But this was the first time I encountered someone like Chen Hua, who was so unfathomable. So she pondered for a moment and chose not to continue entangling. Because the more entangled it became, the worse it could be for her sister-in-law. Since you are so arrogant, I will ask you for more. Ji Yu thought this and quickly replied, 10 steel plates, 30 wood, 50 gold coins. Whoosh. The message was sent. Chen Hua laughed directly. You really dare to ask for a lot. So he replied calmly, are you sure? These things all need to be paid back with Yang Mi's work. The more you want, the more she has to work. What? You actually want my sister-in-law to work? Ji Yu was furious and immediately sent a message, 2 steel plates, 5 gold coins. After saying that, Chen Hua transferred the items to the other party. After receiving them, the other party did not thank him. Instead, another threatening message came. I will redeem my sister-in-law. Before I redeem her, do not touch a hair on her. Otherwise, it will be a sea of blood, and we won't rest until one of us is dead. He. If I feared for my life before, perhaps I would be scared. But now. Looking down at Yang Mi, who was still working hard, Chen Hua completely ignored the other party's words. On the sea. The strong are kings. What celebrities and big figures? Everyone has to start from scratch. Chen Hua closed his eyes and had already built his own empire of great ships in his mind. Half an hour later, Yang Mi left the control room. Although some had been paid, she had saved her future sister-in-law. As she walked toward the ship's deck, she silently prayed, I hope you won't blame me. I did this for your sister. Besides, you also said you had flaws, just treat this as me using a somewhat realistic toy. Hey, Yang Mi, why did you come in by yourself? Where's the captain? As soon as she entered the deck, Suya Jing and Yun Mengyao looked over. They didn't see Chen Hua's figure and were a bit confused. Yang Mi's face flushed red, she quickly brushed her hair to cover the thing in her hair, pretending to be calm. The captain is busy in the control room, do you want to use the bathroom? We already took a shower. If you want to use it, go ahead. Seeing Yang Mi's strange expression and uncomfortable posture, Yun Mengyao immediately revealed a smile. After Yang Mi walked far away, she whispered to Suya Jing beside her, I reckon she has already been taken down by the captain. Huh? In the control room? Suya Jing was stunned and a bit surprised. But she quickly switched the topic, excitedly saying, does this mean we can sleep well tonight? Yun Mengyao. I know you are tired. But this train of thought is turning way too fast. Chapter 050, which one do you mean? Yang Mi fish catching. The level 3 vehicle, besides the increase in the size of the ship, the exterior iron skin has also transformed into an iron armor. Although it is still iron, it has become even harder and more uniform. However, to upgrade from a level 3 vehicle to a level 4 vehicle, the consumption is even greater. It requires 200 units of wood, 200 units of iron, and 200 parts. Moreover, after the upgrade, the ship's body is larger and has more capacity. Of course. To drive a bigger ship, the engine must also be more powerful. So Chen Hua had never considered upgrading to a level 4 vehicle. Although the level 4 vehicle would continue to double the shelter fee, his main concern now is still acquiring more supplies and firearms. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Without stronger defensive power, recklessly upgrading the vehicle would only draw hatred from others. Chen Hua sat in the control room, researched about the level 4 vehicle, then went back to rest. That night, there was no work. Yang Mi stayed in the living room, watching the system with no operational permissions, shifting from daze to unwillingness, from regret to sleeping. Although she knew it was already hopeless. However, the huge gap in identity still kept her awake for a long time. The next day. That is, the 14th day of the national survival. The fog still lingered. In the chat channel. A blazing heat. After experiencing ups and downs, the prices finally settled slightly higher than before the fog. Neither exaggerated, nor too low. Chen Hua knew this was due to the thick fog, causing many people to be unable to obtain food continuously, leading to a growing food shortage. While prices wouldn't continue to skyrocket. Before the fog completely disappeared, they wouldn't easily drop either. However, from this day on, Chen Hua did not remain idle. After all, he had rested for so long. Many people began to take action to secure their food. Although he didn't need to at all. But it was time to move. After all, one can never have too many supplies, and the rookie period was coming to an end. What if the fog still lingers after the rookie period? That would truly be a trouble. Moreover, he now possessed a speed sail and cloaking device. Especially after charging the cloaking device for a day and night, it was now ready for use. Even if he encountered a crisis he couldn't handle, he still had a way to escape. So, after finishing breakfast, everyone stepped out onto the deck, beginning a new day's journey. Firstly, Su Yajing continued to bait and fish. Secondly, Yun Mengyao used her eagle eyes to steer the ship, searching for treasure chests in the fog and keeping watch for threats. Then there was Yang Mi, holding a fishing net, responsible for guarding the changes on the sea near the ship and preparing to fish where there were fish. Additionally, after a night's rest, Yang Mi's complexion had fully restored, and while she still looked a bit dazed, as if lost in thought, her body had recovered and regained its former softness and allure. Especially in her ill-fitting t-shirt and hot pants, which constantly radiated mature hormones. The reason her face still bore a hint of sadness was obviously due to yesterday's events, which still left her confused. But Chen Hua wasn't anxious. Every goddess on the ship was a precious treasure to him. There was no need to push too hard. After all, it was just a matter of time. Standing on the deck, Chen Hua observed the three women, his mood soaring. Captain, wooden treasure chest spotted ahead. Captain, a sea serpent swarm spotted ahead. Captain, a fog bank spotted ahead. Captain, 3 wooden boats are engaged in battle ahead. After a day, Yun Mingyao's eagle eyes discovered many things that Chen Hua had not noticed in advance. This made Chen Hua, who was observing from the control room, more and more satisfied with Yun Mingyao's abilities. Although they hadn't really discovered them much earlier. But in foggy weather, being able to see 50 more meters was enough to prepare in advance. So during lunch, Chen Hua directly treated Yun Mengyao to more food. Even after finishing the meal, he specifically rewarded Yun Mengyao with 5 gold coins to motivate the other crew members. Seeing a gleeful Yun Mengyao receiving a sum of money. Not to mention Su Yajing's envy. Even Yang Mi, the new crew member, felt a bit tempted. After all, this was gold. The universal currency of the sea. How wonderful it would be if she could have some too. Thus, at some point after the meal, Yang Mi approached Chen Hua, inquiring indirectly whether she would get a salary. Chen Hua did not hide anything and told her that employees added via clauses don't get salaries. Unless what? Yang Mi's heart tightened, quickly asking. Unless you agree to cancel the clause. Chen Hua replied with a half smile. That won't work. Hearing this answer, Yang Mi instantly became alert. Chen Hua shook his head and continued, then there's nothing I can do, unless you can bring more benefits to the ship while working. I can give you a salary. Like what? Like catching fish far beyond your job requirements. Chen Hua paused for a moment while looking at her, then continued with a grin that even Yang Mi thought was somewhat wicked, for example, finding maritime resources that we missed, or helping me wash my feet, or taking care of my daily needs. Ha! Thank goodness it's not that. Yang Mi's heart relaxed slightly. Without her even realizing it, she found no dissatisfaction with these tasks. Of course. That said, since the moment she boarded the ship, she actually had no way to disembark. If she could earn money on the ship, starting a new life would not be impossible. Yang Mi paused, then continued to ask, how is the pay for these jobs calculated? Are you asking about fishing or serving me? Chen Hua's fingers tapped on his knee, calmly meeting her gaze. Yang Mi instinctively asked, what about fishing? For over 100 pounds, you get 0.1 gold coins for every pound extra. Hearing this answer, Yang Mi was not surprised and asked again, what about serving you? Are you asking about washing feet or massage? Washing feet. 1 gold coin each time. And for a massage? 1 gold coin each time. Why is the pay for serving you so high? After hearing Chen Hua's answer, Yang Mi was stunned. She didn't expect such a big difference in pay between fishing and serving. However, Chen Hua's next answer seemed reasonable. Of course, I am the captain, isn't it worth that much? Yang Mi was conflicted. But in the end, she left the cabin and chose fishing. Even though the pay for fishing was low. But that didn't matter. Let's consider it a fresh start. Just like that. Yang Mi got the answer she wanted and worked even harder in the days to come. All day long, she stood on the deck observing the sea, diligently fishing. She even compressed a large part of her rest time. Unfortunately, fishing at sea was not as simple as she imagined. After a whole day, she was drenched in sweat, yet hadn't caught even 100 pounds of fish. By night, Chen Hua checked her catch and found she hadn't completed her daily task. He immediately downgraded her meal allocation. Chapter 051, Ocean Zombies, Crisis Emerges. Since she had to earn her wage, she must complete her tasks. If not completed, there would be punishment. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to just slack off? Thus, Yang Mi received a slice of raw fish and a dry bun. But this did not defeat her. The next day, she worked even harder at fishing. Sweating freely, she even took the time to go fishing with Su Yajing using a simple rod. Finally, before nightfall, she completed her daily task of catching 100 pounds of fish for the first time. At this moment, Yang Mi's top was soaked with seawater. She was bending down to wring out her clothes, while the other 2 women were getting up to pack their things, preparing to finish work. At this time, Chen Hua walked over. Seeing her wringing out her clothes still wanting to cast the net, he reminded her, "Aren't you done for the day? It's not fully dark yet, I want to cast the net a few more times." At this moment, Yang Mi seemed like a beautiful village girl trapped in the countryside, her mind solely focused on making money. Chen Hua didn't stop her, just nodded and calmly said, "Jiyu sent me a message, asking me to tell you she is safe. She also said not to worry about her." "Okay, as long as she is safe." Yang Mi didn't want to keep worrying about Jiyu. After all, she had done what she needed to do. And she had even sacrificed a part of her body for it. So she didn't want to think too much. As for imagining Jiyu rescuing her once she was safe, she was even less willing to think about it. Because she knew this captain would never let her go. And after these 2 days of work, she had gradually accepted life on the ship. Every day, she didn't have to worry about the ship's development, about outside dangers, just needed to fish well. It was as if she had returned to the simple life in the countryside before her fame. So after speaking, she didn't ask Chen Hua to help reply and cast her net again. Swish! The large net fell into the sea in a round shape. She tugged on the net rope with all her might, even seriously ignoring the still present Chen Hua. Seeing this, Chen Hua secretly shook his head and turned to lead the other 2 women into the cabin. Soon, Yang Mi pulled the fishing net up onto the deck. 3 salmon and a sardine were jumping in the fishing net on the deck. This delighted Yang Mi, who quickly crouched down to pick up the fish. However, all 4 fish were relatively small, each weighing only half a pound. Based on the wages given by the captain, they could only be exchanged for 0.2 gold coins. But no matter how many gold coins, being able to exceed the minimum guarantee is always a good start. With this in mind, Yang Mi continued to cast the net for more catches. But the fish schools had already been fished out. The following casts only caught a few small fish. But that was enough. They could be exchanged for a few tenths of a gold coin. She believed that the days ahead would definitely get better and better. Feeling excited, Yang Mi called Chen Hua over to count the harvest. After Chen Hua checked, he handed her 0.4 gold coins. Then, dinner also returned to a normal level. Yang Mi couldn't care about holding back, she ate with her mouth full and soon fell asleep. She looked forward to better gains the next day. However, in the middle of the night, she was awakened by the noises in the room. Even with her ears plugged, she couldn't block out those cries and howls. If she listened a little longer, she even felt it herself. In despair, she could only leave the cabin and go to the deck for fresh air. Not knowing if it was because it was the last night of her rookie period. The fog over the sea gradually began to clear. And the sea was no longer calm, the waves started to rise and swell. Sitting for less than an hour, the entire ship had become even wobblier. It seems that the sea after the rookie period will not remain calm. Yang Mi's gaze became deep. At that moment, a shadow on the sea suddenly entered her sight. Yang Mi's scalp tightened, and she quickly stood up, heading towards the distance. In an instant, a pale body floating on the sea appeared before her eyes. However, when she saw this, she still had no unusual reaction. Until the facial expression of that body reflected in her pupils, she felt her scalp tingle, and her heart suddenly stopped. Hiss! A living zombie? She saw that the body's facial muscles were decayed, its eyes hollow, and occasionally turned its head as if admiring the night scenery. The scene was so horrifying that it nearly stopped Yang Mi's heartbeat. But before she could react from the terror, a system prompt about zombies immediately appeared in front of her. LV4 Special Sea Monster, Ocean Zombie. Comment: it is evolved from the bodies of the last group of survivors. Due to sea pollution, it has become a zombie. It has more sensitive movements and can float and sink in the sea, and loves to gnaw on various items. Please do not attract its attention. Oh my god. It really is a zombie. There are even zombies at sea. And it's alive. Is this really the sea after the rookie period? Yang Mi's heartbeat quickened, and she dared not make a sound. Carefully leaving the ship's eaves, she rushed into the cabin and quickly knocked on the bedroom door. Inside the bedroom, the sounds continued, giving a sense of a brutal interrogation. But Yang Mi could no longer care about anything, she just quickly knocked on the door and shouted, "Captain, Captain, new sea monsters have appeared outside." What? The sounds in the room abruptly stopped. Then, Chen Hua's voice came back, "I saw it, just a floating corpse, you can take care of it." Once the words fell, the noises in the room began again. Yang Mi leaned against the door, feeling thoroughly embarrassed. But the rules of life had already changed. All she could do was accept it. Back on the deck, Yang Mi grabbed the crossbow, aimed, and shot an arrow. Unfortunately, the arrow missed. It brushed past the ocean zombie. The ocean zombie instantly rose from the sea, and its head turned towards Yang Mi. Yang Mi's heart tightened, and she quickly shot a second arrow. However, the second arrow was still off. And that zombie? He had already risen from the sea surface and was running toward her. What the heck? Can he really run on water? Yang Mi was astonished, her instinctive fear making her want to rush back into the cabin to call the captain. But she was also afraid that if she left, that zombie would climb onto the ship. So she could only suppress her fear of the zombie and continue to shoot large arrows to attack. Unfortunately, her panicked movements, combined with the zombie's agile actions, meant that in the next few shots, she missed completely. One arrow even grazed the zombie's body, not only failing to slow its speed, but making it go berserk, charging even faster. Ah! Yang Mi screamed in terror, quickly turning to look for crossbow bolts. Because once the zombie got close to the ship, the crossbow would lose its effectiveness. But just as she was about to grab the bolts, from the ship's body came a crackling sound of electric shocks. And from where the electric shock was, there was a smell of grilled meat wafting in. Is it dead from electricity? Yang Mi's heart jumped, and she cautiously walked towards the ship's edge. However, just as she reached the edge and leaned down to look, a dry hand suddenly grabbed her. Immediately after, the sea zombie suddenly poked its head out, reaching for her chest with its other hand. Chapter 052, A Man's Heroism, Facing the True Sea. Ah! Yang Mi was so scared that a few strands of her hair stood up, and she quickly stepped back. After all, she was Big Honey. She had a clear goal. If she didn't retreat, there was a 100% chance of being grabbed and pulled into the sea. So as she frantically retreated, she quickly shot with her crossbow. Whoosh! 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 Soon, arrows were sticking all over the zombie's body. But the zombie still wouldn't die, and when it rolled onto the ship, it came rushing at her with claws bared. Yang Mi was completely panicked, knowing she was no match for the zombie, and nervously turned to run to the cabin. But just as she turned around, Chen Hua suddenly walked out from the cabin and bumped right into her. Oof! She bumped into Chen Hua's arms, letting out a soft grunt. When she looked up and saw it was Chen Hua, she felt a bit more at ease, quickly explaining with excitement, "Captain, the zombie is coming. It's coming." Saying this, she pointed towards the deck. At that moment, the zombie had already risen and was charging toward the two of them. Its speed was as fast as bolt. Scared, Yang Mi instinctively withdrew the finger she had just pointed out, and her whole body dove back into Chen Hua's embrace. Fortunately, at that moment, Chen Hua's hands were not exposed. His brow furrowed as he quickly pushed Yang Mi away. Then he took out a desert eagle and aimed at the floating zombie, firing a shot. Bang! The deafening sound rang out. A black hole instantly appeared in the zombie's forehead. Next, the floating corpse fell onto the deck and became silent. You killed LV-4 Special Sea Monster Ocean Zombie, earning 0.4 gold coins, 2 parts, and 1 universal bullet. A kill reward appeared before him. Chen Hua, expressionless, turned to look at Yang Mi, whom he had just pushed away. At that moment, Yang Mi was sitting on the ground where Chen Hua had pushed her. The sound of the gun shook her to her core. She was completely stunned and had yet to react. Chen Hua reached out a hand to her, helping her up. Instantly, an inexplicable sense of safety blossomed within her heart. The way she looked at Chen Hua suddenly filled with deep emotion. He was so manly, so full of masculinity. Yang Mi's eyes almost glazed over, her mind filled with the word man. But just as she was lost in her thoughts, Chen Hua's words made her emotions drop a little. You can't even handle one zombie? And you wasted so many arrows? I'm deducting 2 gold coins from you. Hearing this, Yang Mi's once lively spirit was suddenly overshadowed by a hint of grievance. But she didn't retort. Because the image of being saved just moments ago was still fresh in her mind. Chen Hua's masculine aura was still lingering in her nose. For some reason, at this moment, facing Chen Hua, she no longer felt angry. Her mind was filled with an inexplicable sense of peace. Even after being reprimanded, she felt calm inside. Humph, go ahead and penalize me, I'll work it off. Yang Mi pressed her lips together and followed Chen Hua into the cabin. Inside the cabin, Suya Jing and Yun Mengyao did not come out. She thought Chen Hua was about to continue, and not wanting to hear anymore, she glanced at the tightly closed door and prepared to leave. Chen Hua seemed to see through her thoughts. He glanced at her and said, I'm done, you can rest now. Humph. Yang Mi's face flushed, she let out a soft snort and lay down on the simple sofa. That night, she had another dream. But this time, the dream was not about danger or fear. Instead, it was about the captain's wild figure. On the other side, Chen Hua returned to his room and did not go to sleep. Instead, he covered Suya Jing and Yun Mengyao with blankets and opened the chat channel. Today was the last day of the novice period. Or to put it more accurately, the novice period had already ended. Because the time was already past midnight. So, he had to check the channel to see if there were any changes or discoveries from other captains. But just as Chen Hua opened the chat channel, a string of numbers had appeared at the front of the channel without him noticing. Chen Hua was taken aback and looked closely. Only then did he realize it was actually the area code. And it was the novice area code. Novice area chat channel number 35859-68954/100000. Holy crap, I'm actually in the 30,000 something novice area. Seeing this number, Chen Hua couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed that this time in survival, the system had not spared anyone. Otherwise, with 10,000 people in an area, there wouldn't be that many areas. He just didn't know if there were any others missed besides the young and the old. After a quiet sigh, Chen Hua focused his gaze on the chat channel. Indeed. Inside the channel, many people were still awake. They were discussing the number of novice areas and the changes on the sea. It's actually over 30,000. I wonder how many areas there are in total. Could it be that we were running around in circles on the sea, always in the same area? What if we encountered people from other areas without realizing it? Who knows? I only care about the survival situation after the novice period. The fog is finally lifting, but the waves are getting bigger. I'm really worried. Yeah. The fog has finally cleared, but the environment at sea has changed. A couple of days ago I was worried about starving, now I'm a bit concerned that my raft can't handle the big waves. Damn, it's been half a month and you're still on a raft? Will it really not capsize? I just saw a floating corpse drift by on the sea. It was a LV-4 special sea monster. Did anyone else see it? I saw it too. After killing it, it dropped a wooden treasure chest. Opened it to find a blunderbuss. Holy crap. Sea monsters can drop treasure chests? Yeah. But it's a bit hard to kill, wasted a lot of my arrows. One of my crew almost died. Damn, the zombie runs way too fast, it's really dangerous. High reward for the coordinates of the Devil Starship, anyone who provides coordinates will receive 20 gold coins. Inside the channel, various messages were still rampant. But the number of people had decreased by a third compared to the first day of survival. And it had decreased within the novice period. Of course. These reduced people aren't necessarily all dead. The vast majority have probably joined someone else's ship. Yet even so, it still proves how difficult survival is. Especially now that the novice period is over. Everyone's next situation will probably only get worse. After reading the others' chat, Chen Hua opened the store to take a look. He found the prices of weapons had increased somewhat, so he closed the panel and went to sleep. He no longer looked at ordinary weapons. Hot weapons were in high demand, they were snatched up as soon as they were listed. It was nothing like when the fog was present, where there were still leaks to pick up. Now, hot weapons. It's likely that until the very last moment, nobody will sell them out. Thinking this, Chen Hua then turned to embrace one of the gray-haired figures, falling deeply asleep. The next day, waves surged. Boats swayed. Chen Hua and several crew members were all jolted awake. Ing. So bumpy. The first to wake up was Su Yajing. She opened her eyes in a daze, the sky was already bright. Through the window, she could see the completely dissipated fog outside, and the waves surging back and forth. The rolling waves made the whole boat sway left and right, extremely unstable. Huh? Is the sky clear? She wore a surprised expression and got out of bed. Soon after, Chen Hua and Yun Mengyao also got up to dress. When the three walked out of the room, they did not see Yang Mi. It was only when they appeared on the deck that they found Yang Mi was actually casting a net to catch fish. Goodness! Such big waves, isn't she afraid of falling in? But this kind of hard-working attitude, if used to serve oneself, would be much better. Isn't it more efficient than fishing? Chen Hua reminded her and then steered the vessel to a sea area where the waves were calmer. While cooking, he opened the regional chat channel again. Various whales had already sounded in the channel. Chapter 53, Heat Wave arrives, starting with 4 gold coins in debt. Oh my god. Why are the waves so big? Is the raft going to survive? Damn, how come there are so many floating corpses? We can't deal with them at all. Damn it, why are weapon prices rising so fast? Food prices rose a few days ago, now weapon prices. Damn it, can we ordinary people still survive? Those who used to do business are probably going to rise again. Ha, I stocked up on a lot of weapons before, now they finally come in handy. Awesome. This is the real sea. The previous sea area was too calm, not exciting at all. Now it's finally exciting. Whales and excitement coexist. Opportunities and crises go hand in hand. However, those captains who sought excitement were immediately cursed by others after expressing their feelings. And those who caught the price rise became the objects of admiration. After all, no matter where, those who know how to do business will always rise with a wave. Seeing this, Chenhua also glanced at his weapon equipment inventory. Still not few. All obtained from monster hunting before the fog. Although he sold some before, he still had quite a lot left. But he didn't plan to sell. After all, these were strategic materials. Thinking this, Chenhua prepared to close the chat panel. But at that moment, a new whaling message had once again caught his attention. Brothers, the weather forecast says it will be hot today. Should we stock up on some water resources? What? High temperature? Let me see. Are you only thinking about it now? It's too late. Damn. Today's temperature is 33 to 45. This temperature is too high. Chow, is it true? I haven't checked the water resources for a few days, and the price of water has risen again? Messages about the weather and water resources appeared. Chenhua was slightly stunned and habitually looked up at the sky. Today's weather, sunny. Today's temperature, 33 to 45 degrees. Today's wind power, light. Comments, heat wave approaching, please pay attention to cooling down. Indeed. Today's temperature is as high as other captains said, surprisingly high. The highest temperature even reached 45 degrees. What does this mean? It has already reached the highest level that survival can forecast. So without hesitation, Chenhua immediately went to the shop to purchase some water resources. Although the price has risen. But he who wasn't short on money, completely didn't care. Because he knew, water is life. It cannot be lacking. So he spent over 300 gold coins on various resources like mineral water, distilled water, rainwater, iced red tea, Powerade, and Red Bull. Directly wiping out all the low-priced water resources at the front. Unknowingly pushing the price of water resources up again. Damn. Who the hell cleaned out the water at the front? Damn, that hand speed is too fast. Damn. Did all of that low-priced water just get bought? One step too late, now only 2.6 gold coins a bottle for mineral water left. The wailing continued. Chenhua smiled indifferently, closed the chat panel, and went to the dining area to eat. Oh my gosh. This temperature is rising too fast. In the dining area, Suya Jing, Yun Mengyao, and Yang Mi were sweating profusely as they brought food to the table. The rapidly rising temperature, along with the heat from the kitchen, made their clothes stick to them. Especially for Yang Mi. At this moment, the huge fruit had become a burden, sweat dripping down her face, flowing along the crevices, making her extremely uncomfortable. Particularly since she had just finished fishing, she now felt a bit weak from the heat. Seeing this, Chenhua found the air conditioning remote and turned the unit on. In an instant, cool air blew in, refreshing the area near the vent. If it gets too hot, just turn on the air conditioning directly. Chenhua tossed the remote on the table and then found a pile of cool clothing he had stored, saying to the three of them, "Go change into some clothes, I have some cool clothing here." Yes. Suya Jing and Yun Mengyao were very excited, they quickly took the clothes and began to choose. However, when the clothes unfolded, Yang Mi suddenly blushed. Because all these clothes were bikinis. "Captain, is there any other clothing?" Her face turned red, too shy to reach out. "There are others, all long-sleeved shirts and long pants. If you don't mind the heat, go ahead and wear them." Chenhua walked to the corner, pulled out some normal clothes, and took a set of big shorts and a tank top to change in the bedroom. Leaving the three women to continue choosing clothes in the living room. However, Suya Jing and Yun Mengyao made their selections quickly, each finding a set that fit and began to change right there. Leaving Yang Mi dumbfounded. Just like that they changed? Aren't they avoiding anything? She looked completely stunned. And Yun Mengyao, seeing her confused expression, kindly reminded her, "Yang Mi, this is not like survival before. You should hurry and change. Otherwise, it's going to be you who gets hot later. There's not much medicine on this ship." Okay. Yang Mi realized that what the other person said made sense, and reluctantly approached the two girls. Then, trying to find a bikini with a skirt, she went to the bathroom to change. Very soon, everyone changed into their clothes and sat down at the dining table to eat. A colorful sight filled the room, raising the temperature in the whole area a bit. Chenhua picked up the remote and lowered the temperature again before starting to eat. Only Yang Mi felt extremely constrained, holding her arms tightly. Fortunately, this wasn't like before in survival, no one was staring at her. After they finished eating, she gradually got used to it. Everyone, do your part, let's get to work. After tidying up the dishes, Chenhua took the three beauties back to the deck. However, as soon as they arrived on deck, a heat wave hit them. Then, the floating corpses on the sea were hidden beneath the shimmering water. Dang, this temperature is really getting higher. I can barely stand it in the morning. Yun Mengyao, wearing a bikini, walked towards the cockpit. Suya Jing went to the fishing platform and sat under the rain shelter to fish. Only Yang Mi looked a bit miserable. Holding a fishing net under the sun, she was sweating all over. Captain, can I get a sun shelter? The boat hadn't even started, and Yang Mi was already struggling, softly pleading with Chenhua, who was setting up an awning for the crossbow nearby. Of course, the fee will be deducted from your paycheck, Chenhua said without looking back. Yan Mi. Do I have to pay just to set up a shelter? Did Suya Jing and Yun Mengyao pay too? At that moment, Yang Mi suddenly felt so poor, she cautiously asked, how much? 3 gold coins. So expensive. For some reason, Yang Mi suddenly felt this price was outrageously high. That's a full 3 gold coins. If she just relied on fishing, it would take her days to earn that back. But if she didn't get it, she might just get roasted. After a brief struggle, Yang Mi could only bite the bullet and agree, then I owe you 4 gold coins. That's right. After setting up the awning for the crossbow, Chenhua built one for Yang Mi too. Aside from the materials, it only costs 1 gold coin for labor. Of course. This, Chenhua would not let Yang Mi know. Boom boom boom. At the same time, the engine roared, and the Tianshang Renjian began a new day of sailing. And the floating zombies around. At the moment the engine throttle increased, they all twisted their heads and rose from the sea, rushing towards the ship. Chapter 054, Teach Yang Mi Archery, Armored Arrow Rain Car. Captain. Seeing the roar of the engine attracting the surrounding marine corpses, Yang Mi was instantly startled and instinctively grabbed Chenhua's arm. In an instant, Chenhua collided with her, pressing into a special shape. Don't be afraid, they can't outrun our ship. Chenhua patted her tender hand on his arm and then approached the crossbow, loading and aiming. Whoosh! A large arrow shot out. A marine corpse's head exploded instantly. You killed LV4 Special Sea Monster, Marine Zombie, gain 0.4 gold coins, 1 part, 1 common bullet, 1 can of beef. The kill reward appeared. Without looking, Chenhua immediately turned his direction, aiming at another zombie. Whoosh! Another arrow to the head. Just like that. Chenhua seemed to transform into a sharpshooter, continuously shooting with the crossbow. The zombies on the sea fell one after another. In a short while, 7 or 8 zombies sank to the bottom of the sea. Yang Mi watched in amazement, surprise flashing in her eyes. He shoots so accurately. Looking at Chenhua's back, Yang Mi's sense of security increased again. But there was no time to think. Suddenly, a voice came from the driver's seat. Captain, a silver treasure chest has been spotted ahead, guarded by a swarm of sea snakes. Should we approach? Approach. Chenhua turned his head to reply, then got up and moved aside, saying to Yang Mi, come up, while we have this chance, I will teach you archery. Ha! Yang Mi was startled and didn't react for a moment. Seeing her dazed, Chenhua's mind flashed the word ordinary, and then he took 3 steps forward in 2 strides to stand in front of Yang Mi, gently pulling her onto the crossbow launch platform and wrapping his arms around her. At that moment, Yang Mi felt a warmth behind her and realized Chenhua's intention. Teaching her archery. But she couldn't shoot accurately. Yang Mi felt her hand was forcibly placed on the crossbow's handle, nervously turning to refuse. Captain, if I don't shoot well, can I not pay? That depends on how well you learn. Chenhua said indifferently, focus on the front, carefully feel the handle. Yang Mi quickly looked ahead, adjusting the direction of the crossbow. Soon, the vehicle reached a swarm of sea snakes and circled around them, provoking their hostility. Fortunately, as long as they stay far enough away, the sea snakes would not attack unless provoked. Aim. Chenhua held Yang Mi's hand, helping her aim. Yang Mi's hand was unresponsive, controlled by Chenhua's movements. Then, once the direction was aimed, Chenhua suddenly issued the command to fire in her ear. Yang Mi dared not hesitate and immediately stepped on the launch pedal below her feet. Whoosh! A large arrow flew out, instantly piercing the body of a sea snake. Hiss! The sea snake went berserk, rapidly swimming towards the ship. Captain, it's coming after us. Yang Mi nervously turned back to remind. But all she saw was Chenhua's indifferent face. Keep firing. Whoosh! Another arrow. And it was another headshot. In an instant, Yang Mi's eyes lit up, getting excited. She hit it. But before she could celebrate, Chenhua continued to give orders. So, Yang Mi quickly composed herself and started to learn seriously. Just like that. One arrow after another was fired. More and more sea snakes charged towards the ship. So many it made one's scalp tingle. But Yang Mi was not the least bit anxious, because Chen Hua was right behind her. However, just as she kept shooting, Chen Hua suddenly let go of his hold on her. The sense of security for Yang Mi suddenly vanished, and she hurried to remind the speaker. But when she turned her head, she found that Chen Hua had actually gone to another crossbow. Keep shooting. Clear them all. Chen Hua, without blinking, began firing from another crossbow. This made Yang Mi, who had just panicked, feel a bit more at ease again. She nodded and started shooting along with him. And with Chen Hua joining in, both crossbows fired together. The speed of clearing the sea snakes gradually increased. In no time, all the sea snakes were wiped out. Chen Hua not only taught Yang Mi how to shoot, but also collected 5 gold coins, over 10 parts, and various arrow ingredients from the kills. However, just as Chen Hua had pulled the treasure chest onto the deck, Yun Mengyao, who had come over, suddenly stared at the distant sea surface and reminded, "Captain, 5 level 2 iron ships spotted ahead." Ha! Hearing this, Chen Hua immediately looked towards the direction Yun Mengyao was pointing. Unfortunately, he didn't have eagle eyes, and even squinting, he couldn't see where the ships were. So he hurriedly asked, "Are they coming towards us?" "No. They are going that way." "Oh, there are 3 ships there too." Yun Mengyao suddenly froze, discovering that 3 ships had appeared on the other side, and she was immediately surprised. They seemed to have found something, all heading in one direction. Found something? Could it be an island? Chen Hua raised his eyebrows and immediately became interested. Although rushing in and appearing among other teams might bring danger, but with his accelerating sails and cloaking radar, he had nothing to fear. So after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Sail over and report any situation immediately." "Yes." Yun Mengyao immediately went to start the ship. Chen Hua then input the gold coins to open the silver treasure chest. After all, to the current captain, a silver treasure chest was quite a good item. Last time, he had opened a Zhuge crossbow blueprint and an engine from it. So he looked forward with excitement to see what this time would bring. Open successfully, you have gained the following materials: 15 wood, 15 rough iron, for steel plates, 11 parts, 1 air conditioning core, 1 armored aero rain vehicle, 1 box of braised beef noodles, 1 box of mineral water. A huge pile of materials appeared. Aside from the most common basic resources and food resources, the armored aero rain vehicle instantly caught Chen Hua's eye. Because this was a large iron defensive weapon, even more formidable than the Zhuge crossbow. Hiss. What is this vehicle? It looks so impressive. What is the armored aero rain vehicle? Why does it look so strange? Su Yajing and Yang Mi also saw the panel in front of Chen Hua, but they couldn't see the hints and could only see the perspective, so they were a bit confused. But Chen Hua was different. He could not only see the perspective but also the comments and introduction. So when he saw this aero rain vehicle, he became excited all over. Armored aero rain vehicle, made of fine iron, the body is equipped with 108 launching barrels, capable of firing 108 small arrows at once, causing massive area damage. Comment: this is a type of area attack weapon, easy to control, with unified loading by winch, but it consumes a lot of arrows. Seeing this information, Chen Hua was thrilled. No wonder it was a silver treasure chest. Even such a mass destruction weapon could be opened. If aimed at the enemy for a shot, it would be like turning them into a hedgehog. So Chen Hua explained to his children beside him, "This is a good thing, but it's quite expensive to use." After saying that, he raised his hand to take out the armored aero rain vehicle and placed it on one side of the deck. In an instant, a cannon-like iron war vehicle appeared in front of everyone. On the war vehicle, 108 slender barrels were tied together, forming a square shape. Like an open, oversized barrel of fireworks. Wow, it's so big. Bigger than Zhuge's crossbow. These are all arrow holes. God, how many arrows are we going to shoot this time? Su Yajing and Yang Mi stood beside the rain of arrows, dumbfounded. Chen Hua placed it on the deck and started taking out the stored arrows, asking the 2 women to load them into the bow. But his stock wasn't large either. After loading for a long time, it still wasn't full. "Captain, what about the arrows? There are still over a dozen holes left." Su Yajing stood on the launch pad, calling for arrows from Chen Hua. Chen Hua shook his head helplessly. "There are none left. Let's just leave it like this for now." "All right." Su Yajing jumped off the launch pad, returned to Chen Hua's side, and looked out into the deep sea together. At this moment, as Yun Mengyao was at the helm, the ship was getting closer to the depths. 2 vehicles from different directions also showed their outlines. "Captain, there's a big white whale in the ocean ahead. It's just too far away to see what level of sea monster it is." Those two ships coming from different directions seemed to want to take action against that big white whale. Should we get closer? At this time, Yin Mangyao halted the ship and came to report on the deck. While talking, she spread her arms to describe the size of the big white whale. But this way of describing couldn't convey the visual impact at all. So Chunhua immediately took out his binoculars to look. And this glance shocked Chunhua. Because it was indeed a big white shark. And it was particularly large, almost the same size as his level 3 vehicle. As for the two ships coming from different directions, they also stopped not far from the big white whale, seemingly discussing how to capture the big white shark, or perhaps making eye contact with it. Seeing this, Chunhua couldn't help but be shocked. He never expected that the ocean during the novice period was far more dangerous than imagined. A several-ton big white whale actually appeared. If it bumped into them, it would definitely break the ship apart and throw everyone off. To put it more bluntly, even Chunhua's rocket launcher might not break through the strong defense of this big white whale. How dared those few ordinary level 2 iron ships to target this big white whale? Chunhua's eyes darted around, observing continuously. Until he saw a golden object reflecting light behind the big white whale, his pupils shrank as he suddenly realized. That golden thing, could it be a golden treasure chest? Chunhua's heart trembled, and he immediately instructed Yun Mangyao to bring the ship closer so they could fully observe the golden object. However, this time, before Chunhua could observe it himself, Yun Mangyao had clearly seen the appearance of the treasure chest. Captain, it really is a golden treasure chest. Those ships want to get that golden treasure chest. Should we snatch it? Yun Mangyao was also a little excited. Although the opponent had many ships, guarding the golden treasure chest was still a level 6 sea monster. But she firmly believed that with the various configurations of the heavenly paradise, they could definitely seize it. Moreover, as long as they obtained this treasure chest, she would have a share of the credit. At that time, her status on the ship would rise higher and higher. TSK, just thinking about it felt wonderful. However, Chunhua didn't listen to her and directly charged up. Even with his stealth radar, it wouldn't work. After all, the stealth radar had only charged to more than 70% over these 2.5 days. Once hidden, it could only be used for 20 minutes. His current level 3 vehicle was still equipped with a level 2 engine. Even with the added speed sails, 20 minutes couldn't cover much distance. Especially not from here to the treasure chest, and then from the treasure chest out again. It would be easy to get chased. Moreover, that big white whale was a level 6 sea monster, not only very large, but also tough and thick-skinned. If they accidentally got bumped, they would directly flip over. So, they couldn't rush to get the golden treasure chest. They must wait for the right opportunity. Preferably when those ships couldn't free their hands to chase them, or when the big white whale was lured away. So Chunhua gave Yun Mangyao an eye roll, replied calmly, "Wait a moment. Let's go after those people make a move." "Okay, Captain." After getting the answer, Yun Mangyao was not disappointed, but slightly excited, and immediately snuggled up to Chunhua in his arms. Beside them, Su Yajing was unwilling to show weakness, quickly wrapping her arms around his other arm, rubbing against his chest. Yang Mi, who was watching, felt her face turn slightly red and quickly looked away. For some reason. At this moment, watching the three of them being close, she suddenly felt a bit empty. Chunhua's heavenly paradise was still some distance from the two waves of ships on the sea. However, Chunhua was almost tired of touching the two goddesses beside him, and the two waves of ships hadn't moved. This made Chunhua think they might give up on the golden treasure chest, so he began to think of ways to get the golden treasure chest by himself. But before he could think carefully, a person named Wang Dianzai suddenly shook his system window and initiated a temporary chat message. "Bro, why are you standing so far away and not moving? Are you here to watch the show or to launch a sneak attack?" The message was very simple, coming with an arrogant tone. Chunhua didn't want to respond. But the more he looked, the angrier he got, and he directly replied, "It's none of your business." As soon as these words came out, the other end of the chat panel instantly fell into silence. After a moment, two messages arrived in quick succession. "Kid, don't think that just because you have a tier 3 vehicle, you're so impressive. Don't you know there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens? If you also want to share the golden treasure chest, you can join us to deal with this white whale. Then we can split the supplies in the treasure chest. But if you plan to sneak attack me behind my back, think carefully about the consequences." Wang Dianzai sent two messages filled with a threatening tone. This made Chunhua very unhappy. Clearly, it was the other party who came to question him. And yet, they dared to threaten him? If he backed down now, how would he mix in this sea area in the future? So, Chunhua immediately withdrew both hands and quickly replied with two big words. "Trash." Boom. These two words appeared. Directly made Wang Dianzai on the other side of the panel turn red with anger. He immediately started his fingers dancing, quickly producing afterimages. You dare to say that again? Whoosh. Your message has been rejected, click to resend. Wang Dianzai. Staring at the rejected message for a full 2 seconds. Wang Dianzai's face turned even redder. In the end, he still couldn't swallow this breath, clenched his fists, and shouted angrily, damn it, damn it, damn it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 2 waves of vehicles spread out on the sea and moved closer to the level 6 sea monster, the white whale. And the breathing of the white whale became heavier, its eyes as big as basketballs, imposing and shocking. But the 5 ships didn't retreat. Because they had already agreed to approach together. Whoever the white whale chased would be responsible for luring it away, thereby getting a larger share of the things in the golden treasure chest. However, as everyone got closer, the pressure of the white whale exceeded everyone's imagination, making people feel trembling and fearful from a great distance. Chapter 056, 2 major functions activated, golden treasure chest in hand. Wow! So big, it's terrifying. Everyone, get your spirits up. If we get targeted, step down on the gas pedal right away. Damn, I'm starting to feel a bit scared. If it slams a tail at us, I bet even an iron ship would be flattened. People on the 5 ships were all trembling with fear. But the battle plan had already been set, and even in fear, they could only grit their teeth and press on. However, just as everyone entered the attack range of the white whale, the white whale almost immediately fixed its gaze on one of the ships, diving down and charging toward Wang Dianzai's boat. Oh no! It's coming towards us! Hurry! Driver, step on the gas to the floor. Wang Dianzai's pupils shrank sharply, cold sweat instantly dripping down his forehead. Screamed madly at the driver. Buzz buzz buzz. The driver was also extremely nervous and stepped on the gas to the floor. But the ship's start was far behind that of land vehicles. No matter how hard the gas was pressed, the ship could only gradually speed up. This made Wang Lizhi, who stood on the deck staring at the hazy white whale in the sea, extremely anxious, constantly urging. Hurry up, give me more speed. On the other side, seeing the white whale being led away, the people on the other 4 ships all let out a sigh of relief and rushed towards the treasure chest. However, what they never expected was that just as they rushed over, the white whale suddenly made a U-turn underwater and directly knocked his ship into the air. Ah! In that instant, the people on the ship flew up along with the vessel, then panicked and fell into the sea. Help, help! Captain Wang, come save me! I am willing to get on your ship. Damn, the ship flipped. Ah! Captain, save me! A few crew members and the captain on a ship called Big Bun thrashed in the sea. And the white whale ignored them. After flipping the ship, it immediately turned to attack the other ships approaching the treasure chest. In an instant, the other 3 ships were so scared that they almost lost their souls, each stood up and stepped on the gas, desperately fleeing in all directions. And not a single person dared to shoot. After all, if there were no attacks, the white whale would only randomly assault. Once they shot, triggering the white whale's rampage mode, their danger level would rise sharply. It's at this moment. Meanwhile, in the distance, Chen Hua, who was watching the show with binoculars, put down the binoculars, waved his hand at the 3 goddesses on the ship, positions. Yes. The 3 goddesses trembled all over, immediately splitting into 3 directions with Chen Hua. Yun Mengyao took the wheel, Su Yajing and Chen Hua set up the crossbow, and Yang Mi prepared the fishing net, ready to catch the treasure chest at any moment. Soon, all 4 were in position. Yun Mengyao pressed the start button for the accelerated sail. In an instant, the sail opened slowly like wings. Next, she pressed the stealth radar button. On the radar, flashes of lightning appeared, making the entire ship enter stealth mode. After that, it was full throttle. The engine instantly entered a heavy load state. The diesel in the tank dropped a few centimeters on the spot. At that moment, the entire ship instantly accelerated to a speed of 100 km per hour. But this speed of 100 km per hour only lasted 3 seconds. Because the current engine's load gravity could only reach a maximum sailing speed of 70 km per hour. But even so, the strong pushback feeling made Chen Hua, Su Yajing, and Yang Mi, who were gripping onto something, all sway violently. Wow! This start is too fierce. Is this the accelerated sail? How does it have all these good things? This is too amazing. Su Yajing and Yang Mi had completely different thoughts, but their gazes towards Chen Hua were surprisingly filled with admiration. At the same time, the 4 remaining vessels around the white whale had completely lost their formation. Especially one wooden ship that fell into the water, each one ran faster than the other, with even those who fell into the water not daring to save them. Fortunately, at this time, Wang Lizhi made a comeback and pulled the people who fell into the water onto his ship. But before those crew members of the sunken ship could thank him, the white whale turned back again, scaring Wang Lizi to shout to run fast. Thus, in a line of 4 ships, they were constantly tugging with the white whale, neither daring to get too close nor to run too far. After all, it had come to this: if they left now, they would be completely devoid of the golden treasure chest. So, even if they gritted their teeth and risked falling into the water, they had to continue tugging with the white whale. But just as everyone was nervously tugging, a captain of a ship named Chicken You Too Beautiful. Suddenly, the ship Heaven on Earth that was parked in the distance actually disappeared. Captain of Chick You Too Beautiful was stunned on the spot, immediately looking in other directions. However, there was still nothing around. So he quickly grabbed a crew member running around him and asked, "Did you see where the ship that was just parked over there went?" "I didn't see it, Captain." "What about you? Did you see it?" "I didn't see it either, Captain." "Damn it." The captain of Chick You Too Beautiful cursed under his breath and quickly opened the panel to message their temporary leader, Wang Lizi. "Captain Wang, Heaven on Earth is missing. Could it be planning to ambush us?" "What? Missing?" On the ship Toad, Wang Lizi's expression tightened, and he quickly picked up the binoculars to look. Sure enough, the area where Heaven on Earth was located was empty. No one knew when it had gone. But when did it disappear? Wang Lizi quickly scanned the surroundings. Fortunately, there was nothing from any direction. He breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "It must have left. We need to hurry up." "Okay. If it doesn't work, you can use the secret weapon." "Understood." After communicating, the Toad and Chick You Too Beautiful ships took up the flag to lure the great white whale. They made the other 2 ships charge towards the treasure chest from 2 directions. However, just as those 2 ships were breaking free and rushing towards the golden treasure chest, a sudden roar of an engine appeared on the calm sea. This left both captains, who were so close to each other, completely dumbfounded. "What the hell? What's that sound? It seems like a ship just passed by us." "There's no ship." "Captain, are you hearing things?" "No. There was definitely a ship that just passed by." Both captains stood on their respective ships, dumbfounded. And in front of them, a Tier 3 vehicle that they couldn't see at all, was roaring closer to the golden treasure chest. "Go!" Seeing the invisibility effect was particularly good, Chen Hua slowly relaxed. After all, he was quite worried that being close would get noticed. Now it seems the radar effect is indeed excellent. Even at close distances, it cannot be detected. It's just that the sound of the engine and propeller could not be completely covered up and got heard. But it does not matter. Every ship's engine is making noise. And there are endless tsunamis and waves. As long as it's not close enough, there's no worry of being heard. Got it. Upon receiving Chen Hua's signal, standing at the edge of the deck, Yang Mi exerted her arm strength, casting a net that covered the golden treasure chest. Then, with a sudden lift, she pulled the treasure chest onto Heaven on Earth. Chapter 57, The Great White Whale Goes Berserk, Promoting the Formation of New Forces. On the other side, the 2 captains who were rapidly approaching the golden treasure chest were completely stunned. No way. This doesn't make sense. Where's the treasure chest? Was it taken away by a fishing net? But where did the fishing net come from? The 2 captains could hardly believe all this, suspecting it was an illusion. They rubbed their eyes vigorously. However, when they looked again, the treasure chest really was gone. At that moment, both captains and crew members were in shock. There is something we can't see on the sea. The treasure chest has been taken away. It was a fishing net. The fishing net has come alive. What the hell? Could there be ghosts? One crew member even hid behind the captain. This made the already frightened captain instantly furious. He shouted, "Ghosts my foot, there must be someone casting a net. Could there be a ship that can go invisible? Wasn't the engine sound I heard just now an illusion?" Another captain's pupils constricted, thinking of a possibility. After all, things don't just disappear for no reason. The fishing net can't come alive. Then, one of the captains clenched his fist and pointed at the spot where the treasure chest disappeared, shouting, "Shoot! There must be an invisible ship there." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several captains drew their bows, controlling the crossbows, and shot towards the spot where the golden treasure chest vanished. Unfortunately, the arrows fell into the water, and the surface of the sea remained empty. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn. Who is it? Who is it? The 2 captains were furious and personally came to the crossbow, shooting at the suspicious spot on the sea. However, after a round of shooting, they hit nothing. Left with no choice, the 2 could only send messages to Wang Lizi and the vice captain. But just as they sent the message, before they could get any reply, a change occurred. Captain, the big white whale is charging at us." Captain, the big white whale seems angry. Damn. Run. The people on both ships were shocked. They urged the drivers desperately and pointed weapons at the big white whale. At the same time, the ship's toad chicken, you're so beautiful. Seeing the big white whale return to the treasure chest's location, everyone on board breathed a sigh of relief, thinking their teammates had succeeded. They excitedly opened the chat panel, ready to ask about it. However, just as the two opened the panel, two messages from teammates jumped right in front of their eyes. To captains, bad news, the treasure chest was taken by an invisible ship. Boom. The moment this message came out, the two captains were stunned. What? The treasure chest was taken by an invisible ship? What ship can become invisible? Are those two trying to trick them? The two did not act rashly, just frowned and looked towards the direction the big white whale swam away. Splash! The big white whale was fast, just a bubble, and it stirred up waves several meters high. The two ships in the treasure chest area immediately pressed the throttle to the floor. However, the big white whale had entered a berserk state, speeding up once again by 100%, instantly surpassing the maximum speed of the level 2 engine. Damn! It's over. So fast. Captain, the big white whale has gone berserk, it's gone berserk. Mad. Shoot like crazy. Captain Wang, save me, please come save me. Captain Lee, help. Hurry up and support. While the two ships shot at the big white whale and quickly fled, they also messaged the distant toad and chicken, you're so beautiful. However, Wang Lizhi and Li Huaishui hadn't even seen the treasure chest, so how could they easily take action? What's more, the big white whale had already gone berserk. Even if they brought out secret weapons, it would be of no use. So, the two ships did not move, nor did they reply. They coldly watched as the big white whale crashed into one ship and then smashed another with its tail. Splash! Splash! Both ships capsized. The crew members frantically struggled in the water. Especially the injured, who directly turned the sea red with their blood, catching the big white whale's attention. Ah woo! Following the blood trace, the big white whale swallowed one whole. In no time, it had eaten several crew members and disappeared into the depths of the water. Seeing this, Wang Lizhi and Li Huaishui quickly drove their boats to the side of the few survivors to rescue them. Where's the treasure chest? Wang Lizhi and Li Huaishui each questioned on their respective boats. Captain, the treasure chest was really taken by an invisible ship. The rescued person explained with a grim face, fearing misunderstanding. He. Since it's invisible, how do you know? Wang Lizhi did not believe it, his face slightly twisted, holding a machete, giving off an invisible and oppressive murderous vibe. The rescued person trembled, quickly relaying what he heard about the engine noise and how he personally saw a fishing net emerge to cover the treasure chest. Upon hearing this, Wang Lizhi began to believe a bit. Because he didn't think these people would dare to privately keep the treasure chest. Especially since both teams had lost their ships. There was no need to hide it. Thinking of this, Wang Lizhi closed his eyes, pondering over all the ships they encountered today. But no matter how he thought, only that ship called Chenhua was closest to them. Could it be that level 3 ship? Wang Lizhi quickly contacted Li Huaishui nearby. However, Li Huaishui was thinking the same thing. But the two had no evidence to prove it. This made them so angry that they almost spat blood. Damn! Today was just the first day after the rookie period. What a misfortune to encounter such bizarre events. We absolutely can't let that Chenhua get away. That treasure chest must have been taken by him. What can we do about it? Even if we find him, he won't admit it. We don't need him to admit it. We'll think of a way to get more people, and then we'll take that level 3 ship. As long as we get him, we'll definitely be at the top in our novice area. Great. I just happened to contact a few relatives. Let's go meet them. No problem, 2 of my relatives sent me coordinates too. Wow. You have relatives too? That's wonderful. We can definitely form an invincible fleet and sail the seas. Exactly. Before survival, we had to misbehave in society because of the law. But here, we are the rules. Wang Lizhi and Li Huaishui talked more and more in tune. In the end, they even boarded each other's ships for a visit and formally established their fleet name, Black Tiger Gang. This name is a combination of the names of the gangs they used to belong to. Wang Lizhi has a secret weapon as the gang leader, while Li Huaishui is the vice leader. The time for invisibility in the world above is limited. Just after leaving the battlefield, Chenhua told Yun Mengyao to turn off the invisibility radar. At this moment, they are already over 10 kilometers away from the battle site of the Great White Whale. All of them are wearing bikinis, gathered around the golden treasure chest, guessing what was inside. They have no idea that their appearance has actually led to the establishment of a new force. Chapter 058, Open the steel spike ship outfit, temperature continues to rise. A golden treasure chest, I've never seen one before. I wonder what good things are inside. It should open up a gun. In front of the golden treasure chest, 3 women in bikinis are curiously bending down to touch the chest. Their bodies are so white that it almost hurts Chenhua's eyes, nearly making him fall into a deep pit. However, considering that the treasure chest hasn't been opened yet, he waved his hand and said, "You 3 step back a little, you're blocking me." Okay. The 3 women then stood up straight and stepped back, giving Chenhua space to open the chest. Would you like to spend 16 gold coins to open the golden treasure chest? Yes. With Chenhua's choice, the gold coin balance instantly disappeared by 16. Immediately afterwards, the lid of the golden treasure chest popped open on the spot. A ton of items flew out directly from inside, appearing in front of Chenhua, quickly displaying. You have obtained the following items: 20 units of wood, 20 units of rough iron, 10 sheets of steel, 20 parts, 1 set of large steel spike ship attire, 1 level 2 engine, 100 universal arrows, 100 universal bullets, large arrows, food items, daily supplies, diesel. A series of materials densely filled the entire panel. And besides the small items that are basic resources, their quantity is massive. For example, the same canned food, other chests open 1, 2, or 3, but the golden treasure chest directly opened a whole box. Also, various oils, salts, sauces, vinegars, sodas, and sausages were all provided in boxes. Although these things are not precious, the sheer quantity is a great advantage. The only regret is that no firearms were obtained. This left all 3 goddesses a bit disappointed. Oh, there were no guns. Yeah. There are plenty of supplies, we can eat for a long time. Overall, it's still good. We have a level 2 engine and bullets. But what is this ship attire? Why does it have so many spikes? The 3 women stood beside Chenhua, all staring at the panel together. Chenhua's gaze was also on the ship attire. Even though he didn't open a rocket launcher. But this ship attire is really not worse than a rocket launcher. Steel spike ship attire, an outfit covered with countless steel spikes, can be placed on ships to resist collisions from others and sea monsters, and can also be used to attack and clear paths, incredibly hard. Evaluation, crafted from fine steel, extremely tough. Can withstand ordinary bullets, and pierce through rough iron like cutting into mud? Having read the introduction and evaluation, Chenhua's eyes brightened a few points. Though a rocket launcher looks more powerful, this thing is not bad at all. Piercing thick iron like cutting through mud. It can even resist ordinary bullet attacks. Isn't this like giving the vehicle a set of bulletproof clothing? And it can also resist collisions. So, Chenhua immediately took it out and installed it onto his heavenly paradise ship. In an instant, the steel spikes expanded, landing on the hull, wrapping the ship into a hedgehog shape. And the 3 goddess crew members, upon seeing the ship's attire appear, all widened their eyes. Wow! This, a sea hedgehog? Hiss! Such thick steel spikes, I thought they were small. Fortunately, the gaps are relatively large, it won't affect my fishing. The 3 goddesses, each with different thoughts, all leaned over the ship's edge to take a look. Seizing this opportunity, Chenhua continued to upgrade the engine. He already mastered 2 basic engines, and now got a level 2 engine. This is enough to upgrade the level 2 engine on the ship to level 3. After all, upgrading from level 1 to level 2 only requires 2. And upgrading from level 2 to level 3 requires 4. Now, considering his engine inventory, after the upgrade, he will have 2 left as spares. Especially since the current sea area is filled with dangers. Even level 6 sea monsters have appeared. The strength of the ship must be improved. Let's get it done. Chenhua immediately clicked on the engine panel. LV3 engine upgrade, resource consumption, 2 LV1 engines, for steel plates, 30 parts, 20 gold coins for labor. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. As Chenhua chose to confirm. 2 basic engines and various resources flew out, assembling with the ship's original engine. After a moment, the original engine grew a size larger, upgraded to V3 series. LV3 engine, current fuel consumption 38 liters per 100 kilometers. Current maximum speed 90 kilometers per hour. The details of the upgraded engine appeared in front of Chenhua. Compared to before, both fuel consumption and maximum speed have improved. Although it still doesn't look very fast. But mainly because Chenhua has a lot of stuff on the ship. For example, the steel spike ship's attire and level 3 vehicle, along with the entirely used hardwood hull, all invisibly increased the weight of the ship. Otherwise, the engine's fuel consumption and speed would be far from this. After upgrading, Chenhua let Yin Mengyao continue piloting, while he went back to the cabin to organize the things in the system backpack. However, when Chenhua had put everything away and returned to the deck, the blazing sun was already high overhead. A powerful heat wave swept across the sea. Turning to look at the three women. Except for Yun Mengyao in the driver's seat, who seemed better. Yang Mi and Su Yajing were all drenched in sweat, soaked in their bikinis. Damn! This temperature is at least above 40 degrees. Feeling the heat in the air, and seeing the three women constantly drinking water, Chenhua finally gave the order to wrap up early. Alright, let's call it a day, we're finishing early this noon. With one shout, the three women immediately excitedly ran toward the cabin. After all, the closer it got to noon, the hotter the weather. And on the deck, there was no air conditioning, not even a cool sea breeze, they were only wearing bikinis, and their skin was already burning from the heat. Seeing Chenhua giving the command, none of them paused. Even Yang Mi, who was eager to fish and earn money, was no exception, raising her hand to shield her forehead and running towards the cabin. Seeing this, Chenhua could only decide to shorten the daytime resource exploration time. After all, with such a big sun, problems can easily arise. And these three goddesses are all treasures, he didn't want to risk getting them into trouble for a little bit of resources. Wow! It's so cool in the air-conditioned room. Hiss. So refreshing. So comfortable. Let me feel the breeze too. The three women gathered around the air conditioning vent in the living room, constantly turning their bodies to welcome the cool air. Seeing this, Chenhua told the three women, from now on, we will take a break early at noon, and go out after it cools down in the afternoon. Alright. Captain, you are so great, so thoughtful. Thank you. All three women had excitement on their faces. Then they rushed to the refrigerator and opened it, each taking out a chilled drink to enjoy. Gulp gulp gulp. Taking a sip of the ice-cold beverage, a refreshing wave swept over their bodies instantly. So refreshing. It really is great to have a refrigerator. Instantly cools you to the core. The three women chose different drinks. However, only Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao were drinking. The newly arrived Yang Mi held a bottle of Scream, pressed it against her chest to chill herself a bit, but did not open the cap. Instead, she brought it to Chenhua and said, Captain, you drink it. Chapter 059, The Whaling Channel, Plans Die in the Womb. Thank you. Chenhua unceremoniously peeled off the Scream film and drank half the bottle in one go. After drinking, he noticed that Yang Mi was still standing there. Her eyes kept darting towards the refrigerator. It seemed she knew those things did not belong to her. Seeing this, Chenhua slowly nodded and said, you can drink too. I know. Yang Mi felt a bit awkward, she didn't go directly over but hesitated and asked cautiously, how much is it per bottle? Chenhua. Yes. Why didn't he think of that? These drinks could be charged for. In the past few days, Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao had drunk quite a lot for free. Thinking of this, Chenhua's expression changed. He felt a sudden twinge of pain in his heart. His sudden change, however, made Yang Mi mistakenly assume it was very expensive, causing her heart to sink, ready to borrow money. But this time, Chenhua didn't plan to take her money, calmly said, no need for money for now, go have a drink. Yes. Hearing that Chenhua didn't want money, Yang Mi felt overjoyed. She quickly walked to the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of iced drink, and started pouring it into her mouth. However, while she was happily drinking, Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao were both stunned. What does no need for money for now mean? Does it mean the captain will charge money later? No way. Will he also earn money from his own people? The two women secretly glanced at Chenhua, not daring to ask. After all, both of them had salaries. If they don't ask, they can pretend they don't know. But if they ask, they will definitely have to pay. Soon. After the three had a good drink, they all sat on the sofa. One by one, they crossed their legs, leaning to the side, large areas of skin exposed, constantly tempting. But Chenhua had no intention of letting them idle. After all, they were all talents. So he arranged for Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao, Xiaobai, I'm giving you each 150 gold coins. From now on during lunch break, you two will keep an eye on the shop, purchasing cheap supplies from the shop. For example, general arrows, bullets, weapons, food, or other items, as long as we can use them, you can buy them. If the price is too high but the items are good, you can consult me, or act first and report later. Yes. Got it. Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao had no objections to Chenhua's arrangements. Moreover, Chenhua had already given them purchasing permissions. Instead, they could shop in the air-conditioned room and still receive their salaries. However, after Chenhua finished giving orders, Yang Mi, who had been waiting to be assigned tasks, saw Chenhua didn't arrange anything for her and immediately asked cautiously, Captain, what about me? What should I do? You? Chenhua looked up at Yang Mi. But he quickly looked down again. Because he had already made plans for Yang Mi. But the arrangements needed to be done one by one. Chen Hua didn't answer Yang Mi immediately. Instead, he first transferred the gold coins to Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao. Then he said to her, "You go put the water and drinks in the fridge, then take stock of all our supplies and register them. After that, you can take a break." Yes. Finally getting an arrangement, Yang Mi completely relaxed. As long as there was something to do, it was fine. Otherwise, she was really afraid the captain would suddenly stop providing her food and accommodation. At that time, her life would truly be in deeper trouble. So Yang Mi immediately went to the place where supplies were stored, starting to transfer in check. Seeing this, Chen Hua also nodded, then returned to his bedroom. To be honest, a person's bedroom is truly comfortable to lie in. Looks like I still need to upgrade to a level 4 vehicle and create more rooms. After a quiet sigh, Chen Hua opened the regional chat channel to take a look. In the regional chat channel, the conversation was still lively, but the number of people selling their misery was growing. "I can't believe this, what kind of weather is this, why is it getting hotter and hotter? Bro, didn't you check the weather forecast? It's going to hit 45 degrees today. It's noon now, and the temperature hasn't peaked yet. Damn, this is supposed to be 45 degrees, but I reckon it's already 55 degrees. You're talking about the surface temperature, the weather report is about the feel-like temperature. This is too ridiculous. Are we not allowed to live? I'm dying here. All my crew on the ship are naked. Do you know what that looks like? It's blinding. Serves you right for not having female crew members. Now you're all a bunch of big men. I have more women on my ship, each showing off their chests, and those male crew members are working hard. Why are the water resources in the mall getting scarcer? Brothers, aren't you all pulling your orders? Or have they been bought? In this cursed weather, only a fool would sell water. While prices haven't skyrocketed yet, hurry up and buy some to stock up. Don't forget the lesson from the last food price surge. This hasn't even soared yet. Usually, 2 gold coins for mineral water, now it's 3 gold coins. Good weather, good weather. Now I don't have to worry about selling my distilled water. If anyone wants distilled water, they can reserve it with an advance payment, otherwise, I can't produce enough." In the mall, various voices continued. Moreover, the thick fog had disappeared, yet everyone wasn't having a good time. Besides being able to fish in the morning, by noon, basically no one went out to sea. After all, the weather was just too hot. Even if they pushed the crew too hard, the crew dared to resist. Although the crew couldn't harm the captain. But collective strikes could make the captain suffer too. And the captain certainly couldn't kill them all. If he really dared to kill them all, the entire ship would have trouble functioning. At most, he could kill the chicken to scare the monkey, slap them down and give them a sweet date. Moreover, these crew members were far more precious than ordinary supplies. Besides saving fallen captains and sneaky raids, there was really no other way to obtain them. Of course, one could also obtain them through trading with other ships. But crew trading couldn't go through them all, it could only be done privately. And on the ocean, people's hearts are hard to read. Who would dare to trade face to face without some strength? I'm afraid once they go, they won't be able to come back. After reading these messages, Chen Hua took a quick look at the mall. Sure enough, the water resources in the mall had basically risen by 50%. And the amount available for sale was particularly low. As for those out-of-season long sleeves and other supplies, the prices had directly fallen to a low. Looks like my idea of selling ice water isn't going to work. After all, water resources are limited, prices are high, and I might just find myself stuck with it. Back in the chat channel, Chen Hua quietly muttered, rejecting his previously sudden idea of selling ice water. In the chat channel, the wails continued. Especially as the temperature kept rising. Many people were getting dizzy from the heat. Damn, I can't take it anymore, this is unbearable. Hiding in my room feels like a sauna. Sigh, I have a fan, but there's no power on the ship. I still have air conditioning. New chilled drinks are now available, a bottle of chilled cola only costs 5 gold coins. Get it while it lasts, slow hands miss out. What do you mean 5 gold coins for a bottle of cola? Damn, why don't you go rob it then? Chapter 060, latest news at sea, God of Seasons and Moon predicts again. After finding out that a bottle of chilled cola actually costs 5 gold coins, many captains with shallow pockets were shocked and cried out for robbery. But talking aside, some still went to the mall. Unfortunately, the chilled drinks in the mall were already gone. Damn, brother, where are the drinks? I don't see them. Wow, they were snatched up so quickly. Looks like there are quite a few strong players. Brother, do you have power on your boat? How about we team up? I can produce distilled water every day, and you can freeze it for me. Let's grow bigger and stronger together. Brothers, I found an area of mist at sea. It says there are a lot of resources and dangers. Should we go explore? Exploration is possible. But it's best to find a team. Brother, send the coordinates, and let's go together. All kinds of information were constantly interweaving. If you don't read carefully, it's easy to overlook. Chenhua stared for a while and gathered two pieces of information from the channel. The first one is that he can't produce his chilled drinks anymore. Because water resources are too scarce, and the things on the shelves are very expensive. Even if he produces, it's hard to sustain. Moreover, others have already made chilled drinks. And someone has even produced distilled water that can keep coming. He doesn't need to waste his water resources for a little profit. The second piece of news is that a new area has appeared at sea. For example, the mist area. It's more dangerous inside, but there are even more resources. Weak players shouldn't explore carelessly. After getting this information, it quickly became the hottest noon. The people in the channel continue to wail, collecting water and bursting out more news. Some even learned distillation themselves and set their own boats on fire for water resources. In response, Chenhua shook his head and walked out of the room. Outside the room, Yang Mi was still busy counting supplies. After all the supplies were piled up here, making it hard to check clearly for a moment. Su Jiajing and Yun Mengyao were enjoying themselves much more, constantly refreshing and purchasing in the mall. When they saw Chenhua come out, Su Jiajing and Yun Mengyao immediately reported their achievements. Captain, I bought cola, red wine, parts, canned food, and some wood. Just that the low-priced items are quite few, most of what I bought are at normal prices. Captain, I bought shorts, swimsuits, food, and arrows, etc., the prices aren't too high. Here's the list, take a look. As she spoke, Yun Mengyao pulled out the list for Chenhua to see. However, Chenhua could see it through his system, so he raised his hand to stop her. Besides, he didn't want to stress over these small matters. By the way, Captain, I found several sets of sunscreen clothes in my shopping cart. Since they are quite expensive, I wanted to consult you. What do you think? Seeing that Chenhua wasn't looking, Yun Mengyao changed her tone and clicked on the shopping cart. Originally, there were still 5 products, a total of 11 pieces of sunscreen clothes. Now only 3 styles with a total of 6 pieces are left. They sold out so fast. Almost half have been sold in just a little while. Seeing this, Yun Mengyao was surprised because the cheapest sunscreen clothes cost 7 gold coins per set. The remaining 6 sets were all priced at 10 gold coins. Of course. Even though the price is high, the styles and materials are better. Just looking at the picture styles, you can tell. They are truly as thin as a cicada's wing, silky and cool. Chenhua took a glance, and without thinking, let Yun Mengyao buy them all. After taking them out, Chenhua unfolded them. The finger shapes under the clothes were very clear. Touching them felt like icy silk, extremely refreshing. Not bad. This thing is quite good. Distribute it. Yes. Yun Mengyao immediately excitedly handed the largest size to Chenhua to wear. After picking one for herself, she went to help Su Jiajing and Yang Mi choose. However, when it was Yang Mi's turn to try it on, no matter how hard she pulled the zipper, it just wouldn't go all the way up. Even when she tugged hard, one lunge would cause it to pop open. This made Yun Mengyao and Su Jiajing a bit envious. After all, it was just too big. Quickly, the sunscreen clothes were all distributed. Yang Mi continued counting, while Chenhua stood beside her to check the records that had already been tallied. And Su Jiajing and Yun Mengyao prepared to finish their tasks. After finishing the meal, the 3 female crew members continued to work. Outside the window, the temperature also reached its peak, and a wave of hot wind blew in, distorting even the air. I really don't know how long this heat will last. Standing in front of the window, Chenhua thought of his sister-in-law Yang Mi. She was someone who could predict the weather for the next 3 days. If he could win her over, his ship would definitely gain a huge advantage. Unfortunately, that woman was very clever. Without special means, she absolutely would not be used by anyone. Thinking this, Chenhua's panel suddenly shook with a sound. He opened it to see. It was actually a message sent by Jiyu. Chenhua, do you want water? A line of clear text appeared. Before Chenhua could respond with his purpose of messaging, the second message followed closely behind. I will trade water for my sister-in-law's return, you can name your price. Indeed, this woman has hoarded water in advance. But she only escaped the mist the day before, so how much water can she possibly have hoarded in one day? Chenhua was unshaken and immediately refused. No need. Whoosh. The message was sent. This left Jiyu momentarily stunned, as if she had eaten a fly. No need? Do you know how much water I have to say no? Jiyu glanced at the rows of mineral water and drinks beside her, feeling a wave of disdain inside. Sure enough, a nobody is still a nobody, not even daring to state a price. So she immediately replied, you can name your price, anything I can accept. The water resources I have exceed your imagination. Whoosh. The message was sent. Jiyu felt as if she had been set free, her entire body felt great. She secretly whispered to herself, let you look down on me, wait until I scare you to death. However, her joyful fantasy had not yet ended. Chen Hua's reply, however, left her frozen in place. I don't need any amount. Your sister-in-law will be mine from now on, you don't need to think about redeeming her. Looking at this line of text, Jiyu's emotions froze. Her eyes widened more and more, followed by a wave of immense anger rushing to her head. You dare to touch my sister-in-law? You are asking for death. The message was sent. But there was no response for a long time. Jiyu went completely crazy. She immediately sat surrounded by a pile of water resources, raising her head and howling, ah! No! 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 Captain! At this moment, Xiaoxiao walked in, peering in with concern. However, Jiyu was in a raging fury and completely ignored her, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. Chenhua, I will definitely not let you go. After speaking, she opened the chat channel and posted a heavy message. In the next 3 days, the temperature will continue to rise, and the scorching heat is about to come. Please everyone prepare for heatstroke. Whoosh. The message was sent. The entire chat channel exploded in chaos. Chapter 61, The Ice-Making Plan begins, Cutting Ice Bricks. Damn! Damn, the great Jiyu has arrived. Hiss, the temperature will continue to rise in the next 3 days? Is that true? It's already very high today, 45 degrees. Ah, is it still going to get hotter? Even hotter than today? Oh my god. Are we not going to live? Ha ha. Luckily, I hoarded water in advance. Damn. The price of water in the mall has gone up again. Oh no, the sunscreen clothes are actually sold out. It really doesn't let us live. As Jiyu's message was sent, the whole channel was in chaos. The water resources in the mall skyrocketed even more. But even so, people still rushed to buy. In a short time, a bottle of mineral water that originally only cost 2 gold coins rose to 5 gold coins. Such a high price made countless people back off. Seeing this, Jiyu finally revealed a hint of a smile, stepping out of the cabin, and instructed the sweat-soaked Xiaoxiao outside. Xiao, the price of water resources will soar from now on. Many people will sell off other unrelated resources at a low price for the sake of buying water. You are responsible for purchasing those low-priced resources in the next 2 days. This time, I want Shenhua to beg me to buy water. Yes. Xiaoxiao immediately nodded to go do it, her loyal attitude unchanged over the years. At the same time, on the Heavenly Connection ship, Shenhua saw the chaotic channels and the mall being madly snatched up. Once again, he felt grateful for not pretending to be clever by selling ice water. After all, if the high temperatures continued to rise, water resources would only become scarcer. He did not have the ability to predict the weather. The last time he made a big profit selling salmon, it was purely by chance. If this time was the same as last time, he might get backlash. So, he still needed to play it safe and develop step by step. But he only had a little over 100 gold coins left. What should he do to make a fortune in this scorching weather? Shenhua continued to watch the chat panel. Soon, he found inspiration from a few messages. Damn it, I'm so desperate, I'll drink seawater. Bro, don't drink it, it's deadly. If you're really not afraid, I'll sell you my urine, 1 bottle for 2 gold coins, how about that? You can sell urine? Do you want mine? I have diabetes, I'll sell it for 1 gold coin. Crap, can you all stop chatting? In such hot weather, drinking water is secondary. After all, we've been surviving for half a month, who doesn't have some water on hand? The main thing is the heat, we need water to cool down. That's right, I'm about to burst from the heat, I can only cool my body with water. We need a lot of water resources. If only we had ice water. Unfortunately, there aren't many ships running electric power, so we can't grab any. Yes. Even at high prices, we can't get it. And we're afraid to place orders, fearing to be cheated. These messages opened Shenhua's mind unknowingly. Right. If drinking water is scarce, I can use non-potable water to make ice. Thinking of his water purifier and the several iceboxes he specially bought to store food, Shenhua was instantly overjoyed. No time to waste. He quickly stopped the three busy women, telling them all to put down what they were doing and fill the iceboxes with water. The three women were puzzled, not understanding why the water from the purifier, which couldn't be drunk, had to go into the refrigerator. It wasn't until Chen Hua explained that all three suddenly realized and began to admire him. Right. How did I not think of that? This water can't be drunk, but it can be used for cooling. Ice cubes with slight pollution will definitely sell well. Wow, how does he have such business sense? Didn't they say he was just a student before? In an instant, the way the three women looked at Chen Hua completely changed. Chen Hua waved his hand, saying, "Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and work. After the ice cubes are made and sold, I will give you a share. 1 icebox, 1 gold coin. There are 3 iceboxes here, you can get 3 gold coins in total after 1 production." What? 3 gold coins? Wow. So much? In an instant, all 3 women were excited. You have to know they earned only 1 gold coin for a whole day's work. Especially Yang Mi, who didn't even have a base salary, her pay was entirely based on fishing commissions. And making ice cubes would get them gold coins. It couldn't be better. Moreover, just by making them 4 times, she could pay off her debts. Thinking of this, Yang Mi was the most eager and immediately started clearing out space to work. Seeing this, the other 2 women were not to be outdone, each rushing to operate 1 icebox. Making ice cubes wasn't complicated. You just had to clear the icebox, put in dividers, and repeatedly pour water layer by layer. It was just a bit time-consuming. But once the ice cubes at the bottom formed, it would be much easier for the rest. And so, the 3 women quickly got busy. After more than 2 hours, they completed the first layer of ice cubes in the iceboxes. Then they continued to build layers above, adding more water, and covered the icebox with a lid, waiting for them all to form. However, waiting for all the ice in the iceboxes to form would take some time. At this moment, the sun had already begun to tilt, no longer so scorching. Although the air was still hot, the direct scorching rays from the sun could be avoided. So, Chen Hua and his group went back to the deck and continued to work. After all, food needs to be constantly gathered. Treasure chests also need to be continuously searched for. Plus, they all had sun protection outfits now. Lying on top of their bikinis, they could also withstand the sun's remaining heat. So, the heavenly realm continued its journey in the afternoon. But this time, the journey didn't last for several hours before it got dark. Sigh. Today we only caught 48 pounds of fish. During the tally after work, Yang Mi had a disappointed face, feeling somewhat unsatisfied with her success. Well, you are better than me. I only caught 12 fish, totaling just 12 pounds. Su Yajing also pouted, looking at Chen Hua and the approaching Yun Mengyao with her spoils. However, Chen Hua did not think their harvest was small. Because time really wasn't enough. He had only killed a few sea monsters and dozens of sea zombies. As for the treasure chests, he found 2, but by the time he saw them, they had already been picked up by other boats. So Chen Hua said, "You don't have to be discouraged. Even though the work isn't finished, you'll still get paid. Let's go back. There are ice blocks waiting for you to cut." Okay. Hearing that there was still payment, the 3 girls were in a good mood and immediately followed Chen Hua into the cabin. After coming back, first things first, handling the salmon. However, all the freezers were occupied, so after bleeding them out, Chen Hua took them to sell in the store. After all, he didn't lack food now, especially the basic salmon, which he had eaten enough of. So every day he got fresh meat ingredients, a large portion had to be sold. Otherwise, just storing them would be a hassle. Even though the prices of food had returned to normal, they still needed to be sold. Because for any captain, these fresh fish are not items that can be stored for long. Salmon, 1 gold coin per pound, listing 50 pounds. Soon. The salmon was listed normally, at 1 gold coin per pound, which is equivalent to 0.5 gold coins per half pound. And just after it was listed, someone started buying it. Just not as frantically as during the previous food shortage. The consumption process was just slower. Bang 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 bang, bang 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 bang. At the same time, various knocking sounds came from inside and outside the kitchen. Looking up, it turned out that the 3 female crew members had already taken the ice blocks out of the freezer and were cutting them according to his instructions, making them the size of bricks. Chapter 062, Mysterious Confidence, Explosive Reaction. As for why the large ice blocks were cut so small, the reason was simple. Mainly afraid that if too large, others couldn't afford them. If too small, they would melt easily. Brick-sized ice was just right. Moreover, by cutting to the size of ice bricks, 1 freezer could yield 80 pieces. The number looked neither too few nor too many, making it easier to sell. However, what gave Chen Hua a headache was pricing. No one in the market was selling ice blocks. So how should he price these ice blocks to be appropriate? Looking down from above at the captain in his sheer bikini squatting on the ground to break the bricks, Chenhua rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. In the chat channel. Even though the sky had darkened. But the heat in the channel did not diminish at all. So hot, it's really too hot. Brothers, is there any way to cool down? If it stays this hot, I'm afraid I won't last long. Yeah. The cabin feels like a steamer. My crew and I are all lying on the deck. Damn it, looks like I have to buy a bottle of iced water. Damn, 5 gold coins, and it's a scramble to get it. Robbers. No way, since I can't buy iced water, I'll buy regular water to cool down. Woo-woo, I just spent 9 gold coins to buy 3 batches, pouring it on my head feels so good. But it's too expensive. People in the channel continued to discuss water prices and ice drinks. Suddenly, many people were watching every move in the chat channel and responding to these people's reactions. Making all kinds of money-making plans. Captain, the price of bottled water has risen to 3.5 gold coins each, and there are some shortages in the market. Shouldn't we sell some? On the magic star, Xiao Xiaoer pointed at the shopping page in front of her and reminded Jiyu, who was sitting beside several boxes of bottled water. However, Jiyu only glanced at it and dismissed Xiao Xiaoer's idea, saying, "We can't sell. We spent a lot of money to acquire this water. The temperature will rise later, and water resources will only become more expensive." But, Captain, even if it gets hotter later, the price of water resources shouldn't rise much. After all, everyone needs ice water more. If the price of regular water rises too much, many people won't be able to afford it. Seeing her former lady, now captain, wanting to make more money, Xiao Xiaoer quickly reminded and explained. However, before she could finish her words, Jiyu's expression changed, looking at her with a playful gaze, her face expressionless as she said, "Are you worried that others can't afford it?" "Of course not." Xiao Xiaoer immediately said, "I couldn't care less whether others live or die. I'm just worried that their demand will change, leading to our water resources becoming unsellable. After all, in business." "Ha ha. Xiao Xiao, although you worked at my G family group before, you were just a department manager." Before Xiao Xiaoer could finish speaking, Jiyu interrupted her and said proudly, "I now have a weather prediction talent and know future weather, so you don't need to teach me. Right now, I am more capable than you." "But..." Xiao Xiaoer wanted to explain that the market is like a battlefield and one cannot be overconfident. But Jiyu no longer wanted to listen, giving her a glare, causing her to dare not speak anymore, only able to sigh and agree. And indeed, things are different now. Everyone has talents. Perhaps, in this era of talent, she has already been eliminated. Thinking this, Xiao Xiaoer refreshed them all, observing the latest status at any time. However, this refresh was shocking. An eye-catching icebrick product suddenly appeared in the first position of them all. Icebrick, 5 gold coins each. Remaining stock 75 pieces. Description, made from incompletely purified seawater, inedible, for external use only. The eye-catching icebrick appeared. What is it? While counting supplies, Jiyu turned around impatiently to look. But before Jiyu could speak, she also saw the icebricks in the mall. Her pupils also shrank, shocked on the spot. Yes, someone listed icebricks. And only 5 gold coins each. Now everyone is going crazy to grab them, the price of water resources is coming down. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Making icebricks requires a refrigerator and electricity. Before Jiyu could finish her words, Xiao Xiaoer clicked on the personal page of the icebrick seller. In an instant, the words Chen Hua appeared in her view. Thinking of this, Jiyu immediately panicked. "Captain, what should we do? Should we quickly sell our water resources or the price will really drop?" "No." Hearing about selling water resources at a reduced price, Jiyu rejected it again. But what if he continues to make more? Xiao Xiaoer continued to pile on. "Wow. Ice block. All right." Xiao Xiaoer helplessly nodded, then opened the chat panel. The channel was still crazy. But this time the discussion was about ice bricks. "Wow, great. Someone can actually make ice, that's amazing. Woohoo, so cool. 5 gold coins for one, not expensive at all. Although you can't eat it, it's so refreshing. What? Ice blocks? Where are they sold? Why can't I find them? Ah, my hands are too slow, I missed it. I'm so angry. Is there any brother willing to split and sell? I really need ice blocks. Woo woo. Why are they selling so fast? I hesitated for just a moment, and then they're gone. In the channel, those who bought ice blocks were excitedly showing off. Those who missed the chance were filled with regret. Even though it was night. But with ice blocks, they could feel even cooler. In a moment, countless people in the chat channel were asking for ice. This made Xinhua, who had been lurking, feel inspired, and he decided to raise the price by 2 gold coins. After all, it sold so well. If it was too cheap, his conscience wouldn't let him. So, he immediately sent a message in the chat channel: brothers and sisters who didn't get ice blocks, don't worry, there will be another batch of ice blocks up for sale soon. Please wait a moment. Boom! As soon as this message came out, the entire channel became even more lively. Wow! Xinhua! Hiss! The big shot selling ice blocks is here. Big shot, can you save one for me? I really need it. Brother Xinhua, I am the internet celebrity Choo Choo Baby, can you give me a few blocks? Wow, is this the big shot who can make ice? Big shot, how do you make ice blocks? Can you teach us? In our district, I only admire 2 people, one is the weather predictor Jiyu, and the other is the big shot Xinhua who can make ice. So amazing. With Xinhua's message sent out, countless replies and shocked messages poured in. The dense questions made Xinhua's eyes dizzy. But he didn't continue to reply, of course, he couldn't keep up. After notifying everyone in the channel, he went to break ice with his 3 goddess crew members. As the saying goes, men and women work together, and it's not tiring. In no time, the 3 of them had broken most of the ice. However, Xinhua didn't continue to put them on the shelves but took time to have dinner with the 3 girls before finishing breaking the remaining ice blocks. As night deepened, a total of 160 ice bricks lay in front of Xinhua. Xinhua let the 3 girls continue to organize the icebox, filling it with water in preparation for the next ice making. He then placed all the remaining 160 ice bricks in the system mall. After finishing this, he came back to the channel to notify everyone. Brothers and sisters, new ice bricks are up for sale, you can go buy them now. Boom! As soon as this message was sent out, the channel instantly fell silent. The people who were chatting suddenly disappeared. This left Xinhua in shock. He thought there was something wrong with what he said. But before long, someone in the group started to bubble up. Damn! 7 gold coins, why did the price go up? Thankfully, I was quick to grab one. Ha, I got 5 ice bricks, now my crew can chill. Awesome! I only bought 2. Woo woo, so expensive. It wiped out half my savings. Big shot Xinhua, can you make it cheaper next time? I'm begging you. 1 block is too expensive, is there anyone who wants to share one with me? Besides the regular price, I just need an extra 0.2 gold coins as a purchase labor fee. Woohoo, I got it. Countless messages refreshed in the channel. This made Xinhua secretly breathe a sigh of relief. So they went to snatch ice bricks. Goodness. He thought he had become the chat terminator, causing everyone to go silent with just one message. Thinking of this, Xinhua also opened his showcase. Sure enough, all 160 ice bricks were sold out. His gold coin skyrocketed from just over 100 to more than 1600. TSK. More than 1600. This day's income equals what I earned in half a month before. I finally feel good now. Once again receiving such a large amount of money, Xinhua was still excited. He turned around and glanced at the 3 girls who were busy adding water to the freezer. He was generous and directly gave the 3 of them their wages for today. Your wages have been credited to your subsystems, check it out. After issuing the payments, Xinhua reminded the 3 girls to take a break, rest after you finish the first layer of water. Otherwise, you'll have to wait a few more hours for the first layer to freeze completely. As for the top layer, we'll continue tomorrow morning. Okay. Yes. MHM. The 3 girls nodded in unison, then wiped their hands and excitedly opened their subsystems. Indeed. Each person received 2 gold coins in wages, all credited. Especially Yangmi, her eyes sparkled with excitement. 2 gold coins in one day. If she works another day, she can pay off her debt. This is simply fantastic. Let's go. We must work hard. Let's save up money as soon as possible to buy a house on the ship in the future. The 3 girls were incredibly motivated to work. They all leaned over the freezer, working diligently. Back in his room, Xinhua did not take a break. Instead, he took the more than 1600 gold coins and came back to the mall. This time, he was not there to make money, but to spend. After all, now that he had money, the supplies on the ship also needed replenishment. Especially consumables like weapons and arrows, he had to stock up. Otherwise, his ironclad arrow rain vehicle would just sit on the deck collecting dust. In addition, it was also time to upgrade the vehicle's level. After all, a level 3 vehicle was still too small, he needed to create more rooms. Thinking this way, Chenhua began to sweep up all the weapon resources and basic upgrade resources in the mall. Would 1 gold coin per unit? Buy. Buy as much as possible. Steel plate 3 gold coins each? I'll take them all. What? The price of parts has also risen? Clear out everything below 1.5 gold coins. Generic arrows have not increased in price? Buy, get as many as possible. Like this. Chenhua transformed into a purchasing frenzy, wildly consuming items in the mall. Meanwhile, on the Magic Star. Watching the excited regional channel, Jiyu fell into a stupor again, and after a while, she quietly murmured in shock, "Impossible, how is this possible? How could he make so much ice at once? Captain, the price of water resources has dropped again. Now a bottle of mineral water is only worth 3.2 gold coins. And many people are preparing to sleep, should we sell some now, just to be safe?" Xiao Shower, seeing the captain's expression, felt a bit reluctant and began to gently persuade her. But Jiyu had sold all the ship's resources at a low price to stock up on water. She even disassembled her own V3 engine to sell for money. If you add the loss from those low-priced sold items, 1 bottle of mineral water could cost up to 2.5 gold coins. Now selling means 1 bottle of water would yield only a 0.5 gold coin profit. This small gain, she truly looked down upon. Moreover, her sister-in-law was still on the opposing ship. Letting someone who captured her sister-in-law defeat her, she couldn't accept. So she took a deep breath, quickly calculating the outcomes for tomorrow and the day after. Finally, a firm resolve grew in her heart. She slowly looked at Xiao Shower and said firmly, "Water resources, not for sale." Ah! Xiao Shower was taken aback, never expecting to wait so long only to receive this response. However, Jiyu did not ignore her shock this time, but instead calmly smiled and explained, "It's night now, everyone uses less water. Wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow the temperature will be higher, and the water resource shortage will be greater. Then we can sell this. Captain. Actually, with the ice now, everyone's demand for water resources has decreased." Xiao Shower still wanted to advise again, because she found that her captain didn't really understand the market. However, as soon as her words escaped her lips, Jiyu suddenly raised her hand to interrupt her, her face serious as she said, "You don't need to persuade me. My mind is made up." All right. Knowing she couldn't sway her opponent, Xiao Shower could only temporarily accept the captain's decision. After all, who could argue with the captain? But that person named Chenhua was just too amazing. An ice block appeared out of nowhere, actually affecting the entire market trend. Even her captain's talents were suppressed. It's just that she didn't know what kind of person Chenhua was, and whether it was worth entrusting her life to him. Chapter 064, the day after the newbie period, in the special sea area of the Zombie Sea. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Chenhua woke up to a delightful smell. Stepping out of his room, he saw that Su Yajing and Yun Mengya were cooking. And although Yang Mi didn't know much, she also started to learn, flusteredly helping out on the side. But today's weather seemed even hotter than yesterday. Even with the air conditioning on, the 3 girls were sweating from the steam. In helplessness, they could only remove all their extra clothes, wearing the simplest bikinis to continue working. Chenhua glanced at them, then walked into the room to open the freezer, discovering that the bottom layer was completely frozen. The layer above that was still liquid. It seemed like it hadn't been in for long. At most a few hours, and it would fully form. Satisfied, Chenhua nodded, left the kitchen, and put on a sun protection shirt, heading to the deck to place the weapons and gear he had bought last night. The previous night's purchases cost him over 500 gold coins. The spending wasn't much. The main reason was that good items were not sold by anyone. What he could purchase were all common items or regular gear. For example, basic upgrade resources, he bought over 50 units of wood, rough iron, and steel plates, spending over 300 gold coins. He also bought over 500 universal arrows for just over 50 gold coins. In addition, he stocked up on universal bullets, scopes, and other assorted items, spending over 100 gold coins. However, even after spending over 500, by the time he fell asleep in the middle of the night, 240 gold coins had returned to his account. This 240 was from the daily accommodation fees generated by the 3 goddesses. That allowed Chenhua to feel extremely satisfied. After all, supporting them not only meant they could work, but he also earned so much every day. It was just like before survival, those unscrupulous bosses hiring a bunch of employees. Of course, actually, this way of supporting them had more benefits than raising employees, and the results were even better. On the deck, he looked at the weather. It was 3 degrees higher than yesterday. But fortunately, the morning temperature hadn't risen yet. Taking the opportunity, he packed all the arrows from his backpack and placed them next to the iron crossbow vehicle. Then he hurriedly mounted scopes onto the 2 crossbows and returned to the deck to eat. After finishing breakfast, The group returned to the deck, setting sail, and began their search on the second day after the newbie period. After all, many rare supplies still had to be obtained by opening treasure chests. The treasure chest exploration journey could not stop. However, it seemed that the luck for this day came even earlier than yesterday. After sailing just a few kilometers, Yun Mengyao spotted 2 treasure chests, and one of them was made of iron. Chen Hua retrieved it and opened it on the spot, finding an engine and some food materials. Looking at the basic upgrade resources in his backpack increasing again, Chen Hua felt incredibly pleased. But before he could announce their next departure, Yun Mengyao, who had been observing the surroundings, suddenly looked in one direction and exclaimed, "Captain, there's something over there." "What kind of situation?" Chen Hua also raised his head to look, but unfortunately, he still couldn't see. On the surface of the sea over there are many floating corpses. It seems like a special sea area. Special sea area? Chen Hua's mind instantly flashed with the misty region he saw in the channel. He hurriedly picked up the binoculars and started looking. Sure enough, at the end of his sight, the sea was filled with floating corpses. A drastically reduced reminder panel appeared in that area, but it was too far away to see clearly. "Go! Steer the boat over to take a look." Recalling what others had said, that the special sea area was very dangerous, but the supplies were more abundant, Chen Hua immediately became interested. After all, what he needed most now was rare materials. It was a perfect opportunity to see what was different in this special sea area. Yes. Yun Mengyao immediately excitedly wiggled her hips and headed towards the cabin. Chen Hua held onto the railing beside the deck with both hands and gazed deeply. Yang Mi and Su Yajing also stopped fishing, quickly stowed away their tools, and prepared for battle. Only, the sight of these women wearing bikinis and lightweight sun-protective clothing while wielding weapons looked quite ridiculous. Of course, Chen Hua wasn't much better. Under his lightweight sun-protective clothing, he was only wearing a big black pair of shorts. Buzz buzz buzz. The Level 3 vehicle quickly approached the area where the ocean zombies had reappeared. As the vehicle got closer, the people on the boat finally saw the terrifying scene of this sea area. Hundreds of zombies lay on the surface of the sea in a circular state, floating with the waves as if from a great extinction. Moreover, the further inside you looked, the more zombies there were. Each small area even had 1 or 2 larger giant zombies. Each of those giant zombies stood several meters tall, with thick layers of fat and enormous bellies, exerting a tremendous sense of oppression. LV4 Special Sea Monster, Ocean Floating Corpse. Evaluation: it possesses the ability to float on the sea, is faster and more responsive. LV5 Special Sea Monster, Little Giant Zombie. Evaluation: it is the indigenous corpse of this planet, from the Little Giant clan. It has thicker fat, stronger defense, and greater strength. LV2 Special Sea Area, Zombie Sea Area. Evaluation: there are infinite possibilities in the special sea area. The higher the level, the greater the danger and the greater the harvest. Please proceed with caution, captains. One piece of information after another appeared in the special sea area, silently conveying the dangers and opportunities of this region. Treasure chest? Suddenly, while everyone was checking the ocean zombies and special sea area information, some treasure chests blocked by zombies appeared in Chen Hua's sight. But before he could take a closer look, Su Yajing and Yang Mi beside him gasped in shock. "I can't believe it. So many treasure chests. At least a dozen. And there's a silver treasure chest. Captain, look quick, at the end of the sea area, isn't there a golden treasure chest shining?" Su Yajing and Yang Mi exclaimed in astonishment while pointing at the zombie sea area. At this moment, Chen Hua also finally spotted other treasure chests blocked by zombies. Sure enough, in every small area, there were treasure chests present. There were wooden treasure chests, iron treasure chests, silver treasure chests, and even at the furthest position, a glowing golden treasure chest. Seeing this, Chen Hua was instantly overjoyed. He never expected that the treasure resources in the special sea area would be so abundant. If he could collect them all, he might directly accumulate enough resources to upgrade to a level 4 vehicle. And there was even a golden treasure chest, maybe it could yield something great. Thinking of this, Chen Hua immediately shouted for Yun Mengyao to steer closer. However, he also assigned Su Yajing and Yang Mi, "Xiaobai, you go control the crossbow on the shooting platform to deal with those little giant zombies. Yang Mi, you come help load the heavenly arrows in the armored arrow rain vehicle and collect the treasure chests along the way." Received. Yes. The 2 girls nodded and quickly turned their bodies, heading to their respective positions. Chapter 65, Another Golden Treasure Chest, Terrifying Little Giant Zombie. Especially Yang Mi, who arrived at the armored arrow rain vehicle, quickly began to fill the arrows that were not yet full. Su Yajing tightly gripped the Zhuge crossbow, standing on the shooting platform striking a pose. The sea breeze blew in, her sun protection clothing clung closely to her body, creating a magnificent warrior appearance. As for Chen Hua, Although he also stood beside the armored arrow rain vehicle, he was not working. Instead, he took out binoculars to look towards the golden treasure chest. Sure enough, inside was indeed a golden treasure chest. However, surrounding the golden treasure chest were small giant zombies, lying around, at least 9 of them. And even further out, there were 5 to 6 circles of zombies, adding up to at least hundreds. These hundreds of zombies spread out from the golden treasure chest as the center. Moreover, within every 70 to 80 zombies, there had to be a bigger small giant zombie guarding a silver treasure chest. It looked filled with a sense of oppression. As for those wooden and iron treasure chests, they were only guarded by ordinary zombies. In any case, wanting to obtain higher level treasure chests means the danger level rises sharply. Especially that golden treasure chest. With 9 small giant zombies guarding it, once trapped inside, it would be hard to escape. So even Chen Hua couldn't help but start considering where to enter, whether to use his invisibility radar and other equipment when coming out. After all, there were too many zombies, far too many. Thinking like this, Chen Hua quickly turned and rushed to the back of the boat, cranking the ship's electric net to the maximum. With the maximum current, plus the steel spiked ship armor, he was confident he could massacre his way back and forth through this crowd of zombies. But just as Chen Hua adjusted the current and turned back, Yun Mengyao, who had been focused on steering the ship, suddenly shouted loudly, "Captain! Unreported situation, 3 directions found 3 level 2 vehicles." What? Someone is actually trying to compete with me for resources? Chen Hua was taken aback and immediately picked up the binoculars to look. Sure enough, in 3 directions, level 2 ships were all approaching. One of them was even a wooden ship. Good heavens! Wooden ships dare to enter special sea areas. They clearly don't know how to write the word death. Chen Hua quickly skimmed past and continued to look in other directions. As a result, upon looking again, he discovered 3 more ships. Moreover, 2 of the ships had already entered the zombie area and were fighting against the zombies. Yet as the ships drew closer, the surrounding zombies began to rise one by one, directly surrounding those 2 ships. Even though one treasure chest was particularly close, those 2 ships couldn't approach at all. Seeing this, Chen Hua couldn't help but exclaim that a baby cow is not afraid of a tiger. Then he put down the binoculars, issuing an order to Yun Mengyao, target the golden treasure chest. Accelerate and rush in. Yes. Yun Mengyao replied without looking back, pressing her back against the deck. Immediately, she held the steering wheel with one hand and pressed the acceleration sail button with the other. In an instant, the sail unfurled. An unparalleled thrust exploded at the ship's tail propeller. Boom! The level 3 vehicle, the heavenly human ship, suddenly accelerated. Carrying countless steel spikes, it charged into the sea of zombies. Wow! Wow! Look over there, that guy actually rushed in. Hiss! Level 3 vehicle? Equipped with spikes? No wonder it's so fierce. They dare to charge in right away. Heh, it's just a level 3 vehicle, I can upgrade anytime. So reckless, looks like he won't come out without shedding a layer of skin. Oomph, looks like he wants to rob us. But rushing in like this is truly reckless, let's ignore him and continue to play it safe. Surrounding the special sea area, the other ships also noticed the actions of the heavenly human ship. However, regarding Chen Hua charging headlong into the zombie area, they obviously looked down upon it. After all, this is a zombie area. Not only are there level 4 zombies, but also level 5 small giant zombies. Not to mention a level 3 vehicle, even a level 4 vehicle would meet a bad end if so reckless. The crowd glanced at it and then shifted their gaze back to fend off the zombies in front of them. Completely unaware that the scene of the Sky and Earth ship plunging into the zombie sea area was fierce. Woo woo woo. The Sky and Earth ship dove headfirst into the zombie zone. The huge sound of the propeller immediately woke the zombies in the sea, and they all charged with claws bared toward the Sky and Earth ship. Puff, puff, puff. The zombies charging from the front were directly pierced by steel spikes and hung on them. The zombies on both sides avoided the impact of the ship and reached for the hull. However, the moment they touched the ship, countless powerful electric currents instantly surged, scorching the zombies black. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. In an instant, countless kill messages appeared before Chen Hua. Chen Hua didn't have time to observe the kill rewards, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded Su Yajing and Yangmi, "Little white Yangmi, shoot for me. Don't let the zombies get on the ship." Yes. The 2 women armed with small crossbows immediately aimed to shoot at a few escaping zombies. As for the repeating crossbow and arrow storm cart, it was not useful. Because it wasn't the right time to use it, and it couldn't exert its advantages in close combat. Close combat still relied on small weapons. Bang bang bang. Chen Hua also took out a desert eagle and started firing. Before long, The hull of the Sky and Earth ship was covered with zombie bodies and black blood. Wherever they passed, the sea was filled with zombie corpses. From a distance, it looked like a mad bull, unbeatable. The distance to the first silver treasure chest became closer and closer. This made the surrounding crowd, who had originally looked down on them, suddenly feel a prickly sensation on their scalps in shock. Whoa! Is that ship's spike so tough? It actually opened a path in? Hiss! The Sky and Earth ship. This is too awesome. Look, that Sky and Earth ship is about to reach the silver treasure chest. Damn! We barely managed to clear out the zombies from the wooden treasure chest, how can it be so fierce? Is he going to come over and rob us later? Damn! We've encountered a tough one. Hurry up and clear them out, or else we'll be in trouble if he robs us later. Heh, getting the silver treasure chest won't be easy. Just wait, he will be smashed to a pulp by that little giant zombie. The surrounding boats saw the scene and hurriedly increased their speed in clearing the zombies at the edges. Although everyone was dismissive that Chen Hua could get the silver treasure chest, an unexpected event occurred. However, the crowd had no idea that Chen Hua had never approached their wooden treasure chest. All his thoughts were on the gold treasure chest at the deepest part of the special sea area. And the silver treasure chest guarded by the little giant. As long as he could get the golden treasure chest, he could do without the other treasure chests. Of course, if there was a chance, he could take all the treasure chests. Buzz buzz buzz. The Sky and Earth ship was getting closer and closer to the silver treasure chest. The zombies guarding around the silver treasure chest all stood up. Especially one little giant zombie, which stood up and was over 5 meters tall. Its thick arms and thighs were thicker than an average person's body. The silver treasure chest floated under it in the sea, looking extremely small like an adult's fist. Chapter 066, Sweeping through the zombie sea area, making a name for oneself. After the little giant zombie woke up, it did not actively attack Chen Hua but looked around in confusion. Letting the small zombies beneath it launch the first attack, charging towards the Sky and Earth ship. Perhaps this is the imposing manner of the boss. It waits to make its entrance last. Seeing this, Chen Hua commanded again, Yun Mengyao, don't get close to the giant zombie, be careful to detour and avoid it. Little White, be ready to shoot, aim for its head. Got it. Yes. After that, Yun Mengyao began to circle around the giant zombie. Su Yajing tightened her grip on the Zhuge crossbow, starting to aim for the giant zombie's head. As for Chen Hua, he grabbed the armored arrow stormcart and adjusted its direction. Until the ship got closer. He finally shouted, fire. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. 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 In an instant, arrows as thick as arms shot towards the giant zombie's head. Chen Hua also moved the launch handle of the arrow rain vehicle. Swish. 108 arrows, like a huge net, flew towards the small giant zombie. In an instant, countless arrow feathers pierced into the body of the small giant zombie. But such ordinary arrows couldn't deal significant damage. Even piercing halfway into its body didn't affect the small giant zombie's movements. Instead, many small zombies gathered on the sea were killed by this wave of arrows. Fortunately, Su Yajing's shots were also effective. The thick arrows brushed past the small giant zombie's head, causing a burst of blood and flesh, which instantly made it furious. Woo woo woo. After being injured, the small giant zombie roared in anger and lifted its leg toward the Tianshan Renjin ship. Its bulky thighs crashed down, causing the waves to surge and the ships to sway. Yangni, make sure to salvage the treasure chest. Xiaobai, get out of the way. Chen Hua quickly reminded, then personally went to Su Yajing's position, pushing her aside and taking over the crossbow to continue shooting at the small giant zombie's head. Whoosh. 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 I have to say, Chen Hua's aim was the best. 6 giant arrows flew out. The small giant zombie's head exploded in an instant, and it fell straight down. You have killed LV5 Special Sea Monster, Small Giant Zombie, gaining 5 gold coins, 5 parts, 1 small arrow blueprint, 1 barrel of large fish bait. A high reward appeared before Chen Hua. Chen Hua's pupils brightened, instantly attracted by the reward. He never expected killing a small giant zombie could yield so much. Apart from the incomplete basic resources, it was nearly comparable to a wooden treasure chest's reward. Moreover, this small giant zombie seemed easier to kill than he imagined. There was no time to carefully check the rewards. The small giant had already fallen stiffly on the sea. Boom! The 1,000-pound body crashed down, creating a huge wave. In an instant, Chen Hua and the 3 female crew members were drenched in seawater. It looks like to kill this thing, we still need to use heavy weapons like the crossbow, not the arrow rain vehicle. With that thought, Yun Mengyao quickly turned around and sped towards the silver treasure chest. At the same time, The commotion from the small giant falling also attracted the attention of surrounding ships. People on those ships turned to look at the source of the noise and witnessed the small giant's fall. Wow, wow, wow. Hiss. 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 Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What the hell is that noise? What the? What the? What the? People on several ships stared wide-eyed at the fallen small giant zombie, completely shocked. Especially a few captains, who initially didn't react, turned to follow their crew's gaze and were immediately petrified on the spot. What happened? The small giant zombie actually fell down? It's the Tianshang ship, it shot the small giant zombie. Captain, look. The Tianshang is heading towards the silver treasure chest. Hiss. Is this Tianshang this powerful? It could kill a small giant zombie? In an instant, shock spread across every ship. And the Tianshang quickly rushed to the unprotected silver treasure chest. Then, a fishing net was cast, and the silver treasure chest was pulled aboard the ship. Seeing this scene, the surrounding ships were utterly amazed. But just when they thought that the Tianshang would come to their area after grabbing the silver treasure chest to look for the next one, the Tianshang suddenly accelerated back into the core area of the Special Sea, heading straight for 9 small giant zombies. What the? Captain, they're heading deeper into the core area. Hiss. Their target is the golden treasure chest. Oh my gosh. But there are 9 small giant zombies next to the golden treasure chest. How dare they? Captain, be careful, the zombies are climbing up. Bu. There was no time to be shocked any longer. The captains could only panic and deal with the zombies in front of them. When they finished the things in front of them, in the core area, there were again 2 loud noises. They turned their heads to look. It was the small giant zombies, 2 more had fallen. What the heck? They killed 2 more, oh my god. This is so amazing. Everyone even lost the thought of continuing to fight the zombies, only wanting to see how the Heavenly Dao ship dealt with the small giant zombies. So, under the gaze of many eyes, eventually, someone saw the reason behind the small giant zombies. It was the continuous fire of the Zhuge crossbow. And it was very accurate. Just a few shots to the head of the small giant zombie can blow it up. Seeing this, everyone suddenly realized. It was not that the small giant zombies were hard to kill, but that they hadn't found the trick. Thinking this, everyone began to try to get closer to the small giant zombies, wanting to get the silver treasure chest. However, their thoughts were beautiful. But reality was cruel. The Zhuge crossbow could only load 10 shots at a time. If they didn't kill the small giant zombies in one shot, they would become enraged. And their boat was running slowly. They were quickly overtaken by the 30 small giant zombies and kicked away. In an instant, a vessel sank, and countless zombies rushed over, treating the fallen as food. Damn it, turn around quickly. Other eager captains, seeing how tragic others were instantly startled and quickly distanced themselves from the small giant zombies. Although that Heavenly Dao ship was killing fiercely. But when it came to actual combat, it was a completely different story. The engine lacked power, the intervals for reloading the crossbow, the shooting accuracy, all were major flaws. Everyone hurried to run away, honestly going to fight the lowest level wooden treasure chest. At this moment, Chen Hua, aided by the aiming and infinite bullets without reloading, had already taken down 9 small giant zombies and secured the golden treasure chest. However, after obtaining the golden treasure chest, he did not leave immediately, since he already knew the weaknesses of the small giant zombies. Then how could he let the other treasure chests go? Chen Hua gave another command, and Yun Mengyao immediately started the ship, beginning a treasure chest sweep. Captain, the armored arrow rain vehicle is fully loaded. Su Yajing and Yang Mi stood beside the arrow rain vehicle, dirty all over, waiting for Chen Hua's next command. However, Chen Hua did not step down from the shooting platform, but glanced over and commanded, shoot towards where there are many small zombies gathered. Clear me a path. Yes. Su Yajing and Yang Mi coordinated, adjusting the firing angle, one directing the aim and the other preparing to fire. Swish 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 swish. A volley of arrows was fired. Dozens of gathered zombies were instantly killed. Chapter 067, Open all treasure chests, resources continue to surge. The Heavenly Dao ship, like a speedboat, continuously darted across the sea. Wherever it passed, zombies died in large numbers. And Chen Hua himself was responsible for killing the small giant zombies. Just like that. In no time, Chen Hua had killed more than half of the zombies and obtained 1 golden treasure chest, 3 silver treasure chests, and 3 bronze treasure chests. Captain, all small arrows have been used up. Just as Yun Mengyao was piloting the ship to continue darting around, Su Yajing hurried to report to Chen Hua the situation of arrow consumption. When Chen Hua heard this news, he was stunned for a moment, then tiptoed to look out at the sea. At this moment, in the zombie area on the sea, due to his quick maneuvering, all the zombies were in disarray, crashing into each other everywhere. Some zombies that were not caught in the battle were also running around, searching for targets. As for the treasure chests, only 6 or 7 low-level treasure chests and a few small giant zombies that were not killed and were chasing him remained. Seeing this, Chen Hua immediately had the idea of retreating. After all, it was almost noon. The temperature on the sea was continuously rising. He also couldn't take the infinite bullet core out of the crossbow. Otherwise, he couldn't deal with those little giant zombies. And there was no time to go to the mall to buy more arrows. As for the backup rocket launcher in his backpack, it was even more impossible to use it for a few low-level treasure chests. So after thinking for a moment, he immediately ordered Yun Mengyao, turn on the stealth radar and continue to scavenge, remember to leave the sea area before the radar fails. Yes. Yun Mengyao instantly understood the captain's intention and raised her hand to press the stealth radar button. In an instant, the radar on the ship deck began to spin. Immediately, the air around the heavenly human began to twist and vanished above the sea surface. What the hell? Captain. What? Why aren't you killing zombies quickly? Woo, Captain. The heavenly human has disappeared. Hiss. It really disappeared? Wasn't it just here? Did it sink? No. It disappeared automatically. I watched it disappear right before my eyes. What do you mean? Did it run away? No. It just disappeared. It just went poof and vanished. Poof and it's gone? The surrounding ships were once again in shock. Though they didn't entirely believe the crew's words. But the confused expressions of the 2 little giant zombies standing in place seemed to agree with the crew's explanation in an invisible way. So, the captains began to search everywhere, fearing that the heavenly human would steal their treasure chests that they hadn't yet claimed. But after watching for a while, no one saw the shadow of the heavenly human. Until a sound of a propeller came from the bottom of the sea. They suddenly discovered that the treasure chest not far away had vanished. Ah! Captain, that wooden treasure chest in front of us was taken away by a net. What net? What nonsense? Where's my treasure chest? Captain, look, that net has appeared again. Holy crap! It really is a net. Damn, it's the net from that ship. Oh my god, it went invisible. Hiss. Oh my god. It can turn invisible too. A level 3 vehicle, when did it become this powerful? In an instant, the ships in the sea were all shocked. They watched as the net appeared from the surface and scooped up the treasure chest. This left the captains in battle stunned, feeling both angry and resentful. Because they had been diving deep to obtain these treasure chests. Now, they had successfully gotten their ships deep in. But the treasure chests were gone. Damn it! How do we get out of this? Looking at the raging zombies around, the captains of various ships were in a panic, hurriedly shouting for their crew to retreat. At the same time, the heavenly human, which had harvested all the remaining treasure chests, re-emerged on the sea surface several kilometers away in a special area. Looking at the deck filled with large and small treasure chests of various colors, Chen Hua and the 2 crew members all displayed excited smiles. 13 treasure chests in total. This single harvest matched the hard work of several days of exploration. Su Yajing excitedly said, Captain, you are amazing. You actually got all the remaining treasure chests. Once we open all these treasure chests, we should be able to upgrade our vehicle again. Oh, it's just a small matter. Mainly, Yun Mengyao steered the ship well, controlling the distance and time accurately. Chen Hua smiled lightly, praising Yun Mengyao, who was steering the ship, then began to organize his backpack space. After all, it was time to open the treasure chests. The items in the backpack space needed to be sorted out in advance. However, not looking at the backpack space was one thing, but once he looked, Chen Hua was startled. Because at this moment, his backpack was already filled with the supplies obtained from killing zombies. 101 units of wood, 102 units of rough iron, 65 steel plates, 335 parts, 310 liters of diesel, 3 small arrow blueprints, 5 buckets of large fish bait feed, 2 furniture blueprints, 1 fishing net, sun protection clothes, small arrows, large arrows, universal bullets. A dense array of supplies. The backpack space was completely filled. Especially the parts and arrows, each reached hundreds in number. Even the blueprints included several sheets. Small arrow blueprint can be synthesized into small arrows using wood, rough iron, parts, and other raw materials. Each blueprint can produce 500 arrows. Evaluation: the blueprint is a consumable. Once used, it permanently disappears. Seeing this, Chen Hua's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the blueprint to be so useful. One blueprint produces 500 arrows, 3 blueprints would mean 1,500 arrows. Plus what was stored in the warehouse, he wouldn't need to buy arrows for a long time. Moreover, with this wave of zombie kills, Chen Hua's gold also saw a substantial increase. He earned over 100 coins from killing small zombies. He received over 60 coins from killing giant zombies. After this wave of battle, his gold returned to 1,500 coins. TSK. Exploring special sea areas seems to make money quite fast. Looking at the blazing sun, Chen Hua instructed Yun Mengyao to steer the ship a bit farther away, then began to open the treasure chests. First, for wooden treasure chests. It cost a total of 8 coins to unlock. However, besides food and basic resources, the wooden chests didn't contain any good items. Wood plus 40, rough iron plus 40, parts plus 40, general arrows plus 60, giant arrows plus 12, 8 treasure porridge plus 24 bottles, pure milk plus 36 bottles, fruit and vegetable seeds plus 4 bags. After taking a look, Chen Hua went to the iron treasure chests. There were also 4 iron chests, costing a total of 16 coins to open. In an instant, the 4 chests opened, and countless supplies surged out. But although the iron chest had more supplies, they were only slightly better than those in the wooden chests and didn't contain anything particularly valuable. Wood plus 48, rough iron plus 40, parts plus 54, steel plate plus 6, general arrows plus 180. 8 treasure porridge plus 4 boxes, bikinis plus 2 sets, mineral water plus 3 boxes, general bullets plus 30. Engine plus 1, diesel plus 2 barrels, medical kit plus 1, contraceptive pills, cold medicine, painkillers plus 6 packs. Chapter 068, First Encounter with Black Gunpowder, Level up to 4-level vehicle. You two, move these supplies to the ship's cabin. Chen Hua took out the medical kits, contraceptives, food, and other supplies, clearing space in the system backpack, and instructed the 2 girls. Yes. Su Yajing and Yang Mi quickly nodded and bent down to transfer the supplies. Seeing this, Chen Hua continued to open a new treasure chest, a copper chest. The copper chest, although 1 level higher than the iron chest, costs the same to open 4 coins. Chen Hua had been curious why the copper chest didn't raise its price. But after opening the silver chest and finding that the silver chests did have a price increase, he stopped thinking about this issue. After all, in this survival sea, anything could happen. For example, killing a level 4 small zombie gives only 0.4 gold. That's 10 times lower than a normal level 4 sea monster. But Chen Hua still didn't mind. Opening the copper chest, he input 4 coins to bring out the supplies inside. Wood 10, rough iron 10, steel plate 2, parts 8, engine 1, diesel 3, clothes, arrows, house blueprint. The copper chest had only 1, but its contents were slightly richer than those of the iron chest. In addition to an engine, he also obtained a house blueprint. The new blueprint intrigued Chen Hua, who took it out to look at it. He discovered that this blueprint could actually synthesize a house using raw materials. This once again stunned Chen Hua. He didn't expect that as the beginner phase ended, the types of items obtained from the treasure chests would also change. And this blueprint could even lead to building a house. Would he be able to obtain even more outrageous blueprints in the future? Thinking like this, Chen Hua took 3 silver chests and input 24 coins to open them. Wood 40, rough iron 38, steel plate 18, parts 50, engine 2, diesel 9 barrels. Large arrows 40, small arrows 200, general bullets 30, a set of walkie-talkies, 10 life rings, 2 AK-47s. Milk 4 boxes, adult supplies 1 box, wheat 1 bag, corn 1 bag, fertilizer 10 bags, fruits and vegetables. Steak 10 pieces. Black gunpowder 10 pounds, flour 2 bags, soybean oil, mineral water, pots, bowls, and plates. A dense pile of supplies appeared before Chen Hua. Chen Hua looked around and fixed his gaze on the black gunpowder. Black gunpowder, a type of explosive powder with immense power. Evaluation: it is a necessary material for making bullets and shells. However, to make bullets and shells, blueprints and resources are needed for synthesis. It's actually a raw material for making ammunition. Chen Hua was instantly interested. He thought that only buildings required blueprints. But he didn't expect that ammunition could also be synthesized through blueprints. He took a glance at the resources needed for synthesis. It required steel plates, gunpowder, parts, and blueprints, these 4 things. Unfortunately, he only had the blueprint for making small arrows, not for bullets. Chen Hua felt a slight regret. But he was not disappointed. Because as his exploration deepened, the rules of this world became clearer. Currently, the price of bullets is quite high. It's probably because they are not renewable resources and can only be obtained from treasure chests. But as more blueprints appear in the future, I believe the price will quickly drop. Even if it doesn't drop, it won't keep rising. He packed up the supplies. Chenhua took out a set of walkie-talkies. There were 10 walkie-talkies in total, all equipped with batteries and charging devices. Although they weren't needed at the moment, Chenhua still called over Su Yajing and Yang Mi, who were transporting supplies, and gave each of them one for easy long-distance communication. Especially Yun Mengyao, who was sailing, needed one. If it weren't for having to shout during each battle, it would be too hard on the vocal cords. The two girls delivered a walkie-talkie to Yun Mengyao. Then they clipped their own walkie-talkies onto the triangular baskets and continued to transport supplies. Chenhua then took the last golden treasure chest and chose to open it. You used 16 gold coins to successfully open the golden treasure chest. A prompt flashed. The golden treasure chest opened automatically. Immediately after, various supplies surged out of the chest, appearing before him in a virtual form. Wood 20, rough iron 20, steel plates 20, parts 20, rockets 10, grenade 1 box. Black gunpowder 100 pounds, iron armored arrow car 1 unit, super bait 1 box, universal arrows 200, large arrows 50. The items in the golden treasure chest were not many. Except for basic resources and food supplies, every single item was precious. Although he didn't open a rocket launcher, he did get 10 rocket rounds and 1 box of grenades, as well as 100 pounds of black gunpowder. This much was enough to satisfy Chenhua. Watching the golden treasure chest completely disappear into the air, Chenhua began to take stock of the supplies in his hands. First, all food and living supplies were taken out for Su Yajing and Yang Mi to carry into the cabin, organized for storage. As for his own backpack, it held basic upgrade materials and valuable items. But when Chenhua looked at his basic resources on the spot, he was completely stunned. Because the amount of resources he had now exceeded his imagination. Especially the 4 major basic resources, all exceeding the amount needed to upgrade vehicles to level 4. Wood 259. Rough iron 250. Steel plates 111. Especially the parts, which directly reached 507. In addition, there were AK-47S, rocket launchers, C4 bombs, grenades, Desert Eagles, universal bullets, engines, diesel, and so on. These supplies were enough for him to use for a long time. The only downside was that the number of universal bullets was not many. Chenhua looked at his supplies, dazed, feeling a bit at a loss for where to start. Until Su Yajing's voice came through the walkie-talkie, he finally snapped out of his daze. Choo-choo-choo. The walkie-talkie crackled with static, and Su Yajing's voice quickly followed. Captain, is it okay to stop the ship here? This area of the sea is relatively calm. Sure. Chenhua nodded. He decided to first set up the combat equipment. First was the second iron armored arrow car he had obtained. Chenhua took it out and installed it next to the first one. From now on his ship, 2 sets of Zhuge crossbows and 2 ironclad arrow rain vehicles have been obtained. Next, fill the ship's fuel tanks completely. Then, it's time to upgrade the vehicles. To upgrade to a level 4 vehicle, the following resources are needed: 200 wood, 200 rough iron, 200 parts, and 50 gold in labor costs. Evaluation: after the upgrade, the vehicle will become larger, heavier, and more spacious, but fuel consumption will also increase accordingly. Please consider upgrading, Captain. A notification appeared before him. Chenhua did not choose immediately. Instead, he picked up the intercom and said to the 2 women in the cabin and Yun Mengyao, who was walking over, all hands, attention. The vehicle is about to upgrade. Received. 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 The last received was spoken face-to-face by Yun Mengyao. Because Yun Mengyao had already come to Chenhua's side. As she spoke into the intercom, she looked at Chenhua, resembling someone who was flirting with their lover. Chapter 069, the 22-meter ironclad ship, room allocation. Yun Mengyao walked towards Chenhua. While holding the intercom to her mouth to respond, she looked at Chenhua, looking as if she was flirting with a lover. But Chenhua was already well aware of her body, showing no reaction at all. After rolling his eyes at her, he chose to upgrade the vehicle. Upgrade. Swish. With the confirmation of the choice, the entire ship instantly floated and began to disassemble. The 4 people on the ship also floated in mid-air. Watching the Tianshang Rinjian ship break apart into countless fragments, then merging with the supplies flying out of the backpack, reassembling. First was the ship's body. After reinforcement with rough iron template, the area directly increased significantly. Just in length, it reached an enormous 22 meters. 7 meters longer than the original level 3 ironclad ship. Even the engine room and cockpit became larger. Next was the ship's cabin. The cabin's rooms expanded again through resource enhancement, forming 3 levels. The bottom level, or level -1, served as a storage room for various items. The first and second decks were designed to be an open space. The first level had 3 rooms, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. The second level featured 2 rooms and 1 bathroom design. The middle living room extended from the first floor all the way to the second floor stairs, making the entire ship's cabin look more dignified like a villa. This made Chenhua extremely satisfied. No need for design, the rooms formed a complete unit. Simply effortless. Soon, as the ship's body and basic facilities finished upgrading, the weapon positions on the ship were also readjusted. First, the 2 crossbows at the stern turned into 1 on each side, and the gun turret was raised to cover 3 directions behind. Next, the 2 ironclad arrow rain vehicles were mounted on both sides of the ship, allowing them to handle area attacks on both sides. The turret's height was also raised, even able to rotate 360 degrees, allowing the 2 arrow rain vehicles to turn and fire simultaneously in the same direction. Ding! Vehicle upgrade complete, 4 turrets positioned at the most suitable locations. If unsatisfied, the captain can manually adjust. Would you like to adjust? As all the turrets were solidified, a larger ironclad ship, invisibly, appeared in front of Chenhua, showing every corner and connection. Chenhua carefully looked once and found nothing needed changing, so he directly selected Confirm. Upgrade successful. As Chenhua confirmed, the 22-meter transparent ironclad ship instantaneously solidified into the water. The few people who were floating suddenly landed back at their original positions with a plop. Wow! Is this a level 4 ship? It's so huge. Outside the cabin, Yun Mangyao stood beside Chenhua, gazing at the spacious deck in front of her, her eyes instantly shining. She walked quickly towards the ship's edge. It felt like she had taken many steps to reach the edge of the ship. The stable deck, spacious hull, and high turret. It looked already like the prototype of a ship from a game. Let's go. Let's take a look inside the cabin. Chenhua smiled calmly. Brought Yun Mangyao into the ship's building. Inside the ship's building, Su Yajing and Yang Mi were standing in the high-ceiling living room, staring up in a daze. Above their heads was a ceiling several meters high on the second floor. On the second floor, there was a balcony-like corridor that surrounded the whole room, making the first and second floors feel like one. This made it look not only bigger but also more spacious. Wow! It looks like a small villa. This was Yang Mi's exclamation. Yeah, it's even more luxurious than my home in the countryside. This was Yun Mengyao's exclamation. The 2 girls had different perceptions, but they both expressed their amazement. After all, this is a vast ocean where everyone fights for survival. Many people only have small wooden boats. Yet their ship has become so luxurious. Of course. Although the ship does not belong to them, they still belong to this ship. After all, the captain would not let them leave, and they could not leave. As the ship changed, it naturally affected their future in unseen ways. So, the 3 girls were all excited about the ship's upgrade. The space has expanded, but the air conditioning isn't that cool. The 2 girls approached the air conditioning vent, opened their sun-protective clothing, and let the wind blow into their arms. At the same time, Chenhua and Yun Mengyao also walked in. Indeed, the upgraded living room had become bigger, and the cool air from the air conditioning was flowing down. But thankfully, Chenhua had previously stockpiled an air conditioning core. He walked toward the air conditioning while reminding, "Step aside, I'm going to upgrade the air conditioning, it should be cooler." Huh? The air conditioning can be upgraded? The 2 girls were stunned and quickly stepped aside, one to the left and one to the right. Chenhua took out the air conditioning core and chose to upgrade. Air conditioning core can merge with air conditioning to increase output, but power consumption will also increase accordingly. Current air conditioning power, 3 units, merge with air conditioning core to upgrade to 4 units. Requires 1 air conditioning core, 20 parts, 10 man-hours, is the merging confirmed? Merge. Chenhua chose without hesitation. In an instant, the air conditioner was disassembled and reassembled on the spot. From the original 3 units, it became 4 units. Suddenly, the temperature at the air conditioning vent dropped several degrees. Whoosh! Endless cool wind blew out. The entire living room quickly became refreshing. Unfortunately, the air conditioning had not yet been installed in several rooms. But with the 4-unit air conditioning, just opening the bedroom door could still keep it cool. Wow, it's so cool. It's indeed much cooler than before. I wonder if the generator on our ship can handle such a strong wind. Among the 3 girls, Su Yajing and Yang Mi simply marveled at the coolness. Only Yun Mengyao was worried about the generator's capacity. After all, there are so many things on the ship that require electricity. If the power supply is insufficient, they would definitely have to save on electricity. However, her worries were clearly unnecessary. Because the generator and the power core device were completely different things. The daily output of the power core device, even if another identical level 4 craft came aboard, would not be used up. It's just very fuel consuming. This was also the reason why Chenhua was amazed at Li Zixuan's incredible luck. She had actually opened up the power core device a long time ago. It shows that her luck is truly extraordinary. Chenhua turned around and said to the three girls, "Don't worry about the electricity, our ship has a complete power core system, not a simple generator. Even filling the ship with air conditioning will be sufficient. It just consumes a bit more fuel." Phew. That's good. Yeah. A bit more fuel consumption is okay, as long as we don't overload the power, we can find more treasure chests later. The three girls breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Chenhua noticed the change in the girl's attitude and smiled calmly, continuing to reveal a significant news. "Since the vehicle has been upgraded, then the 3 rooms downstairs, each of you can have one." Wow. Really? Captain. Oh my god, Captain, you are so amazing. Hearing this answer, Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao instantly became excited. One by one, they danced around and hugged Chenhua's arm. But Yang Mi was more reserved, her face showing a slight joy before she said something that made Chenhua a bit unhappy. "Thank you, Captain, I will pay the rent." Pay the rent? Chenhua was stunned and looked up at Yang Mi. Yang Mi felt a tightening in her heart, quickly lowering her eyelids but didn't explain. Chenhua understood. The other party didn't want to owe him. They wanted to create distance from him. But everyone was already on the ship, can the distance still be created? Chenhua couldn't help but smile, nodding. "That's fine, 1 month, just 10 gold coins. How about that?" "No problem." Yang Mi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. 10 gold coins for a month, if she saved a bit, it wouldn't be a big problem for her. Moreover, this captain seemed not to be really squeezing her excessively. This made her feel a bit worried inside. After all, the captain was too good to her, and she was really a bit concerned. Of course. If he were too bad, that wouldn't be good either. If she really encountered someone extremely bad, she might be freed from it. Only the current situation, which was not especially good but not very bad either, left her unable to see the future direction. She could only take it one step at a time. With that thought, she followed the 3 girls to choose a room. Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao chose first. She took the last one. The room selection was finished. The 3 of them began to busily cut ice bricks. After all, today's ice bricks had all been formed. Now approaching noon, at the time when the weather was at its highest, they believed sales would be better. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 girls wore bikinis, with a triangular basket hanging a walkie-talkie, and a thin sunscreen jacket draped over them, sitting in the kitchen clanging and clanging, starting to work. Chenhua took a glance at the weather outside and sat down on the sofa in the living room to study the blueprints. First, he had 3 general aero blueprints, 2 furniture blueprints, and 1 house blueprint. These blueprints required various materials to combine with the blueprints. The furniture and house blueprints didn't need to be looked at. All required certain wood and parts. After upgrading the vehicle, he didn't have many resources in hand, and didn't need houses at the moment, so synthesis was unnecessary for now. Instead, it was the general aero blueprints. 1 general aero blueprint could make 500 general arrows. But it required 5 units of wood, 5 units of crude iron, 5 parts, and 5 gold coins for labor costs. These resources, according to the current market price, were worth almost 35 gold coins. And the price for 500 small arrows was 50 gold coins. This meant spending 35 gold coins could obtain weapons worth 50 gold coins. It was 1/3 cheaper than buying from others. After roughly calculating, Chenhua looked at his arrow stock. Large arrows had already reached over 100, and general arrows had also reached over 600. All of these were obtained by him from hunting zombies and opening treasure chests. The stock could handle a large battle not weaker than this morning's. But having more weapons is not a bad thing. Keeping them is still keeping them. Chenhua immediately consumed 15 units of wood, crude iron, parts, gold coins, and 3 blueprints, and produced 1,500 small arrows. Thus, his quantity of general arrows reached over 2,100. Of course. Although the quantity looked large. But one must know he now had 2 armored arrow rain vehicles. One vehicle can launch 108 shots at once, and both vehicles together can fire 216 shots in 1 round. Over 2,100 arrows couldn't even sustain 10 rounds of simultaneous fire. However, it was estimated that no ship could withstand 10 rounds of simultaneous fire from 2 arrow rain vehicles. It seems I need to transfer the infinite bullet core from the Zhuge crossbow to the arrow rain vehicle. Chenhua quietly calculated in his heart. Still feel that the arrow rain vehicle using unlimited bullets is the most suitable. First of all, the arrow rain car is designed to launch 108 arrows in one round, which is equivalent to 10.8 gold coins. As for the Juga crossbow, each bolt costs 1 gold coin. Firing 10 bolts consumes 10 gold coins. Although the crossbow is used to deal with larger sea monsters and the hulls of ships. But 2 crossbows launched in coordination can also achieve a continuous shooting level of unlimited bullets. However, the number of users at that time might be somewhat more. One crossbow reloads while the other continues to fire. They can alternate and cover each other's shooting, barely filling the gaps between each arrow loading time. Thinking this way, Chenhua came to the deck. He placed all the extra arrows next to the arrow rain vehicle and next to the crossbow. Then he stood beside the crossbow, ready to take out the core of unlimited bullets. Suddenly, a prompt appeared. Unlimited bullet core unbinding requires a cooldown of 12 hours before it can be installed on another device. Do you want to unbind? Do not unbind. Just a glance, Chenhua gave up the unbinding. After all, it's just approaching noon. He didn't know if there would be danger later, so he certainly couldn't easily let the unlimited bullet core cool down. It's better to wait until night, when all the ships dare not act recklessly, than proceed with the unbinding. Walking around under the scorching sun, Chenhua was already drenched in sweat, feeling his skin burning. He quickly returned to the ship's upper deck, feeling his body temperature decrease. Phew! This damn weather is going to limit the development of many ships in infinity. Looking at the 3 girls busy cooking in the kitchen, Chenhua sat on the sofa and comfortably opened the chat page. Noobzone chat channel 35859-66951/100000. So hot. Today seems even hotter than yesterday. Brothers, it's almost noon, quickly go into the cabin to escape the heat. Don't get sunstroke. Woo-woo, it's not cool in the cabin either. It's like a sauna, I'm almost cooked. Haha, I found a golden treasure chest, brothers. I opened a whole box of ice cubes. Woohoo! Those who want it, message me privately, or it will melt by tonight. Damn! You can even get ice cubes from a treasure chest? What kind of bullshit luck did you have? Ha, not just ice cubes, but also a small generator. From now on, my ship will have electricity too. Wow, awesome. What? A generator, wow. Bro, do you want a fridge? Trade? Woo woo. I'm so jealous of you all. I'm about to heat up. The price of water resources is starting to rise again. Where's that guy who was selling ice bricks yesterday? Why hasn't he come out yet? Help! Quickly bring me the ice cubes to save my life. I found a level 1 special sea area, does anyone want to explore together? I'll go, killing sea monsters brings money so fast. Just need to aim a bit better. Looking for ice bricks. +1. Looking for ice bricks. The dense messages rolled in the regional channel. Chenhua watched for a while. Then he opened the store to take a quick look. He found that the price of water resources, after dropping yesterday, has warmed up by 0.1 gold coins. As for those chilled water resources, the price remains stable. Moreover, compared to yesterday, the quantity of chilled water resources has also increased. This shows many people can already produce chilled items. It's just that the output is low, plus the price isn't cheap, making it impossible to create a huge impact on the market's water resources in a short time. Chapter 071, The Price of Water Resources Plummets, GU is completely stunned. After reading the messages in the channel and the prices in the market, Chenhua also knew that his ice-making business might decrease over time. However, making over 1,000 gold coins a day for a few days is enough. In the market, there's never any business that can continue permanently. After coming to this conclusion, Chenhua went to the kitchen and placed the first batch of ice bricks made by the 3 female crew members on the shelves. Each ice brick was still priced at 7 gold coins. If 1 brick is too much, you can buy it back to crush more. Brothers! Today, 110 ice bricks are on sale, and they are now live in the store. Grab them quickly if you need them. After going live, Chenhua sent a message in the chat channel. In an instant, messages in the channel came to a halt. It was obvious. These people rushed to buy. After 3 seconds, messages in the channel erupted again. Whoa! I got it again. Chenhua is so generous, launching over 100 ice bricks at once. Unlike others, who released just a few bits, barely a shadow. Wah, I didn't get one. Is there anyone who has extra, willing to transfer me a bit? I'm ready to pay a service fee. Damn it, it's that guy again. My chilled drinks aren't selling well now. Shameless merchant, selling chilled drinks so expensive. If it weren't for no other options, who would buy yours? Go eat dirt. With ice bricks, we can chill whatever we want ourselves. Even if it's not your ice, it can still chill. Chenhua, is there more coming later? I still haven't bought one. Ha ha. As expected, it wasn't in vain to wait today. I really did wait for the ice bricks to go live. Woohoo, I almost couldn't hold on and bought those overpriced waters. Thank goodness I finally waited for you. Excited messages kept coming, making many high-priced ice water sellers clench their teeth in anger. These people originally thought they could make a fortune. But a large batch of ice blocks ruthlessly suppressed their ice water prices. Although the price is still a windfall. But no one thinks they've earned enough. They just feel like they haven't earned enough. Those people didn't dare to surface, only cursing in their hearts. Seeing this, Chenhua sent another message. In a bit, there will be more than 100 ice bricks live. Everyone needs to wait a bit. And there will be more than before. Boom. Once this message came out, the chat channel flared up again. Because for those who bought ice blocks, many still hadn't bought. Even those who hadn't bought, gritted their teeth and refrained from buying a lot of water resources. Because ice bricks are available every day. If you can't buy today, just hold on tight. Tomorrow you can buy one and still enjoy it. Even if you can't buy continuously, it doesn't matter. If worst comes to worst, buying some scraps from others can relieve it a bit. After all, using water resources to cool oneself is too draining. You should know that gold coins are something everyone can get from killing monsters. But it won't be produced in large quantities, only transferred in large amounts. When a person suddenly becomes rich, many others are definitely becoming poor. So, this also resulted in the market price of water resources, with the appearance of ice bricks, not only failing to rise but instead dropping rapidly. Damn! The price of water resources fell again. Hiss! A bottle of mineral water has dropped to 3.2 gold coins. Holy crap! It's down to 3.1 gold coins. Looks like someone has started selling water resources. They must be running low on money. Although many people lack a lot of water, everyone is unwilling to buy, so the price naturally has to come down. Whoa, a bottle of mineral water is now 3.1 gold coins. Hiss, still dropping. Oh my god, it's down to 3 gold coins. In the channel. With Chen Hua's response appearing, low-priced water resources suddenly popped up in the store. This shocked countless captains. But even so, many captains still didn't buy. First, many people had already gotten some ice blocks, even if only half the size of a fist, enough to withstand the midday heat. Second, the appearance of ice water. One bottle of ice water is worth many bottles of room temperature water. Because one bottle of ice water in hand can not only cool under the armpit and in the pants but can also be drunk for a refreshing chill. Even one bottle of ice water can be shared among several crew members until the body temperature drops or the ice vapor completely disappears. Whereas if they only use regular water to cool down, it might take several bottles just for one person. So, this directly led to another decline in water resources. Captain, it's bad. Something terrible has happened. Meanwhile, on the Magic Star, Xiao Xiaoshu ran into the cabin in panic, startling Jiyu, who was in the bathtub. At this moment, Jiyu was sitting in a bucket of water, repeatedly cooling herself down with water that had already been used countless times. To be honest, this method is quite good. Waste a batch of water at once. Whenever it's too hot to stand, just jump in to cool down. Repeatedly use it. If it's still not refreshing enough, you can even buy 2 bottles of ice water or ice cubes online to toss into the bath water. Besides, after using the bath water, it can still be given to the crew to drink. It's not a waste at all. What's wrong? Jiyu's fragrant shoulders were exposed, her hair drenched and sticky with sweat as she raised her eyes to ask. Captain, the price of water resources has dropped again. Bottled water is now at 3 gold coins. What? 3 gold coins? With a swish, Jiyu instantly sat up in the wooden tub. In that moment, a triangle function appeared in the cabin, causing Xiao Xiaoshu's gaze to fall. She didn't want to look. But this function was indeed quite beautiful. Even she, as a woman, couldn't help but find it hard to look away. Yes, Captain. That Chen Hua has put another batch of ice on the shelves and said he would continue to add more later. Right now, the water resources in the mall are not rising, but falling. Also, many people are now able to produce ice water. This has made it even more impossible for the water prices in the market to go up. Xiao Xiaoshu glanced at it and then forced her gaze back up to explain to Jiyu. However, the environment above still looked amazing. Although small, it stood balanced and was very exquisite. But Jiyu had no time to care about the other's gaze. Plus, everyone was a woman. She just felt slightly sensitive and frowned, focusing all her thoughts on the fluctuations in water resource prices. So she just stood there, opening the mall panel. Sure enough, the price of water resources plummeted across the board. The cheapest bottled water had even dropped to 2.9 gold coins a bottle, getting closer and closer to her cost price. Damn, this Chen Hua is really despicable. Seeing the price actually drop, she couldn't help but let out an angry curse. Captain, should we sell off our water resources? If we don't sell, we might get stuck with them. Xiao Xiaoshu asked worriedly. If we don't sell, we'll get stuck. If we sell, the price will drop again. After all, we have a few hundred bottles of bottled water in stock. Once we list them, it will definitely have a new impact on the price. Jiyu closed her eyes, seeming to be tangled. Also seeming to be distressed. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, bursting with two beams of light, and said firmly, "Bottled water, we won't sell." Chapter 072, Hoarding Steel Plates, Increased Population Demand. Not going to sell? Xiao Xiaoshu was stunned, almost not responding. She thought that after thinking for so long, they would sell. Instead, she immediately worried, what if water resources continue to drop? From the current market feedback, it's already hard for these water resources to rise. Everyone has a higher demand for ice. Ha. Then we'll just turn all our bottled water into ice water. Jiyu responded with full confidence. But this confidence seemed too inexplicable. Xiao Xiaoshu was confused, but we don't have electricity or a refrigerator on the ship. Simple. Collaborate with a ship that has electricity. What if we get scammed? Then we'll cooperate face to face. But isn't this too dangerous? As two women, who would take us seriously? What if we get caught? No problem. I have a plan. Jiyu seemed to have her own ideas, directly shifting the topic. What about those male crew members outside? They're fine. They're in the bucket lining up to cool down. Thinking of those male crew members who were almost overheating outside, Xiao Xiaoshu quickly responded, but they are dressed too revealingly, only wearing big shorts. If only they wore a bit more, they'd be all alive and dead. It's okay. Jiyu nodded and then paused to ask, how many gold coins have the male crew members increased to now? We only have 3 male crew members. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaoer was stunned again, completely unable to grasp Jiyu's thoughts. No need for nonsense, just say the price directly. Jiyu raised an eyebrow, her voice becoming a bit stern. Xiao Xiaoer dared not say more and could only respond, right now, the price for male crew members has risen to 18 gold coins each. 18, that's not a slow increase. And it's still continuing to rise. The price will probably get higher and higher in the future. Alright. You can go now. I will contact a ship with electricity. Inside the Heaven and Earth ship. Chen Hua took a glance at his gold coin balance. Unknowingly, it had increased from 1506 to 2276 coins. If he sold all the remaining ice bricks, his gold coin count could at least reach over 3,000. 3,000 gold coins. That can do a lot of things at sea. For example, first, purchasing things that are missing on the ship. Saying it and doing it. Chen Hua immediately opened the system mall and started a new round of looting. Especially furniture, such as air conditioners, washing machines, and a complete set of 8-piece bedding. Also low-priced winter clothing, summer clothing, underwear, sanitary pads, toilet paper, tableware, red wine, beer, all of it. In addition, there were essential equipment. Like engines, steel plates, rough iron, wood, parts, and house blueprints, as well as Juga crossbows, and other resources. This directly caused his resource storage to surge, almost consuming all basic resources, and then returning to an appropriate storage level. Furthermore, purchasing all these items and basic resources only cost just over 1,000 gold coins. And among these 1,000 coins, the majority of the cost was the 4 main resources and Juga crossbows. Almost 100 steel plates consumed nearly 300 gold coins. Rough iron 200 coins, and parts over 100 coins. Of course. Even though these items are not needed right now, every captain would choose to store them. Because these basic resources are essential for upgrading ships. Even if they are not needed temporarily, they will be needed sooner or later. Especially for steel plates. In the early stages, upgrading ships will not require them. But as the ships grow larger, the demand for steel plates will eventually rise. For example, upgrading to a level 5 vehicle will need the reinforcement of steel plates. Otherwise, relying solely on wood and rough iron will be difficult to maintain large ship stability at sea. Moreover, steel plates have many other uses. Like making ammunition, repairing engines, and fixing clothing. Compared to future demand rising, the price of steel plates will definitely not drop. Although Chen Hua cannot be sure whether it will rise in the future, it is entirely possible to buy and stockpile while everyone's demand for steel plates is not high. So, after a major purchase by Chen Hua, he directly emptied most low-priced basic resources in the mall. It gave a sense of illusion that upon opening the mall, all basic resources had increased in price. After finishing the purchases, Chenhua first installed the extra air conditioners in each room. Then he went to the deck and, under the scorching sun, installed the air conditioner in the driver's room. Finally, he arrived next to the Arrow Rain vehicle and installed all 4 newly obtained Juga crossbows on either side of the vehicle. This formed a protection shape of 2 crossbows guarding one vehicle. The weapons are not few, but the people are a bit lacking. Looking at the 6 Juga crossbows and 2 Arrow Rain vehicles on the ship, Chenhua nodded in satisfaction, knowing that his ship would need to add a goddess soon. Otherwise, these weapons would go uncontrolled. And as the ship expands, the number of crew members must keep up as well. It's just that God-class crew members are really hard to obtain. If it really doesn't work, just recruit some ordinary crew members to fill in. After all, the ship has no shortage of food and clothing. Recruiting some ordinary crew members can also enhance the combat capabilities of the vehicle. Thinking this, Chenhua turned around and went back to the ship's cabin. At this moment, in the kitchen, the sound of ice bricks being struck had stopped. When Chenhua walked in, he found that the remaining ice bricks had been completely crushed. 3 female crew members, dressed in transparent sun protection suits, were pouring water into the icebox to prepare for the next batch of ice making. But the flow from the water purifier was not strong. To fill the first layer of all 3 iceboxes with water, they needed to wait. The remaining work will be handled by Yang Mi and Xiaobai. Meng Yao, you can start cooking. By now, it was past lunchtime. The temperature had also reached its peak. After speaking, Chenhua put away the remaining ice bricks, then returned to the living room and began listing items in the store. The number listed was 130 blocks. Each block still priced at 7 gold coins. While listing, Chenhua took a glance at the items in the store. There were many ice waters popping up. But sales were slow. Especially the price of ordinary mineral water had dropped again, now down to 2.8 gold coins per bottle. Silently exiting the store, he entered the chat channel. Chenhua announced the news of the ice bricks being listed again. Brothers! Today, the second batch of ice bricks is now fully listed. Buy quickly if you want. Boom! As soon as the news was out, the whole channel quieted down again. Only those who had bought in the last batch were still speaking. Wow, here we go again. Ha, I bought it today, no need to rush anymore. Chenhua, will there be ice bricks in the future? Is it daily? So great. Finally, I don't have to be bound by those high-priced waters. Half an ice brick in the bucket is better than a dozen showers, so refreshing. Ah, I also got one. Finally got one. Wow, so cool, so cool. I can't take it, it's too good. I'm going to battle with the crew for 3 rounds. I wonder when I can get electricity. Jealous. Just when I finally earn some money, it all gets taken away by you guys. TSK. Chenhua must have been a high-level executive in a big company before. He's too good at business. Soon, the chat messages in the channel increased more and more. It was those who rushed to buy ice bricks returning. Chapter 073, Detection Radar, Buy Things for the Goddess. As those buying ice bricks came back, the messages in the channel grew rapidly. Chenhua took the opportunity to check his gold coin balance. Unknowingly, it had risen from the remaining 1,200 after purchasing to over 2,100. This feeling, simply too amazing. In his joy, Chenhua responded to inquiries in the channel. Ice bricks will be available every day. Starting today, 1 batch at noon and 1 batch late at night. Each batch has 240 blocks. Boom! As soon as these words came out, the channel erupted once again. Wow! There's also 1 late at night. Wow, that's so awesome. 240 in 1 batch, 2 batches a day. Oh my, you're directly becoming rich. TSK, so impressive. Is this what a ship with a generator looks like? It's simply too awesome. The generator can't produce that much ice, it must be a better device. Plus, the investment isn't small. Generators, iceboxes, water resources require a lot of money. Oh, saying that suddenly made me realize. Chenhua's ice bricks seem to be made from purified seawater. Does Chenhua even have a seawater purifier? As soon as this was said, countless ship captains froze for a moment, finally realizing. Indeed. Purified seawater. This thing seems like no one ever got it. God, Chenhua actually has such a treasure. This strength is too impressive. Though it's not fully purified, the water produced can't be drunk. Everyone felt envious. Even those ships with generators were envious. While some had also obtained generators, they didn't have unlimited water resources. The ice water in their hands all came from treasure chests or was collected from previous rains. The cost was, in fact, higher than Chen Hua's. God Chen Hua. Now you should not be short of money. I have a set of detection radar systems, do you want to buy it? Messages kept rolling in the channel, and suddenly, an inconspicuous message caught Chen Hua's attention. Radar system? Chen Hua was taken aback, and before he could take a close look, the message was swept away. Immediately afterward, many purchase requests echoed in the group. Bro, I want the detection radar system, I'll message you privately. Damn, the detection radar system is available? What treasure chest did it come from? A golden one? Please don't tell me it came from a purple chest. Awesome, how do you guys have such good luck? Brother, sell it to me, I want it. Can it be 100 gold? 100 gold for a detection radar? The Zhuge crossbow was almost up to 50 gold. Brother, don't sell it, I'll message you privately. Let's talk in detail. One purchase request after another appeared. Everyone wanted to claim this detection radar for themselves. Even if the ship had insufficient power, they wanted to occupy it first. Of course. Those who dared to speak up were basically big shots, the kind that developed quickly. Otherwise, an ordinary ship would not be able to come up with that much gold. But just when Chen Hua thought this radar would be bought by someone else, that person appeared again. He sent a message in the channel saying, Lord Chen Hua, their prices are too low. Your information can't be privately messaged, how about it? I want. Chen Hua immediately replied with one word. Then he clicked on the other person's avatar and sent a private message. Quote your price. The message was sent. The other party also obtained the permission to chat. This was a feature Chen Hua had specially closed to prevent many people from messaging him privately every time he sold ice bricks. Except for those who already had a record, all strangers could only send him a message if he initiated it, otherwise, others could not message him. Unless they were close enough for face-to-face, they could send private chat reminders through the nearby chat feature. Lord, someone previously offered me 300 gold, I didn't sell. The other party didn't directly say the price but explained the reason he didn't sell. Chen Hua didn't respond immediately. Because he knew the other party wanted to raise the price. Just wait and see how the other party would respond. And the other party, seeing Chen Hua didn't respond right away, explained again. My detection radar can explore the frequency of the propeller rotating more than 10 kilometers away, it needs to be linked to a power source. The bigger the ship's propeller, the farther the detection distance. The lowest level propeller can be detected at a range of 5 kilometers. The second message appeared. After Chen Hua read it, his eyes suddenly brightened. Even the smallest propeller can be detected from 5 kilometers away. The larger the propeller, the farther the detection range. This is a good thing. With this, he could completely detect enemy situations in advance. Buy. He must buy it. But he also couldn't let the other party take advantage of him too much. Chen Hua thought so, and then he replied to the other party, how much gold do you want? 500. 500? Chen Hua was taken aback and didn't reply immediately. Although this price isn't expensive. But right now, there aren't many people who can take out hundreds of gold at once to buy things. Moreover, although the detection radar is rare, it basically belongs to the category of having a price but no market, nobody can afford this cost. Otherwise, such a good thing would have been snatched away long ago. Thinking of this, Chen Hua replied, too expensive. The message was sent. The person across the panel brightened in expression, knowing that things were going to work out, so he pretended to hesitate and responded, this is a good item. Once everyone's vehicle levels are raised, we absolutely can't do without this radar. I'm selling it because I'm short of money, otherwise, I would definitely keep it myself. Alright then. But you should know, few people are willing to take out all their money at once for a device that's useless for a short time. 400 gold, if you're willing, let's trade. Chen Hua directly lowered the price by 100 gold. But the other party also knew that Chen Hua made a lot from selling ice blocks. So he did not immediately agree. Instead, after waiting for a moment, he replied, 470. How about I give you an exquisite beauty as well? What? Exquisite beauty? Seeing this word, Chen Hua instantly ignored the other person's proposed price. After all, what he needed the most right now was a goddess. So Chen Hua hurriedly asked, what level of exquisite? Whoosh. The message was sent. The other party stared at the chat panel, suddenly taken aback. Replying so quickly? No talk of price? Indeed, a big shot is a big shot. Not lacking resources, now starting to study women. With a sigh, the other party quickly typed with both hands, it's an amazing level. How to say, not worse than a star. She looks very stylish, and she herself said that her family used to run a company, plus she's very young. And I haven't used her yet. I just caught her back yesterday. The only issue is, her attributes are a bit low, can't do heavy work. She can be a bit clumsy, not very talented. Do you want her? Yes. Seeing the other party's message, Chenhua immediately replied, how to trade. Will you come to find me, or should I find you? So eager? Don't you want to ask about her talents? The other party was again in surprise, but soon revealed a mischievous smile. After all, some people's concerns change after they become wealthy, no longer like ordinary people. With a sly smile, he typed back, you come find me. But I think we should first trade this detection radar. No problem. Chenhua no longer cared much about this trade. Because with a new goddess, he would receive even rarer rewards. Moreover, his vehicle had already upgraded to level 4. Each goddess could provide him with 80 gold coins every day. With just over 400 gold coins, he would automatically get it back in a few days. But to prevent unexpected occurrences, Chenhua still reminded, you can't touch that woman before I find you. Once done, I'll give you 50 gold coins as a labor fee. Hiss. 50 gold coins as a labor fee. When did women become so valuable? Seeing the last sentence, the other party gasped. After all, from the current market, an ordinary female crew member was only worth 10 gold coins. Even a woman with all deluxe looks and figure was only worth 20 gold coins. And the other party not only accepted his price but also offered 50 gold coins as a bonus. Good God! With this much gold, he could buy several ordinary female crew members. Thinking this, the person became excited and repeatedly replied, good, no problem. Then I'll initiate the trade for the detection radar now. Wu Kotian initiated a trade with you. Soon. A trade prompt popped up on the chat page. Trade item, a set of detection radar system. Trade delivery, 470 gold coins. Chenhua didn't hesitate, paid 470 gold coins, and placed the radar into his backpack space. Then, before he could actively ask, the other party sent him a coordinate. Chenhua, I am at this location. You can come over. After you arrive, I will give you that exquisite woman. It was clear. He chose not to run away for those 50 gold coins. This was exactly what Chenhua hoped for. Otherwise, he wouldn't give the other party extra money for no reason. Afraid of the other party running away after completing the trade. Alright. When I get there, I'll send you some ice cubes. Chat ended. Chenhua was too lazy to study the scanning radar, opening the coordinates right away, calculating the distance. The distance was a bit far. A full 180 kilometers. According to his current ship speed, even at full throttle, it would take at least 2 hours. If he encounters sea monsters along the way, the time would drag on even longer. But for continuing to collect goddesses, this distance was nothing. After all, compared to the benefits of collecting goddesses, distance was no longer an issue. Captain, it's time to eat. As Chenhua eagerly awaited the arrival of the new goddess while studying the distance, Yun Mengyao and others had already brought the food over. Chenhua had no choice but to temporarily abandon his research and sit down for lunch. Moments later. After lunch, the hottest part of the day had already passed. And Chenhua, unable to contain his excitement, sent Yun Mengyao a coordinate and instructed, you go and drive the ship, taking it to this coordinate position. Ha! Now. Yun Mengyao, who had just finished eating and was rubbing her belly, froze in surprise, quickly sitting up straight with a puzzled expression. Yes. Right now. I've installed the air conditioning in the control room. You go and drive the ship. As for the rest, let Xiao Bai and Yang Mi take care of it. Alright. Yun Mengyao, feeling helpless, got up and walked out of the cabin to drive the boat. Yun Mengyao teamed up with Yang Mi to clean up, then continued to fill the freezer with water, preparing in advance for the ice brick sales tonight. After all, the profit from ice bricks is very large. It cannot be easily abandoned. Even while searching for treasure, making ice bricks must also be considered. After giving the orders, the Heavenly Dream set sail and headed toward the deep sea. As for Chenhua, he went outside to the deck, standing under the blazing sun, and began installing the detection radar. Detection radar system can detect the vibration frequency of underwater propellers, allowing for early awareness of surrounding ship positions. Required resources for installation, 10 wood, 10 rough iron, 5 steel plates, 100 parts, 50 gold for labor cost. The installation list appeared. Chenhua couldn't help but pause. Because even he hadn't expected that installing a detection radar would require so many parts and gold. But thinking about it carefully, this is considered high-tech equipment. Any items on the ship that relate to technology seem to require quite a few parts. Moreover, this device is a complete set, including a sonar and a dashboard. Having a bit more is also normal. Without hesitation, Chen Hua directly chose to install it. In an instant, the detection radar and various materials flew out, merging on top of the ship's building to form a second radar. On the ship's building, one radar was hidden, and the other was for detection. The two radars stood tall, giving the heavenly dream a touch of technological mystery. Beep 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 beep. At the same time, in the control room, a brand new radar detection dashboard appeared among the various control buttons. On the dashboard, a detection light wave was emitted starting from the center of a grid, continuously scanning on the dashboard. The beeping sound officially indicated that the dashboard had detected two small black dots very close together. Chen Hua glanced into the control room. He immediately understood the function of the radar. Radar detection also has levels. The greater the power detected from the propeller, the more obvious the radar's alerts. And based on the flickering power of the two small black dots detected this time, it was clear that both black dots belonged to level 2 vessels. Because the propeller and engine are not the same thing. The engine represents power, while the propeller upgrades along with the ship. The higher the ship's level, the larger the propeller, resulting in more noise, thus making the radar detection more evident. And the engine only provides the power. If the power is too low, it is difficult to drive larger propellers. Too small of a propeller cannot fully utilize the high-powered engine's horsepower. This is also the reason why everyone must consider the engine's level before upgrading the ship. Because if the engine is too weak and the ship is too large, the speed will be greatly reduced. It will also have a certain impact on the engine, making it prone to damage. At this moment, the two black dots on the radar kept flickering, emitting beeping alerts. Chen Hua suspected that these two level 2 vessels should be fighting or had encountered some danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so close to each other. Captain, should we go take a look? The radar shows they are about 11 kilometers away, and they are on the same route to our destination. Su Yajing pointed at the open coordinates in front of her, then calculated the distance to the small black dot according to the grid on the radar dashboard. Chapter 075, A Stunning Scene, Dressing Weapons. Chen Hua stared closely at the dashboard in the opponent's coordinate panel, discovering that those two level 2 vehicles were indeed on the route. They just had to take a slight detour. But this also allowed them to see how accurate the radar was. And by the way, they could check if the opponent was robbing treasure chests. If that doesn't work, they could pick up a few crew members too. Thinking of this, Chen Hua nodded and said, "All right. Let's go take a look." Yes. Yun Mengyao got the response and immediately controlled the direction, heading toward the place scanned by the radar. Due to the limited exploration range of the radar, the Tianshan Jian did not sail for long, and the two small black dots on the dashboard soon appeared in the same grid as the Tianshan Jian's coordinates. It was a distance of 2 kilometers. Captain, there are indeed two level 2 vehicles ahead, and they are fighting zombies. 2 kilometers away, Yun Mengyao could clearly see the two level 2 vehicles. She could even see the weapons on the ships clearly. Chen Hua knew this was the effect of the opponent's eagle eye. He didn't have eagle eye, even though he could see a silhouette, he needed tools to see details. He took the binoculars and looked closely. Indeed, as Yun Mengyao said, it was two level 2 vehicles working together to kill a group of small zombies on the sea. But among those small zombies, there were no treasure chests. So far, the detection radar's performance is quite good, detecting the number and level of vehicles clearly from 11 kilometers away. Chen Hua nodded in secret, becoming satisfied with the radar's practicality. Captain, should we compete with them? While Chen Hua was pondering the radar's effect, Yun Mengyao suddenly spoke up. But this idea indeed caught Chen Hua off guard. Compete with two level 2 vehicles for a dozen small zombies? Goodness, even if they killed them, how much could they gain? Not worth the time wasted. Chen Hua shook his head, saying, "No need, let's continue our journey." Yes. Yun Mengyao nodded, then maintained speed, heading straight for the area where the battle was taking place. And those two level 2 vehicles, initially engaged in a fierce fight with the zombies, were caught off guard when a large ship suddenly appeared from the sea and rushed toward them. It startled the people on the two ships. Holy crap! A ship is coming. Whoa! What kind of ship is this? It's so big. My goodness, is that a ship's bike? Captain, that ship seems to be heading straight for us. Damn it, are they really going to steal from over a dozen zombies? The captains of the two level 2 vehicles were dumbfounded. Just as they were about to announce a hasty retreat, they realized. The large ship named Tianshan Jian suddenly deviated from its course. Although it was still in their direction, the target had changed. Captain! Should we retreat? Captain! That ship is so fast. If it hits us, we'll fall apart immediately. The crew members, while fending off the small zombies, anxiously asked the captain who stood stiffly on the deck. However, both captains were somewhat dazed. As the Tianshang Renjin got closer, they could see it clearer. The hull was made entirely of iron. There were huge steel spikes several meters long protruding from the outside. Like a hedgehog at sea, it gave off a thrilling pressure. Of course, that wasn't all. As the ship approached, the weapons like Juga crossbows and arrow raincarts arranged on both sides of the deck further impacted them. Holy crap! What an amazing ship! Heavens! There are so many weapons. And they are all large weapons. The two captains were stunned. Fortunately, the target of this ship was not them. Just passing by from hundreds of meters away. But before the two captains could breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, two stunning women dressed in transparent, thin sunscreen outfits walked out from the Tianshang Renjin ship. These two women had exceptional figures and extremely tender skin. Especially as the vehicle rushed forward, the sea breeze blew, making their fighting sunscreen outfits constantly puff up and sway, revealing the triangle bikinis beneath. Wow! So beautiful. Oh my! Is this the power of a level 4 vehicle? Even the crew members are taken to the extreme of sexy. Looking back at their own crew, the two level 2 vehicle captains were extremely envious. However, though the women on the opposite deck were beautiful, they didn't dare to act rashly. Because those two super gorgeous women currently had climbed onto the shooting platform, each controlling a Juga crossbow and aiming at them. The elevated position. The swaying hems in the wind. This scene instantly became an unforgettable, stunning image in the hearts of the two captains. As for whether those two sexy and pretty women would attack them, they thought they wouldn't. Because the other ship was clearly off course, obviously passing by them. Just like that. Under the astonished eyes of the two captains. Those two women, with the Tianshang Renjin ship growing more distant. Alright. You two go back. On the Tianshang Renjin ship, Chenhua came out of the cockpit. On the shooting platform, Su Yajing and Yang Mi then wiped the sweat from their foreheads. After all, standing under the blazing sun for so long was really a bit too much to bear. Especially with the sea breeze blowing, it felt like a steamer, not cooling at all, but making one feel even hotter. But to prevent those two ships from harboring ill intentions, Chenhua had no choice but to call them out, standing on the shooting platform, to give a certain deterrence. After all, such a thick Juga crossbow. The sense of deterrence when someone is controlling it versus when no one is controlling it is completely different. And this shooting platform, stark and bare, stood on the ship, looking not only unsafe, but also vulnerable to surprise attacks. So, after giving instructions to Su Yajing and Yang Mi, Chenhua's mind immediately sparked with ideas for modifications. Yesterday at noon, when it was too hot, he didn't take the crew out to battle, so he couldn't experience the feeling of fighting under the scorching sun. Now, after traveling for a while, he had a taste of it. If he didn't make modifications to the weapons, it would be impossible to sustain battles in the high temperatures in the future. But exactly what kind of shape should it take? This puzzled Chenhua. He wanted to create something to shield from the sun and rain, defend against external attacks, and protect the shooters. But unfortunately, without designs, he could only research it by himself. Chenhua was deep in thought while circling around the Juga crossbow studying it. Various modification ideas gradually began to emerge in his mind. After all, modifications without a blueprint, while the simplest, were also the most rudimentary. It's like making furniture or building a house on a ship. With a blueprint, many structures would generate automatically. Missing pieces would assemble themselves. But without a blueprint, it's still possible to make things. But what you end up with is only a simple patchwork. Unless the creator is a builder or designer themselves, along with various auxiliary materials, they can only rub out something similar to what the blueprint produces. Chapter 76, The Shooting Room in the Bunker, Let Yang Mi Go. Captain. What are you doing circling around the crossbow? Why don't you go inside and cool off? While Chenhua was going in circles, Su Yajing, who had been waiting beside him, couldn't help but ask. After all, the current temperature was simply hard to describe. Just standing here made them all sweaty. You guys go in first, I need to modify these weapons. Chenhua didn't respond to Su Yajing and waved his hand without looking back. Ah. Weapon modification? Hearing this, the two girls were stunned. Because in their understanding, this kind of weapon seemed to have reached its peak. Can it still be modified? The two girls became curious and turned to wait in the shadow beneath the sails. They also wanted to know what the effect would be after the crossbow was modified. Just like that. Under the gaze of the two girls, the final modification result in Chenhua's mind finally took shape. That is, using 3 steel plates to wrap around the back half of the shooting platform, forming a 3-sided defensive steel wall with steel plate protection. One on top, one on each side. It could shield from wind and rain and resist the impact of arrows. As for the front? There is a crossbow blocking the front. What is there to be afraid of? Basically, it cannot be hit. Even if it can be hit, it has to destroy the main body of the crossbow first. And there's no need to enclose the back. Because behind the crossbow are teammates. An open entrance allows for the transport of arrows and facilitates ventilation. No sooner said than done. After confirming his idea, Chenhua immediately took out the steel plates and parts to start the first modification of the Zhuge crossbow. He took a look at the consumption. This modification only required 3 steel plates and 20 parts. Chenhua immediately chose to merge and adjust. The adjustment of the steel plates was very simple, just needed to pinch in the air back and forth. In no time, 3 steel plates formed an N shape, welded on top of the Zhuge crossbow and the launching platform. This open N-shaped small room, Chenhua named it the Iron Fortress Shooting Room. And to make it look good, he specially shaped the overhead steel plate into a curved form using the system. At the same time, to allow the weapon and the N-shaped defense steel plate to rotate together, Chenhua also consumed some rough iron and parts to add a rotation function to the base. However, when rotating, one needs to stretch out their feet for leverage. Or take a step back from the launching platform to manually rotate. Of course. Although it may not be as convenient as automation, it doesn't require much effort. After all, when the crossbow faces one direction, there's no need to rotate the iron plate, the crossbow's muzzle can move freely. Only when making large adjustments to the direction is rotation required. Modification completed. Chenhua used a total of 5 units of rough iron, 3 steel plates, and 30 parts. Wow, is this the modified Zhuge crossbow? It looks, how do I say it, like. Su Yajing was utterly dumbfounded but couldn't think of the word she wanted to say. Fortunately, Yang Mi, who was beside her and well-informed, revealed what Su Yajing was thinking. Like a small tank. That's right. It looks like a very rudimentary tank. Su Yajing nodded repeatedly, then ran over to climb onto the crossbow launching platform. Touching the thick steel plates around and the oval shape overhead. She excitedly turned around and said to Chenhua and Yang Mi, "It feels so sturdy. The front, back, left, and right have 2.5 sides blocked. In the future, shooting from inside here, Mom won't worry about me getting hit anymore." Yan Mi. Chenhua. Although both were somewhat speechless. They all revealed subtle smiles. Especially for Yang Mi. This thing is a safeguard for their safety. She is not a stone person, how could she be without feelings inside? Stealing a glance at Chenhua. Her eyes carried some confusion. Looking at his masterpiece being praised, Chenhua had a satisfied smile. Although there was no blueprint, the shooting room looked a bit ugly. But it is very practical. At least standing inside, they won't be scorched by the sun. Thinking this, Chenhua turned and walked towards other Zhuge crossbows, then added the Iron Fortress shooting room to all the crossbows on the ship. As for the armored arrow rain vehicle, he didn't touch. Because the arrow rain vehicle already had a square launching iron plate. If arrow turbulence occurs, one can easily dodge behind the launch plate. Soon, all the crossbows were completely modified. Chenhua also brought Su Yajing and Yang Mi into the ship's cabin to take a shower. After all, during this time outside. Even though the 3 of them were all wearing shorts and bikinis, at this moment, they felt like they had just come out of a sauna, sticky and very uncomfortable. Splash splash splash. In the bathroom. Chenhua and Su Yajing were washing together. Anyway, the 2 had already merged into one, and Su Yajing took the initiative to burrow in. Chenhua agreed. After all, for the past 2 days, he had been busy with the crew and hadn't really touched anyone. Since Su Yajing was proactive, why not take the chance to be carefree? Xiaobai, I'm very fiery right now. Chenhua turned to face Su Yajing, who was making bubbles, and said something that left her bewildered. However, Su Yajing was at least a university student, exposed to the internet more, and instantly understood Chenhua's meaning. Easy. Su Yajing turned the shower head on and then crouched down. Chenhua's pupils slightly dilated as he opened his mouth and let out a sigh of relief. This left Yang Mi, who was waiting outside to shower, left waiting and waiting, yet could not get a response from the 2. Helpless, she could only stand at the bathroom door, listening to the sound of the shower. Zzz. Before long, the intercom next to Chenhua let out a crackling static noise. Then, Yin Menyao's voice came through the intercom. "Captain, a group of small zombies has been found ahead, about 40 to 50, and there are 2 wooden treasure chests inside. Requesting further instructions." As the voice sounded, Su Yajing instinctively looked up. This left Chenhua feeling helpless, and he immediately pressed the button again. "Don't stop." After saying that, he reluctantly picked up the intercom and spoke into the communication button. "I'll have Yang Mi support you. You go straight in, grab the treasure chests and leave, there shouldn't be any problem, right?" I'm fine. Yang Mi, I don't know. The intercom's response was very straightforward. She was fine. Yang Mi did not know. But Chen Hua didn't know either. And it seemed that everyone had doubts about Yang Mi's combat prowess. But to have Chen Hua stop and fetch the treasure chests. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to go, he mainly thought it was unnecessary for so many people for such a small matter. So Chen Hua directly opened the full communication channel and asked, Yang Mi, do you copy? Yang Mi received. Outside the bathroom, Yang Mi heard the voice in the intercom, immediately sat up straight and quickly responded. However, when Yang Mi heard Chen Hua's next words, she was taken aback. A group of dozens of small zombies has been found ahead, you go escort, and conveniently collect the treasure chests, is there a problem? Me? Yang Mi was stunned and caught off guard. Chapter 077 Crisis Averted, arrived at the coordinates. Although with the current defense capability of the Tian Shangren, it was completely unafraid of any small zombie attack. But to have her go escort. And it was just her alone. Could she do it? Moreover, what was the captain doing inside? There was no sound at all. Yang Mi didn't dare agree, afraid that she couldn't handle it alone, and quickly nervously explained, Captain, You just need to keep an eye on the ship, don't let the small zombies climb up, get the treasure chests and retreat, is that too much to ask? Chen Hua seemed to know what she was going to say and abruptly changed his tone, filled with doubt about her ability. This made the hesitant Yang Mi's heart tighten, and she stopped her explanation. Yes. Just several dozen small zombies, can't she handle it? The ship had electric nets and steel spikes. And it wasn't like she needed to eliminate all the zombies, she just needed to get the treasure chests and leave. If she still couldn't do that, it seems the captain would really have some doubts about her capability. Thinking of this, Yang Mi gathered her courage and agreed. No problem, Captain. Good. I knew you were a good one. Go. I look forward to your good news. The voice in the intercom abruptly cut off. Yun Mengyao's voice followed closely. Attention, there are 3,400 meters to the zombie group ahead, please prepare for escort. Received. Yang Mi took a deep breath, stood up and walked to the corner of the living room, picked up an electric baton and a crossbow. She hurriedly headed towards the deck. This time entering the zombie horde. Not to hunt zombies, but to obtain the treasure chest within the horde. So she didn't need to initiate attacks. Moreover, with a level 4 vehicle and the impact of steel spikes, one wave could scatter the zombie horde. Not to mention, there was also an electric net on the ship. What she needed to do was to collect the treasure chests while preventing the zombies from accidentally boarding the ship. Upon reaching the deck, Yang Mi tied the electric baton to her waist, then quickly boarded the launch platform of the Arrow Rain vehicle, one hand holding onto the Arrow Rain vehicle, the other holding the crossbow, her face serious, instantly transforming into a battle goddess. Boom boom boom. The engines roared, operating at high speed. The level 4 vehicle sliced through the water, leaving a broad white wake behind. At this moment, the horde of zombies ahead was also awakened by the vibrations of the underwater propellers. As it started up, they surged from all directions towards the swiftly moving Heavenly Paradise. However, Heavenly Paradise boasted a V3 engine, level 4 propellers, and a ship covered in steel spikes. In a flash, it crashed into the assembled army of zombies, scattering them into disarray. Puff puff. Even some unlucky zombies were pierced through and impaled on the ship's spikes. At this moment, Heavenly Paradise was like a cannonball, unstoppable in its path. Standing on the shooting platform, Yang Mi didn't lift a finger, witnessing Heavenly Paradise arrive next to the first treasure chest. Yang Mi, be careful, I am approaching the treasure chest. Received. Yang Mi quickly jumped off the shooting platform, then came to the edge of the ship, pulling out the fishing net, and swiftly fished the treasure chest up. At this moment, the zombies inside the treasure chest also began to crazily climb towards the cabin. In an instant, a powerful electric current was released on the ship's body. One after another, zombies turned charred. Yet still, some zombies, amidst the chaos, climbed up using their fallen comrades' bodies. This is why someone needs to provide cover. Because in front of a large number of corpses, there are always unexpected stragglers that can skillfully climb onto the vehicle. Bayou. Yang Mi hurriedly picked up the crossbow and fired. At this moment, the vehicle accelerated again, heading towards the second treasure chest. Just like that, Yang Mi and Yun Mengyao coordinated with each other, employing the same tactics. In no time, they managed to fish up both treasure chests. And the zombies in that area of sea were left far behind by the speed of Heavenly Paradise. The crisis has been resolved. Yang Mi sighed in relief, picked up the intercom, and reported to Yun Mengyao. Yun Mengyao also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and replied, received. After all, she was in the cockpit, able to see the front and both sides. But she couldn't see if there were dangers around the ship. Yang Mi reported the crisis was resolved, so she could relax and steer the boat. Woo woo woo. The Level 4 vehicle continued its voyage. Yang Mi hung the intercom on her waist and moved the 2 treasure chests to the living room of the ship. Then she continued waiting for Chen Hua to come out. However, it wasn't long after returning to the living room. From the bathroom came a chaotic clattering sound, bang bang, clang clang, and so many other messy sounds. Among them was Su Yajing's painful and twisting voice. Yang Mi naturally knew what was happening in the bathroom. But now it was hot outside. Even if she could hear, she didn't want to go out. After putting the treasure chests down, she returned to her bedroom. However, her bedroom happened to be next to the bathroom. Inside her bedroom, she could hear even clearer than in the living room. Yang Mi felt stunned. She had no choice but to return to the living room and wait. Just like that. In the blink of an eye, another half-hour passed. Chen Hua came out holding Su Yajing. Passing by Yang Mi, he didn't turn his head and said, "It's your turn." Yan Mi. Watching Chen Hua go into the bedroom without looking back. She even felt somewhat like she was dreaming. More than half an hour, and I'm still standing. This is too capable, right? Moreover, I am so cool now, why wash anything? Yang Mi looked up at the ceiling, experiencing for the first time the feeling of a character in a movie after going through countless crises, the sensation of being lost in thought alone. There's a saying, how does it go? Just a bit of wind and frost. This is Yang Mi's current feeling. Because she no longer feels that there is anything she cannot accept. Treasure chest opened successfully. Wood 20, rough iron 20, parts 15, 5 packs of heaven and earth, 5 pairs of slippers, 2 boxes of sunscreen, 2 buckets of instant noodles, 2 lighters. After placing Su Yajing on the bed, Chen Hua opened 2 wooden treasure chests. Unfortunately, besides basic resources, there was nothing good. But Chen Hua was not disappointed. Because it is quite normal for wooden chests not to yield good items. He took out the excess supplies and let Yang Mi store them in the cabin on level -1. Chen Hua then opened the chat system to check the real-time information. In the blink of an eye, nearly an hour had passed. Yang Mi finally moved all the supplies from the living room to level -1. At this moment, Chen Hua also received a message from the driver, Yun Mengyao. Zzz. Captain, we have arrived at the coordinate location. 3 kilometers away there is a level 2 vehicle called the Falcon. Requesting the next instruction. Wait at the spot. Chen Hua had just replied. The chat panel immediately vibrated. Buzz. Opening it, the sender was surprisingly the one he was looking for. Great God, is that level 4 vehicle, Heaven and Earth, your ship? Chapter 078, the first private trade, he has arrived. Yes. Are you the Falcon? Chen Hua also sent a confirmation message. Yes, I am the Falcon. Great God Chen Hua, I didn't expect you to advance to level 4 already. So handsome. This ship is too big. I almost thought someone was here to attack me just now, it scared me. Ha ha ha. After receiving confirmation, the other party immediately breathed a sigh of relief and replied a long string of what they thought were funny comments. Little did they know, Chen Hua had no mood for jokes. After reading, he expressionlessly sent a message saying, "Come over, let me see the exceptional woman you mentioned. If she really is exceptional, you won't miss out on your benefits. Just got here and you're already impatient?" On the Falcon, a man in his 30s stared at the panel in front of him and muttered to himself. Then he immediately responded, Okay, I'll come right over. After saying that, he closed the panel and shouted to the driver's seat, "Xiao Lu, steer the ship over. Stop outside the shooting range of that level 4 vehicle." Received. The driver named Xiao Lu immediately turned the steering wheel and adjusted the direction towards Heaven and Earth. And Wu Kotian turned to look at the deck. At this moment, on the deck, besides the person driving the ship and the captain, there were also 5 others. These 5 people, both men and women, were all wearing very minimal clothing, sweating as they were either fishing or reeling in fish. However, looking around, there was still no sign of that woman. This made Wu Kotian confused, and he walked over to the fishing crew asking, "Where's Ji Shui?" In response to Captain, Ji Shui went into the cabin to eat. The one asked was a woman who looked up to explain. Went to eat again? Upon hearing the explanation, Wu Kotian couldn't help but frown, murmuring to himself, what a waste. If her attributes are low, that's fine, but she's always looking to be lazy. But at least it has been sold. And the price is not low. Shaking his head, Wu Kotian turned and entered the simple cabin. Sure enough, a 20-year-old beautiful woman wearing hot pants and a crop top was squatting in the corner drinking water and eating raw fish. Although she was squatting, her skin was exquisitely delicate. Especially her slender waist, connecting upper and lower, was visually striking. Even just seeing her back made one unable to resist the impulse to look up. Even Wu Kotian, when grabbing this woman to board the ship, felt a pang of compassion. But because the weather was too hot, and the ship needed to develop, he didn't go further. As a result, even he himself didn't expect this woman, although beautiful like a star. But her talents were completely useless. Moreover, she was lazy and wanted to slack off the moment no one was watching. This made Wu Kotian feel frustrated and generated the idea of selling her off. Unfortunately, after asking around, she couldn't be sold for a good price. This nearly drove Wu Kotian to despair, and that night he nearly took her down. If it wasn't for the unbearable heat. However, luckily he didn't act recklessly. Because that very night, he found a golden treasure chest without a large sea monster guarding it and opened it to find a detection radar. Unfortunately, such a high-level radar was not affordable for ordinary people. Even if they could afford it, it would be hard to use right away, so it was valuable but had no market. Fortunately, he had a clever idea and decided to sell ice to Chenhua. Now, not only did the detection radar sell for a high price, but this woman who he hadn't touched turned out to be useful as well, allowing him to earn a considerable amount of gold coins. Thinking of this, Wu Kotian's attitude improved, and he smiled at Jishue's back and said, "Jishue. Captain?" Boom. Hearing the familiar voice, Jishue, who was pretending to be lazy under the excuse of eating and drinking, instantly tensed up, the flesh on her waist revealing beautiful curves. "No way. I just walked in and was found out? I'm done, the captain will definitely get angry." Jishue felt flustered, and as she got up, she was already prepared to be scolded. However, when she turned completely around, she was surprised to find the captain's expression was actually smiling. Hiss. Could it be that he wants to sleep with me? Jishue's heart sank again. But she put on a smiling face in response. Although no one wants to sleep with an old and ugly person. But when survival at sea began, no one could control their own choices. She, Jishue. Also, at the moment she was rescued from the sea, was destined to rely on others in the future. Although the man in front of her was old and ugly. As long as she could charm him, she could exchange it for a place to stay. Jishue tried to make her smile look good, then held back the urge to vomit, weakly said, "Captain, I was wrong. I have low stamina, and I need more rest time than others, please don't blame me." As she spoke, she forced herself to pull on his arm. Her posture was full of seductive charm. Although this action was disgusting, Jishue was forcing herself to do it. But if one could not see the harsh reality, the future would only be worse. And countless histories have already proven. Only by enduring minor disgust could one avoid a more tragic ending. However, what Jishue never expected was, just as she was about to grab his arm, Wu Kotian suddenly took a step back and avoided her. This left Jishue stunned, not quite understanding his intentions. So she hurriedly pretended to be wronged and weakly said, "Captain, you..." "Ahem." Before Jishue finished speaking, Wu Kotian interrupted her and proactively explained, "Jishue, I sold you to a powerful captain, come with me." "What? You sold me?" Boom. As soon as these words came out, Jishue's vision turned dark, and she nearly fainted from fright. Sure enough, what she feared the most had come. Thinking of the terrifying consequences after being sold, of being tortured by everyone on the ship, thinking of the women treated like beasts in ancient times, thinking of scenes of unimaginable horrors flooded Jishue's mind, and she was completely terrified. She truly regretted it. Regretted that the captain she encountered, although a bit old and ugly, was not the kind of brutal person without limits. But she kept hesitating, not taking the initiative to act. Now this is good. Let's not even mention whether the captain of the other ship is an old man. Just the sight of a boat full of big men terrified her. Jishue hurriedly pleaded, "Captain, I will absolutely not be lazy anymore, please don't sell me, okay? I promise, no, I swear." She still wanted to stay on this boat. But the other side had already come to find them. Wu Kotian did not dare to mock Xinhua. Moreover, he didn't think keeping a good-looking woman would bring him much benefit. You don't need to promise. He's already here. And he's a level 4 vessel, if you regret it now, I'm afraid the entire Falcon will have to go down with you. Wu Kotian shook his head and said calmly, "Come with me." After saying that, he took the lead and walked outside. Chapter 79, containing the fourth goddess, another little sister of Yangmi. Although Jishue wanted to hide in the cabin to avoid this sudden disaster, she knew that at this point, her fate was no longer in her hands. So, she could only quickly catch up with Wu Kotian and nervously asked, "Captain, you said the other side is a level 4 vessel, is that captain a fierce and malevolent person, someone who eats people without spitting out their bones? Captain, does the other side kill a lot? Captain, will they treat people as if they aren't even human?" One question after another came out of Jishue's mouth. Wu Kotian's face was filled with black lines, and he felt like his head was about to explode. After all, he had never seen Chen Hua, how could he know what kind of person he was? From his feelings, he thought that Chen Hua shouldn't be that bad. So he pointed to a large armored ship more than 1,000 meters away and said, "That's the ship, you'll know when you go up." "We arrived so quickly?" Ji Shue's heart sank, nervously looking up towards the distance. When she saw that more than 20-meter-long big guy covered with spikes, she was stunned. As the saying goes, you can see a person by their face. Then you can see a captain by the ship. Such a fierce ship, covered with spikes. Oh my god. How fierce must the captain of this ship be? Ji Shue was almost breaking down. Her calves were shaking. To exaggerate even more, she was about to pee herself. She just kept trying to hold it in, or else it would have happened. Turning to look at Wu Kotian, she wanted to plead. However, Wu Kotian had already opened the chat panel and sent a message. He didn't care about her fate after being sold at all. This filled Ji Shue's heart with panic and hatred for Wu Kotian. Great God, Chen Hua, you should have a telescope on your ship, right? I've brought out that exceptional woman, she's standing beside me, you should take a look first. Whoosh. The message was sent. Chen Hua replied with an okay and picked up the telescope to take a look. In an instant, Ji Shue's figure appeared in Chen Hua's telescope. A perfect body, a young figure, snow-white skin, soft waist, and a pure face along with a charming talent of allure. Chen Hua's heart trembled, and he instantly took a liking to her. At the same time, his system suddenly issued a containment prompt. Detected an exceptional goddess, can be contained. It was very clear. The system also thought she had reached the goddess level. This made Chen Hua immediately smile brightly. This trip wasn't a wasted trip. So Chen Hua waved his hand to signal Yang Mi to go to the shooting platform for vigilance, and he replied, "No problem, send her over, I'll transfer the money." "Okay. I'll have someone send her over right away." After Wu Kotian replied, he waved his hand, called over a crew member with swimming talent, and instructed, "Take her to under that ship." As he spoke, he took out a few combined floating boards and 2 bottles of white wine from his backpack space. "You tell the other side, these 2 bottles of wine are a gift from me to Captain Chen Hua." Understood. The person took the white wine and then threw the target into the sea, looking for paddles. The whole process was smooth, leaving people in awe. "Captain, I am ready. You can let her down." The crew members stood on the plank, speaking to Wu Kotian. At this moment, Ji Shue finally reacted, grabbing Wu Kotian's sleeve, desperately pleading, "Captain, please don't sell me." Seeing Ji Shue unwilling to leave, Wu Kotian furrowed his brow, then raised his hand to push away Ji Shue's grip on his clothes. Then he signaled to the woman fishing nearby. The woman immediately got up, grabbed Ji Shue, and threw her onto the plank. In an instant, the plank wobbled, threatening to flip over. Ji Shue could only gasp and hold on tight. When she just felt the plank stabilize, the swimming crew member had already slid the oar and was driving away from the falcon. Woo woo! Ji Shue was scared. But at this point, she didn't dare to jump into the sea. She could only keep praying in her heart. "Please, heaven, do not let me meet a devil. Please, heaven, let there not be too many men on the ship. Please, heaven, make sure I am not so miserable, woo woo." With a heavy heart, Ji Shue knelt on the plank, watching the heaven and earth ship getting bigger and bigger. Finally, the plank completely stopped beneath the heaven and earth ship, the huge steel spikes like swords ready to claim lives, pointed at the two, making Ji Yu and the crew member escorting her feel an immense pressure. "Is Captain Chen Hua here? I brought the person over." The swimming crew member shouted up to the ship. At this moment, Chen Hua also stuck his head out, then lowered a rope ladder, saying, "Come up. Go." The swimmer snapped at Ji Shue, then tied the liquor around her waist. Ji Shue didn't dare to resist. After being tied up, she reluctantly got up and grabbed the rope ladder to climb up. Fortunately, the ship wasn't very high. Plus, that person just now didn't look fierce, which calmed her flustered heart a bit. So, she climbed quickly, exposing half of her body and seeing Chen Hua standing in front of her high above. "Huh, why is there only him on the ship? And this ship seems to be pretty good." Ji Shue was stunned. Until Chen Hua reminded her, "What are you dazed for? Get up here." Only then did she come to her senses and hurriedly flip onto the deck. Splash! Once on the ship, she quickly got up and continued to look around. She found that there was indeed only this one man on the ship, and her heart relaxed. After all, this man in front of her, though not very handsome, but young. And he didn't look like the kind of person who would devour others without spitting out bones. Maybe this time getting on the ship was still her fortune. So Ji Shue quickly responded with a respectful attitude, "Hello, Captain. I am Ji Shue, a crew member sold to you by the Falcon. This is the liquor my captain sent you. Sending liquor? Liquor with a beauty? Chenhua was stunned, taking the 2 bottles of liquor. He felt that Wu Kotian was somewhat interesting. But before he could speak, a startled cry suddenly rang out on the deck. Ji Shui? Ha? Who called me? Ji Shui was startled upon hearing someone call her and immediately looked around. Until she saw Yang Mi's figure appear behind the crossbow, she revealed an incredulous expression, sister-in-law? It's me, Ji Shui, what are you doing here? Yang Mi was also stunned. She never expected that her fiancé's younger sister would appear here. This gave her a sense of relief after a disaster, but also a sense of crisis that their whole family had fallen into a wolf den. After all, her captain was not a good person either. Thinking of this, Yang Mi raised her eyes to scrutinize Chenhua. But Chenhua was also dumbfounded. Because he never expected that these two actually knew each other, and were even sister-in-law. This is too dramatic. Seeing Yang Mi looking over, Chenhua asked with a doubting attitude, your other sister-in-law? Ah, no, that's not it. Yang Mi quickly waved her hands to deny. However, she had just acknowledged it, and now she was denying it. It was obvious she was rubbing Chenhua's intelligence on the ground. But Yang Mi seemed to notice the flaw in her reply. After denying it, she quickly changed her words, yes, she is also my fiancé's sister. He. Chenhua no longer wanted to ask Yang Mi. He turned to Ji Shui and asked, why don't you tell me about your relationship? Sure. After confirming Chenhua was the captain, Ji Shui's worries had mostly faded. Especially since she encountered her future sister-in-law on the ship. Although they weren't particularly familiar, they were somewhat acquaintances. Believing that this boat would not bring her any terrifying consequences. Thinking of this, Ji Shui took the initiative to explain, Captain, I'm her little aunt. However, her fiancé and I are not siblings. We just have the same father. Oh? Then what is Ji Yu's relation to you? Chenhua became interested and asked again. However, when Ji Shui heard the name Ji Yu, her eyes lit up again. Because she never expected that this captain, who caught her future sister-in-law, also knew her sister. Although their relationship was not that deep. But every relationship that could be climbed should not be missed. So she replied again, Ji Yu is my half-sister. She and my brother are full siblings. I see. After listening to the explanation, Chenhua finally understood the relationship of the three. Then, he did not continue to ask. After all, no matter what their relationship was, these two were his crew. What sister-in-law and little aunt, they were now his private property. Nodding, Chenhua ignored the two girls and opened his chat panel, sending a message to Wu Kotian, I have received the person you sent. Prepare to dissolve the contract. As he spoke, he transferred Wu Kotian 50 gold coins as a purchase fee. And some ice cubes that were not very stable yet. These ice cubes were taken out from the freezer. Only the surface of the water had just frozen, while the bottom was still water. But the two had already agreed earlier that after success, they would send each other some ice cubes. Chenhua naturally kept his word. Hiss. He really gave me gold coins and ice cubes. This person seems pretty good. On the other side, Wu Kotian, who had been secretly watching with binoculars, was also surprised by the items transferred in the panel. After all, he did not expect that this Chenhua was so trustworthy. So he immediately responded, thank you, great God. I will dissolve the contract right away. After saying that, he pulled Ji Yu, who was with Ji Shui, out and unilaterally dissolved it. Next, he sent another message, great God, the contract has been dissolved, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. If you ever come across another woman similar to Ji Shui, don't touch her, leave her for me. I can pay a high price for her. Chenhua also replied with 2 messages. This once again startled Wu Kotian. He wants to buy her? At a high price? Goodness. This person is even more ruthless than a ruthless person. Simply a wolf. But the other party indeed had the capital of a wolf. Selling ice blocks every day made so much profit. Spending a little money to buy beautiful women would not cost many gold coins at all. Thinking this way, Wu Kotian immediately excitedly responded, okay. If there is another gem like this in the future, I will be the first to keep it for you. After saying that, Wu Kotian had his subordinate sail away from this place. After all, the two parties were not particularly familiar. He was also a bit worried that if they stayed too long, the other party might overstep. Ha! My contract has been dissolved. On the other side, feeling the contract dissolve, Ji Shui became excited. But not long after, Chenhua threw out a new contract. Seeing this, Yang Mi's heart tightened, and she began to feel anxious for Ji Shui. However, Ji Shui seemed to be like a carefree person, without even looking, she signed the contract. This made Yang Mi feel speechless. Beep. Detected that the captain has received a new goddess, granting a special reward, a range amplification core. Range amplification core can be installed on any weapon, doubling the weapon's range. Beep. Gold from Ji Shui has been received, 80 gold coins have arrived. Please pay attention to collect it, Captain. At the same time, the reward announcement kept ringing in Chen Hua's mind. But before Chen Hua could check, Ji Shui, who had just signed beside him, suddenly leaned over and said in a delicate voice, "Captain, are there just 3 of us on the ship?" As she spoke, she intentionally or unintentionally brushed against Chen Hua with her body. However, the angles and ways of touching were so subtle, almost imperceptible. Yet she completely did not think about it. In such hot weather. So close. The scent of sweat from Ji Shui had already invaded Chen Hua's nostrils. Chen Hua frowned and took a step back, saying, "There are 2 more women, one is driving the ship, and one is resting." Resting? Ji Shui's eyes lit up, suddenly feeling a bit excited. The crew can even rest. Oh my! Is this a ferry ship? Ji Shui began to feel thrilled. But before she could express it, Chen Hua's next words pulled her back from her fantasy. "Yang Mi. Take her to the lounge to shower and change clothes. I'll arrange work for her later." "Yes." Yang Mi nodded and quickly pulled Ji Shui away like a fool. Ji Shui felt a bit resistant to the idea of working. But seeing her future sister-in-law urge her like this, she could only go along. Then she approached Yang Mi and whispered, "Sister. Mi Jie. Do you have to work on the ship too?" "Of course." Yang Mi nodded and said, "Everyone has to work." "Okay." Ji Shui felt a bit down, but quickly returned to normal, continuing to ask, "Is working on the ship tiring? The captain should take care of you more, right? After all, you are a big star." "The identity of a star, sigh. Here, it's worth nothing." Yang Mi shook her head, feeling a bit emotional. Soon after, the 2 entered the ship's lounge. Hiss. What a cool place. As soon as they entered the lounge, a cool breeze swept through, making Ji Shui gasp in refreshment. At that moment, she noticed. The lounge was actually a high and spacious layout, with not only rooms but also a kitchen and bath. And the cool breeze was coming from a large air conditioner. Oh my! There's actually air conditioning in here. Ji Shui was excited. She immediately ran to the air conditioning vent and closed her eyes, enjoying the cool breeze. Yang Mi did not stop her. After a few seconds, she started urging her to shower. However, Ji Shui's laziness flared up again. On such a dangerous ship as the Falcon, she could be lazy. In a better and more comfortable air-conditioned room. Yet because Yang Mi had boarded the ship earlier, she gave her some face, opened her eyes, and curiously asked, "Mi Jia, the captain just said someone is resting, who is that person? How can they be resting in the afternoon when the temperature is dropping? Isn't that wasting work time?" He. Hearing this question, Yang Mi didn't answer immediately. Instead, she sighed bitterly, pointed to one of the rooms, and whispered, "That person in that room. But don't envy her. She gets to rest because she slept with the captain." Chapter 081, Assigning Work, Difficult Sister, Difficult Younger Sister. Sleeping with the captain means getting to rest? After hearing Yang Mi's explanation, Ji Shui instantly had a surprise thought. She couldn't help but exclaim, "That's too enjoyable." "Yang Mi? What's so enjoyable about that? Goodness. You actually think like this?" Yang Mi was speechless. Although in the entertainment circle, many people indeed exchange favors for convenience. But others are others. She and Ji Shui from the Ji family are not like that. So, hearing such a remark from Ji Shui, who came from a prominent family, made Yang Mi question her own life. After all, this Ji Shui is the little princess of the Ji family. Once someone so precious that they were afraid of dropping her, afraid of melting her in their mouths. In a world where everything has changed, is this how it turned out? Isn't this just so spineless? Yang Mi immediately pulled Ji Shui away, then pushed her into the bathroom, saying impatiently, "Don't think that sleeping together makes you special. Hurry up and take a shower." After saying that, she went to find clothes for her. Ji Shui didn't care, pouting, thinking to herself, "What's so bad about sleeping together? This is a world for survival, and compared to the miserable endings, sleeping together is already the lightest consequence. Or are you afraid I'll compete for your attention?" Ji Shui mumbled in her heart. Then she took off her clothes and went to take a shower. On the deck. The sun was setting, and the highest temperature of the day had already passed. Chen Hua stood on the deck, taking out the range enhancement core. It's no joke. This thing is truly a treasure. It can be installed on any weapon, doubling the shooting range by 100%, and there are no restrictions. This means No matter what weapon it is, installing it will allow the attack range to double. The Zhuge crossbow with an 800-meter range, once installed, has its shooting distance doubled. The bow with a 400-meter range, after installation, can also have its shooting range doubled. Even heavy weapons can have their shooting range doubled. Unfortunately, Chen Hua's ship still lacked weapons for even longer distances. So, where to install this enhancement core became a matter he needed to consider. Though he still had weapons like the rocket launcher and AK. But the range of these two weapons was also around 800 meters. As for the Rain of Arrows vehicle, it only had an attack range of just over 400 meters. Forget it, I'll just keep it for now. After studying on the deck for a while, without finding a suitable and safe weapon, Chen Hua decided to keep this reward for now. After all, it wasn't needed at the moment, and he didn't know if it would have a cooldown like infinite bullets after being installed. It's better to save it for when needed. Captain. Requesting further instructions. At this moment, Yin Mangyao, who had been in the cockpit, actively initiated a request as she hadn't received the next order for a while. Let's sail freely behind. Chen Hua glanced at the sky and replied before diving into the ship's cabin. Su Yajing had rested long enough. The newcomer, Ji Shui, should be done with her shower. It was time for them to work. Entering the cabin, he happened to see the bathroom door, which was not closed. In the bathroom, a pure white body was rinsing away, facing away from him. Although it looked extremely tempting. Especially the lines, curves, and softness from behind, shining like a divine gift, making Chen Hua's eyes hurt. However, Chen Hua was not made of iron. Though he didn't shift his gaze right away, he also felt no reaction. After watching for a moment, he came to Su Yajing's door and called her up. Actually, Su Yajing had woken up long ago. She was just lazing in bed and didn't want to move. Seeing Chen Hua come personally to call her, she could only get up and get dressed. She dressed quickly. Because there was very little fabric. After putting on her clothes, Ji Shui in the bathroom also changed into her own bikini and light sunshade clothing. Let me introduce you. This is Ji Shui, who will also be a crew member on the ship from now on. Ji Shui, this is Su Yajing. Chen Hua introduced the two to each other. The two looked at each other and immediately felt a sense of competition for survival from each other's eyes. Although they couldn't explain where this feeling came from. But a woman's intuition is unreasonable. Hello? Su Yajing and Ji Shui greeted each other after making eye contact. Then, Chen Hua began to assign tasks. First was Su Yajing. Xiao Bai, you don't need to go fishing anymore. Just take care of the ice block production in the back. The first layer of ice blocks should be almost done, make sure the back is ready. Yes. Su Yajing nodded, then turned her hips and walked into the kitchen. Who knows if it was intentional? This time, she especially exaggerated her movements. Only seeing the heart's Ji Shui in a moment of muttering. Secretly envying the other's job. Staying in an air-conditioned room to work. When she was on the demon hunting ship with her, it was like heaven and earth. Just don't know what her sister Mi is doing, can she take care of her? Thinking like this, she turned to Chen Hua, waiting for arrangements. Chen Hua asked, Ji Shui, what is your talent? Although she was mentally prepared to be asked about her talent, Ji Shui still shivered when she heard the question. Because her talent was really a bit embarrassing. Captain, my talent is farming. As soon as she said farming, her voice immediately got smaller. It seemed she even lacked confidence herself. After all, this was the open sea. Not a single island was seen by anyone. Farming? Growing air would be more appropriate. However, Chen Hua did not show any disdain. Because there was an even worse talent on the ship, Su Yajing. Su Yajing's talent was swimming. Also an existence that was completely useless. So, Chen Hua's expression showed no dissatisfaction or dislike, nodding his head and saying, then you will fish with Yang Mi in the future. The daily task is 100 pounds, and completing the task can earn 1 gold coin as salary. Any excess will be rewarded according to weight. Fishing? Back to the work on the Falcon? Thinking about the scorching weather outside the cabin, Ji Shui felt dumbfounded. She never expected her job would be this bad. Even less expected. The person she thought could take care of her was actually doing this kind of laborious work too. Ji Shui stood still, wanting to cry without tears. She immediately wanted to hug Chen Hua's arm and act cute to change jobs. But as soon as she moved, she was yanked back by Yang Mi. Yes. I'll take her to fish right now. Yang Mi quickly pulled Ji Shui out of the cabin. As they left, she also grabbed a fishing net. And Ji Shui turned around 3 times. Reluctantly leaving such a cool air-conditioned room. After arranging the work on the ship, Chen Hua comfortably lay on the sofa and opened the chat panel. Gold coin balance, 1,622 coins. Channel 358559 newbie zone chat, online people 66432/100000. Woohoo! The sun has finally gone far away. Lived another day. Wow! I am so lucky. Just got off the ship and found a copper treasure chest. Huh, surviving a disaster, surely there must be good fortune. Brothers, be careful of a fleet called the Black Tiger Gang. That bunch is robbing around, cough cough, I almost got left behind, scared me to death. Willing to pay a high price to buy a generator. Anyone, private message me. Fleet looking for people, let's explore LV1 Special Sea Area. Profits split in half. Coordinates discovered a level 6 sea monster, nearby ships please avoid. Chapter 082 I don't want to be a woman who eats with hardship but no reward, finally it's dark. In the channel. Messages popped up rapidly. But there was nothing critically important. Chenhua took a glance before opening the shop and began purchasing low-cost supplies. As an existence that had been floating on the sea, supplies were not unlimited. The more types of supplies stored, the better for future development. And Chenhua, although he went through a massive purchase in the morning, radar trading at noon, and goddess trade in the afternoon, still had over 1,600 gold coins in hand. Enough for him to squander at will. Even if he spent all these gold coins, he was not worried. Because at night, the second batch of ice bricks would be out. One batch of ice bricks could bring him over 1,000 gold coins in income. Selling 2 batches a day would mean more than 3,000 income. This income. Not to mention at sea. Even among university students before survival, it was already a high-paying job. Let alone on the open sea, where gold coins could be broken into flowers. This was definitely a big boss-level income. Just like this. Time slowly passed by. In Chenhua's system backpack, more and more strange supplies gradually appeared. Meanwhile, the Tianshang Renjian ship finally reached a place with fish. Yun Mengyao notified Yang Mi with the walkie-talkie. Yang Mi took Ji Shui and taught her how to cast the net step by step. Ji Shui, you're doing it wrong, the net isn't fully opened, you'll scare the fish away instead of catching them. Watching Ji Shui fail to open the net several times, Yang Mi held her head in silence. Moreover, after Ji Shui's attempts, the fish gathered at the bottom of the boat were scared away. Yang Mi could only sulk and continue correcting her, one more time, get your position right. Woo woo. Ji Shui, drenched in sweat, clutched the net and said aggrievedly, Sister Mi, why is our work so tiring? It's really exhausting. I've never done such hard work before. Sigh. Seeing that Ji Shui was genuinely distressed, Yang Mi wiped her sweat and could only sigh and comfort her, Ji Shui, it's not like at home anymore. We have to rely on ourselves. But it's really exhausting. Sister Mi, the captain is too harsh on you. You're clearly prettier than that woman, yet you still have to do this work. After complaining, Ji Shui said, can you talk to the captain and ask him to change our jobs? Yang Mi? Yang Mi was speechless. However, Ji Shui thought she didn't want to help and got a little angry, saying, Sister Mi, our family has never mistreated you. Not only did we invest money in your films, but we also found resources for you. Whatever happened in between, it was our family that smoothed things over for you. Now that everyone is down on their luck, you won't even whisper to the captain? What? Whisper? Hearing Ji Shui's unkind words, Yang Mi instantly got angry and glared at Ji Shui, saying, I am your future sister-in-law. How could you ask me to whisper to another man? So what? You don't think my cheap brother would want you, do you? Ji Shui also got angry, tossed her head back and retorted, my cheap brother has a cleanliness obsession. Shut up. Before Ji Shui could apologize, Yang Mi's face clouded over completely, and she said to Ji Shui, a former young lady, in a low voice, let me tell you, I, Yang Mi, am clean and pure. I have survived at sea all this time relying on myself, with no involvement with the captain. After saying that, she didn't want to continue the conversation and turned to pick up her net, throwing it into the sea. Even Ji Shui was no longer taught. Hearing this, Ji Shui was clearly stunned and dumbfounded, saying, why you haven't slept with the captain, have you? Yang Mi did not answer. She continued to ignore her. Ji Shui seemed to understand something, and immediately stopped being angry, sighed, and muttered to herself, sigh, no wonder the captain made us do such exhausting work. It turns out you chose to bear the burden silently. But I refuse to be a woman who bears the burden silently. Remembering her previous happy life as a princess, Ji Shui glanced at the miserable state of survival, and her heart had already made a decision. She looked back at Yang Mi. But Yang Mi was still angry with her. Ji Shui couldn't bring herself to apologize, so she turned and started casting the net by herself. Except she still hadn't learned. Casting back and forth, she couldn't catch even a few fish. Not long after, Yang Mi could no longer bear it. After all, no matter what, Her rise really had a lot to do with the G family giving her confidence. Now that everyone was entering the sea to survive, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sold her hard-earned rewards just to help Jiu get a few steel plates. In short, she couldn't just watch others drown. I told you before, your fish casting posture is wrong. Let me demonstrate again, you watch closely. Yang Mi spoke to Ji Shui actively, her tone, though not good, had eased a lot. After saying that, she slowly cast out a net. Ji Shui followed suit, while learning and exerting herself, and finally managed to stretch the time until dark. It's dark, we can get off work now. At that moment, Yin Mangyao came out from the driver's cabin. After the reminder, she walked toward the cabin. Seeing this, Ji Shui quickly retracted the net and sat down on the deck, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Yang Mi took the opportunity to cast out her last net, trying to catch the school of fish that had finally gathered in the sea. This made Ji Shui, who was already exhausted, unable to help but murmur again. I really don't know if you're foolish or just stubborn, we're fighting for survival, and what happens to me is unknown to your brother. Why do you have to make things so difficult for yourself? She shook her head. When Yang Mi retracted the last net, the two women then carried their buckets of fish into the cabin. Huff, huff, huff. The cool air in the cabin came rushing toward them. The refreshing coolness made the two women, who had been working for over an hour in the heat, almost let out a sound of delight. Captain, this is our harvest this afternoon. Yang Mi and Ji Shui brought their wooden barrels to Chenhua and began to report their achievements. Among them, Yang Mi caught 38 pounds. Ji Shui caught 35 pounds. As for why Ji Shui, who never cast a net, still caught so much, this must be attributed to Yang Mi. She was worried that Ji Shui would feel wronged as a newcomer, so she shared some of her catch with Ji Shui. This act also made Ji Shui's relationship with Yang Mi warm up a bit. The harvest is not bad. Chenhua reached out to transfer the salmon from the buckets into the system space and then instructed, go help out in the kitchen. Yes. Yang Mi and Ji Shui then made their way to the kitchen to work. Inside the kitchen, 4 women dressed in bikinis suddenly rushed in. Their bodies bumped into each other, creating an infinite spring scene in the kitchen. However, Chenhua did not see this, because he was currently setting up the salmon. Chapter 083, Buying crew members, my fate is in my own hands. As the foggy weather ended, the sea became even more dangerous. Everyone's demand for food also increased significantly. However, this demand was for higher-end food, like treasure porridge, rice, steak, etc. The most basic salmon and sardines had been reduced to the lowest level of food, especially as the number of captains decreased and the number of crew members increased. Everyone's fishing time was extended, which invisibly increased the number of salmon on the market. This also caused the price of salmon to stabilize at 0.5 gold coins per pound. Even cut pieces or slightly larger ones were difficult to raise prices. According to Chen Hua's prediction, it's estimated that it won't be long before the number of salmon will surge. At that time, the price will also drop completely. However, the price is entirely determined by market supply and demand. Ordinary individuals have little influence. So Chen Hua did not pay too much attention. On the spot, he listed all the salmon caught today in the mall. 72 pounds of salmon. If all sold, it could earn 72 gold coins. But the selling speed had already significantly slowed down. After listing the salmon, Chen Hua didn't continue to check the mall but opened up the chat panel to take a look. Damn it, that Black Tiger gang is really too much. Robbing my treasure chest is one thing, but now they want to beat me up. If I hadn't run fast, I really would have been sunk by him. Why is everyone talking about the Black Tiger gang today? Is their fleet really so big? Yes. They have developed to 8 ships now. At the front are the Toadens, your 2 beautiful ships, both have installed the Zhuge crossbow. It's simply terrifying. Just think about it, 8 second-level vessels, wooden ships and iron ships, all sailing toward you. How scary would that scene be? Several brothers have already fallen into the hands of the Black Tiger gang. Everyone must be careful. Damn this heat wave, how long is it going to last? I just can't take it anymore. It's so hot I can't even eat. Ha ha. All the gold coins I've earned with such difficulty have been used to buy ice water and ice cubes. These past few days have been for nothing. Ah, me too. Where did the great GU go? Why aren't you continuing the predictions? Brothers, may I ask, what level of vehicles have you all reached? Messages keep popping up. But there's only one message from the Black Tiger gang, which is relatively important. Moreover, the Toad and Chick and You Too Beautiful were the 2 guys Chen Hua encountered when he fought the sea monster yesterday. I didn't expect that in just a day and a half, it would develop into 8 ships. But Chen Hua is not worried. The power of the vehicles cannot be compensated for by sheer numbers. Even if the other party finds trouble with him, he is not afraid. It's just that it's about time to recruit some new goddesses on the ship. Otherwise, once the war starts, there might not be enough hands. After all, he has a lot of weapons, but the personnel are few. This goddess is indeed a bit hard to recruit. Especially the goddess-level crew members, they are hard to find. If he relies solely on himself, it would probably take a long time to find one. Unless he buys them from outside. So, Shenhua hesitated for a moment and sent a purchase message in the chat channel. Is there anyone willing to offer crew members? As long as they are top-notch women, the price is negotiable. Whoosh! The lively atmosphere in the chat instantly came to a halt. The scrolling messages suddenly slowed down. Until after a moment. Countless reply messages jumped out from the channel. Damn, Boss Shenhua. What kind of top-notch crew members does the boss want? Can they have had children? So the boss also likes crew members. But are you sure you want crew members, not gold? Boss, I'll send you one. I happen to have a crew member on my ship. She's 23, looks pretty good in my opinion, but I don't know if she's top-notch. Many people hurried to connect with Shenhua. Some even offered to give for free. But Shenhua closed his messages from strangers, so their private messages couldn't be sent, and could only reply in the channel. But for these, Shenhua ignored them all. Because what he wanted was top-notch. The kind that meets his recruitment standards. As for whether to give it for free. Does he lack that bit of money? He didn't want to run around with an empty ship just for someone's slogan. Thus, Shenhua kept watching the messages in the channel, sharing from others' responses whether they had top-notch members or not. Until a message from someone named Zhao Lietian finally caught his attention. Zhao Lietian, a third-tier little celebrity, 100 gold each if you need, please private message. A third-tier little celebrity? Seeing this message, Shenhua became interested immediately. Just after he made a request, the other party had a third-tier little celebrity. Isn't this a bit too coincidental? Could there be any conspiracy? But even if there is a conspiracy, it doesn't matter. As long as they can meet the recruitment qualifications, it is worth taking the risk, even if there is danger. Thinking this, Shenhua directly clicked a private message, asking, which celebrity, how does she look? She looks great, not inferior to those big celebrities, but they are all unknown. You probably wouldn't recognize them even if I said, how many do you want? How many? Seeing this, Shenhua's eyes lit up. Wow! This person has such strength? He actually encountered so many beauties? So he immediately asked, how many do you have? I'll take them all. Shortly after Shenhua sent the message, the other side quickly replied, no problem. I have 3, a total of 300 gold. If you take them all, I'll give you a discount of 10 gold. 3 female stars, and a discount of 10 gold? Seeing the other party's message, Shenhua felt like something wasn't quite right. After all, the number of female stars is originally small. The other party actually managed to gather 3 at once. If this is true, how lucky would that be? But if the other party really has 3, that would also be a huge stroke of luck for him. So he asked again, what level is your vehicle? Level 3. The other party replied immediately. Sure enough. Definitely not an ordinary person. Level 3 vehicle, 3 third-tier female stars. The other party is either lying to him or is a tough character. I want to take action against him. But thinking of the reward from the shelter goddess, Shenhua still decided to try trading once. So he replied, send me the coordinates. Message sent. The other party did not reply immediately. After waiting for a while, the other party's message finally arrived late. The current coordinates are not accurate. I'm clearing out zombies, and I will be going to other places to fight zombies later. How about I send you the coordinates tomorrow? Or you leave a coordinate for me, and I will find you early tomorrow? Seeing this message, Shenhua's mouth couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, it wasn't that simple. But why should he refuse resources that come to his door? Shenhua immediately sent the other party a coordinate 10 kilometers away and replied, I will wait for you. After saying that, he got up and went to the kitchen, saying to the person who was helping cook, Yangmi, there might be a situation in the second half of the night, you sleep in the driver's room. If there's a situation, remember to report. Yes. Yangmi did not ask any further questions, just nodded in agreement. This made Shenhua quite satisfied. Because the other party finally showed some obedience. So he nodded and said, do well. If you perform well, I will give you chat permissions and shopping privileges. Really? Hearing about chat permissions, Yangmi's eyes suddenly lit up. She knew that if chat permissions were not opened, she wouldn't even have the eligibility to enter the regional channel. With permissions, she could learn more about what was happening on this vast sea. Even if she couldn't chat, just watching others chat would be fine. So she instantly stood up straight and saluted Chenhua, confidently saying, "Yes, I guarantee I will complete the night watch mission." Keep busy. Chenhua turned and left the kitchen. He completely didn't notice that Ji Shui was silently mumbling. Of course. She was not mumbling about Chenhua, but about Yang Mi's reaction. Although she had just joined the heavenly world for a short time, she knew that Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao had already opened chat and shopping privileges long ago. And her sister-in-law had not opened them until now. Really, why choose a hard life when a good one is available? Now look what's happening. All the dirty work and heavy lifting are pushed onto you. Why bother? Although it is said that my fate is in my hands, yet the heavens reward food, shouldn't they be the first to kneel and serve it? Chapter 084, Jiyu, the poorly deceived, master and servant unite. Ji Shui had a completely different ideology from Yang Mi. But this doesn't mean she is that kind of person. It's just that life forced her to change. Finding a reasonable reason for herself, Ji Shui also quietly joined the work of assisting. On the other side, Chenhua left the kitchen and went straight to the deck, taking the infinite bullet core from the Zhuge crossbow and loading it onto the Iron Arrow rain vehicle. After all, the sky was completely dark now. Tomorrow morning, the person coming to trade crew members would arrive. To prevent any unexpected situations during the trade, he had to move the infinite bullet core in advance to cope with any crisis that might arise at any time. Soon, the infinite bullet core was successfully transferred, entering the cooling countdown. Chenhua returned to the cabin with peace of mind, waiting for dinner. But he didn't have to wait long. The four women brought out various dishes and set them on the dining table. Chilled A treasure porridge, freshly cooked steak, canned peaches, rice. Each dish made Ji Shui drool just by looking at it. After all, before entering the heavenly world, the best she had eaten was salmon. "Captain, the food is ready. Come to the table." After everything was set, Yun Mengyao hurriedly helped pull out the chair, inviting him with a smile. Chenhua nodded and announced the start of the meal. After saying that, Ji Shui was the first to grab her chopsticks, excitedly digging into the bowl for all kinds of good things. Though she was wearing a bikini, sitting very properly, her legs tightly closed. Her upper body movements, however, no longer had any ladylike manner, holding the bowl and gobbling it down. In no time at all, she swept away all the food on the dining table. At this moment, her belly was also round, and she felt satisfied. She suddenly realized that the most comfortable thing in life is none other than this. Gently touching her round belly, Ji Shui comfortably closed her eyes. However, this enjoyment did not last long, because Chenhua had already stood up. The four women could only go and clean up the dishes, especially Yang Mi. After tidying up the dishes, she went to the cockpit. This only strengthened Ji Shui's desire to rise to power. "Captain." Arriving at the sofa, Ji Shui was the first to sit beside Chenhua and actively started to massage his head. Her body even gently rubbed against Chenhua's, although her movements were quite clumsy. But her attitude was very correct. Watching from the side, Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao rolled their eyes. After realizing it, the two girls were unwilling to show weakness and quickly surrounded him, with some pressing his arms and others squatting down to press his legs. And Chenhua did not refuse. He just glanced at Ji Shui and then closed his eyes to enjoy it. After all, such a thoughtful person is truly rare. However, just sitting and enjoying still felt a little lacking. After a while of enjoyment, Chenhua turned to lie down. Ji Shui hastily opened her arms, cradled his head, and then pressed on his head. Seeing this, Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao immediately changed their sitting positions, with each dividing their hands to attend to Chenhua. Not to mention, at this moment, Chenhua truly felt like he was at a massage parlor. Although he had never experienced it, but he had seen countless similar scenes. If there was something a bit different, it might be a lack of essential oil. In the deep night, the sea was silent. Countless ships were stopping on the sea surface, like fallen leaves floating on the water. Everything was quiet and soundless. However, in the calm sea, battles were still happening. At this moment, in an unknown sea area, a secondary vessel named Demon Star was speeding along. And behind the vessel, 4 ships were chasing after it. These 4 ships were chasing while shooting arrows, breaking the calm surface of the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang. Huge arrows embedded themselves into the ship's hull, causing certain damage to the vessel. A stunning woman was crouching low, frantically dodging various arrows, rushing into the cabin, her face full of urgency as she shouted at a woman inside the cabin who was quietly meditating, "Captain, bad news, the Black Tiger Gang is chasing us." How could this happen? Didn't we shake them off? Inside the cabin, Jiyu, who had been questioning life with her eyes closed, opened her eyes, showing an incredible expression. That's right. This ship was indeed Ji-Yu's Demon Star. At this moment, they were being hunted. And the one who burst into the cabin was Ji-Yu's capable assistant, her caring servant, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao explained with a panicked face, yes. We had previously shaken them off under the cover of night. But our ship is not as fast as their ship, and they caught up. Whoosh! Just as she finished speaking, a large arrow as thick as an arm suddenly penetrated the wall, revealing the heavy arrowhead and shaft. Damn it, the Black Tiger Gang is really going too far. They want to take our water resources without lifting a finger, and now they're still relentlessly chasing us. Looking at the exposed arrowhead on the wall, Ji-Yu's eyes turned cold, filled with anger. Earlier, she had been excited about finding a partner for making ice. But she never expected that this Black Tiger Gang ship didn't have a generator at all. After tricking her over, it was only to monopolize her resources. She had received Xiao Xiao's early alert before getting too close, and did not engage at first. But she never imagined that those people would completely target them, chasing them down madly without any intention of letting them go. Captain! What should we do? Our ship is too slow, and they will catch up in no time. If we fall into their hands, the consequences. Speaking of the consequences, even Xiao Xiao was a bit panicked. Because of the consequences of the two exceptional women falling into the hands of the Black Tiger Gang, there's no need to think, everyone knows how tragic it will be. What driving trains, eating popsicles, and drinking milk tea? Those terrifying consequences seen online are definitely going to happen. When that time comes, it's like living worse than death. At this moment, she even regretted joining Ji-Yu's ship in the first place. This young lady truly enjoys her family's riches. With a good talent but a capability even less than an ordinary team leader in the company. This is simply infuriating. Ji-Yu seemed to notice Xiao Xiao's anxiety and the slight annoyance in her eyes. But now, Xiao Xiao is her only trustworthy person, the one she trusts the most. No matter what, she can't easily lose this subordinate's trust. Thus, Ji-Yu finally made up her mind and calmly reassured, Xiao Xiao, don't worry. Hurry and go to the mall to find any engines, or contact those willing to sell. As long as we upgrade the engine, we can escape safely. But upgrading the engine requires a lot of gold coins, and we. Xiao Xiao naturally knew the method to solve being chased. But she also knew the difficulties in finding a solution. However, before Xiao Xiao could fully express the problem, Ji-Yu offered her a sense of security. I know you're going to say we don't have gold coins. I'm going to handle a batch of bottled water right now, you just focus on finding the engine. Ah. Handle bottled water? Xiao Xiao was taken aback, not expecting Ji-Yu to have such courage. It's important to note that previously, when the prices hadn't fully dropped, she couldn't even persuade the other party. To prevent the other party from having regrets or causing trouble for her later, Xiao Xiao hurriedly explained, but now, handling bottled water, the price will definitely be driven very low. It doesn't matter. Worst case, we can rise again. Ji-Yu once again displayed a smile and said sincerely, I believe as long as we sisters work together, we will definitely carve out our own kingdom on this vast sea. Boom! As soon as these words came out, Xiao Xiao was completely stunned. Is that so? She couldn't help but doubt whether she was too heartless. Did she actually think about finding a chance to leave the other party? Or has the captain grown? No matter what. Xiao Xiao felt a wave of relief in her heart at this moment. Her gloom and dissatisfaction were all swept away. Immediately, she excitedly responded, okay. I'm going to find the engine right now. Saying this, she opened the system panel. Chapter 085, In and Out, Losing Money, Everything Online. Watching Xiao Xiao being successfully encouraged by her, Ji Shui also secretly breathed a sigh of relief while immediately opening the mall to list the stockpile of water resources. Although the price had already dropped to 2.8 gold coins per bottle. But dumping bottled water is the only way out for now. However, just as Ji Shui listed the bottled water, she suddenly found that the quantity was decreasing extremely slowly. In fact, it took several seconds to sell a single bottle. This made Ji Shui, who had just relaxed, instantly tighten her heart. Because at this rate, even if everyone took a turn, she still wouldn't have enough to buy the engine. So, Ji Shui urgently opened the channel and started shouting. A large amount of water resources have gone live at a low price, hurry and grab it. Whoosh! Once the message was sent, the lively channel suddenly quieted down a bit. Then, countless exclamations came in. Whoa! Ji-Yu, the Great One, is here. Is the Great Ji-Yu starting to sell water? Is the price of water resources going to drop? Is the hot weather going to pass? Great Ji-Yu, how will the weather be in the next few days? Can you predict it? Countless messages arrived. But not a single one went to buy her water. This almost made Ji-Yu spit blood. Helpless, She could only change the price again, lowering the price of the water resources to 2.7 gold coins. Finally, the sales picked up a little. But relative to the crisis she was currently facing, it was still far from enough. Captain, I found the engine. One is in the mall, and the other two are for private trade. 3 engines need a total of 185 gold coins. Xiao Xiaoshuang's words made Ji Shui fall into anxiety again. Because the items in the store could be bought by others at any time. But her water resources were selling slowly, and there were pursuers behind her. The survival space left for her was already very limited. Damn it! Ji Yu bit her silver teeth and cursed under her breath, adjusting the price of water resources again. She made a one-time adjustment of 0.2 gold coins, directly lowering the price of water resources to the cost price. At this moment, the sales of water resources finally increased. Every time the page refreshed, dozens of bottles of water were sold out. In no time, the 140 bottles of mineral water she put up for sale were gone. Her account balance finally reached 350 gold coins. Looking at the less than one-third of water resources left beside her, Ji Yu didn't have time to feel heartbroken. She quickly transferred 250 to Xiao Xiaoshuang, and then they hurriedly purchased basic resources like iron and steel plates in the store. After all, she had previously stocked up on this water. Not only did she sell the hard-earned upgraded V3 engine, but she also sold out all basic resources and most survival resources. Now, deeply trapped in crisis, she was forced to repurchase these resources to survive. So, with this back and forth, she had already started to lose money. But fortunately, the resources for upgrading the engine and repairing the ship were also successfully purchased. Ji Yu stood up and quickly upgraded the engine to LV3. Immediately after, the speed of the magic star suddenly increased, rushing toward the farther sea. The Menghu gang, who was chasing behind, watched helplessly as the magic star left, making their leader Wang Lizi furious enough to almost spit blood. He immediately messaged the captain of the ship, "Chicken, you're too beautiful," beside him, expressing his anger. Damn it! She actually got away. Captain Li Huaishui of "Chicken, you're too beautiful" also swung a fist and replied, "We were too slow, otherwise we could have caught her, and then the entire market at sea would have been under our control." Wang Lizi, exactly. This time she got away, catching her next time will be difficult. Li Huaishui, no need to rush. Let's develop our gang's fleet first. We will catch her sooner or later. Wang Lizi, okay. Successfully escaping the chase circle, Ji Yu looked at the less than 100 bottles of water resources and felt worried. Previously, she had sold the V3 engine at a low price to gather money to stock water. Now, she was selling water at a low price and buying back the V3 engine at a high price. This back and forth had made her suffer huge losses. And there were still so many mineral water bottles in her hands. How was she going to live her life in the future? Ji Yu wanted to cry but had no tears, sitting blankly on the mineral water. The beads of sweat on her body slid down drop by drop along her skin. She looked like a water beauty covered in droplets. Especially since there would be heavy rain in the next 4 to 3 days. By that time, all water resources would lose their value. This was why she was incredibly anxious to make ice water. Because she now didn't dare to gamble on whether the weather 3 days later would continue to be hot, or if it would rain heavily, or if the temperature would drop. Captain, what should we do with the remaining water resources? Should we continue to sell? After a certain distance, Xiao Xiaoshuang appropriately asked about the arrangement of the remaining water resources. After all, she also knew from Ji Yu's mouth about the weather in 3 days. But Ji Yu was also very conflicted now. Because regardless of what the weather would be after the 4th day, after that day of heavy rain, the price of water resources would drop. Should she sell the water resources in her hands now? Or wait until tomorrow noon, when everyone was hot and couldn't stand it anymore to sell? Ji Yu couldn't make up her mind, looking at Xiao Xiaoshuang and asking, "Do you think the price of water resources will recover tomorrow at noon?" I don't think so. At noon, when it's the hottest, normal temperature water has little use other than for drinking. Plus, with Chenhua's ice bricks listed, it will probably be hard to raise the price. She revealed her own analysis. But after listening, Ji Yu paused, then stated a contrary analysis. That should be better than the current price. After saying this, she made another decision that left Xiao Xiao helpless. Water resources, sell them tomorrow at noon. Alright. Xiao Xiao could only comply. Then she opened the chat channel. As the chat channel opened, the flood of messages instantly left both of them dumbfounded. There are ice blocks again, we can sleep soundly tonight. So refreshing. An ice block is so cool. Wow, the price dropped. Damn, ice bricks are only 6 gold coins now. Hiss. Master Chen Hua is such a good person. Boo-hoo. I can finally afford it. Damn it, I didn't buy it, I missed out on the 6 gold coin ice bricks. Ha ha. Don't worry. There's more coming. Master Chunhua always puts them up in 2 batches. The messages in the channel came one after another, like steel needles, piercing straight into Xiao Xiao and Ji Yu's hearts. No wonder she sold water so poorly earlier. It turns out there would be ice bricks tonight. It's over. It's completely over. 2 waves of ice bricks in one day completely blocked the rise of water resources. Xiao Xiao's eyes reddened slightly, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. Damn, it's already midnight, and he's still selling ice bricks, it's unbearable. After speaking, she immediately looked at Ji Yu, urging, Captain, we can't wait any longer. We should sell quickly. More and more ships can make ice products now. If we wait until tomorrow, we might lose even more. Sigh. Ji Yu also knew that the situation was dire, and suddenly a man holding an umbrella appeared in her mind, standing in the rain looking up at the sky, unable to help but empathize. Oh, vast heavens, why are you so harsh on me? After saying this, she put all the remaining water resources up for sale. Chapter 086 Busy Night, luring the snake into the hole assassin. Inside the shipbuilding of Tianshan Rinjian, the sounds of hitting ice blocks echoed everywhere. Su Yajing, Yun Mengyao, and the new Jishui were all wearing bikinis, sitting on low stools, bending over to work. And in the living room, Chen Hua, while listening to the rhythmic sounds of tapping, glanced at his gold coin balance. Gold coins, 2,289. Although he reduced the price of ice bricks by 1 gold coin, he still earned a lot of gold coins. Even though he didn't want to lower the price. But with more people able to make cold drinks, and a batch of low-priced water resources being put on the shelves, if he didn't lower the price, sales would drop sharply. And to quickly sell off the ice bricks in the store and prevent them from melting, Chen Hua had no choice but to lower it by 1 gold coin. Moreover, he also clearly knew the price of ice products would definitely decrease gradually over time. Earning an enormous profit all the time is impossible. But even so, Chen Hua was still very satisfied. As the saying goes, greed can lead to ruin. Those who are overly greedy often end up worse. Captain. Suddenly, the tapping in the kitchen stopped. Su Yajing leaned out halfway, reminding, the ice bricks are ready. Chen Hua nodded, stood up, and walked to the kitchen to gather all the ice bricks from the floor. Then, looking at the 3 girls still resting and rubbing their hands on the low stools, he continued to instruct, finish up your tasks, and you can take a break. This is your labor fee for today. Saying this, he transferred 3 gold coins to each of the 3 girls. 1 was from normal work, and the other 2 were for the ice-making reward. Since starting today, they needed to make 2 ice cabinets a day, so Chen Hua also gave Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao an extra gold coin each. As for the new Jishui, she only received 2 coins. Because she only made ice bricks once. As for Yang Mi, who was still at the helm, she didn't receive any gold coins. Because she still owed Chen Hua rent. So, it had to be deducted first. Thank you, Captain. Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao squinted their eyes and thanked after receiving the gold coins. Jishui was even more exaggerated, with her eyes shining, holding her hands to her chest like a little fangirl, repeatedly saying, thank you, Captain, thank you, Captain, thank you, Captain, thank you. Among the crowd, her performance was the most eye-catching. It made Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao feel a bit overwhelmed, secretly thinking that this woman is not simple, and will definitely become their competitor in the future. Alright. After you finish your work, you can go upstairs to stay, there happens to be a room upstairs. Nodding, Chen Hua left the kitchen and then went back to the upstairs bedroom, starting to stack the last batch of ice bricks for today. The 3 women immediately got up and continued to organize the freezer, adding water inside. Since the faucet had a low water flow, even filling just half of the 3 freezers took a lot of time. Moreover, it was almost midnight already. So, the 3 women took the opportunity to take turns showering to avoid delaying too long, affecting their rest. On the other side, Chen Hua returned to the bedroom and stacked up the remaining ice bricks. However, due to the late hour and the impact of other low-priced water resources and chilled water in the market, sales were not very quick. After waiting for a while, he had only sold half. But Chen Hua was not disappointed. Because he knew these ice bricks would surely sell out, just at a slower pace. So after stacking them, he browsed them all for a while, purchasing some basic resources for vehicles. His current vehicle was level 4. And to upgrade from level 4 to level 5 vehicles, the quantity of basic resources required was huge. Chen Hua was hoarding these basic resources not because he was eager to upgrade his vehicle quickly. Because for now, a level 4 vehicle was already good enough. The main reason for hoarding basic resources in advance was to build some houses. After all, as the number of people on the ship increased, the rooms in the shipbuilding were somewhat insufficient. So, Accumulating some resources in advance would allow him to build some houses to solve the future housing crisis. As for upgrading to a level 5 vehicle, he would still need to upgrade the engine to V4 or even V5 first. After all, the V3 engine could only provide his level 4 vehicle with a maximum speed of 90 km per hour. Once the vehicle upgraded to level 5, if the engine did not change, the speed would definitely drop sharply. Moreover, from the upgrade resources, one could see a level 5 vehicle would be larger and heavier. Perhaps even the V4 engine would struggle to provide the current speed. At that time, if an emergency occurred, it would be impossible to respond in time. Thinking this way, Chen Hua swept through the mall for engines again. He laboriously increased the engine stock to 8. 8 basic engines were already enough to upgrade his engine to V4. But he still needed 4 more to reach V5. Unfortunately, there were no extra engines available in the mall. After rummaging around for a while, Chen Hua turned off the system panel, pulled up the quilt, and began to sleep. Though outside it was over 40 degrees. Sleeping in an air-conditioned room, one still had to cover a bit of the belly button. But just as Chen Hua was feeling drowsy and about to fall asleep, a reminder in his mind suddenly jolted him awake. Ding! Daily containment gold of 320 gold coins has been credited, please check. It turned out that the daily containment gold from 4 ultimate goddesses had arrived. Chen Hua thought, then turned over and continued to sleep. He was even too lazy to open the system to take a look. After all, over 300 gold coins weren't particularly precious for him now. But not long after Chen Hua turned over, a woman's voice suddenly sounded behind him, startling him awake again. Captain. Swish. As soon as she said this, Chen Hua almost jumped up. Fortunately, he quickly saw who it was. It was actually Ji Shui. At this moment, Ji Shui was wearing a thin sun protection outfit. I don't know when I ended up standing by her bed. Looking up, I could even see, through the faint moonlight, the skin under Ji Shui's sunblock coat, and the triangle function. Goodness! It was completely bare. And it was both hazy and clear. What was she trying to do? Chen Hua's gaze moved from the bottom up, from the triangle function to the flat road, then to the snowy mountain peak, finally resting on Ji Shui's face. What are you doing standing behind me? At this moment, Chen Hua had already regarded Ji Shui as an assassin. A kind of assassin that only appears at night, luring people into a trap. Captain. Ji Shui wiggled her bottom and sat on the bed rail, then turned to the side, squeezing her voice and said, I'm so tired from fishing all day, can you give me a different job? As she spoke, she bent down, wriggling like a maggot, burrowing onto Chen Hua. It was clear. She had no seductive experience at all. The wriggling lacked any charm. But this awkward posture instantly made the already alert Chen Hua feel a sense of respect. Chapter 087 The Fleet Attacks, everyone goes into combat readiness. An hour later, Ji Shui leaned against the wall and walked out of Chen Hua's room. Although her legs were trembling, her face was full of smiles. She succeeded. Although she didn't change her job. But the captain gave her chatting permissions and shopping permissions. This also proved that now she was no different from Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao. The only thing that made her a bit uncomfortable was how powerful the captain was. He forced her into countless poses, almost dislocating her bones. Now, every step she took made her shudder. But it was worth it. At least now with a backing, she didn't have to worry about her future. Forget it. I'll take you back. Seeing that she really couldn't walk far, trembling all the time, Chen Hua suddenly walked over, picked her up, and carried her to the next room. This made Ji Shui feel a bit delighted. Because after this contact, she discovered the captain was not the kind of cold-hearted person. Since he wasn't cold-hearted, then in the future, he definitely wouldn't do anything terrifying that made people shiver. Back on the bed, Ji Shui fell asleep happily. Chen Hua also lay down on the big bed to rest. For a moment, the entire ship was quiet. But there was still one person who couldn't sleep. That person was Yang Mi, who was guarding the control room. Although the captain hadn't asked her to keep watch, just to stay there to hear the information from the detection radar immediately. But there was no bed here, not even a sofa. This made her, who had just enjoyed a few comfortable days, suddenly return to that period of survival. Touching the cold floor under the bedding, Yang Mi stared at the ceiling, suddenly feeling a bit of yearning for life on the ship. However, her strong character ensured she wouldn't reveal her true thoughts. A night quietly passed. Countless vehicles still quietly decreased in number under the night. Some encountered accidents, some fainted from the heat, and some were ambushed. However, the vehicles that encountered mishaps were insignificant compared to the large number of people in the area. On the third day after the beginner period, the sky brightened. Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao woke up first and entered the kitchen to cook. The late-sleeping Chenhua, Jishui, and Yang Mi in the control room were still in deep sleep. These 422-meter vehicles, seen from afar, appeared as if no one was on them, floating aimlessly on the sea with the waves. "Brothers, we are almost there, notify your crew to get ready." A message appeared in a temporary chat channel named Blazing Fire Burning Skyfleet. In the channel, there were a total of 4 members. They were Zhao Lietian from the Blazing Fire ship, Li Debai from the Eagle ship, Sun Wu from the World ship, and Zhang Chanyo from the Awesome ship. At this moment, as Zhao Lietian's message was sent out, the other 3 immediately replied. "Received. It's finally coming. Boss, that Chenhua sells ice blocks every day and makes so much money. Can we beat him?" The one asking was the impressive Zhang Chanyo. Upon seeing this question, the other 2 also started to worry. After all, rich people should have good weapons and equipment. Although they had 4 boats, whether they could win was still uncertain. But Zhao Lietian quickly reassured them, responding, "Don't worry. No matter how rich he is, he only has 1 boat. With our 4 boats, we can definitely take him down. And don't forget, my boat is equipped with a level 3 engine. We can definitely launch a landing operation. Plus, after today's battle, all 3 of you will be able to upgrade to level 3 vehicles." As soon as these words came out, the other 3 instantly felt relieved. Yes. Their boss has a V3 engine. It can make the boss's boat accelerate to approach the enemy. If they can't eliminate them from a distance, they can fight hand-to-hand upon landing. Thinking of this, the 3 sighed in relief, then got up to inform their respective crew. On each of their boats, there were 5 or 6 crew members. For boats, more than 20 people. Taking down one nouveau riche should theoretically be no problem. Even if the opponent is aware, they could still rely on numbers to win. Furthermore, the opponent's single boat can't hold too many people. And so, a level 3 ironclad boat and 3 level 2 iron boats sailed side by side on the sea, leaving 4 trails behind. Heaven and Earth, the boat. In the cockpit. Ding ding, ding ding ding, ding 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 ding. Suddenly, the radar display emitted an urgent alert, waking up the dozing Yang Mi. Opening her eyes, the sky was already bright. She hurriedly threw aside the thin blanket and looked at the instrument panel. On the instrument panel, which was scanning continuously, 4 flashing black dots suddenly appeared. Each time the black dots flashed, they moved a certain distance forward in the opposite direction. This left Yang Mi puzzled. 1 level 3 vehicle, 3 level 2 vehicles. What are they going over there for? Did a special sea area appear over there? Yang Mi was struggling with whether to report this to Chenhua. After all, even though these 4 boats had entered the radar detection range, they were not coming towards them. So, Yang Mi stared at the radar for a while. Suddenly she discovered. The 4 vehicles stopped about 10 kilometers away, as if searching for something. But they didn't stay for long. Just a moment later, the 4 vehicles turned around and headed straight for the radar center, coming towards the position of Heaven and Earth. They're coming towards me? And how can they be moving so fast? Is this what the captain said was an emergency situation last night? Yang Mi didn't dare delay. She immediately took out the walkie-talkie and called out, "Captain! Captain!" 4 vehicles appeared 10 kilometers away, and they are quickly heading towards us. Yang Mi requests further instructions. Zzzzz. The noise from the walkie-talkie woke Chenhua up. After hearing Yang Mi's words, he sat up instantly. Ha! It really isn't a safe transaction. In that case, everyone don't go back. Chenhua opened the full-channel communication, speaking seriously, "Everyone pay attention, an unknown fleet has been detected 10 kilometers away, and it is rapidly approaching us. Yun Mengyao, go to the cockpit to control the vehicle, Yang Mi and Xiaobai go to the deck, each take a crossbow, and be ready to enter combat at any moment." After saying this, he was the first to get up and walk towards Jishui's room next door. At this moment, 3 responses came from the walkie-talkie. Received. 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 The 2 girls downstairs and Yang Mi in the cockpit all began to act. At this time, Chenhua also pushed open Jishui's room door. "Jishui, hurry up and get up, prepare for battle." The sudden voice abruptly awakened Jishui from her sweet dream. Jishui, still half asleep, covered herself with a thin blanket, not even having time to react. Dazed, he said, "WH what? An unknown fleet is approaching 10 kilometers away, everyone is on alert. Get dressed. This is your walkie-talkie." Chenhua raised his hand and threw the sunscreen jacket that Jishui had left in his room last night and the walkie-talkie he had prepared onto Jishui's bed, then turned and walked out without pausing for a moment. Chapter 088, Personnel in Position, Minimize Losses. Seeing Chenhua drop things and leave, Ji Shui finally reacted, they were going to fight. Her heart tightened. She couldn't think much. Hastily, she lifted the sheet, clamped the sunscreen jacket and walkie-talkie under her arm, and while running outside, she grabbed the bikini hanging on the rack, stumbling as she ran and dressed simultaneously. But this alluring sight went unnoticed. "Captain, why is a fleet coming? Are we being targeted?" Ji Shui had put on her bikini and quickly caught up with Chenhua, asking questions to gather information, while putting on the sunscreen jacket. Once the clothes were on, the two entered the stairwell to go downstairs. "Just a bunch of petty criminals." Seeing Ji Shui just joined the crew, Chenhua patiently comforted her. "Don't worry. Even if 4 vehicles come, or even 40, we can still escape safely. Preparing for battle can help you gain combat experience, and we can't pass up resources that come for free." At the end, Chenhua showed Ji Shui a charming smile. This made Ji Shui's heart tremble. She felt for the first time this captain was extraordinary. 40 ships can escape. Resources given for free shouldn't be rejected? Wow. The captain is really confident. That smile looked a bit scary no matter how she looked at it. Ji Shui's worries eased, but she didn't dare to completely relax. Because she suddenly felt that her captain seemed to be no ordinary person, but more like someone who could push her to the ground anytime, doing things to her from behind. Yes. Ji Shui quickly nodded nervously, the scenes of his boldness from last night flashing in her mind. She feared that Chenhua might get too interested and take her on the deck during the fight, although she had already decided to fully submit to him last night. But she didn't want to be taken right in front of everyone under the bright sunlight. "I'll teach you how to use the rain of arrows vehicle later." Retracting her gaze, the two arrived on the deck. At this moment, Yang Mi and Su Yajing had already squeezed into the shooting chamber behind the crossbow, greeting Chenhua from an elevated position. Chenhua nodded without responding. Instead, he went with Ji Shui to the shooting platform of the rain of arrows between the two crossbows. He personally explained how to use the rain of arrows vehicle to Ji Shui. However, Ji Shui was lost in her thoughts and realized afterward that she hadn't remembered anything at all. So, with a face of grievance and nervousness, she said, "Captain, I think I didn't understand, can you explain it again?" Chenhua. Speechless for a moment. Chenhua could only explain it again. This time, Ji Shui finally understood. Nodding, she said, I got it. Additionally, this rain of arrows vehicle is equipped with a core for infinite bullets, so you won't need to reload. If a battle starts later, you can just keep shooting, remember that?" "Got it." "Good." Chenhua nodded, turned, and went to the cockpit. "Captain." In the cockpit, Yun Mengyao stood up to greet him. Seeing her standing straight, legs perfectly aligned, Chenhua felt a sense of satisfaction. Because Yun Mengyao was just one salute away from a formal military stance. But nowadays, college students often have military training, so it was quite normal. Keep a close watch and report at any time. After giving her a command, Chenhua sat down beside her and opened the chat system to send a message to Zhao Lietian. "Bro, why aren't you here yet?" Whoosh. Message has arrived. But Zhao Lietian just took a glance and did not respond. He only stared at the chat panel, coldly mocking, hee hee. What a fool, actually thinking I would trade. After saying that, he picked up the binoculars again and looked at the dark shadow on the sea ahead. As the distance increased, the shadow that was stopped on the sea gradually revealed its outline. Until he got close again, 1 or 2 kilometers away. He finally saw the detailed shape of that vessel. Over 20 meters. The ship deck stood tall. Especially on top of the ship, it was actually covered with steel spikes. Wow! Not only has it upgraded to a level 4 vessel, but it also has steel spikes. No wonder they dared to send me the coordinates. Turns out they have some confidence. While Zhao Lietian observed, he sighed at how much money the other party was making selling ice bricks. Otherwise, how could they upgrade so quickly? Unfortunately, the distance was still a bit far, so he couldn't see the facilities inside the ship clearly. But to keep Chenhua steady, he only just replied to Chenhua with a message now. "Brother, I'm coming. You should be able to see me, right?" "I see you. But why did you bring 4 ships?" Chenhua played along, pretending not to understand. This was to make the other side relax their guard, and also to probe whether there were any third-line stars on their ship. After all, he could do without their resources. But the goddess must be taken in. Seeing Chenhua's inquiry, the other party immediately gave an explanation. "Brother, don't get me wrong, those other ships are my teammates. You should understand, otherwise, I couldn't have brought so many crew members alone, right?" "Oh, okay. I'll wait for you here." As soon as Chenhua finished his reply, the other party sent another message. And the message was full of testing. By the way, brother, do you have any heavy weapons on your ship?" Our fleet is in urgent need of heavy weapons. If you have any, we can buy them at a high price. Or trade them for stars. No. I'm also lacking heavy weapons now. Don't look at my ship being so big. But the most powerful things are just crossbows and arrow rain vehicles. But the arrow rain vehicle is not convenient to use. Chen Hua raised the corners of his mouth and continued typing. Do you have hot weapons on your ship? Like AK-47, machine guns, or cannons? I can offer the highest price to buy. You know, I'm not short on money. The message was sent out, filled with the flavor of a silly sweet. This made Zhao Lietian, who was originally a bit worried, laugh instantly, gazing at the chat panel and mocking. Sure enough, they are a fool, they even revealed their trump card. But this arrow rain vehicle is indeed a hassle. And since they have so much money, they must have a lot of stored arrows. Thinking like this, Zhao Lietian replied again, Brother, do you have a lot of arrows on hand? Can you sell me some? I'm willing to offer a bit more than the market price, what do you think? Of course. Seeing that the other party, this big smart, actually wanted to buy his arrows, Chen Hua immediately smiled. Heaven has a way, but you don't take it, hell has no door, but you come in. Since you want to buy at a high price, how can I refuse? Chen Hua immediately smiled and asked, how much will you pay per arrow? Sure enough, the richer people are, the greedier they are. Seeing Chen Hua actively ask for a price, Zhao Lietian's heart jumped, and at the same time, he sent a message in the group channel to his teammates, Brothers, slow down the ship, I want to find a way to minimize the loss. Boom! As soon as these words came out, the other 3 teammates in the group channel were stunned. A way to minimize the loss? What kind of method is that? The 3 were puzzled. They quickly sent messages to ask. But Zhao Lietian had no time to respond. After notifying them, he actively slowed down his vessel's speed. Others, seeing this, could only follow suit and slow down, while curiously guessing in the group what method Zhao Lietian had found to reduce the losses. Chapter 089, Buy out the other party's arrows. The battle began. At the same time, Zhao Lietian pondered slightly in his heart, and immediately quoted a relatively high price to Chen Hua. Brother, small arrows 0.3 gold, large arrows 1.5 gold, what do you think? I want to buy in bulk. He. On the other side, seeing this quote, Chen Hua couldn't help but laugh. Even Su Yajing, who was observing with eagle eyes, was slightly taken aback. Turning her head, she saw Chen Hua's big white eyes, which were particularly eye-catching. Captain, did you encounter some good news? Why are you so happy? She asked in confusion. Of course. Chen Hua raised the corner of his mouth and said, I met a fool who wants to buy all our arrows at a high price. Ha! This is a good thing, why is he a fool? Unimaginable struggled to say the last word, her face slightly red as she asked. Because he thinks that if he buys all our arrows, when he attacks us, we won't have any ammunition to fight back. As Chen Hua said this, he couldn't help but laugh himself. Unimaginable was also suddenly amused. Because after carefully tasting Chen Hua's words, she also felt that the other person was really foolish. Buying all the ammunition. On first glance, there seemed to be no problem. But upon further thought, there were all kinds of loopholes. What if he hoarded a lot? What if what he sold was all garbage and not important? This was clearly a gamble. Unimaginable became interested and immediately leaned over Chen Hua's shoulder, looking at the information with him. Feeling the vague warmth on his back, Chen Hua turned to take a look and found Unimaginable was concentrating on his chat messages. He suddenly felt a burst of amusement. Shaking his head, he continued to reply to Zhao Lietian. Since you want to buy, I will sell. Anyway, after the grand battle, the captain who dies or loses their vehicle will have everything in the system cleared. Gold coins given for free, why not earn them? Thinking this way, Chen Hua replied, Sure. Are you sure you can buy all? I currently have over 2,000 small arrows, and the quantity of large arrows is very small, temporarily not for sale. Hiss. 2,000 arrows? Zhao Lietian saw the information on the panel, and his pupils shrank instantly. Good heavens! Is the other party a devil? How could they store so many small arrows? 2,000 arrows. If he had recklessly attacked before being informed, with a few waves of arrows, he probably wouldn't even dare to show his head. Fortunately, he was smart. He actually thought of the strategy to buy out the other side's arrows. However, this quantity was simply too much for him to handle alone. But in order to reduce losses, he was willing to spend any amount. Anyway, once he takes down the opponent, all these things will be returned. Thinking of this, Zhao Lietian immediately replied, I will buy 2,000 arrows for a total of 600 gold. Wait a moment, I will gather the money. After saying this, Zhao Lietian returned to the fleet's group channel. At this moment, there had already been dozens of messages sent in the channel, all guessing what method Zhao Lietian had found. Seeing everyone's guesses, Zhao Lietian couldn't help but smile and sent a message. My method is very simple. It's to buy out the opponent's weapons. Without weapons, aren't they just lambs waiting to be slaughtered? Huh? Buy out the opponent's weapons? Damn. Big brother, are you joking? Will they sell? Even if they do sell, they will surely keep enough for themselves, right? Yeah, big brother, is this the idea you thought of after a long time? Doesn't feel very promising. The three teammates all held a skeptical attitude. But since they hadn't personally talked to Chenhua, how could they know their plan wouldn't work? Zhao Lietian said impatiently, don't worry. After my contact with him, he has completely believed that I am a businessman. Besides, I'm getting 50% more for each arrow than the market price. If it were you, could you not sell? Hiss. 50%. No wonder. If it were me, I would sell too. Ha ha. So that's how it is. I wondered how he would sell. Big brother does things reliably. We are very reassured. Has the transaction succeeded yet? The three people began to flatter again. But when it came to the transaction, Zhao Lietian suddenly replied with something that left all three people stunned. The transaction is not complete yet. The opponent has too many small arrows, and I don't have enough gold coins, so I came to you to gather some. As soon as these words came out, all three were dumbfounded. 0.3 gold coins for each arrow. How many do they have? Is it not enough? You don't want to lose out, do you? Before the three could respond, Zhao Lietian sent another message. The opponent has 2,000 arrows. Boom. As soon as this was said, the three people in the group were instantly shocked. How many? What? 2,000 arrows. What the hell, he doesn't sell ice blocks? When did he become an arrow seller? Oh my god, that's too much ammunition storage. The three were shocked and felt their brains were short-circuiting. Because even the few of them, who liked to ambush in battles, each ship captain was equipped with only a few hundred. This shows how wealthy that ice block seller, Chenhua, really is. Brothers. 2,000 arrows, it only costs 600 gold coins. We four each contribute 150, and that's enough. When the battle is over, the gold coins will be returned in full, and the arrows will be divided 3 to 7. The more Zhao Lietian spoke, the more excited he became, even stating the division ratio. Seeing this ratio, the other three instantly became a bit dissatisfied and messaged, Boss, how come we only get 7 portions? Isn't it a bit too much for you to take 3 portions? What? 3 portions for me is too much? Zhao Lietian's brow twitched, almost choking on anger, and he replied harshly, 7 portions are mine, 3 portions are yours. After saying that, without waiting for the three to reply, he continued. The plan was made by me, the team is led by me, and the target was found by me. I even minimized your casualties, what else are you dissatisfied about? Once the message was sent, the other three instantly went silent. Because they felt their boss was right. But not allowing them to bite into the fat meat made them uncomfortable. Zhao Lietian could gather them, so he naturally knew about their character, and he sent another message, the stuff on the ship, will split 50-50. I won't treat you unfairly, hurry and transfer the gold coins to me. Okay. Transferring now. It's been transferred. The three no longer tangled and each transferred money to Zhao Lietian. After all, that Chenhua's ship was a level 4 vehicle. There must be a lot of good stuff inside. Some arrows, let it be 3 to 7. After all, they are who they are today, all thanks to the boss's teasing. But when they all reach level 3 vehicles, this division will need to change. Thinking this, the three each transferred over their gold coins. After receiving the gold coins, Zhao Lietian immediately sent a message to Chenhua. Brother, sorry to keep you waiting. I was just gathering money. The 600 gold coins are ready, please initiate the transaction. When the message reached Chenhua, he did not hesitate and directly initiated a transaction for 2,000 arrows, setting the transaction amount to 600 gold coins. Zhao Lietian, seeing this, also showed no hesitation and immediately emptied out the 2,000 arrows. After the purchase, he felt a surge of excitement. He immediately ordered his three teammates, brothers, the 2,000 arrows are in hand, he definitely has no arrows left now, rush over quickly, don't let him react. Rush! The captains of the 4 ships stepped out of the cabin, excitedly shouting out orders. Immediately after, the 4 ships lined up side by side suddenly accelerated, charging towards Chenhua's ship, the Heavenly Paradise. Chapter 090, Inescapable Defense, all become live targets. Captain, those 4 ships accelerated. The people on the deck are all picking up weapons. Yun Mengyao's keen eyes, from a few kilometers away, clearly saw the scene on those 4 ships and immediately reported to Chenhua. But Chenhua was not flustered. He calmly raised his hands and said softly, what weapons did you take? There are crossbows, but they all seem to be semi-automatic. And there's a crossbow. On that Tier 3 vehicle, there's also an armored arrow rain vehicle, and a few shabby-looking male and female crew members are filling it with arrows. Yun Mengyao reported every scene she saw one by one. Chen Hua couldn't see clearly, but he could roughly guess that the Tier 3 vehicle was the one he was chatting with. And it was obvious that they were planning to ambush him. As for the stars deal, it could basically be determined as a decoy. However, to try an ambush with just 4 vehicles is too confident. Chen Hua retracted his gaze and said to Yun Mengyao, "Take another look, are there any beautiful women on those 4 vehicles? Like some third-tier star or something?" "Huh?" Yun Mengyao was stunned for a moment, completely confused. She thought Chen Hua was going to give her a combat command. But unexpectedly, he actually wanted her to check for women. Is he that thirsty? Yun Mengyao gave Chen Hua a speechless look. Still, she looked back to gaze at the 4 vehicles. However, after a while of looking, she saw no attractive women on the 4 vehicles. They were all men holding weapons. So, Yun Mengyao reported her findings to Chen Hua. After hearing this, the last shred of hope in Chen Hua's heart was shattered. What followed was a surge of unnamed anger. It's one thing to come for an ambush. At least you should have a star, even just one. But you don't have a single one. Everything said before the deal was all nonsense. At that moment, Chen Hua was so angry he felt speechless. He only thought the 4 vehicles were worthless. If there was even 1 star, he wouldn't be this angry. So, Chen Hua immediately said with a serious face, "Adjust the ship's direction and aim the weapons at them. We'll hit them hard." "Yes." Finally hearing the combat deployment, Yun Mengyao shook with excitement, immediately turned to the driver's seat, floored the gas pedal, and turned the vehicle. In an instant, the Tier 4 vehicle spun in place, positioning itself sideways to welcome the 4 incoming ships in the distance. Then, Chen Hua picked up the intercom and reminded the 3 women outside again, "Aim at those 4 ships, and once they enter the firing range, hit them hard. Target the drivers first. And try to catch the captain of that Tier 3 ship alive." Received. The 3 women on the deck, upon receiving the message, all shook and hurriedly challenged the height and direction of their weapon fire. In an instant, everyone on the Tier 4 vehicle was busy. The 3 bikini goddesses on the deck transformed into sexy triangular warriors, exuding charm and poise. Unfortunately, the people on those 4 vehicles couldn't see that. All they could see were the moving ships and the adjusting weapons. "Boss. It seems the other party has discovered our movements. Their vessels changed direction, and hold on, their ship has a small room behind the weapons." As the positions of the heavenly fire-burning Skyfleet adjusted, they immediately saw an unusual scene. The crossbows were one thing, the armored arrow rain vehicle was also in range. But how did those weapons collide with the iron house? The front half is exposed? Wow! It's so tightly defended? A few people's hearts jumped. They were somewhat surprised by the strength of the heavenly fire ship. After all, that was steel plate, used so lavishly on weapons. Isn't that too extravagant? Zhao Lietian also noticed this scene. After a moment of surprise, he didn't take it to heart, because he had already bought all the other party's arrows. What's the use of a shield? If there aren't enough arrows, how many can you fire? And that armored arrow rain vehicle, he had one on his ship too. Therefore, in terms of weapons, they are not far off. Zhao Lietian responded, "Keep charging. It would be best if we could get close to that ship. We have more people, boarding will be more favorable for us." "Right. But be careful. Pay attention to slowing down in advance. I see that ship's steel spikes are fierce, we must keep the angle and not collide with it." Received. Understood. In the group channel, the combat directives were confirmed once again. The captains of the 4 vessels all crouched down, waving their hands to signal the crew. In an instant, all crew members lay on both sides of the ship or controlled the crossbows, ready to strike. 4 kilometers. 3 kilometers. 2 kilometers. Slow down. As the 4 vessels approached the Heavens and Earth ship to within 2 kilometers, they all began to slow down. Then they split into 2 paths, moving towards the bow and stern of the Heavens and Earth ship. Because these 2 directions allowed those on the Heavens and Earth ship not to see each other from the front and back. 1,600 meters. 1,400 meters. Speed once again slowed down. Through binoculars, they could faintly see the figures hiding behind the crossbows on the Heavens and Earth ship. But due to the distance and the cover of the crossbow weapons, only some gray and white shapes could be seen, making it difficult to target even when attacking. Yet even so, it still made the 4 captains show lustful glances. Damn, it seems that the shooters on this ship are all women. They all seem to be naked. Wow, these 2 women look really good. Is this ship so flashy? But why are there no other attackers? Are there really only these two women on board? The four captains crouched low, exposing half their heads, looking through the binoculars. The ship once again slowed down to approach. 1,100 meters. 900 meters. 750 meters. Finally, the shooting range has been reached. The speed of the four vessels had also slowed to an extreme, creeping towards the two ends of the heavens and earth ship. Seeing this, Chen-Hua no longer hesitated and immediately ordered, "Fire!" Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, two Zhuge crossbows simultaneously launched massive arrows as thick as arms. The arrows flew through the air, instantly rushing towards the driving positions of the four vessels. Puff! Dang! The barrage of arrows killed a driver on the spot, causing one of the ship's directions to lose control. Another arrow hit the exterior of the bow. Although it did not cause harm to personnel, it certainly startled the driver, who shrank back into the cabin, too scared to show his face. Damn! They actually dare to counterattack. The four captains were all shocked, huddled down, leaning against the ship's side, then loudly shouted to their crew, "Fire!" Whoosh whoosh. Swish swish. The crew of the four vessels, each holding crossbows and semi-automatic crossbows, counterattacked towards the heavens and earth ship. However, just as these people stood up to fire, two large arrows came slicing through the air. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the hull of the second-level vehicle was shot through. Those hiding behind the ship's side were pierced on the spot, splattering a spray of blood. Terrified, the crew members immediately shrank back behind cover, not daring to show their heads. Especially since the range of the crossbows they fired was only 400 meters, they couldn't reach the heavens and earth ship at all. And although the semi-automatic crossbows successfully hit the heavens and earth ship, the next moment, they were flattened by the heavy armor of the heavens and earth ship. Especially the fortress protecting the crossbows on the heavens and earth, entirely made of steel, was impossible to break. "Captain, our crossbows' attack range is not enough. We can't reach them." "Captain, even the crossbows' attacks have been deflected, their defenses are very thick. We can't hit their shooters." The crew members on the four vessels shouted loudly, reporting to the captains. "What? Can't break through the defenses? Since we can't break through, then continue to approach. Drivers, keep sailing." The four captains, without caring about their fallen subordinates, issued combat orders again. So, the drivers of the four vehicles emerged again. However, under the point fire of two Zhuge repeating crossbows, the drivers instantly became a high-risk profession. Anyone who dared to show their head immediately had fist-sized arrows flying over. Although the shots were not accurate, it took a few tries to kill one. But it was terrifying. Moreover, the weapons on the Sky and Earth ship seemed to be not crossbows, but Zhuge repeating crossbows. Once loaded, they could fire 10 arrows in a burst. There was no need to reload between shots. This crossfire speed directly turned the drivers of the four vehicles into high-position industry workers. "Captain, our driving positions are unprotected, becoming live targets. Captain, no one dares to come up. We must find a way." Hearing report after report on the ship, the four captains were stunned. Because under the opponent's continuous fire without needing to reload, every ship had injuries and casualties. Even if only one died, that was still a loss of combat power. So they all started complaining about Zhao Lietian in the channel. Chapter 091, Heavy Casualties, How Does He Still Have Arrows? "Boss, this won't do. The enemy's firepower is too strong, we can't get through." "Boss, didn't you buy up all their arrows? Why didn't you buy the large arrows? Think of a way, boss." Several people kept sending messages in the group channel. Leading the fleet, Zhao Lietian also felt a headache. But as someone with rich combat experience, he quickly noticed the clue. "Let your crossbowmen shoot to cover the drivers. As long as we adjust the direction, we will win." Received. The three also gave orders to their crew. One wave was responsible for controlling the crossbows and providing fire cover. One wave was to back up the driving position and operate the ship. Soon, all four ships finished the challenge, with Zhao Lietian's command issued. The four ships, a total of 6 crossbows, all aimed at Su Yajing and Yang Mi on the Sky and Earth ship. Biu. In an instant, giant arrows flew horizontally. Startled, the two women, Su Yajing and Yang Mi, who were in the midst of firing, tightened their legs. After all, as women, although they had seen great storms, their experience had nothing to do with battle. But fortunately, after the last Special Sea battle, it gave them a clearer understanding of combat. Although scared, they were not panicked. Instead, they grabbed the crossbows and began to fight back. Bang bang bang. The enemy's large arrows hit the fortress shell outside them. The arrows they shot directly hit the enemy's crossbowmen or penetrated through the structure of the crossbows, damaging the crossbow body. Especially those 4 ships, after each shot, had to stop to load new arrows, then had to pull the winch to reload, creating a large empty shooting area after a wave of arrow rain. And Suyajing and Yang Mi had it simpler, needing to reload arrows only after shooting 10 shots. So, these 2 crossbows were like 2 flamethrowers, firing back and forth, hardly stopping. Puff puff. Puff. Ah. Puff puff puff. Ah ah. While the 4 vehicles were loading ammunition, one crew member after another was pierced through the chest. But under the might of the 4 captains, the remaining crew had to rush to replace them. Although the casualties were heavy, they finally bought time for the drivers to steer the ships. For a moment, the 4 vehicles increased speed, getting closer and closer to the Sky and Earth ship. Captain, we can't hold on. Captain, their weapons are crossbows, shooting arrows especially fast. And we can't penetrate their fortress. Captain, we only have 4 people left on the ship. Report after report constantly reminded them of the fierce battle situation. But the 4 captains knew that currently only this method could allow the ships to continue approaching. So they gritted their teeth and said, "Keep shooting for me. Hold on a little longer, we are about to enter the shooting range of arrow rain. Once entering the arrow rain range, I can launch the arrow rain vehicle. At that time, they will have no chance of turning things around. See the women on the ship? Top notch. Once they board, you will all get to experience the feeling of being with stunning beauties." As soon as this was said, some people immediately lit up with excitement. But some people had expressionless faces, not knowing if they were uninterested or had already lost hope for the future. In any case, the fighting spirit on the ship was raised. But it didn't rise much, because every crew member controlled by the captain had their own experiences and lives. Many people, even if they entered the survival sea, would not extinguish their conscience. They were just being restrained by the captain's contract, having no choice but to comply. Just like that, the battle was still ongoing. Out of the 4 vehicles, 2 finally approached the shooting range of the small arrows. And these 2 vehicles were Zhao Lietian's blazing fire and Zhang Chanyo's awesome Ji Shui. The enemy is about to enter the attack range. Prepare to launch the arrow rain vehicle. At the same time, in the cockpit, Chen Hua issued the combat notification again. And Ji Shui, who had been hiding behind the arrow rain vehicle, finally got nervous and placed her foot on the launch pedal, quietly counting the distance in her heart. 500 meters, 450 meters, 400 meters. Swish! Ji Shui immediately pressed the launch button of the armored arrow rain vehicle. In an instant, 108 small arrows shot out simultaneously from the 108 holes in the arrow rain vehicle, spraying down like a net towards the direction of blazing fire and awesome. 108 arrows covered a very wide range, like a big net. Wow! The arrow rain is here. On blazing fire, the crew members were anxious and immediately looked for cover. However, it was already too late. Countless arrows fell, completely covering the 2 vehicles. Clang 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 clang. Poo poo poo, clang clang. In an instant, several crew members caught off guard were instantly hit. Excess arrows fell, turning the 2 vehicles into a hedgehog shape. Just a bit less prickly. Damn! Didn't the boss say he had bought out all of their small arrows? Why do they still have them? Oh my god! There are people behind the arrow rain vehicle. Damn! Too insidious. What the hell? They didn't sell everything to me. But I guess they don't have many arrows left. Zhao Lietian was nearly hit and cursed quietly, then ordered his crew to shoot back. Shoo shoo shoo. The arrow rain vehicle on blazing fire also launched a large number of arrows for the first time. A net of arrows rolled towards the entire heaven and earth ship. However, when Zhao Lietian's arrows fell, the scene surprised everyone. The arrows fell and were instantly dispersed by the defenses of heaven and earth. Clang 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 clang. Not a single arrow could pierce the hull of the level 4 vehicle. This scene stunned not just Zhao Lietian. Even the other captains and crew members were bewildered. After all, at this level of defense, they could cause no harm. Moreover, those crossbowmen were hiding behind the fortress. This meant, no matter how they fired weapons, they could not hurt the opponent. But the opponent could keep shooting. For a moment, many people immediately felt like retreating. Fortunately, at this time, Zhao Lietian realized the drop in morale and immediately sent a message to his teammates. Brothers, don't panic. Although we can't break their defenses. But they don't have many arrows left. Have you all forgotten I bought so many arrows from them? They definitely can't fire a second round. Quick charge. Find every way to get close to them. As long as we get close, we can win. As soon as this was said, The other three captains gritted their teeth, agreeing with the boss's decision. After all, it was an undeniable fact that the boss had bought 2,000 arrows from the enemy. The enemy couldn't possibly have hoarded 4,000 arrows, right? Moreover, at this point, if they just ran away, they would surely suffer great losses. At worst, they would lose a few more crew members. Do it. Winning is the opportunity. Thinking of this, the other three captains immediately shouted for the crew to come closer. The people on the fire ship also acted at the same time, loading their arrows into the rain of arrows. However, just as those few ran behind the shooting platform and bent down to load their arrows, 2 large crossbows flew in again. Immediately following, the rain of arrows vehicle of the heavenly home quickly turned its direction, aimed at one of the approaching vessels, and launched its second round of volley. Swish. Chapter 092, The Despairing Fleet, We Surrender. Swish. The second round of arrows rained down from the sky. On the approaching mighty ship, everyone was instantly stunned. Wait, they just shot, how can they shoot again? The people on mighty ship didn't even have time to react. They were instantly struck cold to the bone by the falling rain of arrows. In an instant, over half were dead or wounded, leaving only 3 people, including the captain. Ah! My crew, my crew! Zheng Qianyu looked at his fallen crew members, his eyes instantly filled with tears. But he didn't dare to show his face. He could only hide behind the ship's side, filled with grief and rage. The 2 remaining crew members, 1 male and 1 female, were the same. No matter what was said, they wouldn't get up. Each of them lay behind the cover on the deck, trembling with fear. You two, hurry over and steer the ship. Zheng Qianyu no longer dared to let the ship approach the heavenly home. After all, there were only 3 people on their ship. Even if they really got close, they had no way to board for close combat. So he quickly shouted at those 2. However, those 2 crew members were already scared stiff by the bloodshed on the ship. Each of them hid behind the cover, unable to move. No matter how Zheng Qianyu shouted, they wouldn't budge. Zheng Qianyu didn't dare to walk over and scold them, he could only seethe in helpless anger. Frustrated, he sent a message to his boss. Boss, what's going on? Even if they have so many arrows, how can they shoot continuously? Don't they have to load bullets? Upon seeing this message, Zhao Lietian was also left dumbfounded. Because he also didn't know why the other side's rain of arrows vehicle could shoot repeatedly. He could only hide and respond, don't worry, the faster they shoot, the faster they use their arrows. And they definitely don't have any extra arrows left, so hurry and let the crew get closer. As long as we can land on their ship, we can support right away. The message was sent. Zheng Qianyu didn't even have time to reply. Once again, a rain of arrows appeared overhead. Swish swish swish. Another 108 arrows. In an instant, the ship was once again filled with a rain of arrows. Zheng Qianyu was completely stunned. Good grief. Is this what they call running out of arrows? They're still shooting at themselves. The other side definitely had a lot of arrows in stock. Zheng Qianyu got scared, didn't respond, and directly hid behind the ship's side playing dead. On the other side, seeing the heavenly home continuously launching rain of arrows, the yet-to-approach Eagle and World ships also quickly stopped outside the prison's range, using crossbows for cover. After all, the other side's rounds of arrows were truly terrifying. They even prepared to retreat at any time if their boss couldn't hold on. This scene angered Zhao Lietian, who was in the range of the arrow rain. He sent one urgent message after another to his 2 teammates. But those 2 acted as if they didn't see any of it the whole time. Damn it! When I take this ship, I will definitely deal with you too. Zhao Lietian, in a panic, hurried the crew to get closer again. But just as his words fell, the rain of arrows vehicle that was originally dealing with the mighty ship suddenly turned its aim towards them. Immediately following, the 3rd wave of arrows fell. Thud thud thud. Those loading arrows into their own rain of arrows vehicle were instantly pierced through by 2 arrows. The rest immediately rolled to the side and hid. Damn it, quickly get up and fight back. Take advantage of their loading time, quickly get up. Upon seeing this, Zhao Lietian even thought of personally killing 1 or 2 crew members to establish his authority. But the crew members were not fools. They saw the enemy shoot wave after wave, how could they dare to show their heads? Although the captain was angry, they might die or be tortured. But going out now would mean certain death. As people who had lived in a peaceful world all their lives, they had never seen much bloodshed. At this moment, they were already so scared that their legs were weak. They would rather wait to die than rush out to die right away. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. Seeing that the crew members no longer followed orders, Zhao Lietian had no way out. He immediately stood up, ready to personally run over to control the crossbow to fight back. However, just as he stood up at that moment, the celestial and earthly ship released another wave of arrows. Whoosh! 108 arrows fell head-on. Zhao Lietian's pupils contracted as he instantly shrank back. Unfortunately, his speed was no match for the swiftly flying arrows. Put! 2 arrows pierced through his shoulder and thigh, embedding in his flesh. Crap! The boss got hit. Retreat, quick, retreat! Hiss! Go, 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 turn around immediately! In the distance, the Eagle and the World ships did not dare to continue the fight and quickly ordered the driver to turn around. On the celestial and earthly ship, Ji Shui gradually felt the sensation of shooting arrows with each launch. Moreover, firing 108 arrows at once, without having to reload, seemed to bring her back to the feeling of extravagance in her family. After all, this time shooting was more than 100 arrows. Since her survival began, she had touched weapons for over 10 days. When shooting arrows, she shot one by one, not daring to waste any. In fact, later on, to eat, she even sold her weapons. Now experiencing the comfort of leaning against a big tree again, she confirmed once more that her choice last night was not wrong. Gripping the steering wheel, she aimed again at the fireship, ready to continue the exciting attack. But just at that moment, Chen Hua's voice suddenly came through the intercom. Everyone, cease fire. Upon hearing this, the 3 women finally saw. The 2 vessels, which had been in disarray, were slowly raising 2 white flags. The white flag rising represented surrender. Clearly, those 2 ships surrendered. But wait. What about the 2 ships in the distance? Su Yajing immediately asked on the intercom, Captain, it seems like those 2 ships in the distance want to escape. Should we continue to attack? No need to worry about them for now. You all stay on alert. I will first take the resources from these 2 ships. If anything seems off, you can execute without asking for permission. After saying this, Chen Hua sent Zhao Lietian a message, Brother, didn't see the female star on your ship? Is this how you fool me? Ah. Big brother, please spare me. I shouldn't have lied to you, there's no female star on my ship. Zhao Lietian saw the reply and was instantly scared to death. After all, after everything that had happened, the other party was still concerned about the female star. Was the female star really that important? Zhao Lietian, with a mournful face, quickly typed back, I will give you all the resources on the ship, please spare me. I promise to professionally capture female stars for you in the future. He. Chen Hua replied with just 2 words. To let the other party go was absolutely impossible. But resources couldn't be wasted. Especially since his 2,000 arrows were still on the enemy ship. After a pause, he directly ordered, transfer all resources to me. A message was sent separately to Zhao Lietian and the nearby awesome ship. Seeing the message, neither of them dared to refute. They immediately transferred everything in the system space and on the ship. Zhao Lietian transferred you 23 gold coins. Zhao Lietian transferred you 2,300 universal arrows. Zhao Lietian transferred you 50 parts. Zhao Lietian transferred you 40 wooden planks. Zhao Lietian transferred you 2 semi-automatic crossbows. Zhang Chanyo transferred you 15 gold coins. Zhang Chanyo transferred you 33 bottles of mineral water. Zhang Chanyo transferred you 8 steel plates. Zhang Chanyo transferred you a C4 explosives blueprint. Zhang Chanyo transferred you a V2 engine. Chapter 93, Order to blow up the ships, promote to V4 engine. The supplies of the 2 entered Chen Hua's backpack space. In a short while, Chen Hua's system space was filled with a large amount of resources. Not only were the 2,000 arrows lost all recovered, but he also gained a lot of basic resources and food resources. However, among these resources, there were no eye-catching supplies. All were ordinary and common resources. Even the bullets were very few. Chen Hua scanned through the transfer notifications from the 2. Soon, after discovering the C4 explosives blueprint transferred by Zhang Chanyo, his eyes lit up. Wow! There is even this good thing. After glancing at the number of explosive items that can be made from the blueprint, Chen Hua was shocked again. C4 explosives blueprint can be synthesized from black powder, steel plates, and parts. One blueprint can produce 10 C4 explosive packages. Wow, this is a good thing. This one blueprint is worth at least a few hundred gold coins. It's a pity that these people are too weak and couldn't make C4 explosives. Otherwise, I wouldn't have one so easily. Sighing secretly, Chen Hua suddenly felt that this battle was not fought in vain. Although he didn't receive the goddess. But the C4 explosives blueprint is also very good. And if you calculate carefully, the harvest from this battle is even more than what he earns selling ice bricks for a day. Big brother, we've transferred everything to you, can you let us go? Woo-woo, big brother, I beg you to spare our lives. After Zhao Lietian and Zhang Chanyo transferred the items, they began to send messages to Chen Hua pleading for mercy. At this moment, Yun Mengyao had unknowingly come to Chen Hua's side and saw the information on the panel in front of him. She asked, "Captain, should we take the rest of the people onto the ship?" Hearing this, Chen Hua suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and shook his head. Seeing this, Yun Mengyao was a bit puzzled. Not taking them on board? What to do then? We can't just kill them all, right? But if we kill them, they have no value, right? Before Yun Mengyao could think clearly, Chen Hua suddenly took out two C4 explosives and said to her, "Give these two bombs to Xiaobai and Yangmi. Those two ships don't need to exist." Ah! Blow up the ships? Upon hearing this, Yun Mengyao heart trembled, and she was startled. Seeing this, Chen Hua smiled faintly and explained, "Ships that rob everywhere are a disaster even if they are left. Go! Remember to remind them to aim accurately, there are only these two C4s on the ship." Yes. At this moment, Yun Mengyao felt a bit scared of Chen Hua. After all, it is really hard to judge the next step of someone who talks about killing without any consideration for profit. Thinking back to the few days ago when she was with Chen Hua, she couldn't help but shiver. At the same time, she secretly decided that no matter what she said in the future, she would never take the initiative. Soon after handing the C4S to Su Yajing and Yang Mi, she returned to the control room. Yang Mi and Su Yajing were also frightened by Chen Hua's ruthlessness. However, considering the lawless world, one cannot stand without being ruthless. They didn't really think Chen Hua was being excessive. Because in this vast ocean, the weak are food for the strong, and they had all experienced it. So they all attached the C4S to their crossbow arrows. Then set the explosion time and launched them at Niubai and Lai Hua ships. Whoosh whoosh. Duong. Clang. The successive arrows pierced into the hulls of the Lai Hua and Niubai ships. The huge impact made the two captains hiding behind the ship's rail feel a tremor. What's going on? Why is there still shooting arrows? We have already surrendered, why are you still attacking? The two were terrified and immediately sent a message to Chen Hua. But as soon as the message was sent out, outside the ship, a series of rapid DDDD sounds came. The sound grew louder and faster. The two captains had no idea what was making the noise. Out of curiosity, they cautiously approached the source of the sound. However, before they could reach it, two violent explosions suddenly spread across the hull. Boom! The immense shockwave instantly blasted the two captains away. The shattered hull turned into sharp spikes, piercing through them. In the blink of an eye, half of the vessel vanished without a trace. The crew members on board perished instantly, sinking down to the ocean below. Report to the captain, the target has been destroyed. Report to the captain, the target has been destroyed. Su Yajing and Yang Mi both picked up the intercom to report. Received. Continue to stand by. Chen Hua replied, then gazed into the distance, watching the two small black dots fleeing far out at sea, turning to Yun Mengyao and instructed, "Set sail, chase after those two escaping vessels." Yes. Seeing Chen Hua was going for a total annihilation, Yun Mengyao hurriedly rushed to the driver's seat. She then plopped heavily down, causing a bounce. Yet, she was completely unaware, and slammed the gas pedal to the floor, making the massive vessel start to move. However, the ship was slow to get moving. Those two Tier 2 vessels had already escaped 7 to 8 kilometers away. Now, trying to chase them, it wouldn't be easy at all. So, Chen Hua ordered again, "Mengyao, activate the speed sails." Yes. Yun Mengyao pointed her finger and pressed the speed sail button. In an instant, the sails took control automatically. Then a huge thrust spread out. The Tier 4 vessel suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the two escaping vessels in the distance. Damn! Captain, that Tier 4 vessel is coming after us. What? The captains of the two vessels were all startled, urgently looking back with their binoculars. But when they saw that the Tier 4 vessel had just begun to move, they instantly breathed a sigh of relief, comforting their crew members, "It's fine. They just started, they can't catch up with us." The words were hardly out. In the binoculars, the heavenly paradise suddenly accelerated, leaving the two captains dumbfounded. How could this happen? The two captains were greatly shocked, staring as the Tier 4 vessel broke 100 in 3 seconds, leaving them terrified. They dropped the binoculars and urgently shouted at the driver, "Hurry, accelerate, accelerate." Boom, 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 boom. The two Tier 2 vessels ran for their lives. Heavenly Paradise followed behind. But Heavenly Paradise was too large, even though its speed had been maximized in 3 seconds, it was hard to catch up in such a short time. However, this wasn't a big problem for Chen Hua. He already had 11 engines stocked up in hand. Even an upgrade would leave plenty as backup. Moreover, those two fleeing ships had to be eliminated. He didn't want to be targeted. Chenhua walked out of the control room, under the gazes of the three women at the shooting platforms, directly approached the engine room at the rear of the ship, upgrading the engine on site. Current engine level, LV3, upgradable. Upgrade resource costs, for basic engines, 8 steel plates, 60 parts, 40 gold coins and labor, upgrade? Upgrade panel appeared, clearly detailing each required resource. Compared to the last upgrade, the resources needed had all gone up. However, Chenhua was extremely wealthy now. This little bit of resources wasn't even worth his attention. He chose to upgrade on the spot. In an instant, the engines and various resources flew out, merging with the original engine. During this time, Su Yajing could neither slow down nor speed up. Fortunately, the upgrade was very quick. A few seconds later, the V3 engine had doubled in size, successfully upgrading to a V4 engine. Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded to V4 engine. LV4 engine, fuel consumption 55 liters per 100 kilometers. Current maximum speed 110 kilometers per hour. After the engine had successfully upgraded, Yun Mengyao suddenly felt that the ship's power had increased. She floored the gas pedal. No change. But the speed of the boat, yet again, increased. With its massive body, it roared across the sea at a speed of 110 kilometers per hour. Oh! The speed has increased? Yun Mengyao was overjoyed, immediately steering the wheel, continuing to charge forward, quickly closing the distance with the two vessels. At the same time, Chenhua also called the three women on the deck over, taking out an RPG rocket launcher, preparing to teach the three women, letting them observe his powerful stance of firing. Damn, Captain, their speed has increased. What? Damn. How can their speed be so fast? Hiss. Such a big ship running so fast, did they upgrade to a V4 engine? Quick, run, run. Hurry and notify that ugly monster, weld the throttle to the floor. The two captains were both frantically shouting on their respective vessels. Among them, Sun Wu of the Tianxia ship, after shouting, personally ran to the cockpit, shouting at the female crew member who was driving, "Weld the throttle down for me, if we can't escape, I'll hold you accountable." The crew member driving the ship was a woman. Although it was a hot day, she wore loose, torn jeans and a shirt covered in oil stains. Even through her ragged clothing, you could see her fair, supple skin underneath. If you looked from a distance, you could still see her S-shaped body curve, even covered by clothing, it was still very perfect. Only at her neck was there a subtle scar. That added a slight blemish to her stunning figure. But how could such a perfect-bodied woman end up reduced to driving a ship because of a scar? The reason is simple. Because the injuries on this woman were not limited to just her neck. At this moment, the female driver, hearing the captain's urging, glanced back. In an instant, the terrifying scar on her face was revealed in the captain's view. On her face, two centipede-shaped scars crossed over each other, extending down to her neck. It turns out that the scar on her neck, which seemed like a blemish, was actually the starting point. Of course. Actually, the scars on her face weren't a big deal. After all, this was in the open sea, with the lights off, nothing could be seen. If worst came to worst, she could always use a back position. But the scary part was, the woman's injuries were not just on her face. Her clothes covered her lower back and thighs. All had similar giant centipede-shaped injuries. If observed closely, you could even see the wounds wriggling. When Sun Wu had just taken this woman into his hands, he had mustered up the courage to try from behind. However, the moment he pressed down and lifted her clothing, that horrifying injury almost made him vomit. Especially the location of the scars, he didn't dare to touch carelessly, fearing that the writhing scars might infect him with bacteria. After all, this was an endless sea. One careless mistake could lead to death. Moreover, he didn't lack for women on his ship. There was absolutely no need to put himself in danger for the sake of a woman with a good figure from the past. Or to put it another way, it's not that Sun Wu couldn't handle it psychologically. It was that he simply wasn't perverted enough. So, he assigned this woman to the driving position, out of sight, out of mind. But toward the captain's reprimand, the scarred woman didn't take it to heart. Her facial expression was as calm as ever. It seemed as though she remained unmoved by anything, having completely lost hope in this world. Calmly turning back, she replied, "Captain, our engine power is insufficient, we can only run this fast." Damn it! Hearing this, Sun Wu immediately clenched his fists in anger. But seeing her still staring at him, his heart instantly became even more displeased, especially the centipede scars on her face, which constantly harmed his mental strength like a magic pattern fish. He immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Why don't you turn your head away?" The scarred female crew member did not answer, silently turning her head back. But at the moment she turned her head, a bright glimmer flashed in her eyes. She knew. The chance to escape the claws of the demon had perhaps arrived. Damn it! Am I really going to fall here today? Sun Wu anxiously walked out of the cockpit and called out to the crew on the ship, "Pick up your weapons. When that ship gets close, shoot to kill. We must not let it approach us." Clang! The crew sprang into action, picking up crossbows, crouching at the stern, while the shooters turned their crossbows, aiming down at the vast sea behind. Both ships were ready to act, displaying a stance that said, "If you dare to come close, I will fight you to the death." At the same time, with the speed of the Tianshangren Jian, the distance between the two vessels was closing rapidly. Chenhua brought Su Yajing, Yang Mi, and Ji Shui to the side of the cockpit at the bow. Then, together with the three women, crouched on the deck, introducing the various details of the RPG rocket launcher. Load the rocket from here. After loading, place it on your shoulder. Just like I am doing. This is the launch trigger. But make sure to set up the rocket launcher properly before firing, keep your body in the right position, or the recoil might cause the rocket to veer off or injure your shoulder. And this is the aiming spot. Chenhua crouched on the penetrated deck, explaining it all to the three women. All three women listened seriously. After all, the world has already turned into this. One more piece of knowledge could mean one more chance to protect themselves. But everyone was an ordinary person. How did Chenhua know so much? Ji Shui looked suspiciously and asked, "Captain, did you serve in the military before? How could you know so much about weapons?" "Yeah, Captain. You know too much." Su Yajing also had a curious look, knowing that Chenhua used to be just a student. As for Yang Mi, she didn't say anything. After all, as a mature and steady woman, even if she was curious inside, she wouldn't show it too obviously. Her eyes were full of doubt towards Chenhua, especially since she was crouching directly opposite him. The triangular shape was clear, far more enticing than when the clothes were taken off. Chenhua stole a few glances. Seeming to make Yang Mi sense something was off, she immediately adjusted her position, crossing her legs to block Chenhua's view. Only then did Chenhua explain to the three women, "All this knowledge comes from playing games online. I haven't really used it before. I'll just try firing one later to see what happens." Chapter 095, Annihilate the Firestorm Fleet, the fifth goddess appears. So that's how it is. The three women suddenly understood. They felt a bit envious of those who took games seriously. After all, when the weapons from the games became real in reality, those who played games would definitely be more skilled than them. Woo woo woo. The two ships were getting closer. In no time, they were within 1,000 meters. However, the effective shooting range of the RPG rocket launcher was between 400 and 800 meters. It was still not time to act. Instead, the two vessels began to launch counterattacks with their crossbows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One large arrow after another broke through the air, hitting the armor, bounced off by the solid steel armor. Although they hit, they caused no damage. Seeing this, the two captains became anxious, because the other ship was getting closer. "Captain, a foggy sea has been spotted ahead." Suddenly, as the two captains anxiously scratched their ears and cheeks, a patch of fog suddenly emerged at the end of the sea ahead. LV2 Special Sea, Foggy Sea. Evaluation: this place is full of danger, but also full of opportunities. Captain, consider carefully. Seeing the special sea in the telescope, both captains were overjoyed. Ha ha ha. A special sea, it's the Foggy Sea. The heavens won't let me down. Hurry, let's head into the Foggy Sea. There's always a way out, there's always a way out. Pass on my order, enter the Foggy Sea immediately. The captains of the two ships, overjoyed and extremely excited. Although the special sea area is dangerous, but they would rather venture into the dragon's den than be hunted by the vehicles behind them. After all, entering the special sea area gives them a chance to start over. Once hunted, their lives today would be utterly over. However, will Chenhua allow them to enter the misty sea smoothly? After receiving testimony from Su Yajing, Chenhua's brow twitched, and he decided to attack immediately. Although there was still a distance of 700 meters to the enemy, but it would only waste a few shells. So, Chenhua immediately stood up with the rocket launcher. The three women also stood up, holding their breath, and observed Chenhua's actions. On the other side, the two vehicles had just cheered opportunistically. The crew responsible for observing the rear suddenly noticed something wrong, because through the binoculars suddenly appeared one man and four women. Among them, the man was holding an RPG rocket launcher. RPG. The crew exclaimed in shock, then hurriedly shouted to the captain behind him, "Captain, RPG, RPG. What's the rush?" The captain didn't react in time, and snapped at the crew, "What's the rush? RPG, RPG. The crew shouted again, trying to explain. But the captain still didn't understand. He quickly approached, avoiding the binoculars, and stretched his head to look inside. But he didn't realize until he looked. When he saw it, the captain was also shocked. He immediately let go of the binoculars, exclaiming in shock, "RPG. What skin?" Now it was the other crew members who were confused. However, Chenhua had no intention of giving them a chance to be confused. Boom! With the trigger pulled, the rocket instantly shot out, heading straight for the eagle. Ah! A few crew members at the stern were so frightened they screamed instantly. But before they finished yelling, the rocket fell into the water beside them. Boom! The rocket hit the water, sending a wave several meters high. In an instant, the eagle swayed violently, losing its direction. Terrified, the other ship quickly pulled away from the eagle. Damn! It actually went off target. On the sky and earth, Chenhua moved away from the sight, murmuring speechlessly. Beside him, Su Yajing immediately comforted. The captain's first shot was already very accurate. Yes. Although it went a bit off, practice makes perfect. Maybe the next shot will hit. Ji Shui also quickly chimed in with a compliment. Yet, Yang Mi remained silent. Her voluptuous body, like the goddess Aphrodite, stood still, exposing her flesh. But her fingers, crossed and secretly interlocked, expressed her conflicted feelings of wanting to compliment yet feeling troubled. Alright, you two don't need to find ways to flatter me. With this time, you might as well learn to shoot more. Saying this, Chenhua loaded the second shell into the RPG launcher. Then he hoisted it back up, aimed, and fired. Boom! The powerful recoil made Chenhua's figure sway slightly. But with Yang Mi's talent boost, the ship's people had attributes comparable to special forces, so this impact was nothing. So all four of them fixed their eyes on the direction where the shell fell. They watched as the shell charged toward one of the vehicles. Boom! In an instant, flames soared into the sky. Endless timber flew in all directions. The back half of the eagle was instantly shattered into countless pieces. The captain and crew at the stern were killed on the spot by the shockwave from the explosion, flying in all directions and falling into the sea. The remaining few, either seriously injured or unconscious. Only the scarred woman in the cockpit, being farther away, managed to escape a section. But Chenhua did not continue firing. Because it didn't matter who had evaded or who hadn't. Without the vehicle support, everyone was doomed. Watching the eagle sink, Chenhua hoisted the rocket launcher again, aiming at another vehicle. Completely unaware. At the moment the eagle sank, a woman with a face covered in centipede scars seized the chance to dive into the ocean and headed toward his vehicle. Boom! Another shell fired out. I don't know if it's because I've fired too many times, or if it's a man's instinct for weapons, but Chenhua's hands felt exceptionally good. This shot hit its target perfectly, right in the hull of the Tianxia. Boom! The Tianxia didn't even have time to react. The hull suddenly exploded, sinking down to the sea. Some who weren't killed by the blast bled profusely as they struggled in the water, crying for help. Help! Help! However, Chenhua knew their time was running out. Even if they were rescued, he wouldn't be able to heal them. Besides, he never thought of saving these people who had nothing to do with him. Let alone those who had ambushed him. Even if they might have been forced, it had nothing to do with him. After all, on the ocean, a goody two-shoes never has a good ending. He wouldn't actively do bad things. But he wouldn't actively do good things either. Putting away the rocket launcher, Chenhua let out a faint sigh of relief, watching the sinking vessel, and softly said two words, "Done." After speaking, he took out the intercom, preparing to let Yun Mengyao steer the boat to the outside of the foggy sea area, planning to wait until it was cooler in the afternoon to explore the foggy sea. But just as Chenhua pressed the intercom channel button and was about to speak, a system notification suddenly echoed in his ear. Detected, a goddess-level woman, can be collected. Chapter 096, spend time with her, tallying the war gains. A goddess-level woman? Hearing the voice, Chenhua was instantly stunned, released the intercom, and looked out at the surface of the sea. However, the people struggling on the water were mostly men. Where could a goddess-level woman be? But the system's reminder was never wrong. Because this was his innate ability, capable of collecting and detecting. So Chenhua immediately had the three women beside him lean over the side of the boat to look. He even called Yun Mengyao out to use her eagle eye to search. After all, her eagle eye had stronger penetration. For a moment, on the entire boat, a man and four women all leaned over the sides looking down. The attractive figures instantly caught the attention of the men struggling in the sea, making them forget to struggle. Indeed, men's lust is instinctive. Even when about to drown, they still wanted to steal glances. This once again confirmed Chen Hua's decision not to save them. He watched those few people sink to the bottom. It was a pity. As the few survivors sank, the goddess mentioned by the system was not found. Captain, no targets found. Captain, I didn't see anything here either. Captain, could they already be dead? Yeah. They might have drowned. Yin Mengyao, Su Yajing, Yang Mi, and Ji Shui all shrugged after a careful search, expressing their thoughts. And after Chen Hua heard their responses, he frowned. Dead? He didn't quite believe it. After all, from beginning to end, he hadn't seen any beautiful women peek out from the surface of the sea. They couldn't possibly hold their breath underwater and choose to drown instead of surfacing. He didn't believe there could be such ruthless women. Moreover, with a boat available, who would choose death? Looking at the now calm sea, Chen Hua's mind raced, thinking through the clues. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Chen Hua's mind. Innate talent. The other party must have a talent for diving. Just like Su Yajing. Su Yajing's talent was swimming, allowing her to swim for long periods with very little energy consumption. Then the other party might have a diving talent, enabling them to stay underwater for a long time without needing to breathe. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to avoid showing up for so long. Thinking of this, Chen Hua's anxiety instantly disappeared. Diving, huh? I don't believe you can stay hidden forever. With this thought, Chen Hua immediately ordered, "You four, keep watch around. Today, I must spend time with her until the end." Yes. The four women shook their backs and spread out in four directions around the vessel, then leaned over the sides of the boat. Looking towards the distant sea through the penetrating stern of the ship, he examined closely. Chen Hua glanced at the sky. At this moment, the sky was already close to noon. The temperature of the sun was also rising sharply. But Chen Hua had no intention of wrapping up. He was determined to spend time with that unknown goddess to the end. He wasn't afraid of the rising temperature. At worst, they could each carry a few blocks of ice. But if he missed this opportunity, he would lose another cash machine and a magical special reward. With such thoughts in mind, Chen Hua found a shady spot and started counting today's battle gains. The battle gains were easy to tally. 2,000 arrows were originally his. In addition to these 2,000 arrows, he had additionally gained weapon consumption resources, weapon resources, basic upgrade resources, and living supplies, among other materials. Among these, basic consumables included over 300 arrows, more than 40 large arrows, over 30 universal bullets, a C4 bomb blueprint, over 600 gold coins, and 7 barrels of diesel. For weapon resources, he obtained a total of 5 ballistae, 1 siege vehicle, and 13 crossbows. Basic upgrade materials weren't much. He collected 65 wooden boards, 69 rough iron, 9 steel plates, 72 parts, and 3 engines, most of which came from Zhalaitian. This was also why Chen Hua didn't send a message to the escaping ship to surrender materials. One reason was that these two vehicles were roughly similar to the bull-headed and hard to extract more materials. The Fireflame, which had a lot of materials, had already been plundered by him. The second reason was to prevent the other party from entering the mist area, thereby missing the opportunity to eliminate them and possibly causing future troubles for him. In short, he didn't want to leave future troubles for himself over some worthless materials. After classifying these resources needed for development, what remained were living supplies and a mess of things. Among these materials, water and food occupied a large share. For instance, over 20 pounds of salmon, 7 packs of salt, 4 cans of beef, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 5 packs of instant rice, and 2 barrels of fish bait, etc. Besides food, the other materials were even more mixed. For example, the unopened electric mini motors, unopened black stockings, kettles, power strips, winter down jackets for men and women, kitchen knives, machetes, high heels, unopened thongs, essential oils, shower gel, etc., were all a chaotic mix. Perhaps to make Chen Hua believe that they had turned over everything, there were unusually many small items. Piled together, colorful and chaotic, they were particularly eye-catching. After a once-over check, Chen Hua looked at his total resources again. First, the gold coins had unknowingly reached 3,180 pieces. And the quantity of basic upgrade resources was all above 200. Even the steel plates had terrifyingly reached 211 pieces. The only downside was that there wasn't much diesel left. As a level 4 vehicle, his fuel consumption had always been high. Although he had seized a few more barrels today. But the storage was running low. It was hard to support him for further sailing. It seems I must buy some diesel at a high price. Otherwise, it won't be enough. Remembering that the diesel price in the store had already risen to 3 gold coins per liter, Chen Hua was forced to make a painful choice. After all, with vehicle upgrades, diesel had become a consumable that every captain must stockpile. Otherwise, no matter how well the ship was upgraded, it couldn't run. After checking all the resources, Chenhua stood up, took all other resources out, and stored them in the basement. Then he put all the small arrows, excess armored siege vehicles, ballistae, and excess crossbows all on the shelf. Anyway, he had already equipped the armored siege vehicle with an infinite ammo core, no longer needing small arrows. As for the remaining one, no one was controlling it. Even if someone did control it, filling arrows would be a hassle, hard to make it effective. Better to exchange arrows for gold coins and find a way to acquire more powerful firearms. So, Chenhua did not hesitate at all and got rid of all these extra weapons. Among them, over 2,000 small arrows were all sold, priced at 0.2 gold coins each. The armored arrow rain vehicle was priced at 80 gold coins. The semi-automatic crossbow was priced at 40, while the crossbow was even cheaper, priced at 10 gold coins. Soon, all the items were listed for sale. Chenhua also went to the mall to notify everyone. After all, these were considered valuable items. If he didn't notify them, it would be hard for wealthy people to notice in a short time. Brothers, all kinds of large weapons are now on the shelves, including semi-automatic crossbows, armored arrow rain vehicles, crossbows, and arrows. The prices are great. If you need them, click on my showcase for quick purchase. Chapter 97, The Rise of Heroes, 3-line small singer Zhouyu. Once Chenhua's message was sent out, the chat channel instantly fell silent again. It seemed that Chenhua's appearance always brought silence, becoming a signature for his arrival. Soon, after 2 seconds of silence, the channel began to buzz again. Damn! It's too expensive, I can't afford it. Woo woo! My total savings are only 40 gold coins. If I buy the crossbow, I might just cook to death at sea. What the hell, I was wondering why Chenhua was gone, turns out everyone went to the showcase. Wow, so many arrows. I just bought 100 at once. Damn, how can so many large weapons be listed all at once? Did Chenhua make a fortune? He can't have sold all his reserves, right? TSK, so many weapons must be loot. I wonder which ship offended Chenhua and got captured. Incredible, so impressive. Most of the channel's messages were praising Chenhua. Though many people said they couldn't afford it, the items in the showcase were rapidly decreasing. Chenhua knew that big spenders were clearing out the stock. After all, many people had already made a fortune after the weather change. Especially those selling ice water, it's not an exaggeration to say they were rolling in money. Damn! The quantity is decreasing so fast, someone is buying in bulk. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, 5 crossbows are gone. Damn, 2,000 arrows have been sold out. Incredible, man, you're amazing. Turns out my brothers are so strong, the only weak one here is me. Woo woo! Brothers, I'm here too. Me too, woo woo. The weapons in the showcase were rapidly decreasing. And the gold coin balance was also quickly increasing. After watching for a while, Chenhua closed the panel. After all, it had been so many days of survival. There were opportunities at sea. It's perfectly normal for some wealthy individuals to emerge. Or more accurately, the current ocean has entered the era of rising heroes. He got up and went to the side of the ship. He looked at the blazing sun in the sky. The women were already sweating from the heat. Seeing Chenhua appear, Jishui couldn't help but want to ask for a break to run back to the cabin for some water. But before she could say anything, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the sea not far away. Immediately after, a stunningly beautiful face surfaced from the water. Captain, look over there, there's someone. Jishui shouted excitedly. Chenhua quickly looked up. Sure enough, 3 prompts saying can be rescued immediately appeared beside the person. It really is a goddess. Chenhua's eyes lit up, but he did not respond to Jishui, instead quietly locking eyes with the woman in the water. The woman in the water floated up and down with the waves. Her face looked somewhat pale. It seemed she had already exhausted some strength. After hesitating for a while, she finally shouted towards the Tian Shangren Jian, save me, save me. Ha ha. Finally can't hold on any longer? Chenhua smiled calmly and threw a crew contract toward her. The woman looked at the contract in front of her, her heart sank. Sure enough. Just escaped the tiger's mouth, now she was entering the wolf's den. The heavens truly did not intend to let her live well. But she knew that if she didn't sign the contract, they wouldn't let her go. Only, her makeup had already run. What good could come from boarding the ship? Zhouyu felt an unusual inner struggle and didn't sign immediately to respond. She was thinking about the consequences after she signed. After all, as a third-rate little singer, she had seen too much darkness in the entertainment industry and knew the world's cruelty. Even a big star like Yang Mi had videos of her looking for a husband. As a small singer, she had never gained favor because she refused to associate with such people, resulting in a lukewarm fate. But it was a world of order. She was unwilling to sink into the same muck as those people. In a world of rules, she would only be suppressed, unable to rise. But now, out at sea, the social order had long collapsed. Without various rules to bind them, everyone's inner malice was infinitely magnified. For a beautiful woman like her, anything she desired could happen at sea. When she was seized by the eagle, she had relied on her talent to create a disgusting look to escape the captain's grasp. She ate a pathetic amount of salmon daily and drank limited rainwater. Though her life was miserable, she avoided the fate of humiliation. But now, after finally finding a way back to the ocean, she was discovered again, always being watched until she resurfaced. And it was even after her makeup had been washed away by the seawater. What if she boarded the ship? Would she become a product rewarded to the subordinates? Or would she suffer inhuman torment after they grew tired of her? Zhou dared not imagine or accept such an outcome. Otherwise, during her time in the entertainment industry, she wouldn't have held on to her principles and ended up with a lukewarm fate. But if she didn't sign the contract, the other party would definitely not let her go. After all, her beauty had already returned. No man would ignore her. But fortunately, it seemed there were no other men on the ship. Thinking of this, Zhou Yu's legs suddenly went numb. She cramped. In an instant, the seawater rushed into her nose and mouth, choking her so she struggled to surface. After finally stabilizing herself, she gritted her teeth and cruelly signed the crew contract. After all, no matter what, she had no way to escape now. As for the consequences after boarding, she didn't care. That was no longer within her control. If it really came to that, she could always end it herself. Thinking this way, her contract was successfully signed. And with the signing of the contract, her originally exhausted strength suddenly restored. Hiss. What's going on? Why has my strength returned? Zhou Yu opened her information with a shocked expression. Only to discover it wasn't her strength that had recovered, but her total attributes had increased. It was clear there was a relevant talent on the ship that had boosted her attributes. This made her feel like her strength had recovered. What are you still dawdling for? Aren't you getting on the ship? In her shock, the man on the deck suddenly spoke. Zhou Yu finally reacted, quickly shutting off her thoughts and swimming towards the ship to avoid angering him. After all, having decided to board, she could no longer act recklessly. Meanwhile, Chen Hua's mind also finally echoed with the system's reward sound. Ding! The captain has successfully rescued a top goddess. Rescue reward, the full ship alarm system has been credited, please check. Ding! Today's rescue gold of 80 gold coins has been credited, please check. 2 consecutive sounds rang out. Making Chen Hua's eyes slightly dazed, he immediately opened the alarm system to take a look. Full ship alarm system, equipped with an all-around detection radar, can connect to scanning radar, receive scanning data, automatically detect internal and external changes of the ship, and timely issue alerts to the captain. Evaluation, this is a good thing, it can detect vehicle operating conditions and ensure safe passage at sea. Upon seeing the rewards for the rescue, Chen Hua's eyes lit up. Indeed, the items linked to the rewards are never bad. With this thing, the condition of the entire ship can be understood clearly. Fortunately, I stayed here and didn't give up. Otherwise, I would have truly missed out on a treasure. Thinking this way, Chen Hua focused his gaze on the woman who swam over. Although the goddess has been contained, a little reassurance is still needed. At this moment, as Chen Hua looked over, the detailed information of the other party appeared in the form of a panel. The other party's name is Zhou Yu, score 94. The attributes are not high in various aspects, but with the honeysweet talent, the total attributes are no weaker than regular soldiers. Splash! Under the watchful eyes of Chen Hua and the others, Zhou Yu finally swam to the side of the ship, grabbing the rope ladder to climb up. As she was about to come up, it was Ji Shui who actively reached out her hand and pulled her up. Thank you. Zhou Yu hurriedly expressed her gratitude and then looked up at the crowd. On the entire deck, there was only 1 man and 4 women. The man goes without saying, he is her current captain and master. The women are all sexy and beautiful, not inferior to her. This made Zhou Yu secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, there is only 1 man on the ship, the captain. The other women are also very attractive. This shows that her fate should not be bad. There is no need to worry about being treated as a reward, used by others. Thinking of this, Zhou Yu began to feel a glimmer of hope inside her. She straightened up and reported to Chen Hua, crew member Zhou Yu, greetings to captain. Your observational skills are indeed sharp. Seeing her sharp observations, Chen Hua nodded in satisfaction. After all, besides Ji Shui, she is the second woman with sharp awareness. You are Zhou Yu, right? I am your captain, Chen Hua. What is your talent? What is that thing around your waist? Chen Hua looked over Zhou Yu's body, noticing the centipede-like thing around her waist, and frowned slightly. Because he felt that the system must not just value the appearance of the contained women. At the very least, they should be looked at on the body too. It can't be that they ended up with a woman covered in huge scars as a prize, right? Report, Captain, my talent is... Zhou Yu hesitated, staring into Chen Hua's eyes, unsure whether to tell the truth. After all, human hearts are hard to read, although the other party doesn't seem like a ruthless person. What's the matter? Is it inconvenient to say? Chen Hua frowned and questioned again. And no. Zhou Yu's heart tightened, and she finally decided to take a gamble. As her disguise has been removed, it's better to take the risk and make herself more valuable. So she hurriedly responded, my talent is Iron Lung Witch Doctor, Captain. Also, the thing around my waist is an artificial scar made by me using seaweed, shells, soil, and special underwater materials to disguise myself. Captain. Oh. Iron Lung Witch Doctor. Artificial scar? Chen Hua was taken aback, not expecting the other party to have two talents. So he continued to ask, describe the specific effects of your talent. Okay, Captain. Iron Lung allows me to withstand the pressure of the deep sea, dive deeper, and not need to breathe for an hour. Witch Doctor enables me to clearly understand the medicinal effects of marine plants and animals, producing various external medicines. For example, the scars on my body were created using my Witch Doctor abilities. Additionally, I can improve the efficacy of all medicines by consuming spiritual energy. Combined, I am an Iron Lung Witch Doctor. Captain. Zhou Yu seemed to have completely figured it out, directly revealing all her information and answering without any hesitation. This made Chen Hua even more satisfied with her. Especially her Witch Doctor talent, which greatly adds a rescue capability to his ship. Not only can she create various external medicines from plants and animals, but she can also consume spiritual energy to enhance the efficacy of existing medicines. In simple terms, with this talent, the survival rate of the people on his ship will rise sharply. Even in the future, there will be no injuries leading to casualties. This greatly assures the goddesses on the ship. For a moment, Chen Hua showed an appreciative expression and was glad he hadn't left. Otherwise, he would have really missed such an amazing goddess with a powerful talent. So he asked again, what kind of medicine can you make now? When it came to this, Zhou Yu suddenly felt awkward. Because right now, she can only use shells and seaweed from the seabed to make simple external medicines. Moreover, making it was very troublesome and couldn't be mass-produced. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been captured. After a pause, she cautiously said, I can only make some external medicines for treating wounds using shells and seaweed. But if I encounter better algae or materials in the future, I can make more and more powerful medicines. Alright. It's okay if it's not needed for now. Chen Hua wasn't disappointed. Because the effectiveness of the medicine she could make was already enough. So he nodded and responded, from now on, you are a member of the Tian Shan Rinjian ship. Next, I will introduce you to the other crew members. As he spoke, he introduced Su Yajing, Yun Mengyao, Yang Mi, and Ji Shui to her one by one. Zhou Yu didn't dare to act big and immediately greeted each of them. The four women on the ship had a good attitude after learning about Zhou Yu's talent. After all, everyone needs a doctor. Even if it's just a shaman. So they all responded with smiles. Especially Yang Mi, who showed a friendly gesture by grabbing Zhou Yu's hand upon meeting her, appearing very close. Of course. This wasn't without reason. It was because of Zhou Yu's identity as a singer. Although she was just a third-tier singer. She had released several songs and performed on TV multiple times, having a brief interaction with Yang Mi. Yang Mi knew her, and she knew Yang Mi. They just weren't very familiar. At this moment, seeing an old acquaintance again, Yang Mi immediately seized her hand to reminisce and ask how she had been. It's a pity. Zhou Yu's fondness for Yang Mi didn't seem much. She responded very calmly, without that desire to get close. This made Yang Mi a bit awkward. In the end, she reluctantly let go of her hand, feeling a bit disappointed. After all, as people in the entertainment circle, they should stick together since they fell to the same place. But the other party didn't think the same way. Sigh. Could it be that I underestimated her before, so she treats me so coldly now? Yang Mi sighed, standing aside, looking a bit helpless. Mengyao, steer the ship outside the misty sea area ahead, and wait until it cools down in the afternoon before we explore. Xiaobai, take them back to the cabin, continue preparing food and making ice bricks. Especially Zhou Yu, get her familiar with things. After the introductions, Chen Hua waved for everyone to leave. Chapter 099, Installing the Alarm System, Zhou Yu making ice. It was almost noon now. Although it hadn't fully heated up, standing on the deck for a long time still made people sweat profusely. Especially after experiencing this battle, everyone had at least sweated half a pound. Their underwear was soaked. Additionally, due to the delay from this battle, everyone didn't have time to fill the second layer of the icebox and didn't eat breakfast. If they went back now to fill up the second layer of ice bricks, it would probably be afternoon before they solidified into ice and could be sold. They would only be able to put them on the market at night. So they must first take out the ice bricks from the first layer, handle them for sale, and then refill the water to make more. Doing the math, they could still sell again at night. This was Chen Hua's plan. After giving orders, the 5 women immediately went their separate ways to act. The newly arrived Zhou also quickly perked up and followed Su Yajing to the cabin. Seeing this, Chen Hua then withdrew his gaze and took out the ship's alarm system. In an instant, the alarm system activated, and a new prompt appeared. Full ship alarm system, installable. Installation cost, 150 parts, 15 steel plates, 100 gold coins. Looking at the prompt before him, Chen Hua unhesitatingly chose to install. In an instant, the alarm system became blurry and expanded, then merged into the ship's body. Various connectors emerged from the ship's body, extending towards the engine room, motor room, ship deck, propeller, control room, scanning radar, and stealth sails. Moreover, these extended connectors all linked up with various devices to monitor their operating status. Especially at the control room, the entrance to the ship deck, the upstairs hallway, the living room on the first floor, and the deck above, many alarm lights and buttons appeared. Not only could alarms be pressed in these places to notify the entire ship, but alarms could also sound continuously, quickly alerting all personnel. Alarm system construction completed. Would you like to make adjustments? As the alarm system extension finished, an adjustment prompt appeared. Yet Chen Hua looked around and found nothing worth adjusting. So he directly clicked on no. Immediately, all the blurred alarm systems solidified. The system prompt appeared again. Beep. Full ship alarm system installation complete. Shichichi. Captain, there is a new data panel in the cockpit. It shows the projection distribution map of all devices on our ship. At this moment, Yun Mangyao, who was sailing the ship, reported the cockpit changes to Chen Hua via intercom. Don't worry, this is our ship's alarm system. It can display vehicle information. Chen Hua responded to the intercom, turning his head. Received. Yun Mengyao added, all devices are operating well. Over. After saying that, she steered the ship toward the misty sea. During this process, Chen Hua, feeling uneasy, personally went to check the cockpit. Sure enough, at this moment, the central control panel at the driver's seat was bursting with various dashboards and buttons. It looked quite advanced in technology. Although these things were not exaggerated at all. But every little bit adds up. As long as there is enough time, his goddess's talent for containment will surely rise to the top. Just like that. Under Chen Hua's observation, Yun Mengyao sat gallantly at the driver's seat, her snow-white thighs apart, controlling the ship's direction with both hands. Inside the ship deck, Zhou Yu followed the others into the luxurious cabin, instantly captivated by the layout inside. One room after another, tall living rooms, and the cold wind whistling from the 4P air conditioning. It was as if she had entered a paradise. Oh my god. Is this the power of the heavenly world ship? This is amazing. Feeling the cool air, Zhou Yu silently marveled, while continuing to observe every corner of the ship deck. After realizing that it seemed there were only a few of them on the ship, her heart immediately became lively. A manned ship, filled with beautiful crew members. Rapidly developing, fully equipped with weapons and facilities. This man will surely become famous across the seas in the future. Perhaps, boarding this ship was the beginning of her new life. Especially with these beautiful women beside her, none were injured, spoke normally, and had no signs of hardship, but rather gave a refreshing feeling of a sea vacation. It seems I should hold tight to the captain's big leg. Thinking of the dull life on other ships and the luxurious scene before her, Zhou Yu firmly decided for her future. Are you Zhou Yu? Take the ice out of the freezer, then sit over there and break it into ice bricks. If you don't understand anything, you can ask Yangmi and Ji Shui. As soon as she entered the kitchen, Su Yajing, who had been on the ship the longest, began giving orders. And regarding her instructions, all 3 women had no objections. After all, Yangmi was self-sufficient on the ship and had little say. Ji Shui had just boarded the ship not long ago and had even less right to give directions. As for the thoughts in Zhou Yu's heart, there's no need to say more. Not only can Su Yajing command her, even Yang Mi's words make her not dare to resist casually. Although she does not like Yang Mi in her heart. But a line must be drawn, and she cannot act on impulse. Especially since the captain has asked her to assist the other party. And the captain's orders must be treated with the utmost seriousness. Okay, Sister Yajing. Zhou voice was sweet, and she immediately went to the icebox beside Su Yajing, then leaned over the icebox, with her upper body diving inside, starting to move the ice with her but sticking out. As for the methods of arranging, transporting, and striking, although she didn't understand, she raised her head to observe Yang Mi and Ji Shui. Then she began to imitate them, step by step. Seeing this, Su Yajing was instantly filled with fondness for Zhou. Unexpectedly, not only was she sweet-tongued, but she was also so clever. Moreover, the main thing was that she was the first on the ship to call her sister, even though she wasn't older than Zhou. But this feeling was just delightful. It made one feel respected. So she immediately smiled and reminded, Zhou, you don't have to call me sister, I'm not older than you. And you can rest assured, our captain is very nice, being on our ship will definitely be better than developing on your own. You won't have to worry about food and drink, and you'll also receive a salary every day. There's a salary? Hearing this, Zhou was momentarily stunned. Because she never thought that even after being reduced to a crew member, there were actually benefits and treatment. And from the faces of others, it seemed that what the other party said was true. Thinking about this, Zhou's inner conviction strengthened once again. Nodding her head, she began to smash the ice. In no time at all, the kitchen was filled with the crackling sound of ice being smashed. And while Su Yajing had temporarily become the leader among the women, she was not arrogant. Instead, she busily began preparing breakfast. In her spare time, she took the initiative to add water to the icebox and arrange the barriers. In short, everyone in the kitchen was busy. A scene of harmony. However, Zhou's clothing was a bit out of place. Chapter 100, This is Too Revealing, Buying Diesel. The other women were all wearing bikinis with transparent thin fabric, their sexy figures completely on display. Only she was wearing torn jeans and a half-shirt full of scratches. But fortunately, when she boarded the ship, her clothes were dried by the heat, and the kitchen had air conditioning, so it wasn't too uncomfortable. So it was. Zhou worked silently without speaking up. Yet Yang Mi beside her kept looking for opportunities to strike up a conversation. Zhou gradually adapted to the atmosphere on the ship. Taking advantage of the chatting, she began to subtly inquire about information on the ship, such as the captain's temper, daily routine, and living conditions, etc. Until the door outside rang, and Chenhua came in with Yun Mengyao. They immediately stopped talking and looked towards Chenhua and Yun Mengyao. What are you chatting about? Chenhua stood at the door, looking down from above while asking proactively. The three girls sitting on the small stools immediately turned red, quickly moved away from Chenhua's pants, and shook their heads, indicating it was nothing. Chenhua was too lazy to ask further. After letting Yun Mengyao in, he opened Yang Mi's chatting and shopping permissions with a compliment, saying, You performed well this morning, so I've granted you shopping and chatting permissions. I will not check your chat records at random. Remember, do not disclose any information about the ship to anyone. Otherwise, severe punishment. After saying this, Chenhua found a set of swimwear and sun-protective clothing, tossing them to Zhou, saying, Your clothes need to be changed. Go take a shower and change your clothes later. If you don't want to wear these clothes, let them find something for you. Yes. Zhou hurriedly replied as she held the clothes she received. Until Chenhua left, she opened the clothes in her arms to take a look. As a result, upon seeing, her face immediately turned red. Because what Chenhua threw to her was a set of sexy bikini and a transparent sun-protective outfit. This is way too revealing. She felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing this, Yun Mengyao, who was washing her hands nearby, immediately explained, We need to work on the deck during the day, wearing clothes like this is cooler. Otherwise, if we move a bit, we get soaked and it's uncomfortable. Come on, let me take you to shower. Alright. Zhou knew that Yun Mengyao was the one in charge of steering the boat and had the talent of an eagle eye, looking more favored by the captain, so she didn't dare to underestimate her. After getting up, she followed Yun Mengyao. The two quickly arrived outside the shower room. At this moment, Zhou discovered that there was actually a shower and a water heater inside the shower room. Goodness! What kind of magical ship is this? How come there's everything inside? Thinking about her old little broken ship and the harsh living environment after being captured, Zhou suddenly realized that she seemed to have really come to paradise. She held her clothes and looked up at the captain who was going up the stairs not far away. Her eyes couldn't help but go blank. Don't be dazed, hurry up and shower. Dinner will be ready soon. Seeing her staring at the departing figure of the captain, Yun Mengyao felt a wave of amusement. After all, no one would have expected. The boy who once struggled to find a job is now everyone's reliance? Fortunately, she was quite decisive, realizing early on that Chenhua was exceptional in choosing to actively rely on him. Otherwise, she would be just like Zhou in front of her, envious yet lost. Sorry, Sister Mengyao. I just zoned out for a moment, I'll go wash now. Coming back to her senses, Zhou Yu quickly entered the shower room and closed the door. Then she took off her clothes, revealing a stunning figure. What a pity! The beautiful scenery went unseen. The triangle function went unsolved. On the other side, Chen Hua returned to his bedroom and comfortably lay down. Although he didn't fight, commanding was also very exhausting. At this moment, the vehicle had already stopped outside the Misty Sea area according to his orders. Just waiting for the afternoon cool to explore. Just right to take advantage of now, while cooking, to stock up on some diesel. Thinking like this, Chen Hua opened the system panel. And as the panel opened, he suddenly found that the items he had listed in the shop were actually sold out. His gold coin balance had once again hit a new high, reaching 4,384 coins. TSK, it seems more and more capable people are appearing. There are even surplus coins to sweep up weapons and equipment. Thinking about those captains who saved money, and even sold basic resources for money just to buy water to cool down, Chen Hua couldn't help but silently sigh. Indeed, no matter where, the gap of classes will form over time. It all depends on who can seize the opportunity and leap across classes. Chen Hua shook his head, withdrawing his thoughts, searched for the word diesel in the shop, and began bulk purchasing. Diesel, 3 coins per liter. Stock 10 liters, buy. Diesel, 3.1 coins per liter. Stock 2 liters, buy with eyes closed. Diesel, 3.2 coins per liter. Stock 22 liters, buy mindlessly. Diesel, 3.4 coins per liter, 3.5 coins per liter, 3.6 coins per liter, buy, all buy. Just like that. In no time, Chen Hua spent 710 gold coins and bought 200 liters of diesel. Although it hurt a bit. But this 200 liters of diesel was a must-buy. After all, his vehicle was level 4, the captain not only reached 22 meters, but also had a small boat tower and various supplies, which was quite heavy. Plus, with a V4 engine, consuming 55 liters per 100 kilometers. If he didn't buy, just relying on exploration and his accumulation, it was simply not enough. Moreover, the electricity on his ship required the engine to run continuously for 24 hours. Even just staying on standby was a significant consumption. So the demand for diesel was considerable. Now with the 200 liters of diesel just bought, it could only allow him to run nearly 400 kilometers. Equivalent to consuming 3.5 coins per kilometer. Like a gold-consuming beast. If exploring all day long, this 200 liters of diesel can be used up in just half a day. Even if driving less and stopping more, 200 liters of diesel can only last for 2 days. This fact troubled Chen Hua quite a bit. However, he was fortunate to have ice-making abilities, plus the accommodation fees generated by the goddess every day. He no longer lacked money. For any supplies he needed, he could buy directly in the mall, without needing to search everywhere at sea. But without exploration, he could only buy ordinary supplies and outdated equipment. If he wanted to obtain cutting-edge weapons and new devices, he still needed to rely on exploring treasure chests to get them. After all, the latest items are generally not sold by ordinary people after they get them. Those willing to sell are all ordinary goods. So, the more diesel he stored, the better. Only in this way could he drive his vehicle, constantly searching for more advanced treasure chests at sea. It seems that this procurement task needs to be shared. Thinking of the burden of purchasing diesel bit by bit, as well as the scattered diesel available in the mall, Chen Hua decided to delegate this task. After all, the diesel in the mall was not only sold in small amounts but also had a time limitation. Once it was listed for too long, it could easily be bought by others in need of oil. After all, everyone needs this stuff. Have money, buy some; without money, just drift. If there was too much diesel, sell some for cash; if there was too little, take it off the shelves for personal use. Buying it little by little not only wastes time but also exhausts energy. With this thought in mind, soon, the voice of Yun Mengyao came through the walkie-talkie. "Captain, the meals are ready, it's time to eat." Received. Chen Hua got up and walked downstairs. At the same time, 5 women wearing bikinis, with their sun protection clothes opened, were all carrying food towards the living room. In an instant, endless white bodies intertwined, and the sun protection clothes fluttered, creating a stunning visual impact. Especially the last one, Zhou Yu. After a wash, the scars and the things she had deliberately applied all disappeared. At this moment, she resembled a snow beauty, her skin fair and flawless. Additionally, with a palm-sized swimsuit, 95% of her skin was exposed to the air. It gave an extremely beautiful feeling full of fantasy. And the triangular area was just covered by a palm-sized piece of fabric, forming a hazy visual impact. It looked quite enticing. This sudden appearance caught Chen Hua's eye. Feeling Chen Hua's gaze, Zhou Yu's eyes immediately dropped. After all, whether in the past or now, she had never walked back and forth in front of a man in such clothes. This made her conservative self feel a sense of shame, as if someone could see through her clothes. Unconsciously, she tightened her legs. However, Chenhua didn't stare too much. After a few glances, he turned his gaze away. After all, when one eats well and understands deeply, one finds what mountain delicacies and seafood really aren't that special. Seeing other mountain delicacies now, he only glanced a couple of times, not feeling the same urge as before. Alright, everyone, let's eat. After taking his seat, Chenhua waved his hand, announcing the meal. Although breakfast was a bit late today, the meal was still sumptuous. Once seated, everyone dove into their food. Especially Ji Shui and Zhou Yu. As the latest women on board, they had had their fill of salmon and hard buns. At this moment, they were enjoying their meal greatly. In no time at all, Ji Shui choked. After a few spoonfuls of treasure porridge didn't help, she went to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of iced drink, and gulped down half of it. This made Zhou Yu, who felt a bit dry in her throat beside her, unable to resist looking at the refrigerator more, yet she didn't have the courage to get up. Until several women also got up and turned to choose their favorite drinks, she couldn't hold back, following behind Su Yajing and Yun Mengyao. Silently lined up in front of the refrigerator. While lining up, she stole glances at Chenhua. When it was her turn, she found that Chenhua did not stop her, so she quickly took out a bottle of iced tea and drank it all in one go. Gulp 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 gulp. She finished it all at once. Zhou Yu was almost out of her mind with joy. She immediately let out a soft hum. Then she happily returned to her original seat and continued eating. This scene made Chenhua feel somewhat amused. But he said nothing. It wasn't until everyone finished eating that he rubbed his belly and continued to assign tasks to everyone. First was the daily task. Except for Ying Yan, who steered the ship, all the other women had basic fishing tasks every day. In this distribution, in addition to the fixed fishing work in the morning and afternoon, Chenhua added a task for each person to buy diesel during the lunch break. Because the diesel in the store is not all listed at once, there are people constantly putting it up and buying it. So long-term procurement is needed. The task he assigned to the 5 women was that each person must procure 50 liters of diesel every day. As for whether to buy it at noon, in the evening, or at midnight, it doesn't matter. As long as they can buy 50 liters of diesel within that day and meet the market price for that day, the task is considered complete. The remaining time can be freely used, unrestricted. If they cannot complete the task, they must explain the situation and reasons for not completing it. Like having their period, being sick, getting injured, etc. Otherwise, there will be a punishment. Of course, this punishment does not mean sleeping with Chenhua. Because that is a reward, not a punishment. The punishment for not completing the task is also very simple. The next day they cannot freely use any public items on the ship, losing the right to use public items for one day. Such as the right to use cold soda, snacks during lunch, nighttime supper, etc. As for showering, using the toilet, and regular water, there are no restrictions. After all, Chenhua also does not like unclean women. The 5 women expressed no problem after hearing this. After all, shopping is one of women's favorite things. Furthermore, with unlimited cold drinks and snacks to eat, it simply couldn't be better. Additionally, Zhou Yu just arrived, so the chat function will not be open for you. I'll first grant you shopping privileges. Your place to live is tentatively the cockpit, and you will also be responsible for night watch. Also, for your daily expenses and salary situation, check with Yun Mengyao for collection. I will give the daily wages and procurement of purple gold to Yun Mengyao. Saying this, Chenhua opened Zhou Yu's shopping privileges and transferred 2,000 gold coins to Yun Mengyao as a reserve. And Yun Mengyao, who once worked in a big company, was clearly more suitable for this job than the others, and immediately nodded to accept the task. At the same time, her respect for Chenhua increased a little more hidden in her heart. After all, receiving this task, her identity was equivalent to elevation. She had unconsciously been promoted to the leader of the other women. This made the other 4 women even more envious and respectful. They looked at Yun Mengyao with a different gaze. Alright. Let's arrange things like this for now. It's time to rest. In the afternoon we will go explore the Misty Sea. After transferring the gold coins, Chenhua instructed Yun Mengyao again. Mengyao, take Zhou Yu to the basement to get some living supplies and teach her how to check the instrument panel, then equip her with a walkie-talkie. Yes. Yun Mengyao immediately nodded in agreement. After Chenhua left, she then slightly paused her waist and transferred 170 gold coins to each of the 4 women on the spot. After transferring, she cleared her throat and assigned the subsequent work of the 4 women. Ahem. Yang Mi, Ji Shui, you 2 form a team and be responsible for today's cleaning. Tomorrow you will swap with Zhou Yu and Yijing. Today, I will first take Zhou Yu to do some work. No objections, right? No objections. Ji Shui and Yang Mi quickly expressed there were no problems. Good. No problem is great, then let's everyone go back to work. I will take Zhou to get living supplies. Yun Mengyao finished speaking, turned around, and took Zhou to the basement, leaving Ji Shui and Su Yajing with eyes full of envy. Is this the attitude of someone valued by the captain? This is too enjoyable. The two girls were even a bit dazzled. It wasn't until Yun Mengyao's figure disappeared that they withdrew their gazes enviously and went back to their own tasks. Su Yajing returned to her room. After all, the rotation work has started, and now it is her personal time. Meanwhile, Yang Mi and Ji Shui took plates into the kitchen to start cleaning up. In no time, the living room was completely empty. At this moment, Su Yajing carefully poked her head out from her room. Seeing no one in the living room, she immediately sneaked upstairs. Chapter 102, The First Basement, A Group of Gamblers. Under Yun Mengyao's lead, Zhou arrived at the first basement deck. As the light bulbs in the basement warehouse turned on, endless supplies instantly shocked Zhou. Piles and piles of mineral water, drinks, red wine, cotton clothing, canned food, wheat, flour, and so on. It looked like a gigantic warehouse. Zhou couldn't help but show a shocked expression. Oh my gosh! Is all this the storage on the ship? There is way too much. Zhou had only seen such scenes in wholesale markets. The first basement looked just like a booth in a wholesale market. The supplies were all sorts of bizarre and varied, everywhere. Not even a place to step. Zhou, come and select together. Toothbrushes, toothpaste, bedding, whatever you want, take it yourself. Yun Mengyao, who was leading the way, didn't notice Zhou's expression in the back, walking in and helping to choose personal items. Which toothbrush should we choose? After saying that, she stood at the toothbrush display, turning to look at Zhou. Zhou, caught off guard, saw the other person turn back and nervously said, any is fine. Then just grab one. Yun Mengyao casually picked one up, handed it to Zhou, and continued walking deeper. Zhou followed behind, like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, full of disbelief. Although these things wouldn't have mattered much before survival, and weren't even worth much. But here, they were definitely a wealthy treasure. It's hard to imagine how strong the power must be to gather so many types of supplies. Recalling the time when he was developing, he couldn't even bear to buy a quilt. It shows how rich the Tian Shang Renjin ship's strength is. Mengyao's sister, our ship, is this strong? Zhou looked around, couldn't help but ask in surprise. It's okay. Everything relies on the captain. Zhou stopped in front of a shelf lined with adult items. Zhou's heart sank instantly, his eyes didn't want to look, but he still couldn't help but glance a few more times. Electric massagers, condoms, lubricants, big butt toys, and sildenafil tablets. Oh goodness. Do we need to pick adult items when selecting supplies? Zhou felt a bit nervous. Fortunately, Yun Mengyao suddenly turned around, moved to another shelf, and picked up a pack of sanitary napkins. Which one do you want? Safi, Whisper, 7 Degrees Space, or Carefree? Zhou's face turned red, feeling a bit awkward and said, Hi, clean. Good taste. Not many people use this brand. Yun Mengyao smiled lightly and tossed a pack to her, then continued deeper. Zhou was completely impressed, holding his supplies like a village girl who had never seen the world, stopping with every step, listening to Yun Mengyao's arrangements the whole time. On the second floor main bedroom. After Chen Hua distributed the task of diesel procurement, he felt much more relaxed. Lying on the bed, he first hung the ice bricks knocked by the girls onto the mall ahead of time. Then he took out the C4 synthesis blueprint and began to study it. C4 synthesis blueprint can synthesize 10 C4 bombs. It requires 1 steel plate, 100 parts, 100 pounds of black powder, and a labor cost of 10 gold coins. The material cost is roughly around 250 to 600 gold coins. This does not include the cost of the blueprint. Because blueprints are something that few people are willing to let go of, so the price is unclear. But Chen Hua estimates that a C4 bomb blueprint can at least sell for 100 or so gold coins. Adding it all up, the total cost would need to reach over 300 coins. Currently, C4 bombs on the market are extremely rare, and the selling price is also over 30 gold coins each. This means that making one yourself costs about the same as buying one. The only benefit is that C4 bombs are not always available to buy. However, with the materials, they can be made at any time. After silently calculating for a moment, Chen Hua immediately chose to synthesize. Ding! C4 bomb synthesis successful. It's entered the system space, Captain, please check. After a few brief seconds, 10 C4 bombs appeared in Chen Hua's backpack. And the materials consumed can basically be ignored. Not bad. I can keep them for blowing up ships. Chen Hua glanced at it, closed the backpack panel, and went to his display case. Just now, when putting the ice bricks on the shelf, he explained in the channel that there was only this one batch of ice bricks at noon, and the next sale would have to wait until night, so everyone rushed to buy it quickly. At this moment, the ice bricks in the display case had already been consumed. The amount of gold coins had also changed. Seeing this, Chenhua contentedly entered the chat channel. He was ready to see everyone's feedback after buying the ice. But after one look, Chenhua was shocked. Because he found that some people in the channel had already started promoting the sale of ice products. Brothers, the latest ice shavings have just been listed. Only 2 gold coins per piece, each piece bigger than a palm, can be eaten or used as a pack. Limited sale, only 17 pieces, click my avatar to hurry and buy. Wow! Someone else is selling ice again. And it's so cheap. Hurry up! My gosh, more and more people can make ice. Better than the great Chenhua, and it can be eaten. Damn! It's a bit small. Said to be bigger than a palm, but it's so thin, I finished it in 3 bites. Brothers, the weather is hot, and the temperature just won't go down. This is the time everyone needs ice to cool down, but the great Chenhua's production is limited, and other brothers are at a loss. Not able to meet the wide market demand. I couldn't bear to see my brothers suffer, so last night I sold off all my possessions, finally gathered the engine and refrigerator, and successfully produced ice blocks. Each ice block only costs 1 gold coin. Not only can it help my brothers and sisters cool down quickly but can also be put into drinks to chill them, right in your mouth, feels cool, and tastes great. Hurry and buy. Wow! Another person selling ice. Ice block. What is this new breed? Goodness! Such a small ice block, 1 block is not even as big as my soft GG. Forget it, at least it's cheap and edible. Brothers! The price for chilled drinks has dropped. A bottle of iced red tea is only 5.5 gold coins. Hurry, once it's sold out it's over. Wow! The price of iced red tea has dropped. Rush in. Hiss. What's going on? Why are so many people who can make ice suddenly appearing? Damn! I just bought a generator and haven't even bought a refrigerator yet. One after another, ice selling captains sent messages in the channel, causing the buyers in the channel to go crazy. Although the ice products made by those people were very small, and the shapes were quite strange. But they were cheap, and could be eaten directly. This drove many people wild. Even Chenhua couldn't help but be astonished. You see, he didn't buy so much equipment to make money off ice. He just wanted to make ice and sell it as a side project. While many people in the channel were eager for the ice-making business to profit. To also make money from it, they even sold off large amounts of their materials to exchange for high-priced generators and refrigerators. This kind of gambler mentality. It only takes a change in the weather. All could be lost. But how those people are does not matter to him. He can't be bothered. As long as he lives well, that's enough. With that thought in mind, Chenhua turned off the panel and prepared to sleep. However, just as he pulled up the quilt and closed his eyes, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly echoed at the door. Captain, are you asleep? Chapter 103, One after another, struggle for position. Captain, are you asleep? At the door appeared Su Yajing. She had slipped out of her room without him noticing. At this moment, wearing a bikini, she stepped into the room and quietly closed the door. Chenhua? What are you doing? He asked suspiciously. Why are you closing the door in broad daylight? Cough. Captain, closing the door makes less noise. Su Yajing cleared her throat somewhat embarrassedly, then walked toward Chenhua. This only left Chenhua more confused. Less noise from closing the door? There was no noise inside or outside the room. Even if there was, he shouldn't hear it, he was on the 2nd floor. Before Chenhua had time to figure it out, Su Yajing had already come to him, her hands clasped together, swaying, and said, Captain, do you want to watch a show? Experts say that watching a show helps relax the body and mind and promotes blood circulation. Wow, which expert said that? How come I don't know? Chenhua asked in confusion, what show? Dancing. I learned a lot of dances in school while shooting skits, do you want to watch? Su Yajing's face turned slightly red, she took a few steps back, then twisted her body a bit, looking at Chenhua with eager anticipation. Chenhua was completely stunned. What was this? Coming in to dance, what was going on? Chenhua felt something was not simple, seemingly guessing the other party's intentions, smiled faintly and said, Speak, what's the matter? If possible, I will agree to you. He. I knew Captain was the best. Su Yajing praised him. But when it was her turn to speak, she became a little shy. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Actually, I understand management too. You want to help me manage people? Chenhua saw straight through her thoughts. The other party immediately looked a bit embarrassed. Lowering her head she said, My family was okay too, and I was a class liaison in university. You are not suitable. Chenhua interrupted before she could finish, rejecting her. After all, among the 5 women on the ship, each one knew more than Su Yajing. Yang Mi was a big star with her own company. Yun Mengyao was a HR professional from a big company with several years of experience. And Ji Shui came from a wealthy family, regularly interacting with various people. Even Zhou Yu, who had just boarded the ship, was a third-tier singer with her own studio. So, Su Yajing was the least suitable. Just a class liaison in university, in front of the other women, she was indeed a bit lacking. After being rejected, Su Yajing was clearly a bit down. She didn't expect the rejection to be so decisive. However, when Chenhua explained a bit to her, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she would have thought that she wasn't likable. After all, during university, she had humiliated the captain. But on the ship, she had already been humiliated back many times. And even made to kneel in various positions. Now seeing Chenhua reject her, not because of her impression, she completely set aside her worries. Until Chenhua's next sentence rang out, she finally came to her senses. What? If I didn't agree, you won't dance? No, of course not. Su Yajing hurriedly explained, then began to dance in place. No music, no problem. She can sing. Just like that, Su Yajing danced and sang to give herself a beat. As she danced, her clothes began to disappear. This made Chenhua feel an intense visual impact, and he immediately got out of bed and walked toward her. At the same time, in the kitchen downstairs, Ji Shui and Yang Mi were silently scrubbing pots and washing dishes. But was Ji Shui the kind of person who works honestly? Before long, she found an excuse and said, Sister Mi, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Can I take a break? What's wrong? Do you need me to get you some medicine? Yang Mi immediately asked with concern. No. Ji Shui quickly waved her hand to reject, I just need to lie down for a bit. I'll do more work next time, you've worked hard today. Oh, we are sisters, why are you being so polite? Hurry and go rest. I'll handle the rest. Yang Mi shook her head and took on all the remaining work. Seeing this, Ji Shui finally felt at ease and left the kitchen, heading upstairs. However, her direction was not to her own room, but to the captain's master bedroom. But when she reached Chenhua's door, before she could knock, strong, powerful music suddenly burst from inside, immediately pulling her back from her uneasy feelings. There is someone. Ji Shui was stunned. She never expected that while everyone was working on their tasks, someone had sneaked up. Who could it be? Ji Shui listened carefully for a while. From the sound, she recognized it was Su Yajing. Good job, little white, you were the first to come up. No, I can't just sit here. Thinking about Su Yajing's vigorous appearance in the kitchen, Ji Shui felt a wave of jealousy. So she secretly pushed the door open. Then she saw a scene that shocked her. Wow, that posture is too amazing. Ji Shui was completely stunned. Before she could react, she was splashed in the face. Zhou Yu, have you recognized all these dashboard instruments? In the cockpit. Yun Mengyao had finally taught Zhou Yu all about the dashboard. Zhou Yu nodded eagerly, indicating that he understood. Then, Yun Mengyao taught him how to use the intercom again. Zhou Yu's learning ability was quick, and after listening, he opened the intercom channel and demonstrated. This made Yun Mengyao extremely satisfied, praised him a bit, and then left the cockpit, returning to the ship's lounge. However, at this moment, the lounge was empty. Only Yang Mi in the kitchen, busily washing dishes. Not going to check the rooms, Yun Mengyao directly headed to the second floor, to Chenhua's room. After all, she had just been heavily relied upon by the captain, a sensible person must go express gratitude. This is a skill one must learn in the workplace. Otherwise, it would be hard to move forward. But when Yun Mengyao arrived at the door, the commotion inside stunned her as well. Why use also? Because not long ago, another person had already been stunned at the door. And she was the second. Su Yajing? And Ji Shui? After listening at the door, suddenly Yun Mengyao discovered that there were actually 2 people inside. Wow! When did they mix together? Could it be they are planning to deal with her together? Su Yajing is her teammate. Could it be she is jealous of her? Thinking this, Yun Mengyao immediately felt a rush of urgency. After all, she had just gained trust. She didn't want to be whispered in the ear by someone and suddenly be brought back to square one. So in her panic, she didn't hesitate anymore and pushed the door open. Sure enough, the room was in chaos. Ji Shui was like an octopus, rambling nonsense. Su Yajing shrank in the corner, eyes vacant, trembling. Only she, looking like a clueless fool who had never seen the world, was so shocked by the scene inside that her mouth gaped open, staring blankly, forgetting to react. Chapter 104, Location Leak, Evolving Special Ocean Area. Chen-Hua also didn't expect that the goddesses would appear one after another. This made him, who initially wanted to rest early, completely fall into an endless quest. When the battle ended, the nap time was already half over. The three goddesses were lying across the bed in all directions, taking up all the bed space. Chen-Hua took a glance, wanting to move them aside. But after the battles, his body was somewhat weak. He just casually pushed them to the side and closed his eyes to sleep. And the three goddesses, pushed aside, didn't even make a sound. They looked as if they had fainted. For a moment, the entire heaven on earth was plunged into extreme silence. The people upstairs were resting. Downstairs, Yangmi, after finishing her tasks, was busy purchasing diesel in her room. In the driver's cabin, Zhou Yu was also lying on the ground, purchasing diesel. As a newcomer, she took her first job on the boat quite seriously. Although she did not activate the chat function, she remained in the mall, refreshing for diesel. In just a few hours, she completed the daily task of purchasing 50 liters of diesel. After finishing the task, she still couldn't sleep. Because it was already past the sleepiest time, she stood by the driver's cabin window, gazing into the distance, imagining life on the ship in the future. As she was lost in thought, she began to feel a bit thirsty. So she turned and left the driver's cabin, went to the boat's floor, grabbed 2 bottles of drinks, and then returned to the driver's cabin, sitting in the driver's seat, continuing to daydream. However, this time she didn't daydream for long. Suddenly, a beep 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 alert sounded from the dashboard. Huh? Is that the sound of the detection radar? Zhou Yu was startled, not daring to be careless, quickly got up and approached the detection radar, staring at the radar panel. On the radar panel, both sides indicated the detection of 2 Level 2 vehicles. However, these 2 Level 2 vehicles seemed unaware of the heaven on earth, moving chaotically within an 11-kilometer range. Before long, they had driven out of the radar detection range. Seeing this, Zhou Yu was a bit troubled. Because she didn't know what those 2 vehicles were up to or if they were dangerous. She held the walkie-talkie, hesitating whether to report. After struggling for a while, she decided to report to her half-superior, Captain Yun Mengyao. Chi-chi. As she pressed the channel button, a crackling sound immediately came from the walkie-talkie. Then Zhou Yu's voice echoed on the other side of the walkie-talkie. Sister Mengyao, are you there? The voice rang out from the walkie-talkie in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, waking up Chen-Hua. But before Chen-Hua could move, Yun Mengyao quickly sat up. Because she had arrived last and suffered the least attacks, so she was more alert. Grabbing the walkie-talkie, she quickly covered her mouth and responded in a low voice, received, please speak. Sister Mengyao, just now the detection radar detected 2 Level 2 vehicles 10 kilometers away, but they seem unaware of us. After moving around chaotically, they've left. I don't know if they discovered the Misty Sea. They are already out of the radar detection range. Upon hearing this, Yun Mengyao quickly looked at Chen-Hua. Chen-Hua pondered for a moment, then replied softly, as long as they're out of the detection range, we don't need to worry. Understood. Yun Mengyao immediately relayed Chen-Hua's message. After Zhou Yu received the response, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned off the walkie-talkie. Meanwhile, Chen-Hua and the others began to close their eyes and rest. After all, they were set to explore the Misty Sea in the afternoon. No one knew the dangers that lay within. Plus, after the recent fatigue and the appearance of the nearby vessels, everyone needed to get enough rest to ensure safety. Also, they needed to set a rule for themselves. In the future, no business could be conducted during the day. Only one emergency could be handled. Otherwise, it would seriously affect the work. Thinking this, Chen-Hua also fell into a drowsy sleep. However, just as Chen-Hua and the others were resting, the 2 Level 2 vehicles, conjoined to the radar detection area, suddenly burst out from the Misty Sea in fright. At the moment they emerged, the once intact ships were now filled with scars. Especially at the rear of the ship, it was almost wrecked. But the 2 vehicles dared not stop, rushing headlong out. At that moment, if anyone turned back to look into the mist, they would definitely see a group of green silhouettes within the fog. However, that group of green silhouettes seemed restricted, stopping just as they were about to step out of the mist, giving a hazy and terrifying feeling. Especially those green lights, reflecting in the white mist that turned green. Captain! They didn't chase us out. The crew member responsible for observation, seeing that group of green figures stopped in the white mist, immediately excitedly reported to the captain. Hiding at the stern, the captain, upon hearing this, dared to peek out. Seeing the white mist turn green and that group of monsters didn't come out, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling anxious, saying, I didn't expect it to be so dangerous in here. The attack of those green sea monsters is really strong. If we had been any later, we would have been trapped inside. Yeah. But there are indeed many treasure chests in this mist. Treasure chests everywhere, especially in that deepest place, shining with purple light. It must be a big treasure. The crew member's face was full of agreement, and remembering what he saw in the mist, his eyes were filled with regret. Because he had never seen so many treasure chests in his life. To exaggerate a bit, the treasure chests he had seen in his days of survival combined didn't even match the number from this time. What a pity! With their strength, let alone approaching that core area, they probably wouldn't even be able to get past the first layer of mist. But if they just give up like this, that won't do. After all, this is a chance to rise up quickly. Just picking up a few treasure chests would be worth several days of exploration. And it wouldn't even cost fuel. If they were lucky enough to get even better treasure chests, perhaps they could soar in one go. So, every ship that might encounter a special sea area cannot resist exploring it. If they really can't beat the monsters, they can just find more people to share the loot, which is better than looking and not eating. Thus, the captain decisively went to the chat channel to contact his teammates. Brothers, coordinates discovered secondary mist sea area. There are large amounts of treasure chests and sea monsters inside. Is there anyone nearby who is willing to team up? The moment the message was sent out, the channel instantly became lively. Wow! Secondary mist sea area. I'm coming. The distance doesn't seem too far. Wait for me. Damn. 600 kilometers, that's too far. We can't reach it, absolutely can't reach it. Bro, are the monsters inside ordinary zombies or green zombies? If they are green zombies, that could be a bit of trouble. I private messaged you, reply back. What? Green zombies? Wow. Green zombies seem to be advancing towards a level 3 special sea area. I think I heard someone say. Level 3 mist sea area is completely green. My fuel can get us there, but I just don't know if it's worth it. Wow, I think I also heard someone say they discovered a level 3 mist sea area. As a result, dozens of ships went, and they were all wiped out. But this mist sea area hasn't completely advanced to level 3, so the danger shouldn't be that high. TSK, half-step level 3 special sea area. Brothers nearby, you all need to be careful. This is not an ordinary level 2 sea area. If you're not careful, you could be wiped out. What are you afraid of? Wealth comes from risk. Just get a few treasure chests inside, and we can soar. Even if we don't get good treasure chests, it's also a good place to hunt zombies. Chapter 105, Various Forces Mobilized, All Gather Together. In the channel, countless people were discussing and even mentioned the level 3 special sea area. However, their understanding of the level 3 special sea area was not clear. They only knew snippets from rumors. But some were afraid, yet more were excited. For many who had never had the chance to touch a special sea area, this was a huge opportunity to soar. As for the danger, why would they be afraid to team up? At worst, they could just run. They didn't believe that they would always be the unlucky ones. So, many people immediately began sending team-up messages to the ship that discovered the secondary mist sea area. And that secondary ship welcomed everyone. Because they had been there and knew the danger level. Naturally, the more people, the better. Just like that. Many ships, after communication, immediately headed towards the mist sea area. Some ships even recruited teammates as they approached. Not long after, many temporary teams were formed, sailing towards the misty sea from all directions. Of course. Such widespread notification and a large-scale action naturally also caught the attention of many high-level vehicles and fleet forces. At the same time, in an unknown sea area, more than a dozen level 2 and several level 3 vehicles were haphazardly parked together, forming a zone that no one dared to approach. In the channel of the group called the Black Tiger Gang, many crew members were discussing the morning's harvest, sharing their achievements on the sea. Ha. This morning I encountered a level 2 wooden boat fighting zombies. It didn't run when it saw me. I shot an arrow through its engine, forcing the captain to jump into the sea and nearly got bitten to death. Impressive. I just found a silver treasure chest, and a level 3 boat wanted to snatch it from me. I called in 3 level 3 boats with a signal. That guy ran faster than a rabbit. TSK. You level 3 vehicles are amazing. While I was fishing this morning, 2 level 2 vehicles wanted to attack me, but luckily the vice leader was right beside me. He took them down easily. Also caught 2 young women. By the way, do you guys want the young women? I can sell this one to you. What about their talent? Only take the good ones. After all, women's attributes are too low, having them on the boat only wastes resources. Their talent is just SOSO. Who on the boat lacks women? Just speak up, the price is absolutely favorable. If no one wants them, I will sell them to outsiders later. Message after message appeared in the group channel. In the ruthless words, their overbearing and ruthless side was revealed. However, just as everyone was chatting hotly, a help message suddenly appeared in the channel. Coordinates discover a level 2 misty sea area, with a large number of treasure chests. It seems to be evolving towards a level 3 sea area. Brothers, quickly prepare, we will officially set off in 10 minutes. Sweep this level 2 sea area, strengthen our Black Tiger gang. Wow! Is there another special sea area to explore? Still the kind that is about to evolve? Hiss. If we can take it down, our Black Tiger gang can definitely achieve all level 3 vehicles. But it seems a bit far. Black Tiger gang is mighty, Brother Lai is awesome. Let's take down the half-step level 3 sea area and sweep the ocean. Strengthen our Black Tiger gang. Strengthen our Black Tiger gang. Brother Lai is mighty. Members of the Black Tiger gang in the channel quickly sent messages of congratulations. Following that, these more than a dozen vehicles neatly turned around, lining up to move forward, leaving behind more than a dozen traces of breaking waves on the sea surface. In their wake, countless scattered merchant vessels feared and avoided. On the other side, another piece of unknown sea area. A level 2 vehicle floated like a lonely boat. On the deck, several bare-armed male crew members were hiding under a temporary shelter built on the deck to cool off. Although this shelter was useless. But luckily, there was a bucket of water inside, allowing those who were unbearably hot to jump in to cool down. If the water in the bucket was too warm, they could request a chunk of ice from their vice captain, Xiao Shower. Of course, they wouldn't apply unless they truly couldn't endure it. Because everyone could only use this privilege once a day. Once used up early, even if they were dying of heat afterwards, the vice captain Xiao Shower would not give them any more. So, unless they were completely overwhelmed, no one would actively apply. At this moment, Xiao Shower came out of the cabin wearing hot pants, exposing her fair thighs, attracting the attention of many male crew members. After all, such a beautiful and sexy woman, who was also the cool captain, was indeed the fantasy of every man. It's a pity that as the lowest existence on the ship, even if they looked, they could only steal glances. And they did not dare to look directly. Vice Captain. Is there any instructions? As Xiao Shower appeared, several male crew members immediately stood up, their attitudes respectful. Xiao Shower glanced at the bare-armed crowd. Finally, his gaze landed on the driver, and he calmly said to him, "The captain has ordered, set off immediately towards the coordinates. Here's an ice block for you to cool down." As he spoke, he took out a piece of ice, a bit thicker than his thumb, and handed it to the other person. Seeing that there was ice to use, the other person immediately became excited and said, "Yes. I'll go drive the ship right now." After saying that, he placed the ice under his armpit for a bit of coolness, then broke off half and put it in his mouth. And to be honest, the ice really worked to cool him down. In an instant, he felt a refreshing chill. This made the other 3 crew members extremely envious, unable to help but ask, "Deputy Captain, has the captain discovered something?" "Yes. Someone in the channel found a misty sea area that is about to advance to level 3, full of treasure chests and resources. We will explore it shortly. You all must perform well. If we reap a rich harvest, everyone will receive a reward. Then, before the battle, will there be ice drinks to drink?" The crew member looked at Xiao Xiao with shining anticipation, completely unconcerned about whether the destination was a level 2 sea area or a level 3 sea area. "Rest assured. I'll make sure you all drink to your heart's content." After Xiao Xiao finished speaking, she turned and went back to the cabin, leaving several male crew members who were so excited they could almost jump up. "Great. Finally, we won't have to suffer today. Ha ha. We can finally enjoy ourselves. Thinking of ice drinks, my body can hardly control itself." The male crew members were extremely excited, having been driven mad by the hot weather. And ice drinks had become their only salvation from the heat. Just ordinary fishing, small battles, and hunting sea monsters tasks yielded little reward, unable to get the captain to give them benefits. Only during large battles, life and death struggles, would the captain provide them with what they needed most, to boost their combat morale. Let them feel comfortable, work hard, and look forward to the next battle and reward. That's why on the Magic Star, such a scene awaited by the crew appeared. After all, as low-level crew members, they were bound to others. In the hottest weather, fighting without ice drinks made it hard for them to give their all. Because for them, on this ship they were slaves, and on another ship, they were also slaves. Chapter 106, Distributing Defensive Weapons, First Encounter with the Purple Treasure Chest. "Captain, the message has been sent out. It should arrive in about an hour and a half. However, we don't have much diesel left and need to buy some more. Back in the cabin, Xiao Xiao reported on the ship's situation. Inside the cabin, Ji Shui was already sweating profusely, almost melting, and said in disbelief, "Did we use it up so quickly?" "Yes. The fuel we have left is only enough to reach the Misty Sea area. If something happens there and we have no diesel reserves, it will be very dangerous." "All right. Then buy some more." Ji Yu had no choice but to agree to continue purchasing diesel. After all, at sea, the scariest thing is running away without fuel. It's fine when you run out of fuel normally, you can still paddle with manpower if necessary. But running away without fuel, the best outcome is to fall into enemy hands. Then transfer some money to me, Xiao Xiao nodded, starting to reach out for money. Hearing this, Ji Yu went blank again. "We aren't sisters. I just gave you money this morning." Seemingly knowing Ji Yu's thoughts, Xiao Xiao quickly explained, "The money from this morning was used to buy weapons. I only have a few gold coins left." Ji Yu. Looking at the few gold coins in her system, Ji Yu turned away with pain. After all, not having fuel is indeed not an option. She could only hope to gain more from this battle. Time passed to the afternoon. The sun was setting in the west. The sea surface was bathed in the glow of the sunset. Although the temperature in the air remained high, the absence of the direct blazing sun allowed many ships to catch their breath. Countless people emerged from the cabin and the sunshade to work on the ship. In the world above and below, the women also woke up early, busy again after receiving their food. Because breakfast was late, the crowd now just had lunch. After eating, they busily began to fill the second layer of the ice cabinet with water. Even though the number of ice sellers is increasing, competition is getting fiercer. But ice with no cost means selling it brings pure profit, so they can't stop. Soon, the second layer of the ice cabinet was completely filled with water. The women followed Chen Hua, carrying a few boxes of mineral water onto the deck. After stacking the mineral water at the cockpit door and behind the weapons, Chen Hua began to distribute combat tasks. With the experience from the last special sea battle, Chen Hua's tasks were also detailed. "Yang Mi, Xiaobai, you two come to control the Zhuge crossbow. This is a handgun for self-defense, take it as a backup, 20 rounds of ammo each, and 5 C4 explosives." Chen Hua first assigned tasks to Yang Mi and Su Yajing, taking out the only 2 Desert Eagles he had, along with holsters he got from the shop, and the C4 explosives he made today, handing them to the 2 women. The 2 young women's eyes brightened, not expecting that the captain also equipped them with self-defense weapons. They eagerly accepted them. Then they attached the holsters to their waists, instantly transforming into 2 bikini-wearing female warriors with guns at their sides. "Ji Shui, Zhou Yu, you two are responsible for the armored rain vehicle and melee support, clearing away any nearby sea monsters. This is an AK-47. Conserve ammo, we don't have much. I will also have Yun Mengyao keep her distance." Saying this, Chen Hua took out 2 AK-47s and equipped each of the 2 women with 100 rounds of ammo. These were the weapons he found in treasure chests. Unfortunately, hot weapons consume ammo quickly. He couldn't let the goddesses shoot freely. After distributing the gear, Chen Hua taught everyone how to open the safety, aim, and toggle between semi-automatic and automatic fire on the AK. Then he reminded them and entered the cockpit with Yun Mengyao. "Remember, if you encounter a major threat, protect yourselves first. For the world above and below, while resources are important, you are more important." Boom! As these words left his mouth, the 4 fully equipped goddesses felt a jolt through their bodies, as if their hearts were touched, revealing expressions of disbelief. Protect yourself first in the face of great danger. Resources might be important, but you are more important? The 4 goddesses were stunned. They never thought there would come a day when they would be considered important. They thought they were merely consumables. Thinking of this, the 4 goddesses immediately felt a sense of belonging to the world above and below, and spontaneously decided, no matter what, they must protect the order of the world above and below. Because here, it was gradually evolving into their place of safety and survival. Soon, the ship began to move. The sky and the land were heading towards the mist. The 4 women on the deck quickly took their positions, prepared for battle. "How is it? Can you see clearly inside the mist?" In the cockpit, Chen Hua asked, staring at the surrounding fog. Previously, when outside the mist, Yun Mengyao's eagle eyes couldn't see through. Now that they were inside the thick fog, he wanted to confirm again. Unfortunately, inside the mist, Yun Mengyao still couldn't see clearly. Her vision, from now on, was just like an ordinary person. But fortunately, the fog outside the misty sea wasn't too thick. Before long, the sky and the land passed through the thick fog layer and arrived at the interior, where the fog was thinner. But as the internal scene appeared, even Chen Hua couldn't help but gasp. Inside the misty sea, a green expanse. Upon closer inspection, It was clear that various green zombies were lying on the surface of the sea. Just like the zombie sea they had entered before. Only here, the zombies were green. There is still corrosive slime flowing on the body. In every patch of the green zombie horde, there lies a wooden chest or an iron chest. In addition to the endless green zombies, there are also some swirling fog mixed in. The fog is illuminated by green light, revealing some larger, fatter zombies and zombie dogs. Where the fog is thicker, the green light is stronger, and there are more big-bellied zombies and zombie dogs. Especially in the middle of this fog, there are scattered copper chests and silver chests. But this is nothing. Because Chen Hua has seen a similar scene before. What shocked Chen Hua the most was the area several kilometers away, which was bursting with a towering purple light. The purple light shot into the sky, intertwining with the surrounding green light, reflecting a special purple-green area on the sea. Hiss. That place, could there be a purple chest? Chen Hua opened his mouth wide, his vision blurred. He turned to look at Yun Mengyao. And after passing through the densest fog defenses, Yun Mengyao had also regained her eagle-eye vision. Aside from the fog within the misty sea and the surrounding circles of fog that were unclear, other places could already be seen as they were originally. She immediately widened her eyes to take a closer look. Sure enough. Between that purple-green world, there was indeed a half-human high purple chest floating. The chest was fully purple, its carving strong and vigorous, like a magical treasure, breathtaking. Captain, it's a purple chest, it really is a purple chest. Chapter 107, The Mature Commander, Fighting Against Poisonous Liquid Zombies. Seeing the purple chest for the first time, Yun Mengyao appeared incredibly excited. And Chen Hua felt almost the same way. He thought this place was just an ordinary second-level sea area. At most, there would be a golden chest. But he never expected. This green misty sea area even had a purple chest. Of course, even though all the zombies here were green, looking more terrifying. The things here are really good. A purple chest. It definitely can open something even cooler. Chen Hua's gaze was like a torch, secretly excited. Great. Searching far and wide, who knew the purple chest was right in front of me? I must get that purple chest. At the end, Chen Hua remembered the small giant zombie he encountered during the last exploration in the zombie sea, and quickly asked, Mengyao, did you see any sea monsters around the purple chest? No. I didn't see anything. It was quiet around the purple chest. But there were 2 golden chests floating nearby. As Yun Mengyao observed, 2 hidden golden chests within the purple-green horizon suddenly appeared in her sight. However, compared to the gold and purple light, the green light seemed weak, behaving unnoticeably without a closer look. Hiss. There are also 2 golden chests? It seems this time we're really going to get rich. Upon hearing there were 2 golden chests, Chen Hua was shocked again. After all, the things in golden chests are not bad. Some people open cannons from them. Some got RPGs. Others opened detection radars. While he had only opened an arrow rain vehicle, he also got an extra 100 pounds of black gunpowder. Moreover, a person's luck won't always be bad. This time, perhaps he could open something better. As for the purple chest, there's even less to say. He absolutely felt there would be even better items. If he could get everything, his vehicle's combat power would be comprehensively enhanced again. Thinking of this, Chen Hua immediately excitedly said, set sail, head straight for the purple chest. We must get the purple chest. After finishing, he picked up the walkie-talkie and notified the 4 sweating women on the deck, we are about to enter the battle area ahead, everyone get ready. Received. The 4 women on the deck naturally also saw the scene of purple light shooting into the sky. So everyone checked their weapons, ready for battle. Buzzing. At the same time, the sky above, world below ship set sail again, heading straight for the purple treasure chest. But to reach the purple treasure chest, they first had to pass through a large area of green zombies on the outskirts. Then they needed to traverse the intertwining fog-filled inner area. Only then could they reach the core area where the purple treasure chest was located. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it became. So everyone dared not be careless. Sure enough, as the sky above, world below was about to reach the green zombie area, the powerful sound of the propeller awakened the sleeping green zombies. Awo, awo. The green zombies seemed to rise with an obsession, immediately getting up from the sea, claws outstretched, silently roaring towards the sky above, world below. LV4 Special Sea Monster, Venom Zombie. Evaluation: it does not have the speed of ordinary zombies, but has a body covered in highly corrosive slime, capable of rapidly corroding wood and steel. Be careful not to let it touch your vehicle. Seeing the prompt for the green venom zombie, Chen Hua immediately had Yun Mengyao stop within attack range and turn the ship sideways. Because only in this way could they maximize the attack on those blocking zombies. Moreover, the area occupied by these zombies was relatively large. The range that could be awakened was also limited. Even if distant zombies were awakened, as long as they did not enter the effective detection range, those distant zombies would not come over in a short time. This could greatly reduce the difficulty of responding on the ship. On the contrary, if they charged through recklessly, it would only disturb more zombies in a short time, thus falling into an endless siege. It can be seen. Chen Hua's combat planning had become more proficient. Buzzing. The sky above, world below ship, at a distance of 500 meters, turned the vessel sideways, facing the corrosive zombies. At this moment, the corrosive zombies also rushed toward the sky above, world below. As for some zombies in the distance, although they were also awakened, they appeared confused due to the great distance. They showed no further movement. And the even more distant zombies floated on the sea, not moving at all. Clearly, Chen Hua's plan was correct. Yunmi Xiaobai, don't move for now. Zhou Yu and Ji Shui, get ready to attack. Chen Hua stood at the window of the cockpit, using the intercom to command from afar. Hearing the order, the four women immediately replied that they understood. Especially Ji Shui and Zhou Yu, who began coordinating their efforts, one aiming and the other manipulating the arrow rain vehicle. In just a few seconds, they adjusted to the best attack angle. This was also why Chen Hua paired them together. Because handling this arrow rain vehicle alone was a bit cumbersome. Two people made for the best cooperation. As for Yunmi and Suya Jing, since they control a costly large crossbow, every shot was 1 gold coin's worth. Mainly used to deal with large sea monsters. For small and widespread sea monsters, the arrow rain vehicle's attack would indeed be more effective. Arrow rain vehicle angle adjustment complete. Requesting to attack. After the arrow rain vehicle was ready, one girl stood by it to observe the sea conditions, while the other stood behind it, prepared to launch the attack. However, before receiving the command, they dared not act prematurely. After the report was finished, it wasn't until they heard a response from the intercom that they began their assault. Free attack, eliminate all invading enemies. Yes. Zhou Yu, who was responsible for observation and adjusting direction, quickly bowed her head to respond. Then she made a hand signal, quickly saying, launch. Swish. Ji Shui, standing behind the arrow rain vehicle, stepped on the launch pedal. In an instant, 108 arrows flew out simultaneously, raining down from the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Puff, puff, puff. The arrows rained down on the corner where the venom zombies gathered, hitting only 7 or 8 venom zombies. Fewer deaths, only 3. However, these 3 venomous zombies brought Chen Hua an extra income of 0.5 gold coins and 1 part for each. Missed. Looking at over 100 arrows shot, only 3 hit, while most of the arrow rain fell to the ground. Zhou Yu was almost stunned. Because she had aimed very precisely just now. Why did it come out differently when she actually tried? For a moment, Zhou Yu felt a bit uncertain and didn't dare to adjust her aim anymore. Seeing this, Chen Hua, who was in the driver's seat, immediately grabbed the radio and instructed, Zhou Yu, it doesn't matter if you missed. You haven't had professional training, and shooting this well for the first time is already very good. Keep it up. Prepare for the next attack, I believe you can do it. Chapter 108, Dropping Cultivation Liquid, All Attribute Enhancement Fruit. Thank you. Chen Hua's comforting words instantly pulled Zhou Yu back from her self-blame. Because the captain was right. Everyone was experiencing survival for the first time and shooting for the first time. It's okay to miss the first time. As long as you practice more, you'll hit every shot sooner or later. And with the captain speaking up, she felt even less pressure. So she immediately adopted the aiming method she had learned before, knelt on one knee, raised a finger, and aimed again. Ji Shui, move the shooting panel 3 centimeters to the left. Move 1 more centimeter to the left. Fire. Boom. As the launch pedal was pressed down, a huge crashing sound echoed inside the arrow rain vehicle. In an instant, another 108 arrows shot out. And as these 108 arrows flew out, dozens of green-skinned zombies were instantly pierced. Clearly, this time, the shooting angle was much more accurate. Unfortunately, the green-skinned zombies were tougher. As long as they weren't shot in the head, they were still alive. But as long as they hit, that was enough. With unlimited bullets as support, it was just a matter of shooting more. Fire. Boom. Fire. Boom. Fire. Just like that. Wave after wave of arrows swiftly shot out in a matter of seconds. For a moment, the area where the green-skinned zombies rushed seemed to be raining arrows. In a short while, the surface of this small area of the sea was littered with countless arrow remnants and green-skinned zombies riddled with arrows. These dead zombies did not sink, but lay sprawled across the surface of the sea. It looked like a battlefield full of corpses. Good. Meng Yao, keep steering the ship, bring the vessel into the middle of the greenskin zombies. Prepare to clean up the big-bellied zombies. Seeing the first battle resolved so easily, Chen Hua gave the next order. Yun Mengyao immediately stepped on the gas and drove the 4-level vehicle into the midst of the greenskin zombies. As the 4-level vehicle arrived, the big-bellied zombies around the fog began to awaken, clawing at the sea and rushing towards the ship named Heavenly Realm. LV-5 Special Sea Monster, Big-Bellied Zombie. Evaluation: its movement speed may be slow, but it has thicker fat to absorb damage from the outside world. The big-bellied zombies were only a third taller than regular zombies, about 2 meters tall. But each one was thick and fleshy, like a 500-pound fat person. They looked quite terrifying. Furthermore, besides the big-bellied zombies around the fog, there seemed to be many more hidden within the mist. So, Chen Hua instructed to stop the ship at a safe distance, not to go further in. Instead, he ordered on the spot, Yangmi, Xiaobai. Ji Shui, Zhou Yu. Open fire. Don't let the big-bellied zombies get close to the vehicle. Received. The two girls responsible for the crossbows straightened their postures. They knew it was their moment to shine. After all, only heavy weapons could deal rapid fatal damage to the big-bellied zombies. Whether they can successfully defeat the big-bellied zombies next, still depended on the two of them. So, the two girls quickly adjusted their angles and began firing at the big-bellied zombies. Bang bang! 2 large arrows paved the way, instantly piercing through the necks and heads of 2 big-bellied zombies. In an instant, a big-bellied zombie's head exploded, a big-bellied zombie's neck snapped, and all lost their ability to move. And the rain of arrows from the crossbow in between the two rows adjusted its angle at that moment, launching a relentless shower of arrows. Swish swish swish. A shower of arrows covered an area of dozens of meters, instantly piercing into the bodies of the big-bellied zombies. Unfortunately, the power of the arrow rain greatly diminished under the defense of the super fat of the big bellies. Only by hitting the big-bellied zombie's head with multiple arrows could they lose their ability to move. Though the attack was weak. But fortunately, their arrow rain was free. They could launch it endlessly. Just like that. 4 women coordinated and kept shooting. Chen Hua continuously received various kill reward notifications in front of him. Su Yajing killed a LV-5 big-bellied zombie, you earn 3 gold coins, 1 part, 1 pack of nurturing liquid. Yang Mi killed a LV-5 big-bellied zombie, you earn 3 gold coins, 1 part, 1 pack of nurturing liquid. Ji Shui killed a LV-5 big-bellied zombie, you earn 3 gold coins, 1 part, 2 large arrows. Su Yajing. One notification after another appeared. While Chen Hua was lost in thought, staring at the nurturing liquid. Nurturing liquid, what is this? Chen Hua took out a bag of nurturing liquid. The nurturing liquid was small, about the same as the bagged traditional medicine prepared before survival, and it looked green and slimy. Low-level nurturing liquid can cultivate various crops and plants, accelerating crop growth speed. And produce fuller and stronger fruits. Comment: eating it will cause an upset stomach, severe cases may lead to death. It is only suitable for various crops and plants. So it's a nutrient liquid for plants. But in this vast ocean, there's nowhere to plant. It seems it's useless to take it. Chen Hua shook his head, preparing to put it away. Suddenly, a person came to his mind. So he quickly opened the chat panel, found someone called Li Zixuan, and sent a message: do you want the nurturing liquid? Whoosh! Not long after the message was sent, Li Zixuan replied. Yes. Though it was just a simple text, Chen Hua didn't intend to sell it to her easily. Because he knew that this thing was definitely a great match for Li Zixuan's talent. The other party had developed now, and they weren't selling extraordinary fruits. He needed extraordinary fruits, so he could only trade. After all, that kind of fruit brings permanent benefits. It can greatly enhance a survivor's ability to withstand unknown risks at sea. And this was also the main reason he proactively contacted Li Zixuan. But before Chen Hua could express his exchange thoughts, Li Zixuan took the lead to send a message: I have cultivated a new type of extraordinary fruit, eating one can increase all attributes by 1. Can we trade? Trade. Seeing the new type of extraordinary fruit, Chen Hua's eyes lit up, and he continued to ask, how many do you have? What's the exchange? 1 for 1 pack of nurturing liquid. I currently have 3. I can supply you with 2 a day in the future, how about that? No problem. Chen Hua sent a trade request. The trading column held 3 packs of nurturing liquid, while the other party placed 3 extraordinary fruits. After the trade was completed, Chen Hua took out the extraordinary fruit. Detailed information immediately appeared. All attribute enhancement fruit can permanently increase 1 point of spirit, 1 point of stamina, 1 point of strength, 1 point of defense in the human body. Evaluation: this is an extraordinary fruit. Seeing the detailed information, Chen Hua's eyes immediately brightened. All attributes increase by 1. If used long term, what will happen? 7 days and nights without sleep, still spirited? Endless stamina, never tired? Or the giant strength to crush a ship with one punch? Or perhaps a body that can withstand bullets? Chapter 109, Halftime, the goddess crew waters to cool down. Though he knew that reaching the level he dreamed of was basically unlikely. But having a goal gives motivation. And this world is all about the ocean, there's nothing impossible. So, Chenhua unhesitatingly ate one. In an instant, a faint white light shone on his body. All 4 attributes increased by 1 point. Especially the increase in defense made him raise his eyebrows slightly. Because he felt that the increase in defense didn't enhance his physical strength, but his genes. It's just that the defense attribute was too weak, and the increase was not obvious, so he didn't perceive it very easily. But Chenhua had a strange feeling that when defense reached a certain level, it wasn't the flesh that grew stronger, but the fundamental genes that became more powerful. Though it seemed that defense and opportunity had nothing to do with each other. But in the end, it seemed that both were directed towards protecting oneself. He swallowed the last 2 all-attribute fruits in his hand. Chenhua's attributes increased by another 2 points. Sure enough, this time, the feeling of genetic enhancement was much stronger. Although the change was still small. But Chenhua felt that his self-healing ability seemed to be stronger than before. Captain, look quickly, there seem to be many large-bellied zombies in the green mist. While Chenhua was focused on studying his panel, Yun Mengyao, who stood up at the driver's position, suddenly exclaimed. Chenhua immediately looked towards the direction of the green mist. Sure enough, in the green mist, a large number of large-bellied zombies were rushing out. From a distance, there were at least 50 or 60 of them. However, the more large-bellied zombies poured out of the green mist, the weaker the green light became. It was clear that the large-bellied zombies in the mist were not endless, but had a limited number. When the green mist disappeared, it would surely be the time when all the large-bellied zombies had come out. Chenhua's brow twitched, and he instructed, keep a good distance, and also go buy some large arrows from the shop. The price is not important, buy as many as you can. After speaking, he transferred another 500 gold coins to the other party. Then he turned around and quickly walked out of the cockpit. On the deck. 4 women in bikinis were facing away from Chenhua, shooting wildly on one side of the deck. 2 crossbows were continuously firing. Every time after 10 shots, they required reloading arrows. The arrow rain vehicle was much simpler. The position had been adjusted. It didn't need to reload bullets. After one launch, just recock the winch for the second wide coverage. At this moment, the entire Tianshang Renjian had transformed into a perpetual motion machine. Every second, many large arrows and over 100 arrows rained out. In the distant green mist, large-bellied zombies kept pouring out, but due to their speed limit, they couldn't approach the vehicle immediately. Basically, all were shot dead halfway. In this short time, at least a dozen large-bellied zombies lay on the sea surface, motionless. But to prevent any accidents, Chenhua decided to boost the firepower. As it is said, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Since the 2 crossbows in the vehicle were barely enough, let's add 2 more. After all, besides this mist, there were several other mists in different directions. His goal was not just that purple treasure box, but all the treasure boxes on site. Glancing at the curvy backs of the 4 women, Chenhua directly went to the other side, took down the other 2 crossbows, and installed them next to Yangmi and Su Yajing. In this way, with 4 crossbows, they could shoot 4 large arrows at once, suppressing more zombies' advances. And with the system panel's help, as long as one was willing to spend money, the disassembly and assembly of large weapons were very fast, without wasting any time. Soon after installing the 2 new crossbows, Chenhua took out the large arrows from his space and distributed them, basically leaving 60 or 70 large arrows next to each crossbow. This was all he had stored. But fortunately, he had sent Yun Mengyao to make purchases. He believed that replenishment would come soon. Zhouyu, come over and control this crossbow. After everything was installed, Chenhua went to one of the crossbows and notified Zhouyu on the side through the intercom. Zhouyu received the order and immediately left the arrow rain vehicle, diving into the crossbow fortress on the other side, loading arrows, aiming, and then firing. Just like that. With the addition of 2 extra ballistae attacking, the firepower of the Tianshang Renjian ship suddenly increased by 50%. For a moment, 4 Zhuge crossbows, plus a rain of arrows vehicle, all fired at once. With each wave of attack, several bloated zombies fell down. Before long, the bloated zombies in the mist were all eliminated. Over 80 bloated zombie corpses, all pierced with arrows, lay on the surface of the sea, a shocking sight. Finally solved it. It seems there are no other zombies in the mist. Phew. Finally got it done. With the battle ending, the four women on the deck immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then they all leaned on the metal, crawling out of the fortress. However, the metal, already heated by the sun, burned them the instant they touched it, causing them to let go. The goddesses had to support themselves and quickly gather at the water resource pile to replenish water. Even though this battle didn't take much effort. Plus, with the full attribute boost ability of Yangmi, no one felt too tired. But in the 40-degree heat, combined with the confined space within the fortress, the goddesses were already soaked. When Yangmi walked over to grab water, she even secretly scratched her backside. After all, she was drenched in sweat. Her underwear had long since become sticky. Of course. Others were not doing much better. Some were drinking heavily next to the supply point. Others took several bottles and put them in their fortress design room. There were even people who raised a leg, secretly opening a gap in their bikini to cool off. Seeing this, Chenhua felt a bit uncomfortable. He hurriedly opened the intercom and commanded everyone, "Crew members, if you feel too hot from the corpses, you can pour mineral water on yourselves to cool down. Please do not make any indecent movements. Also, everyone has 2 minutes to prepare. After 2 minutes, the vehicles will enter the core area of the sea." Received. The four women on the deck quickly put away their indecent postures and poured mineral water on themselves. Once they cooled off, they returned to their combat positions with spare water. At the same time, Zhenhua also received the weapons and equipment purchased by Yun Mengyao, a total of 500 large arrows. Captain, 500 large arrows cost a total of 550 gold, an average of 1.1 gold each. Should we head towards the golden treasure chest to the right front, or directly go to the purple treasure chest direction? Go towards the purple treasure chest direction. We will ignore the nearby golden treasure chest for now. Zhenhua looked far across the sea, giving a response based on the actual situation. Although the golden treasure chest wasn't far. But the golden treasure chest was situated between two mists. He had now only eliminated one mist. If they went to get the golden treasure chest, it would surely alert the zombies in the second mist. And the purple treasure chest was right in front of them. If they didn't take it first. If any unexpected event happened along the way, it would be the thing they regretted the most. Received. Yun Mengyao replied and immediately adjusted the ship's direction before heading towards the deeper purple treasure chest. The four women on the deck felt the ship moving and all grabbed their weapons in front of them, simultaneously pouring water on their chests to cool down. Chapter 110, Final Boss, the 2,780-pound super bloated zombie. Mineral water flowed with the waves, passing through the mountain canyon, entering the central plains, ultimately merging into the triangle function, and from there branching into two snowy mountain paths, reaching the end of the world. Just like that. As everyone prepared, the ship quickly passed through the mist, arriving at the location behind the mist, which was within the range of the purple-green sea. However, the level 4 vehicle had just entered the purple-green sea area. The surface of the sea under the purple treasure chest suddenly surged. Right after that, a super-fat giant sea monster emerged from the depths of the ocean and climbed to the surface. LV6 Special Sea Monster, Super Big Stomach Zombie. Evaluation: it stands 5 meters tall, weighs 2,780 pounds, with thick fat that can withstand all ordinary arrows. Its entire body is covered in venom that is extremely corrosive, capable of causing serious harm to steel plates. The scent it emits can also leave people dizzy. Only those with strong mental power can maintain their sanity. Splash! The super big stomach zombie, with its bulging fat, surfaced from the sea, stirring up huge waves. When fully standing on the water, the venom dripping from its body fell into the sea like a continuous drip. The green sticky liquid made anyone looking at it feel their scalp tingle. The pungent smell made people want to gag. And the super fat body, like a half circle, resembled an enlarged crab boss. But fortunately, everyone on the ship was granted the blessing of the honey talent. Each person's mental power received a boost of 25 points. Although it wasn't enough to make them dizzy, they all started experiencing some discomfort. Ugh! What a disgusting monster! I feel like throwing up. A level 6 sea monster. It ignores the damage from small arrows. The arrow rain won't work. What the heck? Is this the final boss around the treasure chest? It looks a bit hard to kill. An enhanced small giant? Ugh! I suddenly feel like the captain's food doesn't seem that difficult to eat. The four women on the deck reacted differently. But without exception, they all felt a strong discomfort. But before anyone could respond further, the level 6 super big stomach suddenly shook its body. In an instant, the venom flowing from the wounds of the super big stomach zombie shot out like raindrops, flying in all directions. Bayu. The venom landed on Chen Hua's level 4 vehicle. Immediately, the areas that came into contact with the venom began to corrode. especially the thick iron parts, which visibly corroded small holes. Even the steel plates on the fortress shooting room showed some traces. But it looked okay, it should be able to withstand multiple attacks before being completely corroded. Of course, even so, this scene made everyone's hearts tremble. Because if it weren't for these steel plates, they might have to face the super big stomach's venom with their own bodies. Seeing this, Chenhua didn't dare to delay any longer, and shouted loudly, "Shoot!" Bang bang bang! Large arrows instantly shot towards the head of the super big stomach. In an instant, 3 arrows hit the target. However, the head of the super big stomach zombie had ridiculous defense. The wrist-thick arrows, embedded in its head, couldn't penetrate at all. Naturally, they couldn't cause any fatal damage. This also made it impossible for both sides to get too close. Because doing so would increase the damage from the crossbow, but heaven and earth would also fall into great danger. Splash splash splash. The super big stomach zombie, receiving the attacks, immediately headed toward the ship. Fortunately, its movement speed was very slow, each step only covered 4 to 5 meters. So Chenhua quickly changed his fighting position and ran out of the fortress shooting room to the back of the arrow rain vehicle. Captain? Ji Shui, hiding behind the arrow rain vehicle, was momentarily stunned, not fully understanding Chenhua's intentions. Chenhua didn't have time to explain, took out 10 C4 explosive packs, handed them to her, and ordered, "Take these C4 explosives to Yang Mi and Xiaobai, then take my position." As he spoke, he took out the rocket launcher, clamped it with his legs, and bent down to load rockets into the barrel. Seeing this, Ji Shui's eyes lit up instantly. She knew the captain was getting serious. He was going to use heavy weaponry. So she took the C4 explosives and quickly rushed to Su Yajing and Yang Mi's side. They gave the two a total of 5 C4 bombs. The two women already had experience blowing up ships with C4 bombs, so they understood the captain's intentions immediately without any explanation. As a result, after receiving the C4 bombs, they rushed to tie them onto the large arrows. With no firearms or explosives, Ji Shui and Zhou Yu could only keep firing the large arrows to deal damage to the super gluttonous zombie. And so it went. 5 people at the scene were all busy in a hurry. Even Yun Mengyao in the cockpit wanted to rush out to help. However, she thought about how, once she left, the vehicle would lose control, and if the super gluttonous zombie got close, there could be a risk of the entire ship sinking. She could only remain in the cockpit, prepared to activate the cloaking sail at any moment. Although the captain had given no such order. As the one in control of the cockpit, she had the duty to use all emergency measures in a critical moment. Even if she faced punishment afterward, she would not care. Moreover, the captain wouldn't punish her. Watching the super gluttonous zombie getting closer and closer, sweat began to trickle down Yun Mengyao's forehead. Fortunately, at this moment, Yang Mi and Su Yajing had finished tying up the C4 bombs. They all grabbed their walkie-talkies and reported, "Captain, all 5 C4 bombs are loaded." Requesting next instructions. Good. Already prepared, Chenhua finally stepped out of the arrow rain car's defensive range while carrying the rocket launcher. This instantly caught the attention of the 5 women in the shooting room and the cockpit. Especially Chenhua's determined eyes. It brought a significant shock to the 5 women. All 5 women's pupils constricted, and scenes of a movie hero fighting against an armed army while carrying a rocket emerged in their minds. Is this the aura of a strong person? For some reason, all 5 women simultaneously had this thought. However, Chenhua had no idea that every move of his was like a heavy bomb dropped in their hearts. At this moment, he had already treated this super gluttonous zombie as a dead man. Prepare, follow my command, fire together. Aim for its head. While carrying the rocket, Chenhua reminded the goddesses on both sides loudly. Yes. Received. Su Yajing and Yang Mi immediately responded loudly, then gripped the crossbow's handle tightly, starting to adjust their breathing rhythm. After all, the stability and shooting trajectory of the arrows with C4 bombs tied to them would change. Especially shooting from a distance. It's completely different from shooting at close range. If they weren't careful, they could miss and waste the C4 bombs. So, the 2 women were very nervous, needing to use deep breaths to adjust their frequencies. Chapter 111, All Rockets Deployed. First open the purple treasure chest. Huff, huff, huff. Yang Mi and Su Yajing tried to keep their breathing steady. Holding onto the crossbow, they maintained the most precise posture. Seeing this, holding the rocket launcher, Chenhua, standing in front of the arrow rain car, lowered his voice and commanded, 3, 2, 1. Launch. Having said that, he was the first to press the launch button of the RPG rocket launcher. Yang Mi and Su Yajing's hearts trembled, and they instantly pressed down on the crossbow pedal. Boom. Bang, bang. In an instant, 3 attacks were launched from the sky and earthship. They instantly struck the upper body of the super gluttonous zombie. Among them, the rocket launched by Chen Hua exploded first, spraying blood and flesh everywhere. Then, the two C4 bombs exploded in succession, shredding another piece of bloody flesh. In an instant, the super gluttonous zombie's head was suddenly reduced by 1/3. But even so, it still didn't kill the super gluttonous zombie. Instead, it angered it. The super gluttonous zombie trembled again. Countless corrosive venom shot out in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. It landed on the deck and weapons of the Sky and Earth ship. In an instant, the deck and weapons immediately started to emit black smoke with a hissing sound, along with a strongly burnt smell. Fortunately, after Chen Hua launched the rocket, he quickly shrank back behind the Aero rain car. Otherwise, this venom, like rainwater, could instantly cause large areas of burns on his skin. But actually, it didn't matter, because Chen Hua had stocked up on plenty of medicine on the ship. In addition, there was also Zhou Yu, who could enhance the medicine's effectiveness. This could handle many critical situations. Of course, if he could avoid getting hurt, that would be the best. After dodging the venom spray, Chen Hua came out from behind the Aero rain car again and launched the second shell with the rocket launcher. Boom! This time, the rocket hit the shoulder of the super glutton zombie, and the explosion's force took off several chunks of flesh from the super glutton zombie's head. Green brain matter splattered everywhere. Seeing this, Yang Mi and Su Yajing's eyes immediately lit up, knowing the opportunity had come. So they began to aim at the missing part of the super zombie's head, launching the second wave of bomb arrows. Bang bang! This time, the two arrows shot very accurately. In an instant, they struck the super zombie's half head. The harsh countdown sound, beep beep beep, rang urgently in the super zombie's ears. But before the super zombie could raise its hand to pull out the arrows on its head, the C4 bomb had already completed its countdown. Boom! In an instant, a massive explosion shattered what was left of its half head into pieces. At that moment, the super glutton zombie's movements halted. A kill prompt appeared before Chen Hua. Yang Mi killed LV-6 Special Sea Monster, Super Glutton Zombie, gaining 100 gold coins, 2 wooden treasure chests, 100 giant arrows, 100 universal bullets, 2 universal bullet synthesis blueprints. The moment the kill screen appeared, the headless Super Glutton Zombie behind the screen stiffly fell towards the sea. Boom! Its heavy body crashed onto the surface of the sea, immediately stirring up a massive wave. The sky-high vehicles were shaken on the spot. But at this moment, Su Yajing in the cockpit had already reacted. She quickly controlled the vehicle to adjust its direction on the spot, reducing the impact of the waves on the sea. At this time, Chen Hua quickly glanced at the reward screen and then closed it. Although this LV-6 sea monster indeed provided a lot. Not only coins, treasure chests, but also bullets and blueprints. But at this moment, in front of the purple treasure chest, it didn't seem to matter. He immediately took out the intercom and said to Yun Mengyao, "Head to the purple treasure chest immediately." Received. Yun Mengyao pressed the accelerator to the floor. The diesel in the fuel tank instantly dropped by 3 inches. The engine roared violently as they broke through the waves, immediately entering the core area. When they arrived at the purple treasure chest, the whole ship was bathed in the purple glow of the treasure chest. Chen Hua and the 4 women who walked out of the shooting room seemed to have transformed into little purple people. Each one of them was entirely purple, giving off a unique charm. Swish! Yang Mi threw the net down and retrieved the purple treasure chest. As soon as it reached the deck, the purple chest quickly lost its heavenly purple aura. Only normal colors remained, flickering on the purple treasure chest. Open! Without saying a word, Chen Hua immediately injected coins to open the purple treasure chest. In an instant, endless supplies erupted from the purple treasure chest. 100 wood, 100 rough iron, 100 steel plates, 200 parts, 500 universal bullets, 10 RPG rockets, 2 bullet synthesis blueprints, 2 C4 synthesis blueprints, 500 pounds of black gunpowder, 200 liters of diesel, 1 set of AI intelligence system, basic computing unit, cola and Sprite, 100 pounds each of flour and rice, down jackets, coats, sun protective clothing, edible salt, and peanut oil. A dense array of supplies flowed into Chen Hua's interface like an endless gusher of underground oil. In no time, dozens of types of supplies appeared on the interface. But it wasn't done yet, because more supplies were still continuously pouring out. Power core system 1, 100 batteries, 2 bunk beds, upper and lower. Oxygen bottles 1, diving suits 1, diesel synthesizers. The surge of supplies lasted quite a while. Chen Hua was stunned by the display of materials in front of him. This is too much. Glancing around briefly, Chen Hua couldn't help but tremble inside. RPG rockets, bullet blueprints, C4 blueprints, AI intelligent computers, power cores, batteries, and even diesel synthesizers. Goodness! Every single item here could be crucial in a golden treasure chest. And they were all packed into a purple treasure chest. Not to mention all sorts of other basic supplies. Thinking of this, Chen Hua immediately began checking the functions of these materials. Diesel synthesizer utilizes various fish carcasses to synthesize diesel at a ratio of 30:1. Evaluation: this is a fully autonomous synthesis machine that requires no human operation, but consumes a lot of power. AI intelligent computer, an AI software with super high computing power and independent thinking capability. Evaluation: it can ensure safe navigation for you, but it has the intelligence of a 7-year-old. Please use it wisely. TSK TSK TSK. Indeed, good stuff. Chen Hua looked at these two brand new items, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. After all, with these two things, his vehicle's self-defense capability at sea would be greatly enhanced once again. However, after obtaining these items, Chen Hua didn't sort or store them, nor did he install them on the ship. Because there were still 2 golden treasure chests and more than 10 other lower-level chests waiting for him in this sea area. She stood on the deck, gazing into the distance, pressed the intercom button, and spoke steadily, "Continue to clear the sea monsters." Chapter 112, Icy Water Cooling, The Final Moment. Received. The voice of Yun Mangyao came through the intercom. Then, the Heaven and Earth vehicle approached another group of fog. In an instant, the big-mouthed zombies in the fog also looked towards the Heaven and Earth ship. The 4 women beside Chen Hua immediately felt a shock, knowing that there would be a long battle ahead. So they didn't dare to delay, rushing to the supply area, each grabbing bottles of mineral water, pouring it over their heads and into their swim trunks while rushing to their shooting positions. Seeing this, Chen Hua did not go back to the shooting position or to the cockpit. Because the final boss had already been dealt with. Those remaining big-mouthed zombies, green zombies, and zombie dogs posed no threat to his vehicle anymore. Next, all that was needed was to clear them out specifically. And clearing them out was very low risk. But it would take a bit longer. To prevent his 4 goddesses from overheating in the sweltering temperature during the battle, Chen Hua returned to the cabin, took out a box of chilled mineral water. Then he went to the deck, handing out 2 bottles to each person. Bang bang! The first to receive was the farthest, Yang Mi. Yang Mi had just shot 2 arrows and saw Chen Hua delivering water, but couldn't stop shooting. She could only continue shooting while thanking him. "Thank you, Captain." "Drink first." Chen Hua pulled her out, taking her shooting position. Bang bang! Only then did Yang Mi breathe a sigh of relief, quickly picking up the chilled mineral water from the ground, opening it, and gulping down half a bottle. As for the remaining half bottle, she turned around, faced away from Chen Hua, and poured it into a triangular basket. Hiss! She inhaled sharply, instantly feeling cool all over. Her entire body temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. Sure enough, cooling down is best with ice water. After cooling down, she immediately returned to her position. Just like that, Chen Hua handed chilled water to each goddess one by one to cool them down. These goddesses acted similarly to Yang Mi. Some poured it on their heads, some poured it on their necks. Though it wasted a bit of water, their combat power increased greatly. After distributing cooled water to everyone, Chen Hua finally returned to the cockpit, bringing a bottle for Yun Mengyao. Lastly, he returned to his shooting room to start shooting. After all, with one more person shooting, the cleaning would be faster, and the treasure from the sea would be obtained sooner. Just like that. One by one, treasure chests were quickly pulled onto the ship. But just as Chen Hua and the others had finished clearing all the fog and had just obtained 2 golden treasure chests and 2 silver treasure chests, on the radar in the cockpit, suddenly a large cluster of black dots appeared. In an instant, a hurried and striking alert instantly sounded. Beep 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 beep. Yun Mengyao was stunned for a moment and immediately stood up to look at the radar. When she saw the densely packed black dots on the radar, at least 100 ships, she was completely taken aback. "Captain, nearly 100 vessels have been found in the area outside the fog. We seem to be surrounded." Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Hua, who was shooting together, was also stunned for a moment. What? Nearly 100 vessels appeared around. Goodness! Are they here to get him? Or are they coming after the foggy sea? Chen Hua quickly stood up and went to the cockpit. After finding that the radar display was indeed densely packed with alerts, he immediately made the next instruction. That is, to clean quickly. To salvage rapidly. Because according to the distance displayed on the dashboard, those vessels were all in an area more than 10 kilometers away. 10 kilometers to enter the fog at least takes more than 10 minutes, and that's based on fast vessels. And all the gluttons in the foggy sea had already been cleared by him. What remained were just ordinary green-skinned zombies. And on his ship, there was also the arrow rain vehicle, a weapon of mass destruction. If they left right away, it would be a huge loss. So, Chen Hua immediately ordered, accelerate cleaning, within 8 minutes, clear as much as possible. If we can clear it all, everyone on the ship will be rewarded with 50 gold coins. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the goddesses on the heavenly space immediately became excited. 50 gold coins. Oh my god. If this were to be daily work, it would probably take nearly a month to earn. Clean up. Must clean up. This is a rare opportunity to get rich. Although on the ship, they seemed not to need gold coins. But they knew themselves. Where there are people, there are transactions. With transactions, money is needed. The captain provides food and accommodation. But they also need more of their own personal belongings. Especially Yang Mi. She still owes the captain for her room fee. Now that there is a chance to pay it off at once, she certainly won't let it slip away. Even if someone decides to quit now, she still wants to give it a try. So, the 4 women on the deck immediately started to work together. They first abandoned the crossbows, split into 2 teams, and began to cooperate. Among them, Yang Mi, who had fished for a long time, was in charge of casting nets to salvage treasure chests. Su Yajing then joined Ji Shui and Zhou Yu's team. One was responsible for direction, one for loading, and one for mindless firing. Just like that, the armored arrow rain vehicle instantly became a perpetual motion machine. Zhou Yu aimed. Ji Shui fired. Su Yajing loaded. Zhou Yu aimed again, Ji Shui fired again, and Su Yajing loaded again. The 3 seemed very busy. But the 3 worked together, and a wave of arrow rain took only 5 seconds from preparation to firing. Among them, Zhou Yu took 1.5 seconds to aim. Su Yajing took 3 seconds to load. Ji Shui fired in just half a second. So, above the foggy sea, an outrageous scene appeared. Heavenly space continued to move. On the deck, the arrow rain swooshed in waves, swooshed again. As if throwing money to the outside world. With each wave of arrow rain falling, 10 or 20 green-skinned zombies died tragically. Even if some slipped through, the vehicles didn't stop, crashing directly through, killing the zombies that had avoided the arrow rain. Even if some weren't killed, they climbed up the vehicles. They would still be electrocuted by the electric net. Even if some were lucky and weren't electrocuted, it didn't matter. Guarding at the ship's railing, Yang Mi took her Desert Eagle and fired a shot. If one shot doesn't hit, then come again for a second shot, to make up for it. The whole process didn't even take 2 minutes. The vehicle was able to approach the iron treasure chest among the zombie horde. At this moment, Yang Mi cast another net, pulling the treasure chest up. Not long later, several treasure chests were piled up next to Yang Mi. Of course, Chen Hua and Yun Mengyao were also busy. Yun Mengyao was steering the ship, traversing each treasure chest location at the fastest speed. And Chen Hua stood in front of the radar dashboard, transforming into the co-pilot, his eyes fixed on the black dots on the dashboard, constantly reminding the 4 women on deck of the time. You still have 4 minutes. At these words, the 4 women on the deck became tense again. Sisters, there are 4 minutes left. Never give up. There are 2 more treasure chests. Shoot for me. Ah. Da-day-day-day. The 3 women accelerated their attack speed once more. Yang Mi was fully focused, holding the fishing net, preparing to scoop up the treasure chest as the vehicle passed by. After all, time was limited, and the vehicle couldn't stop midway. It could only charge through. During this time, whatever she could grab, she would grab. If she couldn't, the vehicle wouldn't stop. For a moment, the 4 women resembled sunset goddesses, recklessly pouring out their sweat. The Tianshang Rinjian transformed into a doomsday fortress, sprinting in a place of despair. Under the sunset, it outlined a magnificent and dramatic, absolute roar. Chapter 113, Arrival at the Scene, All-Female Free Spirits Help. I declare, the Nyoma Adventure Team is officially established. All members come to the coordinates. Beyond the fog, a vessel appeared after another. These vessels were varied in size and state, converging from all directions towards the fog. Among them, a newly established Nyoma Adventure Team started to split from the flight path, gathering at specific coordinates. Seeing this, other temporarily formed fleets also began to interweave their paths, searching for their own teams. Among them, a vessel named the Emoshing was completely stunned at this sight. Captain, they have formed a team. Should we join one? On board Emoshing, Xiao Xiao'er looked at the ships in every direction and immediately reported to Ji Yu beside her. However, how could she not see the truth given the circumstances? She looked at the various team formation notifications on the panel, furrowing her brow, really not wanting to join any team. But before she could consider her emotions, in the distance, another batch of vessels appeared. Those vessels, neatly lined up, sailing in a fan-shaped formation. Although still of varying sizes, on every vessel's mast fluttered a black tiger flag of varying sizes. Dozens of ships flying the black tiger flag hurled forth. Although compared to the total number of vessels on site, they only made up about 1/8 of the count. But that imposing aura, paired with the black tiger flags fluttering in the wind, caused all the captains already at the scene to tremble internally. The Black Tiger Gang. Hiss. The Black Tiger flag, it really is the Black Tiger Gang. Oh my god. Even the Black Tiger Gang has come. Now we're in trouble. Yeah. The Black Tiger Gang has gained quite a notorious reputation lately, and ships targeted by them never end well. Exactly. It's either sunk or robbed. But how dare they come over here? Don't they fear our fleet attacking them? Ha ha. Brother, you think too much. Although everyone talks big on the surface, once a real fight breaks out, I bet they all run faster than each other. Right. Thankfully our ships have all formed fleets. So we don't have to fear them too much. Brother, have you joined a fleet? If not, come over to me quickly. The Black Tiger Gang has come. Without a fleet, if something happens later, there's no one to back you up. Big brother, sob sob. Do you guys still need people? I want to join you. All the vessels present, watching the approaching Black Tiger Gang, were starting to panic. But thankfully, there were many people present. They weren't too worried about being targeted by the Black Tiger Gang. After all, even the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't provoke public anger under everyone's watch, right? Captain. The Black Tiger Gang is here too. We won't be targeted by him, right? Seeing the appearance of the Black Tiger Gang, Xiao couldn't help but tremble inside, and scenes from 2 days ago, when they were controlled by the Black Tiger Gang, flashed in her mind. At that time, Jiyu was looking for someone to cooperate to make ice water, but ended up being tricked by the Black Tiger Gang. They were even chased all the way. If Jiyu hadn't quickly switched the water resources to engines, they would have been finished at that time. But they never expected. The two sides, after these 2 days of tugging, had not pulled far away, but instead met in the misty sea. If they were discovered, it was feared that the other side would take action against them. After all, Jiyu's weather prediction talent is truly a coveted gem in everyone's eyes. If captured, Jiyu probably wouldn't be in trouble. Because everyone relies on her talent to make money. As for herself, no one would care. Even if Jiyu wanted to protect herself, she probably couldn't. Everything, like driving trains, eating ice cabinets, drinking bubble tea, riding wooden horses, and rotating, all had to be done once for her. No. To be exact, it probably wouldn't just be once, but for the rest of her life. So, seeing the Black Tiger Gang again, Xiao was very scared. Jiyu also noticed Xiao's panic and quickly comforted her. It's okay. Many people come here for adventures. I believe the Black Tiger Gang won't take such a huge risk and provoke public anger. But what if? After all, your talent is really hard not to attract people. Xiao are still worried, unable to help but quietly say, how about we withdraw first, since there are so many people here? Even if we can explore inside, we probably won't get anything good. No way. Hearing Xiao's suggestion, Jiyu rejected it without thinking. After all, they had wasted a lot of diesel coming here. If they returned empty-handed, it would be no different than suffering a defeat for the development of their vessel. Not only would the ship's development stop, but they would also fall further behind others. Only by obtaining treasure in exploration could they sustain the development delay caused by diesel consumption and get the vehicle back on track. However, considering that Xiao was the person she currently trusted the most, she took a deep breath and patiently explained again, Xiao, don't worry. Our vehicle's development has already fallen behind. We absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Since you're worried about the Black Tiger Gang targeting us, let's look for a team. What do you think about this team called the Casual Player Gang? Casual Player Gang? Xiao was stunned, following Jiyu's gaze toward the system panel of the opposing team. On the panel, there was a team invitation message sent to her by Li Zixuang. It wrote about the opponent's vessel and strength, and the information only sought female teammates. Hello, I am Li Zixuang, the captain of the Casual Player Gang, level 3 ironclad ship, equipped with a large caliber cannon. To ensure safe exploration of the Misty Sea, I sincerely invite nearby female captains to join the Casual Player Gang to work together in exploring the Misty Sea. Additionally, our team currently consists of casual players, all of whom are female captains. After joining, there are no restrictions, and we will help each other in case of danger. After the exploration ends, we disband automatically. I warmly invite you to join. A long string of information lay on Jiyu's panel. After Xiao took a glance, her eyes widened instantly. A cannon. A large caliber. My god. How can she be so powerful? Xiao Xiaoer looked at Jiyu. Jiyu casually revealed a proud smile and said, well, I don't know. But joining her, we will definitely be safe. If you have no objections, let's join her. We can absolutely oppose the Black Tiger Gang. Okay. Then let's join her. Xiao Xiaoer immediately nodded repeatedly. After all, having survived for so long, as she encountered more and more brutal situations, she was truly scared. She even began to have thoughts of not wanting to follow Jiyu anymore. Because she always felt that following Jiyu, her sense of security was decreasing more and more. Hello, I would like to join your fleet. May I ask where your coordinates are? I'm on my way. Okay, the coordinates are. Seeing the coordinates sent by the other party. Inside, feeling a bit scared of Jiyu's fully loaded ship, she quickly breathed a sigh of relief, smiling at Xiao Xiaoer and saying, got it. Let's go. Yes. Xiao Xiaoer excitedly wiggled her hips to notify the driver. Chapter 114. Where is the treasure? I ask you, where is the treasure? 100 ships competing. The ships at sea, although heading in the same direction, all rushed straight into the fog. But during this process, many ships' navigation paths were changing, forming one force after another in motion. At this time, the magical star also left its originally planned course and converged with Li Zixuan's wandering gang. Li Zixuan's wandering gang isn't large, and with the magical star, there are only 7 ships in total. And among these 7 ships, most of them are second-level vehicles. After joining, she was quickly pulled into the wandering gang's chat group. At this moment, the surrounding ships were already close to the fog. The ships outside the fog, without knowing when, had already formed more than 20 different forces, big and small. Of course, among these forces, there were also forces made up of 2 or 3 ships. However, although some ships are few in number, they should not be underestimated. Because among them is a lone 4th-level vehicle. Although it has not joined any forces. But its appearance created a pressure on everyone. Even the Black Tiger Gang didn't dare to sail in the same direction as it. Of course, this is not out of fear. Because a higher vehicle level could also suffer losses in numbers. Unless there was overwhelming weaponry. Not sailing together was merely to avoid unnecessary friction. Thus, in the foggy sea area, over 100 ships, in their original form, sailed toward the fog. At the same time, within the foggy sea area, the last treasure chest was raised onto the deck by Yang Mi. But there were still a few green-skinned zombies that had not been completely cleared. However, Su Yajing, Zhou Yu, and Ji Shui did not stop and continued shooting. After all, killing zombies also brought rewards. As crew members, although they had finished retrieving all the treasure chests. But before time ran out, they still had to consider the captain's rewards. Until their intercoms relayed Chen Hua's voice, they finally stopped shooting completely. Time's up. Everyone stopped shooting and prepare to evacuate. As soon as these words rang out, the 4 women on the deck immediately stopped shooting. Then, the cloaking radar behind them began to rotate rapidly, emitting a light wave outward. And then, the entire vehicle was enveloped by the light wave, completely disappearing from the sea surface. The remaining few zombies immediately fell into confusion, clawing around looking for targets. Unfortunately, the vehicle was right in front of them, yet they couldn't see it. At the same time, various vessels traversing around the fog also entered the fog at the same time. Although they had not completely passed through, the women on the ship could vaguely see massive shadowy outlines. Seeing this, the 4 women on the deck immediately each grabbed 3 treasure chests and wiggled their butts toward the control room. And in the control room, Yun Mengyao also turned her head and asked, Captain, which direction shall we go? That way. Chen Hua casually pointed in a direction. Anyway, others couldn't see them. It didn't matter which way they went. Since it didn't matter, they should go to places they hadn't been before. Only in this way could they avoid repeated explorations. Yes. After getting the answer, Yun Mengyao immediately powered up, stepping heavily on the throttle, and took the ship away. If one were to look from up above, they could see that the heavenly journey was actively heading towards dozens of vessels head-on. This scene. Even though they knew their ship could become invisible, they still felt a bit nervous at that moment. Afraid of unexpected situations that could lead to their discovery. Then they would be surrounded and attacked. You have to understand that there were hundreds of vessels gathered here. Once surrounded, even if the equipment on their ship was excellent, it would be difficult to escape smoothly. But thankfully, there were so many vessels, with various motives resonating. The Heavenly Realm ship sailed past them without attracting any attention. Instead, the scene in the misty sea left countless captains and crew on deck wide-eyed. Hiss. What on earth happened here? Oh my. Captain, look quickly. Damn. Why are there only zombie corpses? Where are the treasure chests? I ask you, where are the treasure chests? Could it be that we arrived too late and someone has already taken them all? No way. Absolutely impossible. I've been guarding here, and there was clearly no activity. For a moment, all the surrounding vessels were shocked. Each one stared wide-eyed, completely at a loss. Especially those who had come from far away, they glared angrily. After all, they had run such a long distance and wasted so much time. And now it seemed they had come for nothing? On the Demon Star, Xiao Xiao and Jiyu wore blank expressions, seemingly crushed by the scene. On the Scatterer gang leader's vessel, Li Zixuang, dressed in a gorgeous sheer gown, stood behind a cannon, her skirt flowing with the sea breeze, expressionless. On the Black Tiger gang's ship, numerous captains stood at the bow, peering out. Countless other factions also remained silent, carefully watching the surface of the sea, as if images of the fierce battles that took place in the sea area floated in their minds. It was truly hard to imagine. Who on earth had such a vessel that could take all the treasure chests away in the time they took to arrive? Until a moment later, countless captains seemed to finally regain their senses, turning their gazes to the remaining surviving zombies. Since they had come, they absolutely could not leave empty-handed. The more than 100 green-skinned zombies had to go. Thus, several nearby vessels quickly positioned themselves and began firing arrows at the green-skinned zombies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Your crew has killed a green-skinned zombie, earning 0.5 gold. As soon as someone took the initiative to strike, the remaining vessels finally reacted. They quickly notified their crew to approach the green-skinned zombies. Damn. What are you dawdling for? Move the ship over, let's grab the zombies. For grandmother's sake. Hurry up. Don't let them take everything. Forget it. Killing a green-skinned zombie can recoup some losses. Quick, let me kill. Kill. For a moment, more than 100 vessels were thrown into chaos, all charging towards the scattered green-skinned zombies. Although these zombies seemed few in number compared to the massive fleet, they still outnumbered what was usually found outside. It was just a matter of who could grab the most. Thus, countless newly formed fleet factions instantly collapsed, all scrambling for the most common zombies on the sea. Captain, our teammates are coming to grab the zombies too. Damn, hurry and turn the ship sideways, don't let them get close. Captain. All the zombies next to us have been taken by teammates. Damn. Just now it was brother this brother that, now when it's time for brother to hunt zombies, you come and snatch. This is just unbelievable. Sigh, today is just my bad luck. Notify the driver, retreat. Let's go. We should also retreat. On the chaotic surface of the sea, some vessels with self-awareness began to retreat along the original path. But more vessels still continued to frantically snatch the zombies on the surface. Chapter 115 Perfect Exit, opening all treasure chests. On the other side, 10 kilometers away from the misty area, the heavenly realm had also emerged from its invisible state, reappearing on the sea. Watching the radar as the vessel black dots were rapidly decreasing in distance, Chen Hua no longer paid attention. Anyway, the treasure chests in the mist were. All was taken by him. As for what happened to that group of people behind, it was already none of his business. Thinking this way, Chen Hua immediately turned around and walked towards the pile of treasure chests. There were 4 goddesses surrounding it. The captain in a bikini was sitting on top of the treasure chest, drinking a beverage, or secretly pulling open the gap in her bikini to fan herself with her hand. At this moment, seeing Chen Hua come over, she immediately put down what she was holding and stood up. Captain, are we stopping here, or shall we continue to leave? Seeing that Chen Hua was about to open the treasure chest, Yun Mengyao at the driving position also wanted to take a look, so she turned back to ask. After all, at this time, it wasn't long before dark. If they stopped, it would basically mean stopping for the night. But stopping here for the night would easily encounter the ships that had just entered the fog. That wasn't safe for them. So, after hearing the inquiry, Chen Hua immediately replied, continue moving forward. Keep going until dark. All right. Su Yajing could only continue to sail. The other 4 women then gathered around Chen Hua, ready to observe him opening the treasure chest. And Chen Hua stood beside the 4 women, his gaze sweeping over the treasure chests one by one. However, he did not open them immediately. Instead, he took out the 2 wooden treasure chests rewarded for killing the super gluttonous zombie and placed them together with the ones in front of him. At this point, a total of 16 treasure chests appeared in front of him. Among them, there were 2 gold, 3 silver, 2 copper, 2 iron, and 7 wooden treasure chests. Then let's start from the one with the most quantity. After a brief thought, Shenhua walked up to the wooden treasure chest and then input coins to open the first one. Wood 10, rough iron 10, parts 8, large arrow reduction, small arrows, food junk. Without a doubt, the first wooden treasure chest contained nothing good. But Shenhua was not surprised, because there really were no good things in the wooden treasure chests. So, he opened all the remaining 6 wooden treasure chests in one breath. Once again, he obtained 60 wood, 60 rough iron, and 50 parts, along with various arrows, food, junk, and water, and other survival resources. However, besides these, Shenhua also unexpectedly found a bed crossbow, which was a pleasant surprise. Of course, this bed crossbow was completely useless for him now. Sigh. The stuff in the wooden treasure chests is so poor. There's nothing good. Yes. All basic resources and basic survival supplies. Suyajing and Ji Shui looked at the panel in front of Shenhua, both shaking their heads in disappointment. Although these things were very precious during their early survival. Yet, how could an eagle that is soared in the sky be interested in wild chickens on the ground? So they all turned their attention to the iron treasure chests. There were only 2 iron treasure chests. Shenhua opened both of them. In an instant, the supplies from the 2 treasure chests appeared together. Additionally, besides wood and other basic resources and arrows, it also contained 2 engines and a bed crossbow. Although there were still no good items, the value of the items had increased significantly. Next, Shenhua opened the copper treasure chests again. The contents were still similar. Just there were added some bullets and Juga crossbow schematics. As for the silver treasure chests, the items improved quite a bit. From the 3 silver treasure chests, besides the basic resources, there were also 2 desert eagles, 20 pounds of gunpowder, and a lot of living supplies. At this point, the resources in Shenhua's backpack were nearly bursting. When he roughly organized the things in his backpack, he realized he had become so wealthy. The amount of coins alone had already returned to over 3,400. Among them, the basic resources used for upgrades, wood, and rough iron, had all exceeded 400. Although he was short on steel plates, with only over 380 sheets. But the number of parts had skyrocketed, reaching over 800. In addition to that, there were engines, C4 bombs, C4 schematics, rockets, large arrows, small arrows, as well as universal bullets and bullet synthesis schematics. The number of universal bullets even exceeds the total sum of all arrows, unknowingly reaching over 900. If we count the bullets from the synthesis blueprints, his bullet stockpile can be considered terrifying. If all converted into gold coins, his wealth could rank among the top in the novice channel. Even those 100 vehicles that gathered from all directions probably wouldn't surpass him by much. Upon seeing this, Shenhua clicked his tongue in amazement. The goddess beside him was even more excited, her eyes sparkling. So many supplies. The backpack storage is almost full. Yeah. This harvest probably rivals the gains from 2 ordinary zombie sea areas. Exactly. And there are still 2 golden chests unopened. Who knows what better items might be inside? The goddess, standing beside Shenhua, was all excitement and anticipation. And Shenhua didn't delay, categorizing the resources in his hand before continuing to open the remaining 2 golden chests. Input 32 gold coins. The 2 chests opened simultaneously. 35 wood, 35 coarse iron, 30 steel plates, 40 parts, 1 RPG rocket launcher, 1 armored arrow rain vehicle, 1 blueprint for ship fortification, 5 universal bullets, 1 fully automatic net launcher, 4 handgun magazines, 4 rifle magazines, 100 universal bullets, 50 gene of black powder. The supplies from the 2 golden chests burst forth. Items of various colors and styles instantly dazzled everyone present. Wow! Another rocket launcher. Hiss. Also, there are shells. Hey, what's that big machine? The group was overwhelmed, their minds struggling to keep up. Only when everything appeared on the panel in front of them could everyone take a closer look. And then, they were taken aback. Although they hadn't opened a cannon or anything more outrageous, these assorted items were still pretty good. And if calculated carefully, continuously opening these assorted items, their ship had already entered a semi-hot weapon era, with a reserve of over 1,000 bullets. Several Desert Eagles, several AK-47s, 2 RPG rocket launchers, plus C4 bombs and universal bullets. To be honest, these firearms, the small items are fine, they won't have a big impact on others. But even the smallest items, as long as there is enough firepower to support, can still be very impressive. Even a Desert Eagle, as long as there's enough firepower, it can pose some deterrence to other vehicles. If they pull out a large weapon like an AK or a rocket launcher, it can absolutely crush other vehicles. So, everyone's eyes sparkled upon seeing these firearms. As for those crossbows and arrow rain vehicles, the women ignored them as junk. Chapter 116, Full Ship Transformation, Intelligent AI Xiaotian. After opening the chests, Chen Hua took a deep breath. Because now his wood and coarse iron both exceed 500. As long as he gathers steel plates to 500, he can meet the upgrade condition for level 5 vehicles. As for the stock of engines, it has reached 18. Even if he upgrades to a V5 engine immediately, he still has some left. This terrifying resource stockpile. Even Chen Hua couldn't help but feel emotionally stirred. However, he didn't think about gathering steel plates to upgrade to level 5 vehicles. Because the current level 4 vehicles were completely sufficient for him. What he needed to do now was actually to upgrade the weapons on the vehicles. After all, no matter how powerful the vehicle is, it needs enough weapons to support it. Otherwise, it would just become a target. Thinking this way, Chen Hua immediately transferred the excess living supplies and junk resources to Yang Mi. Then asked Yang Mi to take a few women to sort and store them in the warehouse under the deck. As for himself, he chose to put all the useless resources on the shelf. First was the crossbows and arrow rain vehicles, as these two had been eliminated. Just a few left on the ship is enough. The excess must be shelved. Otherwise, keeping them in hand will only take up storage space. And small arrows, not a single one needs to be kept. After all, he has several Desert Eagles and AKs, along with a large stock of ammunition. They can completely replace the use of small arrows. Moreover, the deterrent power of firearms is obviously stronger than that of small arrows. There are more than 700 small arrows in total. Each one sells for 0.2 gold coins. As for large arrows, there's no need to sell them. After all, the crossbow still plays quite a significant role. Batteries and power cores can't be sold either. Keep them for upgrading power storage and generators. Otherwise, when upgrading the vehicle in the future, the increased power might not be able to support the entire ship's electric operation. That's it. Chen Hua hurriedly shelved all the small arrows, the bed crossbows, and the arrow rain vehicles. Then he began to continue installing equipment on the vehicle. There were many devices to install. First, he put in 100 batteries and a set of power cores. Chen Hua chose to upgrade. He directly advanced the original small batteries to large batteries. The stored electric power can sustain the vehicle's consumption for a day and night. And there are the power cores. By merging two sets of power cores, the generator was directly doubled in size. Whether its operating capability or power generation capacity, everything has greatly improved. Moreover, as the power generation capacity increased, the charging time for the stealth radar also received a corresponding reduction. This made Chen Hua quite satisfied. After all, the stealth radar is a life-saving treasure. A reduced charging time means he can use it longer. He just didn't know if the duration of stealth would be reduced after the vehicle is upgraded in the future. After finishing the upgrade of the generator warehouse, Chen Hua installed the automatic net throwing machine. The automatic net throwing machine is very big. It stands more than a meter high, like a small gantry crane, installed at the stern, capable of automatically throwing nets into the sea, powered by electricity. Of course, this is just the shape of the net throwing machine. As for the function of the net throwing machine, it's quite significant. Not only can it catch fish when the ship is sailing quickly, it doesn't even need bait. Just as the ship moves, the fishing net automatically sweeps over to trap the fish in the sea. However, this thing requires two people to operate, one person cannot control it alone. Fortunately, with Zhou on board, he can coordinate with Yang Mi. They will need to think of ways to arrange more personnel. After the installation was complete, Chen Hua was left with only two devices. One is a diesel synthesizer, and the other is an intelligent AI computer. Though these two things look unremarkable, they provide essential support for the vehicle's survival at sea. Self-sufficient in diesel, it is free from external constraints. AI intelligence assists in maritime navigation, detects surface dangers, and monitors the operation of onboard equipment, allowing the ship to avoid various potential crises. The only downside is that the intelligence of the AI isn't particularly high. At critical moments, human monitoring is still necessary. But having it is better than not having it. Chen Hua stood on the deck, scanning the vacant spots. He decided to install the diesel synthesizer first. After all, with this thing, he wouldn't need to buy diesel everywhere. But where exactly should he install the diesel synthesizer? Chen Hua looked around. Finally, he pulled out the house synthesis blueprint. After all, if this big machine is installed in the shipbuilding area, it not only affects the environment but also creates noise. So, a separate room was needed. Fortunately, he lacked nothing now. Chen Hua quickly synthesized a sunken diesel processing workshop in a corner of the shipbuilding area using some wood, rough iron, and parts. This diesel processing workshop is sunken into the deck, but due to the insufficient depth of this cabin, a small part of it protrudes. It looked like a little eave and a tiny window were popping up from the ground. After synthesis, Chenhua consumed a bit more steel and parts and placed the diesel synthesizer into the workshop. Next up is the intelligent AI computer. After sorting out everything else, Chenhua finally arrived at the cockpit and began to install the intelligent AI computer. Installing intelligent AI computer requires the following resources: 10 steel plates, 30 units of coarse iron, 500 parts, and 200 gold coins for labor. Hiss. So expensive? Seeing the installation prompt, Chenhua was instantly stunned. Because this installation cost was several times higher than all the things he just installed combined. If it were any other ship, they probably couldn't even afford the installation. Thinking this way, Chenhua immediately changed his mind and stared at the panel, muttering, "No wonder it's a good thing, the installation must be so expensive. Install it." Having said that, Chenhua chose to install. In an instant, endless parts flew out from his space and then fused with the coarse iron plates. In the blink of an eye, they converged into a rectangular computer resembling an automatic registration machine. There was a screen on the computer. At this moment, the screen lit up, and various data prompts started to appear. The intelligent AI is connecting to the vehicle dashboard, please do not turn off. The intelligent AI is connecting to the stealth radar, please do not turn off. The intelligent AI is linking the acceleration sail. The intelligent AI is linking the fuel tank. The intelligent AI is linking the alarm. Intelligent. Dashboard connection successful. Stealth radar connection successful. Acceleration sail connection successful. On the screen of the registration machine-like intelligent computer, rows of small texts flashed quickly. In no time, the screen went through dozens of lines of information, so fast that Chenhua didn't even catch a glimpse of it. Just as Chenhua focused on seeing which devices the computer had connected to, at that moment, a line of big words suddenly popped up on the computer screen. All instruments connected successfully. Immediately, a slightly feminine voice came from the speakers on both sides of the computer. Intelligent AI Xiaotian, very happy to serve you, Honorable Captain. Chapter 117, I am not a fake AI, mini combat zone activated. Chenhua? Looking at the computer in front of him, hearing the voice from the speaker, Chenhua was momentarily stunned. This computer can talk? Before Chenhua could respond, suddenly, a series of hissing sounds came from the intercom. Then, Xiaotian's voice also sounded from the intercom. Honorable Captain, Xiaotian has connected to all the equipment on the vehicle. If you have any questions, you can ask Xiaotian directly. Such as the fuel level in the vehicle's tank, the operation status of the generator, the charging of the stealth radar, and the detection situation of the detection radar, I know it all. Hiss. So it turns out the intelligent AI is this powerful. It's truly worthy of being something that came from the purple treasure chest. One system replaces many monitoring positions. Finally, Chenhua reacted, slightly shocked by Xiaotian's functions. After all, the things Xiaotian monitored were generally checked very rarely. Even when problems arose, they could only be discovered when affected. Now, with Xiaotian, all problems on the vehicle would be solved in the first instance. No longer worrying about unexpected incidents. Thinking this way, Chenhua immediately satisfaction asked, "Okay Xiaotian, can you drive automatically?" "Of course." Xiaotian responded, "But your vehicle does not have any cameras or monitoring radars installed, so I cannot observe the situation on the sea surface for now." "I see. Got it." Chenhua nodded again, feeling a bit excited inside. Because according to Xiaotian, as long as he installs a camera on the vehicle, it can drive automatically. Of course. Automatic driving is a small matter. But the sea monitoring function is very practical. Because it's impossible to always keep an eye on the sea surface with the naked eye. On the other hand, the camera can monitor 24/7. Combined with the smart Xiaotian system, his vehicle will enter a state of all-weather vigilance. Even now, without cameras, Xiaotian can still use basic reasoning to judge the targets and directions of nearby vehicles and promptly alert him. Xiaotian. Can you see me?" Suddenly, as Chenhua was pondering, Yun Mengyao, who was steering the ship, became intrigued upon hearing Xiaotian's answer. She stood up, left the driver's seat, and curiously approached Xiaotian to ask. Although leaving the driving seat was a bit dangerous. Fortunately, this is a ship. There are no obstacles on the sea, and a brief moment without steering direction is not an issue. Otherwise, Yun Mengyao's action would definitely lead to her driving license being revoked. "I'm very sorry, crew member Yun Mengyao, but right now I don't have eyes and cannot see anyone." Smart Xiaotian replied, "Moreover, my intelligence isn't high. I can only monitor abnormalities and track the movement of nearby vehicles through monitoring radar to determine their purpose. I currently lack advanced reasoning ability. Oh, so you are a fake AI. Hearing this, Yun Mengyao immediately lost interest and turned back to her position. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Tian seemed to respond defiantly. I'm not a fake AI. My system is just too basic. If I could integrate more systems, I could upgrade to a higher level AI. Or if I had blueprints, I could upgrade myself. Sure enough, it really can be upgraded. Hearing Xiao Tian's response, Chen Hua felt no surprise. Because in this survival world, it seems everything can be upgraded. But upgrades still require preconditions. I just wonder how powerful Xiao Tian can become after continuous upgrades. Humph. Even if you upgrade, you are still no match for us humans. On the other side, Yun Mengyao persisted in showing off. But what she said also held some truth. Smart computers are indeed powerful, but in certain aspects, they still can't compete with humans. Unless they can evolve infinitely. Not wanting to care about Yun Mengyao and Xiao Tian's dispute, Chen Hua opened the various information on Xiao Tian's screen. As he checked, he discovered that all mechanical devices on the ship were connected. Not to mention various radar engines. Even the refrigerator and washing machine had data in the computer. This made Chen Hua very satisfied. After letting Xiao Tian continue monitoring, he turned and left the cockpit to start sewing and repairing on the vessel. He patched up the areas that had been corroded by toxic liquid. Otherwise, the eroded areas could become even more severe during prolonged navigation. And so, among the busy people, time passed bit by bit. The vehicle from the world above finally stopped in a calm sea area 40 kilometers away before night fell. While Chen Hua brought Yun Mengyao back to the cabin, he began the work for the night. On the other side, in the misty sea area, the greenskin zombies were fiercely competing, and the intensity had reached a boiling point. But as the struggle among the zombies escalated, some friction also began to appear. A few boats had their greenskin zombies snatched away, and in anger, they fired arrows to warn the nearby vehicles. Naturally, the nearby vehicles did not back down and immediately retaliated. Just like that, the originally simple zombie snatching turned chaotic in an instant. Damn it! How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Fight back. Right now, immediately. Damn it! This is too much. Let's withdraw. Captain, our ship is under attack. What? Why are they hitting me? Damn! I'm not even fighting with them. Captain! Someone is shooting at us again. Damn! This is too much. Fight back. Captain, it's not good. There's fighting everywhere, and we are trapped here. Move. We won't take part in this, let's see who dares to hit us. Damn! Give me a counterattack, a counterattack. In an instant, the entire misty area, nearly 100 vessels began to fight in chaos. Some ships that didn't want to participate were also forced into the counterattack. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long before they would be taken down. However, there were also ships that were not affected, like the Black Tiger Gang, and the only level 4 vessel on the scene. But the level 4 vessel had retreated at the beginning of the battle, and no one stopped it. As for the Black Tiger Gang, they actively attacked others, seizing the opportunity to plunder treasures. Besides that, only Li Zixuan, who had cannons, was not affected. After all, the cannon on her ship was no decoration. No one was willing to be hit by a cannonball for no reason. Of course, although Li Zixuan was not affected, it was still a bit difficult to leave. Because farther away, someone was also eyeing her cannon. They just hadn't acted immediately. Captain! Look! The magic star! In the midst of chaos in the entire sea area, the crew on the Toad discovered Jiyu's vessel and excitedly reported to the captain. Wang Lizi was taken aback and immediately looked towards the magic star. Indeed, it was the ship of the person who could predict the weather. That ship was hiding among the Randon gang, making it a bit difficult to take action. Because the captain of the Randon gang had a cannon. Damn, if that Li Zixuan protects her, it might be a bit tricky. Looking at the Randon gang's team, Wang Lizi felt a bit conflicted. But at that moment, in the core area of the misty sea, an invisible ripple in the air suddenly erupted. In an instant, the air ripple rapidly expanded outward. Wherever it passed, the misty sea immediately displayed a new prompt. Small battle area activated. Chapter 118, Everything is completely chaotic, battle channel opened. Small battle area activated. Current area, small battle ruins. Battle history, a battle has occurred here, with a total of 87 vessels and 21 fleets participating, totaling 439 troops. As this battle is the first battle in the 35859 novice area, this battle chest has refreshed early. Note, subsequent battle chests will refresh after the battle based on the combat input. The area covered by the air ripple saw everyone noticing the changes in the air text. In an instant, everyone was stunned. What the hell? What is this? Hiss. Are we going to be trapped here? What is this battle area? The first one to be formed in this region? What the hell? Did we create a battle with our ships? Good lord. Chests refreshing. Does fighting also have chest rewards? In a moment, all the ships came to a halt. But not long after stopping, the area covered by the battle began to see treasure chests appear. One after another, larger wooden chests and iron chests began to randomly appear on the sea surface. Before the crowd even reacted, there were already more than a dozen special wooden chests and several special iron chests on the sea. These chests were different from ordinary chests. They were all filled with battle scars of swords, guns, halberds, and cannons. Even wisps of black smoke were rising from the chests. Seeing this, the surrounding ships could no longer hold back. What the hell, treasure chests? Hiss. Why are these chests so big? Battle chests? No way. It's already chaotic enough here. Oh my god. New terms have refreshed again? Retreat, hurry. This place is not suited for staying. Ha ha ha. So many treasure chests. This time it's really worth it. Fight for me, fight to the death. Charge. Grab the treasure chests. Steal them. In an instant. In the battle sea area, the firepower increased once again. Countless captains, like madmen, began to snatch. Although a small portion of people couldn't resist retreating. But more people actively fought for the treasure chests. After all, battle chests were appearing for the first time. Everyone was curious about what could be opened inside. And the most important thing was that the scene was already incredibly chaotic. Everyone wanted to take advantage of the chaos and fish in troubled waters. Grab some more benefits. So, in this sea area, the battles raged on. Especially the people from the Black Tiger gang. Seeing that Li Zixuang's ship was also affected, they immediately became excited. Quick, call 2 more ships and go attack the Devil Star. No matter the cost, we must capture Jiyu today. Yes. 3 vessels weaved through the chaos and quickly reached near the Devil Star, launching their attack. On the Devil Star, Xiao Xiao and Jiyu hadn't reacted yet when they were surrounded. In an instant, Jiyu was shocked. She hurriedly messaged Li Zixuang. However, although Li Zixuang had big cannons, it was difficult to escape in time as they got deeper into the front line. Just like that, Jiyu and Xiao Xiao fell directly into a situation of being attacked. They could only urge the driver to leave quickly while ordering the crew to fight back. However, now the misty seas were in total chaos. Even leaving was hard, let alone finding a way out in time. Because with one careless move, they could fall into another team's chaotic battle and be treated as looters. And this time, they were surrounded. The 3 vessels were continuously firing, making it hard for them to cope. Before long, 2 crew members were shot dead on the deck by stray arrows. In desperation, Jiyu could only let Xiao Xiao step up personally. What? Me? Step up? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. After all, arrows were flying outside. One wrong move could get her pierced. She was a woman with low attributes. Plus, she had no combat-related talents. And now she was told to step up? Xiao Xiao couldn't believe it, looking at Jiyu in shock. But in this critical moment, Jiyu couldn't care less. She quickly persuaded Xiao Xiao, I have no choice. If no one fights back, the Black Tiger gang will soon close in. I have already messaged for help, the captain has sent the Black Widow back to rescue us. For our future, you have to go. Captain. But my talent. Xiao Xiao was still unwilling to go to her death, wanting to say that her talent was useless in battle. But Jiyu didn't care about that at all. Seeing her so cowardly, her attitude changed immediately, her face was stern, I know. If I say go, you go. Are you going to disobey the captain's orders? Seeing the former young lady, now her superior, change her attitude, Xiao Xiao was momentarily speechless. Yes. She was just a crew member. Although she was once close to the young lady. But she was always just a crew member. Crew members have no future of their own. Xiao Xiao seemed to understand. A hint of indifference flashed in her eyes as she responded coldly, I understand. Saying that, she actively stepped out of the cabin and onto the deck where arrows were raining down. Seeing this, Jiyu felt a pang in her heart. But she said nothing. At the moment of life and death, someone had to step up. There was no other choice. Thinking this, she immediately started reaching out to her teammate on the Black Widow, Li Meishu. However, when she opened her chat panel that day, a little horn suddenly appeared at the top of the panel. A small battle occurred at coordinates, click to view battle details. Seeing this message, she finally noticed. The contact list on the chat page had, somehow, added a temporary battle channel. Sister Lee, can you hurry? We can't hold on much longer. Please come quickly. If you can come faster, I am willing to share half the resources on the ship with you. Whoosh. As the message was sent, it instantly appeared on Li Meishu's panel on the Black Widow. At this moment, within the Black Widow's legacy, a woman dressed in a black skirt, mature and voluptuous, holding 2 walnuts in her hand, slightly raised the corners of her mouth. While playing with the walnuts in her hands, she called her assistant over. What is the situation of the Demon Star? In response to the captain, they can't hold on much longer. The first mate quickly asked, do we need to speed up? He. No need. Tell the pilot to slow down the ship. The woman in the black dress smiled coldly, showing a decisiveness and resolve usually seen only in men. After saying that, she waved her hand, dismissing the first mate from the cabin. She then opened the system panel and entered the temporary battle channel. At this moment, inside the temporary battle channel, countless chat messages were scrolling quickly. The people in the chat were divided into 2 types. One type had normal names. The other type had the prefix battle in front of their names. These 2 different formats were used to distinguish between the online personnel inside and outside the battlefield. Chapter 119, Xiao Xiaoer is injured, refresh the golden battle treasure chest. In the battle channel, 2 different format captains all sent messages in the channel. Besides many captains already involved in the battle, many people in the channel also received battle alerts and rushed to the battle channel. Small battle channel, battle coordinates. Where is this? Damn. Where am I? This isn't the newbie chatting channel, right? What the hell is the battle channel? Black Tiger Gang, damn it, I didn't offend you, why are you hitting me? Screw you. Wah, brothers, stop fighting, please stop. Whoever cursed the Black Tiger Gang, dare to say the name of your vehicle? Damn. Where is there a battle happening? What is a battle? What happened? Damn. A total of 87 battle vehicles are involved, 21 fleets, with 439 troops committed. Holy crap. So many people are fighting? No way, no way. I just wanted to slack off, how did a big fight break out at sea? Has anyone opened the battle treasure chest? What's inside? The coordinates aren't too far, but it's going to be dark soon, don't know if I can still go. Message after message refreshed in the battle channel. After all, no one had ever seen a fight that could lead to a battle. And when they learned that there were battle treasure chests refreshing in the battle area, some people even thought about rushing over to grab a share. However, no one tried to persuade the bold vehicles. Since they wanted to go to their doom, let them go. It wasn't related to themselves anyway. On the contrary, some clever people directly asked about the battle treasure chests in the battle channel. Brothers in the battle area, has anyone gotten the battle treasure chest? Is there anything good inside? I'm willing to buy at a high price. Our storm fleet is also buying. How are the contents of the battle treasure chest? Hey, there isn't much good. Besides basic resources, it seems like each chest also contains a little hot weapon. I just opened a wooden chest and got a revolver in 15 bullets. Damn. A revolver can be found in a wooden chest? Brother, sell it to me, sell it to me. Crap. The iron chest also only had a revolver. I'm impressed. But luckily there are still a lot of arrows. Brothers, hurry up and snatch it. Someone opened the iron chest and got a steel spike ship outfit and an AK-47. Damn. Damn. I opened the silver battle treasure chest and got 3 C4S and a set of power core system. Damn. Damn. So impressive? Hiss. So many good things can be found in the battle treasure chest? God. I want to go too. Brothers, wait for me, don't grab everything before I get there. Brother, sell me the power system, I'll pay a high price. 300 gold coins, no, 350 gold coins. 400 gold coins for me. In the channel. As some people opened the treasure chests, countless exaggerated messages instantly shook the captains outside the war zone. Even though those items weren't dramatic. But they came from low-level treasure chests. And now every ship was short of hot weapons. Even if they didn't participate, they still wanted to buy them. So, many purchase requests started appearing. Especially for strong teams, they were buying at high prices. But unfortunately, those captains in the battle zone were already in deep danger. After finally getting a treasure chest, how could they sell the hot weapons or other good things inside? Instead, they immediately equipped them on their ships and started attacking other vessels. Bang bang! Not long after, the hot weapons in the battle zone started firing. At the same time, the Dark Star ship, surrounded by 3 vessels, could no longer hold on. Seeing the distance was not far but unable to reach the nearby Black Widow ship, Jiyu almost wanted to curse. So she quickly typed, urging the Black Widow to hurry. But before she could finish typing, her vehicle suddenly shook violently, tilting at least 10 degrees. Boom! Jiyu stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. She hurriedly held onto the wall of the cabin, leaning out to run. Only when she got outside the cabin did she realize that the tail of her vehicle had been blown open with a huge hole, causing the ship to lose balance. Of course, this was not the scariest part. The most unbearable thing was that with the ship damaged, endless seawater was rushing into the vessel. As for Xiao Xiar, whom she had sent out to fight back, she was now also caught in the explosion, with her pants stained red, crawling to one side. She didn't know where she was hurt, or if it mattered. But Jiyu didn't have time to care about that. She hurriedly ran toward the driver's seat, shouting, "Driver, driver! Hurry, drive the ship and break through." However, the driver was slumped over the steering wheel, showing no reaction at all. It was not until Jiyu got closer and pushed aside to take a look that she discovered the driver's neck had been shot through. This shocked Jiyu greatly. She quickly turned back to shout at Xiao Xiar, hurry and drive the ship. "Captain, I can't move. My leg, it feels like it's broken." Xiao Xiar was lying on the tilted plank, covering her head and looking up at Jiyu for help. Jiyu had planned to turn back to save her. But at that moment, a large arrow shot from a nearby ship. And on this arrow, there was a C4 bomb stuck to it, making a frantic countdown sound of beep 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 beep. Hiss. Jiyu was stunned, instantly stopping her action to save someone, and turning to dive behind cover. Boom! The C4 erupted in a violent explosion. Her vehicle had another huge hole split open, allowing countless seawater to rush in. At the same time, the vehicle began to sink toward the seabed. Jump ship, Xiao Xiar, jump ship. Ha 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 ha. Although I wasted 2 C4 bombs, but I will definitely capture her. With her, no one can stop me from getting rich in this sea area. On the towed ship, Wang Lizhi was filled with excitement. He looked over at his teammates in the distant sea. In the distance, the teammates were scattered, fighting for the battle treasure chest. But he wasn't worried at all. Because he was the leader of the Black Tiger gang, and their vehicles were a whole, not a temporary assembly. When they got the treasure chest, he still wanted the big share. Hurry, drive the ship over to me, we must capture Jiyu alive. Retracting his gaze, Wang Lizhi was filled with excitement. However, before his subordinates could notify the driver, on the sea surface not far from them, a dazzling golden light suddenly emerged. Then, the information in this space changed again. The ultimate treasure chest of the battle sea, the golden battle treasure chest, has been refreshed. A new message appeared. Endless golden light shot into the sky. In an instant, it attracted the attention of ships from all directions. Holy cow! The ultimate treasure chest, and it's golden. Hiss. Good stuff, absolutely good movement. Oh my god. What is that? Hurry, hurry, charge in. Oh my god, the golden battle treasure chest has appeared, rush to grab it. Those who block me will die, those who block me will die. Think of every possible way for me, pay any price. Get me that golden battle chest. In an instant, countless battles stopped. All vehicles immediately aligned their lines and charged towards the golden chest near the towed ship. Even far away, Li Zixuan couldn't hold back. She immediately abandoned the wooden chest in front of her and turned around. As for the towed ship, right in front of them, they were utterly stunned. Because they never expected the battle chest would actually refresh into gold. And it was the closest to them. What? Is it going to be predicting the weather, controlling the market? Or should they go for the golden battle chest? Oh my! So hard to choose. Wang Lizhi's mind went blank, staring at the golden light in the distance, lost in a daze. It wasn't that Jiyu wasn't attractive. It was that nobody knew what good things could come from the golden battle chest. What if they really opened something amazing? They could soar instantly. Captain! Should we go over there or not? They are all rushing over. Brother Wang, what are you dazed for? Hurry, go grab it. Wang Lizi was jolted back to reality, finally making the final decision. Golden battle chest, charge. Charge. Vroom vroom vroom. The three vehicles surrounding Jiyue immediately turned around and charged towards the golden chest. Although Jiyue had strong talents, but the attraction of the golden battle chest was even greater. After all, a step faster means everything. No one would give others time to develop. If they got Jiyue, perhaps they could encounter the golden battle chest again. But they might not win it against others. But if they got the golden battle chest, they could absolutely go capture Jiyue again. Even if they couldn't catch her, they could still encounter people with similar talents. This is the difference. And so, three vehicles of the Black Tiger Gang rushed over. But at this moment, the demon starship had already sunk halfway. Jiyue and Xiao Xiar also jumped into the sea. Even though no one was attacking anymore, the two were quickly swallowed by the waves, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, the Black Widow ship, which had originally changed direction towards the golden chest, suddenly turned back and headed towards the demon starship. The first mate on the Black Widow, after informing the driver, quickly returned to the cabin, looking puzzled. "Captain, why aren't we going to grab the golden battle chest? What if we open a big cannon? We might take over the captain immediately." "Ha ha. Opening a cannon is not that simple. And even if we got a cannon, the ammunition is another problem." The Black Widow, Li Meishu, crossed her legs, sitting neatly in the cabin, one hand holding two walnuts, the other propped on the table, looking as steady as an old dog, showcasing her alluring figure. After saying this, she suddenly shifted her leg and continued, "And even if we got the golden chest, so what? Can we leave this sea area? Therefore, to survive long-term in this sea area, it's not all about recklessness, but also self-awareness." "I see. I understand now." The female first mate nodded, finally understanding the thoughts of Black Widow Li Meishu. It wasn't that she didn't want the golden battle chest, but she knew she couldn't protect it. Sure enough, her captain could reach this level. This decisiveness and composure were absolutely indispensable. It seemed she was still too young. In the future, she must learn well from the captain. "Go. You must fish Jiyue up for me. Immediately leave this place of chaos once you get her. Don't worry about any chests." "Yes." The first mate immediately turned and left the cabin to arrange. Meanwhile, Li Meishu slowly rose, walked to the window, hands behind her back, silently gazing at the chaotic sea, her eyes filled with steadiness. In her view, a mere golden battle chest, compared to someone who can predict the weather, is simply small potatoes compared to a big deal. To survive for a long time on the sea, one must have a long-term vision. And one's actions must understand when to advance and when to retreat. This season and month will be a key moment for her rise on the sea. At the same time, as the Black Widow ship arrived at the wreck site of the Demon Star to rescue people, in the distance, Li Zixuang finally steered the ship to the golden treasure chest. But this place was already in chaos. Countless arrows were flying everywhere. Amidst many explosion sounds, Li Zixuang knew that those were the sounds of C4 and grenades. However, as someone who rose quickly through trade, this golden battle treasure chest, she really had to get it. Looking at the chaos outside the cabin, Li Zixuang's deputy hurried in, urgently saying, "Captain, we can't get close. It's too chaotic. Anyone who dares to stick their head out will be attacked at once." "Is that so? It seems it's time for them to witness the power of my unrivaled ship." Li Zixuang slightly raised her head and said indifferently, "Give all the shells to the gunner, tell him to blast me a path. No matter the cost." Hiss. "Are we really going to use the cannon?" Li Zixuang's deputy was shocked, exclaiming, "But we only have 7 shells." "No problem. I've already upgraded the engine to V6. And upgraded to twin propellers. You tell the helmsman to go at full speed. Once we get it, we retreat immediately." Hiss. V6 engine and twin propellers? Hearing this, the deputy was instantly shocked. Because their vehicle was only level 3. What does it mean to have a level 3 vehicle with twin propellers and a V6 engine? Doesn't that mean taking off right there? Wow. Her captain had prepared so much? Thinking of this, the deputy was extremely excited and immediately nodded to notify. Immediately, a fast-running level 3 vehicle charged straight into the core area of the golden treasure chest. The surrounding vehicles noticed and immediately fired arrows in unison. Some even strapped C4 bombs to the arrows. Unfortunately, the speed of this vehicle was just too fast. As long as they didn't aim ahead of time, they couldn't hit it at all. And even if they did hit, it didn't matter. Because the next moment, the cannon on the ship aimed at the attacking vessel. Boom! The Level 3 vehicle was jolted. A bomb the size of a head fell instantly onto the vessel that hit the unrivaled ship, causing a violent explosion. Boom! In an instant, this Level 3 vehicle instantly cracked and began to sink. Hiss! The cannon! Oh my gosh! What a fast ship! The boss of the Solo Gang! It's the boss of the Solo Gang! Looks like it's that woman! Damn! Stop shooting! Damn, run! She's coming for us! Brother Wang, it's Li Zixuang. Li Zixuang is here to grab the treasure chest. On the surrounding vehicles, numerous gasps and reports came immediately. At the same time, various sounds of anger and fury arose. Chapter 121, The Angry Black Tiger Gang, Master and Servant Part Ways. On the surrounding vehicles, numerous gasps and reports came immediately. At the same time, various sounds of anger and fury arose. Damn! That bitch! How did she run so fast? A woman, daring to fight alone. Get her! We must catch her alive. After receiving orders from the captain, the surrounding vehicles began to attack the unrivaled ship. Of course, many small forces and individuals were already thinking of retreating. After all, things had developed to this point, and even cannons had appeared. Whoever dared to stick their neck out would probably not see the sun tomorrow. So, many forces and those unwilling to give up began to approach and attack the unrivaled ship. Unfortunately, the speed of the unrivaled ship was just too fast. It sped past in the blink of an eye. And any vessel that dared to block the unrivaled ship, all got blasted into smithereens by its ruthless cannon. This forced many vessels that had gotten closer to hurriedly retreat, fearing to block the unrivaled ship's path, only to be bombarded in the next moment. Thus, under everyone's gaze, the Wushuang ship fired at 7 vessels and finally got the golden treasure chest. Then it rushed towards the edge of the battle zone. And those vehicles blocking Wushuang's path hurriedly moved to the sides, fearing that if they moved too slowly, they would be blasted into pieces. Little did they know, there were actually no cannonballs left on Li Zixuang's ship. Brother Wang. She has escaped. In the Black Tiger Gang group chat, someone sent this message. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Wang Lizi, instantly became furious and turned to look at the Devil Star. At this moment, the Devil Star had completely sunk. Ji was completely missing as well. This made the leader of the Black Tiger Gang furious again. Damn it! Despicable! Despicable! Brother Wang. I just saw Ji seem to board the Black Widow. Should we chase after her? Chase my ass! Wang Lizi looked at the Black Widow that had already run to the edge of the battle zone and gave up the chase, saying angrily, "Keep looting for me, get all the remaining battle treasure chests." Yes. The Black Tiger Gang acted again, starting to compete with others for the remaining battle treasure chests. The whole scene was in chaos. Countless ships sank or quickly retreated with black smoke. And on the Black Widow that had already escaped the fog area, Li Meizhu also walked out of the cabin and saw Jiyu, drenched and sitting on the ground, with a terrified expression. At this moment, Jiyu sat weakly on the deck, with seawater dripping continuously from her body. Her eyes were filled with terror, making her tremble all over. As a captain captured for the first time, her heart was filled with extreme panic, fearing she would become a part of something inhumane. But fortunately, a pair of black women's shoes appeared in front of her. Looking up from the shoes, there were delicate, fair, slender calves. Above the calves was a split form-fitting black dress. Then looking further up, there stood a mature, composed, and graceful woman. This woman stood in front of her, looking down at her, giving her an invisible pressure, but also easing the tension inside her a little. Miss Jiyu, welcome to the Black Widow. I am your captain, Li Meizhu. I am willing to join you. Jiyu's vehicle had already sunk, and with no hope for the future, she desperately spoke words that made Li Meizhu's eyes narrow. Very good. I won't treat you unfairly. Li Meizhu waved her hand, called her first mate, and fixated her gaze on Jiyu, saying to the first mate, "Get Miss Jiyu a new outfit and lay an extra blanket by my bed for her to rest. Tonight, I want to have a thorough talk with Miss Jiyu." After speaking, she extended a tender hand full of sensuality towards Jiyu. Yes. The first mate immediately turned and left. Jiyu hesitated for a moment while looking at the tender hand in front of her, and ultimately chose to compromise. After all, it had come to this. All struggles were in vain. On the other side, on the Wushuang ship, with the V6 engine's rapid drive, the Wushuang quickly left the fog area. And Li Zixuang also arrived at the golden battle treasure chest on the deck and opened it. As the golden chest opened, Countless resources immediately flew out, presented in panel form. Among them were not only a large amount of basic resources, but also various firearms and a blueprint labeled Super Engineering. Super Engineering Construction Blueprint Shell Processor. Shell processor requires a large number of parts for synthesis. Can skip the synthesis blueprint and produce shells directly. Seeing this information, Li Zixuan and the crew beside her all gasped. But when they saw the terrifying number of parts required for the super factory construction, everyone present was stunned. Because the number of parts required indeed counted as a super engineering project. 6,666 parts. 333 steel plates. If they were to gather this amount little by little, they wouldn't be able to gather it even in the distant future. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the enormous resources required for the super factory construction blueprint. No one noticed, beneath the ship's railing, a woman, soaked all over, was climbing up onto the deck. Until a thud of impact sounded. Everyone instantly felt a shiver and turned to see the woman lying on the deck. This woman, drenched all over, had a cut on her leg, stained red in the seawater on the deck. But even though she was badly injured, she did not lose consciousness completely, but struggled to sit up and look toward Li Zixuan and others. Who are you? What do you want on our ship? Swish, swish, swish. Raise your hands. Don't move. Li Zixuan's crew immediately picked up their weapons, all aiming at the injured woman. Seeing the situation was dire, the injured woman quickly braced her weak body and explained, Don't kill me, my talent is calculating. Calculating? What kind of talent is that? Li Zixuan frowned, then raised her hand to stop her eager crew, quietly waiting for the response. Seeing that Li Zixuan was curious, the woman quickly supported herself on the deck, letting the water drip from her soaked clothes, and replied, Anything I synthesize can save 30% of the resources. What? Is this what calculating is? Boom. Hearing this, Li Zixuan was instantly shocked. She immediately ran to the woman, helped her up from the ground, and excitedly said, Great. We need someone like you on our ship. Would you like to join me? I am willing. The injured woman felt a tremor in her heart as she saw hope for the future from the politeness of the other. Let me tell you. On the original vessel, her captain, although valuing her, never truly treated her with respect like this one did. So, the injured woman quickly said, My name is Xiao Xiar, can you give me some healing medicine? My leg hurts so much. Chapter 122, Preparing the Super Project, Acquiring the Browning Heavy Machine Gun. Of course. Somebody, hurry and bring me the Yunnan Baiyao I have stored in the cabin. Bring the best one. Li Zixuan was extremely excited and turned to give orders to the first mate. Then she turned back to Xiao Xiar, threw out a contract, and said gently. Xiao Xiar, right? Sign this contract, and you will be my second mate. I just happen to have a super project for you. Yes. Xiao Xiar offered no resistance and signed to become Li Zixuan's crew. She was then taken to the cabin to heal and rest. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan immediately organized the items from the golden battle treasure chest and other resources on the ship, preparing to sell and purchase a lot. After all, this is a super project. Once the shell synthesizer is built, her ship will have the ability to produce pills in bulk from now on. And with Xiao Xiar here, all her production resources will decrease by 30%. The dawn of rising. It was right in front of her. One after another, items were listed in the mall by her. When she listed a heavy firearm that had just been opened, Li Zixuan suddenly thought of someone. Perhaps he would buy my things at a high price. Without hesitation, Li Zixuan opened that person's chat channel. Are you there? Do you buy weapons? On the Heaven and Earth ship. Chenhua was peeking in the battle channel. After all, he didn't expect that a perfectly normal chat channel would refresh into a battle channel. And looking at the battle location, it was actually the foggy area he had just run out of not far away. He also didn't expect that these ships fought in the foggy area, leading to a battle with countless treasure chests. It seemed that the items opened from the battle chests were better than those from ordinary chests. But curious as he was, Chenhua did not regret leaving. After all, so many vehicles are gathered there. One slip, and the vehicles could shatter into pieces. He is developing well now and has no need to enter such large-scale battles. After all, fighting sea monsters and fighting peers are completely different matters. Sea monsters are fixed. As for peers, no one knows who might have any secret weapons. So, even though Chenhua felt somewhat helpless, he did not let Yin Mangyao turn back. Moreover, at this moment, the sky had completely darkened. Going back now would only be looking for trouble for himself. At this moment, Chenhua was diving in the battle channel, watching others chat. Suddenly, A new unread message from Li Zixuan popped up in the upper left contact list. This stunned Chen Hua. He did not expect that after just contacting her, she would be reaching out again. Could it be that she has another all-attribute enhancement fruit? Thinking of this, Chen Hua hurriedly exited the battle channel and opened Li Zixuan's message panel. Are you there? Do you want to buy some weapons? A message clearly appeared, causing Chen Hua's pupils to tremble again. No. They hadn't even discussed weapons just now. How could she be selling weapons so soon? Could it be she also went to the battle zone and got something good? Filled with curiosity, Chen Hua asked, what weapon? A good thing. Browning M1919A4 heavy machine gun. Hiss. Seeing the weapon's name, Chen Hua gasped in shock. Because this M1919A4 heavy machine gun is not your ordinary equipment, but rather mounted on tanks. It can fire between 450 to 600 rounds per minute. Not only does it have an effective range of over 1,000 meters, but it can also handle low-altitude attacks. It belongs to the integrated land combat and air defense weaponry. And how did Li Zixuan even manage to get a heavy machine gun? Is her strength already incredibly powerful, or is her luck just off the charts? Chen Hua found it hard to imagine. Staring blankly at the chat panel for a few seconds, he finally excitedly replied, how many gold coins do you want? 1,200, plus I'll throw in 100 universal bullets for you. Seeing this price, Chen Hua was stunned again. After all, this number is indeed not a small one. Of course. He also knows that this weapon is definitely worth more than that. It's just that heavy machine guns have a very high demand for ammunition. Even if an average person could afford it, they couldn't use it. Otherwise, the price would only be higher. Of course, Chen Hua is an exception. With his current bullet reserves and unsynthesized blueprints, he could barely afford it. But it would only support one large-scale battle. But he has the infinite bullet core. That thing can't be installed in cannonballs but can be installed in bullets. For him, as long as it's something fired with bullets, he doesn't have to worry about ammunition at all. So he immediately replied, no problem, I want it. After saying that, she immediately proposed a trade. In the trade image, there was a mini version of the M1919A4 heavy machine gun and 100 rounds of ammunition. Without a second thought, Chen Hua input 1,200 gold coins and completed the trade. Soon, the trade was completed. Chen Hua quickly got up from the sofa and walked out. Ding ding ding. Passing through the kitchen. The kitchen was still breaking ice and making dinner. Seeing Chen Hua about to go out, Yun Mengyao, who was at the door working, immediately stood up and asked, Captain, do you have any orders? None. I bought a heavy machine gun, I'm going to install it. After saying that, Chen Hua did not stop his steps and left the cabin, leaving the 5 women in the kitchen simultaneously looking up with shocked expressions. He bought a heavy machine gun. Good heavens. The captain is truly impressive. Now, their vehicle is really going to take off. The several women looked at each other. In the end, they couldn't help but stand up, then chirping like swallows, followed after Chen Hua, wanting to see what the heavy machine gun looks like. For this, Chen Hua did not stop them. Since it was already night, they might as well come out and take a look. And so, Chen Hua took the 5 women. Climbing up the stairs, he arrived at the deck. At this moment, on the deck, the heat was overwhelming. As soon as everyone came out, they felt the scorching heat, and within moments, they were all covered in beads of sweat. The scent of the women mingled with the evaporating sweat, intertwining everywhere. Remove the infinite bullet core. Dismantle the armored rain arrow vehicle. Install the heavy machine gun. Use the fortress blueprint. Install the infinite bullet core. Chen Hua stood at the boat's railing, methodically dismantling and installing. First, since there was now a heavy machine gun and infinite bullets as replacements, the armored rain arrow vehicle was no longer needed. Chen Hua directly dismantled it and put it up for sale in the shop. Then he took out the heavy machine gun, installed it, and equipped it with the fortress blueprint, transforming the machine gun into a fortress-shaped structure of a certain height. This allowed them to climb the stairs up to the gun platform, then enter the fortress to shoot, thus avoiding external stray bullet injuries. Because only in this way could they shoot farther. Chapter 123, Vehicle Strength Enhancement, only Yang can do it. After the installation was complete, Chen Hua was the first to ascend the shooting platform. The 5 women, not to be outdone, all held onto their assistants and climbed up with determination. Although the shooting platform was not large, but it wasn't very high, only about 2 meters tall overall. The 5 women stood on the shooting platform, though it was crowded, they managed to fit. Wow! This view is amazing, this view is amazing. After coming up, Su Yajing excitedly held onto the surrounding iron railing, just like Rose in her triangle dress, grasping the railing and gazing into the distance. That's right. From this height, we can see farther. The shooting angle is easier to adjust. Yun Mengyao also stood confidently on the shooting platform, nodding in agreement. Yes. And this fortress shooting room seems thicker than the crossbow. The fortress and the heavy machine gun complement each other, feeling even more powerful than the rocket launcher. Ji Shui and Zhou Yu also chimed in with their comments. Only Yang Mi remained silent. She quietly stood among the crowd, stroking the assistant on the shooting platform and looking inside the fortress. At this moment, Chen Hua was inside the fortress, loading the magazine onto the machine gun. This machine gun had a total of 6 magazines, each with a capacity of 200 rounds. It could be emptied in just over 10 seconds. But since the infinite bullet core had not yet taken effect, Chen Hua wanted to test the feel of shooting, so he attached a magazine with 100 rounds, given by Li Zixuan, onto the machine gun. Although the machine gun was inside the fortress, the base of this machine gun could rotate, allowing for 360-degree shooting. After Chen Hua adjusted the direction, he pushed forward, and the gun barrel poked out from the fortress. Then, he swept across the surface of the sea. Chen Hua aimed at a small zombie lying on the sea and pulled the trigger. Da-day-day-day-day-day. In an instant, dozens of bullets sprayed out from the gun barrel, instantly turning the sleeping zombie in the sea into a sieve. The 5 goddesses standing outside the fortress were startled by the sound of the gunfire, quickly shrinking back in a feminine manner, covering their ears. As for inside the fortress, with Chen Hua firing bullets, the shell casings splashed out with each shot, ultimately landing in the container at his feet. Although occasionally some would splash out, they basically wouldn't land on the shooter. Not bad. The power is strong enough. After stopping the shooting, Chen Hua walked out of the fortress. In an instant, the 5 goddesses in bikinis immediately looked at him. Chen Hua smiled calmly and said, "These things are very useful. Starting tomorrow, everyone come learn how to shoot." Yes. The 5 women were startled, and immediately became excited. Although no one wanted to engage in battle. But understanding the weight of passively accepting training versus having control over the outcome of a fight was clear to everyone. Not wanting to fight was one thing. Being able to control the outcome of a battle was another matter entirely. Only by learning to use these firearms could they better protect themselves and their vehicles. After the heavy machine gun was installed, everyone returned to the cabin to continue working. The women were pounding ice and cooking. Chen Hua went to the sofa and opened the system to take a look. The resources he had listed for sale in the store were all sold out now. Additionally, after subtracting the expenses for the heavy machine gun and its installation, he only had 2,465 gold coins left in his hands. Looking at his blueprint reserves, he had 2 bullet synthesis blueprints and 1 C4 synthesis blueprint. Unfortunately, although he had many blueprints, black powder was truly scarce. He temporarily couldn't make all the weapons. Thinking of this, Chen Hua temporarily stopped considering synthesizing C4 and bullets, and went to the battle channel to see if there were any purchases for black powder and parts. After all, he was about to break 1,000 parts, but after the installation by AI Xiaotian, he was down to just over 300 now. Parts were useful for many things, whether for making pills or other uses, they relied on parts as a resource. Moreover, Chen Hua also discovered, the higher end the items, the more parts they required. Therefore, part reserves were definitely needed. However, when he entered the regional channel, Chen Hua suddenly found that Li Zixuan was also in there, making a large purchase for parts and steel sheets. Li Zixuan, buying parts in bulk. Buying large quantities at high prices, contact me if you have them, price is negotiable. What price? 1.6, will you accept? Not selling below 1.7. I have 300, offering 1.8. Contact me if interested. One reply after another appeared. And each quote was higher than the last. Seeing this, Chen Hua also sent out his purchasing needs. At the same time, opened the private messaging feature. Purchasing black powder and parts. Anyone willing to sell, contact me. I'll buy any amount. As soon as the message was sent, someone contacted Chen Hua. However, those who reached out through private messages were all looking to sell at high prices. Otherwise, they would have listed them in the store long ago. But Chen Hua didn't turn anyone away. As long as the price was right, he would buy everything. In no time, he bought 30 pounds of black powder and 200 parts. As for the rest, Chen Hua didn't continue purchasing, because the prices quoted by those people had already exceeded normal limits. After buying these items, Chen Hua's black powder storage reached 130 pounds, and the number of parts also came to 569. His gold coins, however, had once again decreased by 400 coins. watching his gold coins dwindle. Chenhua felt a pinch in his heart, but he didn't hesitate to spend. After all, gold coins could be earned again once they were gone. If resources weren't bought, they could become increasingly expensive. Especially black powder, which was only sold for 1 gold coin per pound. If it weren't for the scarcity of blueprints, those who acquired black powder likely wouldn't sell it at all. Perhaps even if they did, the price would also rise. This was also why Chenhua was willing to spend money. Because prices weren't fixed, but would fluctuate according to market demand. After buying, Chenhua directly used 1 C4 blueprint to synthesize 10 C4. Thus, his C4 reserves reached 16. Captain, the ice blocks have been made. After finishing all this, unless the ice in the freezer was also produced. Chenhua heard the sound and got up to list the ice blocks in the store. However, as more and more people started making ice in the store, the price of ice bricks was also hit, only able to sell for 6 gold coins each. And after listing them, they didn't face a rush for sales. But it didn't matter. A long night lay ahead, they would sell out quickly. This over 1,000 gold coins, he was sure to earn. After dinner, the night continued to deepen. After Chenhua took a shower, he had Yun Mangyao distribute today's bonuses of 50 gold coins each to the 5 crew members, then returned upstairs to rest. The 5 women, after receiving their bonuses, were first excited for a while. Then leisurely worked and spent their time downstairs. The night's work was very easy. They only needed to fill the first layer of water in the freezer. Once the lower half froze, they would come up to fill the top half with water as well. Such work does not require too many people, it just takes a lot of time, and someone needs to stay in the kitchen. So the 5 decided to take turns doing it. As for who would take the turns, there is no doubt that it can only be Yang Mi. Chapter 124, the battle has completely ended, my legs are cramping. Why can it only be Yang Mi? The reason is simple. Who told her that she didn't enter the captain's circle? Yun Mangyao had no choice but to assign the work to her. After all, the newcomer Zhou Yu needed to stay in the driver's cabin and be on guard at night. She couldn't always stay in the kitchen doing the work. As for the other women, they had all slept with the captain, and were already considered his people. No matter who was sent, as long as the other party spoke to the captain, Yun Mangyao might get scolded. So, Yang Mi became the one who could be most easily commanded. Since she was the one being commanded, she couldn't whisper in the captain's ear. Yang Mi, after you finish pouring the first layer of water, you can go rest. But remember to wake up at night to continue pouring water. If we sell fewer gold coins tomorrow, and the captain gets angry, I won't be able to speak for you. Before leaving, Yun Mangyao reminded her again. Although Yang Mi was older than the other women, at this moment she felt like a newcomer who had just entered the factory, quickly sitting up from her chair and respectfully saying, I understand, I will take good care of this place. Then it's hard work for you. Yun Mangyao nodded and left the kitchen. After staying in her room for a while, she sneaked back to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. But a familiar feeling emerged again. Inside the master bedroom, the low humming sounds of Su Yajing and Ji Shui were still echoing. She pushed the door open. Sure enough, the scene from noon appeared again. As time gradually approached midnight. In the misty sea, countless warships floated, with broken walls and ruins everywhere. It looked as if a great battle had just ended. On the surface of the sea, except for a few boats that remained, the vast majority of vessels had sunk. At this moment, those victorious ships had also reached a ceasefire agreement and were salvaging the struggling captains and crew from the sea in their respective areas, quickly enhancing their vessels' power. And among these ships, the Black Tiger Gang's personnel were increasing the fastest. After this battle, each ship of the Black Tiger Gang added 4 to 5 people. Their combat power and work ability greatly improved. Brother Wang, our strength has expanded a lot. Should we take the opportunity to gobble up those ships? Seeing the message from his teammate, Wan Lizhi looked up at the ships in the distance that were scavenging for crew members, hesitated for a moment, and replied, forget it. Everyone is running on empty, and our weapon supplies are depleted. The resources we just opened haven't been distributed yet. If a fight breaks out, we can't guarantee the outcome. Let's withdraw for now. Alright. Then let's leave first and divide the treasure. After reaching a decision, the Black Tiger Gang withdrew first. The other defensive fleets saw the Black Tiger Gang retreating and also hurried in the opposite direction. Thus, not long after, the battle zone was empty, leaving only the vehicles sunk in the sea and various scrap resources floating on the ocean. And the battle channel had long been completely closed at the moment the conflict ended. Everyone was forced to return to the newbie channel, chatting and joking. But while chatting, everyone suddenly realized that the temperature at night seemed to become even hotter. Brothers, why do I feel that tonight is hotter? Yeah. I feel the same way. It seems very stuffy. It's both hot and stuffy. This kind of weather usually means it's going to rain. What? It's going to rain? Damn. Is that true? Hurry up and rain. This damn weather is about to drain my gold coins. Every day the gold I earn isn't enough to buy ice, and I can't even develop my vessels. It might not rain at any time. If it doesn't rain tomorrow, it might be even more stifling tomorrow. As long as it rains, it's fine. Isn't it just hot? We can just endure it. It seems we still need to find a way to develop vehicles. In today's world, other ships have electricity, and even can cure illnesses. We, however, still have nothing. If we had developed early, it should be us making money. Sigh. Let's work hard. It's all my fault for not saving enough before. Starting today, save money. The chat in the channel was filled with random comments. Most of the captains had fallen asleep in this deep night. Some captains, unable to bear the heat, got up in the middle of the night, repeatedly using the air blower to cool themselves down. After using it, they would share it with their crew to drink. But those with some sort of vehicle were different. Each one slept more soundly than the last. Of course. This applied only to the captain. For most crew members, even if the crew had electricity, they had no air conditioning to use. They could only huddle together, enjoying the cool breeze blowing out of the captain's room. Or, when the heat became unbearable, opening the refrigerator for a moment of coolness. As for the ice water in the refrigerator, although it could be used, it was only available when the heat was intolerable and after informing the captain to gain approval for use. In charge of the entire ocean area. There were very few ships where everyone could escape the heat. At this moment, on that heaven and earth ship, Yang Mi got up from her bed, ready to fill the second layer of the freezer with water. But just as she stepped out of her room, she suddenly noticed that the light in the main bedroom on the second floor was actually on. Is the captain still not asleep? Is he that busy? With a curious look, Yang Mi took a couple of glances before entering the kitchen to fill the water, one by one. While waiting for the water to fill, she sat at the kitchen door, resting her chin and looking upstairs. To her surprise, an unbelievable scene occurred. The captain's door suddenly opened. Then, with a weak body, Yun Mengyao came out, leaning against the wall. She first glanced at the dim living room, then instinctively looked towards the brightly lit kitchen. She saw Yang Mi, who was sitting at the kitchen door in a daze and looking over. In that instant, the two locked eyes. Both felt a bit awkward. Because no one expected to see each other at this time. Yang Mi quickly looked away. Yun Mengyao, leaning on the staircase railing, stumbled down. When she reached the living room on the first floor, she even responsibly asked, "How's the freezer?" Yan Mi. At that moment, Yang Mi was speechless. Clearly, she was in such a state, but she still had the thought to care about the freezer. And since she asked, Yang Mi couldn't just ignore her. Yang Mi had to respond, "The lower part is already frozen, and the upper part is filling with water." As she spoke, she got up from the small stool, proactively saying, "Are you okay? Do you need me to help you?" "No need. You keep busy, I'll head back." Yun Mengyao waved her hands repeatedly and then leaned against the wall back to her room. This left Yang Mi feeling helpless. She never expected the captain to be so impressive. That she had made Yun Mengyao so weak she couldn't even walk steadily. Thinking this, Yang Mi sat back down on the small stool to kill time. But not long after sitting down, the captain's door opened again. Following that, Su Yajing came out, leaning against the wall. And as Su Yajing emerged, another familiar scene unfolded. Su Yajing asked if she hadn't finished yet, and when Yang Mi stood up to help her, she was refused. Watching Su Yajing go back, Yang Mi felt a bit dazed. Although back when she was a star, some people would be treated like that. But those were done with props. For example, someone would have several golf balls stuffed in. And someone had their head bitten off. But she clearly hadn't seen a reduction in props in the warehouse. With this thought, the captain's door opened again. And this time, what appeared was her old acquaintance, also, her former sister-in-law, Ji Shui. "Sister Mi, quick, come help me, my leg is cramping." When she reached the edge of the stairs, she suddenly knelt on the ground, quickly calling out for Yang Mi. Yan Mi. Chapter 125, 60 degrees of stifling heat, is your fiancé not angry? A night passed in the blink of an eye. The number of people online in the channel decreased significantly. However, the heavenly and earthly ship was silent. Even though the sky had lightened, there was no movement in the cabin. It was as if everyone was in a deep slumber. Of course, they were not fainted. but rather too tired, leading to a very deep sleep. Even as daylight broke, they stayed in bed. Even Yang-mi, who had gotten up at midnight to make ice, did not have a good rest and was still fast asleep in the air-conditioned room, kicking off the thin sheet and hugging a perfect body. If one were to say who slept the best on this boat, it would have to be Zhou Yu sleeping in the cockpit. Although alarms from the radar in the cockpit occasionally sounded, which greatly affected sleep. But compared to others, she had gotten plenty of sleep and woke up early. Of course. Actually, it wasn't her choice to wake up, but rather the AI computer Xiao Tian's reminder that completely woke her up. Beep beep beep. Detecting an attack on the left side of the ship's hull, please crew check. Detecting an attack on the left side of the ship's hull, please crew check. The beeping sound echoed incessantly in the cockpit, making Zhou Yu, who was already wanting to awaken, completely alert. What? The hull is under attack? Zhou Yu was startled, instantly sitting up. Without even considering putting on her sun protection jacket, she grabbed the AK-47 for self-defense and the intercom beside her, rushing out. Boom! As she burst out of the cockpit, an endless wave of heat rushed towards her, making her feel as though she had jumped into a huge furnace. She could hardly open her eyes. But Zhou Yu didn't care about that, rushing towards the side of the ship where the attack occurred, while also hanging the intercom on her waist. The intercom was not heavy, but hanging it on the thin waist pouch still caused it to sag a few inches, revealing a side of white and a diagonal line on the triangle function. Creak, creak, creak. As Zhou Yu just leaned over the ship's rail and had yet to look down, she heard a noise coming from beneath the ship. Quickly, she chambered around in the AK and leaned over to look down. Until she finally saw the thing attacking the ship, which turned out to be a fangtooth fish, she let out a sudden sigh of relief. Phew! You scared me. Good thing it's just a fangtooth fish. But it can't possibly be humans. After all, there are still several electric nets above. Thinking this, Zhou Yu aimed the AK at the fangtooth fish and pulled the trigger, firing a few shots. Bang bang bang. Of the 3 bullets fired, only one hit. In an instant, the seawater next to the ship erupted with a splash of crimson. Zhou Yu specifically glanced at the part of the ship's hull that had been bitten by the fangtooth fish. Finding no marks at all, she returned the gun and went back to the cockpit. However, once back in the cockpit, waiting and waiting, the cabin was still silent. This made Zhou Yu a bit bored, so she walked out onto the deck to check around, patrolling as well. But as time went on, and the sultriness in the air grew heavier, she also felt her stomach rumble. Still, there was no sound from the cabin. This gave Zhou Yu a deep sense of worry, fearing something had happened to the captain and the others in the cabin. So, after hesitating outside the cabin for a long time, she finally made the decision to go inside the cabin to take a look. Ha! As soon as she entered the cabin, Yang-mi yawned and walked out from her room. Seeing that Zhou Yu had come in, she immediately relaxed and asked, "Zhou Yu, you're up." Zhou Yu was a bit reluctant to get close to Yang-mi. Of course not because of Yang-mi's previously arrogant attitude, but because she somewhat looked down on Yang-mi. After all, she had seen the video of Yang-mi looking for a husband. She was very disdainful of associating with such a person. But now, as the two sides interacted, she had no way to sever the ties between everyone. So she nodded and replied in a neither cold nor warm attitude, I've been waiting outside for a long time, just came in to take a look." "You've been up for a long time. You must be hungry." Yang-mi was still enthusiastic. After learning that the other party had been up for a long time, she quickly led her to the kitchen and said, "Why don't you eat something first? There's food in the fridge." Can I eat?" Zhou Yu only thought she could drink water freely after finishing her daily work. "Of course." Seeing her in a daze, Yang-mi quickly smiled and explained, "Our captain is actually quite nice. He doesn't have special restrictions on us. As long as it's reasonable, he won't mind." "All right. Thank you." Zhou Yu rarely said thank you to the other party. Then she picked a bottle of treasure porridge and a piece of bread, preparing to go back to the cockpit to eat. Seeing this, Yang-mi quickly advised her to eat in the living room instead. After finishing eating, she needed to take a break. Zhou Yu then didn't leave. Seeing that Zhou Yu indeed sat in the living room, Yang-mi quickly went to the restroom to relieve herself. After she was done, she took some food and sat down to eat with Zhou Yu. While eating, they began to chat. Because she felt that after just now's care, Zhou Yu no longer had a cold attitude towards her. So, she must strike while the iron is hot to build the relationship. "Zhou Yu, can you sleep well in the cockpit?" Yang-mi swallowed a bite of bread, looking concerned. "It's okay. At least there's air conditioning. Much better than in the fire brigade." Zhou Yu thought of those hidden days in the past and then looked at the current environment, feeling as if she had been redeemed, not trapped. There's an old saying that goes like this: Only by seeing the real sun can one understand the previous darkness. Although at that time, her situation was much better than others on the ship. But after experiencing life between heaven and earth, she didn't think so anymore. The people in the fire brigade look scary. I still feel like we are better up here. Yang Mi continued to engage. And Zhou Yu casually chatted with her. Yeah. Other captains don't treat women as people. Exactly. Our captain, although a bit lewd, is much better compared to others. Our captain lewd? Upon mentioning the captain, Zhou Yu obviously paused for a moment. Yeah. Didn't you know? On our ship, except for the two of us, all the other women have been slept with by the captain. Ah. You haven't been slept with by the captain? Zhou Yu was stunned, completely at a loss. The reason she was confused wasn't because she was shocked by how many people the captain had slept with, but because she was amazed that Yang Mi had not been slept with by the captain. She looked at Yang Mi's voluptuous figure, somewhat in disbelief. Because Yang Mi's figure was truly curvaceous. In all the right places, there was a lot of flesh, and there was no excess fat in the slim parts. If they were to sleep together, it would definitely be an indulgence. Able to withstand countless storms and collisions. And with this, she still hadn't fallen? It seems the captain is better than she imagined. Zhou Yu thought to herself. And Yang Mi thought she didn't believe her, so she explained her reasons again. It was because of the agreement she had before boarding the ship, etc. And this explanation further deepened Zhou Yu's impression of the captain. At the same time, it also caused Zhou Yu to have deep doubts about Yang Mi's actions. Because Yang Mi had so many rumors, how could she still be so resistant? Until Yang Mi mentioned her fiancé. Zhou Yu was dumbfounded. Isn't your fiancé angry? What would he be angry about? Yang Mi was also stunned, somewhat taken aback. You were previously rumored to be sweetened. As soon as Zhou Yu finished speaking, Yang Mi instantly understood. So it turned out the other party had a bad impression of her because of that. Thus, she quickly interrupted Zhou Yu's words and said helplessly, "That's fake. And how could I possibly be sweetened? But the video has been leaked." Zhou Yu still didn't believe the other party's words. Because the appearance in the video is just too real. Seeing this, Yang Mi rolled her eyes in annoyance and explained, "That's a video made by my fiancé's business rival, just to frame me. If you take a closer look, you'll find that the mark on the neck of the woman in the video is different from the mark on my neck. So you're saying you really didn't?" Did not. Finally. In Yang Mi's explanation. Zhou Yu was half convinced. Because the other party's answer was so serious that it made her start to doubt her previous thoughts. But whether it was true or not didn't matter. As long as the other person wasn't bad, they could still get along. Just like that. The two quickly shifted the topic. After satisfying their hunger, they headed to the kitchen to start breaking ice. The ice in the freezer had completely formed. The banging sound of breaking ice, even with the door closed, could be heard gradually spreading to the other bedrooms. Not long later. The people downstairs and Chen Hua upstairs, all of them sleepily walked out of their rooms. Then those who needed to go, went, and those who needed to wash up, washed up. Soon, they all entered into their respective work. During lunchtime preparation, Chen Hua also opened his system panel to take a look. The ice bricks he made last night had already sold out. Additionally, he had gained 400 containment coins. Now his gold coin balance was back to over 3,900. This still made Chen Hua quite satisfied. Doing nothing every day, each woman would provide 20 by 4 level vehicle containment coins, which was 80 gold coins. With 5 goddesses, just the containment coins alone could provide 400 coins. Besides, he also had the ice-making business, which could bring in even more gold coin income. It was almost like money falling from the sky. The only regret was that the diesel processor he got yesterday couldn't be used for now. Of course, not for any major reason, but because the raw materials for processing were too expensive. 30 pounds of fish can produce 1 liter of diesel. But the easiest to obtain, salmon and sardines, have a market price of 1 gold coin per pound. It can't be used for production at all. Instead, the larger sea monsters could be utilized. But sea monsters cannot be eaten, and they are dangerous. No one would dare to provoke them. Unless to get the treasure guarded by the sea monsters. Oh. I can collect sea monsters. Suddenly, Chen Hua had a flash of inspiration and came up with an idea. Although no one would easily provoke sea monsters. But the main reason was that sea monsters had no value. If I give sea monsters value, naturally someone will come to harvest them. Thinking of this, Chen Hua quickly had an idea. He pondered a bit in his mind about the weight and size of sea monsters, and soon set a price. 0.05 gold coins per pound. Though the price is low. But sea monsters are big. Even a LV1 sea monster, the bighead fish, weighs over 100 pounds. Hunting a 100-pound bighead fish, besides earning hunting coins, could sell for 5 gold coins. I believe many people would do it. Moreover, compared to other sea monsters, the bighead fish is large and has no teeth. It poses the lowest danger. Additionally, if this plan succeeds, then I only need to pay 1.5 gold coins in costs, able to produce diesel worth 3 gold coins. Absolutely a big profit. Thinking this way, Chen Hua got excited. No time like the present. He immediately went into the channel and sent out a purchase message. Buying fish-type sea monsters, 0.05 gold per pound. Brothers, after killing fish-type sea monsters, don't discard the bodies, you can sell them. Boom. As soon as the message was sent, the captains in the channel were instantly dumbfounded. Buying fish-type sea monsters? Whoa. Someone actually wants this thing? If I remember correctly, sea monsters can't be eaten, right? Oh my. 0.05 gold coins, that price is so low. A small sea monster is over 100 pounds, that seems possible. I'll save them for you if I encounter them in the future. Can the god give me some ice? Good glory. Are there really people who want sea monsters? Did Master Chen Hua recruit any crew members related to sea monster talents? Messages in the channel kept coming in one after another. Some even took this as a personal favor, directly asking Chen Hua for ice. Chen Hua was speechless. He had to turn off the private chat channel and replied in the newbie channel, "Too many private messages, I will close it for now. Brothers who have collected fish sea monsters can directly list them in the mall for sale, I will buy them at random every day." After sending the message, Li Zixuan also appeared. Still buying parts and steel plates. It was obvious. She must have obtained some special items. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge demand for parts and steel plates. Curious, Chen Hua privately asked her. Li Zixuan did not hide it and directly said she had obtained a super blueprint, which, once made, could produce infinite shells. Upon seeing this message, Chen Hua was a little shocked. Because the item she had seemed even more powerful than his diesel processor. One could produce diesel endlessly. The other could produce shells endlessly. Goodness. Li Zixuan was truly on an incredible streak of luck. No wonder she sold him the heavy machine gun. It turned out to be for the shell processor. If this thing really gets made, what heavy machine guns and rockets, they would all have to take a back seat. After expressing his amazement, Chen Hua jokingly mentioned that he would prioritize buying her shells in the future. She happily agreed. Immediately after, the two began today's fruit trade. Chen Hua exchanged 2 packs of cultivation liquid for 2 fruits that increase all attributes. This was something they had discussed the day before. After the exchange, Chen Hua ate the fruit, and his attributes were also enhanced. At this time, breakfast was already ready. But just after Chen Hua finished eating and was about to take a few women to learn shooting. In the mall, someone had already listed a level 1 sea monster bighead fish, and there were 2 of them. At this moment, the person listing was continuously sending messages in the channel, trying to catch Chen Hua's attention. "Brother Chen Hua, the bighead fish is up for sale, do you want it? Don't trick me. Bro, are you there? Woo woo, it's been 5 minutes. I wasted 4 large arrows to hunt these 2 fish. Ha ha. You've been tricked. I said long ago, you can't trust the words of celebrities. This place is no longer what it was before, there's no law to punish. Funny, there are actually people who believe he will buy bighead fish. That thing is worthless, even rotten in the sea, no one wants it." Chapter 127, First production of diesel, ice making paused. Looking at the cold mockery in the channel, Chen Hua said nothing and directly bought those 2 bighead fish. Then he replied, "Purchased. You can find me in the future." What? You really bought it? Wow. You actually want it. Isn't this bait? After we catch it, will you not buy it, deliberately delaying our development time? Fake, it must be fake. A conspiracy, it must be a conspiracy. More and more suspicious messages appeared on the panel. But Chen Hua was too lazy to explain. Because he only had 1 processing machine, and the demand was indeed limited. The machine hadn't started yet, so he also didn't know how fast it would produce every day. However, even with low demand, he would stock some bighead fish as resources in the early stages. After closing the panel, Chen Hua stood up and went to the kitchen. He glanced at the goddesses who were washing dishes and cracking ice. Immediately, he pointed to 2 names. "Yangmi, Zhouyu, you 2 come with me, I have a new task for you." New task? Yangmi and Zhouyu were stunned and quickly got up, then touched the water stains on their hands against the burlap hanging on the wall, confusedly following Chen Hua out. The other 3 women who weren't called also looked on with curiosity. But due to unfinished tasks in their hands, they couldn't follow. They could only watch as Chenhua took Yangmi and Zhouyu away. Chenhua brought the 2 girls to the deck, at the entrance of a small, low room by the ship's cabin, and opened the door in front of them. The temperature inside the room was very high. But the air conditioning had been installed in advance. The 2 girls knew that this was the diesel processing workshop that Chenhua had set up yesterday. But didn't it say that 30 pounds of fish could only produce 1 liter of diesel? The price of fish resources had not yet dropped. How could they be here in the workshop? With puzzled faces, the 2 girls entered the room. A machine, as tall as a person and 4 meters wide, stood in the small room. Chenhua first turned on the lights, then the air conditioning, and finally pressed the start switch of the processing machine. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The diesel processing machine immediately began to hum and vibrate. Then, Chenhua threw a big head fish into it. The machine immediately caught it in the entrance slot, then devoured it while producing diesel. At the same time, the machine showed the processing speed. Every hour, it could consume 90 pounds of big head fish and produce 3 liters of diesel. The production speed was a bit slow. But it was better than nothing. However, the production process needed someone to operate it. Because this huge machine, from devouring to output, could not work without personnel. For example, the feeding of big head fish, removing blockages, and the collection, sealing, and other work for the diesel at the tail end. So, Chenhua quickly took out a few large barrels and placed them at the oil output area to collect diesel. Then he had the 2 girls surround the machine to get familiar with the production process and understand the places where blockages could easily occur. After hearing this, the 2 girls finally understood. The captain actually assigned them to the factory. But knowing this didn't change anything. They could only obediently surround the machine to inspect and familiarize themselves with the processing flow. Are you all familiar now? From now on, this machine will be handed over to you 2 for production. No problem, right? Yang Mi and Zhouyu looked helpless. They could only reply that there was no problem. After all, who told them that they were the only outsiders on the entire ship? Seeing this, Chenhua left them another big head fish and then left the processing workshop. After the 2 girls saw Chenhua off, they exchanged helpless glances. Unexpectedly, the 2 people who had just gotten familiar with each other had turned into difficult sisters in the blink of an eye. Sigh. Let's just stay here. At least we can sit when there's nothing to do, better than fishing. Yangmi spoke first, finding a way to frame their current work. Zhouyu nodded in agreement and sat down at the tail end of the machine. After all, although the work here was a bit dirty and the environment was poor, it was still comfortable. Producing diesel, then let's produce diesel. Thinking this way, the diesel production machine started to jam, making a clanging noise. Yang Mi, who was responsible for the front part, immediately got up to check, discovering that it was stuck by fish bones. Helplessly, she could only find a wooden stick and poke it hard a few times inside the machine's mouth to clear the fish bones. The machine resumed production. At the tail oil output area, it also began to drip into the barrel. On the other side, when Chenhua returned to the deck, Yun Mengyao had already started to drive the ship. As the current driver on the ship, her task was to navigate the ship and search for resources at sea. Although moving the vehicle constantly consumed a lot of fuel. If they didn't move, it would also be difficult to find good treasure chests. So, the ship's departure was fixed and had to be carried out daily. Feeling the vehicle moving, Chenhua did not go to the cockpit but went straight back to the kitchen. At this moment, the kitchen was left with only Su Yajing and Ji Shui. But fortunately, the ice bricks had already been finished. The 2 were putting water into the freezer. After Chenhua entered, he took the ice bricks and placed them on the shelves in the store. However, this time when he put them on the shelves, there was no longer the same sales speed as before. Even compared to last night, it was not as good. As for the slow sales, the reason was simple. It was because the weather at sea was becoming increasingly rough. As someone with some common sense, most people know that. The weather is getting more restless, and the chances of rain are increasing. So, many people feel that it won't be long before it rains. They are all gritting their teeth in agony, waiting for the rain to come. This mindset naturally leads to a slowdown in the sales of ice resources. Chenhua took a look at the chat channel. He found that only his sales had slowed down. Others couldn't sell anything at all. One by one, they were crying and complaining in the channel. What a scam! Can't it not be this scammy? I just bought a fridge yesterday morning, and I sold ice water once that afternoon. I haven't even recouped my costs. The weather is going to change today? No way, does the heavens really not want me to make money? TSK, at least you sold once. I just started the generator last night and ordered a fridge this morning. Currently, no ice water has been produced, and the market is already shrinking. I'm the most unfortunate one here, okay? I'm done. I admit defeat. Even if it's going to rain, it's still very hot right now, isn't it? How come everyone is able to hold on? Aren't you afraid of passing out from the heat? TSK, to save a little money on ice, you're daring to endure this. Brothers, health is the root of revolution. Please buy a little ice. Don't let your body collapse from this. Wah! I just received a shipment of water resources last night. Oh my god, who will come and save me? Ha ha ha. A bunch of capitalists, only knowing how to earn our hard-earned money, may you lose everything. Fortunately, I held back and didn't go look for generators everywhere, otherwise I would also be crying out loud. Messages in the channel kept coming, one after another. Especially many ice sellers, all looking miserable. But those who came out to shout were all those not making money. The ones who were really making money had already started secretly lowering their prices. Chen Hua glanced at them all and also lowered his price of ice bricks to 5 gold coins each. At the same time, he went to the kitchen and told Su Yajing and Ji Shui to stop the flow of water. Ha? Stop the flow of water? Why? Are we not selling ice anymore? This is a huge profit. 2 girls, Captain Bikini, lay on the icebox, adjusting the baffles inside, and poked their heads out, looking confused. The weather is getting more restless, and a heavy rain is about to hit the sea. Ice products in the mall have already started to decline in price and stagnate in sales. We're temporarily not producing ice. Chen Hua explained to the 2 girls. He also felt a little regret. After all, the profit from ice bricks is enormous. Suddenly stopping ice production, he also felt a bit reluctant. But the heavy rain is coming, and wasting time on ice production would only waste human resources. Fortunately, he thought of making diesel with sea monsters. This could replace the ice production industry after the heavy rain comes. It's just that the output of the diesel processing machine is a little low. So that's how it is. Then what should we do if we're not making ice bricks? Go fishing? Ji Yu and Su Yajing wiped their hands and threw out a new question again. But Chen Hua had already made a decision. With a calm smile, he said, fishing is boring, let's hunt sea monsters. Hunt sea monsters? The 2 girls were stunned, then consciously picked up their sun protection gear and followed Chen Hua out. As for the reason to hunt sea monsters, it was very sufficient. First of all, with the time of survival passing and the development of vehicles, every vehicle basically wouldn't worry about salmon. This has caused the price of salmon to keep falling. Therefore, the profit from hunting salmon has already been compressed. Far less than hunting sea monsters. Not only can you gain the high gold coins dropped by sea monsters, but it can also make the crew more accurate in shooting, and in the end, you can use the sea monster's body for diesel processing. 1 stone kills 3 birds. So, after arriving on the deck, Chen Hua directly led the 2 girls towards the shooting platform. As the 2 girls moved forward, they also noticed the buzzing sound coming from the small cabin nearby. Upon closer inspection, one could see through the window Zhou Yu and Yang Mi working in the small wooden house to produce and process diesel. It turns out, they were assigned to work in the small wooden house. The 2 girls secretly clicked their tongues. Although working in the small wooden house had no danger. But combat ability could highlight their importance on the ship. So fighting is still better. Arriving at the shooting platform, the 3 of them crawled into the bunker, and Chen Hua began teaching the 2 how to shoot. However, the weather was unbearably hot. The bunker felt like a small furnace. In a short time, the 3 were drenched in sweat, reeking of fragrant sweat and male hormones. For a moment, Su Yajing and Ji Yu looked at Chen Hua, their gazes suddenly changed, filled with alluring charm, and they unconsciously leaned against Chen Hua. In addition to the cramped space and the swaying of the ship, it directly caused the bodies of the 3 to continuously rub against each other. Especially Su Yajing, her eyes were hazy, and her small hand unknowingly rested on Chen Hua's waist, then moved downward. Chen Hua also noticed something was wrong, his brow twitching, and he slapped away the other person's hand, sternly saying, "What are you doing? Come here to shoot." Ha! Su Yajing suddenly came to her senses, dazed and bewildered. She went to the machine gun, astonished. Shoot where? Shoot the zombies. You 2 take turns for half an hour. Before noon, each of you must kill at least 100 little zombies. After saying that, Chen Hua took Ji Shui and headed to the driver's cabin. Leaving Su Yajing alone in the bunker, helplessly holding the gun, cleaning up the sporadic little zombies on the sea. Da-did-day. Da-did-day. Da-day-day-day-day-day. The heavy machine gun fired bursts of bullets with just a click. Before long, the sound of gunfire echoed from the vehicle. Anyway, with the core of infinite bullets, Chen Hua didn't care about the ammunition. After returning to the driver's cabin, he let Ji Shui roam freely while he took a look at them all. Sure enough, After his price reduction sales, the sales speed of ice bricks had increased significantly. But they still hadn't sold out. Instead, people in the mall had begun to list big-headed fish one after another. After glancing at it, there were about a dozen. Chenhua bought them all in one go and transferred them to Yang Mi's backpack space. The crew members' backpack spaces are linked to the mall purchasing rights. Once the purchasing rights are opened, the space will automatically unlock. At that moment, Yang Mi was in the processing workshop, focusing on checking the machine, and just recently cleared another jam, when she received a resource transfer reminder. When she opened the system space and saw a dozen big-headed fish inside, Yang Mi was stunned. "Nijia, what's wrong? Did the captain send you a message?" "No. The captain sent over more than a dozen big-headed fish." Saying this, Yang Mi pulled her panel to show Zhou. Zhou. Goodness. Does the captain plan to completely weld them into the processing workshop? More than a dozen big-headed fish. A total of over 1,000 pounds, and this machine can only consume 90 pounds in an hour, which means one big-headed fish takes over an hour. Over 1,000 pounds. How long will it take to finish this? Time slowly passed. The Tianshang Renjian was recklessly cruising on the sea. Whenever it arrived in areas with many zombies, the vehicle would stop. Then Ji Shui and Su Yajing would take turns to shoot. Of course. Many actually meant only a few dozen. After all, in the boundless ocean, besides special areas, zombies were scattered here and there. Under Chen Hua's guidance, Su Yajing and Ji Shui quickly became familiar with shooting techniques, and Chen Hua also salvaged 2 wooden treasure chests and an iron treasure chest. In addition, he also harvested 3 sea monsters. However, the 3 sea monsters he caught were not the lowest level big-headed fish, but a larger size 3-headed razorfish. Each of these was around 140 to 50 pounds. Send the things back to Yang Mi. Chen Hua opened the treasure chest in the driver's cabin. After the treasure chest opened, it allowed him to collect some basic resources and living supplies. This brought Chen Hua closer to gathering enough materials to upgrade to a level 5 vehicle. However, even if he had enough now, Chen Hua did not plan to upgrade immediately. After all, level 5 vehicles would become larger and heavier, and if damaged, the resources needed for repairs would be massive. So, he had to save more resources before considering the upgrade. Why did the shooting stop? Standing in the driver's cabin, looking at the sea where a few zombies were still alive, he noticed no activity from the shooting bunker, and Chen Hua was stunned for a moment. He immediately picked up the intercom to ask, "Ji Shui, why did the shooting stop? Is the machine gun having problems?" "Captain, I feel a bit dizzy, and my limbs are weak. I might have heat stroke." Ji Shui's weak voice came through the intercom. Hearing this, Chen Hua was taken aback, and only then did he notice the sun outside the driver's cabin was already high. Oh dear. It had already entered noon. No wonder she felt unwell. So, Chen Hua hurriedly took Su Yajing out of the driver's cabin and helped Ji Shui out. Sure enough, Ji Shui's face was flushed, and she was covered in sweat, showing signs of heat stroke. With no other choice, Chen Hua could only help her into the ship's cabin, then let Su Yajing give her a bottle of ice water and use a cold towel to cool her down. Ji Shui felt the chill all over, and it made her feel much better. "Captain, I've disappointed you." As soon as she regained consciousness, Ji Shui expressed her apology to Chen Hua. But Chen Hua wouldn't blame her at all, he just smiled faintly and said, "It's not your fault, after all, your talent is farming." After giving her some comfort, Chen Hua continued, "Rest well. You've done great." Thank you, Captain, you are so kind." Lying in bed, Ji Shui looked at Chen Hua with eyes that were almost sparkling. For the first time, she understood that safety felt like this. Chapter 129, Slow Production Speed, Silent Raft. Leaving Ji Shui's room with Su Yajing, Chen Hua fell into a dilemma again. Although the extreme weather conditions meant that his crew couldn't continue fighting and other ships couldn't either. He just wanted his ship to be different. It was not his concern if others couldn't fight. His ship had to be able to fight under high-temperature conditions. Only then could it handle unexpected situations. After all, this is not a real game. Once a fight breaks out, it truly could lead to death. But how to lower the temperature in the fortress? He couldn't really install an air conditioner, right? After hesitating for a long time, Chen Hua still couldn't think of a solution. In the end, he decided to install an air conditioner just for now. Perhaps when the vehicle upgrades in the future, there will be a way. Thinking this, Chen Hua let Su Yajing go to the shop to buy an air conditioner. He prepared to check on the diesel production situation in the workshop. Buzz buzz buzz. As he arrived at the workshop door, the sound of machinery vibrating came from inside. Chen Hua pushed the door open, and a rush of cool air hit him. However, the coolness was not as strong as the ship's cabin. Because the processing equipment was continuously releasing heat. Yang Mi and Zhou Yu were stationed at both ends of the workshop, respectively responsible for the entry and exit of the processing equipment. Seeing Chen Hua arrive, the two women quickly got up to respond. Chen Hua went to the back of the machine and looked down at the barrel of diesel, which had already produced over 6 liters. This meager amount made Chen Hua somewhat lose face. After all, it had been so long since diesel production had started. And it had only produced over 6 liters. To know, his vehicle's fuel consumption per 100 kilometers had already reached 55 liters. 6 liters of diesel wasn't even enough for his ship to run for more than 10 kilometers. Captain, is it time to get off work? In Chen Hua's extreme frustration, Zhou Yu thought good news was coming. A hopeful inquiry came closer. After saying this, on the other end, Yang Mi's eyes lit up with expectation. This left Chen Hua speechless. Off work? This machine was originally slow at production, and they were thinking about getting off work? It seemed these two had gotten used to a good life and didn't want to face hard times anymore. Chen Hua's brows twitched, and he said nothing. He silently opened the online store and bought a few watches. Then he left one hanging on the wall and said, from now on, the work hours here are set from 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. From 2 p.m. to 8 p.m., dinner will be taken in turns. Ah. 12 hours? What the heck? That's too long, right? Hearing Chen Hua's words, Yang Mi and Zhou Yu were instantly bewildered. From 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. From 2 p.m. to 8 p.m., and dinner had to be taken in turns. Good heavens! Are they treating them like black slaves? They had never seen such long working hours before survival. Zhou Yu hurriedly said, Captain, isn't this time too long? Long? Let's shorten the lunch break by another hour. Ah. No. Zhou Yu was stunned, not expecting the captain's line of thought to be different from theirs, thinking that the lunch break was too long. So she quickly stopped him. Only then did Chen Hua smile and say, What? Aren't you complaining it's too long? Now you don't want it to be shorter? No, it's not long, not long. Zhou Yu dared not continue to argue, shaking her head repeatedly to express. At this point, Chen Hua finally nodded in satisfaction and said, Don't worry, once the ship has more people, I will arrange breaks for you. Having said that, Chen Hua took out the intercom, ready to ask Yun Mengyao to stop the boat. But before Chen Hua could speak, suddenly, Yun Mengyao's voice came early from the intercom. Captain, we found a wooden raft 4 kilometers ahead. The raft has only a tent and a clothes rack, with young women's underwear hanging on it. Other than that, we didn't see any people on the raft. Should we go take a look? A wooden raft? Is anyone still using wooden rafts? And it's young people? Hearing this voice, Chen Hua was also stunned for a moment. After all, calculating the time, it had been more than half a month since survival began. Even if they were slow to develop, they shouldn't still be stuck at the raft stage. Unless that captain's talent was embarrassingly poor. Or they were holding back for something big. But no matter how they were holding back, they shouldn't have no upgrades to their vehicles. Then let's go take a look. Thinking there might be beautiful young goddesses on the raft, Chen Hua still decided to let Yun Mengyao take a look. After all, Yun Mengyao had already said there were young women's clothes hanging on the raft. Perhaps he could really need a goddess. With that, Chen Hua went straight to the cockpit. Standing in the cockpit, he looked through the binoculars. Indeed, he could clearly see the raft 4 kilometers away. The raft looked very dilapidated. Besides a tent and the clothes hanging outside, the entire raft was empty, with nothing else. Not even an engine had been installed. This left Chen Hua in shock, feeling even more puzzled. No engine? This is way too miserable. Thinking this, he turned his binoculars gaze to the clothes on the clothes rack, trying to discern whether there were any goddesses on the raft. The clothes were very young. There were 2 pairs of little bare underwear, short skirts, hot pants, and bras. Although it was impossible to determine whether the person on the raft was beautiful, but it could be confirmed, there were definitely 2 skinny people. Otherwise, those clothes wouldn't fit at all. Very soon, as the vehicle approached the raft, but with the huge propeller stirring and the engine humming, it still didn't disturb the people on the raft. Ha! Why is no one coming out? On such a hot day, they shouldn't be asleep. At this moment, Su Yajing also commented with curiosity. In desperation, Chen Hua had no choice but to let Su Yajing take up arms and shout. Su Yajing picked up an AK, strapped a gun to her waist, and came to the side of the boat, loudly shouting, Hey! Is anyone there? You are surrounded, come out and surrender quickly. In the cockpit, Chen Hua. Hey! If you don't come out, I will shoot. Yun Mengyao shouted a few times. But still, there was no response from the tent on the raft. In despair, Chenhua had to notify Yang Mi and Zhou Yu to stop production early and told them to bring weapons and join Su Yajing on the raft to take a look. If there really is a goddess on the raft, they would make a fortune today. If not, it's okay, it would just be an early end to work. Consider it a little buffer time for them at work. Just like that. Under Chenhua's orders, Yang Mi and Zhou Yu each held an AK and climbed down the rope ladder. Meanwhile, Su Yajing stood at the side of the boat with an AI in hand, on guard to assist. To prevent any accidents. Clatter! Yang Mi and Zhou Yu boarded the raft one after the other, then carefully lifted the curtain of each other's tent and walked towards the inside of the tent. Chenhua stood at the window of the cockpit, watching every move on the raft from above. Chapter 130, The Sisters Who Fell from Heat, the Most Useless Talent. Chi. Soon. Just a few seconds after Yang Mi and Zhou Yu entered the raft, the intercom immediately sounded, bringing Yang Mi's voice. Captain, we found 2 women who fainted from the heat inside. Oh? What do they look like? Chenhua's voice came from the intercom in Yang Mi's hand. As soon as this was said, Yang Mi and Zhou Yu exchanged speechless glances. What do they look like? Aren't there already 3 on the ship? Looking at the young women lying haphazardly at their feet, Yang Mi could only pick up the intercom and reply, in their 20s, like sisters, oval faces, long eyelashes, fair skin, good figures, slim waists, and breast. Alright, I didn't ask you to describe. Listening to Yang Mi describe each part, Chenhua said helplessly, are they alive? If they are, drag them out first. Yes. The 2 women immediately acted, each tossing their AK behind their shoulders, dragging the 2 unconscious young women out. As these 2 women appeared, Chenhua could also see their appearances clearly. They really looked good. And the clothes they wore were very simple, only wearing underwear. However, after staring for a while, the system did not give any containment prompt. This made Chenhua feel a bit helpless. Because there was no prompt from the system, it meant these 2 women had not met the requirements yet. Captain. They have been dragged out, should we carry them on board? After coming out, Yang Mi asked again. Chenhua hesitated for a moment and finally replied, bring them up. Yes. The 2 women again acted and carried the 2 fainted women onto the ship and moved towards the lounge. Seeing this, Chenhua also went to meet up with Su Yajing. And left Zhou Yu on the raft to continue searching for valuable items. Captain, who are these 2 people? Inside the ship's cabin. As Chenhua and others just entered, Ji Shui, who had already recovered and was secretly snacking on the sofa, awkwardly stood up to greet. When she saw Su Yajing and Yang Mi, each carrying a stranger woman, she was momentarily stunned. Found on the ship. Don't ask now, go get some ice water and ice towels to help them. Chenhua waved his hand, urging. Ji Shui quickly took action. She brought over ice towels and placed them on the foreheads of the 2 women, then pried their mouths open and poured in some ice water. Not long after, the 2 women began to show reactions. First, their eyelashes fluttered. Then, the first woman blinked her eyes open. However, the sight she saw upon opening her eyes startled her. You, who are you? Where is this? As soon as she spoke, the other woman, who was struggling to wake up, suddenly opened her eyes. However, the 2 strange women huddled together in the sofa, terrified. Oh. Don't be afraid. This is the heavenly world. Our captain found you fainting from the heat, so we rescued you. Yun Mengyao immediately took on the role of spokesperson, explaining the situation. Hearing this, the 2 women finally realized their original predicament. Though they had the relationship of captain and crew, they were indeed true sisters. It was only because they had not traveled far into the sea that they decided to develop a vessel. Unfortunately, their talents were simply too weak. One was a wave counter, able to accurately count how many waves struck the ship's hull every minute and classify them by size, but could neither predict the strength of the waves nor avoid a big wave. Totally a garbage talent. The other, although slightly better in talent, was also terrible. Her talent was as a fishing net thread organizer. While she could neatly tie up loose threads along the edge of the fishing net, it did not increase the success rate of fishing, nor could she repair any holes in a torn fishing net. If the net was ripped, it still had to be replaced, and the neatly organized threads weren't strong enough to even tie up fish. So, to survive, the 2 sisters had no choice but to give up on developing separate vessels and instead work together on one. But because their talents were so dismal, even when they joined forces, they still experienced days of hunger, not to mention developing a vessel. As time went on, although they managed to scrape by and no longer starved, the hot weather made things worse. The gold coins they earned daily were barely enough to buy ice. They were completely struggling to make ends meet. This also led to their development being stuck at the very bottom. Even when encountering a large fish, they had to run away. Life was truly miserable. Even though they worked hard every day to catch and sell fish, they had no way to cool themselves off long term. Especially today, when the weather was both humid and sultry. The two sisters had not even earned enough money to buy ice before they fainted from the heat. If they hadn't come across this group of people, they probably would never have awakened again. Thinking of this, the two sisters felt a wave of relief in their hearts. After all, once dead, everything was lost. To be alive means there is hope. And looking at the structure and layout of this ship, this vessel was definitely something with rapid development potential. If they could stay here, it might be a good choice. With this in mind, the sisters quickly got off the sofa and bowed to Chunhua, saying, "Thank you for saving us. We are willing to join your ship and work for you." Oh? So aware? Chunhua didn't expect them to be so agreeable. But thinking about it, it made sense. The rise of a ship never relies on hard work but rather on drawing the blood of other ships. As long as one ship rises, countless others will live in misery. After all, those resources are obtained by the lower tier ships. But to survive, they have no choice but to sell them and then buy some consumables to use. Over time, the rich get richer and the poor get stronger. Especially now, with a world where no one is protected. On these seas, as the lower tier existence, that is truly dangerous. It really is better to find a strong backing. So, Chunhua nodded and said, "Sure. But first, please introduce yourselves." I'll go first. My name is Lin Mo, I'm 22 this year, and my talent is wave counter. I can accurately count the number of waves hitting the ship every minute. I'm Lin Mo's younger sister, I'm 20 years old this year, and my talent is fishing net thread organizer. The two introduced themselves one after the other. When everyone present heard their talents, they were all momentarily stunned. Thinking that with such long names for their talents, they must be impressive. But after reflecting, they realized that both of them had completely useless garbage talents. They were even inferior to Su Yajing, who had a swimming talent. This left everyone in a state of confusion. And the two sisters, seeing this, "I thought my talent was despised, and I would be driven off the ship." Everyone was shocked, and hurriedly explained, "Captain, our sister's talent is not good, but we can work, and we eat less. We can be full eating just salmon. Please don't kick us out, we will work hard." Chunhua. Chapter 131 All accommodated, Girls' Dormitory. "I did not drive you away," Chunhua patiently explained. Because he really intended to keep these two women. Although these two women were not goddesses and did not qualify for rewards. But as his vehicle developed, it was time to add some manpower. Otherwise, he would really be overwhelmed. However, Chunhua's blank explanation seemed powerless in the face of facts. The two sisters did not believe his words at all, still wearing anxious faces. Especially the older sister Su Xingmian, who rushed straight to the key issue. Then why don't you let us sign the contract?" No hurry. I'll have someone bring the supplies from your ship up. By the way, take everything you have in your space out. Otherwise, once we sign the contract, it will disappear." Hearing Chunhua's explanation, the two women finally let out a sigh of relief. Then they quickly took out the supplies from their backpack spaces. Half a bottle of unfinished mineral water, 2 units of wooden planks, and 3 salmon that had been dead for who knows how long, along with a piece of fish skin and a small pinch of edible salt. After taking everything out, the two women immediately looked nervously at Chunhua. Chunhua was stunned, dumbfounded. "Is this it?" No. There is more, there is. Yes, we still have half a salmon, a kitchen knife, and 3 pairs of panties along with 2 bras on our raft." The sisters responded one after another, afraid that Chunhua would despise them for having so little supplies. However, they could not have imagined. After Chunhua finished listening, he was even more dumbfounded than before. This counts as supplies? Wow. This is too shabby. Heavens. How did they live so poorly? They managed to survive until now? Chunhua didn't speak, but the several girls around him all showed admiration. After all, with such living conditions, none of them could survive. And these two women in front of them had actually persisted until now. My goodness. Saying they were tough would not be an exaggeration. At this moment, Zhou Yu, who had explored the raft, also returned. She entered the ship's cabin holding 3 triangle baskets and a bra, speechless. As soon as she walked in, she said unhappily, "Captain, there's nothing on the raft. I have never seen such a poor raft. The salmon was spoiled, and they wouldn't even throw it away. And there wasn't even a single arrow on the whole raft." Saying this, she threw the supplies she scavenged onto the table. The palm-sized triangle baskets and the big bras were striking. This made Lin Mo and Lin Li's faces turn red, and they hurriedly grasped their own triangle baskets and bras. After all, these were what they had worn. To throw them on the table like this was really embarrassing. However, this woman's words were also not right. It was true that they had no arrows on their vehicle, but it wasn't nothing at all. Clearly there was also a kitchen knife for chopping fish. So, Lin Imo quickly and cautiously mentioned the kitchen knife. As a result, Joyu was even more helpless upon hearing this, and replied unhappily, "That rusty kitchen knife is called a kitchen knife? I doubt the food cut with that knife would be poisonous." Then you didn't take it? Lin Imo was still a bit unwilling. "Of course I didn't take it." Joyu rolled her eyes, instantly making Lin Imo feel heartbroken. Heavens! That was a kitchen knife. It was worth a whole gold coin. Imo wanted to go and retrieve the kitchen knife and also bring back the unfinished salmon. However, Zhenhua blocked her path, calmly saying, "Since there is nothing valuable on the ship, don't bother. Let's sign the contract." Saying this, he opened 2 contracts. Lin Imo and Lin Li's sisters still couldn't let go of that kitchen knife. But after thinking carefully, since they had already boarded someone else's vehicle, they wouldn't need it anymore. So after hesitating for a moment, they gave up the idea of going out and signed the contract. Soon, the contract was signed. On Zhenhua's ship, there were now 2 more crew members. "Captain, do we need to do something?" After signing the contract, the 2 sisters began to wonder about their upcoming tasks. Zhenhua glanced at the 2 and then turned to walk outside. "You 2 go wash up and change your clothes. Come find me on the deck later." "Yes." The 2 girls nodded immediately. Then Yun Mengyao took the 2 to wash up. Meanwhile, Zhenhua headed straight to the deck, ready to build a dormitory for these 2 women. After all, he was not a captain who only knew how to exploit. Since there were new crew members on board, naturally, more living space was needed. Only by properly managing the crew's living conditions would they feel a sense of belonging to the vehicle and work harder. Upon reaching the deck, Zhenhua took out the long-prepared house construction blueprints. Then using 30 units of planks, 10 units of rough iron, and 50 parts, he built a sinking dormitory on the other side of the ship. And he engraved a name on this dormitory, Girls' Dormitory. From then on, his vehicle had 3 prominent houses. And those 2 sunken small houses stood like 2 little lions on either side of the ship's tower, forming a character shape. However, after finishing the construction of the houses, they also needed to be remodeled. So Zhenhua took out the furniture blueprints, and in each side of the house, he built a double-deck wooden bed, and in the innermost area, he divided out a simple bathroom, also hanging an air conditioner. A complete girls' dormitory was thus fully formed. It looks pretty good. After finishing, Zhenhua first notified Yun Mengyao to get the living supplies ready for the new crew members. Then he installed an air conditioner in the heavy machine gun bunker. And to avoid affecting the design, minimizing damage to the air conditioner due to combat, he studied for a long time before finding a suitable place to install it in an inconspicuous area inside the ship's hull. Once finished, Yun Mengyao also brought out Lin Mo and Lin Li, who had finished washing up. At this moment, the Mei Li sisters were all holding their personal belongings, walking towards the girls' dormitory door with curious faces, looking at the layout and equipment on the deck. Although they had seen the luxury of this vehicle in the ship's tower before. But now seeing the crossbows, arrow rain vehicles, ship's tower, workshop, control room, and other houses on the deck, they still couldn't help but gasp. Especially when seeing Zhenhua just coming out from the shooting room in the high tower, their pupils shook. Hiss. Is that a machine gun in there? Oh my gosh. This vehicle actually has a machine gun? Is this still a ship? This is clearly a moving small fortress. The 2 sisters, shocked beyond belief, finally stopped at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. After stopping, they retracted their gaze and noticed the sign hanging on the girls' dormitory. In an instant, they were shocked again. Especially the younger sister Linley, whose eyes widened in shock, exclaimed, "Girls' dormitory." Chapter 132, 24-hour shifts, the calm before the storm. Girls' dormitory. The 4 big characters, carved on the wooden board at the door, completely stunned the Mei Li sisters. Because they never expected. On a survival vehicle, even a girls' dormitory would appear. Wow. Is this survival? This has almost developed into a small society. The 2 girls were dumbstruck, standing at the door, ensuring their belongings without quite knowing what to think. At that moment, Zhenhua also came over, actively pushed open the door, and let everyone inside. The dormitory wasn't big, there were bunk beds on both sides, able to accommodate 4 people. At the very back was a small bathroom, where one could wash up and use the toilet. And the most unexpected surprise for the sisters, Emily, was that there was even air conditioning on. As they entered, a cool breeze suddenly swept in. It made them feel incredibly refreshed. This is way too luxurious. Hiss. Is this the kind of life on a high-end vehicle? Boo-hoo, it's simply heaven. The two sisters were filled with excitement, endlessly gazing at the scene in the dormitory. Chenhua stood at the bathroom door, turned around, looked at the two brought by Yun Mengyao, and said, "Choose your beds. Put your things down." Yes. Each of the two chose a lower bunk, arranging their bedding, toothbrushes, cups, and change of clothes properly. Then they stood beside their beds, their bodies straight, looking at Chenhua. It was only then that Chenhua suddenly realized the clothes of these two sisters didn't fit well. Especially the younger sister's triangular top, which was crooked and had gotten caught in the cracks, revealing half a mark and some loose threads. Chenhua. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Glancing over, he couldn't ignore it, and reminded her, "Linley, your clothes aren't on right." Ah. Linley was dazed and quickly looked down. No way. She was dressed very properly. She casually pulled on her top. Then she looked down. That's when she noticed she had a wedgie. In an instant, her face flushed red, and she quickly turned her body around, then bent over to adjust her clothes. Only then did she straighten herself up and face Chenhua again. But her eyes were filled with shyness and embarrassment. However, Lin Mo beside her was not so worried. Because she had already seen the character of their captain through this little incident. Perhaps their captain was truly a good person. All right. From now on, this will be your dormitory. You two will start night shifts from tonight. Responsible for producing diesel. I'll have someone guide you with the details before the shift change this afternoon. Working hours are from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. You can take breaks for meals in between, as long as it doesn't affect work. Ah. Diesel can also be produced? Where do we eat? The two girls had no thoughts about the job content or hours, but instead asked two unexpected questions. However, before their survival, they weren't from rich families. 12-hour workdays in a factory were something they were quite used to. So their hearts weren't particularly bothered. Because this work level really wasn't that big of a deal for them. So they were more curious about other things. As for meals, food will be provided to you every night. Seeing that they accepted the current situation well, Chenhua showed a satisfied smile. "I'll have someone bring you food shortly. After you eat, you can rest. Work starts at night." After saying that, he left the girls' dormitory with Yun Mengyao, leaving the Emoli sisters excitedly walking back and forth in the dormitory, constantly touching the bed frame and walls. "Sister, this place is really nice. We even have our own room. And there's a bathroom in the room, so we don't have to squat by the raft to pee anymore, worried about being bitten by fish. Yeah. The work isn't dangerous, the captain is nice. Plus there's air conditioning. Just don't know if producing diesel is tiring. A little tiring is okay. Wow, such a comfortable bed." On the other side, Chenhua returned to the upper deck, letting Yun Mengyao take food to the new sisters, while also arranging for lunch. He went directly back to the second floor and opened the chat channel to look. After all, the chat channel was filled with all sorts of people. Checking it daily could help him understand more about the situation at sea and other vehicles. At this moment, the number of people in the chat channel had dropped again, now only a little over 58,000. It is evident that this high-temperature weather has made many people unable to endure. Of course, they can't hold on, not because there was little ice sold before, but because they are poor. In the endless sea, wealth does not appear out of thin air, it only transfers from one person to another. After all, the income from catching fish and fighting monsters is limited. If someone suddenly gains a lot of wealth, then many vehicles must become poor. Chenhua understood this long ago in college. The money of those capitalists looks like it is earned, but it is actually created by the poor. The poor continually create wealth, then provide it to the rich. The rich then become richer, continuing to exploit the poor with the poor's money. However, although Chenhua understood this, he never thought about changing it. After all, this is the rule of the world, hard to change. Brothers, I can't stand it anymore. How long will this terrible weather last? It's just too stifling. Yeah. The fish in the sea can't even come up for air. Damn, is that true? Doesn't that mean we can catch fish? Hot as hell, who can catch fish? Based on my experience working at the meteorological station, it will definitely rain by midnight, and it will be a heavy rain. Really? I've already made a lot of wooden basins and barrels to collect rainwater. Brothers, definitely don't buy ice water anymore. Let's resist the high-priced ice water together and bankrupt those heartless capitalists. Hold on a little longer, it will definitely rain heavily tonight. Damn, don't let food prices go up. Hurry up and stock up on some food. In the channel, everyone is still chatting hotly. It seems like someone is always chatting in the channel. Chenhua took a glance and thought of the food problem. So he immediately opened them all. Sure enough, the prices of food have risen slightly. The price of water resources started to plummet. But he didn't buy. Because he has plenty of food stored. He is also not worried about water resources. So after looking, he went back to the mall to buy new sea monster area stuff. Anyway, with the sisters Jasmine's help, his diesel can now be produced around the clock. Even if it can only produce 3 liters of diesel in 1 hour. With 22 hours a day, it can provide him with 66 liters of diesel. Although this amount is not much, it greatly reduces his need for diesel. After all, buying diesel every day is not a small amount. And since he could open the first diesel processor, he could definitely open the second one. Thinking this way, Chenhua swept through more than 20 large head fish and transferred them to Yangmi. On the other side, Yangmi, who was chatting with the Jasmine sisters in the girls' dormitory, fell into a daze of despair again. Because based on the quantity and frequency of production resources provided by the captain, they would probably find it hard to leave the processing workshop in a short time. Chapter 133, A Bold Bet, Dumpling Sisters. Captain, we have already stocked up a large amount of salmon and canned food. Should we continue to buy? On the Black Widow. Li Meishu's assistant quietly glanced at Jiyu sitting next to her, then whispered a report to Li Meishu. However, Li Meishu did not respond, but looked at Jiyu and continued to ask, Miss Ji, what do you think? How much have we already accumulated? Jiyu, caught off guard by the question, immediately asked for more detailed information. The assistant replied, food worth 500 gold coins. Our stockpile of gold coins is almost bottoming out. 500 gold coins worth of food. If food prices rise by 50%, we can earn 250 gold coins. I think it's a bit little. Jiyu calculated, then looked at Li Meishu. Li Meishu sat with her legs crossed on the stool, her skirt pulled tight against her skin, outlining rounded lines, her fingers lightly tapping the table, and she nodded in agreement. Over 200 gold coins is indeed a bit less. It's not even enough to buy a set of power system core. But, the gold coins in our hands are already not many. Shouldn't we keep some for emergencies? After all, a heavy rain is coming tonight. The first mate saw that the captain actually agreed with Jiyue's words and quickly explained. However, just after she finished speaking, Jiyue proactively replied, it's precisely because the rain will be heavy that food will be even more scarce. Too much rain will make it difficult for the ship to sail. At that time, all food resources, aside from our own reserves, will have to be bought. After a pause, she continued, I think we shouldn't just gamble all the gold coins. We should also sell the useless things on the ship and use everything to stockpile food. When the heavy rain comes, we can buy back weapons at a low price. Buy back at a low price? The first mate was confused. She didn't understand how it could be bought back at a low price. Fortunately, at this moment, Li Meishu had understood Jiyue's words and calmly smiled as she explained, she means that after the heavy rain comes, everyone will be short of food, causing food prices to soar. Due to the soaring prices, many people will again lack savings and will sell their weapons and useless resources at a low price. They will trade them for the food they need to survive. Exactly. That's what I mean. Seeing that the captain understood her well, Jiyue became very excited. Because if her plan was implemented, they would definitely make a huge profit. Currently, the premise is that the more food they stockpile, the better. So, are we selling weapons? The first mate, after hearing this, seemed to ponder, but still didn't dare to agree. After all, this was a big gamble. And although Li Meishu understood what Jiyue meant, she also didn't dare to take the gamble and just closed her eyes, her fingers tapping on the table as she thought. You have to know. Before Jiyue boarded the ship, she was a very cautious person. Tap, tap, tap. Time passed, second by second, in the building. Li Meishu was still hesitating. This made Jiyue, who was brainstorming on the side, impatient. She earnestly advised, the bold are well fed, while the timid go hungry. If we succeed, we can at least be ahead of others in development by more than 10 days. Swish. Li Meishu suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of determination. Her fingers, which had been tapping on the table, stopped at that moment, and she immediately said to the first mate, sell. All right. Which ones are we selling? After all, those basic supplies aren't worth much. Let Miss Jiyue go with you to choose, everything should be arranged by Miss Jiyue. Yes. Just like that. Jiyue stood up and followed the first mate to the deck to start selecting weapons and supplies for sale. Noon arrived. The temperature at sea reached its peak. The strong sunlight shone on the vessel, making everyone on the vessel hide away. It looked like there were only empty vessels floating on the sea. The heavenly human ship was no exception. At this moment, inside the heavenly human ship, it was silent. On the deck, there wasn't a single person. The intense sun burned the soulless vessel. The stifling air made the fish in the sea unable to resist swimming into the shade of the vessel, then surfacing to breathe deeply. Chirp, chirp. The intercom crackled, waking both Zhou in the cockpit and Yangmi in the bedroom. Zhou, Yangmi. What are you two doing? Why haven't you started working? It was the captain's voice. The two women sat up suddenly, realizing that it was already time to start work. Good heavens! They almost forgot that they had a shift. And the captain was actually watching them. This was too scary. Sorry, Captain. We'll get up right now. The two of them helplessly apologized while getting up. Then they hurried to the workshop to start producing diesel. On the way to the workshop, they bumped into Chen Hua and Yang Mi coming out of the ship's building. Captain, I'm here. Zhou thought the captain would scold her and began to speak from a distance. However, Chen Hua clearly wasn't there for her. He nodded and went straight to the girls' dormitory. It turns out, he went to find those two sisters. Zhou felt a bit disappointed. Reluctantly pulling back his gaze, he secretly thought, looks like I need to find the captain for a chat tonight. Otherwise, I feel a bit overlooked. With that thought, he and Yang Mi slipped into the workshop. In no time, the machines in the workshop began to shake. On the other side, Chen Hua was actually not staring at Yang Mi and Zhou the whole time. Instead, he had already woken up early. As for why he slept so little, the reason was simple. Because there were no women disturbing him. Su Yajing, Yun Mengyao, and Ji Shui, perhaps because they were worn out last night, were still fast asleep. This allowed him to get a good amount of rest at noon. He even had time to buy a batch of black gunpowder and spare parts in the mall. Since it was still hot, it wasn't convenient to explore. That's why he thought to check on the new sisters and gather some goodwill. After all, these two sisters had been on the ship for over 3 hours, so it was time to come and take a look. Captain. Inside the girls' dorm, the two sisters were not resting, but were sitting around a table chatting. When they saw Chen Hua arrive, they got up to greet him. However, their clothes were really inappropriate. Though they had exchanged for larger triangle outfits. But they were clearly too big. As they stood up, Chen Hua could even see the outline of the triangle functions through the side ruffles. And what made it even more helpless was, these two girls seemed completely unfazed, standing there boldly, without any attempt to cover up. Chen Hua felt quite troubled. But considering that it wouldn't cause any exposure on the ship, he didn't bother with it. He shifted his gaze and took a quick look around the dorm, then kindly asked, "How's the food? Are you able to eat enough?" "Ah, yes. The elder sister answered first. The younger sister quickly nodded in agreement. "We don't even have enough room left. We still have some leftovers." As she spoke, she pointed at the unfinished cans and bits of food on the table, licking her lips. The two of them looked so silly that Chen Hua couldn't bear to watch. He could only pretend to be serious and nodded. Are you getting used to being on the ship?" Not very used to it. It's too safe here, I haven't adjusted to it." This time, before the elder sister could speak, the younger one jumped in to answer. But this answer truly made one want to laugh. "What nonsense are you talking?" Luckily, the elder sister was smart enough to quickly grab the younger sister's arm, replying, "My sister has had little experience, I hope the captain doesn't mind. We feel great here, as if we have returned to our mother's embrace." Chen Hua. No. Are you two sisters foolish, or do you think I'm foolish? Wearing large triangle outfits, showing off triangle functions is already one thing. But the things you say are even stranger. At this moment, Chen Hua felt that the IQ in the room had dropped by several dozen percentage points with their chat. After a moment, he forced a laugh and changed the subject, continuing, "Once you get used to it, by joining my ship, you become my crew. I will treat every crew member well, of course, including you." "Thank you, Captain, we will work hard." The elder sister immediately bowed to Chen Hua, feeling touched. The younger sister took this opportunity to come up to Chen Hua and tug at his swim trunks. Chen Hua was taken aback. Instinctively taking a step back, he blurted out, "What are you doing?" I'm sorry, Captain." As the younger sister was startled into silence by Chen Hua's scolding, the elder sister hurriedly stepped forward and pulled her down to kneel. While Chen Hua was baffled by how they were apologizing in such a grand manner, the elder sister suddenly explained to the younger one, "You have to kneel first." Saying that, she reached for Chen Hua's waistband. Chen Hua. No. Are you two out of your minds? I don't think I said anything. Chen Hua was totally speechless. Stepping back again, with irritation, he said, "What do you two really want? Why are you always trying to pull my pants off? Did the captain come to us not to enjoy us? Enjoy? Such a fancy word. But who said I came to enjoy you? Chenhua rolled his eyes, his face serious as he said, You think too much. I just came to see if you are adapting. Besides, on my ship, you don't need to be that cautious. As long as you work well, you won't be forced to do anything that betrays your principles. After saying that, Chenhua turned to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he turned back and reminded, Rest well, and about your shorts, it's best to find a fitting pair. If there really isn't one, wearing a smaller one is fine too. Look how the edges are rolled up, don't you know to pay attention? After finishing, he finally left the girls' dormitory, leaving the two sisters with confused faces. Betraying principles? We didn't betray any principles. What's wrong with rolled edges? There are no other men on the ship. The captain is really too strange. It's impossible to figure out his thoughts. The two girls got up, brushed the dust off their knees, and then went to bed to rest. On another side, Chenhua returned to the ship's cabin, and his inner helplessness had not completely disappeared. After all, he never expected that the two new sisters would have no understanding whatsoever of his thoughts. Fortunately, they encountered himself. Otherwise, they would have been sold and still helped others count the money. He opened the refrigerator to drink some cold water, suppressing the depression in his heart. Chenhua sat in the living room, opened them all again, searched for black gunpowder, and bought 50 gold. As of now, his stock of black gunpowder has reached 110 pounds. However, he didn't continue to synthesize bullets. Because he had the core of infinite bullets, so his demand for bullets was not high. This black gunpowder could only be used as a reserve, stored up, waiting for future production of C4 or shells to play a greater role. Just like that, Chenhua shuttled back and forth between the mall and the channel. Time quickly came to 4 in the afternoon. At this time, the temperature on the sea had already dropped. The sun had also gone away and hidden behind the clouds. The vehicles on the sea began to move, continuing to sail on the ocean. On the Tianshan Renjin ship, inside the cabin, the three goddesses, after washing up, returned to their respective posts and set off again. It was still Yun Mengyao sailing, looking for floating treasure chests and resources on the sea. Su Yajing and Ji Shui were assigned by Chenhua to the stern, in charge of the automatic fishing machine. After all, the ones responsible for fishing, Yang Mi and Zhou Yu, had already been assigned to the processing workshop. The fishing machine could only change personnel to be in charge. Otherwise, it would just be left unused. And although the sea was dangerous, it was not dangerous all the time. Of course, Su Yajing and Ji Shui could not always stay guarding the weapons. So, their main duty turned into fishing. Swish 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 swish. As the fishing machine started to work, the fishing net continuously sank into the sea. Although they couldn't see if the net could catch fish. But the key was to keep it relaxed. The net entered the sea, and after a moment, the machine retracted, gathering the net, and then lifted it up. Oh, there are really fish. At this moment, Su Yajing and Ji Shui leaned over the ship's railing, looking at the lifted fishing net, their eyes full of surprise. Because from the size of the net being lifted, this haul must weigh at least hundreds of pounds. Ji Shui hurriedly controlled the handrails, lifting the fishing net to the deck to open. In an instant, a bunch of fish of various shapes instantly spilled out. Not only the most common salmon, but also quite a number of crabs, jellyfish, oysters, and kelp. These things were dumped out in a heap, staining a large area of the deck. But luckily, there were no magic pattern fish. Otherwise, just the mental attack could make someone collapse on the spot. Captain, we have fish, we have fish. Su Yajing held the walkie-talkie. Quickly notify Chenhua. Chenhua was gazing from the driver's cabin when he heard the news and calmly asked, What fish do we have? We have salmon, big crabs, seaweed, and oysters. There are actually seafood? Chenhua was stunned, not expecting there to be so many normal species from the sea. He thought the sea was polluted and had nothing normal left. So he immediately responded, Sort them out and put them in the kitchen's freezer for refrigeration. Yes. Su Yajing and Ji Shui grabbed water buckets and wooden basins, squatting on the ground to sort the seafood. Then they transported it inside the ship. After they finished, they cast the second net. The second net yielded quite a bit as well. The two girls were a bit overwhelmed. In helplessness, Chenhua could only come to the stern to help. Just like that. Time passed little by little. The fridge in the kitchen quickly filled up more than half. Especially the salmon, which filled one of the freezers completely. As the food storage increased, Chenhua could only put the subsequent harvests of Su Yajing and Ji Shui on the shelves. However, once he stocked the shelves, it immediately caused quite a shock among many people. Chapter 135, Level 1 Zombie Sea, Grenade Blast Zombies. Wow! Who put 200 salmon in the mall? Hiss. Does he not know a storm is coming? Has he forgotten the lessons from the last rain? Yeah. Selling so much all at once. Is he looking for trouble? What if the storm is too big and we can't catch any fish? Messages in the group came one after another. But Chen Hua didn't pay attention. Because he knew this storm was different from the last one. The last rain was due to everyone being underdeveloped, with insufficient combat power and difficulty in acquiring food. But this time, more supplies were appearing. Coupled with upgraded vehicles and weaponry. Basically, no one would go hungry. And as time goes on, he believed that the market's demand for food would definitely be for better things, not just the most basic salmon. Captain, we have discovered a level 1 zombie sea ahead, but someone is already attacking there. While Chen Hua was stalking the salmon, the voice of Yun Mangyao came through the intercom. Chen Hua could only shift positions again and went to the driver's cabin. Unfortunately, he still couldn't see the end of the scene. He could only pick up the binoculars to check. Sure enough, at the end of his line of sight, there was indeed a level 1 zombie sea. In one corner of the sea, 3 level 2 vehicles and 1 level 1 vehicle were attacking. But the combat power of these vehicles was clearly low. Even in a level 1 zombie sea, they could barely break through one corner and could not penetrate the core to obtain the golden chest within. Captain, should we go help? At this moment, Yun Mangyao looked at Chen Hua. Chen Hua put down the binoculars and smirked. Unowned goods can't be called stealing, this is called helping. Then shall we go help? Of course. After receiving a positive answer, Yun Mangyao drove the vehicle straight towards the distant zombie sea. At the same time, Su Yajing and Ji Shui also received the combat orders and all entered the fortress of the shooting platform. Although only one person was needed inside the fortress to operate the heavy machine gun. A single heavy machine gun was enough for dealing with level 1 zombies. Because in the level 1 zombie sea, there were hardly any small giant zombies. Just like that, the Sky and Earth ship charged in, like a sharp sword, directly piercing into the zombie sea. And the 4 vehicles surrounded by zombies on the sea were instantly bewildered. Wow! A level 4 vehicle. Damn, they are here to steal the treasure. What the hell, did he just charge in directly? Watching the surrounding zombies, they turned around and charged at the Sky and Earth ship. The captains of the several vehicles were all stunned. However, everyone just froze for a moment before they became tense again. Because that Sky and Earth ship, there was no stopping at all. Instead, they charged straight towards the golden treasure chest. The purpose was very clear. The attitude was incredibly tough. They completely dismissed them. This made the captains of several vehicles extremely angry, and they started communicating in the group channel. Too much. That vehicle is just too much. Yeah. Didn't they see we're still here? They just rushed over and stole it? Captain, give the order. We must teach him a lesson. Messages from 3 teammates arrived one after another. But the captain thought differently. He quickly responded, brothers, don't panic. The other side has a level 4 vehicle, we don't know their strength yet, let's wait and see. And there are more zombies in the core area, it's easy for him to rush in, but it will be hard to get out. If he can't come out, we won't waste any weapons. If he does come out, he will definitely consume a lot of resources, at that time, we can surely take him down easily. Wow, how did I not think of that? The captain is smart. Good, very good. Following the captain won't be wrong. Then let's wait. If we really take down this level 4 vehicle, we might just rise up in one go. The group chat was filled with words of flattery. Meanwhile, the Tianshan Rinjia ship didn't stop, charging forward recklessly. Even as the zombies around them grew more numerous, they didn't slow down. In fact, when the vehicle approached the core area, it rammed straight in. Then, the sound of heavy machine guns roared across the sea. Da-day-day-day-day-day. In an instant, countless bullets flew around, sweeping away the approaching zombies. Where the bullets passed, zombies fell in groups. This is the terror of firearms. It's a pure crushing force. However, this combat method could only clear zombies that were farther away from the vehicle. For those that were close, the machine gun couldn't be effective. So Su Yajing crawled out from the fortress again, then grabbed her rifle, ready to clear the nearby zombies. Seeing this, Chen Hua immediately stopped her through the intercom. Xiao Bai, don't waste bullets. Use grenades. Ha! Don't waste bullets, use grenades? Before Su Yajing could react, her backpack suddenly had a box of grenades. Seeing this, she finally understood. That's right. Grenades don't work well on the sea, they can attack in a wide area, and against crowded zombies, one can kill dozens, much more profitable. And bullets cost 3 gold coins each, killing a zombie worth just a bit more than 0 point something, that's a loss. Realizing this, Su Yajing put away her rifle immediately, then grabbed a grenade and threw it into the densest group of zombies. Boom! The grenade exploded, instantly creating waves several meters high, sending countless zombies flying. Seeing this scene, the 4 vehicles watching from a distance were utterly shocked. Damn, Captain, they have a machine gun. Hiss. Grenades, oh my god, they're actually using grenades to blow up zombies. Captain, did you see that? The Tian Shangrenjia has a lot of good stuff. The 3 teammates exchanged exclamations, expressing their disbelief fully. Of course. The captain didn't reply for a long time, also because of this. At this moment, he was also shocked. Machine guns sweeping across the sea. Grenades blowing up zombies. God. This vehicle not only had heavy firearms but also dared to waste potions like this. Could it be that their gold coins were already so abundant they couldn't spend it all? The captain was stunned. Until a teammate beside him got closer to the vehicle, calling out to him from the side of the ship, that he finally woke from his shock. Captain, that ship seems a bit powerful, should we still attack later? Attack? God, given the situation now, you're still thinking about attacking? The captain looked at his foolish teammate with annoyance, shouting loudly, attack my ass. Let's go. Ha? Go? Aren't we going to watch a bit more? What if that person really gets into trouble? Trouble my ass. You can't see their heavy weapons. Machine guns and grenades can be used freely, not to mention a level 1 ocean, even in a level 2 ocean they can push through. And since they're bold enough to use such good weapons against the lowest level zombies, it shows they must have even more powerful weapons. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to escape later. Ah. So terrifying. Alright. Let's get out of here quickly. Just like that. 4 vehicles left the special sea area at the first opportunity. Chapter 136, Vending Machine and Camera, Night Falls. Chen Hua didn't pay attention to those 4 vehicles. Because his goal was very simple. To obtain the golden treasure chest. And to clear all the zombies before dark. After all, it was time to wrap up. The more rewards, the better. So, the vehicles continued to approach the golden treasure chest. Ji Shui kept shooting at the distant zombies from the fortress. Bullets flew, splashing waves across the sea. Wherever they aimed, zombies fell one after another, unable to get close. Some zombies that approached from other corners were blown up by Su Yajing with grenades, scattering everywhere. In just 2 minutes, the vehicle stopped next to the golden treasure chest. Su Yajing was about to jump to grab the golden treasure chest. Suddenly, the door of the girls' dormitory opened. The sleepy sisters, rubbing their eyes, walked out. They were still dressed the same. But fortunately, their shorts were no longer rolled up. They must have listened to Chen Hua's words. At this moment, both of them looked confused, wondering where the sound of tat 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 and boom 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 was coming from. Su Yajing, holding grenades in both hands, spotted them and immediately shouted, "Hey! You two, come over and help, go grab that golden treasure chest. The fishing net is right there." After saying that, she dashed past the girls' dormitory, leaned over the ship's side, and threw grenades. The sisters, only after Su Yajing completely left, having thrown 2 grenades, realized the situation on the deck. Not far away, on the launch platform, the sound of tat 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 continued. In the distance, zombies were coming in droves. A golden treasure chest, rising and falling, was within reach. It turned out they were in a fight. After the sisters reacted, they immediately ran to the ship's side to retrieve the treasure chest. But after they got the chest, they were about to find Su Yajing to ask where they could help when the vehicle suddenly accelerated and moved to another treasure chest. The two, helpless, quickly turned back to retrieve it. Just like that. The vehicles moved, stopped, and moved again. More and more treasure chests appeared on the deck. In no time, there were 5 more chests on the deck. The sisters placed the chests correctly and instinctively ran to the ship's side, ready to retrieve the next one. At that moment, all the sounds suddenly stopped. They looked up and discovered there were actually no living zombies left on the sea. Hiss. They all died. Oh my. How many bullets did this waste? Although the sky had dimmed over the sea, with the faint light, they could vaguely see that at least hundreds of zombie bodies were floating. This completely shocked the sisters. They experienced for the first time what it meant to have powerful firepower. While the two were in a daze, Su Yajing also walked over from the ship's side. Ji Shui even opened the door of the fortress, standing high up, the sun-resistant coat swaying in the wind. Chenhua also came out of the driver's cabin, his voice growing closer. You two have worked hard. But you don't have to do these things anymore in the future. Captain? The sisters were startled awake by Chenhua's voice, turning back to see him, and their hearts filled with joy. Their impression of the captain significantly improved again. After all, when does a captain tell the crew they've worked hard? Their captain is just too good. This is what we should do. The older sister Lin Mo quickly responded with a smile. Exactly. High awareness. Tonight you will have an extra meal. Chenhua nodded in satisfaction, then walked in front of the treasure chest to begin opening it. Ji Shui, Su Yajing, and the sisters Emily all crowded around to watch. Inside the 5 chests, there was 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 iron, and 2 copper. Although the quantity was not small, Chenhua no longer felt the stirring excitement he had at the beginning. After all, he had opened quite a few golden chests, so he chose to open them all at once. In an instant, supplies surged forth, bursting out. 70 wood, 70 rough iron, 15 steel plates, 80 parts, these were the basic upgrade materials found in every chest. Moreover, there were many inconspicuous resources mixed in. 7 bottles of canned fruit, 5 bottles of red wine, 2 bottles of mutai, 1 pack of Chinese cigarettes, 30 gene of wheat seeds, high-quality fish bait, small arrows, large arrows, and engine. These were all common items. Gathering in the air. Especially the mutai and red wine, which flew out from the gold and silver chests. However, just when Chenhua thought he wouldn't get anything good, a few eye-catching items suddenly flew out from the gold and silver chests. 100 pounds of black gunpowder. 36 high-definition cameras. 1 vending machine. 1 revolver. 30 bullets. 1 mortar, 10 universal shells. Looking at the items in front of him, Chenhua's eyes brightened slightly. Although he didn't get anything unexpected. It looked pretty good. There was even a mortar. After all, such large-scale weapons are hard to come by, even in a golden chest. Raising his hand to sort the items, Chenhua began to install the newly acquired materials. Especially the cameras, which had to be installed. Because his intelligent AI, Xiaotian, had low-level wisdom. But it had no eyes, so it couldn't see the situation at sea, only able to detect through connections with various components on the ship. If he installed the cameras, then his vehicle would have an extra pair of eyes. Able to report the situation at sea at any time. Even if the camera couldn't see far, combined with radar detection, it could still perform surprisingly well. Thinking this way, Chenhua quickly used a small amount of resources to install the 36 cameras, secretly placing them on both sides of the ship, inside and out. Among them, the most were installed on the outside, achieving a full 360-degree view. The installations inside the ship were fewer, just enough to cover the deck area. After finishing the installations, he took out the mortar and piled it near the water supply area on the deck. Because this thing was very portable, it could be moved back and forth, so there was no need to fix it in a certain place. Just the vending machine left. Should I install this thing or not? After installing the mortar, Chenhua fell into thought looking at the vending machine. After all, his crew didn't make much money. Plus, there were few of them now. Forget it. I'll wait until the team expands before making money off them. Thinking this way, Chenhua placed the vending machine in the warehouse below the deck. At this moment, the sky had fully darkened. The vehicle had completely left the special sea area. It stopped in the darkness. The goddesses on board, except for the 2 in the processing workshop, gathered in the ship's dormitory to have dinner. Dinner was plentiful. They even served black crab and kelp. Of course. Not everyone finished eating. They had already left part of it for the 2 in the processing workshop. After eating, they notified them to come in shifts. As for the Emily sisters, after finishing their meals, they were taken to the processing workshop by Yun Mengyao to get familiar with their jobs in advance. Chapter 137, Zhou Yu comes to visit, copying talent. At night. Inside the vehicle, it gradually became quiet. Outside the vehicle, the sea breeze became stronger and cooler as time passed. The strong cool wind dispersed the heat, making the surface temperature extremely comfortable. But on the sea, without any reference points, those inside the sky and the world. Not yet realizing right away. Wow! The wind has risen, the wind has finally risen. Dark clouds have appeared, sob, the dark clouds have finally appeared. Wow, I've finally waited for you. So refreshing. Brothers, hurry up to the deck to enjoy the cool breeze. Inside the channel, countless captains excitedly sent messages, sharing their feelings. And the ice products still hanging in the mall would soon be completely unsold. The quantity just now, still the same after a long time. This made many captains, who had just invested a large amount of money and entered production not long ago, very angry, yet helpless. After all, when it rains, when a daughter gets married, no one can stop it. Wood 524, rough iron 499, steel plate 387, part 757. At this moment, Chenhua was lying on the bed, looking at the increasing resources, showing a satisfied smile. The more resources, the closer he got to upgrading to a 5-level vehicle. Only the quantity of steel plates was a bit slow. But upgrading to a 5-level vehicle actually needed so many steel plates. This made him a bit curious about what the martial arts vehicle would actually look like. After all, such a massive amount of steel plates is really hard for an ordinary person to gather. Oh! The wind has actually risen. Turning off the panel, Chenhua habitually looked out the window. He saw the surface of the sea outside, the waves starting to surge. It was obviously more dangerous than during the day. However, he was in a 4-level vehicle, so he wasn't worried about the wind and waves. Because generally, small winds and waves really pose no threat to a 4-level vehicle. It's the lower-level vehicles that might need to take precautions. Thinking this way, Chenhua also sensed a little coolness coming through the cracks of the window. So he quietly turned off the air conditioning and closed his eyes to sleep. As for when it would rain and how heavy it would rain, he didn't want to worry about it at all. After all, there was already no shortage of water on his boat. He didn't need to figure out how to collect rainwater like last time it rained. Thinking this way, Chenhua's sleepiness grew heavier. But just as he was about to fall asleep, there came a sudden knock on the door. Bang bang bang. The sudden sound immediately startled the drowsy Chenhua awake. He looked at the door in confusion and asked, "Who?" "Captain, it's me." The voice outside was Zhou. This made Chenhua pause, a bit outside of his expectations. Because he had thought it was Yun Mengyao or Su Yajing or Ji Shui outside. Zhou? Isn't she still working overtime? Chenhua got up and opened the door. Sure enough, Zhou, dressed in a triangle skirt, was standing outside the door. Perhaps due to the cold brought by the sea breeze, she seemed a bit cold, shivering in place. "Zhou? Is it very cold outside?" Chenhua asked curiously. "It's not really cold. Just the wind is a bit chilly." Zhou replied at the door. "Oh. Did you come to find me for something?" Chenhua asked again. Not really anything." Zhou didn't know how to start. After a pause, she pointed to the room and said, "Can I come in, Captain?" "Of course." Chenhua got up and made way. Zhou immediately entered the room and proactively closed the door. In an instant, the small room started to warm up immediately. Chenhua's brow jumped, feeling even more puzzled, and he muttered, "Why did you close the door?" "To keep warm. If it's cold, just go to the warehouse to get some clothes." "No. That. Captain, do you want to listen to a song?" After saying this, Zhou regretted a bit. Because she didn't know if her brain was confused, how did this suddenly pop into her head? However, she really couldn't think of any better words to say than this. Just saying, "Captain, I want to sleep with you, please take care of me more in the future," would only seem too frivolous. But if she couldn't provide a reason and got driven away, she wouldn't be willing. So she could only find an excuse of singing. "What song are we listening to at this late hour? And besides, there are no music devices here." "Captain, you forgot, I used to be a singer. Not only can I sing, but I can also write songs. And I can dance too. I also shot a short video." Without waiting for her to speak, Chenhua directly interrupted, "No need. You have to work tomorrow, and I need to sleep. Hurry up and rest." After saying that, he lay down on the bed and then got up to switch off the light. Bang! The room instantly fell into darkness, leaving Zhou frozen with an excited expression on her face, stunned in place. "No way. This is not right. When did the captain become a gentleman?" Zhou's mind was spinning with questions. But the captain had already turned off the light, so she couldn't continue speaking. She could only sigh and leave helplessly. The first heart-to-heart plan declared a failure. Watching Zhou leave, Chenhua suddenly opened his eyes again. Then he quietly shook his head. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't understand the other person's meaning. Mainly, he didn't have the idea of expanding his harem right now. And his vehicle was in the middle of rapid development. He just wanted to quickly develop his own vehicle. As for women, to be honest, in this world right now, they could be easily obtained. As night deepened, the wild wind continued. The huge waves made the vehicle start to sway. Chenhua originally wanted to fall asleep, but the shaking of the ship kept him more awake. Helplessly, he went to the chat channel to check on other situations. As a result, this glance revealed. Those captains who were originally excited now began to complain. Damn. They really don't want us to live, this is too much. The ship is shaking so much I'm about to puke. Hee hee. What are you talking about? The wind here is even stronger. I didn't pay attention for half an hour, and I got blown away 800 meters, can you believe that? What's that compared to me? I accidentally got blown 3 kilometers away. Now it's surrounded by zombies. Damn. I think it'll be hard to survive tonight. Help. Help. My little wooden boat got flipped by the waves. Who will save me? Coordinates. Ha ha. Brother, it's the middle of the night, who can go rescue you? Hurry and find a few wooden planks before your vehicle completely sinks. If you hang on until tomorrow, maybe someone will save you. Take care, brother. Make sure not to get eaten by a great white shark. TSK, and definitely be careful of the toothy fish and sea snakes, they eat flesh. Make sure you don't get bitten, or else if you get rescued, you'll not only work for life but won't even have the chance to enjoy yourself. Message after message of teasing appeared in the channel. It seemed like everyone was just enjoying the show. Until that person who fell into the water sent out his talent information, finally causing a stir in the channel. My talent is treasure chest duplication, save me. Boom. Once these words came out, the entire channel instantly fell silent. Then, countless messages flooded the screen. Brother, hold on. I'm coming right now. Damn, brother, wait for me. Even if you're at the gates of hell, I will pull you up. I'm coming, you must hold on. Brother, I've sent you a life jacket and a handgun, you just need to pay 0.1 gold to accept it. Take it for defense. Big brother, wait for me, I've sent you an AK and 80 rounds of ammo, I'll be there in 35 minutes. Hurry and enter the gold to receive. In an instant, countless messages came in. Then, all vehicles within 100 miles of that captain began to move. Even Chen Hua couldn't help but click on the other person's coordinates to take a look. It's just a pity. The coordinates were a bit far, over 700 kilometers away. This made Chen Hua have to give up the idea of competing. After all, at this distance, even if he went, it wouldn't be his business. Although the talent of treasure chest duplication was indeed impressive. But on this sea, you really can't be impatient. After all, talents are random. And there are his own containment. There is copying, and there is also weather forecasting. That means there are definitely more unimaginable talents. If you see a good one, fight for it with all your strength. Sooner or later, a day of trouble will come. It's better to go with the flow. Chen Hua secretly sighed in his heart. Then he fell into a daze and slept. The next day, the sky was dim. Dark clouds covered the sky. A loud thunderbolt awakened everyone on the ship. Boom! Everyone's heart skipped a beat, instantly opening their eyes to look out the window. Only to realize the dark clouds in the sky had become extremely thick. It felt as if the entire sky was pressing down on their heads. And between the clouds, thick lightning flashed, creating intense rumbling. Wow, what thick clouds! This rain should be heavy. Someone thought this. The dark clouds began to drizzle after the thunder. As the light rain fell, it pitter-pattered on the surface of the sea. Before long, it became heavier and heavier. In a moment, the light rain transformed into a torrential downpour. The outside of the vessel was filled with the sound of rushing water. As the sound of rain grew louder, the crew on the vessel began to get up and wash up, becoming busy. Chen Hua, lying in bed, did not continue sleeping. Instead, he opened the system panel, ready to check the latest news. However, as soon as he opened it, on the chat page, a new battle channel message appeared. Small battle channel, coordinates. Wow, isn't this the coordinates of the captain who called for help last night? Did we rescue someone or start a battle? Chen Hua was stunned for a moment, and he wanted to click in. But just as he entered, the battle channel closed. It was obvious. The battle was over. People online could not enter anymore. Helplessly, Chen Hua had to go to the beginner zone channel. However, when the page entered the beginner zone channel, the number of people in the channel shocked Chen Hua again. Because the online number dropped directly by 8,000, coming to just over 50,000. This showed that, in just one night, 8,000 vessels had disappeared. This left Chen Hua a bit surprised. However, what he was more curious about was still the battle that happened last night. Just right. Someone in the group was chatting about this topic. What the heck? What happened? Where did the battle break out again? Ah, I woke up late and missed it. Did the person from yesterday get saved? What's in the golden battle treasure chest? Amazing. They fought for an entire night. At least 100 ships were lost, even more intense than the last mist battle. Wow. I never expected. Just fighting for one person, yet it would become this fierce. I heard they opened a golden battle treasure chest last night. I wonder who got it. Does anyone know what was in the last golden battle treasure chest? Who knows? But it must be something good. On the panel, many captains were chatting about the golden battle treasure chest. However, after a while, someone sent a message that grabbed everyone's attention. Brothers! The things in the battle treasure chest have been revealed. It's a complete AK-47 machining lathe. Can produce a full set of AK-47 rifles. It has been listed in the mall. Boom! As soon as these words came out, the entire channel fell silent. Even Shenhua immediately left the chat panel and went to the mall. After all, no one expected that the golden battle treasure chest could open such an overpowered item. A complete AK machining lathe. And it wasn't just a blueprint. Wow! Isn't this a real treasure trove? With this thing, one could produce AK-47s endlessly. But why would that person be willing to sell it? Everyone rushed into the mall. Sure enough, a complete AK machining lathe was listed there. The notes even specifically stated that this item came from a golden battle treasure chest. But the price was outrageous. It was as high as 3,999 gold coins. Seeing this price, countless people were instantly scared away. Back in the channel, complaints began to arise. Damn, $39.99. This is way too expensive. Can't afford it at all. Yeah. Who can take out that many gold coins now? Except for those ruthless capitalists. Strange, such a good thing, why would that person sell it? I wouldn't sell it even if I were forced. Exactly. This thing is like a money tree. When you're out of cash, just forge some weapons to sell. You could definitely make a fortune. Why sell it? Are they that short on money? Could it be? Damn. Could that person who duplicates items have boarded this person's ship and copied 2 golden battle chests for him? As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the channel were even more shocked. Because thinking it over, this was indeed the most reasonable explanation. After all, the difference between one set and 2 sets of AK processing equipment is just the speed of production. But if one of the sets is exchanged for money, then he can go to work directly. Or add some defensive weapons to deal with others coveting. Otherwise, once this equipment is leaked, no matter how much you have, you can't keep it. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly understood. And it was clear that this vehicle that obtained the golden chest had definitely been known by many people. Even being hunted down. So he must obtain a sum of money for self-protection. In the channel, everyone spoke one after another, and soon they thoroughly analyzed the vehicle that obtained the golden battle chest. But just when everyone was passionately chatting, another heavyweight piece of news exploded in the channel. Damn! The AK-47 production equipment has been bought by someone. What? Damn! So fast. Hiss. So rich? Oh my. There's still a big shot? Everyone was still shocked on the spot. When they returned to the mall again, the AK production equipment was already empty. Chapter 139, Mass Production of AK-47, Second Production Line. It's worth the price, this price is too good. On the Heaven and Earth ship, Shenhua looked at the AK production equipment in his backpack, his expression a bit serious. Because even he knew. The value of this thing is definitely more than this. The reason for only selling at this price is definitely because, in this sea area, it's hard for anyone to afford a higher price. So they set a price that people can barely afford. Otherwise, this set of equipment could definitely sell for more. Fortunately, he was quick and decisive. He snatched it the moment he saw the message. Otherwise, there would definitely be others competing for it. After all, he didn't believe that this beginner sea area had no better money-making talent. Equipment name, Complete AK-47 Production Equipment. Evaluation, it can process raw materials like steel plates and parts into complete AK-47s. Just don't know what the production ratio is like. Shenhua was deep in thought. Suddenly, he heard Yun Mingyau's voice outside. Captain, breakfast is ready. Oh. Got it. Glancing at his remaining gold coins, only 1480 left. Shenhua slowly got up and prepared to eat breakfast before installing the AK-47 processing equipment, hoping to earn some money first. After all, he had steel plates and parts ready, so he was temporarily not lacking basic resources. But just as Chen Hua opened the door, a wave of cold air suddenly swept in, causing him to shiver. Hiss. So cold. Captain, why are you still in shorts? It's cold outside. Outside, Yun Mengyao was already wearing jeans, a white waist showing, turning into a sunny girl next door. I didn't know it got cold. Go find me a set of clothes first. Okay. Yun Mengyao quickly went and returned soon with a thin pair of trousers and a shirt. Although it looked a bit formal. Due to the lack of variety in materials, Chen Hua didn't pick, directly putting it on. And when he arrived downstairs to the living room, seeing what the other female crew members were wearing, he suddenly realized that he wasn't so out of place. Because the women in the living room were all dressed in a jumbled way. Su Yajing was wearing a nurse's outfit, with a big red cross on her chest. Ji Shui was dressed in a flight attendant uniform. Because the skirt was too short, she wore a layer of yoga pants over her legs. Besides her, there were Zhou Yu and Yang Mi. They were dressed in ancient clothing. Sitting there, they looked like people who had traveled back in time, leaving others dazed. Especially Yang Mi. Due to her full figure and prominent features. Even the loose ancient clothing was stretched tight. People couldn't help but wonder what kind of giant was hidden under her clothes. Captain. Hearing the sound of Chen Hua's footsteps, everyone hurried to stand and greet him. Chen Hua glanced around and suddenly felt like his boat had turned into a stage. There were all kinds of people. He then asked, aren't there any normal clothes in the warehouse? No. The remaining clothes are even stranger than these. Winter clothes are complete, but they're too thick to wear right now. There are plenty of summer clothes, but they all show skin, almost like wearing a triangle basket, Yun Mengyao explained. Since Yang Mi went to the processing workshop, the warehouse affairs were managed by Yun Mengyao. All right. Chen Hua nodded helplessly. But just as he sat down, he suddenly remembered there were other crew members. So he continued to ask, did the two new crew members get their clothes? Yes. They received their clothes last night. After Yun Mengyao replied, she casually stole a glance at Zhou Yu. Upon hearing last night, and noticing the meaningful look from Yun Mengyao, Zhou Yu's heart trembled, realizing her actions from the previous night might have caught someone's attention. For a moment, she felt a bit embarrassed and quickly lowered her eyes, pretending to be dumb. As long as they got clothes. Looking at the clock in the living room, Chen Hua nodded and said to Yang Mi and Zhou Yu, let's eat. We have a shift change coming up. The two women. After finishing the meal. Although it wasn't time for a shift change yet. Yang Mi and Zhou Yu had no choice but to head over early. Because Chen Hua was still watching them. Before long, they switched shifts with the Jasmine sisters who had worked all night. The sisters hurried into the kitchen, grabbed their food, and rushed back to their dormitory to eat. After all, the boat's living quarters weren't their main stage. They felt greatly honored to be able to come and go while eating. During this time, Chen Hua didn't have time to care. But seeing that the two of them were dressed quite normally, he didn't think much of it. Captain, the wind and waves outside are getting stronger. Are we sailing today? In the living room, Yun Mengyao asked Chen Hua for instructions. Chen Hua stood by the window, watching the heavy rain and soaring waves, and said, set sail. But we don't need to go too fast. Yes. Yun Mengyao received the order and went to drive the vehicle. Chen Hua then searched the mall and bought a few housing blueprints. Afterwards, he found an umbrella, went to the deck, and began installing houses and the second processing plant. Meanwhile, Ji Shui and Su Yajing, who had been busy scrubbing pots and washing dishes in the kitchen, felt overjoyed. It was pouring rain. They didn't have to work anymore. This was simply too great. The two women hummed songs while washing. Their excitement was evident. But their excitement didn't last long. The intercom suddenly transmitted Chen Hua's voice. Xiaobai, Ji Shui, once you're done, come up to the deck. The two women froze. They were a bit dumbfounded. Tentatively, they asked, Captain, do we still have to go fishing today in this heavy rain? Not fishing, there are other things I need you for. Come up when you're done. Oh, okay. Understood. Su Yajing and Ji Shui simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. After all, being on the boat, they were the ones who wanted to slack off the most. They really worried that the captain would make them go fishing in the rain. After all, this was a long-awaited day off. Fortunately, it wasn't fishing. Thinking this way, the two women quickened their cleaning pace. On the deck, heavy rain poured down. The rainwater splashed onto the deck, creating a shower of droplets. Even under an umbrella, their pant legs would still get wet. At this moment, Chen Hua was in another empty spot on the deck. Once again, a low wooden cabin was built. And inside the cabin, a newly purchased AK-47 production machine was installed. AK-47 production line can use steel plates and parts to produce a complete AK-47. Production speed, 1 every hour. Number of employees needed, 8 people. Production conditions, every 5 steel plates and 5 parts can produce 1 AK. On a production line filled with various machine lathes. The production data was clearly displayed. In order to fit this entire production machine into the small cabin, Chenhua also designed a folding mechanism for the production line. It looked somewhat crowded in a U shape. Need 8 employees? If there are a few less, it should still be able to produce, right? The output might be less. Chapter 140, First Production of AK-47, Preparing to Expand Workforce. Seeing the reminder on the production line, Chenhua pondered thoughtfully, checking every step of the production one by one. Finally, he came to the conclusion that 2 people could indeed operate it. The only downside was slower speed. Thinking of this, Chenhua felt relieved, so he immediately informed Su Yajing and Jishui. Then he went back to study the production conditions. 5 steel plates and 5 parts, plus 1 hour, can skillfully produce 1 AK. Not counting labor, it means the cost of 1 AK is around 22.5 gold coins. That's much lower than the market price. After all, the market price of AKs has been maintained at 60 to 80 gold coins each. And generally, people can't buy them. Even if they can buy them, they treat them like treasures. This is because the price of bullets is quite high. It's something everyone can afford but very hard to use. But even so, AKs are still scarce. Sometimes, even someone lists it for 80 gold coins, and someone buys it. This is also the reason why Chenhua was willing to spend a lot of money to buy this set of equipment. Because as long as he can mass-produce AKs, it's definitely a huge profit. Of course, competition will definitely exist. Just like the captain who sold this equipment. He must still have another set. Because this equipment was obtained by that person while competing for someone with the treasure box duplication talent. Since the other side dares to buy, then they must have taken in the person with the treasure box duplication talent. But even with competition, it could still allow both of them to make a good profit. Because any market in the early stages is a blue ocean. Competition only exists after the market becomes saturated. Otherwise, that person wouldn't have released this equipment for a few gold coins. After all, every additional competitor means one less good day to come. It can only be said that Chenhua also got lucky. That person was a bit unlucky. They captured the crew with duplication talent and also got the golden battle treasure box. It's just a pity that escaping has become a problem. Captain! Captain! While Chenhua was staring at the AK production line deep in thought, a voice came from outside the house. Looking back, surprisingly, it was Su Yajing and Jishui who came. The two stood on the deck at the end of the stairs outside the door, holding umbrellas, their figures overlooking the embedded house, showing absolute beauty. You're here. Come in. Chenhua immediately raised his hand to greet. The two then closed their umbrellas and entered the sunken wooden cabin. Ha! AK-47 production machine? Hiss. When did this thing appear on the ship? Seeing the swirling machine in front of them, the two women instantly widened their eyes in shock. Chenhua calmly smiled and explained, I just bought this from the mall. I called you both over to try producing a weapon. Come and see. The two women, although they were helpless, they could only reluctantly and unhappily come to the production line to start checking the usage and function of each part. They previously thought the captain just had a small task for them. They never expected that the captain had set up another production line. Oh my! Can't he stay still? They didn't want to work in the factory. If this continues, what's the difference from Yangmi and Zhouyu? The two women pouted. Clearly depressed to the extreme. But due to Chenhua's status, I can only stew in anger. Controlling these machines sometimes feels worse than fishing. Chenhua also noticed the dissatisfaction of the two women. He had to step forward and paint a beautiful picture. You two don't need to feel burdened. I'm not asking you to produce things forever. Right now, the ship just lacks manpower. Once we have enough hands, I will assign you jobs related to your talents. Upon hearing this, the two women just huffed in dissatisfaction. Clearly, they did not want to buy into Chenhua's words. Chenhua understood that these two were not the type to be easily fooled, so he smiled and said, as the veterans on the ship, you both should understand more than others. If knowing how things work on the ship creates resistance, how will we manage the people under us in the future? Finally, upon hearing these words, the two women perked up immediately. Veteran? Management? So, does this mean their status would get higher in the future? Would they even have to lead others? Thinking of this, Su Yajing and Ji Shui immediately became excited. The knots in their hearts quickly unraveled, and they eagerly said, we will work hard, Captain. I've already figured out most of it. I can try producing now. That's right. We won't let you down, Captain. Su Yajing and Ji Shui responded one after the other. Their expressions even showed some anticipation. At this moment, Chen Hua's smile widened, and he nodded while taking out some steel plates and parts, saying, then let's start production. Aha! I'll take care of processing. Okay, I'll handle the assembly. Ji Shui and Yang Mi stood respectively at the inside and outside of the U-shaped assembly line. One was responsible for operating the processing machines to produce parts. The other was in charge of assembling firearms. Just like that, the second assembly line officially started working. Buzz buzz buzz. The steel plates and parts were thrown into the machines. Ji Shui began to operate the machines, shaping them into various components. The produced parts flowed down the assembly line and were delivered to the back where Su Yajing was waiting, who assembled them. For parts that were too much to handle, Chen Hua personally joined the operation. Until an hour and a half later, the first AK-47 that was processed officially made its debut. Click. Chen Hua pulled the trigger, and the crisp sound echoed in the small room. Not bad. It's exactly the same as the one from the treasure chest. So smooth. Chen Hua nodded with satisfaction. Then he took the two women out of the AK workshop. They then went to the deck, loaded a magazine, and shot half a round into the sea. Da-day-day-day-day. A row of splashes appeared on the surface of the sea, distinctly different from the falling rain. Good. You guys continue with production. Once we make money, I won't treat you unfairly. After storing the AK away, Chen Hua turned to Su Yajing and Ji Shui and said. The two women nodded and turned to head back into the workshop to work. Even though they were working just like before, they felt that they were much stronger than the two new sisters. Because those two sisters didn't even earn a salary. But they would have other rewards in the future. This is the difference. The two women entered the workshop and started to work hard. The ship's crew had also been fully arranged. Chen Hua came to the control room and then realized that he was the only one left idle on the ship. It seems that expanding the crew cannot only rely on the goddess's rescue. Otherwise, vehicles will develop faster and manpower will always be insufficient. Thinking this, Chen Hua said to Yun Mengyao, if you see any ships in distress or stranded people on the sea, let me know. It's time for us to expand our manpower. Yes. Yun Mengyao's eyes lit up, thinking to herself that they're finally going to increase the personnel, and their status as veterans is finally going to rise. After saying this, she immediately began to carefully scan the sea. After all, the crew falling overboard or stranded vehicles in this heavy rain would be hard to spot without careful watching. And those who actively sought out would. Many clever tricks. Can't trade easily. Just like last time when Chen Hua bought crew members. It attracted a wave of people with bad intentions. So, increasing crew members basically requires finding them yourself. At the same time, avoid letting certain people on board, causing chaos on the ship.